Chapter 1. A red belly band appears from the trunk. Has my box become a spirit? Kendrick, my brother wants to buy a car. Could you contribute $200,000? That's not too much, right? Girlfriend Riley handed a milk tea to Kendrick's lips. $200,000? Do I have that much money? Kendrick was about to drink the milk tea but suddenly froze. Didn't the compensation for your parents' car accident arrive? Just $1 million, and you won't give out $200,000. Don't you love me anymore? Riley shook Kendrick's arm. Kendrick instantly frowned. His parents indeed received a compensation after their unexpected passing, but that money came at the cost of his parents' lives. Kendrick donated it all after he received it for good blessings for his parents, without telling anyone. But he didn't expect Riley to remember this. I really don't have any money. I donated that amount, Kendrick said truthfully. You can't even come up with a plausible excuse when you lie. People are dead. What blessings would they need? We've been together for so many years. Is it such a pity to spend a little on him? A hint of impatience flashed in Riley's eyes. Honestly, that money has been donated. Once we get bonuses by the end of the year, I can support your brother some more. Kendrick slowly replied. He and Riley were high school classmates who had been together for over 7 years. Though sometimes he felt she overstepped boundaries, they had shared so many years that he did not want to hurt her feelings. Kendrick, don't think you're special. I've long met a second-generation rich guy, the son of an antiques magnate. You poor nobody, I'm not interested anymore. In a fit of rage, Riley tried to rip things from Kendrick. The reason she hadn't left earlier was because of that money. She never expected Kendrick to have already given it all away to the vixen, leaving her hopes dashed. In frustration, she pulled out her phone. Brother, I miss you. Come pick me up. Riley dialed a number. Kendrick, we're done. Break up. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Leaving these words, Riley stormed off in a sports car, kicking up dust as she drove away. Watching the disappearing taillights, Kendrick felt both sad and relieved. After dating for so long, he once thought his girlfriend would be a support after losing his parents. Still, he had made a mistake. But he was also grateful to finally see her true colors. Back in the courtyard, the mysteriously appeared belly band was still lying on the chair. Kendrick was confused. Looking into the trunk again, it remained empty. That's strange. Kendrick scratched his head. As he was about to close the trunk, he froze. At the moment he was closing the trunk, a set of yellow clothes appeared inside. Kendrick couldn't believe his eyes as he held up the garment. It was actually a dragon robe. Exquisitely made, using high-quality materials, it still retained warmth and a faint fragrance. Kendrick was instantly startled, dropping the milk tea into the box. Trying to retrieve the spilled milk tea, he was shocked to find it had vanished. Haunted. A chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head. Kendrick quickly backed up a few steps, eyeing the trunk warily. But the trunk showed no changes. Kendrick looked at the belly band beside it, the dragon robe in his hand, and the missing milk tea. Cold sweats dripped down his back. This is too eerie. No way. These things must not be kept. Kendrick warily waited until midnight. Taking advantage of the quietness in the neighborhood, he dragged the trunk and threw it into the ornamental lake. He watched as the trunk flipped over and sank down. Only then did Kendrick finally breathe a sigh of relief. In a grand palace, Annette Callie of the Western Liang Kingdom sat by the bedside, staring blankly at the empty sleeping chamber. Her face was gaunt and pale, her eyes sunken with obvious dark circles. Her lips were chapped, and her beautiful hair had become dry and lost its luster. She looked extremely exhausted and haggard. Sighing lightly, Callie sighed. Since the war began with the Northern Ruin, Western Liang has been retreating continuously. Despite her best efforts to manage resources, the troops are now at the city gates, and the capital has been besieged for several months. Half a month ago, spies even poisoned the remaining few wells. At this moment, the capital lacks food and water. The people are disgruntled, and soldiers are rebelling. Just a few days ago, the last usable well in the palace dried up. If not for the 4 trusted generals guarding the city gates, and the 800 imperial guards defending the palace, the capital would have fallen into chaos long ago. She has only been on the throne for half a year, yet most of Western Liang's territory has been occupied. Now that the capital is besieged, once the city falls, Western Liang will cease to exist. All of this is her fault as an emperor. I feel unworthy of my father's trust. Thinking of this, guilt and self-blame surged from within. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Your Brett Jesty. The next moment, a hoarse and urgent voice sounded from outside the door. It was Casimir, the leader of the Imperial Guards. Your Brett Jesty. Multiple fires have broken out in the palace, and the flames are spreading. There are also many eunuchs rebelling and fighting their way towards here. Casimir said from outside. Do not panic. A few eunuchs cannot cause significant harm. Hurry and organize people to extinguish the fires. But seeing no one, when Callie looked back into the trunk again, she froze. At the bottom of the originally empty trunk appeared a strange object. Cup-shaped, yet sealed at the opening. A tube was inserted into the cup. The cup was transparent, revealing some murky liquid inside. What is this? Callie tentatively picked it up, and was startled. The cup was soft and still warm. Instinctively, she squeezed it, causing liquid to flow out through the tube. How sweet. Instantly, a strong milk fragrance flooded her nose. Callie couldn't help but swallow. To tell the truth, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and nights. Although Callie was puzzled, she couldn't resist the temptation of this fragrance. Tentatively taking a sip. So sweet. Callie's eyes lit up immediately. A rich sweetness exploded in her mouth. Even as an emperor, she had never tasted anything so sweet. Wait. While drinking vigorously, Callie suddenly felt a few soft glutinous beads appear in her mouth. Gently biting down. Sweet and delicious. Better than any dessert she had ever eaten. Stranger still, The dizziness caused by hunger vanished after just a few bites. Amazing. Could it be that I just ate an immortal pill? Callie was pleasantly surprised. Just as Callie was astonished, she suddenly heard a sound of water. And if the palace burned down, the citizens and troops in the capital would lose their last stronghold and hope. The capital would fall into chaos. The enemy troops outside the city walls would see the firelight and launch a full-scale assault. Even with heavy forces guarding the 4 city gates, it would be difficult to handle. The capital was in danger. Xiliang was in danger. Casimir closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, a few cool drops landed on his face. Rain? Casimir opened his eyes in shock. No, it didn't make sense. There was still a moon in the sky. Swoosh. Before Casimir and others could react, a sudden downpour drenched them completely. Some people were even knocked off their feet by the torrential rain. Ha ha ha. Heaven sent the rain. The heavens are protecting us. Bang. Casimir was ecstatic, raising his arms wide to welcome the rain. Before he could finish speaking, something heavy hit his face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Casimir focused and saw a palm-sized carp flopping beside him. Fish? Where did this come from? Casimir was dumbfounded. General, look quickly. At that moment, a few of the imperial guards pointed toward the Annette's palace. Casimir hastily wiped fish scales off his face and looked over. And this water has flowed into the city through the gates. The people are collecting water and thanking us. They're hailing you as the great ruler. At that moment, Casimir led a group to the outside of the hall. What? The fire is out? And there's water? Only then did Callie regain her senses. Yes, you're Brett Jesty. Not only that, after the flood, we found quite a few fish inside the palace. Heaven blesses our Xiliang. Casimir excitedly raised a large fish in his hands, kneeling outside the hall. Hurry. Collect all the water immediately, don't waste any. Also, have someone gather the fish quickly and prepare meals. Callie snapped back to reality, giving orders to Casimir and his men. After Casimir left, the Annette hurried to the box. She clasped her hands together and knelt. The Annette of Xiliang thanks the heavens for their mercy, granting us water to save Xiliang from peril. I humbly thank you. The Annette respectfully bowed to the box. Bright community. Kendrick left home before dawn. After being dumped yesterday and experiencing such bizarre events, Kendrick tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. He decided to get up while it was still dark and walk towards the lake. The box, after all, was something left by his mother. No way. Absolutely can't let anyone find out. Panicked, Kendrick pulled the wooden box up, carried it, and rushed back home. Just as he got home, his phone started beeping. Picking it up, he saw messages from the Bright Community Owner Group. Grandpa Edric, come quick. The lake is dry. Property Brett Nager Shao Gregory. Grandpa Edric, are you sleepwalking? Grandpa Edric, I swear on my decades of party membership, I'm not lying. You guys come see. Attached were several photos taken by Grandpa Edric. Immediately, the owner group erupted in chaos. Feeling somewhat guilty, Kendrick browsed through the chat record, hearing commotion outside. Looking out the window, he saw many residents rushing out in their pajamas. Kendrick hesitated for a moment, then followed them outside. At this moment, the lake was surrounded by curious residents. Brittany were taking photos and posting them on social media, while others were live streaming the scene with excited shouts. Soon, 3 police cars arrived. Several officers set up caution tape around the lake, looking solemn. Not long after, several Audi A6s drove up, and a number of elders stepped out. They were said to be experts from various fields in the city. Reporters also swarmed in, setting up cameras around the lake. Ordinarily, she didn't pay much attention to it. It just held some clothes she tossed in. But today, this chest seemed peculiar. Before water started coming out, there had been drinkable sweet water and elixirs inside. Furthermore, her undergarment and dragon robe that she clearly placed inside had vanished. Could it have been taken by deities? But no matter what, thanks to divine assistance this time, she managed to get through the crisis. Otherwise, tonight would have meant utter ruin for Xiliang. You're Brett Jesty. Just as Callie was lost in thought, Casimir arrived with people outside the hall. As soon as Callie reached the door, she smelled a rich fragrance. Looking outside, there were several large pots filled with fish soup. But very few fish could be seen. You're Brett Jesty. This is yours. Casimir presented a large bowl of fish soup to Callie. It was brimming with fish. Callie looked at the kneeling royal guards before her. Their faces were yellowed, cheeks sunken, and bodies emaciated. The armor they wore once fit perfectly but now appeared overly large on them. These 800 royal guards were ironclad warriors left to her by her father. Since the food supply had been cut off, they persevered, ensuring whatever they ate or drank was first given to her. Brittany of them hadn't eaten for days. Seeing these loyal guards, Callie was deeply moved. In a few bites, both buns were gone. A lingering aftertaste filled her mouth. She felt unsatisfied. With the sweet water, elixir, and these steamed buns stuffed with meat, everything tasted simply exquisite. Rare delights in the world. Callie became even more convinced that these must be divine gifts bestowed upon her out of heavenly mercy. Heaven above. Now, our capital city of Xiliang is besieged, with citizens and troops cut off from food. I pray that the heavens bestow us more food to help Xiliang overcome this national peril. Callie immediately knelt and respectfully bowed again. At Kendrick's home, Kendrick stared dumbfounded at the disappearance of those 2 steamed buns. When putting them in, he watched without blinking. Those 2 buns vanished instantly. Could it be? The chest had come alive. Kendrick broke out in cold sweat. Now it was almost certain that his milk tea, the lake water, and those 2 buns were all consumed by this chest. And the clothes spat out. Were they undigested remnants from previous meals? Thinking of this, Kendrick involuntarily swallowed. Given how much water the chest drank, it likely wouldn't be thirsty again soon. But judging from its appetite for the buns, it was still hungry. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. Kendrick glanced at the time and rushed out immediately. In the Shiliang Grand Hall. Your bread, Jesty. Casimir's voice sounded from outside again. Callie froze, then opened the hall door. Unexpectedly, all the Imperial guards were still kneeling in a row. The fish soup in the large pot hadn't been touched. Why aren't you eating? Callie felt somewhat angry. If your Brett Jesty doesn't eat, we won't eat either. We swear to live and die with your Brett Jesty. Everyone responded in unison. They all knew that their Brett Jesty hadn't eaten anything for days. There was nothing in the Grand Hall. What could their Brett Jesty eat? She must have said she had eaten, just to let them have one more bite. This was their Brett Jesty. And this was why they remained loyal. Looking at everyone's reactions, Callie felt a bit helpless. But seeing the thin and weary faces of her guards, Callie made up her mind. I never lie. I did eat. There's some food in this chest. I was about to. Callie approached the chest, intending to show them falsely, but as soon as she opened it, she was dumbfounded. The chest, which had been empty before, was now full of meat-filled buns, spilling over continuously. As long as they had food, they would be a fresh force. If not for these guards being without food or drink for days, those eunuchs wouldn't have succeeded so easily just now. Casimir. Callie addressed Casimir. I am here, your Brett Jesty. Casimir and the others hurriedly knelt down. Distribute this food immediately to every member of the Imperial Guard. Also, share the fish soup quickly. Tell everyone, this is a gift from heaven. Heaven blesses our Shiliang. Callie said to Casimir and the others. Soon, every one of the 800 Imperial Guards received some food. Though these buns, fried dough sticks, and eggs weren't nearly enough for everyone to be full. For the Imperial Guards who hadn't eaten or drunk for days and nights, nothing could be more delicious than this steaming bowl of fish soup and the heavenly food before them. It's so fragrant, and there's actually meat inside. Take a bite. My yellow thing is actually oozing oil. Oil. Smells amazing. Here, have half of it. The celestial egg tastes salty and has a tea flavor. This fish soup is so delicious. This fish probably fell from the sky too. Maybe it's a celestial fish from the Milky Way. The Imperial Guards passed the food around, marveled at it, and feasted heartily. Before long, the several large pots of fish soup and all the food were consumed down to the last bit. Even the oil stains on the pot bottoms and their fingers were licked clean. Seeing the contented looks on the faces of the Imperial Guards, Callie breathed a sigh of relief. With this report, your Brett Jesty. Some people took advantage of the chaos and opened the palace gates. A troop has stormed in. That moment, several eunuchs rushed over in a panic. They must be working with the arsonist eunuchs. They plan to coordinate from within and outside to create turmoil. Callie frowned. Don't worry, your Brett Jesty. With us guarding, everything will be secure. Casimir stepped forward, clasping his hands. The Imperial Guards behind him all picked up their swords. After their feast, their strength had gradually returned, and their fighting spirit was heightened. Good. Go lead men to repel the enemy. No mercy. Also, arrange patrols to inspect the Forbidden Palace to eliminate any hidden dangers. Callie nodded. She believed that the current Imperial Guards were capable of handling all emergencies. Shortly after, Casimir led 300 Imperial Guards into battle against the rebels. It's you? Casimir glared at the general leading the group in front of him. This person was Ari, the commander of the 4 city gates. He never thought he would rebel at such a time. Ha, Casimir. Who would have thought you still had water to put out the fire? It almost ruined my plans. But even if you have water, haven't you gone days without eating? Can your hands even hold a sword? Ha ha ha. Ari laughed maniacally. They had stored plenty of food in underground cellars before the mutiny and secretly killed and ate quite a few citizens for meat. Though they hadn't been well fed either, their situation was much better than Casimir's men. The palace had run out of food 7 days ago. These men, dressed in heavy armor, had to deal with the riots caused by the palace eunuchs and firefighting efforts. Ari didn't doubt for a moment that Casimir and his men could barely stand. Appearing before him was merely putting on a show of strength. Once the Imperial Guards in front of him were eliminated, they could directly advance to the Grand Hall, and then, to arms. Ari charged forward first. He aimed to slay Casimir first. Without Casimir, the Imperial Guards would surely fall into disarray. Just as Ari rushed to Casimir, he suddenly saw a smile flicker across Casimir's lips. Ari froze. Before he could react, Casimir swung his large saber down towards Ari's head. Ari didn't expect Casimir to move so swiftly and hurriedly raised his blade to block. But with a crack, Ari's saber broke, and Casimir's strike landed on his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. No. This can't be. Ari's eyes widened in disbelief. Kill. Leave none alive. Casimir roared. With one swift stroke, Ari's head was severed from his body. The Imperial Guards behind him lunged at the rebels like famished tigers. Seeing Ari fall so quickly, the rebels were already trembling with fear, their fighting spirit completely gone. They were slaughtered by the Imperial Guards as easily as cutting vegetables. Go. Sever the heads of the rebels and stack them outside the palace gates. Tell everyone in the capital that anyone who rebels will face the same fate. Casimir coldly instructed the Imperial Guards. Then he turned and walked towards the Grand Hall. Upon hearing of Casimir's actions, Callie nodded in approval. But she was also filled with lingering fear. The palace fire. The rebel unrest. The capital would surely fall. She dared not even think about what would follow. If not for the timely heavenly intervention of the water to extinguish the fire and the food to revive the imperial guards, all this would have become reality. Even in the netherworld, she would have no face to meet her father. After Casimir left, Callie turned to the writing desk. She knew all this was bestowed by heaven. She felt both apprehensive and indebted. Previously, she had never believed in heaven, especially after the rumor spread in the capital that her imperial decree was not heaven-sent. Callie had always wanted to prove herself, but when she was cornered, it was heaven that saved her. I, Annette Callie of the Xiliang Kingdom, feel unworthy of heaven's mercy. From now on, I will honor heaven daily with 3 incense sticks and restore the grand prayer ceremony. Our Xiliang Kingdom is currently besieged by northern Ruran forces, in imminent peril. We beseech heaven's compassion to save the 50,000 civilians and 20,000 soldiers in our capital. I will build temples to honor the deities of heaven and ensure incense offerings nationwide. I pray. Callie wrote a prayer. She respectfully placed it inside a box. Thinking for a moment, she realized it should be burned for heaven to see. But when Callie approached with the candlestick, she was shocked to find the prayer had vanished. Chapter 5. A letter from over 1,000 years ago. Tianhai City. 8 o'clock at night. Kendrick came out of the company, dragging his tired body. Sure enough, he was late this morning. He was scolded by his manager and told not to go home until he finished all reports. Kendrick gave a furious look at his Orson. Cough. Ah, Kendrick, you were young then and didn't quite understand the situation. We're family, why should borrowing money require an IOU? I also lent you 20,000 back then, but I haven't asked for repayment because you had no money. Now that you're wealthy, it doesn't make sense if you don't give it back. Moreover, so much money might overwhelm a Hubert like you. Bennett interjected. No IOU? Bennett, do you believe what you say yourself? This house only cost slightly more than 300,000 when bought. The two of you suddenly lending 40,000 is too funny, isn't it? Kendrick wasn't dumb. He already understood the purpose of Bennett and Orson's visit. Well, Bennett and Orson exchanged glances. Look closely, I've donated that money already. Don't think about it anymore. Kendrick showed the screenshot of the donation to them, slammed the door, and walked into the house. Was the picture just now real or fake? It's probably fake. Heard that youngsters nowadays know how to edit photos, surely trying to keep it all for themselves. All your fault for insisting on 20,000. If each of us just asked for 15, he wouldn't have noticed. Let's go back first and discuss. I can't believe a Hubert like him can trick us. Bennett and Orson blamed each other while walking away. But there weren't any specific details. Kendrick was very shocked. Wouldn't this dowry box left by his mother be connecting to the ancient Western Liang? That's over 1,000 years ago. What he put in was obtained by the emperor of the Western Liang dynasty, mistaking him for a deity. Thus, such a prayer text was written. And from the prayer text, it seemed that the current emperor of Xiliang was besieged by enemy troops, leaving him in a precarious position. Kendrick thought for a moment and went to his computer, converting the font into traditional Chinese characters. I am called Kendrick, not a deity. But I am willing to offer you some help. What do you need most right now? Kendrick printed it out and placed it in the box. As he watched the paper disappear again, Kendrick felt a faint anticipation build up inside him. Xiliang Grand Hall. It was already late at night. After a day of frantic efforts, they had finally temporarily controlled the chaos in the capital city. The flood from last night had alleviated the water supply issue for the citizens of the entire capital. Although a lot was wasted, every household managed to store enough water to last for half a month if used sparingly. The rebel forces from last night were also completely annihilated. Emperor Callie knew that there were more than just Eri who harbored rebellious intentions. Oh. At this moment, tears streamed down Callie's face. It was like a drowning child grasping a lifeline. They were saved. Xiliang was saved. Callie didn't waste any time and immediately began writing at her desk. What they lacked most urgently was grain, along with various weapons and arrows, defensive equipment, herbs, and... Callie counted and wrote. But looking at the long list she had written, she bit her lip. She was being excessive. Even though the god promised to help her, she shouldn't be too greedy. Why not directly ask the god to send thunderbolts to kill all the Ruran soldiers? Callie blushed. She was an emperor. How could she sit idly and expect everything? With enough grain, the troops could rally and hold on until the enemies retreated. After some thought, Callie only wrote 2 words on the paper, grain. She gently placed it back into the box. Chapter 6. So you also know about the alien invasion of Earth? Tianhai City, Guangming residential area. After dinner, Kendrick approached the box and examined it closely. Sure enough, another piece of paper appeared inside. It simply read food, but from the handwriting, it seemed less sharp and more hesitant. The most urgent need is food? Indeed. If they are besieged by enemy troops, it's likely that supplies have been cut off. Currently unemployed, what would happen next? A pang of anxiety seized him as he fidgeted around the box. Forget it. This box was left by my mother. If I've done this, then so be it. Hopefully, it's real. If not, consider it accumulating virtue for my parents. Kendrick took a deep breath. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, this is the rice merchant. Just confirming the delivery address you provided, which is residential. Is that correct? Kendrick realized he had not double-checked the delivery address and opted for home delivery by default. 10,000 kilograms of rice. Should fit, right? Kendrick assessed his house. Yes, deliver it here. We have a yard where you can unload directly. After thinking for a moment, he replied. Got it. Since it's local, we'll load tonight and deliver early tomorrow with transportation and handling included. That's great, thank you. Kendrick hung up and began cleaning the yard, leaving only his mother's box. Even concerned about rain, he cleared out a room as well. The next morning, the delivery arrived outside Kendrick's yard. Mr. Chun, why so much rice? Haven't you heard about the recent alien invasion? Just then, Michaela from upstairs saw the delivery and curiously approached. Ah, Kendrick froze. You don't know? News has spread through our community today. Experts came for analysis. Ultimately, astronomers' theory of aliens made the most sense, while others couldn't explain it. Don't believe news about property managers stealing water. That's absurd. Our group buying chat is already flooded with various convenience foods. These rations won't do. What will you do when water and power stop? Michaela tugged at Kendrick. Hearing this, Kendrick couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. Who knew the lake incident would escalate into this? I started my own company. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I plan to give employees benefits. He hastily improvised an excuse. Oh, you started a company at such a young age? I told you before, you've always been smart since childhood, topping the exams every year. You're bound to have a bright future. Michaela smiled. Kendrick scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Finally, he managed to pacify Michaela. It seemed that if he were to buy more items in the future, it wouldn't be convenient to do so at home. Once or twice was okay, but if he bought too much, someone might report him for harboring aliens. Perhaps he should find a warehouse or something. Kendrick considered this idea in his mind. After unloading, Kendrick was still quite shocked as he looked at the yard filled with towering bags of rice. Each bag weighed 100 pounds, and 10,000 pounds meant 100 bags. It should last for a while. Just lacking some vegetables to go with it, Kendrick sighed. He had done his best already. Back in his room, he thought about how ancient soldiers would eat salt when they became weak to regain strength. Kendrick checked his remaining bank balance. Since he had come this far, he might as well finish the job properly and buy all the salt from nearby supermarkets. To prevent anyone from discovering the box's secret, Kendrick couldn't let others help. He had to do it himself. Saying is easier than doing. Kendrick rolled up his sleeves and started pouring the rice into the box. Shilyang capital city. Callie led Casimir and their team out of the palace. She was going to inspect the situation at the city gates and barracks and patrol the capital. The streets of the capital were lined with ruins, looking desolate and broken. Though it was autumn, the entire city lacked any color, covered only in grayness. Countless emaciated citizens lay on the roadside, waiting to die. Even seeing the emperor did not give them enough energy to rise. In the alleys, there were piles of bodies, many of which were incomplete. Seeing all this, Callie felt her heart torn apart. Your Bretjesty, please save my child. Help, help. At that moment, a woman carrying a child stumbled out of an alley. Seeing Callie's entourage, she rushed over. Stop. Casimir and others hurriedly blocked her. They knew that the people of the capital had reached their limit, capable of anything in desperation. Let her through. Callie signaled Casimir. The woman gratefully knelt before Callie. Callie could now see clearly. The woman's face was covered in dirt, her cheeks sunken, and her body as thin as a skeleton. Her child's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Only some bloodstains on the child's lips, and the woman's wrist was bloody and torn. Callie immediately understood. Her heart sank. Since leaving the palace, she hadn't seen a single child among the living or dead. Could it be that they had? Even Casimir and the others turned away. For half a month, the cries of children had disappeared from the entire capital. Bartering children for food, cooking with bones, these practices were no longer uncommon in the capital. Your Bretjesty, my husband is defending the city wall against the enemy. This is his only heir. I can no longer protect him. I beg your Bretjesty. Over there. He ran that way. As the woman spoke, footsteps sounded from the alley behind her. Suddenly, two ragged men rushed out. Seeing the woman ahead, they tried to grab the child, only to notice the imperial entourage and freeze in place. Chapter 7. Deity, save us. Seeing this scene, the Annette also understood. A surge of anger rose within her heart. Seize them. Callie said coldly. Your Bretjesty, let me kill them. Casimir drew his knife. The two men were so frightened that their faces turned ashen, and they fell to the ground. Enough. Send them to the military camp. Arrange for someone to escort the woman back. Callie waved her hand to stop Casimir. With food shortages in the city and people suffering, it wasn't entirely their fault. As the Alfonso, she too bore responsibility for all this. Let's go. Head to the city walls as soon as possible. Callie was worried. If the civilians were already in such a state, the soldiers guarding the city had it even worse while dealing with attacks. Just as Callie and her entourage arrived at the entrance to the military camp near the city wall, two soldiers guarding the encampment saw the emperor herself and attempted to kneel and salute. But after kneeling, they collapsed on the ground, too weak to stand. Hurry! Help them inside. Looking at the frail soldiers before her, tears welled up in Callie's eyes. Do we still have any food left? Callie turned to Casimir. Casimir shook his head. At that moment, Callie felt a great deal of self-blame. She should have sent some food out when there was still some available. But she also knew, one must first stabilize the interior before dealing with external threats. Even if all the food had been given to the Imperial Guard, it wouldn't have been enough, let alone distributed to the city defenders. If the Imperial Guard hadn't eaten, they might have been killed by the rebels last night. She needed the Imperial Guard to maintain order within the city. Otherwise, even if the army could defend the city gate to the death, it would be meaningless. Caught between these two difficult situations, it was inevitable to neglect one aspect or the other. There was no perfect solution. Callie walked heavily to the city wall. Outside the city lay the Ruran troops of the northern barbarians and their camps. From the rising cooking smoke, it seemed they were preparing meals. Their numbers were well over tens of thousands. The northern barbarian Ruran had invaded the southern part of Shilyang, causing countless civilian deaths and pillaging all the supplies. If the capital fell, Shilyang would be completely under the iron hooves of the Huns. Callie felt a sense of despair, but also confusion. Since the city was already besieged and the defenders were almost out of food, why didn't they attack? While Callie was puzzled, she unintentionally glanced down at the bottom of the wall, and instantly lost all color from her face as if all strength was being drained from her body, leaving only shock and disbelief. Beneath the city wall, countless corpses were piled up. They reached almost 2 stories high against the wall. Callie had expected fierce fighting, but she never imagined it would reach this extreme. Your Majesty. At this moment, General Breathias, who was responsible for defending the city, also climbed onto the wall. How could there be so many casualties? How many are left now? Callie was astonished. Your Majesty, a few days ago, the enemy attacked the city, and we fought with all our might. But because of the lack of food for several days, my soldiers couldn't even lift their weapons. When the enemy stormed up, my men had no choice but to throw themselves down while holding onto the enemies. Now, in this camp, there are fewer than 6,000 men left. The situation is similar in other parts of the city. Breathias choked up as he spoke, unable to hold back his sobs. If they still had supplies, the northern barbarians, who were not skilled in sieges, wouldn't stand a chance against them. Callie's mind buzzed. In her mind, scenes of brutal battles on the city walls played out. Their soldiers had been without food for days, watching the enemy climb the siege ladders ready to breach the walls. Yet hunger and exhaustion made standing difficult. But they knew. Behind them were their families. The capital of Xiliang. The last glory of Xiliang. She would certainly strive with all her might to reform and innovate, ensuring her soldiers and people would never face such a situation again. After finishing the letter, Callie quickly approached the chest. She was stunned. The chest was gone, replaced by a mountain of rice. She couldn't believe it as she scooped up a handful of rice to look at it. It was crystal clear, richly fragrant. This was indeed rice. Callie confirmed she wasn't mistaken. Unable to resist, she knelt down, tears streaming. The scenes that meet my eyes are heartbreaking. Pain, pain, pain. It breaks my heart. It rips apart my liver and gallbladder. They are my subjects. Because of my incompetence, this tragedy unfolded. All of this is my fault. The soldiers on the city wall fight to the death, holding the fort to preserve Xiliang's continuity, fighting until their last drop of blood. But due to lack of food, their combat strength is less than 1/10 of what it should be, forced to build a fortress of flesh and blood to resist foreign aggression. Tragedy. 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 I cannot watch them die in vain. I pray that the deity sends down grain to save my people and soldiers in the capital. I am willing to offer my life in exchange. The countless people of Xiliang will surely be grateful for your benevolence, building temples to honor you and offering sacrifices through generations. I beseech you with tearful reverence. More impressive than the buns they received last time. This rough estimate shows it probably exceeds 100 dan. These are divine rice grains. Look at the color and aroma, far surpassing our coarse rice. Indeed, we could live off this if we cooked porridge. Look at this. It's smooth and has writing on it, so tiny and blue. The deity must be powerful, writing such small characters horizontally. Do they always write this way in heaven? I can't read. What does it say? While the imperial guards marveled at the white rice, they were soon drawn to some strange items behind. Bring them here for me to see. Seeing this, Callie hurried over. These items were peculiar. Only palm-sized, seemingly transparent bags. There were also unfamiliar characters on the bags. They appear to be Chinese characters, just overly simple. There seems to be something inside, looks like snow. Callie gazed in surprise at the contents inside the bag. There were some white granules inside. Oh no. It's broken. My lord, At this moment, an exasperated cry came from beside. Everyone turned to see a guard accidentally dropping one of the packages of divine gifts while moving it. It broke open. Some white granules spilled onto the ground. The guard turned pale, wishing he could die. Nobody move. Callie carefully knelt down to examine, pinching a little with his fingers. This seems like salt? Callie couldn't believe his eyes. Crystal clear and pure, like fresh winter snow. Their country salt was never this white or fine. Callie cautiously tasted it. Instantly, he shivered. Salty, delicate, without any impurities. It was definitely salt. The surrounding imperial guards imitated Callie, tasting the salt with their fingers, stunned beyond words. Heaven. This must be heavenly salt. So refined. Not a single speck of impurity, pure white. So the gods eat salt too. You fool. Didn't you forget the salty divine food we ate last time? Yes, my bad. Pardon us, O deities. The imperial guards chattered excitedly. Hurry. Gather all the divine salt. Don't waste any. It seems the outer protection was added by the deity. Otherwise, such precious divine salt could easily be damaged. Callie quickly ordered. Everyone carefully collected the scattered divine salt. Even the salt stuck between fingers was gently picked out. Immediately take some of this grain and set up soup kitchens in the capital city. No matter officials or commoners, everyone gets treated equally. Send someone to maintain order. Anyone causing trouble will be punished severely. Organize people immediately to deliver grain to the 4 city gates camps, so they can start cooking. Seeing the grain, Callie immediately instructed Casimir. Yes, my lord. But how do we explain the source of this grain? Casimir asked. Tell everyone these grains are bestowed by heaven, and our Xiliang is blessed by heaven. We can surely overcome this crisis. All citizens and soldiers stand united, vowing to defend the city to the death. Callie declared. Yes. Casimir immediately set to work with his men. After everyone left, Callie suddenly remembered his letter. He searched everywhere but couldn't find it. It must have been taken by the deity. The deity has treated me so well, yet I can do nothing in return. I feel truly ashamed. Callie shook his head. After some thought, he took off his jade pendant and gently placed it inside. This jade pendant was passed down from his father. According to his father, it was inherited from their ancestor Elisha, with a Li character engraved on it, which could identify himself to the deity. But as he watched the jade disappear into the box, he felt that it wasn't enough. Compared to the food bestowed by the deity, this small jade pendant seemed insignificant. He then rose and found 3 gold ingots in the palace, along with several coins, all of which he placed into the box. After doing this, Callie still felt uneasy. I hope the deity won't reject it. Bright future community. When Kendrick woke up, it was already noon the next day. He felt sore all over, unable to lift his arms. Oh, to be this physically weak at such a young age is really unacceptable. Kendrick sat up from the bed. Since working, he either spent time in front of the computer drafting proposals or entertaining clients, often staying up late, wearing out his body. There's no healthy horse under a capitalist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Kendrick picked it up. It was a call from his manager. Hello. Are you deaf? Why didn't you answer the phone? First you're late, now you're skipping work? I'm going to deduct your salary. As soon as he answered, his manager's roar came through. Huh, deduct it. I just got paid last week. Don't need these few days' pay. By the way, I quit. Don't call me anymore. Kendrick hung up directly. As expected, the call came again. Kendrick instantly blocked it without hesitation. Shortly after, a message from the boss came. Kendrick, are you rebelling? Dare to quit? If you leave here, you won't find another job in this industry. I'll give you one more chance. Come back to work now, and we'll act like nothing happened. How about this? I'll give you a raise and higher project bonuses. Come back and finish those orders first. Little Chun, don't be impulsive. It's hard to find a job now. How will you live without money? If you come back, we can talk things over. The messages from the boss came rapidly, starting with threats and insults, ending nearly pleading. It was as if Kendrick's resignation had cut off the company's main artery. Kendrick ignored them all. He simply activated SMS blocking. Why hadn't they done anything earlier? 4 years at the company, he had worked diligently, but he never received proper treatment, always given empty promises. Especially after his parents' incident, before he could even finish the funeral arrangements, they kept pushing him to return to work, leaving him with no lingering attachment to the company. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kendrick opened it to see Robin collecting water and electricity fees. Little Chun, this month's water and electricity fee is 320 yuan. By the way, I heard they're planning to build an alien communication base here? Robin deftly issued the receipt. Chapter 9 The Gold of the Gold Ingots. An alien communication base? No way. Kendrick was utterly stunned. After receiving the bill, he paid the water and electricity fees. Why not? They say the area is going to be demolished. Your parents left you this house, which ensures you have some security. Who would have thought that aliens really exist in this world? As Gregory G said this, she went upstairs. After closing the door, Kendrick couldn't help but shake his head. Not only because the rumored alien incident was escalating, but also because of the balance in his bank card. After paying the water and electricity bills, only a little over 300 yuan was left. Kendrick couldn't help worrying. Now, forget helping the Alfonso. Even maintaining his own life had become an issue. He truly needed to think carefully about what he should do next. While thinking, Kendrick came to the box. Yesterday, when he poured the rice, some had spilled around the box, and he planned to clean it up for a few meals. But when Kendrick opened the box, he froze. Inside the box were now 3 gold ingots, a dozen copper coins, and a jade pendant. Yellow objects were yellow. Green objects were green. Red objects were red. This scene made Kendrick almost disbelieve his eyes. He quickly picked them up to examine. The gold ingots felt heavy. Since Kendrick had never seen real gold before, he bit one like he saw on TV, and indeed there was a tooth mark. Then he examined the dozen copper coins. Each coin was about 2 centimeters in diameter, with 4 traditional Chinese characters inscribed. They looked ancient, dignified, and graceful, and their shapes were square and neat. Compared to the ancient coins he had seen at the museum, these appeared much newer. Kendrick still couldn't be certain. Finally, there was the jade pendant, delicate and transparent, resembling a bright red gemstone. On it was carved a traditional Li character. At first sight, it was clearly no ordinary item. Seeing the jade pendant, Kendrick felt relieved. Although the idea of the box connecting to ancient times seemed too bizarre, from the items present, it didn't seem like a scammer's work. Thinking about it, if scammers had such means, they might indeed be aliens. Could it be that this was their gratitude for the rice he sent over? These gifts were too valuable. Kendrick felt somewhat undeserving as he looked at the gold ingots, copper coins, and jade pendant. The value of these items far exceeded the rice he sent. Leaving aside the rest, just those 3 gold ingots were worth a lot. However, these things came at just the right time. No longer did he need to worry about living expenses. Capital for starting a business was secured. But one shouldn't receive favors without reciprocating. With such valuable items received, he must send more food over. Yesterday, due to lack of money, he could only buy 10,000 jin of rice. 4 tens of thousands of people, that amount wasn't enough. Since they were at war, if possible, he should help them get through this crisis first, then gradually start his own business and career. Kendrick made up his mind and started searching online for a large warehouse. From the previous experience with rice, he knew he needed help. At least he should rent a warehouse and get some machinery like a conveyor belt to increase efficiency. However, after searching 38 Tongqing, an online classified site, for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable place. Either the locations were too remote, or the sizes too small. Ding-ling. Just as Kendrick was worried, the phone rang again. He was about to hang up when he saw it was Desi, one of his clients, calling. Little Chun, I wanted to ask for your help but heard you quit your job. There's a position of Vice President of Operations at my company in Tianhai City. Are you interested? I can offer an annual salary of 50,000. I have high regard for your abilities. As soon as the call connected, a hearty voice came through. Thank you, Desi. But I don't have any plans for the moment. Kendrick smiled. All right, take some rest after quitting. If you have any ideas in the future, feel free to contact me. Upon hearing this, Desi didn't press further. Thanks, Desi. Oh, by the way, you mentioned needing help earlier? Kendrick asked. Yes. As part of our business transfer in Tianhai City, we have an empty large warehouse, the same one I showed you before. It still has quite a lot of equipment inside. I thought maybe you could ask around to see if any company needs a warehouse to rent at a low price. Desi explained. Warehouse rental? Kendrick suddenly remembered that Desi's company indeed had a large warehouse in the city center. Big in size and located in the downtown area. Isn't this just what he needed? Desi, speaking of which, I happen to be looking for a large warehouse. If you don't mind, I'll rent it. Kendrick said hastily. You want to rent it? What for? Oh, I see, young brother Chin. You're not the type to stay in a small pond. You must be planning to quit and start big. Well, your previous boss wasn't trustworthy. It's better to go solo. The boss on the other end of the phone instantly guessed that Kendrick might be preparing to strike out on his own. Kendrick scratched his head, unsure how to explain. Alright, since it's you, young brother Chun, there's no need to say more. Besides, you're helping me out. I'll give you the lowest rent and wish you great success in your new venture. I'll have my secretary contact you shortly. You don't need to worry about anything. After hanging up, Kendrick sighed with relief. He didn't expect this tricky issue to be resolved so easily. He needed to buy grain as soon as possible and also come up with the rent for the warehouse. All of this required money. Kendrick found a black plastic bag to put the 3 gold ingots and copper coins into and left home with them. As for the jade pendant, he didn't plan to sell it. After all, it looked like a personal item, and selling it could easily cause trouble. It would be difficult to explain its origin, so he kept it together with the dudo. Dudo should be translated based on context, but it's not clear here, assuming it's some historical clothing, and dragon robe from the box. Kendrick took the bus to the antique street in Tianhai City. Not familiar with antiques, he chose a relatively large antique shop. He figured it would be more reliable. Otherwise, if he went to smaller stores, he might encounter someone like Edric Fatso or Big Gold Tooth who could deceive him, leaving him nowhere to turn. Kendrick, why are you here? Just as Kendrick walked in, he saw Riley walking out with her arm linked through a fatty's. Kendra? Kendrick was also surprised, not expecting to run into Riley here. Chapter 10. A fixed price, 3 million each. Don't call me that. We're not close. Speaking of Kendrick, you wouldn't be trying to track me down, would you? I'm telling you, we've been over for a long time. This is my boyfriend Jackson, and this shop belongs to his family. Riley looked at Kendrick with disgust and pulled on the arm of the fat man beside her. So this is your ex-boyfriend? Coming to buy antiques? The fat man glanced sideways at Kendrick. Him? Too poor to even afford a wheel, yet wants to buy antiques? Get him out of here quickly. Don't dirty your place. Riley said disdainfully. I'm here to sell something, but considering how this looks, forget it. Kendrick picked up his bag and headed for the door. Hey, don't go. Take a look. Bretibe, you have some treasures. Usually, only good treasures come in bags like garbage bags. Seeing Kendrick was about to leave, the fat man couldn't pass up this chance to humiliate him and quickly pulled him back inside. Oh my god, 3 gold ingots. But the color's off. Are these from the Shangzhou era? Or last week? The fat man took the gold ingots out of the bag and mocked Kendrick. Probably trying to scam some money but got caught in the act. Kendrick, I never thought you'd stoop to fraud. Breaking up with you was definitely the right choice. I must have been blind. Riley sneered from the side. You can't appreciate them, so whatever. You probably can't afford them anyway. Kendrick shook his head and put the gold ingots away. With the enemy besieging their base and urgently needing supplies, there was no point in wasting breath on these people. What's going on? At that moment, a voice sounded behind them. Kendrick turned to see a middle-aged man escorting an elderly man dressed in Tang attire walking out. It's nothing, Dad. Just ran into a scammer. Like I haven't seen gold ingots before? Who has gold ingots that look like this? Fakes should be better made. Jackson hurriedly replied. Sir, may I take a look? The old man, however, seemed very interested in the gold ingots in Kendrick's hand. After a moment's hesitation, Kendrick handed them over. The color. Read, this is indeed a gold ingot. But why does it feel off? Rex also leaned in to inspect. He had worked in antiques for years and had never seen such an unusual quality. No mistake. Indeed, they are gold ingots. The reason for this appearance is that they were not made with modern techniques, but ancient methods. Reed took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and examined carefully. Ancient methods? Rex was taken aback. I cannot specify the exact era, but at least the technology is pre-Sui or Tang. Reed nodded. Ah. So you're saying these are over 1,000-year-old gold ingots? Rex's eyes widened. Correct. These are rare. The older the dynasty, the purer the quality. At the most conservative estimate, the value is 5 times more than today's equivalent weight in gold. Not just gold ingots, even Qing dynasty silver ingots, which aren't official mintings, weigh about 5 taels and are already worth tens of thousands. These 3 gold ingots, each 50 taels, preliminarily appear to have a purity level over 90%. Their value cannot simply be measured by today's gold prices. Reed explained. Sir, do you plan to sell? To be honest, while these ingots are valuable, such items are hard to sell. I am willing to pay 3 million for each and buy all 3. How does that sound? Before Kendrick could react, Reed asked him directly. This? Kendrick didn't expect 1 gold ingot to be so expensive. He had checked the current gold price beforehand, estimating each at about 1 million. Now it was tripled. 9 million? At this moment, Kendrick finally understood why Edric Fatty and others regarded tomb passages as familiar and dear as home. Reed, Dad, are you being scammed? How could someone like him have such things? Definitely fakes. Jackson, still stunned, rushed forward. Are you doubting my expertise? Reed glared at Jackson disapprovingly. The Hubert selling wasn't sure yet, and you're accusing him of fakery? You're really incompetent. Bastard. Where do you get off speaking here? Get out. Rex's face darkened like a pot bottom. Who was Reed? He was a titan in the world of antiques. For ordinary objects, Reed could identify authenticity with just a glance. Who are you to question Reed? Besides, they needed Reed's support for the upcoming auction. If successful, making a fortune was within reach. That idiot was definitely looking for trouble just now. If this person is offended and turns to sell to other shops, they won't be able to collaborate with Reed in the future. Smack. The more Rex thought about it, the angrier he became. He stepped forward and slapped his son. This slap stunned Jackson. Apologize to this gentleman immediately, or I'll cancel all your cards. Rex angrily kicked his son behind the knees. Jackson fell to his knees with a thud. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm an idiot. Please don't take offense at me. Jackson had never seen his father so angry before. If his cards were cancelled, he would be ruined. Shaking, he kneeled down to apologize to Kendrick. Sir, I have failed to discipline my son, and I sincerely apologize. Please don't hold it against us. I am willing to add another $1 million to this transaction as an apology. Seeing Kendrick didn't respond, Rex hurriedly bowed and said, Since you've spoken, let it be this way. In fact, I should thank him. Kendrick finally responded, speaking calmly. Without that rich second generation, Riley might still be Jochanja, harassing him. Riley was dumbfounded on the side. She couldn't understand how a poor loser like Kendrick could possess such valuable items. Seeing Jackson leave, she rushed after him. Brettster, are you alright? Riley wiped Jackson's cheek with concern. F***CK off. F***king bad luck. All because of your big mouth. Get lost. I'll beat you every time I see you. Jackson slapped Riley and sped away in his sports car, leaving Riley standing by the roadside, stunned. Inside the antique shop, Kendrick looked at the notification on his phone in disbelief. The string of zeros made him dizzy. Mr. Chun, if you have any more antiques in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll send someone to pick you up. As he spoke, Rex handed Kendrick his business card. In the world of antiques, not asking about provenance was a professional rule. But if they could retain this customer, Kendrick would likely return no matter what he brought next. This was also the hidden meaning behind that extra $1 million. No need to wait for the future. I have a few ancient coins here. Let's appraise them. If the price is right, we can do this together. Kendrick took out several ancient coins. The moment Kendrick revealed the coins, both Reed and Rex showed expressions of surprise. Is this Xian Quan from Liang? This? Reed quickly took them and examined them closely. His face alternated between shock and confusion. Rex had the same expression beside him. Gentlemen, feel free to speak frankly. Kendrick was puzzled. Chapter 11 The Spendthrift God of Wealth. Mr. Chun, I'll come straight to the point. Based on their appearance, these dozen coins belong to the description of the Liang dynasty's newly made spring currency. But such coins from the Liang dynasty are rarely passed down, and this is the first time even I've seen one in person. More importantly, they look too new, as if they were still in circulation. The ancient coins we unearth usually have rust on them. Although these dozen coins are indeed antiques, there's just something off about them. Elias said this to Kendrick. Kendrick understood as well. These gold ingots and coins of his might have been in circulation over 1,000 years ago, naturally making them different from those typically excavated. Can you confirm that these are ancient coins from the Western Liang? How much do you know about this Western Liang kingdom? Kendrick looked at Elias before him, who seemed quite knowledgeable about the subject. Coolness, Liang, is the national title for states established in the Hushi area during the 16 Kingdoms period of the Western Jin dynasty. They minted the new spring coinage, which was China's earliest round square-hole money, bearing the state name as its inscription. To be honest, it's only a guess. I can't confirm it. So, Mr. Chun, I currently can't give you an estimated value. If you trust me, let me take one of these coins back for research. Once I have results, I'll contact you, okay? Elias asked Kendrick. That's fine. Then it's up to you, Elias. Kendrick nodded. He already had so much money now, enough to stockpile adequate supplies. So these ancient coins weren't urgent anymore. Besides, having Elias study them could provide more insight into the Western Liang situation. Roscoe, shall we allow Mr. Chin to participate in this auction? Elias glanced at Rex. Rex immediately got what he meant. Of course. Lau Gregory, please escort this Mr. Chin back. Remember Mr. Chin's address and pick him up for the auction. Rex called for the driver to bring over his Rolls-Royce. Kendrick didn't refuse and followed him out. Just as they stepped out the door, he saw Riley waiting by the roadside. Kendrick, I'm sorry. You will forgive me, right? I'll go home with you and cook for you, okay? Riley hurriedly approached, clinging to Kendrick's arm coquettishly. Sorry, we're not close. Kendrick opened the Rolls-Royce door and got in. The Rolls-Royce slowly started and drove off. In the rearview mirror, Riley slumped back onto the roadside once again. After securing funds, Kendrick immediately contacted the rice supplier from last time. This time, he directly purchased all 1 million pounds of rice from the supplier's inventory. The boss almost bowed to Kendrick, offering a reduced price to 2 yuan. Without wasting time, Kendrick then contacted all steamed bun shops, Thai and baked bun shops, and dumpling shops in Tianhai City, ordering 1 million steamed buns, 80,000 baked buns, and 500,000 dumplings. He also bought 8 tons of pickled vegetables from a processing factory. Finally, he went to a logistics warehouse and bought 5,000 boxes of bread, 10,000 boxes of instant noodles, and 200,000 sausages and ham sausages. Almost every boss treated Kendrick as a god of wealth, bowing him out respectfully. After all this, Kendrick returned home and transported everything to the warehouse. The large warehouse spanned over 10,000 square meters and contained automated assembly lines and robotic arms. This was the part Kendrick was most satisfied with. Adjusting one end of the conveyor belt above the boxes and the other end to transport via robotic arms made the whole process efficient and less labor-intensive. Soon, the rice arrived at the warehouse. After adjusting the conveyor belt, the rice flowed continuously into the boxes. In the capital city of the Western Liang Kingdom, smoke curled from chimneys everywhere, filling the air with the aroma of rice. With the grain secured, Callie ordered Casimir and others to set up porridge stalls around the capital to distribute porridge. This temporarily alleviated the food shortage crisis in the capital. So fragrant, I've never tasted such delicious porridge. This immortal rice is truly different. Yeah, I didn't expect the immortal rice to be salty. After drinking, my body feels warm and energized. Although it's rather thin, 2 bowls fill me up. I've heard it served twice daily. It makes me feel like I'm alive again. This porridge is smooth and soft, melting in the mouth. If it were unlimited, I could drink 10 bowls. Truly gracious of the emperor. The people drinking the porridge discussed animatedly. The previously dead city began to regain some vitality and noise. Why do you think the emperor had so much grain but didn't reveal it earlier? If it had been revealed earlier, fewer people would have starved. Yes, if there was this porridge earlier, my father and mother wouldn't have died of hunger. No wonder the palace gates were tightly closed for some time. It's possible that his Majesty and his people were having meals inside the palace. This is outrageous. We are also citizens of Shiliang, and our families have been fighting to protect Shiliang. Why would his Majesty do this? As the two young men spoke, their words quickly spread among the citizens of the capital. The citizens became agitated. The originally orderly queue for receiving gruel turned into a chaotic rush during the second distribution. If it weren't for the Imperial Guard's efforts to maintain order, even felling a few who led the disturbances, things might have gone out of control. At the Imperial Palace, ministers of Shiliang stood in the Grand Hall, feeling as if they were in a different world. Since the capital had been besieged, court sessions initially remained normal but gradually decreased after the food shortage began. Callie looked at the ministers, all of whom were noticeably thinner but fortunately still present. Shiliang differed from other countries in that it did not have a strict bureaucratic structure. When Eli established the state, he relied on the support of the prestigious families of Donghua in the northwest. In front was the current prime minister, Morris. Behind him stood officials from the 6 major surnames: Zhang, Suo, Jarrett, Linghu, Fan, and Yin, totaling 17 officials. Further back were various levels of officials. Your Majesty, gruel has been distributed several times within the city, and all citizens have received it. The situation in the barracks has also improved. But hunger over many days cannot be alleviated in just 1 or 2 days. The rice we have left is almost half consumed. We hope your Majesty can provide more grain to sustain us. Zhonglong Greg knelt down and said, "Why has it been used up so quickly? At present, the divine granted only this amount of rice. We should try to use it sparingly. We don't need everyone to be full, but we must prevent any more deaths from hunger. First, supply the soldiers on the walls. They need to patrol at night, giving them 1 meal per day, while reducing the city's residents to 2 meals every 3 days. I will share the same conditions as the citizens." Callie responded with difficulty. She knew that once they started distributing gruel, the grain wouldn't last long. They were enduring, believing that the northern invaders outside the city were doing the same. Now it was a test of willpower and belief. Your Majesty, recently rumors have spread throughout the capital. Citizens say that this rice did not come from the heavens, but was stockpiled by your Majesty in the palace beforehand. They also say that the water flow came from blocking the wells in advance, allowing the well water to fill up before erupting later. This matter has caused an uproar and public discontent. If we further reduce the frequency of gruel distribution, there may be... Greg hesitated as he spoke. How could this happen? Callie was very angry. Thanks to the divine provision of grain, they could barely endure this crisis. Instead of being grateful, citizens harbored such suspicions. If the deity were angered and no longer protected Shiliang, what would happen? Moreover, the recent spread of rumors had stirred much resentment. Without control, disputes would arise. Now that the citizens were temporarily relieved of famine, they had some strength again. Perhaps they were even more dangerous than before. Thinking about this, Callie frowned. Recent events were peculiar. First, the eunuchs rebelled and set fires as signals. Then the rebels stormed the palace. Now, someone was stirring up civil unrest. There must be a mastermind behind all this. But who could it be? What benefits would they gain if Shiliang's capital were breached? Callie couldn't figure it out. Chapter 12. Coercion. Seeing is believing. Do you all think so as well? Do you think those grains of rice were hidden by the emperor? Do you think the water was due to blocked wells? Callie asked coldly, addressing the court officials. For a moment, a pin-drop silence filled the grand hall. Not a single person responded. But this silence was deafening. Their silence was affirmation. Just like before, when someone questioned whether the imperial edict was not divinely ordained. Greg, let me ask you, have you ever seen these grains of rice before? Callie held back his anger and asked Greg. Well, your subject indeed has not seen them. Greg was momentarily stunned, quickly shaking his head. These grains of rice, he had observed and tasted. They were plump, translucent, and exquisitely fragrant, unlike anything he had encountered in his life. Let me ask you again, have we ever had such fine salt in Shiliang? Callie continued his questioning. Well, we have never had it. Sweat started beading on Greg's forehead. That fine salt was encased in an enigmatic force, barely a thin layer yet impossible to tear apart. Accidentally touched by fire, it would instantly turn into black smoke and vanish. It once amazed everyone as something supernatural. Since these are things that have never existed before, if I had hidden them, where could they possibly come from? Callie slowly stood up. He scanned the ministers present. This question left everyone speechless in the grand hall. Indeed, his Majesty had never left the capital. All items used in the palace were procured by the Internal Affairs Bureau. If there were such large reserves, there would surely be traces and many people who knew about it. How could so much grain have been stored away so silently? Cough. When the ministers were at a loss for words, Prime Minister Morris stepped forward slowly. If the emperor says that these are gifts from the divine, then it must be true. Your old servant trusts the emperor, and I believe all officials here share the same trust. But for the simple folk in the city, what is heard can be doubted, but what is seen cannot. If the emperor could publicly pray to heaven for food, witnessed by the people themselves, it might quell the public's resentment and prove that the emperor's rule is divinely sanctioned, silencing the idle talkers. Otherwise, it will be hard to persuade the masses. Morris said with a light tone. Callie looked coldly at the prime minister before him. His teeth gnashed in frustration. Ever since becoming emperor, this 3-dynasty prime minister had always acted insincerely, not directly opposing but making Callie lose face multiple times. Callie knew that the founding of Shiliang depended on the Dunhuang aristocracy, who held important positions in the court, and Morris had good relations with them, forcing Callie to tolerate time and again. What did he hope to achieve by pushing so hard now? What benefit did they gain from Xiaoyang's downfall? Callie was utterly confused, deeply disappointed. Report. Your Majesty, a large number of civilians have gathered outside the city walls. They. At this moment, a royal uphold the imperial authority and dignity. I concur. Following Morris, all ministers knelt before Callie. Callie watched the scene before him, his face turning ashen. Coercion. Back when he ascended the throne, the court officials already murmured against a female ruler. She knew that their vocal prayers for divine grain were precisely because they did not believe in any divinity, yet they constantly proclaimed that her imperial authority was not bestowed by heaven. Their vocal proclamations of upholding the emperor's dignity were telling her that her authority was not legitimate. How laughable. At this moment, Callie finally understood the words her father spoke to her before his death. The imperial family has no kin. An emperor stands alone. Do not easily trust anyone around you. Fortunately, she still had the divine. After being saved by the divine so many times, she believed the divine would not abandon her. Fine. To the temple. I will pray to heaven myself. Callie walked out. Since you want to see, I will show you. You don't believe in this heavenly mandate. I will use this heavenly mandate to make you speechless. In front of the grand hall, all doors and windows were wide open. From outside, one could clearly see that the grand hall was empty. Callie stood respectfully at the forefront. Behind her stood the civil and military officials. Cut off. Didn't I hear that the emperor had some wells deliberately blocked? Seeing no immediate response, the officials began to murmur. A few high-ranking officials discreetly gave Morris a nod. Morris silently nodded back. A barely noticeable smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 13. Kendrick. This is the name of a god. At this moment, Callie was kneeling at the front, listening to the whispers of his courtiers behind him. The grand hall remained still and silent, which made him increasingly anxious. Could it be that the offering sent last time was truly rejected by the god? But he had already done his best. All the valuables in the imperial palace were sold to fund the military due to the lack of funds and food for the war effort. Only some worthless paintings and utensils remained. Those 3 gold ingots and copper coins back then were what they could barely find. The entire Western Liang imperial treasury only had so much left, leaving the emperor at the end of his tether. If the god ignored him today, Callie dared not imagine what would happen next. He could only bang his head heavily on the ground. Listening to the silent hall, a sense of helplessness welled up from within. Your Majesty. Nothing has happened? At this moment, one of the commoners turned around and said aloud. Yes, it seems that the story about the god granting us grain is just nonsense. Do you have more grain hidden away? You should share it with us. My family only has me left protecting Western Liang. We can't let our line end here. Another person called out loudly. Their words resonated with others. The surrounding people began to discuss among themselves. Morris watched for the right moment, preparing to stand up, but froze at the very next moment. At this moment, a swishing sound emerged in the hall. It sounded like thousands of ants crawling inside the hall. Then, several grains of rice spilled out of the hall. This is grain? Morris looked at the rice grains that rolled before him in disbelief. Before anyone could react, the next moment, countless grains of grain poured out of the hall, forming waves of rice, completely engulfing everyone in a flood of grain. Everyone was struck speechless. They stared at the scene, dumbfounded. Not until the grains filled their mouths did they finally come to their senses. Heavens, this is real grain. So much grain. Truly, heaven has sent down grain. The heavens have answered our prayers. The blessings of the god protect our Western Liang. Seeing this scene, the ministers couldn't help but shed tears. Many of them collapsed into the wave of grain, sobbing uncontrollably. Most of them continued kneeling, incessantly kowtowing. As for those 2 commoners who had echoed each other's remarks, they were terrified, pale-faced, and trembling. They kowtowed repeatedly, unable to speak a word out of fear. Just moments ago, they had publicly questioned the existence of the god, and the next moment, the god bestowed grain before everyone's eyes. There is a god above us all. They had defamed the god for merely 100 taels of silver. Both of them regretted their actions immensely, only able to continuously beg for forgiveness. Prime Minister Morris struggled up from the sea of rice, covered in grains from head to toe. Seeing the surging tide of rice, he was struck as if by lightning, rooted to the spot. Could it be? There really is divine protection? Is all of this true? No wonder that night. Morris felt dizzy. He thought he had planned everything perfectly, but never anticipated that there would be actual divine protection. Human plotting cannot contend with the will of heaven. Looking around at the courtiers and commoners bowing and praying because of the divine miracle, expressing gratitude towards the god, apologizing to Callie, Morris knew he had lost. He couldn't help but stagger and fall to the ground. Callie also stood up from the sea of rice at this moment. Seeing the endless flow of rice emerging from the hall, Callie's tears streamed down. Like a wronged and helpless child who suddenly found support. In an instant, all grievances, all worries, all helplessness vanished. The god knew everything. He has been by my side all along. Even though he is a high-ranking god, he could show such compassion and understanding. Such grace was beyond words. Kendrick, this is the name of the god. He said he wasn't a god, but from the first moment he helped, he became my god, my only reliance and support. Immediately arrange for storage of the grain. Not a single grain shall be wasted. Callie loudly instructed the courtiers. Yes. All the courtiers kneeled in unison and replied, with one voice, resolute and firm. After this divine miracle, they no longer doubted Callie's identity as the emperor. Imperial power comes from heaven, without any doubt. Arthur. Callie turned to look at Arthur. Here. Arthur stepped forward. Lead the people out of the palace immediately and properly handle the unrest. Anyone who dares to defame the god and disrupt the people's hearts shall be executed without hesitation. Callie said to Arthur with an overwhelming presence.
Yes.
Arthur immediately led a squad of soldiers to escort the crowd of citizens toward the palace gate. Actually, there was no need for Arthur to say anything. Those citizens who had witnessed this miracle in the palace were already eager to leave and spread the word. Upon returning home, they planned to teach a lesson to those who had slandered his Majesty and the god. Are you blind? Do you want a rebellion? How dare you question his Majesty? How dare you doubt the god? We saw with our own eyes the god granting us food. Heaven favors Xilyang. Heaven bestows royal power. Seeing everyone obey his commands, Callie finally felt what supreme imperial authority truly meant. Perhaps from today onward, he would be the true emperor of Xilyang. All of this was bestowed by the god. Looking at the towering waves of rice, Callie was deeply moved. But even more shocking revelations awaited them. Behind the endless waves of rice, countless steamed buns began to appear. These items were not unfamiliar to Callie and the imperial guards. Faced with the towering mountains of meat buns, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Heavens! Is the god sending down the treasures of heaven? One guard who had tasted these buns before saw the mountainous pile before him, hundreds of thousands of buns, and sat down hard on the ground. The imperial guards knew the taste and value of these buns well. There's actual meat inside. Juicy, fatty, mouth-watering meat. Absolutely delicious and addictive. Yet, the god had sent hundreds of thousands of them? This would feed every soldier and citizen in the city for several feasts. Callie's breathing became rapid. They had just collected and stored the rice, which was 100 times more than the previous batch. It wouldn't be a problem even if they needed to hold out until next spring. Just as they finished storing the rice, tens of thousands of meat buns were sent again? Was this heavenly god too? Your Majesty. Look quickly. It smells so good, so strong and fragrant. While Callie was still stunned, many guards pointed towards the hall, exclaiming in surprise. Callie hurriedly looked over. In the middle of the hall, countless white spheres formed a wave surging outwards. Among these white spheres, there were also countless yellow round pancakes. At the same time, a rich aroma of fried oil spread from the hall. Chapter 14. A mysterious wealthy merchant appears in Tianhai City. Heavens, it's the smell of meat. No way, how could meat be this fragrant and have so much grease? This white, soft sphere has a rice aroma. Oh my god, this must be food eaten by the heavenly deities. Quickly look, this round pastry seems to have a filling inside. It's too hot. It's absolutely delicious. When countless steamed buns and meat pies emerged, even the supposedly well-informed tear opened from the jagged edge. Let me see, there really are teeth. There's actually more inside. Bread? It smells so good. With the fragrance of rice and sweetness, I've never smelled anything like it before. Ham sausage? Remove the outer packaging? How do you peel it? How did the end get bitten off? Callie seemed like an inquisitive child. Looking at this, touching that. Following the steps outlined on the paper, she opened a new world, item by item. She once believed that, being an emperor, she had seen the most luxurious things in the world. But encountering these items from the celestial realm truly broadened her horizons. These items can be stored for a long time? As long as the packaging isn't torn, they can last for several months? Callie looked at the last line of text on the paper. She couldn't help feeling excited. So many kinds of food, which could be stored for such a long time. This way, they could hold out for months. For the Ruin troops from the northern border, they would definitely retreat before winter. Otherwise, they would face trouble. As long as they could hold out in this battle, victory would be within reach. Now, the most critical thing was the city defense. The closer winter got, the more intensely the enemy army would besiege the city. And the smoke from cooking in their city would surely be noticed by the enemy. Once they learned there was food in the city, they wouldn't continue the stalemate. Their next step would undoubtedly be a major assault. It all came down to this. Casimir immediately arranged people to carefully guard these foods granted by the gods. Beware of anyone who might destroy or cause chaos. Additionally, arrange a team to go with me to deliver these meat buns and burnt cakes to the military camp. Callie thought for a moment, then said to Casimir. After the previous incident with rebels and eunuchs causing chaos, she couldn't afford not to be cautious. These items bestowed by the gods were the last hope for all of Western Liang. Guangming residential area. Kendrick returned from the warehouse late at night. Although there was automated equipment to help, transporting so many supplies took the whole day. Just arriving at his front door, he saw two men in suits standing there. Whom are you looking for? Kendrick felt a bit strange. Are you Mr. Kendrick? I'm a financial planner from Dadi Bank, and this is your personal banker, Amelie. The middle-aged man hurried forward to shake hands with Kendrick. Hello, what's going on? Kendrick was stunned. When did he get a personal banker? We saw 10 million yuan credited to your bank account today. We tried calling you regarding potential investment or financial planning assistance, but your phone was unreachable. So we ventured to come to your home. Please don't misunderstand. The financial planner quickly added a smile. Well, it's fine, but I've spent most of the money already. The remainder will likely be used soon, so I won't need to buy any financial products for now. Thank you for your effort. Kendrick opened the door and walked inside. The financial planner and the personal banker stared at each other in disbelief. He spent it? That's 10 million yuan. How much can one spend in just one day? Have someone check. The financial planner thought Kendrick was making excuses to evade them, but just as he was about to knock on the door, the personal banker held him back. Brett Nager, he really did spend it. He spent over 7 million today alone. There's only 2 million left. The personal banker looked at the manager with wide eyes. What? Did he buy property or a car? We're too late. The financial planner was frustrated. No, it doesn't seem like that. The personal banker pulled up the transaction details and stuttered. Why are you stuttering? Let me see. Annoyed, the financial planner took the tablet from him. The next moment, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Rice dealer for nearly 3 million. Damn, over 30,000 on a steamed bun shop. And the Taishan baked goods store? A pickled vegetable factory? A trading company? Is this gentleman preparing for a disaster relief? But there haven't been any major disasters recently. The financial planner's head was spinning. Brett Nature, I saw a live stream earlier. This Guangming residential area used to have a lake which reportedly disappeared overnight. It was suppressed by the media, but my third aunt lives here, and our family group knows it was due to an alien invasion. Starting last night, a mysterious wealthy merchant in Tianhai City bought out all the staple foods, causing a shortage so severe that I couldn't even get buns or dumplings. He might be stockpiling supplies. The personal advisor whispered mysteriously. Alien invasion? Looking at his serious subordinate, the financial planner's mouth twitched. They need to raise the hiring standards. People like this without brains shouldn't be hired anymore. Aliens? Do they think our Chinese army is eating dry rice? Those who dare invade Earth will be punished, no matter how far. Let's go back. You must closely monitor Mr. Chin's account activity and ensure you respond promptly to any needs. The financial planner left with the advisor, clearly disappointed. After returning to his room, Kendrick glanced at the remaining balance on his account and felt no regret. Both the situation described by Reed and the magical events involving the box confirmed the reality of what was happening. Anyone would likely do the same. Those supplies should suffice for now. Kendrick pondered and returned to his computer to find more information about what was happening in Western Liang. But after searching, he found not much valuable information online. Western Liang was just one of the 16 kingdoms, with a short existence. Combined with the chaos of the Wuhu rebellion, little documentation was preserved. Kendrick thought again and searched for the most needed resources in ancient warfare. He discovered that besides food and water, medicinal herbs were also crucial and often lacking. Ancient times lacked modern medical facilities. Hold the city. Take revenge. Hearing Callie's words, all the soldiers shouted in unison. In the previous defense of the city, they felt too much regret. They were not outmatched in battle but had no choice but to watch their comrades die because of water and food shortages. Even those who survived were precisely the ones who did not rush forward during the fight. Their brothers died instead of them. If they lost the capital now, how could they face their fallen brothers? Besides, now they have food and drink. Let the northern invaders try attacking again. Everyone, lift your spirits up. Line up to eat. The emperor has said that there's plenty of food this time. A lieutenant yelled loudly. Soon, the soldiers in the camp sprang into action. The previously low morale dissipated. Callie entered the main tent. How is the situation in the camp now? Any unusual activities from the enemy? Callie asked General Breathius. While cooking in the capital, some enemy personnel moved around, trying to gather intelligence on our troops but were closely watched by us, so they didn't succeed. After having rice porridge last time, most of the soldiers' hunger has been alleviated. But the main concern remains the wounded, whose conditions are grim. Brittany were injured when the enemy attacked the city. The medicinal herbs have run out, and coupled with the lack of food, even if we give the last bits of food in our camp to them, even my lieutenant is in critical condition. Breathius looked troubled. Why has it come to this? Have you checked all the medicine shops in the capital? Callie hurriedly asked. All medicinal herbs have been used up, and many were looted by citizens after the grain shortage. Now, most people have high fevers and probably won't survive. Breathius shook his head. For injuries, once the fever does not subside, it means severe infection, which means it's too late for any herbal medicine. Take me to see them. Callie said to Breathius. You're Bretjesty, their conditions have worsened and may be contagious. I've isolated them in one area to prevent an outbreak. Perhaps your Bretjesty should not go. Breathius quickly stopped Callie. Do you isolate them separately to prevent an epidemic? What will you do if an epidemic breaks out? Callie asked Breathius. Breathius sighed. As a general, he knew very well what might happen. Now under siege by the enemy, people die daily, especially those dead bodies of wounded soldiers, which can easily cause an epidemic if not handled properly. In such extraordinary times, he had to take extraordinary measures. Callie came to the isolation tent. Seeing the scene, he almost faltered. At that moment, on one side of the camp, many corpses were piled high. Around the corpses were logs of wood. There were also traces of burial nearby. Your Bretjesty previously. We tried our best to bury them, but with no water or food, we couldn't dig. With fewer people later, and always needing to watch the enemy, we could only. Breathius looked at the pile of corpses. Callie understood. The defending soldiers were already weakened. Making them bury the dead would only kill more of them. Even with future supplies of grain, the number of defenders on the city walls was already strained. There were no extra forces to handle this. Burning the corpses was the simplest and easiest solution. The food crisis for the city's residents has been relieved. I will arrange for people to handle these matters as soon as possible. Additionally, I will arrange to conscript able-bodied men from the city as soon as possible to reinforce the city defenses. Callie said to Breathius. Through the divine-granted food, she had already established absolute imperial authority and trust among the people in the city. She believed these matters would not be a problem. Thank you, your Bretjesty. Breathius nodded. If someone took over logistics and could recruit more soldiers, they could focus entirely on defending the city. No need to thank me. I also bear responsibility. If it weren't for divine protection this time, no matter what we did, it might have been futile. Let's go in and take a look. Callie led Breathius inside. At that moment, the tent was filled with injured soldiers. Some had festering wounds, others missing limbs, and a few days ago, when enemies tried to climb the city walls, he discovered and repelled them during his patrol. But due to exhaustion, he was slashed on the back by the enemy. Initially, it wasn't too serious and was just wrapped up. But later, the wound became infected and worsened. Now, he had a persistent high fever and was beyond saving. You have not let me down, nor betrayed Shiliang. It is me who has failed you. From now on, by my command, you must eat and drink. Believe that the gods protect our Shiliang. You will be all right. Callie said to everyone. After speaking, she left without hesitation, heading straight back to the palace. But this time, She knelt before the chest, hesitating to speak. Chapter 16. Ignore their experts. From the very beginning with water, to the repeated requests for grain, they owed too much to the gods. When she was most helpless, the gods sent grain. Later, due to a lack of grain, she prayed to the gods, and her prayers were answered. When she was pressured by everyone for grain, the gods helped her again. But what had she given the gods? A jade pendant, 3 gold ingots, and over 10 copper coins? Just thinking about it made her face flush in embarrassment. Not to mention, now she had to ask the gods for herbs. What did she think the gods were? And if she asked again, would the gods still agree? Callie felt a bit nervous, and even somewhat timid. But thinking of those soldiers who were about to die, she could only swallow her pride. If the gods were displeased or punished her, then let all of it fall upon this emperor. Callie no longer hesitated, and came to the desk to write. She detailed Xiliang City's current predicament honestly to the gods, especially the shortage of medicine among the troops. Just as she was about to put the letter into the box, she noticed a piece of paper at the bottom. Did the gods send this? Callie hurriedly picked it up. Now the troops are besieged in the capital. I imagine there must be many injured soldiers. How is the medical situation and herb reserve inside the city? Callie read aloud involuntarily. Is this the gods speaking to me? So the gods have been thinking about us in Xiliang all along. But why does it feel like I'm talking to an elder brother? Callie bit her lip gently. The gods' initiative greeting left her surprised. All her previous concerns disappeared. Respectfully, she placed her finished letter under the box. This letter detailed the current conditions in the camp and the urgently needed medicines. I wonder how the gods will help me this time. Watching the letter disappear, Callie couldn't suppress the anticipation welling up within her. Would they send the herbs directly? Or make them grow overnight across the entire capital? Or perhaps cure all the soldiers with one wave of their hand? Even bring back the dead soldiers? No. What am I thinking? Callie blushed. The gods giving so much already is remarkable. Moreover, revealing heavenly secrets invites heavenly retribution. The gods helping her so much might also involve great risks. How can she interfere too much in earthly matters? Ultimately, she must rely on herself. Callie clenched her fists tightly. Bright light community. Kendrick had just finished washing up and was preparing to sleep. Despite not doing any work, the past few days had left him exhausted. Before sleeping, he checked for any replies and indeed found a letter. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his expression gradually grew serious. From the letter, he understood that there were no herbs left in the capital, rendering even the military doctors powerless. Worse still, many soldiers have been running high fevers for days. This was clearly a sign of infection. Without timely treatment, they would be in grave danger. Realizing this, Kendrick immediately jumped out of bed. Throwing on clothes hastily, he rushed towards the 24-hour pharmacy outside the community. He knew that every minute wasted increased the danger there. I need alcohol disinfectant, iodine tincture, saline solution, and all anti-inflammatory drugs. Kendrick panted to the drowsy clerk behind the counter. Please tell me how much you need slowly. If it's serious, don't do it yourself. Better to take them to the hospital quickly. Seeing Kendrick's anxious look, the clerk suspected something had happened. As much as you have. Pay by card. Kendrick said hurriedly. Don't joke around. I'll call the police if you don't leave. The clerk, annoyed, thought Kendrick was just causing trouble during his night shift. Night shifts often encounter strange people. A few days ago, a drunk man said he would buy this pharmacy and make her the manager. I'm serious. Our company is organizing mountain training, which may result in injuries and discomfort, so we're preparing in advance. But almost forgot, tomorrow we need to use them, hence the rush. Kendrick quickly made up an excuse. Well, really? You live in Bright Light Community? Not storing drugs for aliens? The clerk asked suspiciously. Never listen to those experts. When have experts ever been reliable? Believe in science. The property management steals water and sells it. Kendrick said firmly. All right, but no medical insurance. Under normal circumstances, such a large quantity of medication cannot be handled this way, let alone with so many prescription drugs included. The clerk looked at Kendrick. I can start a business while supplying Xiliang. I'll investigate this tomorrow. With this plan, Kendrick felt more relaxed and fell asleep. In the Xiliang Imperial Palace, Callie tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She kept checking the box every few minutes. Since the divine sign appeared in this bedroom, Callie converted it into a shrine where no one else could enter except herself. Even the hole in the roof caused by the water impact was preserved. But nothing happened despite her waiting. Your bread, Jesty, it's late. Please get some rest. We'll watch here and inform you immediately if there's any activity. General Casimir said, guarding outside with the royal guards. I can't sleep. Thinking of the soldiers makes me heartbroken. Callie waved her hand. But your bread, Jesty, has already... Bang! Just as Casimir was about to speak, there came a thud from inside the box. Chapter 17. The Bregical artifact swallowed people inside. What's going on? Callie hurriedly ran over. Upon opening the box, he found inside a variety of bottles, vials, transparent tubes, and some small boxes. There was also something that emitted light. Callie was somewhat dazed. He had asked Monroe for some herbs. What were these things? Experimentally, he picked up the glowing object. It turned out to be square and hard, seemingly made of iron. One side of it glowed with an image. How adorable! This must be Monroe's divine pet. When Callie saw the picture of a cat on the screen, his heart nearly melted from its cuteness. Inadvertently tapping the screen, the cat vanished, startling him so much he nearly threw the tablet computer away. He carefully placed it aside. What are all these things? Could they be Monroe's magical instruments? Does using this glowing mirror help cure the soldiers? Or perhaps, Monroe placed his divine pet here, and releasing it will cure diseases. Callie speculated while looking at the objects. Revisiting the box, he discovered several sheets of paper sent by Monroe. These are medicinal drugs used for treatment. Follow the instructions below to operate the glowing device. Consult with military doctors and follow the steps for treatment. First, casually touch the glowing screen, then click on a yellow square on the desktop. Desktop? Touch the table? Callie read aloud as he followed the process diagram drawn by Kendrick. Tapping the table produced no response. After a long pause, he realized he had tapped the wrong place. He found an icon on the screen that matched the one in Monroe's drawing. Gently tapping it, the screen changed suddenly, making Callie jump. On the screen appeared a dense array of black blocks. Follow the sequence and gently tap them from left to right. An injured person. Heavens! That patient has no arms or legs and is lying motionless. Casimir and the others watched the scene on the screen, struck speechless. This is Monroe explaining the healing process from the heavens. To guide us in the procedure. Callie suddenly realized. Hurry! Take everything and follow me to the military camp immediately. Reacting swiftly, Callie called everyone to load all the items into a carriage. They raced towards the military camp. Meanwhile, in the wounded soldiers' camp, Breathias sat on the ground, despair evident on his face, tightly holding his deputy general's hand. Brother, hang in there. We still have many great achievements to make together. Breathias kept talking to his deputy, but the deputy responded little. This deputy was a fellow townsman they had enlisted with together. With their bravery and exceptional combat skills, they soon became the backbone of the camp. Both had endured injuries before, but always survived. Now, because of the lack of herbs, a minor wound was about to claim his life. Breathias felt like he was breaking down, to say nothing of the many brothers beside him, who were suffering for the same reason. Their voices and breaths were gradually weakening, fading away. This sense of powerlessness nearly drove him mad. Now that everyone had eaten porridge and regained some strength, they could definitely make it through if only they had the herbs. Brother Brett, from now on, Shiliang is left in your hands. The deputy general squeezed his hand with all his might. He knew that even if he drank the porridge and regained his strength, without medicine, he wouldn't survive. No. Hold on, brother. Everyone, hold on. The emperor said, our Shiliang has the protection of a deity. You will all be fine. Tears streamed down Breathias' face. He pounded the ground forcefully. Though he was amazed by the miracle of the deity's gift of grain, deep down, Breathias didn't quite believe it. But at this moment, he could only place his hopes on the deity. Hurry. The military doctors, come over immediately. Hurry up. At this moment, Callie's urgent voice came from outside. Before Breathias could go out, Callie had already brought people and carrying things. Your Bretjesty, what is this? Breathias' face still had tear marks. There's hope. The deity has bestowed us with medicines and methods for treatment. Our soldiers have a chance to be saved. Callie excitedly told Breathias. At this moment, several military doctors were also brought in. Callie took out the tablet computer to demonstrate to everyone, startling them again. It took great effort to calm the armed and vigilant people. Only then did Callie start demonstrating. On the way, she had already mastered the use of the tablet computer, following the method Kendrick had written for her. Under Callie's explanation, everyone approached the deity's magical device with reverence and began learning. Military doctors followed the video's procedures and treated the deputy general's wounds. Finally, according to the instructions, they carefully selected the medicine by comparing the strokes and structure of each character and applied it to the deputy general. The deputy general drifted into a deep sleep. Everyone waited quietly. A night passed quickly. The deputy general still showed no signs of waking up. Breathias couldn't help feeling anxious and tested the deputy general's forehead tentatively. The next moment, his whole body shuddered. In disbelief, he tested again, his face showing a look of wild joy. Chapter 18 Divine Medicine. Retrovolus. Truly deity-like. Retreated. It's no longer hot. Breathias restrained his excitement and spoke in a hushed voice to everyone, careful not to wake the resting deputy general. At the sound of Breathias' voice, which was like a wild beast roaring, everyone hurriedly gathered around. The military doctor checked the deputy general's pulse and also breathed a sigh of relief. The general's pulse has temporarily stabilized. His life seems out of danger now. As long as he rests for a few days, he should recover. The deity's medicine is truly miraculous. The military doctor exclaimed. Hurry. Time is pressing. You must immediately treat all the wounded soldiers in the infirmary. Hurry. Now that we have limited medicine, as per the deity's instruction, it needs continuous intake for a few days to be effective, so start with the critically injured. Callie quickly instructed the several military doctors. Seeing the effectiveness of the deity's method, the rock in Callie's heart finally landed. She felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the deity. Back in the palace, she respectfully performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the chest. She hadn't expected that the box her father left behind could really save them in Shiliang. But for some reason, from the very beginning, the deity didn't give her the feeling of paternal care or the high and mighty grace of a divine being. It was more like having an elder brother, a confidant, a friend. But this way, Callie felt even more indebted. How could she just keep taking without giving back? But there was hardly anything valuable left in the palace now. Callie was quite troubled. Looking at the box, for some reason, her face suddenly flushed red. She suddenly remembered that besides those gold ingots and copper coins, the deity had also taken her imperial robe and her undergarment. Did the deity like her clothes? Thinking about this, Callie's cheeks became burning hot, because she knew that the undergarment had been freshly removed from her body, still carrying her warmth. After that, the deity had sent her many supplies through the box, solving her urgent problems. This chest had been passed down for many years, and nothing strange had ever happened until now. Could it be the deity came for her? A fine sweat appeared on the tip of Callie's nose. She bit her lip, feeling mixed emotions inside. Although she was willing to offer her life to pray to the deity before becoming the deity's woman, Callie blushed furiously. No, what if I misunderstood? Callie shook her head. But the fact was, her undergarment had indeed been taken by the deity and not returned. What should she do? While ascending to immortality would be good, she still wanted to see Shiliang thrive gradually. Or, maybe write to the deity? But how could she put something like that into words? Callie blushed deeply, alternating between sitting in a daze and pacing back and forth. Though she was the emperor of Shiliang, she was ultimately just a 20-year-old woman. Imperial duties left her little time to ponder such matters. But at this moment, her first love had bloomed. As if something within her heart had been set free. Tian High City. Rinsing Jade Noble Pharmacy. Kendrick helplessly walked out of the pharmacy. This was already the 7th one he had asked. The amount of medicine he had delivered that night was limited. With so many wounded soldiers, they would run out soon, and more battles were coming up. The demand for medicine was only going to increase. However, after visiting 7 pharmacies, Kendrick failed to buy a large quantity of medicines. When the staff heard he wanted to buy a large amount of medicine, some suspected foul play and almost called the police. Any of these drugs had significant side effects. Buying them for suicide might get the pharmacy implicated. Ding-ling. Just as Kendrick was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was Roscoe from the antique shop. Mr. Chun, the appraisal report for the ancient copper coin is ready. Reed wants to meet you. Are you at home? If it's convenient, I can ask the driver to pick you up. Jared said to Kendrick. I'm outside. I'll come directly. Kendrick replied quickly. He was also eager for updates on the coin appraisal. After all, coins best reflect information about an era. When Kendrick took a taxi to the antique shop, Reed and Jared were already waiting inside. Upon seeing Kendrick enter, both stood up simultaneously. Mr. Chun, here's the report. Through connections, I used an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer to analyze it. It's confirmed to be a coin from about 400 years ago. Based on the manufacturing process, it can be confirmed that these Liang Dynasty New Springs coins are genuine. Reed said excitedly to Kendrick. That's good. I wonder what the value of these Liang Dynasty New Springs copper coins is like? Kendrick flipped through the report and asked. Let me put it this way. Up to now, only 33 Liang Dynasty New Springs coins have been unearthed in our Huaxia, and they are all treasured in museums around the country. To be honest, perhaps the value of a single Liang Dynasty New Springs coin isn't too high, but its historical research value is extremely significant. Do you know where you got these 12 Liang Dynasty New Springs copper coins, Mr. Chin? Are there any other coins? Reed couldn't wait to ask. Well, not to hide anything from you, the lake in our neighborhood dried up, and I joined the crowd looking for curiosities and found them at the bottom of the lake. Kendrick touched his nose. The lake water dried up? I've heard about that incident too. I thought it was just a gimmick by the housing complex to boost property prices, but it actually happened. I heard it was done by aliens. Reed was quite surprised. Kendrick had an exasperated expression. The situation was getting more complicated. Meanwhile, Jared sized up Kendrick but didn't say anything. What exactly was going on with Shiliang? I found little information about it online. How much do you know? Kendrick asked Reed. I don't know much specifically either. During that period, the 5 barbarians ravaged China, leaving everything in chaos, so very few records or artifacts remained. But I know a specialist in the 16 Kingdoms era who has also heard about the coins and will come over during the auction. If you want to learn more, I can introduce you to Mr. Chen. Reed said to Kendrick. Thank you, Reed. In the future, you don't need to be so full and highly sought after by collectors. So, we plan to upgrade the scale of this auction. In that case, we must thank Mr. Chun for your valuable contribution. Jared explained to Kendrick. You're too kind. Kendrick handed over the remaining coins. His phone then received a notification of 1 million yuan arriving. With this money, he could buy more medicinal herbs to send over. Oh right, I need to buy some medicine. Could you help me find a way? Kendrick asked Jared. Why medicine? Are you sick? Jared was surprised. Why not buy from a pharmacy? I plan to stock up on medicine, but because of the large quantity, regular pharmacies can't provide enough. Kendrick explained truthfully. Ah, I see. That's simple. I own a pharmaceutical company. Whatever medicine you need, I'll have someone deliver it directly. Jared smiled. You own a pharmaceutical company? Kendrick was puzzled. Isn't Jared in the antiques business? Mr. Chun might not know. Our antique business started with the older generation. Later, few antiques are genuine, mostly just maintaining relationships. So, we've branched out into many industries. Jared laughed and briefly explained. Alright, thank you. The quantity I need is large, so I'll pay market price. Kendrick nodded. Regardless, the problem with medicines was solved now. It really helps to have connections these days. No, forget the price. I'll give you the medicines free of charge. All I ask is for a small favor. Jared waved his hands quickly. Go on. Kendrick nodded. If you have other antiques in the future, whether paintings or old items, please come to us first. That's all. Jared smiled gently. He didn't believe Kendrick found those coins in the lake by chance. There had to be a background here. Perhaps passed down from ancestors, or maybe from a tomb-raiding family. But that didn't matter. What mattered was keeping Kendrick close, ensuring future opportunities. No problem. Roscoe, you're too kind. Kendrick thought this arrangement wouldn't harm him and would even expand his network, which was a good thing. Father, did you call me? Just then, Jackson came in with a swollen cheek. Elder brother Chin, you're here too? Hee. Where are you going later? I'll take you. Upon seeing Kendrick, Jackson immediately understood his father's intention and hurried over. That night when he returned home, he almost got thrashed by his father. He also learned about Kendrick's identity and significance from his father. Now, seeing Kendrick, his flattery was genuine. Still, Jackson's fawning tone gave Kendrick a start. A smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. You don't slap someone who's smiling at you. So he couldn't scold Jackson harshly. Don't worry, I'm not used to sports cars. Kendrick teased Jackson. Father, quickly give me the key to your Breddy back. That sports car doesn't suit elder brother Chun. Jackson immediately said to his father. He knew exactly what Kendrick meant. I'll sell that sports car as soon as possible. Surprised by Jackson's persistence, Kendrick reluctantly got into the car. Concerned about making too much of a show driving into the neighborhood, He asked Jackson to park at the entrance and walked inside. Just as he entered the building, he saw Riley sitting on the steps waiting for him. Why did you come? Kendrick furrowed his brows. Kendrick, don't be so mean to her. I haven't eaten for days. My brother took all the money in my card. I couldn't pay the rent and got kicked out. Can you, for old time's sake, let me stay with you for a while? We were together for such a long time, Riley said pitifully. Damn bitch. At that moment, accompanied by a screech of brakes, Jackson came running breathlessly. After getting out of the car, he had originally planned to quietly identify his brother's door, but instead saw Riley right there. He immediately rushed over. Seeing Jackson come, Riley's face turned pale. You slut. How dare you disturb my elder brother? Brother, you don't know, when she was with me, she often called you a poor loser, saying it was a mistake to be with you. Last time also because of her instigation between us. Jackson said to Kendrick. After speaking, he directly stood in front of Kendrick. No money? Your brother bought an old car and charged over 100,000 for me. Also, your house, I rented for you and paid half a year's rent. Kicked out? Go to hell. Get lost now. Jackson waved his thick palm. Riley was stunned. She had counted on Kendrick being soft-hearted, thinking she would soon become a millionaire, but never expected to encounter Jackson here. Kendrick, Riley looked at Kendrick with the last bit of hope. There is no longer any relationship between us. Please leave. Kendrick shook his head. Didn't you hear? My brother told you to get lost. If I see you harassing my brother again, I'll kill you. Jackson kicked Riley. At that moment, Riley felt like dying. She thought Kendrick was just a nobody, but unexpectedly after leaving him, he became a big shot, receiving 10 million, and even Jackson's father treated him respectfully. Now even Jackson became his little brother. Why didn't I wait? If I had waited one more day, that 10 million would have been mine. Riley was filled with regret, but she was also confused. She had been with Kendrick for so many years and never discovered anything special about him. Could it be from that fox lady? Now that food supplies are abundant and distributed regularly as instructed, order within the city is gradually being restored, and many shops have reopened. And your Bretjesty, these are the small jars of wine sent by those two commoners who insulted the deities last time. They specifically asked for your Bretjesty to offer this wine to the gods on their behalf, praying for divine forgiveness and asking not to involve their families. They said they were manipulated by someone else at the time. Casimir brought out the jar of wine. Who instigated them? Bring those two inside. I want to interrogate them personally. Callie said coldly. If it weren't for those two citizens questioning things publicly, the situation wouldn't have escalated so badly. They committed suicide after delivering the wine at the city gate. This wine has been tasted by my subordinates. It contains no poison. Casimir slowly explained. I understand. Callie took a deep breath. She knew those two were being manipulated without needing them to say. Moreover, during the water shortage, they still had hidden wine, suggesting the conspiracy behind this might be even more sinister than she imagined. Callie frowned deeply. Who could be the mastermind? The Prime Minister was a possibility, as well as members of several major clans. But it shouldn't be so. Why would they do this? Everyone would die if the city falls. What benefits could they gain from this? Could there be Ruran spies among us? With the city united now, they likely won't dare to act recklessly. The priority now is to defend the capital. If we can hold out for half a month. After that, the northern invaders will surely withdraw. Thinking of this, Callie felt somewhat relieved. By the way, how are the wounded soldiers? Callie asked Casimir. The medicine worked very well. Out of 1803 injured, 1679 were saved. Those who didn't make it were due to severe injuries beyond saving. Such a miraculous recovery rate. If we have such medicine supplied for future wars, we truly have nothing to worry about. Casimir exclaimed in amazement. That's good. Callie nodded. This medicine comes from the heavens. How could it be supplied indefinitely? To have revived so many is already remarkable. She didn't dare ask for more. Your Bretjesty, all the medicine is used up now. According to divine instructions, our supply is insufficient. Shall we ask the deity for more? Casimir hesitated before asking. No. The deity has already supported us greatly. We cannot be greedy. Sigh. I'll think about it. Callie stroked the magic treasure in her hand, struggling to decide. At that time, after everyone learned the method described, the magic treasure stopped glowing and showed no response no matter what. Callie guessed the power infused by the deity had been exhausted, but she still kept it reverently. In her view, this belonged to the divine. It deserved special reverence. However, she hesitated again. On one hand, she didn't want to rely on the deity forever. Even with divine protection, they couldn't solve every problem by depending on it. On the other hand, given the current situation, they were at a loss. Without herbs, they couldn't handle these issues. Callie dismissed Casimir and the others. Holding the magic treasure, she came to the outside of the temple. Your Bretjesty, there was movement inside the temple just now. Several royal guards saw Casimir approach and hurriedly reported. What? Callie was taken aback and hurried inside to see. But she froze as soon as she entered the grand hall. There, dozens of boxes of the divine medicine previously bestowed by the deity were now visibly present. Callie could hardly believe her eyes. Not only had the quantity of medicine increased significantly, but it was also neatly categorized. Each section came with detailed instructions. Clearly documented were the effects of each type of medicine, how to take them, and what symptoms they addressed. Staring at the abundance of medicine, Callie felt dazed and sat down on the ground. Her vision blurred instantly. Just when she was hesitating whether to ask the deity for more medicine, the deity had already sent it over. Without even needing to ask, the deity knew their helplessness. She truly owed too much. The deity had done so much for her. If the deity wanted anything from her, she would have nothing to say. She couldn't keep pretending anymore. After some thought, Callie picked up a pen and wrote a message. She glanced at the wine delivered by those two men, got up, and poured 2 porcelain cups full. Callie held one cup and respectfully drank it down. She placed the other cup, along with the letter, respectfully into the box. In Guangming community, after returning from the warehouse, Kendrick put the box on the bed and lay down beside it, exhausted. Kendrick always carried this box with him. He took it to the warehouse when he went there and brought it back when it was used up. He feared any unexpected incidents might happen. Once that side needed something, he could discover it immediately. After taking a shower and preparing to rest, Kendrick habitually glanced into the box. This time, there was a letter and a strange artifact inside. First, Kendrick picked up the letter. It read that the Alfonso wanted to repay him and specifically asked what he desired. Kendrick smiled and shook his head. From the start, he never intended to ask for anything. Setting the letter aside temporarily, he examined the artifact. It was oval-shaped, with two curved handles on either side, and had a delicate body with a pale green glaze, clearly indicating its value. Kendrick didn't know much about antiques and ceramics, but once he picked it up, he felt it was very valuable. There was some liquid inside the vessel. It smelled like wine mixed with the aroma of glutinous rice. Could this be ancient wine? Did the Alfonso send this to thank me? Kendrick was somewhat surprised. Chapter 21. Old Shiliang. The Fall of the City and the Annette's Tragedy. Kendrick took a tentative sip. It tasted soft and sweet, with almost no alcoholic kick. After finishing it, he noticed some cloudy residue at the bottom. It seems that even in ancient times, I might be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Once I can, I'll bring them some modern liquor to taste. It'll surely knock them out in one cup. Kendrick smiled. He held the cup up to examine it. It must be an antique from the Shiliang period. My dad has been busy receiving these VIPs. You should have seen it. His mouth hasn't stopped grinning. Jackson grinned. Who are these big shots? Kendrick asked. Just old folks, either rich or powerful officials. Only they collect antiques like this. Come on, brother. Your seat is at the front. Jackson led Kendrick to the front row. Beside him sat Apollo, who was chatting with another elder. Kendrick, let me introduce you. This is Terrence, a historian specializing in the Northern and Southern Dynasties period from Tsinghua University. He came specially because he heard about the new cool spring coins. Terrence, this is the Kendrick I mentioned to you. Apollo immediately stood up to make introductions when he saw Kendrick. Hello, Terrence. Seeing Terrence extend his hand, Kendrick shook it politely. This scene caught the attention of many VIPs. A seemingly unremarkable Hubert, sitting at the very front, talking amicably with Apollo and Terrence. What's his background? The VIPs began asking Jared about Kendrick's identity. Never would I have thought Mr. Chen is so young yet possesses so many newly minted Liang coins. It's truly astonishing. Don't worry, I'm here in a private capacity, not questioning your sources or background. I just want to get to know you. I heard from Apollo that you have some questions you'd like to understand. Terrence pulled Kendrick's hand as they sat down. Archaeology always follows tomb robbers. Experts can only clean up afterward. Learning about over a dozen newly minted Liang coins has broadened his horizons. Thank you for being so kind. Yes, I do have questions. What's the situation with the Shiliang kingdom? I couldn't find much information online. Was there really a female emperor in Shiliang? Kendrick asked Terrence. Oh, looks like I underestimated Mr. Chen. Who would have thought Mr. Chen has such an interest in Shiliang? Listening to Kendrick, Terrence was pleasantly surprised. Yes, most people only know Wu Zetian as the sole female emperor, but there were others. Among them was Annette Callie. After her father, Emperor Sullivan, lost to Clay, he passed the throne to his daughter, Callie. However, within half a year, the capital was besieged by the Ruren. Under duress, she abdicated to Prime Minister Morris, then the city fell. Morris was killed, and the Empress was captured by Ruren cavalry. It's said she endured immense suffering and died. A truly tragic end. Terrence explained to Kendrick. So that's how it happened. Hearing this, Kendrick felt a heavy heart. He hadn't expected such a tragic ending for the Shiliang Emperor. He wondered if the things he had sent her had changed anything. In fact, I learned about these records during a field trip to Gansu when I came across some ancient scrolls. The reason why there are records is due to the legend that this Annette was the most beautiful woman in the world. Even locals worshipped her as a divine maiden. But the surviving documents are too few. Terrence explained slowly. Hearing the term, divine maiden, Kendrick felt a jolt in his heart. Could my actions have caused some changes in ancient times? By the way, Terrence, you mentioned that before the city fell, the Annette was forced to abdicate by the Prime Minister? Kendrick continued questioning. Yes. From what I understand, it appears to be the case. But the specific process remains unknown. What we do know is that this Prime Minister, Morris, must have had some secret collusion with the Ruren cavalry of the northern invaders. The city fell not because of an attack by the Ruren forces, but because the gates were opened from within. But this Prime Minister was too foolish, actually trusting those foreign invaders. Poor girl. She only reigned for a day before the city fell, and she was killed. Terrence nodded. That's such a pity. Kendrick shook his head inwardly. This news must be conveyed to Callie as soon as possible. Soon, the auction began. The first few items were antiques, paintings, and jade pieces, all sold without reserve. Kendrick marveled internally at the prices. Jared's antique shop indeed had a wide range of high-quality items. What truly surprised Kendrick were the buyers. A painting could fetch tens of millions, and the bidders would call out prices as if they were mere numbers. Millions and tens of millions were casually thrown around. These people were indeed top-tier tycoons. The next item is Liang spring coins. There's no need to elaborate much. While their actual value isn't particularly high, they win in scarcity. Other coins come out by the thousands, but Liang spring coins unearthed so far only number dozens. To put it bluntly, rarity is what we're after. Jared announced, drawing laughter from the audience. Starting bid, 200,000 yuan per coin. Auction begins. With Jared's voice, the bidding officially started. Compared to other antiques, these coins' prices were relatively low. However, the highest bid once reached around 1 million yuan. For these tycoons, it wasn't necessarily about the true value of the antiques. The key was possession. What they had that others didn't. Under this atmosphere, 12 coins fetched a total price of 10 million yuan. Judging from Jared's stunned expression, he hadn't expected it either. Kendrick was even more astonished. Another 9 million added to his earnings? Wow. Is starting a business even necessary? Just relying on antiques could make a fortune. No. With this much money, he could do much more. One should have ambition. The tragic end of the Shiliang Annette must be changed somehow. Moreover, given the chaos during the 16 Kingdoms period, changing history could erase a humiliating mark from Chinese history. Kendrick resolved this silently. Mr. Chun, right? Kendrick turned to see a middle-aged man approaching him. This is President Edric from Wantai Group. Half of our Tianhai City real estate projects are related to his group. Jared leaned over to introduce the man to Kendrick. Chapter 22. Was this treasure just shoved in a pocket and brought here? Desi, hello? Kendrick stood up and shook hands. He was also somewhat surprised, as this Desi was a very influential figure in Tianhai City. Why was he being so courteous to him? I love antiques like these. Old Go mentioned that you have quite a few treasures. I hope you can show me more of them in the future. If you have anything good, don't keep it hidden. Desi said with a smile. Desi, you flatter me. But speaking of which, I do have a little trinket. As Kendrick spoke, he took out the porcelain cup. Huh. The moment Kendrick took out the porcelain cup, Apollo, Terrence, Desi, and Jared's eyes lit up. This. Quickly, please put it on the table. Terrence hurriedly asked Kendrick to place it on the table. Instantly, 4 heads gathered around the porcelain cup. This is a porcelain cup, its body is gray, the glazed surface is light green and light yellow. It could very likely be from the Eastern Jin dynasty's Yukiln. No cracks, no dents, the belly is deeply round, the bottom is circular, and there are flower patterns on the outer wall. The condition is virtually perfect. I've never seen an artifact from the Eastern Jin dynasty before. This is indeed a rare item. Can we confirm if it's genuine? How rare is this item? What's its value? The 4 people chattered back and forth, unable to contain their excitement. Finally, it was Apollo and Terrence who carefully examined it with gloves and magnifying glasses for a long time. They even made several phone calls. Only then did they confirm that the porcelain cup was indeed from the Eastern Jin dynasty's Yukiln. When Jared learned this news, he nearly bit his tongue off. Kendrick really had good stuff. Why didn't I ask earlier before the auction? If it were auctioned, the price would be much higher. Now it's too late. It's not our antique shop's business anymore. And Kendrick brought it here just tucked in his pocket? If it gets knocked around during the journey, it would be a great loss to the world of antiques. What a reckless person. Wait, this gentleman seemed to have come here for the first time carrying things in a black bag, looking like he was just out for a casual stroll. I remember there was a similar porcelain cup, but it wasn't as old as this one and had slight damage. At the time, it sold at auction for 2 million yuan. If this porcelain cup were auctioned, its price would probably... I'll take it. There's no need for an auction. I'll give a lucky number. 6,666,600 yuan. Brother Chin, give me some face. Desi, hearing this, couldn't hold back any longer. Well, Kendrick didn't expect that such a small item could fetch this kind of price. No wonder he's in real estate. Rich indeed. It can be done. But I have a condition. Kendrick thought for a moment before speaking. What is it? Desi saw an opportunity and immediately asked. Can this transaction go through the auction house? I previously agreed with Roscoe that all items from my side will be sold through the auction house. Today is an emergency situation. I didn't have time to inform Roscoe. Also, Roscoe, on the way here, Gerard told me your service fee is 10%. In this case, it would be inappropriate not to charge the fee. The service fee should still be paid. Kendrick turned to look at Jared while saying this. Last time, he received help from Jared with the medicines, and he wanted to remember this favor. Oh, no problem. Sure. Jared was pleasantly surprised. The service fee was secondary. The key was that having this item pass through their auction house would increase its influence. More people would pay attention to them. He didn't expect Kendrick to handle things so thoroughly despite his young age. Worth getting closer to. The money has been transferred. Desi immediately said. Kendrick looked at the bank message confirming the transfer, feeling a sense of unreality. Now his funds were even more ample. The capital city of Shiliang doesn't lack food now. He should ask Annette what else she needs. He must also tell her about the Chancellor issue as soon as possible. This matter can't be delayed. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Kendrick hurriedly bid farewell. Just after getting out of the Rolls-Royce, he saw 2 familiar figures at the entrance of the neighborhood. Mr. Chun, welcome back? The bank financial manager glanced at the luxury car, smiling broadly as he approached. You guys at the bank truly have no secrets. Kendrick was speechless. His bank statement information must have been checked. But then again, he needed a public identity or else he'd really be mistaken for a grave robber. Today, a few bosses at the scene looked at him oddly. Can you help with company registration? I plan to establish a trading company to deal with bulk goods transactions. Kendrick said to the financial manager. Of course we can. As long as you need it, we can do anything for you. The financial manager replied hastily. Since its establishment, their bank had never seen anyone who deposited 10 million yuan on the same day and then left only interest after 2 days. Nor had there ever been an individual account where the cash flow was counted in millions. The bank held an emergency meeting overnight. After ruling out transaction risks, they unanimously concluded that Kendrick was a super high-quality VIP customer of their bank. Naturally, any request would be met. Great, then I'll trouble you. After the company is registered, I'll deposit the money into the corporate account, and we can talk about it then. Kendrick told the 2 people. Once they received Kendrick's information, they immediately went to handle it. After Kendrick returned home, he did not delay. He immediately wrote down everything he learned today about the Chancellor's conspiracy. Just as he was about to put it in, he remembered that he hadn't replied to Annette yet. After some thought, he took another piece of paper and wrote a few more words before putting the paper into the box. In the Xianyang Imperial Palace, Callie was anxiously pacing back and forth next to the box. Since she placed the inquiry letter in the box, she had been very uneasy. What if the deity really favored her and made her ascend directly? Come to think of it, why would a deity be so good to her unconditionally? Where in the world are such good things? As Callie felt uneasy, several sheets of paper appeared in the box. Callie couldn't wait to pick them up and read. Her face flushed instantly. On the first sheet, the deity clearly told her that he needed nothing. He was very satisfied with what she sent, and he continued to ask what support Xianyang needed. Thinking about her previous speculations, Callie blushed with embarrassment. Could there really be such a good thing in this world? That's right. The deity is in heaven, not in this world. No wonder. Callie pursed her lips. She didn't know why, but a hint of disappointment flashed across her heart. She didn't know where this disappointment came from, continuing to flip through the following papers. But the next moment, Callie stood up abruptly. Chapter 23. Feast of Tonimin? What kind of banquet? On this piece of paper, it was clearly written that Prime Minister Enzo had secretly plotted with the Ruran troops to besiege the city, thereby forcing him to abdicate. If these words were not written by the deity, Callie would never have believed them easily. But since the deity said so, coupled with his previous suspicions, Callie suddenly understood what he originally could not. No wonder they were not afraid of the city being breached. It turned out everything was prearranged with the Ruran. Presumably, there were also a few powerful clans backing this incident. That's why there were incidents like, the imperial decree is not heaven sent, as well as rebellion and forced abdication. However, the problem was, although their plan was good, it had been thwarted by the deity. Why did the deity choose to reveal everything at this moment? Callie paced back and forth in the temple. Yes, Ji Linghui and his men certainly won't give up easily. There must be other tactics later, and this time, the tactic will be no trivial matter. So the deity specifically warned me. Callie's eyes suddenly lit up. Ted, Callie called out. Present. Ted knelt down and replied. Immediately gather the Imperial Guards. Remember, try to keep it as secretive as possible, Callie instructed. Your Brechesti, is there an emergency? Ted was somewhat surprised. Tonight, someone may come to assassinate. You all follow my arrangements? Callie ordered Ted a few things before Ted immediately set about making arrangements. As expected, that night, just as Callie had fallen asleep, he heard a tumult outside. Your Brechesti. The Northwest Inner Palace is on fire, cause unknown. People have been arranged to extinguish the fire, Ted reported. It could be a distraction. Don't panic. Act according to plan. Callie calmly told Ted. Hurry. That side is on fire. You few stay here for guard. The rest come with me. Ted loudly shouted and led a troop toward the inner palace. In no time, a group of black-clothed men quietly ran towards Callie's palace. They all carried knives in one hand and dry wood bundled to their backs. After distracting the Imperial Guards with a few people, the others quickly placed the dry wood around the grand hall and poured lamp oil. Having finished all preparations, the leader signaled. The black-clothed men simultaneously rushed into the room. Several quickly arrived at Callie's bedside, about to strike with their knives, but suddenly the quilt on the bed flew up, covering the front few men. Not good. Ambush, retreat. A men yelled, hastily trying to lead the men away. Surround. Do not let anyone escape. Take them alive. At that moment, came Ted's voice from outside. Almost simultaneously, the hidden Imperial Guards in the grand hall swarmed out, instantly knocking several black-clothed men to the ground. The remaining three were cornered against the wall. They were surrounded by the Imperial Guards on all sides. Seeing no hope of escape, the leader felled two people before taking out a pill and putting it in his mouth. Oh no. Ted rushed forward, but the three were already dead. Your Brechesti, we failed in our duty. All the assassins are dead. Ted was quite distressed, apologizing to Callie. No matter. I think I already know who they are. Ted waved his hand. Looking at the assassin corpses and the lamp-oiled wood outside the hall, his expression became increasingly cold. First, they drew attention with arson, then assassination. Finally, another fire. This way, it would only be assumed that he died in the blaze, and even if the assassination raised suspicion, once Enzo became emperor, the Imperial Guards could clean up all evidence. It would not be a problem. How dangerous. How close. Had it not been for the deity's warning, there would surely have been no precautions tonight. Perhaps danger might have ensued. As for the masterminds, even though all the assassins were dead, it was fine. The deity had already informed him. It now seemed, probably, the previous eunuch uprising and the poisoning of the capital's wells were also Enzo's doings. Immediately alert the entire city, saying that Ruran assassins have infiltrated the capital to assassinate me. If discovered by patrolling soldiers, kill them all. Callie thought for a while and told Ted. She had to carefully consider how to eliminate the prime minister, and not to tip off. After Ted and the others left, Callie wrote down the whole process of the night's assassination attempt. She added a letter of thanks to the deity, and told the deity that she intended to quickly eliminate Prime Minister Enzo, asking for divine protection. After finishing, she put the letters in a box. Frowning, she pondered. But until dawn broke, Callie still didn't have a surefire method. Just thinking of getting up to stretch, she found two more pieces of paper in the box. Callie hurriedly picked it up. The first piece of paper had only a simple word. Wait, what does this mean? Does the deity mean it's not the right time yet? Callie was somewhat puzzled. Now, with internal troubles and external threats, if Enzo and his men realize their assassination attempt has been exposed, they might very well collaborate with the troops outside the city to seize the capital. If Enzo isn't eliminated in advance, once the enemy attacks the city, they might create chaos from within. So what are we waiting for? Full of doubts, Callie picked up the second piece of paper. There were quite a few words on it. Tonimin feast? What kind of banquet is this? Is the deity hungry? Callie sat down with a head full of questions to read. Chapter 24. An euphoric old white dry wine. After Callie finished reading the revised conclusion of the Tonimin feast story, his eyes widened greatly. These names Gregory Bang and Xiangyu seem somewhat familiar. Are they the same Gregory Bang and Xiangyu that I know? Could there be such a story between them? But it's not right. Wasn't Gregory Bang the one who finally established the Han dynasty? Callie felt a bit confused. Did the deity tell him this story because he wants me to also use this method to get rid of Chancellor? But what does wait mean here? What am I supposed to wait for? Callie couldn't make head or tail out of this. Therefore, he could only suppress his impulse to take action against Morris and proceeded to the court session. Bright light community. Kendrick arrived early at the liquor store nearby. Boss, which of your liquors has the highest alcohol content? Kendrick asked the boss as soon as he entered the shop. Sure thing, Jingji White Dry Wine at 75% and Fuyang River's Old White Dry at 76%. There are even higher ones, but no one drinks that stuff, so it doesn't sell well. The boss took out 2 bottles of liquor and placed them in front of Kendrick. Upon picking up the bottles, Kendrick confirmed they were indeed over 70% alcohol. These days, young people don't usually drink this type of liquor. Do you plan on drinking it yourself? The boss asked Kendrick, eyeing him with some suspicion. How many more do you have in stock of these 2 kinds of wine? I'll take all of them. Ah. All. You're not pulling my leg, are you? The boss was startled. So what if I am? Just scan the code. By the way, give me a discount on the price, will ya? Kendrick took out his phone. Oh my gosh. The handsome man smokes. Immediately the boss opened a pack of Hua cigarettes and handed one to Kendrick. Relax about the price, it's definitely not a problem. However, I have almost 50 cases of it. If you really want it all, I'll give you 20% off. I'll handle the delivery. The boss lit up the cigarette for Kendrick. Because of its excessively high alcohol content, this batch of liquor had little market. Finally, someone wanted all of them. It felt like ancestors appeared before his eyes. All right. Kendrick paid happily. Hey there, good looking. Why do you need so much strong liquor? Don't drink too much, it could be unbearable for those who aren't used to it. The boss asked. A few friends were bragging that they could drink without passing out no matter how much. I'm going to let them try. Cure any bufu, dissatisfaction. Kendrick said with a smile. Yes, it will certainly settle their dissatisfaction. Previously an old man came and said he only drank 68-degree Min Dao Lu regularly, wanting to show off by finishing a bottle. But he fell down before leaving the door. Even had to call 120 for him, and in the end, he blackmailed me for 480 yuan. The boss complained angrily. Perfect, that's exactly the effect I want. Kendrick grinned. He made sure the boss delivered the liquor to his house. Worried that the emperor wouldn't know how to open the bottles, he specially drew the steps of opening them. Then thoughtfully added a note. This is high-strength liquor, suitable for use during a Tonimin feast. Be sure to try every means to persuade drinking. With this, the chancellor and his subordinates can be taken care of. And sent this together with the liquors. In the Western Liang Imperial Palace, Callie walked out from the hall with a dark expression. At today's court session, Callie originally planned to use last night's assassin incident to test and put pressure on Morris. However, Morris claimed illness and did not attend, wrecking Callie unable to vent his frustrations anywhere. He guessed that Morris knew he was already aware and was now plotting something secretly. Time was of the essence. Did the god want him to continue waiting? If he waited any longer, perhaps Morris would start acting. After the court session, Callie couldn't wait to come to the temple. Just entering the temple, Callie was startled. He hurriedly stepped forward quickly. Now in the middle of the temple, a considerable number of cardboard boxes had appeared. Having experienced several such deliveries before, Callie knew these were items often used by celestial deities. Opening the box skillfully, inside were transparent bottles. Goodness, is this the legendary jade liquor? How beautiful! Callie stared wide-eyed. Each bottle was thin at the top and thicker below, with arm's width. The body of the bottle was crystal clear and transparent, carved with patterns, topped with a yellow cap. In the middle of each bottle, there was a piece of yellow paper bearing 4 unknown large characters and numerous small ones. Celestial wine, perhaps? But why does it lack the smell of alcohol? Callie speculated based on the story the god had previously written. There were over 100 bottles of celestial wine. After Callie moved them all out, he found a sheet of paper at the bottom of the box. It was an explanation and introduction left by the god. It's indeed wine. Callie rejoiced in his heart. Following the instructions depicted on the paper, he twisted off the yellow cap. Instantly, a pungent aroma of alcohol rushed into his nose. Callie couldn't believe it and tentatively poured a small cup, sipping it cautiously. Spicy and pungent, yet the wine was richly fragrant. His face immediately turned red. Truly worthy of being called immortal wine. Just one sip, and one feels light as if ascending to heaven. Since this is the case, the plan can proceed. Callie sighed in relief. Someone, transmit my imperial decree. This evening, I will host a banquet in the palace for the chancellor to discuss strategies against our enemies. Callie said to Casimir. Your Bretjesty, could it be that last night's assassin was arranged by the chancellor? Casimir suddenly understood. Indeed. And this morning during court, Morris claimed illness and did not attend. He probably can't hold back any longer. Avoidance is not a solution. I must take action first. Callie nodded. Your Bretjesty. We are willing to rid Shiliang of this threat. I will immediately gather the Imperial Guard. Casimir and others hurriedly knelt down. No large-scale conflict. Callie stopped Casimir. You arrange for most of the Imperial Guard to patrol the city tonight, to keep them on guard and ensure control over the entire capital. Otherwise, if chaos breaks out within the city, it will cause panic among the citizens. I do not wish to damage the prestige we have just established. More importantly, the deity has informed us that this matter is entirely led by the Chancellor. Although several major families were involved, I believe they are not the instigators. They might even be coerced. Now is a critical time for employing capable people in Shiliang, and I need to continue using them. Callie explained slowly. In both the court and the city, the members of the few major families occupy a significant proportion. If forced into a full-scale conflict, it would be disadvantageous for everyone. Moreover, with external enemies besieging the city, Any loss of manpower within the city would benefit the enemy. Callie had to consider all aspects carefully. Stood beside the Annette and couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed tonight was steady as she goes. Since the Emperor has given an order, please take your seats. Morris waved his hand. Yes. Everyone sat down in unison. Callie watched this scene with a sullen face. His words as Emperor had less effect than those of Morris. It was clearly a provocation. Callie suppressed his anger forcefully, with no signs of agitation on his face. Last night, I encountered an assassination attempt by foreign invaders. Casimir captured several of them, and found out that they were from the northern Ruran tribe. There are enemies outside the city walls, continuously probing our defenses. As Prime Minister, what do you think we should do to gain victory? Callie asked Morris. Your Bretjesty, although our Western Liang is newly established, it is still quite combat effective. But since your Bretjesty took office, our Western Liang has suffered defeat after defeat, losing most of its territory. Now we are besieged. Why did the northern Ruran not dare to attack south before? But they attacked right after your Bretjesty ascended the throne. And why did our troops lose their combat power, retreating step by step? So much so that they surrounded the city for months? Morris picked up the wine glass, smiling faintly and asking. Upon hearing this, Callie's expression changed again. Casimir gnashed his teeth in anger, wishing he could slash Morris now. But those dozen-odd men all kept their hands on their waistbands, likely hiding weapons. If he acted rashly, the Emperor would be in peril. This wine. Morris picked up a cup and took a sip. Instantly, his eyes widened. The taste of the wine was fiery yet smooth and fragrant, more mellow and full-bodied than anything he had ever tasted before. Its flavor was endlessly lingering, making one unable to stop wanting more. This wine is granted by the heavens, its celestial nectar. Everyone, have a taste. Casimir, lead them to the side hall to enjoy the wine. I need to discuss matters with the Prime Minister. Callie said to Casimir and those present. Go ahead. Morris also waved his hand upon seeing this. Now there was only Casimir in the Great Hall. Most of the Imperial Guards were patrolling the capital, and he had people ambushed outside the palace. Everything was under control. He naturally wasn't worried about any danger. Prime Minister, feel free to speak directly. Callie picked up his glass and asked Morris. In fact, it's very simple. They all see your Bretjesty as a mere woman. Though the imperial edict comes from heaven, regarding the current situation, your Bretjesty knows, I know, the ministers know, and the people inside the city know. But the enemy after to the country. Do you realize your crime? Seeing Morris's arrogant manner, Callie couldn't help herself any longer. Heh. Ha ha ha. Your Bretjesty, are you losing your mind? I advise you not to spurn my generosity, or else. Morris drained the wine in his cup and slammed it down. He folded his arms, looking at Callie teasingly. But standing in that posture for half a day, there was absolutely no sound. An awkward atmosphere permeated the air. Morris's playful smile gradually froze. He turned his head slightly. No one? Where did they go? The signal was to break the cup, right? Are you deaf? Morris picked up another cup and smashed it on the ground. The sound was clear and loud, but still, no one came out. Do you want to throw more? I have plenty here. Callie smiled and handed over his own wine cup. Scoundrel! You bunch of dead men. Are you all deaf? Hurry up and come out. The Prime Minister shouted towards the side hall in embarrassment and anger. Hee, Prime Minister Daran, don't shout anymore. They're all drunk. Ugh. At that moment, Casimir staggered out of the side hall, leaning on a chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he started vomiting. What? Drunk? That's impossible. They are all skilled fighters. In such a short time, they could only have had a few cups at most. How could drugs? I kept toasting them, but I only drank 1 cup myself, tops 2 liangs. They didn't drink more than 3 or 4 cups either, maybe half a caddy of wine. And they ended up like this. Back in the day, I used to start with 5 caddies of wine. Today, something is really strange. This celestial wine is just too powerful. Casimir rubbed his cheeks and said, Chapter 26. Can your pot withstand a sword chop? Callie watched this scene with a smile. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. When she provoked earlier, she couldn't help herself but also worried it was too soon. But unexpectedly, they got drunk so quickly. You don't need to rush. After we repel the enemy troops, I'll let you drink your fill. Callie looked at the Imperial Guards and said with a smile, Your Bretjesty, we found a troop of soldiers ambushing at the palace gate, numbering in the hundreds. They seemed to be waiting for some news. At that moment, an Imperial Guard reported. Indeed, they had a backup plan. If I hadn't agreed tonight, they would have forced their way into the palace. Callie frowned. Casimir. Callie thought for a moment and then said, I'm here. Ugh. Casimir had just knelt down when he immediately covered his mouth and ran to the side. Callie. Everyone. Never mind, Edric Tong. Quickly go outside the city and gather the Imperial Guards. Have them quietly infiltrate the palace and lay an ambush around the Wenhua Hall. Eustace, you tell that troop that I have agreed to abdicate. The Chancellor ordered them to enter the palace immediately and bring them to the Wenhua Hall, then close the central gate. I want to catch them like fish in a jar. These people who could act tonight are likely Morris's loyalists. There's no need to keep them alive. But remember, try not to cause casualties among our own men. Callie told the 2 men in front of her. Yes. Everyone went off to carry out their tasks. After arranging everything, Callie immediately went to the shrine. She wrote down what happened today and prayed for divine protection so the Imperial Guards wouldn't suffer heavy losses. The Imperial Guards now had weapons and provisions, but the opposition numbered in the hundreds. It was almost impossible to take them out without any casualties. These guards were incredibly loyal to her and had been through so much with her. She really didn't want to see them sacrifice themselves. In Brightness Community, Kendrick, after delivering the alcohol, still felt uneasy. According to the letter from the Western Liang Annette, the Chancellor had tried to harm her multiple times, probably plotting for a long time and secretly harboring many troops. It might not be easy to trick the Chancellor. Even if they succeeded in using a trap to eliminate the Chancellor, if the remaining forces under him weren't swiftly dealt with, there would be trouble. As night fell, Kendrick was about to write a letter to inquire about the Annette's progress when he opened the box and found a new letter already arrived. He quickly picked it up and read it, instantly feeling relieved. From the Annette's letter, Kendrick learned the entire process of the feast trap. Now, the Chancellor and his loyalists had been completely subdued. This made Kendrick look at the Annette differently. Her calm planning and decisive actions showed that she possessed both depth and strategy, which was truly remarkable. To eliminate those hundreds of loyalists wouldn't be simple either. These loyalists could not be persuaded to surrender. According to the Annette's description, the Imperial Guards had weapons and strength, but their armor was left to the city defenders, meaning they lacked defensive equipment. To take down the loyalists without casualties, they needed either stronger attacks or better defense. If stronger attacks were needed, bows would be useful. However, bowmen would ideally need elevated positions to maximize effectiveness. Flat shooting would be blind, and the palace had places for hiding, reducing the effectiveness. Besides, there was nowhere to buy such weapons. So, focusing on defense seemed necessary. Kendrick decided to search online. There were plenty of armors listed, but upon inquiry, most were just costumes made of plastic, useless in battle. There were chainmails available, but Kendrick was told these were out of stock, with delivery promised within a month. Our pots, you can compare them across the web, there's absolutely none sturdier than ours. To put it bluntly, our pots can last for 3 generations without breaking. Even if you move out, they'll still be good for stir-frying. Kendrick, can it withstand a sword chop? And an axe split too? Seller, are you picking a fight? I'm telling you, don't start trouble. Seeing that you're from the same city, don't make me come over with a pot. Kendrick checked the address. Indeed, it was local. He immediately placed an order for 2,000 pots, clearing all their inventory. Kendrick, paid. Can you arrange immediate delivery? I need it urgently. After paying, the seller remained unresponsive for quite some time. Just as Kendrick was about to request a refund, the phone rang. Sir, I was being a bit tactless earlier. Please don't take it personally. Shall I deliver these 2,000 pots now? The seller's voice came through the phone, almost tearful. Originally, his shop specialized in durability, naturally priced high. But nowadays, people focus on aesthetics and health, leading to poor sales and near bankruptcy. The boss was already annoyed when he encountered someone asking about knife resistance. He nearly stormed over with a pot. But unexpectedly, the next moment, the customer placed an order and cleared their entire inventory. He thought his eyes were deceiving him. Oh my god. The seller first slapped himself several times, confirming he hadn't read it wrong, then tremulously called Kendrick to apologize. Yes, I indeed asked if the pot can resist knife chops. If the quality isn't up to par, I'll give a bad review. Kendrick said into the phone. What? I haven't chopped it yet. Wait, don't hang up. Wife, bring me a knife. A big cleaver for chopping bones. Immediately after, sounds of clanking could be heard from the other end. Sir, I've tested it. The pot has dents but should work fine. What do you think? The seller spoke on the phone. Deliver to that warehouse address as soon as possible. Call me when you're close. Kendrick said. Sure thing. The other end was very excited. After hanging up, Kendrick continued his search. Chest and back covered, but not the head. Use motorcycle helmets. Kendrick smiled. With this idea, everything became easier. Chapter 27. I want to fight 10. Kendrick hurriedly searched for the best quality helmets. Kendrick, boss, can this helmet resist knife slashes? How's the quality? Neil, it's slash-proof. The quality is top-notch. Previously, those street thugs used to buy from us for their fights. If it gets damaged, I'll cover the medical expenses. How many do you want? Kendrick, I see you have about 3,000 in stock. I'll take them all. Can you deliver them now? I need them urgently. Neil, sir, don't joke with me. You won't need that many for a brawl, right? Ding. Just as the shopkeeper was about to confirm, he received an order notification. Seeing the quantity on the order, he jumped out of his chair. Kendrick's phone rang again. Boss, I. The voice on the other end was stuttering. There was no way around it. This buyer asked if the helmet could withstand slashing and needed them so urgently. It was clearly for a fight. Thousands of these things? Thousands of followers? Goodness gracious. Isn't he the leader of the Black Society? Can you deliver them here? I see you're in the same province. Kendrick asked. Deliver? Sure, I can deliver. I'll arrange a vehicle right now. 5 hours. No, 4 hours. I'll definitely deliver them personally. And the price, I'll adjust it for you. Place the order again, and I'll give you a 30% discount for such a large quantity. The shopkeeper quickly replied. This is clearly a boss, so even if it's not profitable, it has to be delivered. Besides, even with a 30% discount, there's still a good profit. Alright, thank you for your trouble. After buying the helmets, Kendrick also purchased welding anti-cut gloves to protect his hands. He bought some iron chains as well, which could be wrapped around his arms and legs. Although they would add considerable weight, safety was assured. After completing the purchases, Kendrick immediately wrote down the uses of these items and brought them to the warehouse. Soon after, the first batch of pots arrived. Shiliang Palace. After a night of siege and fierce battle, the Imperial Guard successfully cornered the assassins in the courtyard of Wenhua Hall. All exits were blocked. It was like catching turtles in a jar. But these assassins knew there was no hope of survival, so they fought fiercely, causing the Imperial Guards to retreat several times despite repeated attempts to defeat them. Your Majesty, our forces were pushed back again. I will lead the charge inside. I swear not to stop until every last one of them is killed. Casimir had already regained his composure. Hearing that the encirclement was impeded, he quickly offered to lead the charge. No. Any of your men are already injured. We still need to deal with the court officials. If we lose too many, the officials might have second thoughts. Moreover, based on their combat skills, they are quite formidable. Charging in recklessly will result in at least half of your forces being lost. Callie shook his head. He was also growing anxious. It was already past the early hours of the morning, and if they couldn't eliminate the assassins before dawn and the morning court session, his plans would be delayed. There might even be more tricks up the Chancellor's sleeve. You're Majesty. We can't delay any longer. I heard they're trying to break out. If they succeed, we'll be at a disadvantage, Casimir said anxiously. Fine. Since that's the case, you few. Callie made up his mind, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a clattering sound from inside the hall. What's that sound? Callie hurried over. He saw countless round, bulky objects pouring out of boxes. What are these? Callie picked up one that rolled to his feet and examined it. Round, bulky, very hard. They seem to be some kind of container. It looks like it's made of iron. That's not possible. Iron isn't this hard. It looks like a large bowl, maybe for holding water. Could this be the bowl of the heavenly gods? But it's so big. The Imperial guards marveled at the sight. After all the round objects came out, Callie noticed some papers and picked them up. His eyes lit up instantly. Quick. Remove that stick and tie it to your body with ropes. Callie followed the sketches by Kendrick, personally tying 2 pots to Casimir's chest and back using ropes. These are for divine protection. Come on, try slashing at it with a knife, Callie said to the nearby Imperial guard. It doesn't look thick. Why you slash carefully? Casimir swallowed hard. An Imperial guard slashed at the pot with a sword. A metallic clang resounded, leaving a bright mark on the bottom of the pot. No problem. I'm fine. Just a bit uncomfortable. Casimir touched his back. Quickly, have everyone tie these on immediately. With these, we have nothing to fear. The divine message also says the extras can be used as shields. Callie was overjoyed. Just as he finished speaking, there was another sound from behind. Everyone turned around to see. This time, many spherical objects came rolling out in all directions in the great hall. They were even more puzzled. Multicolored, and there's a hole. It can't be a divine urinal, right? Nonsense. You saw the hole underneath? Wouldn't it leak then? Plus, it wouldn't stand steady either. The crowd hurriedly collected the helmets that were rolling everywhere. Don't talk nonsense. Let me take a look. Callie picked up the last piece of paper. This is... Casimir. Stick your head into this hole. Callie said to Casimir. Casimir hesitated for a moment, but still stuck his head inside. What does it feel like? Callie asked eagerly. At this point, Casimir's entire head was enclosed by the sphere. I don't know. Sounds are muffled. And I can't see anything. Casimir said, puzzled. Let me check. You're wearing it backwards. The hole in front is for your eyes. Callie quickly adjusted it for Casimir. Now I can see. It's soft inside, kind of like our armor helmet, but totally different. It completely wraps around my head and won't fall off at all. Heaven. This part isn't hollow. There's a transparent layer protecting my eyes without affecting vision. So amazing. Come on, Eustace. Try chopping my head with your knife. Casimir said excitedly to Eustace. Eustace swallowed hard. Even with an armor helmet, one strike would finish him. He tried using only 1/3 force, but it only left a mark. Wow, this is interesting. Stand firm. Let me try again. Eustace immediately became interested. Go to hell. How would you honestly stand still waiting to be chopped during a fight? Casimir kicked Eustace's butt. Your Majesty. These must be the helmets of heavenly warriors. They are incredibly strong. With these things, what do we have to fear? Your Majesty, we request to join the battle. Casimir hurriedly said to Callie. Splash, splash. Before Callie could respond, another sound rang out. This time, some gloves and chains arrived. These gloves look strange. They're made of iron? I've never seen them before. And what are these chains for? How can they be so fine? The Imperial guards were puzzled holding the chains. The deity mentioned that these chains wrap around arms and legs to prevent slashing injuries. And these gloves also provide protection when worn. Casimir, put everything on and give it a try. Callie looked at Kendrick's instructions and had Casimir equip everything fully. On his head was a fully enclosed motorcycle helmet, 2 pots on his chest and back, chains wrapped around his arms and legs, and gloves on his hands. One hand held a knife, the other a pot. He looked like a bizarre armored monster, incongruous and mismatched. Even Callie and the others found it hard to describe. Wasn't this ugly? Is this how the heavenly deities look? How does it feel? Callie tentatively asked. Your Majesty, I want to fight 10. Let them come. Casimir felt the unparalleled defense and confidence sword. With these protective items, what was there to fear? Directly charging in and swinging the blade would do the trick. Chapter 28. The giant-headed monsters in the dark. Agreed. Then, equip all the members of the Imperial Guard immediately with what the deity has bestowed. Breck sure to eliminate all these assassins before dawn, and place their bodies on the path that ministers must take. Callie said this to Pete Lai and others. Yes. Pete Lai and his companions promptly began working busily. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Donghua Hall, the trapped assassins were discussing among themselves. There seems to have been some unexpected situation, but I believe, according to the Prime Minister's arrangements, everything will be foolproof. The people who escorted the Prime Minister are all extraordinary individuals. Even with the Imperial Guards like Pete Lai, they are no match at all. The Prime Minister is now certainly fighting fiercely within the palace. We are stuck here, which can detain a large number of Imperial Guards, aiding the Prime Minister. Once the Prime Minister gets control over the Emperor, these Imperial Guards won't stand a chance. Amen spoke. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Now, we must try our best to break through. Draw more Imperial Guards towards us, while escaping to report to Prime Minister. In a short while, listen for my signal. We will divide into 2 groups and rush out from the 2 central gates. No matter what it costs, we must fight our way through blood and fire. Amen said coldly. Kill. With a shout, the leader was about to lead the charge. But when they reached the central gate, they froze in shock. Stop. Amen hurriedly halted everyone. Now, For some reason, the central gate was already open. Strange creatures, with enormous heads, entered one after another. Their bodies were grossly bloated, and they were shiny, making clanking sounds as they moved. What kind of monsters are these? Emin had never seen such a scene. Moreover, it was night, and there were no candles or lights inside Wenhua Hall. These shadows were particularly terrifying in the darkness. Frightened, they instinctively stopped. Ha ha ha. You've never seen them before? Brothers, attack! Don't let a single one escape. With a buzzing voice, the giant-headed monsters charged towards the assassins. Before the assassins could recover from their shock, many were struck down without defense. Those who finally reacted managed to raise their swords in resistance. However, each slash felt like hitting an iron plate, accompanied by sparks and metallic clangs. The assassins were left stunned. What kind of sorcery is this? Why couldn't they cut through? But they didn't have time to think. After one slash, another sword was swinging down on their heads. They fell to the ground, filled with confusion, fear, and unwillingness. The surrounding assassins fared no better. Their attacks were completely ineffective. The Imperial Guards led by Pete Lai dispatched them easily, killing all of them. Not only did they suffer 0 casualties, but not even a single one was injured. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Hurry up. Arrange these corpses neatly on the road leading to the court. Pete Lai ordered quickly. The sky soon brightened. Ministers, just entering the palace gate, smelled an intense scent of blood. As they approached the main hall, everyone gasped in horror. The path to the grand hall was soaked in blood. Hundreds of bodies lay neatly on both sides of the road. Each step led them deeper into pools of blood. These aren't bodies of the Imperial Guards. What happened last night? Such a fierce battle. Were there rebels? It looks like the winner is decided. His Majesty should be safe. Everyone discussed anxiously, hesitant to move forward. Especially officials from powerful clans looked at each other, sharing expressions of shock. By imperial decree, all ministers present for morning court. By imperial decree, all ministers present for morning court. Voices grew louder, echoing from the court hall. Everyone hurriedly headed toward the hall. Some, too frightened, stumbled and fell, covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. In the grand hall, Callie sat on the dragon throne. Below, the ministers knelt on the ground. Last night, Prime Minister Morris rebelled. Do you know of this? Callie asked the crowd coldly. Upon hearing Callie's words, everyone lowered their heads, wishing to press their foreheads firmly to the ground. No one dared to respond. Come on. Bring Morris in. Callie had anticipated this and called out to the outside. Soon, Morris was carried in, bound hand and foot. He was not just bound. He was strung up on a wooden pole as well. With a cloth stuffed in his mouth, he was struggling, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. This was how Callie had specially arranged it. She knew. Morris had considerable power in the court. Only such humiliation could make all officials see clearly. The current Morris was nothing more than fish on her chopping board, unable to cause any ripples. Sure enough, when everyone saw Morris brought in this way, they were full of disbelief. But some quickly reacted. They hurriedly knelt down in front. Your Majesty. I confess my crime. This Morris threatened me to join the rebellion, promising me high rank and rich rewards. Under duress, I had no choice but to comply. I have failed, Your Majesty. Please punish me accordingly. An old minister knelt down first. Everyone saw this. Damn. If they didn't take the initiative to confess now, they would be finished once Morris pointed them out. Your Majesty. I also beg for forgiveness. So do I. It was all forced by Morris. He had long planned to rebel. Your Majesty, when Morris offered a bag of rice to my family during the food shortage, I was misled and fell into his trap. Morris is a despicable man. Please, Your Majesty, execute him to maintain the law. Everyone knelt down, wiping tears and snot, pleading. The meaning was clear. All mistakes are due to Morris's instigation. He is the mastermind of the rebellion. Though we participated, it was under duress, and our involvement was limited. Listening to the words of the courtiers, Morris, strung up, glared fiercely, wishing to bite these ministers to death. How dare you blame everything on me? Without your support at that time, could I have acted so smoothly? I know. You officials were coerced. As long as from now on, you can remain loyal to Shiliang and to me, then I will forgive all your past actions. Callie said to everyone. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Morris beside them with schadenfreude. What a fool. Didn't he see that his Majesty has divine protection? To still dare to rebel, he deserves it. Chapter 29. Can this bow shoot people? Ailbe. Emperor Callie said. Your subject is here. A minister bowed forward. Starting today, I appoint you as the new Prime Minister. I order you to investigate Morris's treason case. Anyone from the Linghu clan who participated in the rebellion must not be spared. Callie decreed. Your subject. Thank your Majesty. Ailbe did not expect that the Emperor did not blame him for his timidity, but instead promoted him to Prime Minister. Immediately, he prostrated himself in gratitude. After the court session ended, Emperor Callie eagerly headed towards the shrine. Despite having not slept all night, Callie felt no fatigue at all. With the heart of Shiliang's greatest threat removed, internal stability was now completely assured. The court was united like never before. For the first time, Callie felt the honor of being an emperor and had grand ambitions to fulfill. And all this was bestowed by the deity. Callie, filled with gratitude, wrote down in detail how she dealt with Morris overnight. She also told the deity that she planned to use Morris's head to inform the enemy outside the city walls about the exposed traitor, thus dashing their hopes of a successful breach and urging them to withdraw early. Respectfully placing the letter into the box, she thought about it for a moment. To have moved almost half of the celestial armory just for their fight last night, a simple note of thanks seemed inadequate. Though the deity asked for nothing, she could still offer something willingly. Callie began walking around her palace. Seeing a scroll of Wade's calligraphy hanging on the wall which her father once cherished, perhaps the deity would like it too. Callie fetched a chair and carefully took down the scroll. She rolled it up and placed it in the box. In Guangming community, when Kendrick woke up, it was nearly noon. Busy unloading goods until late last night, he rubbed his eyes and approached the box. He noticed an additional piece of paper and a scroll inside. Kendrick knew that they must have one last night. First, he picked up the scroll. It was a piece of calligraphy. Kendrick scratched his head. Although it looked good, he wasn't versed in calligraphy. This thing is probably worth more than those antiques from before. I'll take it to show Roscoe. This operation cost quite a bit again. Calculating, even with considerable discounts, spending left only a little over 2 million yuan remaining. Seemed a lot, but for the people needing supplies, it might barely cover one more round. Carefully rolling up the scroll, Kendrick then read the Empress's letter. Impressed by the detailed account of the previous night and the subsequent plans, Kendrick pondered over China's history, thousands of years with both wise and incompetent rulers. But this Empress seemed capable. Only unfortunate to be born in a chaotic era, leaving her unfulfilled ambitions lost in the river of history. Understanding he couldn't interfere too much, Kendrick believed he couldn't outperform the Empress without fully understanding her situation. According to the Empress, they planned to send the Prime Minister's severed head outside next. Surely, Northern Rurin would intensify the attack, leading to a fierce battle before retreating. If we could get AK-47s, things would be simpler, one per person, just shoot. How did they fight in ancient times? Shaking his head and lying back on the bed, Kendrick noticed a pile of books beside it. Suddenly, he remembered The Art of War bought when Colleague Brother was popular. Initially intending to apply its wisdom in his career, but capitalists don't play fair. Days. Kendrick scratched his head. What? Mr. Chun, you're really joking. Amelie gave an awkward laugh. So much money came in just last night, and it's all gone now? I checked the balance before leaving work yesterday. There was plenty of money. Really? Check if you don't believe me. You did arrive late. Kendrick shrugged. Amelie quickly made a call, and her face immediately turned grim. Mr. Chun, do you have a grudge against money? This hasn't even warmed up yet. Amelie felt like crying. I can't help it. Next time you guys need to be faster. Thank you. Kendrick closed the door. With the trading company set up, he could start stockpiling supplies. But they were still at war, and weapons were likely limited. He needed to find some. Kendrick thought as he walked to the computer. He started searching for bows and arrows on a shopping website. Children's Ultraman bow and arrow? Kendrick felt a headache. He flipped through several pages, all children's bows and arrows. No sellers? Kendrick was confused. After checking, he switched to search for compound bow, which showed some similar items. Though different from traditional bows and arrows, the description suggested their power should be fine. Just a bit expensive. Good quality and powerful ones cost over 2,000 yuan. But since they were at war, he couldn't buy inferior products. He had a bit over 2 million left, and came in. You want to buy bows and arrows? One policeman asked Kendrick. Yes. What's going on? I haven't done anything wrong, right? Kendrick stood up rather speechlessly. Why are you buying bows and arrows? We received a report that a large criminal gang might be purchasing supplies, so we need to verify. Please show your relevant identification. The police looked at Kendrick with puzzlement. He didn't look like a criminal gang leader. Ah. Kendrick nearly stumbled. Officers, you've misunderstood. This is a company purchase. I heard aliens are coming to Earth, and I thought the price of such bows and arrows would rise, so I wanted to store some. As a businessman, I'm just securing valuable goods. Kendrick quickly explained. Aliens landing on Earth? Don't believe or spread rumors. You said company purchase? Where's your company ID? The policeman asked suspiciously. Here. Kendrick showed his company documents. So that's it. I'm sorry, but when one person buys 1,000 bows, it's enough to equip an army. For the safety of citizens, we naturally need to investigate. The police examined Kendrick's company documents and found everything in order. My apologies. Caused you trouble? Kendrick breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't registered the company beforehand, he probably would have ended up explaining himself in jail today. Sorry about that, Hubert. Didn't expect such a misunderstanding. I was being cautious too. You see, you started asking about shooting people in armor. If something happened after you bought them, I'd bear responsibility as well. At this moment, the boss walked over, rubbing his hands sheepishly. No problem, no problem. Scan the code. Kendrick waved his hand. To make it up to you, I'll give you 10,000 extra arrows. The boss was quite generous. After paying, the boss personally drove the goods to the warehouse. In the Western Liang Imperial Palace, Emperor Callie was reading the charges against Morris, with the new Prime Minister LB standing beside him. Your Majesty, Morris has confessed to all these crimes. He colluded with the Northern Rurin troops to invade from the south, secretly arranging plans. Our troops retreated because he cut off the supply lines and interfered. LB slowly recounted. Morris truly deserves death. For a throne, he disregarded our Western Liang citizens. So all of this was orchestrated by this old villain behind the scenes. Callie gritted her teeth. And this time besieging the capital was also part of Morris's agreement with the Rurin. He attempted to force your Majesty to abdicate by creating this situation. Once in power, he would submit to Rurin and pay tribute. LB continued. Callie nodded in agreement. The deity had already told her this in detail. According to Morris's confession, the last fire in the palace was their first plan. They intended to set fires and attack the city simultaneously. The second attempt was assassination, but failed. The third was forcing food supplies, which was thwarted by divine intervention. The fourth was during the banquet, arranging an ambush to force your Majesty into abdicating. LB's voice trembled slightly. He never imagined that Morris had done so many despicable things behind the scenes. Scoundrel! Callie was furious yet incredibly relieved. Thanks to the deity's help, she realized the deity had assisted her 4 times. Your Majesty, what should we do with those involved with Morris? LB asked. Lock them all up first. After consulting with the deity, I'll make arrangements. Callie thought for a moment before replying. After arriving at the shrine, Callie found several sheets of paper at the bottom of a chest. Is this a story from the deity? Or divine guidance? Perhaps turning his plan against him? As she read, her eyes lit up. The news of Morris's capture hasn't reached outside the city walls yet. This could indeed be used to our advantage. Following Morris's plan, he intends to open the gates to let the Ruran troops in once he becomes emperor. The arrows accompanying them were recognizable. Indeed, they are bows and arrows. These are the blueprints given to us by the deity. Callie took out a piece of paper and examined it. Casimir, try the power of this bow. The deity said to twist this round object all the way to adjust the power. Callie instructed Casimir. Casimir couldn't wait to grab a bow. How light. So light yet so sturdy, truly worthy of being a divine bow. Could it be made of meteoric iron from the heavens? Haven't I heard that the deity used bows and arrows to shoot at the sun? Could this be the same kind of bow and arrow? Upon handling the bow, Casimir felt it was completely different from the ones they had used before. He couldn't even tell what material it was made of. Following the instructions on the blueprint, Casimir adjusted to the maximum power, mimicked the motions, drew the bow fully, and released an arrow with a swoosh. The arrow cut through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight instantly. Everyone was stunned. Where's the arrow? Where did it go? Casimir was scared silly. When he shot the arrow just now, he hadn't gauged the strength well, raised the angle slightly, and shot it away. As everyone exchanged bewildered looks, a squad of patrolling palace guards came running over in a panic. General Wu. Hurry, protect the emperor. There's an assassin. Before they could even reach them, they started shouting at Casimir and the others. Chapter 31. The sun-shooting divine bow shows its power. An assassin? Quickly, everyone, protect his bretjesty. When Casimir heard this, he hurriedly instructed everyone to shield Callie in the center. When the man holding an arrow approached the crowd, everyone was stunned. So, this is the assassin you were talking about? Where did you find him? Casimir widened his eyes and asked. We were patrolling near the outer gate when suddenly an arrow grazed our noses and stuck into the wall. It scared all of us. The direction seemed to be toward his bretjesty, so we rushed over. Wait a minute. What? While speaking, the man noticed the scattered arrows around them. They looked exactly like the one he was holding. Hold on. You said you were patrolling near the outer city gate? That's more than 200 zhang from the palace. Casimir suddenly realized something. Ordinary bows had an effective range of only a few dozen zhang. Who would have thought that the sun-shooting divine bow's power was several times greater? What do we have to fear now? Casimir, gather the Imperial Guards. You will lead the charge this time. Callie clearly understood the extraordinary power of these bows from Casimir's shocked expression. Based on the current supply, there were 1,000 such bows, with hundreds of thousands of arrows. It was more than enough for their plan. Us entry. They're busy suppressing the city. With that, our plan can proceed. Douglas, pick 5,000 elite cavalry personally. Enter through the west gate. Head straight for the palace and capture Morris. After executing him, bring out the female emperor from the capital. They say she's the most beautiful woman in Xiliang. And take all the women back with you. Brettle prisoners will be marched back, serving as winter provisions. That fool still dreams of cooperation with us. Does he really think we are as foolish as him? Calhoun snarled. Once the Xiliang capital falls, all of Xiliang will become our pastureland. We can use it as a stepping stone into central China. The unification of our Ruran Empire starts now. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing Calhoun's words, everyone laughed wildly. Sure enough, 3 hours later, the west gate opened on schedule. General Douglas led 5,000 cavalry rushing inside. Ha ha ha. Charge. Everyone head straight for the palace. Follow me. Stop. Everyone stop immediately. Just as Douglas was about to whip his horse forward, he saw a deep pit appearing before them. He urgently called for everyone to stop, but it was too late. Everyone was charging, and even if those in front discovered the pit, those behind were unaware, still yelling and pushing forward. Those at the front were pushed into the pit. The next moment, from the walls and rooftops, numerous soldiers emerged, drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the chaotic cavalry. Don't spare any arrows. No need to aim precisely. Just cover them with arrows. Let none of them escape. Casimir whispered in a low voice. In fact, there was no need for Casimir to give the order. The Imperial Guards, clad in celestial armor and armed with the sun-shooting divine bows, were already brimming with anticipation. Each of them had 100 arrows ready at their backs. Never in 8 generations had they fought such a well-supplied battle. They wished they could release 3 arrows at once. 800 Imperial Guards. 800 bows. Within just a few moments, over 30,000 arrows rained down. Not a single one of the 5,000 cavalry escaped. All were felled by the arrows. The city gate was wide open behind them. All they had to do was retreat on horseback, and they could have rushed out in an instant. But who would have expected an arrow storm from the heavens? It blotted out the sky, dense and unyielding. Douglas was pierced into a porcupine before he could even sound the alarm, unwillingly falling to the ground. At that moment, outside the city gate, Calhoun and others were also fully prepared. Hearing the screams and wails inside the city, their lips curled up slightly. What a fool Morris is. Did he really think we would cooperate with you? You people of central China are nothing but our granary and pasture. Almost done. Let's go in as well. Calhoun slowly rode towards the city on his horse. But soon after entering the city, Calhoun was stunned. Before him lay countless dead horses and soldiers, their bodies pierced like porcupines. Looking at their clothes, these were ours. Calhoun's eyes widened. Attack. Just as Calhoun was still in shock, a roar echoed, and numerous figures appeared around him and on the city gate tower. In the next moment, dozens of arrows shot toward Calhoun. However, surrounded by many soldiers, most of the arrows were blocked. Still, one arrow struck Calhoun's shoulder. Not good. We've been ambushed. We fell into their trap. Retreat quickly. Calhoun shouted loudly. Under the cover of his men, they retreated towards the outside. The Ruran soldiers drew their bows and counterattacked against those on the city walls. But upon looking up, they were bewildered. What were these things? How huge were their heads? And they were so colorful. Monsters. More bizarrely, these figures faced their arrows without flinching, enduring the attack. Yet not a single one of them fell. What was going on? Was it divine protection? For these nomadic tribes, they believed most fervently in spirits and deities. Brittany were scared stiff at the sight, holding their bows but forgetting to shoot. They became live targets. Seeing this, Calhoun felt both shocked and angry, hurried and furious, pained and dizzy, almost spitting blood and falling off his horse. He retreated 2 li in disarray before gradually stopping. Ha ha ha. Do you know the power of our Western Liang now? Indeed, these are divine arrows, too powerful. Casimir grinned widely atop the city gate. Quickly, go out immediately to collect the arrows. Don't let anyone snatch them. These are treasures bestowed by the gods. Don't miss a single one. Casimir, halfway through his laughter, suddenly came back to his senses, hopping around urgently like his pants were on fire. In a frenzy, he arranged for people to go down and collect the arrows. Chapter 32. What a coincidence. I also have a scroll. Outside the city, Ruran army camp. Ujalu Dayton sat at the front with a pale face, his arm wrapped in thick bandages. The generals standing before him were also injured, and there were quite a few vacant positions. Khan. The casualty statistics for this time are out. Apart from the 5,000 cavalry led by General Tuluan initially, another 3,000 were shot dead by arrows during the chaos, just trying to scare us into retreating. Spread my order. At dawn tomorrow, attack the city with the entire army. I want to capture Morris and kill him myself. Ujalu Dayton said to everyone. Tian High City, Antique Street. Kendrick carried the scroll in a black bag to the Gu family store. This time buying bows and arrows already drained most of his money. There was only a bit of interest left in his card. Considering he still needed to buy supplies, Kendrick brought the painting. How about it? This is a long-lost rarity. A flat price, 30 million. I came here because I heard the reputation of your antique business. Just as Kendrick entered, he heard a voice speaking. He saw that Jared and Brett Nager Edric were both there, surrounding a scroll, and there was another middle-aged man next to them. Oh, Brother Chun is here. Come, take a look at something good. This is the famous calligrapher Wade's essay on calligraphy from the Eastern Han Dynasty, lost for many years. You arrived at just the right time. Brett Nager Edric waved at Kendrick upon seeing him enter. Essay on calligraphy? Kendrick was startled. In his memory, the scroll given to him by the Western Liang Annette also seemed to be called Essay on Calligraphy. Kendrick moved closer to look, and it was indeed exactly like his scroll, but it lacked some seals. Of course, this scroll has been passed down from my ancestors. If not for my son's wedding and the 8 million dowry demanded, I wouldn't have sold it. I'm selling it out of urgent need. 30 million is my lowest price. Otherwise, if I auctioned it elsewhere, it would certainly fetch more than this. The middle-aged man was rather proud. Boss, this calligraphy is one continuous stroke, occasionally unconnected, but the bloodline remains unbroken, with a continuous flow of energy between characters. It is indeed Wade's handwriting. In terms of its age, it is indeed from the Eastern Han Dynasty. It has already been authenticated. At this moment, an elderly man came to Jared's side and said, this elder was Jared's appraiser master and top expert in the shop. Hearing what the elder said, Brett Nager Edric rubbed his hands together excitedly. Brett Nager Edric, Wade's calligraphy is so valuable? Kendrick asked doubtfully. After all, a scroll worth 30 million? Judging by what was said, it was still a relatively low price, which was astonishing. Of course. Wade opened up a new era in calligraphy. Those great calligraphers you know, like Edric Shiji and others, were all his students. There's a phrase, learning calligraphy by the pool. Do you know it? It tells Wade's story. For nearly 2,000 years, Wade's works have been treasured by the world, no scrap of paper remaining. This essay on calligraphy was lost during the Wu period of unrest, reportedly taken by nomadic horsemen. Now it reappears in the world. If anyone knows, it might fetch an astronomical price. I've struck gold today. Brett Nager Edric was quite excited. Whether he kept this calligraphy for his own collection or resold it, it would definitely be a profitable deal. Listening to Brett Nager Edric's words, Kendrick felt somewhat hesitant. He didn't understand calligraphy at all. Could it be that the piece before him was also an authentic one, the same as the one he had in hand? But that couldn't be right. If it was passed down later, some seals should have been preserved. Why were they reduced instead? Hey Brother Chin, what brings you here today? Do you have something good too? Seeing the black bag in Kendrick's hand, Brett Nager Edric hurriedly asked. Well, Brett Nager Edric, it's coincidental. I also have a piece of calligraphy. And it happens to be Wade's essay on calligraphy as well. By the way, the one on your table might be a forgery. Kendrick slowly said. No matter what, he still believed that the Annette of Western Liang wouldn't deceive him. What did you say? Whose is a forgery? Kid, do you dare to speak nonsense like that, and not think I can beat you up? Upon hearing Kendrick say his piece was a forgery, the middle-aged man immediately jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Jared was stunned and quickly stopped the man. He then took out Kendrick's scroll. Jared and Brett Nager Edric instantly froze. Kendrick actually brought a real essay on calligraphy by Wade. The two scrolls were identical except for the seals. This, Brother Chin, what's going on? Brett Nager Edric was speechless. He knew beforehand that everything Kendrick brought was valuable. The wine cup bought from him last time made him gloat significantly. But the middle-aged man's scroll had also been authenticated as genuine. Could there be two? But if Kendrick's was a forgery, why would he bring it out after seeing the genuine one? Mine was also passed down from my ancestors. As for whether it's genuine, we'll need to ask Boss Gu to find someone to authenticate it. Kendrick said to Jared. Nonsense. Yours must be a forgery. Mine is the real one. Boss Gu, Isn't using this trick to lower the price too lowbrow? The middle-aged man angrily said to Jared. He was about to get 30 million. But now this kid had messed things up. When have I ever used such tricks? Oldly, come take another look at this scroll. Jared, with a cold face, called over the expert from his shop. The old man looked at the scroll Kendrick had taken out, immediately widening his eyes, and examined it closely with a magnifying glass for half an hour, sweating profusely. Just as Jared was puzzled, the old man suddenly knelt down before him. Boss, I was wrong. He gave me 5 million and asked me to help him confirm that the scroll was genuine. He also said that Wade's essay on calligraphy had already been lost, so there would never be any genuine ones found. I foolishly agreed. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. I can die without regrets now. The old man pointed at the middle-aged man next to him. Chapter 33 Bullying me, Brother Chin? I'll finish you two off. Why you don't talk nonsense? I don't know you at all. I've never looked for you. Not selling today. I'm leaving. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing Desi's murderous gaze, he hastily bolted out, not even caring about the calligraphy. Damn it. In Tian High City, you still want to run? Daring to deceive me? Watch me finish you off. Desi said through clenched teeth. Brother Chen, it's fate between us brothers. If not for you, I would have been cheated today. The money isn't the issue. What matters most is my reputation. I'd be disgraced. Desi turned to face Kendrick and continued. Brother Chen, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Who would have thought, after doing antiques for so many years, I'd almost fall victim to an inside job, nearly ruining my reputation. If that piece of calligraphy had leaked from me today, we would lose all credibility, and we wouldn't need to open our doors anymore. No need for words of thanks. First let me bow in gratitude. Jared also bowed respectfully towards Kendrick. No. I can't accept such honor. I just happened to be here. If anything, it should be said that both bosses escaped a disaster. Kendrick smiled. Monty, considering how long you've worked with me, you go. I won't pursue this matter today. But you can't do business in antiques anymore. If I catch you again, I'll find a grave to bury you. Jared turned and coldly told the old man. The old man, grateful and tearful, knelt before Kendrick and kowtowed before hurrying away. He knew that if Kendrick hadn't appeared today, he might quietly disappear from existence soon. God damn it. Brother Chen, you bring one surprise after another. If not for fearing to involve you, I'd really want to become sworn brothers with you. Since this calligraphy is genuine, let me add 5 million as a token of gratitude to Brother Chen. What do you say? Desi said to Kendrick. Boss Edric, I'll give that 5 million information fee to Brother Chen too. The fame from selling this calligraphy is enough. Jared hurriedly added. Ping. Bank card received 40 million yuan. Before Kendrick could say anything, the bank notification arrived. All at once, 40 million more? Kendrick almost couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Chen, this time I got lucky. Whenever you need help in the future, feel free to ask. Come. I'll personally escort you home. Desi couldn't wait to roll up the painting and happily led Kendrick out. Guangming residential area? Brother Chen, you live here? When Desi dropped Kendrick off at the residential area, he asked somewhat surprised. Yes, my parents' house is here. Kendrick nodded. Brother Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying this place is broken, but this area is under development plans. They say to take advantage of the current trend to build an alien base. We've won the bid. They're currently researching the construction plan. Desi explained to Kendrick. Alien base? Kendrick's mouth twitched. Recalling what Robin mentioned about utility bills, it was true. Never imagined such a big fuss would arise. But the issue was, this house belonged to his parents, and he grew up here. He didn't want to move. What would happen if demolition were to occur? Kendrick was troubled. Turner 3? Why are you two here again? As Kendrick got out of the car, he saw his uncle and third uncle waiting by the entrance. We went through old records. Your father wrote us an IOU at that time. It wasn't for 40,000, but 30,000. After discussing with your third uncle, the compensation you donated, we consider it as praying for blessings for your parents. You don't need to repay it. So, transfer this house to us, but you can continue living here. It doesn't affect you, right? Turner smiled and handed Kendrick a wrinkled piece of paper. Kendrick looked at it and saw some blurry writing, except for borrowed 30,000, which was clear. Below were 3 fingerprints of unknown origin. Kendrick was speechless. Not even kids would be fooled like this, right? Just grabbing any paper as evidence? Even asking for the deed first? Looks like they heard about the demolition already. Hey. Don't you have any shame? Daring to covet my brother Chin's house? I'm telling you, the demolition will absolutely not affect the residential area. At this moment, President Edric hurriedly walked down from the car in anger. He had heard every word of their conversation just now. Damn it. Who do you think you are? This is our family matter. What's it got to do with you? I'm his third uncle, and this is his elder uncle. His parents are dead, so everything in this house is decided by us. Turner 3 stepped forward and said to President Edric. Bullshit. How dare you insult me? I don't care if you're his elder or third uncle. Today, whoever dares to bully my little brother Chun, I'll finish them off. I'll show you who's in charge here. President Edric took out his phone and went aside to make a call. At this point, hearing the argument at the entrance, many neighbors gathered around. So that's Kendrick's elder uncle. Isn't this forceful occupation? Indeed. They heard about the demolition and started bullying for the house. How shameless. President Edric's men to act. Everyone immediately grabbed sticks and kitchen knives to chase after Kendrick's elder and third uncle. The elder and third uncle ran away while crying out in terror. Kendrick watched this scene, unsure of what to say. Those who commit wrongdoings must face their consequences. But without the demolition, he could finally preserve the house left by his parents. Thank you, President Edric. Kendrick cupped his hands to President Edric in gratitude. Don't mention it. Honestly, I didn't want the demolition either, considering the compensation cost. Someone blabbed it out, putting me in a tough spot. Just made the decision today. You take care, Brother Chin. I'll leave now. President Edric also bid farewell. Back home, Kendrick rushed to check the chest. After sending so many arrows, he was anxious about the battle situation. Sure enough, he saw a letter from the Annette. Chapter 34. The deity praises me. Kendrick heaved a sigh of relief as soon as he picked up and read the letter. The Annette described the battle in detail, recounting the great victory. Gratitude and joy were evident in her tone. How come reading this Annette's letter makes it seem like she isn't much older than a girl? I should have asked the experts about the Annette's age back then. Kendrick chuckled and shook his head. In his impression, emperors are usually older. But from these few letters by the Annette, it seemed that wasn't the case here. Especially after this great victory, her expression felt even more vividly young. He could even picture a woman around his age cheering triumphantly. Kendrick lay on the sofa, feeling very happy and eager to share his joy with someone, suddenly having 40 million credited to his account. Before this, Kendrick wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Not to mention, because of this, he had met the bigwigs of Tianhai City who helped him greatly today. All of this seemed to be due to this Western Liang Annette. After some thought, Kendrick got up and went to the computer to write a letter to the Annette. Considering that although they had repelled the enemy wouldn't give up so easily, reminding the Annette not to be complacent and to prepare for another attack. After printing, he put the letter into the box. This does resemble being pen pals. Except it spans over 1,000 years. How amazing is that? Kendrick smiled. Western Liang Imperial Palace. Callie got up before dawn. Yesterday's great victory made her toss and turn excitedly, and she couldn't wait to come to the temple early in the morning. Sure enough, she saw the letter sent by the deity. You did an excellent job, truly impressing everyone. Oh my god. The deity praised me. Callie couldn't help but blush as she read it. So I did the right thing. I must continue leading everyone and hold out. I love the words you sent. Thank you for everything you've brought me. Oh my god. The deity really likes me and expresses gratitude to me? Callie felt her breathing quicken, almost disbelieving her own eyes. The enemy suffered such a heavy loss. They will likely launch an immediate city siege. Be cautious. If you lack anything, feel free to tell me. No need to hesitate. Oops, I've become too proud and self-satisfied. This is the deity's warning. I should have foreseen this. Seeing this at last, Callie suddenly realized her negligence. They had only temporarily repelled the enemy. The northern invaders' forces hadn't been significantly weakened. Given their defeat this time, they would be furious and strike harder. Come. Callie hastily called out to the outside. Go immediately to the city defenses and warn the generals to be wary of an impending siege. Callie instructed the royal guards outside. Yes. One of the royal guards rushed out. Soon, shouts of battle could be heard from outside the city walls. Callie couldn't help but frown. You're Majesty. Our troops just gathered when the enemy launched a full-scale attack on the city. If we hadn't prepared earlier, their vanguard might have silently climbed up. The battle has already started. Adrian rushed to Callie's side, saying breathlessly, quickly, immediately gather the royal guards and follow me to the city wall. Callie said after a moment's thought, Your Majesty. The city wall is dangerous. You absolutely cannot expose yourself to such danger. Adrian hurriedly tried to stop Callie upon hearing that she was going to the city wall. No. At this critical moment, the enemy will fight to the death, determined to breach our city. If the city walls fall, everything will be lost. With me among them, I believe our soldiers will be greatly encouraged. Now is the time for me to be with the frontline troops. Callie firmly refused Adrian and headed towards the city wall with the royal guards. When Callie arrived at the city wall, the scene before her left her speechless. She saw enemies swarming from all directions outside the city, surging like tidal waves. Some of the enemy soldiers were even carrying siege ladders. Your Majesty, these siege ladders were taken from other cities of Western Liang. Morris, the bastard. Adrian clenched his teeth and said angrily, Your Majesty, why did you come up here? It's dangerous here. Adrian, what are you doing? At this moment, Brethias also ran over upon seeing Callie ascend the wall. This is my decision. I will defend the city alongside all soldiers. Brethias, listen to my order. Callie said sternly. From now on, all royal guards are under your command. Tell everyone, I am right behind them. Callie said to Brethias. Yes. Brethias understood Callie's meaning and was greatly moved. With the emperor standing behind all the soldiers, it would be an incomparable encouragement. Quickly, all of the imperial guards, take advantageous positions and use arrows to hold them back. For those who have reached the foot of the city wall, pelt them with rocks. Everyone, His Majesty is right behind us, giving our all. Absolutely no one can set foot on the city wall. Brethias shouted loudly. All members of the Imperial Guard joined the battle. Their helmets and armor formed a defensive line along the city wall. Countless arrows instantly rained down on the crowd charging forward outside the city walls. With the addition of the Imperial Guards, the momentum of the enemy's attack was immediately curbed. Adrian did not move but guarded Callie instead. He vigilantly observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, a whoosh sound. An arrow grazed Callie's cheek and nailed itself into the parapet. This startled Adrian. Your Majesty. Adrian hurriedly stood in front of Callie. Adrian. Don't shield me. Your duty is to kill the enemies. Callie wiped the scratch on her cheek and calmly told Adrian. Yes. Adrian roared loudly and also joined the battle. This scene of Callie deeply inspired all the soldiers. Roars like thunder, bravely fighting the enemy. Even though the number of enemy troops outnumbered the defenders by several times, they could not advance even a single step. Quickly, the stones and logs for hurling from the city wall are running out. Bring more over. General, we have run out. They're all used up. At this moment, the supply of stones and logs on the city wall was almost exhausted. Transmit my order. Tell all the citizens that now is the time of life and death. Demolish houses for stones and wood and bring them here. Do it quickly. Callie hurriedly told the nearby soldiers. Just as the supplies for defending the city were used up and the soldiers prepared to use their bodies to push the enemy down again, a commotion sounded from behind. Everyone turned around to see. They saw dust flying within the city as many citizens carried stones and wood toward the city wall. At this moment, the defending soldiers could no longer contain their emotions. For the first time, they felt the unity of the Western Liang. For the first time, they felt that their desperate defense was meaningful. Kill. The morale of all the defending soldiers soared unprecedentedly. Taking stones and wood from the citizens' hands, they fiercely hurled them down at the enemies below. Finally, the enemy could not hold on and withdrew with a retreat signal. Cheers echoed from the city wall. Even Callie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But looking at the densely packed enemy troops outside the city, she still felt some anxiety. They had no more materials for defending the city, and the arrows were all outside the walls, unable to be recovered. If the enemy attacked the city again, they might not be able to hold out. At this moment, a group emerged from the enemy side. I am Gage, Khan of Rurin. Let Linger G roll out. Gage rode forward and shouted at the city gate. Chapter 35. Vow to perish with the capital. Ling Huji, Morris? Callie and the others on the city wall were utterly baffled. The fool outside actually still thinks that Morris is alive? How shameful. We of Western Liang are besieged by such a bunch of fools. Wasn't Morris beheaded long ago? His head must be rotting by now. The soldiers defending the city looked at the enemy outside as if they were watching idiots. Bellamy, do you recognize me? Callie came to the edge of the wall, coldly gazing down. You. Bellamy's mind struggled to process seeing the Annette of Western Liang appear. This whole time it has been the Annette commanding? What about Morris? Fighting for so long without knowing who was leading the opposition. How ridiculous. Of course it's me. Morris has already been beheaded and displayed publicly. Your plot of inside and outside collusion has been completely foiled. Now the citizens and troops in my capital are united in spirit. I advise you to reconsider and retreat your armies sooner rather than later. Otherwise, even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. Callie spoke coldly to Bellamy. Humph. To dare to boast with just this isolated city. Even without that, Morris, do you really think you can hold out? It seems many of those pieces of wood are from roof beams. If I had to guess, you've used up all the materials in your capital, haven't you? Bellamy sneered. I give you one chance. Open the gates and surrender to me. Come back to Rurin as my slave. I guarantee not a single soul in your capital will be harmed. What do you say? Bellamy looked greedily up at the city wall. Go to hell. You old bastard, try attacking if you dare. I'll shoot you dead. Casimir, standing nearby, hearing Bellamy insulting the Annette, was instantly enraged. He knocked an arrow and shot toward Bellamy. Ha ha ha. Thinking you could hit me with a bow and arrow? Don't you know the distance? Whoa damn. Bellamy was sneering disdainfully at Casimir when he unexpectedly got an arrow shot into his horse's eye. In pain, the horse neighed and reared up, throwing Bellamy onto the ground. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from atop the city wall. You wait, in 3 days, I'll gather a great army and flatten your capital. Western Liang Annette, sooner or later I will have you begging for mercy under me. Bellamy bellowed furiously. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of Bellamy, Callie couldn't help but remain solemn. 3 days. Rurin would certainly gather a large force to attack the city. Their defenses within the city were almost depleted. They could only fight desperately. I swear to perish with the capital. After returning from the city wall to the palace, Callie immediately went to the shrine. She wrote a farewell letter. She knew well, the battle after 3 days might be beyond rescue, perhaps the last honor of Western Liang. As their emperor, she would lead the entire city's people and troops in a desperate struggle to the death, just feeling indebted to the blessings of the deity. The deity has helped them enough. It also allows them to die so honorably. She was content. She hoped that in the other world, she could see the deity once more. Kendrick. She would never forget the name of the deity. Callie wiped her eyes and respectfully placed the farewell letter into the box. Tian High City, Bright District Police Station. All right, both of you are middle-aged adults, yet you're still thinking about your nephew's house. Have some shame. Moreover, the demolition plan for that neighborhood wasn't even finalized. The talk of demolition was merely a rumor. Your name is Kendrick, right? Nice job handling the situation with grace. Take them out through the back door. The policeman said to Kendrick. Beside him, the uncle and the third uncle crouched there, bloodied and bruised. Ever since the two men insulted Desi, leading to changes in his planning which crushed everyone's hopes for the much-anticipated demolition, they had been chased by residents of the neighborhood. Thankfully, the duo found shelter in the police station. Otherwise, they might have been beaten to death. Kendrick received a call from the police station and came to escort the two out. Kendrick, we're wrong? Oh, it's all because of money, said the uncle with bandages wrapped around his head, looking ashamed at Kendrick. Yes, Kendrick, despite how we treated you, you still came to help us. This is truly. In fact, it was your uncle's idea. I've always cared for you, the third uncle added awkwardly. Older brother, you explain clearly to our nephew. Were you the one who suggested extorting money? Weren't the promissory notes also forged by you? And just now you actually pushed me back. If I hadn't seen the police station, I might have been beaten to death by those people. Hearing uncle's words, third uncle immediately got angry. Third uncle also stood up straight and argued back. Seeing the two of them arguing again, Kendrick shook his head speechlessly and went home. Just getting home, he habitually came to the box and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw a letter. Kendrick smiled as he picked it up. He supposed that with his warning, they had successfully repelled the enemy's attack on the city. But after reading the letter, Kendrick's brows furrowed tightly. From the Annette's letter, he learned, they indeed repelled the enemy's attack on the city. But 3 days later, The northern invaders Rurin would launch a massive attack on the city, leading to a life-and-death battle. But there was nothing left in the city to fend off the enemy. The stone missiles and rolling logs were all used up, and there weren't many arrows left. It was reaching the end of their resources. Once the enemy attacked the city, they would only be able to defend with their bodies. Even if one life could take out one enemy, the enemy's numbers were several times, even 10 times more than the defenders. The capital of Western Liang was in imminent danger. The Annette had decided to join the frontline combat herself, preferring to die rather than become a puppet ruler. She refused to be the last monarch of a fallen nation. The forceful strokes in her writing showed her resolve to die. The tone of farewell in her words was touching. After finishing the letter, Kendrick stood up abruptly. Now that he had money, could he stand by and watch as Western Liang falls? Isn't it just a matter of holding a city? Where is my damn Italian cannon? I don't believe it. If I give each person a gun, can we not hold the capital of Western Liang? Kendrick came to the computer and began searching. Shopping websites definitely wouldn't have it. He could only try some unconventional routes. Sure enough, he found a group and spent $100 to find a phone number from someone claiming to sell guns. Kendrick cautiously called it. Hello? Kendrick asked. You want to buy guns? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes. What kind of guns do you have? Kendrick hurriedly asked. What kind of gun do you want? Anything from homemade to standard weapons. How many do you want? The person on the other end asked. I want submachine guns, 10,000 of them. And 500,000 bullets. Kendrick said. Shit. Crazy bastard. The person on the other end hung up directly. Kendrick. Chapter 36. Crush them with these things. Ring ring. Just as Kendrick was at a loss for words, the phone rang again. Hello, this is Guoming Police Station. My surname is Yonatan, police ID 12345. You called to buy guns just now? The voice of a police officer came from the other end of the phone. I was just testing it out. Kendrick swallowed hard. We heard that. Wanting to buy 10,000 submachine guns? Really, you've got some nerve. We've already tapped into that group's communications and are about to make our move. Please don't interfere with our operations. Otherwise, we might have to talk to you. The policeman told Kendrick. And discs. And all these weight plates too. Kendrick looked around the warehouse. He picked out everything that could be used for city defense. A rough estimate showed that all the items together would number in the tens of thousands. Take it all? Sir, you must be joking. The factory manager stared wide-eyed. Transfer money, deliver the goods. Kendrick swiped his card deftly. Seeing the accountant hurriedly coming over, the factory manager gulped. Goodness, I thought such a young guy would only manage a small gym at best. Who knew he was a big shot? Judging by the demand, he might be running a national chain of gyms. Big customer. By the way, do you know any manufacturers of sports equipment? Like shot put, javelin, discus and that kind of thing? Kendrick asked the factory manager. He had considered buying a few dozen tons of bricks, but thinking about it, dropping bricks or stones might just create a slope for the enemy troops to climb the wall directly. So, smaller and heavier items were better. And things like javelins could impale enemies one after another and be thrown to kill others. Also good stuff. I know some. I'll help you contact them. The manufacturer hurriedly made several calls for Kendrick. For 2 consecutive days, Kendrick worked from morning till night, almost buying every heavy object that could potentially crush people in Tianhai City. He even bought all the bowling balls from a few bowling alleys at a high price. And he bought another 100,000 arrows from the previous bow and arrow factory. All these items were delivered into the box by machines. In the Xiliang Imperial Palace. Your Majesty. The Rurin forces are massing their troops. This time they are determined to breach the city. Our defenses are almost non-existent. Even if we fight to the death, it will be hard to hold out. While the Rurin troops are unaware, we should quickly have the Imperial Guards escort your Majesty out of the city. As long as your Majesty lives, our kingdom of Xiliang will endure. Xiliang's General Breathias and Prime Minister Jarrett, you knelt before Callie. My decision is final. I will not live in humiliation. You need say no more. Callie waved his hand. The fall of our land and the suffering of our people are all my fault. How can I abandon the citizens of the capital now? This time, I will personally go to the city walls. To harm the citizens of Xiliang, they must step over my corpse first. Emperor Callie said with firm determination. I will dedicate my life to serving you, your Majesty. I vow to follow you to death. Seeing that the Annette was resolute, Breathias immediately knelt and said, this was their Alfonso, leading from the front, personally donning armor, fearless in the face of death. Even if she were a woman, how many emperors throughout history could compare with her? Since your Majesty has such resolve, how can we be cowardly and shrink back? I will lead all the citizens in tearing down houses to arm everyone. Even if only 3 families remain, we shall fight to the death for Xiliang. Jarrett, you also knelt and said, though their kingdom of Xiliang was besieged and in dire straits, yet, for the first time in its 20 years, it stood unbowed. Death would be no regret. Report. Your Majesty. The shrine is in trouble. At this moment, a royal guard rushed over hurriedly. What? Let's go. Callie was greatly alarmed and quickly led everyone there. When they arrived at the shrine, they saw an astonishing scene. The Imperial guards who had been guarding outside the shrine were now frantically running around outside. It seemed as if they were chasing something. The doors and windows of the shrine were shattered, especially the bottom of the door, which now had many holes. What are you doing? What happened here? Callie asked urgently. Your Majesty. Just now, there was a huge commotion inside the shrine. We did not dare enter rashly. But soon after, many iron balls rolled out. They smashed the doors and windows. We have been moving them, but they are quite heavy. A few Imperial guards said breathlessly. Iron balls? Heavy? Callie was utterly confused. She hurried into the shrine and saw. Inside the shrine were scattered strange objects. There were some black, palm-sized iron balls, some colorful, head-sized spheres with holes, some disc-like objects that seem to be made of iron, some long sticks with pointed ends, and some objects with discs on both ends connected by a long stick. In addition, there were many bows and arrows like before. These, what are they? Quickly, look for any notes sent by the gods. Callie hastily urged everyone. So heavy. This small ball is so heavy. If it hit someone's head, wouldn't it explode? The large ones are also heavy, but these holes fit perfectly for fingers, very suitable. These round ones are all iron plates. So heavy. This one is convenient. Just hold the stick to lift it up. If swung to hit people, it would be satisfying, but it's too heavy. As everyone moved the items, they searched. Soon, they were all panting heavily. These things didn't look big or numerous, but each one was unexpectedly heavy. Finally, they found a piece of paper under a box. On the paper was just one simple sentence. Use these things to crush them. Chapter 37. Boss, I want to buy a few tons of gasoline. Callie was first taken aback, but then he burst into ecstasy. This must be the things from when the city was being guarded in the heavens. Even deities have provided them with these. These are supplies that the deities have given us to defend ourselves. With so much stuff, we don't need to fear even if the enemy attacks. Callie explained to everyone. As I said, this iron ball felt just right to toss directly. How could it not crush them? No. Using this iron disc is more thrilling. When they come up, I'll throw this iron disc down and definitely take out a row of them. Look at this. I can lift it. This way, as soon as the enemy climbs the siege ladders, I can knock all of them down. This gun is sturdy. It's far better than our guns. Hearing Callie's explanation, everyone started gesturing enthusiastically. On the side, Brethias rubbed his hands excitedly. Oh great deities above. Bready heaven bless Shiliang. As a general who loves his soldiers like his own children, who would wish for their soldiers to risk their lives recklessly if there were sufficient defensive supplies. With these supplies, that would truly be enough. Immediately get people to move all these supplies onto the city wall and prepare for battle. Brethias immediately made arrangements. Tian High City, the largest trade wholesale market. You mean all of these? You're sure? A seasoning store owner stared blankly at Kendrick. Yes, all these ground chili peppers and ground black peppers. I want as many as you have. Deliver them to this address. Kendrick paid by scanning the code without hesitation. After circling around the entire market, he bought all items related to seasonings. Next, Kendrick went to the nearest gas station. Do you need gasoline, boss? Did your car run out of fuel halfway? Seeing Kendrick coming unarmed, the cashier assumed his car was parked on the roadside to buy gas. Yes, I want to ask, can I buy gasoline? If possible, I'd like to buy a few tons. Kendrick nodded. Boss, call the police. I've got him. As soon as Kendrick spoke, the female cashier lunged at him, as if she had seen someone performing a second-class deed of merit walking. The boss and the other clerks came out dumbfounded. They hurriedly freed Kendrick. What happened? The boss asked urgently. He wants to buy a few tons of gasoline. He's definitely planning to start fires or self-immolate. That female cashier was excited. Have you lost your mind? Does setting fires or self-immolating require a few tons of gasoline? Hurry, pull her inside. The manager was speechless. Sir, do you really want to buy a few tons of gasoline? We now have regulations prohibiting the private removal of gasoline, let alone such a large amount. The manager asked Kendrick. This Hubert looked decent, not like a lunatic at all. Cough cough. Well, the truth is, I heard aliens are going to descend on Earth, and I thought about stockpiling some gasoline beforehand. Kendrick had to mention the alien story again. Oh, so you've heard too? I heard that recently rich people in Tian High City have switched back to gasoline cars. It seems because of those aliens. Hearing what Kendrick said, the manager finally understood. But unfortunately, you won't be able to buy it. I suggest buying a horse instead. Wouldn't that be better than a car? Only a handful of grass per kilometer needed. The manager explained to Kendrick. I'll think about it. Goodbye. Kendrick was speechless. When buying things in the future, legality is fundamental, and rationality is paramount. A slight mistake could land him in jail. After leaving the gas station, Kendrick headed to the supermarket. He scoured all the big and small supermarkets in Tian High City, buying up all the oil. These oils would be quite convenient for defending the city. Not only would they create trouble for the enemy's siege, but also set fires. After purchasing these, Kendrick went to the building materials market. He ordered 5,000 bags of lime powder. Looking at the full warehouse, Kendrick was quite satisfied. Without war supplies, doesn't mean we can't fight. Legally available items can have unexpected effects too. Now, I think those Ruran troops will suffer. Let's go. Kendrick started the machine. In the capital of Shiliang, the supplies delivered by Kendrick had all been transported to the city walls and concealed. The defenders marveled at these strange items. Fear and despondency vanished long ago. They even had a faint anticipation for the enemy's attack on the city. In the imperial palace, Callie was standing outside the main hall, gazing at the capital city with its curling smoke. There was still much of the food that the deities had sent last time. Every time she saw this scene of the city's smoke curling during this period, it gave her immense comfort. She couldn't imagine. Half a month ago, their Shiliang lacked water and food, people were scattered, internal turmoil was endless, and they were in imminent danger. But now, there was an abundance of supplies, and everyone was united. All this felt like a dream, initially thinking that tomorrow's enemy attack would be a life and death battle. However, the defensive supplies sent by the heavenly gods kept boosting their confidence again and again, like the first light of dawn shining upon them. How could they repay such great kindness? Callie sighed lightly. You're Brett Jesty. Achoo. You'd better come and see for yourself. Hey, achoo. This is not right. At this moment, Casimir and others came over with tears and snot streaming down their faces. What happened to you? Callie looked at Casimir and others with surprise. Their eyes were all red from crying, and snot smeared on their faces. Why did they look as if they had been crying? The deities have sent some more things. But for some reason, when the wind blew, we all ended up like this. Casimir wiped away his tears, helplessly explaining. Oh, there's such a thing? Take me to see it. Callie was also surprised and hurriedly headed towards the temple. Chapter 38. Here's a lead ball. Hold it steadfast. Before Callie even entered the temple, he saw many of the imperial guards outside wiping their noses and eyes. His astonishment was all the more evident. Upon entering the hall, he saw several large burlap sacks inside. They contained red and yellow powders. Some of the powders had spilled out. There were also neatly stacked bags of white powder. What is this? Achoo. Approaching, Callie couldn't help but sneeze a few times as well. It felt as though something had gotten into his eyes. He wanted to cry. Picking up a piece of paper from the ground, Callie hurriedly walked out. The deity says that this red powder is chili powder? That yellow one is black pepper powder? Such strange names. The deity also says that if the enemy attacks the city, we can scatter these things, but we must pay attention to the wind direction. We should definitely scatter them from the upwind side and remember not to rub our eyes. And it's a seasoning. When roasting meat, you can sprinkle it on for a good taste. Callie looked at the note written by Kendrick with great surprise. Is this edible? Everyone around widened their eyes. I'll try. Casimir tentatively grabbed a handful and put it in his mouth. All present curiously leaned in to watch. They saw Casimir's eyes gradually widen. Water. Hurry. Bring water. Casimir croaked hoarsely. At this moment, a burning sensation engulfed his throat. It felt like it wasn't even his own, as if filled with fire that could spew flames. Next, tears and snot poured forth profusely. Casimir cried. A man of imposing stature. He actually cried because of a handful of red powder. The surrounding imperial guards were dumbfounded. In those days, General Casimir laughed heartily while bandaging an arm wound, bragging about it. Now he lay on the ground, hammering it desperately, looking like he preferred death to life. Everyone looked at the pile of red powder and instinctively took 2 steps back. Cough, cough. The deity specifically reminded us to use very little. Callie was somewhat helpless. Before he finished reading, Casimir had eagerly grabbed a handful. These white powders are lime powder. They can blind enemies and, mixed with water and sand, can repair city walls. This is really valuable stuff. Callie continued excitedly as everyone just finished tidying up the chili powder, black pepper powder, and lime powder. Then countless strange items poured out from wooden boxes. They seemed like buckets containing yellow, viscous liquids. Is this oil? Callie looked at the description sent by Kendrick, hardly believing it. Oil? Can't be. How can oil be so clean? It's almost transparent. Nonsense. This must be celestial divine oil used by deities for cooking. No way. How can this oil lack the scent of oil? Don't you see it's in divine buckets? This god bucket is too powerful. Hearing Callie's words, the surrounding imperial guards all curiously gathered around. Does the deity mean for us to use it for city defense? Heaven, this is too. Even though Callie was an emperor himself, he felt overly extravagant before such divine oil, almost disbelieving. Hurry, immediately arrange according to the deity's instructions. These supplies will be handled by you, the imperial guards, to prevent accidents. Callie told Casimir and the others. 3 days passed quickly. Callie arrived early at the city wall with the imperial guards. This time, outside the city, the enemy camp seemed endless. Your Majesty, within 3 days, their troops have gathered nearly 200,000 soldiers. From their layout, they plan to attack the city simultaneously from 4 directions this time. Our forces need to be further dispersed, perhaps? Brethias was telling Callie the current situation by the side. He still had no certainty in his mind. General Brett, why do you think the deity saved us in this dire situation? Callie turned his gaze from outside the city. Brethias didn't know how to respond. Because of belief. I believe that since the deity has protected us and given us so much, the deity believes we can win. So this time, I also believe we will surely win. Callie clenched his fist tightly. Yes. Your Bretjesty. Seeing Callie's demeanor, Brethias suddenly felt ashamed. If his Bretjesty can be like this, why should he feel timid before battle? So what if the enemy outnumber us? We have the deity behind us. Woo, 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 woo. The horns sounded continuously. As dawn broke, the sound of horns echoed from all 4 sides of the capital. Enemy troops surged up like tidal waves from all around. Pass on my order. Everyone, to battle. Callie shouted loudly. Accompanied by the cries and shouts outside the city walls, the sky was filled with the whistling sounds of arrows. It was the Ruran cavalry archers. After suffering losses last time, they launched a full being thrown down from the city walls. At the base of the wall, a soldier, dazed and bleeding profusely, stared at a black iron ball in his hands. His head was buzzing. He had finally climbed up the ladder. Then someone on the wall handed him a ball. Without thinking, he took it. But it was too heavy, slipping from his hand and fell directly, killing a brother beside him. Still in shock, iron balls rained down from the wall, smashing heads open, causing brains to splatter, striking chests and backs leading to blood vomiting. For a moment, red and white flew everywhere. The soldiers screamed and fled, covering their heads. Chapter 39. What on earth is this? Yet, the people behind pushed forward in unison, leaving no chance to escape. They could only force themselves to climb up. Fortunately, the iron ball rain stopped after a short while. Only then did they catch their breaths. But before they could resume climbing, more objects resembling discs were thrown down again. At this point, under the city wall, it was teeming with people. Each disc smashed into a wide area, causing screams and cries of agony everywhere. To be precise, as long as these lead balls and iron discs didn't hit one's head, they wouldn't kill instantly. But it would hurt immensely. Behind the troops, Giles's eyes were about to pop out. What's happening? Such small, flat things, is it that painful to get hit by them? They're not even stones. Furthermore, they aren't large. Just catch them when they are thrown, then throw them back. Show me the courage of Rurin warriors. Giles was almost spitting blood with rage. Continue advancing. Whoever dares to retreat will die. Let them line up and climb the ladders one by one, replacing those who fall. Giles shouted furiously. Indeed. In an organized manner, squads began climbing up the ladders once more. Although many fell at the front, those behind kept coming, gradually approaching the top of the wall. The defenders on the city wall seemed to have run out of iron balls and discs. Those at the front of the ladder had already seen the top of the wall, feeling very excited. Being the first ones to reach the wall would earn them great rewards. It's my turn to be the first one up. Just as that man was about to climb up, someone appeared on the wall. Here, take this. A burly man from Liang handed him something, which he instinctively caught. Damn, so heavy. Before he could react, he was crushed under its weight. Below, people were climbing in an orderly line, but suddenly they were being pressed down from above. Several men at the bottom were crushed to death. Next, a strange object rolled down. Curious, the crowd watched as they tripped over the object, and some were crushed. The scene left everyone stunned. What is this? This looks like the axle and wheels from Shiliang carts, but it seems different. Giles stared dumbfounded. It was as if all the soldiers on the ladder were pulled down like skewers. It was too bizarre. Outside the city walls now lay bodies scattered everywhere. Before the assault, the Rurin forces knew that the city's defenses had been depleted. Thus, they charged fiercely. But one batch was killed by lead balls, another by iron discs, and yet another by barbells. Worse were the chargers. Some accidentally stepped on lead balls, falling among the charging masses, trampled to death or injured. Seeing this, Giles was fuming. Continue the charge. We outnumber them, and they lack resources. Even if we have to lose lives, we must take the city. Archers, kill anyone who retreats. Giles was nearly driven mad. With so many troops attacking, they had been forced back. What shame. The soldiers at the front had no choice but to continue attacking. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the base of the wall, dust started falling from the city wall. Ha ha ha. They've run out of supplies, and are using sand to try to stop us. A joke. The capital will fall this time. Seeing the dust rising from the wall, Giles finally felt relieved. But the next scene made his nose bleed. All their troops stopped attacking. Instead, they squatted on the ground, rubbing their eyes. Many were crying loudly and running around chaotically. What's going on? Just some sand? Really? That embarrassing? You're disgracing Rurin. Giles widened his eyes in shock. Then a gust of wind blew, and something entered his eyes. It felt like countless needles pricking his eyes. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. Giles also covered his eyes, rolling on the ground. Achoo. Achoo. Everyone around him reacted similarly, covering their streaming eyes and sneezing nonstop. Quick, retreat. Fall back immediately. They have witchcraft. This is witchcraft. Giles, with closed eyes, yelled loudly. At this moment, face-saving was irrelevant. Half an hour later, all the generals gathered in Giles's tent. Kagan, they have magic in Shiliang. We were climbing up, and they threw down strange objects that didn't look big but were very heavy. They smashed right into our heads, buzzing. Look at this huge bump on my head. And those iron discs, I tried to catch one, but it broke my wrist and smashed into my chest, making me vomit blood right there. You guys got off easy. I was at the top, almost made it, and they handed me something. It felt so natural to grab it. Hell, who knew it would be that heavy? If it weren't for the people beneath me, I would have been squashed. Then later when we attacked, while looking up, my eyes were suddenly pricked by needles, blinding me instantly with tears streaming down. You guys think you've suffered? I was charging ahead, and suddenly stepped on some round balls. Half of my men fell and were trampled to death by our own side. Everyone complained bitterly, saliva flying. They were practically ready to cry. Everybody, shut up. Giles shouted furiously. In this battle, they had a force of 200,000, attacking a city defended by less than 20,000. A 10-to-1 ratio, yet they lost over 30,000 men, and countless more were injured. While not a single defender was killed, thinking about this made Giles's heart ache. Today they beat us back, they'll certainly let their guard down. Take advantage of the night to ambush them. There's no moon tonight and fog, they won't be prepared. Quietly climb and using ropes under cover of darkness. Have all the troops wait outside the city walls. Once we open the gate, we'll storm in immediately. I don't believe that if we can't get up the wall, we can't open the gate. Giles said grimly to everyone. Yes. All nodded vigorously. This battle was an utter humiliation for Rurin, too embarrassing to even speak of. Their enemy's blood must wash away this shame. Meanwhile, the Shiliang defenders on the city wall watched as the Rurin forces retreated, hardly believing their eyes. There were 200,000 out there, surrounding them from all sides, yet they were driven back? More importantly, not a single Shiliang soldier was injured. This was unbelievable impressive. Wow. My God, it's over. At this moment, wails of lamentation echoed through the area. Chapter 40. An astonishing discovery in the archaeological world. What? Injured? Seeing it was in the direction of the Imperial Guards, Callie hurriedly ran over. You're Brett Jesty, it's over. The protection given by the Sky Deity is broken and can no longer be used. This is a treasure from the deity, and we can't retrieve those arrows. Pete lay squatted on the ground like a hedgehog, wailing loudly. Embedded into his chest, back, and helmet were numerous arrows which had already cracked. The surrounding Imperial Guards were in similar conditions. Brittany had arrows in their arms as well. Seeing this situation, Callie helplessly shook his head. If not for the Sky Deity's protection, Pete and the others would have died countless times already. And they still weren't satisfied. Enough. If you keep yelling, the enemy outside the city will also know. Callie said to Pete. Pete paused, then quickly scrambled up. Immediately gather the troops, inventory the supplies, and prepare rigorously. Do not let a small victory make you overconfident. The enemy still has many forces. Be especially cautious of night raids. Callie coldly remarked. After experiencing last time's negligence and the warning from the deity, Callie felt he had grown somewhat. In Tianhai City, on subway line 2, Kendrick was heading to Tianhai University. Just now, Kendrick received a call from Terrence. He mentioned that while lecturing at Tianhai University, he received some new information about Shiliang and suggested Kendrick come over if interested. Of course, Kendrick was interested. To better understand the situation during Shiliang's time would help the Annette more effectively. Oh, did you hear? The long-lost Wade's Heart of Calligraphy has been collected by a rich businessman in Tianhai City. Yeah, I heard. I'm in the school's calligraphy association, okay? Wade's Heart of Calligraphy is significant. It was only recorded before, and rumors say it was stolen by nomadic tribes. Perhaps it was unearthed by tomb raiders. At this moment, two young men beside him were discussing Wade's Heart of Calligraphy. Kendrick smiled. It must be news released by Jarrett. This genuine piece of work by Wade, once leaked through their antique shop, could boost their reputation immediately. Latest news from the local museum. Recently, Tianhai City Museum received a new coin from Jonathan, donated by an eminent patriot, Reed. After expert evaluation, this coin belongs to the Western Liang Kingdom during the 16 Kingdoms period. Due to its clear and shiny appearance without any rust, experts are amazed. The discovery instantly elevated the Tianhai City Museum to a secondary level in Donghua. News of this coin drew archaeologists from all over China to Tianhai City. The local news was playing on the television screen opposite him. Kendrick couldn't help but pause. It seemed he needed to handle these items sent by the Annette from Shiliang carefully. Some things really weren't easy to explain, especially antiques. As Kendrick was pondering, the subway arrived at the station. Kendrick came to Tianhai University. Kendrick, recently we received news from Western Asia and Europe about some newly unearthed artifacts, preliminarily identified as products of Shiliang. But due to the age, they're all quite unclear. During your research on Shiliang's history, did you find anything related to this? Just as Kendrick arrived, Terrence impatiently asked him, Western Asia and Europe? How did artifacts from Shiliang end up there? Kendrick was surprised. So you didn't know either. This is truly strange. In fact, it's not just Western Asia and Europe. Recently, Shiliang relics in China have suddenly increased. It's odd. Given Shiliang's short existence, this shouldn't happen logically. Terrence, scratching his chin thoughtfully, said doubtfully. Hearing this, Kendrick felt uneasy. Could it be that the things he sent were gradually altering Shiliang's history? Goodness. Kendrick found it hard to believe. Terrence, may I ask what exactly was discovered in Western Asia and Europe? Kendrick asked. Well, to be honest, it's not entirely confirmed yet. It's just folk rumors. Don't mention this easily to others. Checking that no one was around, Terrence leaned close to Kendrick. According to European sources, they found a barrel during underground excavation. Terrence whispered. A barrel? Kendrick was confused. Not the kind of barrel you're thinking of. It's the kind of barrel we use for cooking peanut oil. It simply shocked the entire archaeological world. We initially suspect that it might be Europe creating confusion to disrupt the development of our Donghua archaeology. Or perhaps, it was left there intentionally by some tomb raiders. After all, we have previously found sanitary napkins in some ancient tombs, Terrence said with a furrowed brow. When he received this news, he also found it hard to believe and even thought it might be a prank at first. Peanut oil barrel? Kendrick's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, see, you don't believe it either, right? In archaeology, anything can be dug up from underground. Terrence explained with a smile, looking at Kendrick's astonished face. Kendrick didn't know what to say anymore. He had just sent several thousand barrels of peanut oil to Shiliang, and then they discovered empty peanut oil barrels? Could there be any more coincidental? Terrence, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. If you have any new discoveries, please let me know. Kendrick spoke a few words to Terrence and hurriedly walked back home. As soon as he got home, he rushed to the box. Sure enough, he saw the letter from the Annette of Shiliang. From the letter, Kendrick learned that the Annette of Shiliang had successfully repelled the full-scale attack of Ruren thanks to the items he sent. But they did not slack off and would persevere until the end. Moreover, winter was approaching. The Ruren troops would withdraw their army in no time. This was the first time in a long while that they saw victory so clearly. Oh my god. Could it really be because of me? Kendrick lay down on the bed in disbelief. If the Annette of Shiliang could truly repel Ruren, then Shiliang would not fall. Perhaps Chinese history could really change. But Ruren still had over 10,000 troops and wouldn't retreat easily. Who would ultimately win this battle? Chapter 41. A fierce operation like a tiger, only to find out he was stuck in place. The capital of Liang. Tonight there was no moon, and darkness surged like the tide, enveloping the silent earth. Outside the capital, the Ruren encampment also had not a single light tonight. Night fell like water, silence spread. In this darkness, countless figures silently approached the city walls. When they reached the bottom of the wall, numerous ropes were thrown up onto it. Those at the bottom listened quietly, but heard no sound from above. They started climbing slowly. It seemed they were about to reach the top. The wall remained eerily quiet. The man leading on the rope couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to speed up his climb. Suddenly, an oily sensation came over his hands. Before he could react, he slid down the rope. Those below were bewildered. What's going on? Clearly, one more step would have gotten us up. Why are you coming back down? They all slid down as if planned. A general lowered his voice, clearly displeased. General, my hands slipped. The soldier looked at his hand in puzzlement. Useless fool. I'll do it. The general grabbed the rope, planted his feet against the wall, and climbed quickly. But after fierce operations that should have been like a tiger's attack, he found himself still stuck in place. He took at least 100 steps, yet did not get any higher off the ground. Only then did the general notice that some oil had leaked from somewhere above. Oil? Where did it come from? How fragrant. Everyone was stunned. Then, a thick aroma of oil wafted down from above their heads. Aya! It's hot! Hot! Help! The next moment, countless Ruran soldiers shouted while jumping on the spot. Hurry! Pour the boiling oil down. Who cares if we can see them or not, just pour it down. On the city wall, Casimir shouted orders to everyone. Behind them stood several large pots. Inside was scalding hot oil. Casimir and his men had been waiting for this. After the grappling hooks were thrown up, they didn't act hastily. Instead, they waited until the climbers were halfway up before pouring cool oil down the ropes. Once the enemy gathered below, they poured the boiling oil. Instantly, everyone below was screaming in pain. Unfortunately, due to the urgency to attack first, the enemy soldiers were packed densely together. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. Countless were trampled to death. Brothers! Throw torches! Fight! Casimir yelled loudly. With countless torches thrown down, the defending soldiers stood up with bows and dumbbells in hand. The scalding hot oil ignited into flames. In an instant, the area below became a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the fire, the fleeing enemies became living targets. After several rounds of arrows and dumbbell throws, the enemies retreated in disorder, leaving bodies behind. Ha ha ha. Do you know the power of our Liang now? Try to come again, and we will defeat you once more. Casimir and his men stood on the city tower, laughing heartily at the retreating enemy. The sky gradually grew brighter. Callie came to inspect the city wall. Bodies piled up outside the city. 2 consecutive attacks cost the Ruran 70 to 80,000 lives, let alone the many wounded. Their strength was greatly diminished. Even the Ruran camp appeared much emptier. A cool breeze began to rise. Feeling the biting wind, Callie finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be long before snow fell. The Ruran troops would retreat. Victory was finally within sight. Continue guarding the city. Breck sure to store the barrels of divine oil and any remaining oil properly. After arranging everything, Callie went to the temple. In the presence of the divine. With the retreat of the enemy army imminent, our Liang is about to welcome victory. All this has been bestowed by the divine. My gratitude towards the divine is beyond words. Once Liang stabilizes, I will ensure statues and halls dedicated to the divine are established throughout the land. Callie bowed respectfully to the divine. So many times on the brink of despair. So many times fighting back from the edge. Finally, hope had dawned. At this moment, Callie was at a loss for words to express his gratitude to the divine. Thinking, he recalled that the divine said it enjoyed a particular piece of calligraphy. Surely, the divine must appreciate elegance. Callie looked around and saw a painting hanging, featuring several horses, hung by his father. He decided to take it down and place it in a chest along with the calligraphy. Your Majesty. The Ruran forces are retreating. Just as Callie put the painting in the chest, Casimir rushed to report outside the hall. What? They're retreating? Really? Callie stood up excitedly. Indeed they are retreating, but they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they retreated 20 miles. And they are holding the road surrounding the capital. Casimir explained doubtfully. What are they planning to do? Go and investigate immediately. Callie had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Your Majesty, they've brought up the trebuchets again. At this moment, several imperial guards came to report. Trebuchets? Trebuchets don't have much effect on the walls of our Western Liang capital. What could they possibly be up to? Callie frowned. Previously, the Ruran troops had obtained trebuchets from their other cities and used them during sieges. But these Ruran soldiers were not adept at operating trebuchets. Their accuracy was poor. Plus, the walls of the Western Liang capital were built with large stones, far stronger than ordinary mud brick walls. The Ruran tried using trebuchets a few times, but abandoned them due to lack of effectiveness. Why are they using them now? Your Majesty, it's bad. The Ruran army is using trebuchets to hurl corpses into the city. Just as Callie was puzzled, several palace guards rushed in anxiously. Bad news. Come with me quickly. A sense of foreboding rose in Callie's heart. He hurriedly led everyone into the city. Tianhai City. Immigration office. Kendrick walked out of the hall with his passport. He had anticipated such issues when he bought the guns last time, and had prepared the passport in advance. Brittany items were restricted domestically, so going abroad seemed inevitable. Now there's nothing much to worry about. It's time to plan my business. Kendrick pondered as he walked. After receiving tens of millions, he still had plenty left after buying supplies. While making money from antiques was quick, it wasn't a sustainable business. Selling too much might arouse suspicion, and the secret of his box must never be exposed. If he continued to provide supplies to Western Liang, he would need a legitimate channel and identity, especially for medicines. Unlike goods, medicines couldn't be purchased in bulk without proper channels. Last time, if not for Jared's help, he wouldn't have solved the problem. Perhaps he should start with investment? Kendrick considered this. Western Liang was in turmoil during the Wuhu Rebellion era. There would be many more battles ahead. With battles came casualties. He needed to prepare in advance. If he became a shareholder in a pharmaceutical company, everything would be simpler. Would Jared agree to let him invest? Kendrick thought for a moment, and then called Jared. Chapter 42. Second largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Roscoe, I'm sorry to disturb you. Kendrick said with a smile. What Roscoe? If you don't mind, just call me Old Goo in the future. Or Big Brother Goo works too. Little Brother Chin called me. Did you get something good again? The voice of Jared came enthusiastically from the other end of the phone. No, this time I called you because of a personal matter. Kendrick hurriedly explained. Personal matter? No problem at all, go ahead. Jared didn't mince words. Can I take shares in your pharmaceutical company? I might need more medicine later, and I thought it would be more convenient this way. Otherwise, troubling you every time makes me feel somewhat uncomfortable, said Kendrick. Oh, Little Brother Chin also wants to do business? Jared was also stunned on the other side of the phone, clearly not expecting Kendrick to want to invest. Forgive me. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Kendrick told Jared. What's there to be troubled about? You wait a moment, I'll have Gerard pick you up, we can talk about it in person. Jared hung up the phone. Shortly after, Kendrick was picked up by Jackson and brought to the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Little brother, it really proves that we're fated to meet. I come to this pharmaceutical company once a month. Today, while I was interviewing a market director, you happened to arrive. Take a look. I've already had the legal department draft the contract. I'll give you 20% of the shares, for only 20 million yuan. According to current profits, you'll recoup your investment in half a year. Jared greeted Kendrick to sit down, and handed him the drafted equity transfer agreement. This? How can I? Kendrick was somewhat shocked. He had previously researched this price. He didn't expect Jared to offer him so much equity at such a low price. 20% even gave significant decision-making power. What's there to worry about? Previously, when little brother Chen took shipments from us, I'm not exaggerating, it directly transformed us from an obscure antique shop into a well-known one nationwide. The profits are secondary. What's more important is the network behind it. I am truly grateful to you. To put it bluntly, as long as you ask, I wouldn't mind giving you dry shares without asking for money. Jared said. That won't do, it feels better if I pay. Kendrick quickly signed and transferred the money. He officially became the second largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. We have our own pharmaceutical factory. Previous medicines can be produced anytime. If you need them, they can be arranged promptly. Also, for research and development of new drugs, we collaborate with various biotech companies and universities. Explained Jared to Kendrick. Knock knock. Roscoe, your interviewee has arrived. At this moment, the secretary knocked and walked in, followed by a neatly dressed, polished middle-aged man. Kendrick? Why are you here? The middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes upon seeing Kendrick. Kendrick turned around. It turned out that the man coming for the interview was his former manager. It's you? Kendrick was also somewhat surprised. Are you here for an interview too? The manager was the first to react, his gaze instantly turning cold. In the last company, due to Kendrick's resignation, many clients terminated their cooperation, and ongoing projects fell through. The boss even absconded with the money, owing 2 months' salary. The manager could only start looking for work. He didn't expect his former subordinate to dare compete with him. You? Want to compete with me for this position? The manager glared at Kendrick. Do you know each other? Jared also stood up. If this person knew Kendrick, then it was indeed quite a coincidence. Must be Roscoe? I am Fabian. I was his direct superior before. This Kendrick isn't competent at all, just slick talk. He got fired from the previous company. Many of his business activities were actually led by me. He must have been boasting about his performance. If someone like him gets hired, it would be a loss for your company. Fabian said to Jared, completely unaware of Jared's increasingly grim expression. Isn't it time for you to leave now? As long as I'm here, I know everything about you. Don't try to take credit for those deals. Fabian turned to Kendrick. Out. Jared slapped the table and stood up suddenly. Didn't you hear? Roscoe is telling you to get out. Fabian smiled smugly. I meant you. I'm telling you, Mr. Chun is now our company's second largest shareholder. And your resume clearly states that you have 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, but just now you claim to be Mr. Chen's manager. It seems you've lied on your resume too. Jared pointed at Fabian with a grim face. This, Kendrick is a shareholder? Fabian's mind went blank instantly. Listen to my explanation. Kendrick, I didn't know. What I said was wrong. Fabian stuttered as he turned to look at Kendrick. Who would have thought this poor boy would be a shareholder of the largest pharmaceutical group in Tianhai City? Get him out of here. Notify all our affiliated companies and business partners to blacklist this man named Fabian. I want him unable to find any job in Tianhai City. Jared bellowed furiously. He was inwardly quite relieved. Cursing Mr. Chen right in front of me? I thank you for giving me the chance to improve our relationship. Soon, Fabian was thrown out by several security guards. Thank you. Kendrick smiled and cupped his hands. He knew Jared was doing this for him. What are you talking about? Thanks to you being here today, otherwise this fraudster could have tricked me. In this world, it's easy to know someone's face, but not their heart. Jared waved his hand. Kendrick smiled and bid farewell. After returning home, Kendrick immediately went to the box and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw a letter and a painting delivered there. According to Callie's letter, the battle went smoothly. The supplies he sent played a significant role, and there were still plenty left over, sufficient for subsequent city sieges. As long as we can repel the attack, everything will be fine. Kendrick heaved a sigh of relief. He wondered how helping Callie defend Shiliang this time would affect history. Thinking of this, Kendrick felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. The 5 Barbarians invasion era was coming next. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. This was precisely the opportunity for him to achieve great things. There was so much potential for development in people's livelihood, economy, and military. But first, the siege situation needed to be resolved. Kendrick picked up the painting. The 7 horses? Dalen? Kendrick looked at the signature and seal. Dalen? He seems to be a famous person. I'll bring it to Old Goo someday. This purchase of supplies and investment in the pharmaceutical company has almost depleted my funds. This painting comes just in time. Kendrick carefully packed away the scroll. In the following days, Kendrick also learned about the basic situation of the pharmaceutical factory. Half of the hospitals in Tianhai City were directly supplied by them. No wonder they were so profitable. This way, money could start circulating again. Investing really was good. Especially after seeing the inventory backlog, Kendrick planned to ask Callie if he needed some medicine. But before he could write, another letter arrived. Upon reading it, Kendrick felt a chill run down his back. Chapter 43. The Great Plague Outbreak. Ruren threw many plague-infected corpses into the city using catapults. The capital of Shiliang has seen a comprehensive outbreak of the plague. Callie has also been infected with the plague. Seriously ill. In imminent danger? Kendrick was greatly shocked as he read through the content Callie had written in the letter. Judging from Callie's handwriting, it was clear that her strokes were weak and her writing messy. It was obvious she wasn't feeling well. Without delay, Kendrick immediately called the pharmaceutical factory. He requested a large quantity of oseltamivir phosphate capsules, Lianhua Qingwen capsules, ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, as well as disinfectant water, isolation suits, and masks. To combat the plague, the primary measures were quarantine, sterilization, and treatment. The most troublesome part was that their city did not have enough medication. Kendrick wasted no time. He printed out detailed instructions for use, brought the boxes to the warehouse where the medicines had already been delivered. Due to previous epidemic control efforts, Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group had mass-produced a lot of related drugs. But due to environmental changes, there was an inventory backlog. Unbeknownst to them, these supplies were now put to good use. However, Kendrick did not send the supplies over immediately. Instead, he put on an isolation suit, wrapping himself up tightly. He took a deep breath and gently stepped into the box. He wanted to test if he could go through. For some reason, after hearing that Callie was infected, Kendrick felt restless and very concerned, wanting to see her personally. With so many items, it would be convenient if he could demonstrate their usage in person. But unexpectedly, the box showed no reaction at all. He couldn't get through. How strange, I've managed to pass through before. Kendrick felt a bit disappointed. Since discovering the function of the box, Kendrick realized that his childhood experiences might have been because he had traveled back to ancient times. But it seemed this method wouldn't work now. So, he hurriedly sent the supplies over all at once. Shiliang capital. The temple. Callie lay on the bed, hugging the tablet computer which had no power. Outside, only a few members of the Imperial Guards were guarding. This time, Ruran troops threw corpses from all directions into the city. Even though they promptly tossed them out of the city walls, the plague still spread. The soldiers on the city wall suffered similarly. After continuous battles, the corpses piled up below the walls. This led to a concentrated outbreak of the plague. Within and outside the city, at least half the population was infected. They couldn't hold on for a few more days. Meanwhile, Ruran troops retreated 10 miles away, controlling all roads, attempting to confine them within the city using the plague. At this moment, Callie was burning with fever. After writing the letter to Kendrick, she fell into a deep sleep, just waking up. She had a splitting headache. Her throat felt like she was swallowing knives. Weak and listless. In a daze, Callie even wondered if she could survive the day. At this moment, she felt immensely guilty and regretful. In fact, after repelling the enemy, what they should have done was not continue to defend but take advantage and pursue. They might have been able to crush the enemy altogether. Having grown accustomed to defense for so long, they never thought about counterattacking, and thus lost the opportunity. Despite so much help from the deity, they ended up in such a dire situation, truly failing the trust placed in them. For some reason, she desperately wanted to see the deity again. Callie lost her mother at a young age. Living in turbulent times, her father was always away on campaigns, hardly spending time with her. Even when passing the throne to her, it was under duress. Only the deity accompanied her through countless hardships, was closest to her. Looking at the huge hole created by water currents above her head, Callie could not help but think of that miraculous night. All this had deeply rooted itself in Callie's heart. My deity, Kendrick, will I see you after death? Perhaps not. Because of my folly, countless civilians of Shiliang are suffering. I deserve to go to hell. Tears slid down Callie's cheeks. Well, perhaps I'm really dying. But this box must never fall into enemy hands. Otherwise, if they misuse the deity's possessions, our Chinese people will perish. Callie struggled to stand up. She approached the box. This box had given her so much hope and emotion. She couldn't bear to part with it. But she had to do it. Callie picked up the axe beside her and raised it high. Farewell, my deity. Farewell, Kendrick. Tears streamed down her face. She knew that once the box was destroyed, she might be forever separated from the deity. Just as Callie closed her eyes to strike, a voice suddenly came from inside the box. Callie quickly opened her eyes. Numerous medicines gushed out from the bottom of the box. Seeing this scene, Callie instantly collapsed onto the ground, powerless. She was soon buried under various medicines and supplies. After a while, Callie finally came back to her senses and hurriedly searched through the pile of medicines. Sure enough, she found Kendrick's letter. Tracy, I know you're in a lot of pain and feeling very desperate right now, but you must hold on. These medicines can help you treat the plague. Follow my instructions, and not a single one of you will die. Trust me, you must hold on. Everything will get better. Seeing the god's letter, Callie was overwhelmed with emotion. The god had once again come to her aid when she felt most helpless and desperate. Even the way Tracy was addressed made her tremble involuntarily. An overwhelming wave of feelings washed over her. She broke down into loud sobs. She wasn't alone. The god had always been supporting her from behind. At this moment, outside, the Imperial Guards heard Callie's cries and exchanged glances. They hadn't expected that such a strong and powerful empress would actually cry. A few of them glanced at each other and sighed simultaneously. Now, the capital was suffering a major outbreak of the plague. This invisible and intangible plague left these military commanders powerless, as they had no way to deal with it. If this situation had occurred during their previous siege, when they were at their most desperate, they might have just accepted their fate. But now, after winning 2 major battles and chasing the enemy away, victory seemed within reach, only to end like this. No one could accept such an outcome. Only the emperor had been holding everything together for so long. Suddenly, they heard the empress's firm voice inside. They were all stunned, thinking they might have heard wrong. Hurrying inside, they saw the entire hall filled with medicines and other supplies. Medicines? They all froze. They had seen the medicines sent by Kendrick before and recognized the packaging, though some items were still unfamiliar. You must immediately call over all the uninfected Imperial Guards. Quickly, Callie said. Those few didn't dare delay and ran out immediately. Soon, more than 500 uninfected Imperial Guards gathered outside the temple. Chapter 44. The deity said, "This is called a mask. Your brejesty. 512 imperial guards remain." Casimir knelt down and spoke to Callie. Everyone looked at the present Callie with some astonishment. Although his face was still somewhat pale, his overall state was entirely different from before. "You listen up. Time is pressing. There's no time for lengthy explanations. Distribute these medicines immediately to the citizens within the city and the people in the military camp. Remember to isolate those who are infected from those who are not. Also, set fires right away to burn all the corpses outside the city walls. All plague-infected bodies within the city must also be burned. And this substance is called disinfectant water. Spray it throughout every corner of the city. Don't miss any area." Callie instructed Casimir. "Your brejesty, did the deity send these over?" Casimir looked disbelievingly at the mountain of medicine piled beside him. "Exactly. The deity has said that these medicines can counter our plague, ensuring none of us will die." Callie nodded. "Oh, my brothers have been saved. In the name of the deity, I will prostrate myself before the deity." Tears welled up in Casimir's eyes instantly. During this plague outbreak, his subordinates were among the first to handle corpses and were infected earliest. Even to prevent infecting others, many of his infected comrades chose to jump into dried wells to await death. This caused Casimir's heart to ache. "Let's go." Casimir repeatedly bowed towards the shrine. "Hold on." Callie stopped Casimir and his men. "These are clothes sent by the deity. You should dress according to this. The deity has said that as long as we wear this, it can effectively prevent infection when coming into contact with the plague." Callie pointed to the protective suits placed aside. "As for these items, the deity says they're called masks. Distribute them throughout the city, making sure everyone wears one. Replace them daily. Burn the used ones." Callie demonstrated using a mask he picked up. Kendrick's illustrations were clear, and Callie understood immediately. Before long, 512 fully equipped personnel bustled about within the city. After taking care of everything, Callie suddenly felt hungry. Having been infected with the plague for days, he hadn't been able to eat anything. Now after insisting on arranging everything, Callie suddenly felt more energetic. Perhaps it was due to the medication. But Callie knew that even more important was the morale and hope brought by the deity. After eating and drinking hastily, Callie wrote back to Kendrick. He informed the deity that everything had been arranged as instructed. Bright future residential area. It seems that ancient plagues are indeed similar to previous pandemics. Kendrick sat by the computer searching for treatment methods for ancient plagues. In fact, ancient plagues were equivalent to modern highly contagious deadly diseases. They had high transmission rates and lethality. But after being trained during the pandemic, Kendrick wasn't unfamiliar with the situation. Looking at the letter sent by Callie, seeing the hope and joy reflected in Callie's tone, Kendrick sighed in relief. "I remember, besides taking medication, an important point was drinking plenty of water." Kendrick recalled the situation when he tested positive earlier. Their water source still comes from the lake, which isn't clean. They might lack the strength to boil the water. It would be best to provide them with clean water. Kendrick thought for a moment. He then wrote to Callie asking him to prepare several large water tanks so he could deliver some clean tap water. Shiliang Imperial Palace. Callie excitedly read the newly arrived letter. He didn't expect the deity to reply so quickly. Prepare several large water tanks? The deity will be sending water again? Callie was very pleased upon reading the letter. The deity was too considerate, just like an older brother. Thinking of how the deity addressed him as Tracy, he wondered if it was intentional or a result of urgency. Callie's face turned red suddenly. "Anyone here? Find some sturdy soldiers immediately to dig a pond within the palace. Also, find locations in the city without outbreaks and dig some water pools there." Callie hurriedly instructed the people outside. "Yes." Those people quickly went off to arrange. Soon, under Callie's arrangements, several large water tanks were dug out. Callie immediately sent a letter to the deity. Not long after sending the letter, a stream of clear water gushed out from the box. Unlike last time, the flow wasn't surging towards the ceiling. It was much more gentle this time. Callie cupped her hands and tasted the water. It had no earthy smell, felt cool, and was especially soothing for her current feverish state. "Quick, carry the box to that water pool immediately." Callie hurriedly beckoned the Imperial guards to come in. Watching the water level in the pool slowly rise, Callie was so astonished she didn't know what to say. The deity had already sent so many supplies, and now was sending water. Would the other deities agree? Could it be that this deity held a very high status? What kind of deity was Kendrick up there? She never thought that the deity would reply so quickly after writing to him today. Wouldn't she be able to chat more with the deity from now on? Callie looked at the shimmering water, her lips curling into a slight smile. Bright future residential area. Kendrick went out to buy several pipes and connected them from the kitchen into the box. The water flowed much faster now. "I'm afraid I'll need to let the water run for a while. They have the medicine now and the procedures for epidemic prevention. I've done all I can. The rest is up to them. But if they get through this, it will only get harder in the future. This constant defense is not a long-term solution. We need to take the initiative. It would be best if we could drive the enemy army away. But how do we deal with cavalry? If only we could get some guns." Kendrick sighed. Even if there were ways to get guns, the money he had wasn't enough yet. Kendrick looked at the painting on the table. He prepared to call Jared to ask. But just as he picked up the phone, Jared's call came through. Chapter 45. Talon. The fireworks trick is brilliant. "Brother Chun, I need help urgently." As soon as the call connected, Jared's anxious voice came through. "What happened?" Kendrick was a bit puzzled. Given Jared's status and that he was seeking help from him, it was most likely related to antiques. Recently, there's a big shot asking if we have any ancient paintings. But the items here don't meet his standards. I was wondering if you might have something good. "Brother, I know you have deep reserves. Please help," Jared said to Kendrick. Kendrick was taken aback. Though Jared's call came at just the right time, coinciding with his own thoughts. But if Jared were to come to him for such matters in the future and he didn't have anything to offer, would he have to ask the Annette of Shiliang? even though he had helped them. The money they owed was earned by trading Xiliang treasures. He could even humiliate his ex-girlfriend, uncles, and former manager because of these items. Kendrick felt grateful. If he begged for more now, it would seem opportunistic. It seemed necessary to explain this clearly to Jared. Old Go, let me be honest, what my ancestors left behind are mostly what I've shown you before. I only have one ancestral heirloom left, which I plan to pass down. But since you've asked, I can't turn a blind eye. I'll bring it over now. Kendrick hesitated, feeling a bit reluctant as he spoke to Jared. Oh, thank you, Brother Chin. Don't worry, we'll only take a look. If the big shot knows I have quality items, that will suffice. At worst, I'll set an exorbitant price to make him think twice. I'll send Talon to pick you up immediately. Relieved by Kendrick's words, Jared took a breath. After a short while, Kendrick arrived at the antique shop with the painting. This is Dalen's 7 Steeds? Upon seeing the painting Kendrick revealed, Jared drew a sharp breath. Despite his extensive knowledge, he never expected Kendrick's move to be so grand. Involuntarily, he sized Kendrick up once again. Brother Chin, you've really amazed me. To put it bluntly, your ancestors must have been nobles or top-notch tomb raiders in the Hushi region. Jared whispered to Kendrick. I'm not sure about that. Kendrick touched his nose. Indeed, if he continued to produce more antiques, his reputation as a descendant of tomb raiders might be solidified. Fortunately, Jared's attention was fully on the painting, and he didn't pursue this topic further. To my knowledge, Dalen never created a 7 Steeds. It might have been lost. Dalen excelled in depicting dragons, tigers, horses, and figures, and is known as the ancestor of Buddhist painting. Bretany of his works are lost. To be honest, I can't judge the value of this painting with my current expertise. After examining the painting with a magnifying glass for half an hour, Jared told Kendrick tactfully, if you trust me, I can show this painting to the big shot. To be honest, if it's genuine, I wouldn't dare to keep it either. Jared explained to Kendrick. You're joking. Don't tell me you don't have enough capital? Kendrick laughed. I'm serious. If it's genuine, it could fetch a sky-high price. But I have an idea. If it's authentic, we can auction it off. The price will definitely be higher, and the influence will expand. We will charge our normal service fee, and all proceeds go to you. But this auction may take some time. Jared thought for a moment. All right. Kendrick nodded. With several $100,000 still on hand, he wasn't in a rush. Great. I'll go right away. Jared carefully rolled up the painting. Big brother, I have a few invitations to the horse club. Interested in taking a look? Jackson grinned and asked on the side. Horse club? Kendrick looked and saw it was an event invitation from Tianhai City Horse Club. Right. These rich people like to imitate foreign customs. First, it was golf, then it's horse racing. It's purely for show. When it comes to playing with horses, our long kingdom is their forefather. Jackson explained to Kendrick. I don't understand this. Brethide next time. Kendrick waved his hand. No, big brother, the horse club is fun. Last time I went, it was during the spring festival. Someone brought fireworks, and those horses were scared out of their wits, hundreds of them running wild. The staff at the horse club were as busy as Bimar-1 monkeys trying to calm them down. I nearly died laughing. Jackson said on the side. Wait, what did you say? Kendrick was taken aback. I said Bima-1. Those people were like monkeys, running around like mad while the horses were scared by the fireworks. Jackson vividly described the scene. Fireworks. Talon. The fireworks trick is brilliant. Kendrick immediately became excited. Thanks to Jackson's reminder. When it came to offense, though they didn't have guns or cannons, the power of fireworks wasn't much worse than mortars when laid horizontally. More importantly, it was legal. They could buy them directly. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The Ruran relied heavily on cavalry. Perhaps that was why Xiliang kept retreating. But with fireworks, things would be different. The loud noises could startle the horses, and the explosive power of fireworks could cover a large area. Thanks a lot. I've got to go. Without further ado, Kendrick rushed out. He took a taxi to the Tianhai City Fireworks Factory. Boss, what kind of fireworks do you want? Our factory has the most comprehensive variety and quantity. Everything you need. Hearing that Kendrick wanted to buy a large quantity of fireworks, the factory manager quickly came out to greet him. I want powerful ones. The more destructive, the better. How many do you have? I'll take all of them. Kendrick said without hesitation. What? The factory manager's legs trembled at Kendrick's words. Air. No. I mean, the ones that shoot high and are especially big. Price is not an issue. Kendrick hurriedly clarified. He had been thinking about how to use them and inadvertently blurted it out, scaring the manager white. Well then you've come to the right place. These are our warehouses. Check out these fireworks. They're absolutely stunning. The manager led Kendrick into the warehouse, which housed many large-scale fireworks, some even taller than Kendrick himself. All within this size range. I'll take every single one. Kendrick gave the manager a measurement. Oh wow. I'll get my men to load up right away. Come inside for some tea, boss. The manager didn't expect Kendrick to be so straightforward. Soon, Kendrick spent over 50,000 yuan buying a good number of large-scale fireworks. Boss, please store these fireworks carefully. Any accidents could be extremely dangerous. Before leaving, the manager still felt the need to remind Kendrick. If these fireworks were mishandled, an explosion could easily destroy this warehouse and the surrounding office buildings. Chapter 46. If the deity says to attack, we will attack. Rest assured. Kendrick nodded. The greater the power, the more satisfied he naturally was. But then he thought about it. While he knew the power of this invention, Callie and the others did not. The Western Liang had no fireworks at present. This would be a threat to the Ruran troops, but it would also instill fear among them in Western Liang. If someone got too close with a torch to examine it, that could truly end in disaster. Moreover, there needed to be a way to get Callie to initiate an offensive on her own accord. After some thought, Kendrick returned to Brightness Community with the boxes. Passing by Digital City, he bought a tablet computer. Then he bought all the earplugs in the entire Digital City, amounting to over 20,000 pairs. Only then did he return home, where he found instructions on how to set off the fireworks, downloaded videos for each firework via their QR codes. He added some explanatory notes before sending everything over. However, he did not rush to deliver the fireworks. Western Liang capital. After Kendrick's arrangements, the situation regarding the plague in Western Liang gave Western Liang the foundation for resurgence. This time we received medicine bestowed by the deity, reviving us from peril once again. We cannot keep defending passively. I've decided to launch a surprise attack when they are unprepared. What do you all think? Callie asked the assembly. Your Majesty, most of the enemy are cavalry. Although weakened, they outnumber us significantly. If we rashly attack, we may not be able to withstand them. Please reconsider. Ailby hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Yes, Your Majesty. Although the cavalry retreated, they haven't moved far. They're likely waiting for us. Our defense is our advantage. Even if they attempt another assault, we won't be afraid. But engaging cavalry in direct combat would mean abandoning our strength, using our weaknesses against their strengths. Your Majesty, though our forces have recovered, our physical strength is still weak. A failed advance would undermine our defenses. The officials voiced their opinions. Callie frowned. She initially wanted to act before they could, but overlooked their weakness in attacking. Most of the enemy was cavalry. Against city defenses, cavalry advantages were negated, allowing fewer numbers to triumph. Direct confrontation would leverage their strengths. An unwise move indeed. If we don't attack, and they besiege the city again, should we continue waiting? Although we have managed to reclaim iron balls and arrows under cover of darkness, most of the arrows are broken and can no longer be used. The deity's bowstrings can't be repaired either. The Imperial Guard's armor is similarly damaged. Half cannot be used anymore. In another siege, achieving today's results might be questionable. Would we need to proactively ask the deity for supplies? Callie addressed the officials. They fell silent. Your Majesty, the Ruran troops have not retreated into winter, suggesting they are preparing for a long conflict. Even resorting to using diseased corpses this time, they could try other means next. An offensive might be a viable choice. Your Majesty, I boldly ask, can we consult the deity on this matter? If the deity tells us to attack, we will attack. This way, the soldiers in the city will know and be united. Even against cavalry, I believe their morale would be boosted. Ailby thought for a moment, then stepped forward and said, I agree. The Prime Minister makes sense. I also support it. Everyone echoed in agreement. After this period of supply, the influence of the deity had become enormous throughout the entire Western Liang capital. Everyone in the city revered the deity without exception. You're right, I'll consult the deity. But you must prepare in advance. This time more people might be needed. The 10,000 young recruits in the city should get accustomed as soon as possible. Callie nodded. After the court meeting, she immediately went to the shrine. Just as she was about to write to the deity to ask about initiating an attack, she saw that the deity had sent over another treasure. Callie was delighted and quickly picked it up. The previous treasure had stopped glowing and was carried with her at all times. She didn't expect the deity to send another one. With last time's experience, Callie was already familiar with its operation. Wow. So beautiful. As soon as Callie opened a video, she was stunned by the fireworks on the screen. Accompanied by booming sounds, the fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into dazzling sparks. The fireworks were of myriad forms. There were blooming white lotuses, spotlessly pure, half-open roses, charmingly dripping, beautiful butterflies, dancing gracefully, shooting stars, radiantly captivating. It made Callie's eyes dazzled. So beautiful. Is this what heaven looks like? Knowing I can't see, the deity specially recorded it for me? Callie's cheeks flushed with excitement. She swung her legs and watched from the side. Until all the fireworks finished, another scene appeared. A person was holding a colorful box demonstrating something, and with a gentle touch, flames would come out. Callie looked bewildered. Is this thing called Sky Thunder? What a mighty name. Callie read the description of the fireworks. Chapter 47. His Majesty calls you, and you stand still. Are you rebelling? Callie's little mouth didn't close once as she watched a series of videos. After finishing the videos, she then picked up the explanation sent by Kendrick. A weapon? How can such a beautiful thing be a weapon? Callie was shocked beyond measure. This weapon has immense power. It must only be used by reliable personnel, and during storage and transportation, handle with care, strictly prohibiting any sparks. It must also not get wet. This item can be used against Ruran troops, especially cavalry, with remarkable effectiveness. But this weapon produces an incredibly loud sound, like thunder from the sky. When using it, make sure everyone plugs their ears with earplugs. Only then did Callie notice that many small objects had appeared in the box at some point. Could these be earplugs? What strange things, and they're soft too. Callie pinched one up to try it out, her face full of curiosity. If understood, please reply and arrange for personnel to prepare for transportation. Before using in battle, ensure reliable forces are guarding it. Prevent accidents. This was the first time Callie had seen a divine being so cautious, making her worry too. Casimir, call a few people over. Callie called out to the outside. She hastily wrote a reply to Kendrick. Soon after, a colorful box appeared. Callie recognized it immediately. This box resembled what she saw among the divine artifacts, with its colorful pattern and small tail. Casimir and others who hadn't seen such a box before gathered around. What is this? It's beautifully colorful. There's a string on it too. Casimir and others surrounded the fireworks, observing. These are called thundering skyrockets, weapons given by the divine to combat Ruran troops. This string is called a fuse. Pay attention. Within 50 paces of a thundering skyrocket, absolutely no sparks are allowed. Anyone disobeying will be executed. Callie said sternly to Casimir and the others. At the sight of the box, Callie instantly understood. No wonder. The divine had warned her so much in advance but hadn't sent anything over yet. Otherwise, if sent earlier, they might have moved it casually, even holding torches while studying the thin black line, which would ignite everything upon the slightest spark. Hearing Callie's serious tone, Casimir and the others involuntarily swallowed hard. More fireworks were delivered one after another. Casimir and others carefully carried them to one side of the shrine. Casimir, try putting these two things in your ears and walk far away. Callie handed 2 earplugs to Casimir. Though he didn't know what they were, Casimir obediently put them in his ears and walked far away. You call him back? Callie told the nearby Imperial guards. Boss, his Majesty wants you over here. The Imperial guard yelled at Casimir, but Casimir stood there dumbfounded, seemingly not hearing. Is boss deaf? Boss, come back quickly. His Majesty wants you over here. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. On the other side, Casimir looked bewildered at the people outside the palace hall. What are they doing? Why are they just waving their hands without speaking? What game are they playing? You know what? Wearing this thing makes it so quiet. Now I can sleep comfortably. Casimir smiled foolishly. Before long, several Imperial guards ran over. As they approached, they opened their mouths and slapped Casimir hard. An earplug fell off. What's going on? My head is buzzing. They want me to go over there. You didn't move at all. Do you want a rebel? Without further ado, they carried Casimir back toward the shrine. Beg forgiveness from his Majesty. I heard nothing. Casimir was nearly crying. It's not your fault. I needed to test the divine earplugs. They seem quite effective. Callie waved her hand. With this, we can prepare for the attack. Casimir, gather all the Imperial guards immediately to watch the demonstration of the divine artifact. Callie said to Casimir and others. Meanwhile, 20 miles from Xiliang's capital city, in the Ruin camp, Khan, after so many days, Xiliang's capital should be in bad shape by now. Yes, we guard the surroundings. Without medicine inside, they can only wait to die. They burned the bodies outside the city walls before, but it's too late. The plague has likely spread already. Khan, should we send someone to check? Everyone asked Brittany. Yes. Send someone tonight. If everyone in the city is dead, we will retreat to the grasslands immediately at dawn tomorrow. This delay has been too long. The infected bipeds in the capital can't be eaten. Take all the bipeds from the towns and cities along the way with us. Brittany nodded. That night, several figures quietly approached the city wall under cover of darkness. The city was deathly silent, with no signs of movement. They peeked through the door crack of the city gate, seeing only darkness. They're probably all dead. Should we go in and check? One person asked. Go in? Bullshit. If we get infected, we'll die too. Let's go back. Amin coldly said. Hearing the news of the city's destruction, Brittany finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great. As long as the capital of Xiliang falls, Xiliang will eventually be ours. With another southern sweep next autumn, it will be in the bag. What a pity about that beautiful Annette. Brittany waved his hand. After learning of the fall of the Xiliang capital, the entire Ruin camp instantly relaxed. Soldiers gathered in 2s and 3s around bonfires, feasting until midnight when the camp gradually quieted down. In the middle of the night, occasional rustling sounds came from the woods surrounding the camp. After these sounds disappeared, countless torches appeared around the perimeter one after another. With insect-like noises, small flames floated in the air. In the Ruin camp, a night guard saw the lights around him, rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have hallucinated. Only when he clearly saw the flickering figures in the firelight did he realize what was happening. Bad news. Night attack. He shouted at the top of his lungs. But it was too late. With sharp explosions, countless fireballs rained down from all sides onto the Ruin tents. Chapter 48. The sky over the camp was a colorful sky. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, countless fireballs were blasted into the large tent. Brittany colorful petals blossomed inside the camp. Right next to one's ears caused everyone to clutch their heads and suffer from tinnitus. The whole world spun wildly. Moreover, the smoke from the fireworks explosions made the entire camp suffocating in gunpowder smoke, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Fireworks shot from 3 sides, leaving nowhere to hide. Explosion sounds, screams, cries of agony, and hoarse whinnies intertwined. More explosions occurred among the herds of horses. Startled, horses neighed wildly, tearing down posts of stables, sending tens of thousands of horses dashing in all directions. This made the already chaotic camp even messier. What's happening? What exactly happened? Brittany crawled out from the ground, holding his head. A fireball had exploded in front of him, blowing half his face off. His mind was buzzing. Khan. It's thunder. I don't know why, but the thunder in the sky seems to target our camp. This must be a witchcraft of the Western Liang. The Western Liang people might not be dead. Several generals rushed over, equally disheveled. What? Hurry. Before Brittany could finish his sentence, several fireballs were launched towards them. They were enveloped in flames and explosions. When the smoke cleared, Brittany along with several senior generals lay on the ground, barely breathing. Trampled under the hooves of confused troops and horses, they were utterly still. After the subsequent fireworks started, the explosions became more concentrated. Retreat. Run fast. Run fast. The Western Liang witchcraft is here. The Ruin troops finally regained their senses and fled in panic. But at this moment, the frightened horses had already scattered, leaving them without mounts. They all ran toward the direction where no fireballs were coming from. Outside the camp. My God. Did you see what just happened? Swoosh. So many fireballs shooting out from those boxes. Don't get me started. Although his Majesty told us the force would be immense, I nearly couldn't hold on. Thank goodness he had 4 of us handle one box, or we'd really be in trouble. To me, the sound didn't seem that loud. Nonsense. Just now, I accidentally dropped my earplug. It sounded like 10,000 thunders, nearly scared me to death. The Imperial guards were talking about what just happened with lingering fear. This round of fireworks not only terrified the Ruran troops, but also nearly scared these Imperial guards who ignited the fireworks to death. If not for the earplugs given by Kendrick blocking most of the noise, these people might have just thrown the fireworks away. Everyone, mount up immediately. Follow me and catch up. At this moment, Brethias rode up with his men. Just now, before setting off the fireworks, they had instructed some people to wait around. They were waiting for the horses to go wild and scatter, then to lead them back. They gained an additional 10,000 horses. Everyone was overjoyed. Now the tables had turned completely. They became cavalry while the Ruran soldiers turned into infantry. All the humiliation, all the disgrace, all the failures would be reclaimed at this very moment. In an instant, the Ruran army began to crumble. Led by Brethias, the cavalry slashed through them relentlessly. They chased for 50 miles before returning to the city. Guangming residential area. After returning from the warehouse, Kendrick was so exhausted that he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Last night's fireworks had to be handled with care, so Kendrick carried them all by himself. He was almost dead tired. He slept until noon. Ring, ring. Kendrick was woken up by a phone call. Looking at the caller ID, it was Jared calling. Little brother Chun. It's happening. Big things are happening. The moment he picked up the phone, an extremely excited voice came from the other end. It's happening? What is happening? Kendrick was still groggy and couldn't quite grasp what was going on. That painting. After being authenticated by experts, it is indeed a genuine piece by Dalen. And this painting only had historical records. It had been lost since the end of the Jin dynasty. My God, little brother. Where did you find all these treasures? Jared on the other end of the phone was beside himself with excitement. In the antique business, authenticity is always hard to determine and relies heavily on one's expertise. But it was this very little brother Chun. He had come 4 times, and each time he brought real items, each time more precious than the last. Especially this final calligraphy and painting, which were both long-lost masterpieces. How much can it sell for? Kendrick was most concerned about the money issue. After buying the fireworks, there wasn't much money left. The exact amount will have to wait until the auction. A few big players have already seen it, and they are very interested. I can assure you, the price this time will not be less than a small goal, Jared said to Kendrick in a lowered voice. Chapter 49. We also received a tip from the public. A small goal? Kendrick thought he had misheard. Although he had dealt with tens of millions of dollars before, the value of this small goal was still too shocking. The specifics will be clear at the auction. I really have to thank you, brother. This time I've got a lot of attention. We'll chat in detail when I get back. Jared hung up the phone enthusiastically. Have I become a billionaire? It took Kendrick half a day to come back to his senses. With this, whether it's starting my own business or sending something to Shiliang, money won't be an issue anymore. But antique stuff like this should be less involved in the future. Otherwise, there's no way to explain where it came from. Previously, someone who wrote a tomb raiding novel ended up inside prison. Looks like I might end up staying indefinitely. Kendrick rubbed his chin as he thought. Knock knock. Just as Kendrick was deep in thought, there came a knock on the door. Who is it? Kendrick froze. It's me, here for the water meter reading. Outside the door, Robin's voice sounded. Do we need to pay for water and electricity again? Weren't they just paid recently? Kendrick was puzzled, got up, and opened the door. But before he could see clearly, several policemen kicked the door open and rushed in. A policeman immediately restrained Kendrick and pressed him to the ground. Control. Search the kitchen and bathroom immediately. And the fridge too. One police officer held Kendrick down while shouting orders to those behind him. Kendrick was dumbfounded. What's going on? Exposed? I'm really not a tomb raider. Now I can't wash away this suspicion even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Officer, I actually... Kendrick didn't know how to defend himself. If you say you didn't do it, you did. But if you explain the true source, probably no one would believe it. Captain, no bloodstains in the kitchen. No tools used for dismemberment either. Captain, no obvious bloodstains in the bathroom. The sewer is normal. In a short while, the policemen who rushed into the room came out one after another. Nothing? Speak. What did you do with the body? The policeman turned to ask Kendrick. Huh? Body? What body? What are you talking about? Kendrick was baffled. He indeed obtained some antiques, but definitely did not steal any people. Could it be the Ruran soldiers found the time police? That's the body you dismembered and disposed of. Otherwise, where did you use the 20 tons of water? The policeman asked coldly. 20 tons of water? Kendrick froze. Suddenly, he understood. When he provided water to Callie and them, the faucet was running for an entire day and night. Oh no. The police think I'm a murderer who chopped up bodies. There were similar cases before. This time it's unexplainable. Cough cough. Officer, I really did nothing. That day I was drunk, fell asleep in the shower, forgot to turn off the faucet, so it kept running. It was a misunderstanding. Kendrick quickly came up with an excuse. Misunderstanding? Get the forensic doctor over with the blood spectrometer. How could you escape such a big case in our jurisdiction? The captain wouldn't believe it. Soon, the forensic doctor came with various instruments and thoroughly scanned Kendrick's home. No findings. Well, sorry, we also received tips from the public. After all, using so much water in a short period of time was too suspicious. The captain awkwardly untied the handcuffs on Kendrick. Kendrick's lips twitched. He saw a hint of disappointment on the captain's face. Kendrick, heard you killed someone and dismembered the body? All flushed down the drain? Heaven, could it be your ex-girlfriend? It must be. That impolite girl hasn't been seen for a long time. As soon as the police left, neighbors poured in. Just a misunderstanding. If I killed someone, the police would have taken me away. The police already apologized to me. After a hard effort to explain to the neighbors, Kendrick lay helplessly on the bed. Seems this Annette does have a playful and cute side. I wonder what this Annette looks like. Heard she's the most beautiful woman in the world, but can ancient beauties compare to today's standards? Kendrick thought about asking Callie for a portrait, but reconsidered. What if she turned out to be a burly man? No. Kendrick shook his head. But to think, this Annette is truly impressive. The planning of this battle was outstanding. Such temperament, such wisdom. She might indeed become a wise ruler. Kendrick admired Callie as he reviewed the details of the battle. Thinking it over, he wrote a reply to Callie. He wanted to ask about the current situation in Xiliang. How much territory did they have? What was the population? What was the level of productivity? What resources were available within Xiliang? What was the current state? Knowing these things would allow him to better assist Callie. Since the strong enemy had been repelled, the next step was development. Kendrick knew that Xiliang was not one of the strongest among the 16 kingdoms, possibly even among the weakest. Xiliang had just emerged from war, with countless tasks awaiting revival. It lacked the strength to contend for supremacy, build high walls, accumulate ample grain, and delay proclaiming kingship. For some reason, Kendrick felt like he was playing a strategic simulation game. Xiliang Imperial City. Your Majesty, our scouting forces have returned. Our counties of Yihe, Changpu, Shaanxin, Kaliki, Yanshou, Imi, Biaoshi, and Juyin were all plundered by the Ruren army. Countless civilians were killed or injured, but some managed to escape to the mountains and avoided this war. Upon learning of the Ruren defeat, they have returned. But currently, only 50 to 60% of our civilians remain. The population has drastically decreased. Winter is approaching, and the lack of food and clothing is widespread. Many may not survive. In the Grand Hall, Elby reported the current situation to Callie. Chapter 50, Your Majesty, why is your face so red? Disaster relief immediately. Send out the food stored in the palace first. Callie said. Your Majesty, the grain reserves in the palace are not plentiful. To help hundreds of thousands of people, it might be a drop in the bucket. Once the palace's grain is used up, there will be no grain left in our Xiliang territory. How can we survive the winter? Elby hurriedly came forward and said, Send it out. Starting now, from me on down, everyone in the capital eats only one meal a day. These citizens are also subjects of Xiliang. They have just survived the iron hooves of Ruren. I cannot let them fall into despair again. Even if we eat once every 2 days, once every 3 days, we must share our food together. Callie firmly told Elby. Hearing Callie's words, all the ministers were moved to tears. Not only because Callie loved the people as his children, but also because of her resolute decision and unyielding spirit. As ministers, it is so rare and fortunate to encounter an enlightened ruler like this. With such a wise ruler, everyone's morale can always stay high. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Bretany bandits have appeared in our territory, some being remnants of the Ruren troops occupying the mountains, others being villains causing trouble. According to my estimate, this could be part of Ruren's previous plan, intending to leave forces behind to control Xiliang. Due to Linger Huji's interference in this war, our remaining troops number only over 30,000. Large-scale anti-bandit operations would be troublesome. Elby stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there's also the issue of the captured horses. Though we have sent people to gather as much fodder as possible, the supplies are still insufficient to feed so many horses. When the Ruren troops besieged the city, they had already harvested most of our grain and hay in Xiliang. Another minister also spoke up. Listening to Elby and other ministers' words, Callie frowned. Although they had repelled the Ruren troops, Xiliang had been devastated by the invasion. Especially with winter approaching, misfortunes never come singly. Even Callie couldn't find a good solution. After court adjourned, Callie went alone to the temple and sat there. With the world in chaos, why does the divine especially protect this small Xiliang? If the divine blessed another powerful nation, perhaps it would have dominated the world long ago. Callie sighed softly. She felt a bit anxious. Currently, Xiliang faced threats from Beiliang and Beiwei in the east, the powerful southern Xiliang regime in the south, and invasions from Ruren, Xianbei, and Kalik tribes in the north and west. The national strength was weakened. Grain supplies were nearly exhausted. How could they bear the divine favor? Although the deity had previously said that any needs could be met, Xiliang was like a bottomless pit. The deity had no kinship with them, and they couldn't even offer basic offerings. Thinking about this, Callie seemed to make a decision. She came to the dressing table and groomed herself. This was the first time in months that Callie had carefully dressed herself. Callie put on her favorite hairpin, a gift from her mother. Her mother told her that when she found her perfect match, she should give him this pin as a token, which she cherished deeply. After dressing, Callie gently stepped into the box. In the name of the divine, if you want me, please take me. Ready the divine bless Xiliang and save its millions of people. I have no regrets, Callie said while gently closing the lid of the box. In the darkness, Callie felt uneasy. Would the divine appear when she opened the box again? What did the divine look like? What would the divine do upon seeing her sudden appearance? Would the divine like her appearance? Callie anxiously clutched the magic tool in her arms. After a long while, Callie cautiously opened a small crack in the box, only to find herself still in the temple. Nothing had happened. A wave of disappointment surged in Callie's heart. Callie sighed softly. Just as she was about to get up, she noticed a piece of paper under the box. Callie quickly stood up, but bumped her head on the box. Ignoring the pain, Callie eagerly picked up the paper, unaware that her hairpin had fallen off and disappeared at the bottom of the box. The divine wants to know the current situation in Xiliang? The divine hasn't given up on us. Callie was very excited reading the questions asked by the deity through Kendrick. Although she did not know why the deity was doing this, at least the deity had not abandoned them. The deity would still help them. Callie did not delay. She immediately wrote down the current situation in Xiliang in detail as Kendrick requested and sent it over. After finishing all this, Callie finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat in front of the bronze mirror. Suddenly, Callie noticed something seemed to be missing from her head. Where is my hairpin? Callie was startled. She hurriedly searched around the hall but found nothing after looking everywhere. Could it have fallen into the box just now? Callie rushed to the box and examined it, but there was no sign of the hairpin anywhere. Recalling what her mother told her about the significance of the hairpin, Callie's face flushed red. Your Majesty, we followed your orders and distributed the grain. Here is today's food. At that moment, Casimir came outside the hall and said, I understand. Callie approached the door, and Casimir was just about to deliver a steamed bun. Your Majesty, why is your face so red? Are you suffering from fever again? The medicine called one that the deity gave us last time is still available. I'll bring it to you right away. Casimir looked at Callie with surprise. I'm fine. As Callie spoke, her face turned even redder. With a bang, she closed the temple door. This left Casimir utterly confused. Guangming community. Alright, have Talon come pick me up. I'll head over now. Kendrick hung up the phone with Jared. Jared had just landed and couldn't wait to meet Kendrick. Before leaving, Kendrick instinctively glanced at the box. He found an additional letter inside, along with a hairpin. Kendrick picked up the hairpin to examine it. This hairpin was meticulously carved from high-quality white jade, adorned with lustrous jadeite. It shimmered brilliantly, smooth and delicate. A dancing butterfly was attached to it. Its graceful posture and vibrant colors were cleverly captured and frozen within this tiny piece. Clearly, it was very valuable. This is quite a treasure. Kendrick thought for a moment, and gently placed it alongside the previous jade pendant. He wouldn't sell something like this. Kendrick then picked up the letter and read it. It seems Shiliang's situation is worse than I imagined. The external enemies are not urgent. The main issue is Shiliang's internal conditions. People lack food and warm clothing, and they can't survive through the winter. Brittany people in Shiliang might die after this winter. No wonder Shiliang disappeared after this battle. This must be the reason. Kendrick slowly pondered. There's no time to waste. Supplies need to be prepared immediately. Although I stockpiled some supplies last time, it might not be enough for tens of thousands of people. And there are winter clothes and heating needs as well. There's too much to do. Without wasting any time, Kendrick went out immediately. No matter what, he needed to get money first. Chapter 51. Just swipe this card. No need to pay back. At the antique shop, Elder Brother Chen, you've really given us a face full of glory this time. You've brought us quite a lot of business all at once. I don't even know how to thank you properly. Jared hurried forward to hold Kendrick's hand as soon as he saw him enter. Brother Gu, it's very kind of you. But I did show my bottom line. Kendrick smiled and sat down. Dad, what seniority do you have here? So, am I not Elder Brother Chen's nephew now? Jackson complained on the side, clearly unhappy with his father. Scram. When adults talk, kids play on the side. Without any further ado, Jared shooed Jackson away. Elder Brother Chen, here is the painting returned intact. Check it out. Your elder brother can't pull off that sort of trickery. The auction will be held 1 week from now. A number of bigwigs will be attending then. Jared handed the painting back to Kendrick. 1 week. Kendrick was somewhat disappointed. That meant he would have to wait 1 week before receiving the money. Yet the Shiliang citizens were currently in dire need of food and clothing, and they couldn't wait a single day more. Do you feel urgent about this, Elder Brother Chen? I was worried you didn't want to sell this painting at first. Jared felt puzzled. Can I get an advance on part of the money? I urgently need to buy some things. Kendrick asked Jared. Sure. Just ask. Want to buy a car or a villa? Jared agreed without hesitation. He understood. When young people have money, they definitely spend it. After having so much money previously, that was indeed one way to spend it quickly. No, I'm planning to buy some food and clothes. This money is borrowed from you. I'll pay you back after the auction. Kendrick explained to Jared. Food and clothes? Jared's eyes widened. Didn't he just earn tens of millions? A turnaround and he's already out of money for meals and clothes? What a wastrel. Was he spending all day at nightclubs? No wonder he looks thinner recently. But that can't be the case. Why not like this? I give you a card. There's no limit to this card. You can just swipe it. As for borrowing and repaying, Elder Brother Chen, mentioning it is slapping my face. Since you've done such a great favor for me, consider it my gratitude towards my younger brother. Jared generously gave Kendrick a black card. In Jared's view, how much could eating and buying clothes cost? Hundreds of thousands at most. To make friends with Kendrick and put him under a big obligation, this deal was simply a sure profit. Well, thank you. Kendrick took the card. It wasn't convenient to explain what he had to do. Just paying back after the auction would be fine. After leaving the antique shop, Kendrick went straight to the grain store. He bought all kinds of rice, millet, and grains. These items were easy to store and transport, and their cost-effectiveness was high. They were best suited for disaster relief. For the same price, he could buy as many supplies as possible. Then there were oats, barley, corn, bran, and other things. Callie mentioned in his letter that they seized many horses but couldn't afford to feed them due to the lack of fodder. They planned to slaughter the horses for meat. This shocked Kendrick. The value of horses in ancient times was no less than today's BMW cars. How could they be slaughtered directly? Later, Kendrick contacted a supermarket supplier and bought all the instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned foods, raisins, and other dried fruits. These items were easy to preserve and could replenish energy to the greatest extent. After finishing his shopping for food, Kendrick rushed to the wholesale clothing market. With just one sentence. Low price purchase of down jackets. How many available? I'll take them all. This immediately drew a crowd of people rushing over. It was the off-season, and many had been holding inventory. Kendrick's arrival was like a godsend. They even reduced prices on their own accord, and Kendrick accepted everything. Swipe card. After leaving the clothing wholesale market, Kendrick headed to the coal factory next. Back at the antique shop. Dad, since Brother Chen doesn't have a car yet, why didn't you give him one? Jackson asked Jared. Are you dumb? I deliberately sent you to pick him up so you could interact more and close the distance. If he really had a car, would it be anything to do with you? Jared sighed, feeling hopeless. Oh. Jackson nodded. At first, I thought Kendrick was pretty steady, so I rated him highly. But I didn't expect that behind the scenes, he's also a playboy. So much money gone in just a few days. In the future, you should still keep your distance. Jared shook his head. Ping. At this moment, Jared's phone received a message notification. That black card was linked to Jared's phone. Spent 8 million? He bought a Ferrari? I should have just given him a car. Jared's eyes widened immediately, filled with regret. But upon carefully checking the transaction account, Jared was instantly dumbfounded. Guangming Grain Supply Company? Is this a mistake? 8 million spent at a grain supply company? Isn't that ridiculous? Jared's eyeballs nearly popped out. Dad, did someone steal your card? Hurry up and call the police. Jackson said on the side. Don't panic yet. Let me call and ask first. Jared hurriedly called the grain company. Just now, someone swiped over 8 million here? Yes, the Hubert bought all our grain supplies. Our stock wasn't enough, so we even had to source from elsewhere. Was the person named Kendrick? About 1.85 meters tall, quite handsome. Right, that's him. So handsome. You didn't see him swipe the card. He was charming as hell. Do you want to buy grain too? We're out of stock, probably for a month. Buy a ghost. Jared hung up the phone. Really Kendrick who bought it? Why would he buy so much grain? 8 million. How much grain could that be? Jared was so shocked his mouth couldn't close. Does my brother have that many women? Jackson slapped his forehead. Did you get your brain pinched by a door? Do you feed women with rice and corn in our family? Who would follow you? Go away. Jared kicked Jackson. Ding. Another text message came. Spent another 5 million? Supermarket supplier? Jared hurriedly dialed the number. All instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned foods, dried fruits, everything? Jared swallowed hard. This doesn't make sense. It looks like it's for disaster relief. When donating for earthquake relief, these were exactly the items sent. Ding, 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 ding. Just as Jackson was puzzled, more messages came. But this time, they kept coming in nonstop for 10 whole minutes, all from small merchants at the wholesale clothing market. Chapter 52. An iron box with fish inside. Jared hurriedly made contact. He then learned that Kendrick had purchased all the down jackets and heavy clothing again. Jared suddenly understood. Absolutely. Kendrick buying these items was definitely for disaster relief preparation. But there hadn't been any news of disasters recently, and those clothes seemed unsuitable for current weather conditions as well. Could it be something he didn't know about? Or maybe for impoverished children abroad? Or perhaps, Brother Chun was preparing ahead of time, just in case? Thinking this over, Jared felt thoroughly ashamed. Just moments ago, he had still suspected Kendrick of being pleasure-seeking. But who would have thought? All of Kendrick's money went into these purchases. Even the term, judge a gentleman by a villain's standard, fell short to describe his actions. He and Kendrick were worlds apart in mindset. Seeing Kendrick's expenditure reach 20 million, though Jared also felt a twinge of regret, he knew what Kendrick was doing. There was nothing else to do but accept it. After all, he did assure Kendrick to buy freely. Consider it spending for blessings. Jared could only feel helpless. Shilyang Imperial Palace. Hurry, hurry. My God, what's going on? No prior warning. Call all the Imperial guards here. Not a single grain should be wasted. At that moment, the granary in the shrine was continuously spilling out grains. These had already formed streams of grain, just like when Callie publicly prayed for food supplies previously. However, this time the quantity of food was evidently much more than before. Not only rice, but also some yellow granules, which, although unrecognized, smelled appetizing. One look told them it was edible. Without mentioning, there was also orange-yellow millet and various brand following after. Callie was left speechless by this scene. The deity was sending them food once again. Last time it supplied tens of thousands. This time, could it possibly supply hundreds of thousands? For 3 days and nights, Callie led the Imperial Guards, busy nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights. In the process, more than 10,000 additional soldiers were brought from the military camp to help until all the food was finally gathered. Moreover, Callie instructed everyone to clean every crack on the ground throughout the palace, ensuring no grain would be wasted. This time, Kendrick sent nearly 3 million pounds, enough for their entire country's population for a while. Included were some specifically marked for horses. How considerate the deities were. Just as everyone was ready to catch their breath for a break, another rustling sound came from the shrine. Callie forced himself inside to check. Countless strange objects poured out. What is this? Square-shaped. Could it be food too? Callie picked up a package of compressed biscuits. Having experienced something similar before, Callie was now more familiar with such packaging. Recalling the deity's teaching, when tearing open, find the serrations beside the package. Callie gave it a gentle tear. Indeed, he saw a square piece inside. A peculiar fragrance emerged. Callie tentatively took a bite. So sweet. Callie's eyes instantly lit up. Just a little choking. Callie had taken only 1 bite, yet almost choked, catching his breath. Quickly drank 2 gulps of water. Washed it down with water. Huh. So full. Callie was puzzled. After all, he had just eaten a tiny piece. How could he be so full? While Callie was pondering, he suddenly heard sounds coming from the box again. Just as he moved closer, something jumped right into Callie's arms. What's this? Seems to be an iron can? How come it feels like there's water inside? Callie curiously shook the tin can. He couldn't fathom how this sealed iron can contain water. Hurry, hurry. Collect these iron cans first. Iron cans gushed out everywhere, rolling all over the place. Callie quickly ordered Casimir and others to collect them. After the tins were all delivered, Callie saw the manual sent by Kendrick. This is called canned food? There's fruit inside? And fish and meat? Callie looked at Kendrick's explanation with disbelief. These fish wouldn't have suffocated? And how did they get the meat into these cans? Callie's eyes widened. He just couldn't understand. Following Kendrick's diagrammatic explanation, hook the pull tab on the can and exert force. Oh my God. It actually opens. Callie covered his mouth in astonishment. Immediately, a A strong, sweet fragrance filled Callie's nose. This is peach? Callie looked at the contents inside the can with disbelief. There were some sliced peaches actually soaking in the water. So sweet. This water. Callie tentatively tasted it. It far exceeded any peach he had eaten before, and it was so soft. Even the water was incredibly sweet. For some reason, after drinking the sweet water, his mood instantly became joyful. Huh. There's a picture of a peach on this. This one is grapes. This one is an apple. And there's even one with fish? Callie just noticed that. On the outside of each can was a drawing, indicating what was inside. Callie tentatively opened a can with a picture of fish on it. Is this cooked? Why haven't I seen this kind of fish before? Callie stared at the fish inside, which was square and in long strips. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Callie licked his lips. The taste was distinct yet rich in layers, unforgettable. The tender fish meat slowly melted in his mouth, and the intense aroma of seafood hit him straight to the core. This fish is too delicious. Even the bones are crispy. There's no earthy fishy smell at all. Could this be a heavenly immortal fish? Callie gazed curiously at the blocks of cuttlefish in the can with wide eyes. Shiliang was inland. They did not have deep-sea fishing technology and naturally had never seen cuttlefish before. You're Bretjesty. What is this? Casimir and others, having finished moving the cans, gathered around out of curiosity. This is called rustling. Just as Callie was about to explain to Casimir, more instant noodles were delivered. Casimir and the others had to get busy again. When Casimir and the others were utterly exhausted, Callie also received a letter from Kendrick. The above is all the food. I will continue to send more next month, helping you through the entire winter. Callie read Kendrick's letter. His eyes instantly moistened. The deity knows. He knows. Now they had no hope. It was freezing cold. There was no land to plant crops, and the animals in the forest had gone into hibernation, making hunting impossible. They could only endure. But not only had the deity sent enough food, but it seemed they would be supplied regularly. How could he bear to accept this? While Callie was thinking about this, suddenly, a piece of clothing fell out of the box. Chapter 53. No voice changer in Shiliang. What's this? Clothing? Callie looked at the clothes in surprise. How light it is. How soft. And this? Callie examined the down jacket in his hands, its fabric smooth as silk and delicate as down. Though the style differed greatly from what they were currently wearing, it was obvious that this was meant to be worn. Is this called a down jacket? What is a zipper? Let me see. Insert this into this. Callie, while looking at the instructions sent by Kendrick, put on the down jacket. This? Callie could hardly believe how it felt on his body. It completely enveloped him, even making him feel warm. He quickly stepped outside. Under the biting cold wind, he felt not a trace of chilliness. So comfortable. The clothing from the heavens is truly magical. Just this small piece of clothing can keep one so warm. Unfortunately, the celestial deity only sent one. If there were enough, the people of Shiliang could survive the winter. Before Callie finished his sentence, countless clothes spilled out of the box. Callie froze. He sat down in daze. From the sensation just now, this single piece of clothing was priceless. Yet the deity had sent several 10,000 pieces. Callie felt an indescribable shock. What virtue did he have to deserve such treatment from the deity? Even if he were to put himself in the deity's place, he could never do such a thing. While Callie was deep in thought, a piece of paper floated out. Callie picked it up to read. The deity had instructed them to dig a few more coal pits. Another day and night passed. Callie looked at the pile of stone coal like a small mountain before him, almost speechless with astonishment. In this way, even heating coal for winter was secured. Do you think the deity manages warehouses in heaven? Are you foolish? Does the deity need coal? Just a gesture, and there will be warmth. This time, the deity has given too much: food, clothing, and even heating coal. When has Shiliang ever been this prosperous? Yes, this winter is likely the most comfortable one in a long time. The imperial guards discussed among themselves. Send someone. Immediately summon Elby and the others to the palace to discuss distributing grain and disaster relief. Callie finally snapped back into reality and instructed Casimir and the others. In Guangming community, Kendrick was tinkering with 2 mobile phones. He found paper communication inefficient. So miraculous. Callie covered his mouth in amazement. A voice recorder? Press this. Callie gently pressed the button on the pin. Cough. Hello? Then, a voice came out from the pin. Monster. Callie was startled and subconsciously threw it away. I'm Kendrick. This thing is called a voice recorder. Press the button to play. Press the button below to record. If you have anything to say in the future, you can record it and send it to me. The pin that was thrown onto the soft cushion was still making sounds. Hearing Kendrick's name from behind the chair, Callie finally summoned up the courage to come out. Is this the voice of the deity? What a charming voice. So beautiful. Listening to Kendrick's voice, Callie felt it didn't sound as old and frail as imagined, even sounding about the same age. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. How strange. This pin doesn't have a mouth either. Where is the voice coming from? Could this be another magical treasure of the deity? It can even record voices? Callie tried pressing the buttons as Kendrick instructed. This is Callie Alfonso, paying homage to the deity. With reverence, we thank the deity for bestowing blessings upon us. Ready the deity grant us a portrait, so we in Shiliang may offer daily tributes. Callie knelt respectfully and spoke to the pin. After speaking, he put it back in the box. Kendrick picked up the voice recorder, feeling somewhat excited. He wasn't sure if the Annette of Shiliang would understand his instructions, or if she could use it. Trying the playback button, a gentle and slightly timid voice echoed. This voice absolutely isn't someone pretending to be a woman. There are no voice changers in Shiliang. Just hearing this voice makes me feel like it's coming from a beautiful lady. Kendrick immediately felt relieved. This was the first time he had heard the Annette of Shiliang's voice. Her voice was like clear silver bells, melodious and captivating. Instantly, all previous impressions of a burly warrior woman vanished. Kendrick listened to it over and over again. He sensed there was some pain mixed in the voice. Could it be that the Annette was injured during a battle? Kendrick asked through the voice recorder. Hearing Kendrick's inquiry, Callie's expression darkened. Indeed, she had been experiencing severe abdominal pain while speaking. She had experienced this before and had lost a lot of blood. Callie always thought she had an incurable disease. But in these past few months, she hadn't felt like this, leading her to believe she was better. Until now when the symptoms returned. Callie let out a light sigh. When it happened the first time, Callie was terrified. With her mother passing away early and it being such a private issue, no one told her anything. At this moment, the deity seemed to be her only reliance. Hesitating for a while, she finally told the deity about her condition. But would the deity have a way to cure this illness? Callie was also quite anxious. Chapter 54. A divine image established? This unshakable idol burden. Guangming community. Listening to Callie's words, Kendrick was a little bewildered. After listening again, he suddenly seemed to understand. Was knowledge so scarce in ancient times? Aren't they all taught by the old nurses in the palace? This Annette wouldn't be under 18, would she? Kendrick's eyes widened. But it shouldn't be that extreme. Perhaps the Shiliang Palace doesn't have as many people as the Ming and Qing palaces, and there aren't many old nurses either. Moreover, with great pressure and food shortages recently, it's normal for her body to be abnormal. With some food now, she's starting to recover. Kendrick fell into worry. How can this ailment be treated? Moreover, this isn't really an illness, and after nutrition improves, you'll probably get sick once a month. Kendrick thought for a moment, suddenly remembering that there were some hand warmers left at home. He quickly found them. He also made a cup of brown sugar water and put everything in the box. These things were left here by his ex-girlfriend. Every time relatives came, Kendrick would prepare these, but they were always looked down upon by his ex-girlfriend. You just know how to drink hot water. That was something his ex-girlfriend often said. I hope the Annette won't disdain them. Kendrick shrugged. Shiliang Palace. Callie looked at the appearance of the steaming brown sugar water and the hand warmers, her eyes widening. This is brown sugar water. You should drink it while it's hot. It might help. Then tear open this hand warmer and stick it on your clothes, covering the sore spot. Hearing Kendrick's instructions, Callie hastily picked up the hot sugar water. Looking at the crystal clear glass in her hand, Callie was speechless with surprise. Is this cup made from heavenly crystal? It's actually used by a god for drinking? Callie was struck by the wealth of the deity. She sipped obediently. In no time, the steaming brown sugar water was gone. Her entire body warmed up. Following the deity's instructions, she tore open the small item and stuck it on. Before long, it actually got warm. Callie felt her pain reduced by a large margin. The means of the deity are simply too magical. Winter wouldn't be cold anymore, would it? Callie gently touched the warming area, as if basking in the warmth of a divine embrace. She hurriedly thanked the deity using the voice recorder. Listening to Callie's disorganized yet somewhat bashful gratitude on the recorder, Kendrick felt moved. People are different from each other. Women are even more different from one another. Giving and receiving are mutual. So nice. Kendrick held the voice recorder, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although both had finished talking, Kendrick wanted to chat more with Callie. The current Shiliang has repelled the enemies. As for food, you don't need to worry about it anymore. What do you plan to do in the future? Can I do anything else for you? Kendrick thought for a moment and asked Callie. At this moment, Callie in the Shiliang Palace was anxiously waiting. She regretted finishing so quickly just now. Would the deity not reply to her? Earlier, she should have chosen a topic and asked the deity. Just as Callie was feeling uneasy, the voice recorder appeared again. Callie instantly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes squinting like crescent moons. She hastily picked it up and listened. Plans for the future? Caught off guard by Kendrick's question, Callie didn't know how to respond. She hadn't really thought about it carefully yet. Present-day Shiliang is full of ruins awaiting restoration, surrounded by powerful enemies. This winter seems to be a period of respite for both sides. Once winter passes, all countries will likely take action. The deity solved her worries about winter, so she couldn't waste this winter. Thank you, deity, for reminding me. This war has deeply touched me. Due to my naivety and gullibility, this situation arose. I plan to personally tour Shiliang, using my own eyes and ears to understand the true state of Shiliang, rather than just what I hear from officials. After such a major war, the morale of our citizens has dispersed. I can comfort and rally them, spreading the grace of your divinity. I can also inspect local officials and disaster relief efforts. Most importantly, I can take the opportunity to eliminate bandits along the way, thoroughly clearing out remaining enemies and negative forces within Shiliang. Callie thought as she spoke to Kendrick. After getting the voice recorder, listening to Callie's plan, Kendrick agreed. If an emperor remains secluded in the palace, their understanding and information can easily be controlled by court ministers. But now Shiliang doesn't have many troops, as many are already scattered for disaster relief. Worrying about the bandits, there might not be enough manpower. It could be dangerous. Callie would probably only take a few hundred imperial guards to suppress the bandits. The areas where mountain bandits reside are all strategically advantageous, easy to defend but difficult to attack. Plus, it's winter, with frequent snowfalls, which is not very favorable for Callie. Moreover, if Alfonso personally leads people to eliminate bandits and remaining enemies without quickly clearing them out with overwhelming force, it might backfire. If Callie gets hurt again, how would the people of Shiliang view me as their deity? Kendrick touched his nose. Unconsciously, his identity as a deity has been established. With this idle burden, it truly is a heavy load. Simply put, Callie is his spokesperson, so she must not suffer any losses. According to Callie, most of the previous military equipment has been damaged. At worst, re-equip them. It's just a few hundred people, right? Can I provide equipment for them? Kendrick suddenly felt a sense of mission. He told Callie with the voice recorder that he supported her plan. But don't rush. Wait until he provides the equipment before setting off. Listening to Kendrick's arrangements on the voice recorder, Callie naturally agreed gladly. Oh great deity, may I ask for a portrait of you? I would like the people of Xiliang to build temples and statues in honor of you. Callie asked Kendrick. Hearing Callie's words, Kendrick was stunned. Ask for my portrait? What does this mean? Build temples and erect statues? I'm still alive. Kendrick wanted to cry but couldn't. Chapter 55 The most beautiful woman in the world. If there were photos, and the common people of Xiliang carved statues based on them, wouldn't they be shocked when unearthed to see someone exactly like me? And considering my modern attire, Kendrick swallowed. I might even get a dedicated page in history textbooks. No. After much consideration, Kendrick decided not to give anything for now. But he had heard before that this Annette of Xiliang was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Perhaps he could ask for a portrait to take a look. However, without cameras back then, the painters would likely beautify her. It would be hard to know her true appearance. Kendrick thought for a moment and turned on his phone's video recording function, also placing a recorder nearby. He had Callie check the phone and record the surroundings. Soon enough, Callie handed the phone over. Kendrick hastily looked at it. The footage was a bit shaky, but he could clearly see a graceful figure flash by. Kendrick paused, studying that moment in detail. Too beautiful. This feeling was as if combining Gregory Yfei, Gregory Schercher, and Hawkins Liang. Initially, Kendrick thought ancient women looked like those in portraits, but this one wasn't. Her eyebrows arched delicately, exuding gentleness and liveliness. A high-nose bridge, rosy lips, pearly teeth, naturally charming without makeup. Her slender and elegant figure resembled a willow tree. At this moment, Kendrick felt fortunate. Thank goodness he spared no effort to help Callie repel the Ruran troops. Otherwise, such a beautiful empress would have been captured and suffered torment unimaginable. He must prepare well for the future. With Callie heading out to inspect and fight, many supplies were needed. For now, he needed to secure money. Duel recently befriended a young tomb raider with proper lineage. Is that true? Is he that Hubert up front? People inside the antique shop discussed fervently, occasionally glancing at Kendrick sitting in the front. Kendrick awkwardly scratched his nose. The less said, the better. Thinking his presence might not be suitable, he stood up and headed backstage. Terrence and Reed were examining Dalen's painting. Envy was written all over their faces. Kendrick, here are recent documents related to Xiliang. It's strange. Xiliang's historical materials seem to have increased overnight. No idea why. Seeing Kendrick approach, Terrence handed over some photocopies. Increased? Kendrick paused. Yeah, unsure why we missed them before. Brittany new records emerged, different from our previous understanding. Not sure if our memory was faulty or what. Keeps us busy with meetings these days. Terrence explained. Did Xiliang ultimately fall? What news about the Annette? These were Kendrick's main concerns. It did fall. There are no records of the Annette of Xiliang, and we even suspect that it might have been due to alien intervention, disrupting the timeline. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the timeline doesn't match up. Terrence nodded. Kendrick was thoroughly confused. He naturally knew it wasn't caused by any aliens. But logically speaking, he had already helped Callie repel the Ruran troops and would continue to assist in development. Could there be another powerful enemy? Or perhaps it wasn't on the same timeline. But why was the oil drum found before? It seemed he shouldn't intervene too much. If history changed too drastically, he might cease to exist. Kendrick furrowed his brow in thought. The auction has started. I'm taking the painting out. It will likely fetch an astronomical price. At this moment, Reed wheeled out the painting. Listening backstage as the bidding started at 100 million, Kendrick felt disbelief despite having mentally prepared himself. 1.1 billion. 1.3 billion. 1.5 billion. 2.4 billion. Through several rounds of bidding, the final price for the painting settled at 2.4 billion. With the sound of the hammer falling, Kendrick felt a wave of dizziness. 2.4 billion? My goodness. Now, whatever I do will have capital backing. For some reason, Kendrick's mind drifted to the image of Annette Callie. Xiliang fell? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. With so much money, surely my endeavors can expand, grow stronger, and turn the tide? Kendrick. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. Huge profit. Jared approached Kendrick, suppressing his excitement. Thank you, Roscoe, for all the arrangements. This is the black card. We spent some money earlier, so thank you, Roscoe. Please deduct this amount directly from the card. And the service fee should also be paid as usual. Otherwise, I won't feel right about cooperating in the future. Kendrick smiled and returned the black card to Jared. Oh, you, Chun brother, have such broad-mindedness. I must be friends with you. Jared had assumed the money was gone, but never expected Kendrick to return it. So young, yet so principled, truly commendable. His future achievements are immeasurable. Chen brother, I've arranged a dinner with some entrepreneurs from Tianhai City tonight. Please honor us with your presence. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to invest in some businesses. There are several emerging industries worth exploring, Jared said to Kendrick with a beaming face. Chapter 56, Aggressive Acquisition. Fine. Kendrick had initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing Jared's words, he also agreed. With money, he indeed wanted to develop his own career. It would provide more reasonable identities for purchasing supplies, and it was necessary to expand his network. At the banquet that night, Kendrick almost became the absolute main character. Brittany people already knew that the painting was brought by Kendrick. Initially, everyone thought Kendrick would be like a Moajin warrior, but at the sight of Kendrick, they all gave up this perception. From Kendrick's appearance to his speech, he absolutely couldn't be someone who drilled holes every day. If not a Moajin warrior, yet able to produce Dalen's painting and make 240 million without feeling anything. Maybe he was the offspring of some big shot. Everyone held their glasses lower when toasting with Kendrick, making him somewhat amused and helpless. During this drinking session, Kendrick learned about several emerging companies and industries. That night, Kendrick fully funded a drone technology company. This drone company was facing bankruptcy due to lack of funds. Kendrick saw great potential in the future development of drones, which could even be used in Xiliang and wars. He decided to buy the company entirely. Moreover, he got acquainted with some executives from cross-border trade companies. He found the night quite rewarding. When he returned home that night, Kendrick couldn't wait to go online shopping. He first bought a batch of portable travel food. Various self-heating pots, hot pots, bucket noodles, roast chicken, etc. were swept away. He also specifically bought bottled mineral water to send over. Even if they drank it all, the bottles could still be used to hold water again. Then came various equipment. Callie mentioned before that their equipment was heavily damaged during battles and couldn't be used anymore. Kendrick continued to purchase some. The helmets received good feedback. Everyone needed them, and they could keep off the cold as well. Some bows and arrows were replenished too, as well as warm clothing. But due to long-distance marching, Kendrick didn't send too much. Callie carried boxes with her and could aid at any time. In the capital city of Xiliang, amidst the wind and snow, a troop marched out of the capital grandly. This time, the news that Callie would inspect the entire region of Xiliang had been spread far ahead. Their first stop was Yaihexian County, 100 miles south of the capital. Earlier reports indicated that disaster relief rice sent here had been completely looted by mountain bandits, who had killed many people. How dare there be such actions so close to the capital? These bandits must have come from significant backgrounds. It's too warm. In previous winter marches, we would nearly freeze to death. Now I'm even sweating. Yeah, this thing called snow boots is not only warm but also slip resistant. The gods are truly kind to us. And this down jacket, so light yet so warm. Shut up. Did you fold your hands when mentioning the gods? This is an act of disrespect to the gods. Pardon us, great gods, we were wrong. The imperial guards walked while sighing. In previous winter marches, losing fingers or toes to the cold was common, and many brothers froze to death. This time, everyone was sweating profusely. They had to take off their helmets to wipe sweat along the way. Steam rose from each head, looking like celestial soldiers from afar. Callie in the carriage behind couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. She felt a bit warm inside the carriage too. Before departure, Kendrick sent many warming pads. Callie stuck many on herself. She felt as if she were wrapped in a furnace. Snow was falling outside, yet it was spring-like inside the carriage. All this was given by the gods. Callie gently touched the box, her face suddenly turning red. At that moment, when the god gave her that item, it seemed like she saw herself in it. What kind of magical tool of the gods was that? Back then, she wore no makeup, wondering if the gods would find her unappealing. Callie opened the box intending to clean inside, but she found a shiny silver object inside. What's this? Callie picked it up curiously. It seems like a can, but it's different. An insulated cup? Callie widened her eyes reading the instructions Kendrick sent. When traveling, especially in winter, you should drink more hot water. This cup can keep warmth. After you finish, pour hot water inside, and it will maintain warmth for 10 hours. Callie read Kendrick's note aloud. Keeps water warm? For 10 hours? How long is that? Callie twisted the cup open according to the diagram, curious. Indeed, it contained hot water, but the outside didn't feel hot at all. Amazing! What a powerful magical tool from the gods, Callie said with amazement. In her view, this magical tool was given specifically to treat her illness. No one else had it. This feeling of being specially favored made Callie's face instantly turn red. Your Brechesti Yaihexian County is just ahead. At this moment, Casimir rode up to the carriage to report. Enter immediately. Help! The mountain bandits are coming down. Just as Callie was about to speak, she saw a group of people fleeing towards them. Protect the emperor. Beware of assassins. Find out what happened immediately. Casimir calmly instructed the imperial guards. Soon, they understood what had happened. Your Brechesti, mountain bandits have raided our grain carts ahead. They are massacring our people. Casimir quickly came to Callie and reported. Sacring our people? Ordinary bandits wouldn't do this. It must be the remnants of Rurin. Casimir, lead a detachment forward to exterminate the bandits. Callie ordered Casimir. Yes. First team, follow me. The rest, protect the emperor. Charge. Casimir led the charge, taking a squad of soldiers into battle. At this time, a group of bandits was escorting the looted grain carts away, with many civilians tied together beside them. Damn! Kill them all. Seeing this scene, Casimir's eyes were bloodshot with fury. He recognized from their builds that these men were definitely not Xiliang people. Moreover, they were capturing these civilians to eat them. Under Casimir's leadership, the imperial guards rushed forward like hungry tigers. In no time, they cut down a swath of enemies. The remaining bandits fled in panic. Casimir and his men pursued relentlessly, but as they neared the mountains, they were forced back by a barrage of arrows. Chapter 57. Mountain Bandits and Drones. Your Brechesti. We killed quite a few bandits, but some still managed to escape. Our armor protected us, but not our horses, and the bandits had the advantage of higher ground. We had no choice but to retreat. I will personally lead a team up there and eliminate these bandits. Casimir petitioned Callie. Hold your position at the entrances to the stronghold first. Do not rush in. Let's go to Yaihexian County first. Bring the county magistrate here. Callie stopped Casimir and the others after some thought. Soon, Casimir returned with someone. Your Brechesti, the magistrate of Yaihexian County, was killed while leading soldiers against the bandits. This is the clerk of Yaihexian County, Casimir said, pointing to the man beside him. Clerk Wade pays homage to your Brechesti. The man hurriedly knelt before Callie. Rise. What is the situation with the bandits in Yaihexian County? Callie was greatly shocked to hear about the magistrate's death. Your Brechesti, these bandits have been entrenched here for years. Their stronghold is located at Dialongzu, sculpted Dragon Peak, which has treacherous terrain and dense forests around it, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Previous attempts to subdue them were ineffective. After Rurin troops invaded, the bandits allied with them. Now they've retreated into the stronghold after Rurin's recent defeat, taking many women and children from our county as hostages, Clerk Wade reported, kneeling before Callie. From this moment on, you shall be the magistrate of Yhexian County. Inform all the citizens that I have personally led troops to eradicate the bandits here. They will pay for their crimes. Callie nodded. Stabilizing the people's morale was paramount now. Your Majesty, we have secured the access routes near Dialongzhu. After reconnaissance, we found that only one path leads into the mountains behind which are sheer cliffs. The bandits have blocked the road and lie in wait nearby. Attacking directly would be challenging. Casimir reported to Callie. How many bandits are there? How many Rurin troops remain? What is the situation of the forces hiding on the mountain? Callie asked Casimir. Well, we're unsure. According to Wade, there were originally 100 or 200 bandits in the stronghold, plus the retreating Rurin troops, so we don't know exactly how many there are now, Casimir replied, wiping cold sweat off his head. Now the enemy situation in the stronghold is unclear. If it were just regular bandits, it might not be an issue. But now with the addition of Rurin troops holding a geographic advantage, the situation is more severe than they anticipated. Especially with his Majesty present, failure to capture the stronghold smoothly could have dire consequences. The imperial tour of Yhexian County had already been announced nationally. A setback here would greatly undermine the Emperor's authority. Hearing Casimir's words, Callie frowned. The most crucial step was obtaining specific information about the mountain. Without intelligence, they could only launch a direct assault. They must win this first battle. Pass my order. Attack when the bandits are most lax early tomorrow morning. Callie told Casimir and the others. After giving instructions, he recorded the current situation with a voice recorder, praying for divine protection for the next day's operation. Tian High City. Kendrick had just left the drone technology company. With Kendrick's financial injection, the drone technology company was back in business. He also learned for the first time how far drone development had come. Civilian drones can reach a maximum cruising speed of 40 kilometers per hour and stay operational for over 20 hours. Various functional drones dazzled the eye. This drone technology company previously collaborated with the military. Thus, they specialized in certain drone products. It was truly eye-opening. Kendrick had always been interested in drones since childhood, and this experience partly fulfilled his long-held wish. Back home, Kendrick habitually went to check on the box. Knowing from Callie earlier that they had left the capital, he assumed they were near Yhexian County. Although there were bandits causing trouble in Yhexian County, Kendrick wasn't very worried. Ordinary bandits wouldn't be much of a challenge to the fully armed Imperial Guards. However, hearing Callie's report, Kendrick furrowed his brow. He had overlooked the influence of the terrain. Given the described situation, a direct attack would inevitably result in casualties. Moreover, with an unknown number of people on the mountain, if there were many hidden Rurin troops, even a well-prepared force could suffer unexpected losses. Since hearing the news of Shiliang's fall, Kendrick had been somewhat worried. Although he managed to lift the siege on the capital by Shiliang troops, it also prompted Callie to lead the Imperial Guard on an anti-bandit operation. Could something really happen at Dialongzhu? The current priority is to investigate the ambush situation at Dialongzhu. Can drones be used for this? As Kendrick thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that during the technical presentation on drone capabilities, the engineers mentioned a mini base station. Because they cooperated with the military, they needed to consider using drones in uninhabited restricted areas. With a portable base station, it could provide a signal coverage radius of 5 kilometers, which would be sufficient for this mission. Kendrick immediately called and had a mini base station and reconnaissance drone delivered. As he was about to place them in the box, Kendrick hesitated for a moment. These drones are different from those previous items. If such high-tech devices were to fall into the wrong hands, Callie and his men would have no way to deal with it. The Imperial Guard is loyal, but there are so many people. If some were turned, it could pose a threat. A way must be found to ensure the highest level of control. Kendrick set up the drone to recognize only his fingerprints and facial features. Once unlocked, it could be used for 3 days. This way, even if the drone were to fall into someone else's hands, it would still remain under his control. After setting up the permissions, Kendrick sent the drone along with instructions. And he informed Callie that this time, the drone would play the leading role. Chapter 58. A giant flying mosquito? Dragon Carving Mouth Bandit Camp. Boss, rest assured, our terrain at Dragon Carving Mouth is treacherous. Even if they wish to attack, it won't be that easy. Besides, we've ambushed many troops on this mountain. No one who dares to come up will return. A one-eyed man spoke to the person seated on the wolf head chair. This time, Annette Shiliang leads just a few hundred troops and actually dares to clear all the bandits in the region. We can take our revenge here. The men wore a deerskin felt hat and a wolf hair cloak, with round eyes and a wide nose. This man was a minor general from a Rurin tribe, Cortez. After the Rurin Khan died, the Rurin troops retreated in defeat. Passing by this place, they ascended the mountain and took over the bandit camp. Most of the Rurin troops lacked horses and provisions, making it difficult to return to the grasslands. Gradually gathering more Rurin remnants, nearly 1,000 people now occupied the camp. With the advantage of Dragon Carving Mouth's terrain, they didn't take Callie's few hundred soldiers seriously at all. Spread my orders. Have men ambush both sides of the path leading up the mountain, and eliminate as many as possible when they are unprepared. Reinforce the camp, even if they do attack, we can defend from within. Just capturing Emperor Shiliang Callie's head, I can become the king of the Rurin grassland, Cortez said excitedly. In the Imperial Guard camp below the mountain, Callie sat in the tent with a worried expression. Before her was a map of the area around Dragon Carving Mouth, sent by the new county magistrate. From the map, the path up Dragon Carving Mouth was winding and rugged, flanked by dense forests on both sides, perfect for ambushes. If attacked, it would be difficult to handle. Brittany losses were expected in tomorrow's early battle. This first battle was meant to establish authority, but she found herself in a dilemma. Clang! At this moment, a sound came from the nearby box. Callie hurriedly looked inside and saw a strange object. What is this? Callie, puzzled, picked up the instructions sent by Kendrick. Drone? This is complicated. Callie read through Kendrick's several-page manual, which included diagrams and annotations. Holding Kendrick's voice recorder, she followed along, learning for about an hour. Finally understanding its function, Callie followed Kendrick's instructions, opened a small box, extended several wires, then pressed the start button. The drone silently flew up. Seeing the hovering drone, Callie almost popped her eyes out. Flying? Giant mosquito? The drone was almost silent. Had she not been watching, it might have flown above her head unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Callie, the drone Kendrick sent was among the most stealthy reconnaissance drones available. Though perhaps lacking in other features, it was designed specifically for military needs. Experimentally holding the controller, as soon as her hand touched it, the drone moved forward slightly, startling Callie. But regaining her composure, her eyes lit up. Pressing another button, the screen in front of her lit up. This looks like the situation inside the tent. Callie observed the screen closely. Her face appeared on the screen next. This. Callie gazed at the synchronized image on the screen, stunned. Controlling the drone up and down, left and right, she played joyfully. Too amazing. Too fun. Wait, the gods gave us this device probably to spy on enemies. Embarrassed, Callie blushed, quickly following Kendrick's instructions to fly the drone out of the tent toward Dragon Carving Mouth. Under moonlight, Dragon Carving Mouth Mountain appeared snow-white. Callie flew the drone up the mountain. Torches burned in the camp below. People bustled about. But the mountain path between the camp and the base remained eerily quiet. Not right, they must have set up ambushes along the path. But even with the drone, it's hard to see clearly. Perhaps daytime would be better. Feeling somewhat dispirited, she suddenly recalled a feature Kendrick introduced in the recording, infrared thermography, which could detect hidden people at night. Callie promptly raised the drone higher. She activated the infrared thermography function. Instantly, the image on the screen began to change. The originally white picture turned gray. And within this gray image, there were some red figures. Callie's eyes widened immediately, looking at the scattered human-shaped red dots on the screen. Could these be the hidden bandits? Callie took out the map for comparison. Indeed, these red dots were all distributed on both sides of the mountain path. I've got it. Callie was overjoyed. This way, the bandits' deployment on the mountain became completely clear. It appeared that they had set up ambushes with 300 to 400 men along the mountain path, and these were distributed in stages. If their troops went up directly, they would inevitably fall into an ambush in the darkness. Callie didn't dare to delay. She quickly compared the positions of the red dots on the screen and marked the locations of the bandit ambushes on the map. You're Bretjesty. Just as Callie finished marking, Casimir arrived outside the camp with his men. This is the first battle your Bretjesty personally leads against the bandits. It must be a resounding victory. We will lead a death squad to climb the mountain under cover of night. If all goes well, everything will be fine. If not, we will set fire to the mountain. Surely this fire will eliminate everyone. Casimir requested permission to engage in battle. Absolutely not. Callie could hear the determination in Casimir's words. Let's not talk about whether a fire can start after heavy snow. Once it does, our own people will also perish. Not to mention, if the fire spreads, the surrounding villages will also be affected. I know this battle cannot be lost, but we don't need such methods. Take a look at this. Callie said as she handed over the marked map. Your Bretjesty, are these really the bandits' ambushes? How did your Bretjesty find out? Casimir and the others looked at the map in shock. That's right. These are exactly where the bandits are ambushed. There's no time to explain. You must act quickly to prevent them from changing their plans. Callie nodded. Yes. Casimir and the others were suddenly excited. If they knew the locations of the bandits' ambushes, they could eliminate them all under the cover of night. 3 hours until dawn. It was enough. Casimir and the others couldn't wait to take action. After Casimir left, Callie kept her eyes glued to the screen. She could clearly see the movements of Casimir and his men. Several groups split up and approached the red dots positions through the mountain forest. Chapter 59. A drone chicken? On Callie's screen, the few red dots that were originally lying in ambush became subdued after coming into contact with the red dots that surrounded from behind. Callie switched to the regular mode. One could see several corpses lying under the pine trees, and a few figures continued to move up the mountain. Seeing this, Callie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The skills of Casimir and his Imperial Guards far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, naturally ensuring success. Callie watched intently as the moving red dots approached the bandit camp above. But an accident still happened. Just as Casimir and his men rushed up to eliminate those people, one person managed to slip away. At this point, they were already very close to the bandit camp, and that person returned successfully. Before long, chaos broke out within the entire camp. Countless people rushed to the wall. Callie watched on her screen as the red dots gathered, estimating there were hundreds of them. The walls of the camp seemed to have been heightened and reinforced. Pull back. Casimir, pull back quickly. Dawn had broken, and Callie saw the enemy archers on the walls through the screen. Instinctively, she shouted out loud. Just as she spoke, she saw the enemies on the walls and Casimir and his team outside look up at the sky simultaneously. Callie could even see the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. Run. Run. Callie was also in a panic. She hurriedly operated the drone to fly back. She feared that the treasure given by the deity might get damaged. Because of this small incident, both the bandits and the Imperial Guards were taken aback. Fortunately, Casimir reacted first. Recognizing Callie's voice just now, he hastily called for everyone to retreat temporarily. Wasn't there a big mosquito talking just now? On the camp wall, Wiley looked at the direction the drone left, rubbing his eyes forcefully. It seems. Yes. Could it be that the sorcery of Western Liang is here again? The surrounding people couldn't understand either. That voice clearly came from the sky, and it sounded like the buzzing of a large mosquito. Thinking about the chaotic night at the camp, the surviving ruined soldiers felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Casimir and his Imperial guards also withdrew. You're Bretjesty. The big mosquito has become a spirit, and it used your voice, Casimir said when he came to Callie. Is this what you're talking about? This is called a drone, a magic tool sent by the deity. The bandits' layout was also discovered through this drone, Callie explained with a smile. Unmanned chicken? This doesn't look like a chicken. Casimir and his men looked at the drone in Callie's hand, their faces full of shock. Since they didn't witness the operation of the drone, they naturally couldn't understand it. Forget it. It's normal not to understand the magic tool sent by the deity. No wonder the markings were so precise. Brittany bandits were hiding under dead branches and in tunnels at that time. If it weren't for the guidance of the deity, we wouldn't have noticed even if we passed by. Casimir and his men nodded in agreement. In terms of the camp's defense, although it can't compare with city defenses, the mountain path is rugged and hard to maneuver. This camp's defense is undoubtedly a natural barrier, Callie said, frowning. I'll have someone send over catapults. As long as there are catapults, the walls won't be a problem, Casimir said. The mountain path is too rugged. It will be difficult to bring up the catapults. But I noticed that the camp's walls are only in front. There are no walls at the back of the camp. If we can launch a surprise attack from there, we can catch them off guard. Callie frowned as she thought. You're Bretjesty? There are steep cliffs behind the camp, completely barren, impossible to climb. Casimir smiled bitterly. No. There might be a way. Callie waved her hand. But I need to ask the deity. This time, we might need to use the deity's magic tool. Callie told the group. After dismissing everyone, Callie used a voice recorder to inform Kendrick about the battle last night and asked if the drone could deliver ropes to the top of the cliff. Kendrick understood Callie's intention after receiving her message. He immediately contacted the technical staff of the drone company. Although this reconnaissance drone cannot carry much weight, they have specialized transport drones capable of carrying weights ranging from tens to hundreds of pounds. Kendrick selected a smaller transport drone and chose a dozen 200-meter professional climbing ropes, setting up the highest authority. He provided Callie with explanations. With experience from using the reconnaissance drone last time, Callie wasn't unfamiliar. She just looked at the ropes Kendrick had sent over with some surprise. Can such thin ropes really work? Callie was somewhat doubtful, but since they were delivered by the deity, she could only trust them. At this moment, Callie also had a plan in mind. As long as Casimir and his men could climb to the back of Dragon Carving Cliff and set fire for diversion, they could coordinate inside and out, and the camp would be taken. Callie shared her plan with Kendrick and began operating the drone behind the cliff. After the heavy snow, the mountain forest was covered in white. The transport drone that Kendrick had sent this time was specially chosen to be white. It slowly ascended from the bottom of the cliff. Perhaps due to the natural terrain of the rear cliff, the hideout had no one guarding it. Callie used the drone to tie a rope loop on a pine tree and let the rope hang down from the cliff. Although the back mountain was desolate, if Casimir and his men climbed during the day, they would easily be discovered. Callie decided to act at night. Just as Callie asked Casimir to select people, many colorful strips appeared in the box. This puzzled Callie greatly. These strips came in various colors, about the thickness of a thumb. What were they for? These are called glow sticks. They can be bent arbitrarily and will glow in the dark. They can be attached to clothing to create an intimidating effect. Callie listened to Kendrick's explanation. These unfamiliar terms left Callie completely baffled, but she understood the process. Casimir, you lead the selected elite troops to the back mountain cliff of Dragon Carving Mouth. Find the location of the ropes and lie in ambush. Tonight, cooperate with the frontline troops to disrupt from the rear. Also, these are glow sticks. Attach them to the outside of your clothes according to the diagram. Although Callie didn't fully understand, she arranged everything according to Kendrick's instructions. Glow sticks? Casimir and his men received the colorful glow sticks from Callie, even more shocked. These items were completely beyond their comprehension. If not for the previous encounters with divine artifacts from the sky, they might have knelt right then and there. They nervously took the glow sticks and walked out. Chapter 60. Stop chattering. Come over and blow up balloons. Guangming Community. Kendrick was pacing back and forth nervously. In this battle, the opponent had the advantage of time and location. They could only respond with unconventional tactics. However, Kendrick was still worried that even if someone climbed up the cliff using ropes, it probably wouldn't be of much use. After all, there were many people in the camp, and the city defenses were strong. They might not be able to break through from the front even if they managed to attack from behind. In the past, when Barth attacked Etienne, he used a machine gun and mortars, but we don't have those. The fireworks effect probably won't work well either. Kendrick didn't come up with any good ideas for a moment. Latest news, an explosion occurred at a flour mill in Tianhai City. We remind citizens to pay attention. In enclosed environments, make sure to prevent direct contact between flour and open flames. Hearing the TV's voice, Kendrick sat up suddenly. Why not use dangerous things directly? Dust explosion? I got it. Kendrick slapped his thigh. Shiliang, Iha County, Qingfeng Stronghold. 1. Alfonso has already led troops to besiege Diaolong Mouth. It is said that he has attacked to outside the stronghold. A bandit told the Wan. Alfonso dares to attack Diaolong Mouth with so few men. It's simply asking for death. That Diaolong Mouth not only has geographical advantages, but also the Ruran cavalry has joined, increasing the number of soldiers by several times. These mountain bandits lurking on the mountains are just a bunch of ragtag forces. Being defeated is not surprising. As I know, their excellent Ruran army has many traps prepared in the encampment. Even if they manage to get inside, they won't be a match. Tell the brothers, once Alfonso's troops fail to assault the mountain, we should immediately strike out from Qingfeng Stronghold and ambush Alfonso from both sides, then kill him and join these Ruran soldiers. They need manpower here in Shiliang. Maybe we can become big officials too. Qingfeng Stronghold's Wan said sinisterly. During the day, the bandits organized several charges, wanting to rush down but were driven back by the Imperial Guards fighting desperately. Although the bandits had a high ground advantage. But after Kendrick equipped the Imperial Guards, While they might not win the offensive, defending would certainly hold them off. The bandits had no choice but to give up helplessly. At this moment, inside the encampment, Brittany Imperial Guards were puffing their cheeks, blowing up balloons while others stuffed flour into the balloons. These were all delivered by Kendrick. Do you know why the god sent these over? This thing is magical. It starts so small yet inflates so large. And what do we stuff flour inside? This is white flour. If the god ordered it, there must be no mistake. Hurry up, there are still several boxes of balloons. Oh, stop chattering you two. Switch with me. My cheeks are sore from blowing. Inside the encampment, there were piles of balloons tied up with ropes. Callie was fiddling with multiple drones that Kendrick had just delivered inside the tent. Kendrick had specially instructed via recorder that these drones should only be operated by Callie. And according to the distance instructions sent by Callie, Kendrick repeatedly adjusted the drone parameters. What Callie did not know was that in Kendrick's courtyard, a group of drone experts were seated on stools waiting for Kendrick's orders with their laptops ready. On a whiteboard in the center of the yard, there was a terrain map of the hillside, retricked with information about various aspects of Dialong Mouth. Our new boss is great in every way, except he loves eccentric ideas. This isn't just a sandbox simulation. Yes, it's lit with torches and bonfires everywhere. Hee, these people Longsheng attack the stronghold at night. Is it really that easy? Listen up, their archery skills are better than ours. Follow my signal and strike first. Block the gate of the camp with rocks. If we can't get out, they won't get in either. Cortez said with a cold laugh. Their task now was not to take down the Anet of Shiliang, but to delay for a while. This would leave the Anet of Shiliang in a dilemma. When they retreated, it would be the best time for a counterattack. People inside the stronghold, listen up. We give you half an hour to roll out of the stronghold. Otherwise, when we come in, none of you will survive. A member of the Imperial Guard stepped forward and coldly said, Ha ha ha. You Shiliang people just love to boast. If you have the guts, attack us. I'm waiting for you. Cortez laughed wildly on the wall. He secretly gave a gesture to the archers nearby. The hidden archers drew their bows and aimed at the Imperial Guards in front. Just as they were about to release the arrows, suddenly, something seemed to fall from above. The people inside the stronghold looked up. They saw countless spheres gently floating down from the sky. What is this? The people inside the stronghold were instantly stunned. They had never seen anything like this before. Brittany balloons drifted into the hands of the bandits, who curiously examined them. These things were light, entirely black, and felt like they contained some sand inside when weighed. Countless falling balloons almost covered the entire stronghold. People stared at each other. What exactly? Bang! As everyone was puzzled, a balloon encountered an open flame and instantly exploded. In the next moment, it was as if there was a chain reaction. Countless balloons exploded open. Chapter 61. Dragon carving mouth struck by lightning. There are demons. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flour-filled balloons exploded upon contact with open flames, and the intense explosions ignited other unlit balloons. The explosion of the balloons caused the flour inside to scatter everywhere. Though the environment wasn't entirely enclosed, so much flour dust spread across the bandit camp. A colossal cloud of dust formed. Those lit torches and bonfires provided perfect conditions for a massive explosion within this dust cloud. The booming explosions instantly engulfed the entire camp. And after the explosion in the camp, the Imperial Guards receiving the signal began their assault. Inside the camp at this moment, successive explosions had extinguished the original fires. Everywhere were the agonized cries of the bandits. Cortez shakily got up from the ground, staring shockingly at a bandit beside him who was rolling on the ground holding his face, his mind buzzing. What on earth happened? Cortez only felt a large wave of fire flash by, huge fireballs knocking them to the ground. Everything happened in an instant. He couldn't comprehend what had occurred at all. Attack. Hurry, climb up. At that moment, voices came from outside the camp. That pulled Cortez's thoughts back. Looking out, he saw many Imperial Guards preparing to attack from the wall. Hurry, everyone, defend. Cut their ropes. Cortez quickly shouted. Boss, bad news. There are many monsters coming from the cliff behind the camp. A panicked bandit ran over and said, What? Monsters? The rear mountain is a cliff. How can there be? Cortez was startled. Before he could finish speaking, he saw dozens of monsters rushing towards the camp. These monsters floated in the dark, half formless, showing only broken outlines. But they were clearly humanoid shapes. Some had several arms. Even more terrifying, these monsters emitted various colors, glowing in the dark. Those bandits injured by the powder explosion forgot their wailing when they saw these suddenly appearing monsters. They stared at them in stunned silence. Run fast. There are demons. Don't kill me. Someone's shout immediately sent the crowd into chaos. Fighting was out of the question. Their first reaction was to flee for their lives. But now, the gate of the camp was blocked by rocks and stones, making it impossible to escape. Brittany were caught by the monsters with terrified screams and fell dead to the ground. When the bandits cried out about the monsters, Beck and the others also laughed. They waved big knives, fighting in the camp while making all sorts of strange noises, scaring the bandits witless. It was like cutting through melons and slicing vegetables. In the darkness, it was easy to tell who was a bandit. Anyone without a fluorescent strip was a bandit. Just fight. Seeing this scene from atop the wall, Cortez sucked in a cold breath. If things continued like this, everyone might be killed by these monsters. Quickly, hurry and lure the monsters to the traps. Use the traps to ensnare them, Cortez loudly commanded within the camp. Upon hearing this, Beck and his group's mouths twitched involuntarily. Do you think we're deaf? There are traps in this camp? Beck and the others stopped. They then noticed that during the chaos, many bandits had accidentally stepped on traps and were killed. Beck and his team felt a chill down their spines. Had it not been for the flower explosion causing chaos among the bandits earlier, they might have directly rushed in. By then, stepping on traps would have been them. Although they were fully armed, their feet and legs were unprotected. Boss, the traps ahead are unclear, and there are many. And those bandits sealed off the front gate completely. Our troops didn't enter from the main gate. One person beside Beck said, set fire. Withdraw. Beck made the decision immediately. Their original plan was to take advantage of the chaos to launch a two-pronged attack and eliminate the bandits. But unexpectedly, the bandits had prepared traps in the camp, and they blocked the only entrance. They managed to kill several dozen people relying on their fluorescent strips in the darkness. Once their disguise was exposed by the bandits, even if they climbed up from the cliff, it would be difficult to achieve significant results. Beck and his team immediately threw torches into the camp. Then they retreated down the cliff. Callie watched all this through the screen and sighed in relief. Beck's decision was wise. Leaving these few dozen people behind might lead to being trapped. Earlier, the divine move killed over 100 people, with countless more wounded. The remaining bandits numbered only 300 to 400. If the divine lightning strike could be repeated, it might have resolved everything. But all the balloons were used up, making it impossible to continue. They had to think of another way. Callie felt very regretful. At this moment, at Qingfeng Fort, over 10 miles away from Dragon Car Demons, the bandit covered his cheek. Wei Chudman man, face full of grievance. Nonsense. The back of Dragon Carving Mouth is a sheer cliff. Nothing can possibly get up there. Amin glared. But, they flew up. I saw with my own eyes. They lined up one by one and slowly flew up, not very fast, but definitely flying. At first, I thought I was seeing things, so I bit my arm. It was absolutely real. Afterward, the demons flew down the cliff again, incredibly fast. If any of this is false, may I be struck by lightning. The bandit declared with conviction. Chapter 62. Flower balloons don't work? What if I drop gas canisters from the sky? Listening to this mountain bandit's description, the leader of the bandits also started murmuring. This brother was the smartest in their mountain stronghold, which was why he had been dispatched to gather information. Yet, he brought back such a shocking report. Believe it or not, Amin was dumbfounded. The Milton, it's not impossible. At that time, with so many troops of Rurin besieging the capital, they were about to take over, but then got pushed back. There might truly be divine assistance. Previously, when we robbed the Imperial Guards, didn't they also shout that these things were bestowed by the divine, warning us not to rob them? They said we would suffer divine punishment. At this moment, another bandit spoke up to the leader. Hearing these words, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the gods have begun their reckoning? This battle is too bizarre. Wait. Do not make any rash moves. Everyone retreat for now. Monitor the situation at Dialongsui closely. After years of setup by Mono Eye Dragon, the encampment has numerous traps. I do not think they can smoothly attack and penetrate. If they really succeed, there might indeed be divine protection. What do we do? Amin couldn't help swallowing hard. At Callie's encampment, the Imperial Guards were surrounding Casimir and the others. What kind of costume is this? You scared us just now when you returned. Yeah, some human-like things were floating in the air, even shouting my name, scaring me to shake. Not just you. We were just pasting posters at the cliff below when the boss fell down in fright. Shut up. This time, with the aid of the divine, we scared all of them out of their wits. Why didn't you attack directly from the front? Boss, we didn't want to either, but there's just that small area before the mountain stronghold, not enough space to maneuver. Everyone was discussing among themselves. All right. Listening to everyone's discussion, Callie came out from the main tent. This battle has exceeded expectations. Had it not been for the divine help, we wouldn't have achieved this result. Callie told everyone. But you're Jesty. Now they've blocked the gate. The mountain path is too rugged and winding. No equipment can be moved up. We can only climb using ropes. And our actions behind the mountain will be discovered during the day, making the bluff less effective. We'll face difficulties next. Casimir said somewhat anxiously. I know all this. You should all go back and rest. Callie waved her hand at Casimir and the others. Though she was anxious herself, having watched the whole battle yesterday, she knew Casimir and company had done their best. After an entire night's hustle, everyone was exhausted. With the mountain bandits blocking the entrance, there was no immediate threat of them coming down the mountain. Callie approached the box, recording yesterday's events in detail with a voice recorder, and sent it to Kendrick. Bright light residential area. In Kendrick's courtyard, a group of technical staff discussed enthusiastically as if energized by adrenaline. Boss, last night I gained an insight. Our previous designs were limited to civilian use, which made the bidding process difficult. Military combat environments are often harsh and require pushing limits more than comfort. In the upcoming bid, there's a payload parameter. We estimated the limit to be around 50 kilograms based on civilian logistically. Kendrick said enthusiastically to everyone. He had just received news from Callie. He originally thought that last night, by using the flower balloon explosions to cause chaos and casualties, combined with the ghostly ambush from front and back, the mountain stronghold would be taken down. But he didn't expect the mountain bandits to block the gate. The previous mountain bandits even prepared traps. The entire operation failed. Kendrick felt somewhat regretful. Although using balloons filled with flour could cause dust explosions, it was still very difficult to directly blow them all up. Since the mountain stronghold wasn't a completely enclosed environment, the power would be significantly reduced. Stronger weapons were needed. And the most powerful thing in life that Kendrick could think of was liquefied gas cylinders. Flower balloons couldn't kill. But what about liquefied gas cylinders? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. At the open space outside the warehouse, Kendrick watched as a large drone lifted off, tethered to liquefied gas cylinders with iron chains. Under the enormous thrust of its boosters, it pulled smoothly. However, the drone size was too big, exceeding the size of the box. After multiple modifications and adjustments, they finally managed to fit a smaller but sufficiently powerful model that could easily pull 8 liquefied gas cylinders. This scene shocked even the boss who delivered the gas cylinders. Oh my, the pace of development in this era is too fast. Previously, natural gas pipelines put our liquefied gas cylinders out of business, but there are still people who use them and need us to deliver upstairs. But seeing this now, it seems we might not even need people anymore. You said you tolerated drones delivering packages, but even liquefied gas cylinders? And delivering 8 at once. The liquefied gas factory boss was deeply struck. Beep beep beep. At this moment, another vehicle drove in. Which one is Brett Najer-chun? The electric scooters Brett Najer-chun ordered have arrived. The driver jumped off the vehicle and asked, "Unload them here." Kendrick walked over. On his way to the warehouse, Kendrick searched for news about civilian incidents involving injuries or deaths. The highest numbers were caused by liquefied gas cylinder explosions and electric scooter battery self-ignition. These were considered some of the more dangerous items in ordinary people's daily lives. But things always have two sides. Danger certainly existed, but if used against enemies, it would be thrilling. With so many gas cylinders and electric scooter batteries, forget about taking out the mountain bandits. Even leveling this mountain would not be a problem. Kendrick first provided an explanation using a voice recorder. Then he sent over the modified drones along with the liquefied gas cylinders, batteries, and other items. Chapter 63. Gather everyone. This will be a moment of miracle. At the foot of Dragon Carving Mountain, Callie was pacing anxiously inside the tent. She knew in Nasiha County, there were not only the bandits of Dragon Carving Mouth. The surrounding areas were filled with various large and small mountains, and Dragon Carving Mouth was the largest stronghold nearby. If they could successfully capture Dragon Carving Mouth, it would have a tremendous deterrent effect on the surrounding strongholds. It might even lead to surrender without a fight. But after 3 days of fighting, they still hadn't captured it. Their advantage gradually turned into a disadvantage. Callie felt extremely anxious and worried. She even regretted coming out with just this many people, thinking she had overestimated their capability. After she sent the message to the deity, there was no response. It seemed that a frontal assault was the only option left. Suddenly, Callie noticed a new voice recorder at the bottom of the box and hurriedly picked it up to listen. Get people to come over and move things? Callie was slightly surprised. But before she could think further, she immediately called Casimir and others over. You're Brett Jesty. Just now, our men reported from behind the dragon carving cliff that the ropes were discovered by the bandits and cut off from the cliff. These damn bandits, they really don't know how to live properly. These are the ropes sent by the deity, divine ropes. A single thin rope can allow so many of us to climb up. Why did you cut them? You should have pulled them up. Casimir rushed in, deeply grieved as he spoke to Callie. Breck sure to keep these remaining ropes safe. They might be useful later. Prepare to move the supplies. Callie looked at the severed ropes in Casimir's hand, feeling some pain too. As they were talking, a large drone suddenly appeared in the box. It was several times bigger than the reconnaissance drones they had seen before. You're Brett Jesty? Isn't this drone too big? Casimir stared in shock at the drone in front of him. This? Callie was also shocked. Apart from the size of the drone, there were many iron chains hanging underneath it. Oh, I understand. The deity must want to use this drone to bring us inside. Casimir was excited. He already imagined being carried through the air by the drone. Move it out first. Wait for the deity's instructions. The deity said that we must handle these items gently. Callie instructed Casimir and others to move the drone carefully. Over 20 people helped. These were the number Kendrick and his team worked on overnight. Then, another bulky cylindrical object arrived. My god, it's so heavy. How I wish we had something like this during the siege. Casimir, looking at the suddenly appearing gas cylinder, grabbed the handle to lift it but found it much heavier than expected. With great effort, he managed to lift it out, only to find water inside when he shook it. We must handle everything gently. Don't shake it around. Thinking of Kendrick's special instructions, Callie hurriedly said. Casimir and others immediately handled the objects with extra care. Before long, the camp was filled with liquefied petroleum gas cylinders. But soon, black objects began to appear one by one. What are these? They're square, and don't seem to be made of iron. So heavy. Everyone gathered curiously. The deity said these are called batteries. Be very careful, do not bump or damage them. Place each one separately, far from those earlier cylinders. Callie reminded them. Immediately follow this diagram and use iron chains to secure these cylinders. The deity said these items are dangerous and need to be deployed immediately upon arrival. Also, the deity wants us to announce to all the people in the county that we will eliminate the bandits of Dragon Carving Mouth today. Callie told everyone. You're Brett Jesty, this seems very difficult. We can't get in. Even if we manage to enter from the back mountain, the traps within the stronghold will make it hard to defeat them. If all the people wait and we can't take down the stronghold, it might undermine your authority, your Brett Jesty. Casimir hesitated. Brittany nearby strongholds may be watching our moves closely. If we succeed, that's good, but if we fail, they might seize the opportunity to attack us. We would be surrounded on all sides, and your Brett Jesty's safety would be at risk. Casimir continued. Callie frowned slightly. She knew Casimir spoke the truth. Once they gathered everyone, there would be no turning back. But she believed that the deity wouldn't say anything lightly. Whatever was said, the deity would certainly achieve it. Having witnessed so many miracles, should we still doubt the deity? The deity has brought us too many wonders. Just look at these attacks on the stronghold. The deity's methods are endless. If it were just us, we would have suffered heavy losses by now. What else should we be worried about? Although I also don't know what the deity plans to do with these things, I absolutely believe in the deity. Callie said firmly to everyone. Yes. Casimir and others showed signs of shame and replied. Spread my decree. Let the civilians closely monitor Dragon Carving Mouth's movements. This time, I will definitely eradicate the bandits and the Roran remnants, avenging all of them. Callie took a deep breath. Very soon, under Callie's order, the newly appointed county magistrate Wade led all the surviving civilians from the county office to wait at a distance for the situation at the stronghold. Each person held farming tools or wooden sticks as weapons. This was the arrangement made by Wade after receiving the order. They knew that if her Brett Jesty won, it would naturally be good for them. But if she didn't win, they, the civilians, might end up in a dire situation. If her Bretjesty failed, he would lead the civilians to charge up, showing those Roran people that the people of Xiliang had their dignity. While outside was bustling, Callie in the tent was busy sweating profusely. This time, although Kendrick had set up the program to automate the drones, Callie still needed to control the drones to hover above the camp. Before this, there was a necessary step. Open the valves on the liquefied gas cylinders before the drones take off. Everything was ready. Casimir and others each managed one gas cylinder. As soon as they turned the valves, everyone immediately smelled a strange and pungent odor, making them feel sick. Callie didn't dare delay, quickly controlling the drones to fly toward the stronghold. And this scene was seen by the surrounding civilians and the bandits conducting reconnaissance around. Heaven, what is that? You guys look, something flew up. How big it is. Blessed be the deity. All the civilians had never seen such a sight before and fell to their knees in worship. At this moment, the bandits inside the camp also saw the objects overhead. Looking up, they stared in amazement. What is this? So huge. 20-odd drones carrying over 100 gas cylinders and 100 electric vehicle batteries hovered over the bandits' heads, propelled by the fire and landed spouting flames. Combined with the force of falling from a great height, they turned into giant bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Without any warning, without any process. Just consecutive explosions. Clean and sharp. Deafening. The entire Dragon Carving Peak was immediately shrouded in smoke and dust. The people near Dragon Carving Peak, be it Callie or the Imperial Guards, whether common folk or other bandits, were all stunned, watching the scene on the mountain like statues. The huge explosion even sent out a wave of air. It shook snow off trees. People nearby were knocked to the ground. Beck was terrified. They were the closest. The deafening explosions made them dizzy. Their ears rang, nearly unable to stand upright. Heaven, quickly look around at the forests. Someone shouted. Everyone looked around. Originally, the forest after the snowfall was pristine white. Ice and rime clung to the trees. But now, the forest around Dragon Carving Peak had returned to its original green color. Yet the distant forest remained white, as if only this area had been stripped of its snowy cloak. The stronghold has... Beck stared at Dragon Carving Peak. He stammered. Following Beck's gaze, everyone drew a collective sharp breath. What was originally the stronghold high on Dragon Carving Peak was now completely gone. The gate, the wall, the houses of the stronghold, all vanished. Only ruins remained. As for the bandits, not a single one was left. Quick! Immediately take people up the mountain. Do not miss anyone. Callie recovered first and instructed Beck and others. Kendrick had repeatedly warned on the recorder before starting, insisting they stay far away. He had told Callie that the noise would be loud. Even with preparation, Callie was still greatly shocked by the scene. Beck and his men cautiously walked toward the direction of the stronghold. On the path up the mountain, they saw various limbs and entrails hanging from tree branches. Even battle-hardened soldiers like Beck had never seen such a brutal sight. Finally arriving near the stronghold, what was once a stronghold was almost flattened. Not a single intact corpse remained. In the name of the deity, we previously doubted. Please forgive us. Seeing this, the Imperial Guards knelt down unanimously. They were almost in tears. The deity's power far exceeded their understanding. How ridiculous it was that they had doubted the deity before. Truly disrespectful. Meanwhile, outside Callie's camp, the citizens of Yahexian County kneeled down. His Bretjesty's divine might. May the heavenly gods protect. Long live his Bretjesty. All the perfect coordination. Behind the bandits, there were many carts filled with grain they had previously looted from Yahexian County. Seeing this scene, Callie breathed a sigh of relief. Under the crowd's escort, she went outside the camp. She knew that the tactic of making an example had worked. It was precisely because of the divine power that these bandits no longer dared to entertain any Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing, 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 Jiaoxing. They all confessed and pledged allegiance. You may all rise. Return the grain you robbed to the people. Galen, you make the arrangements. Beck, consolidate these troops. Eliminate all the Ruran people inside. Callie said to Galen and Beck. Currently, Xiliang lacked soldiers and generals. Although these bandits had committed many atrocities before, after witnessing the divine power, they would not dare to resist. Having these troops would be beneficial for them. Your Bretjesty, we have completed the count. There are a total of 6 forts. I selected some useful people, totaling over 600. Beck reported to Callie. Very good. Train these people strictly. Tell them, now that they have submitted to Xiliang, they must follow Xiliang's rules, or else the god in heaven is watching. Let them consider the consequences themselves. As for the items bestowed by the god, don't rush to give them out. Only use them within your Imperial Guards for now. Callie instructed Beck. Yes. Beck nodded. After dismissing Beck, Callie eagerly approached the box. She needed to inform Kendrick about the battle situation as soon as possible. The spoils of this victory far exceeded her imagination. This resounding success in Yahexian marked a great start. Chapter 65. If we can transport gas cylinders, we can transport bombs. Guangming Community. Kendrick was excited as he listened to the message delivered by Callie. I should have sent a video recorder over there. If I had footage of the scene, it would definitely go viral online. With short video platforms being so popular now, filming life in ancient Xiliang could also be an option. Kendrick thought. Currently, he has invested in a pharmaceutical group, a trading company, and a drone company. Starting a short video platform would allow him to live stream the sale of antiques brought back from Xiliang. As Kendrick was thinking this, Callie returned the used drones via box. In Callie's eyes, these were divine treasures lent to them by deities, and naturally needed to be returned after use. Ding dong. Boss, I'm at the entrance. At this moment, the technical director of the drone company called Kendrick. Today they had a military bidding to attend. The two just arrived at the bidding hall when they encountered 2 sarcastic individuals. Oh my, isn't that Youssef, the chief engineer of Longting Drone Company? Still working at Longting? Guarding the gate. Don't get caught for research later. Kendrick shot right back. The middle-aged man didn't expect Kendrick to be so tough and almost lost it. He got so mad he puffed out his cheeks and rolled his eyes. Humph. Since Longting insists on humiliating itself, don't cry later. We are determined to win this time. The middle-aged man sneered. As if. We're in Donghua. Let me tell you, if you want to be dogs, bark properly. If you want anything else, you'll die without knowing how. Kendrick made a friendly international gesture and walked inside with the chief engineer. The middle-aged man, furious, followed inside. Thank you all for coming. This drone bidding mainly focuses on two areas. One is the maximum load capacity, transporting supplies to special regions and border areas. These places have harsh terrain and poor living conditions for soldiers. We plan to deliver supplies through air by planning navigation routes, requiring each drone to carry more than 200 kilograms. The second focus is on signal terminals. There have been incidents where White Eagle country hacked into our drone systems through the internet. So, we need a standalone signal terminal that can cover as much area as possible, meeting drone usage needs. Based on these requirements, please provide design plans and quotes. A star-wearing official addressed the crowd. Hearing the official, Kendrick and the chief engineer exchanged glances. What a coincidence. No way. Isn't this just like in dreams? We've just developed the drone's functions for extreme and backward environments. Is this bidding specifically designed for us? We already have the finished products. The middle-aged man stood up impatiently upon hearing the requirements. We'll go first. Our drones can carry 200 kilograms, and as for the signal terminal, we can do it through simulation. It will be completed in a short time. And regarding costs, we only require a 10% increase. The middle-aged man stood up first, looking provocatively at Kendrick and the chief engineer. Kendrick's mouth twitched. The man was looked at as if he were a complete fool. It was really unknown where this mysterious confidence and courage came from, granted by Sophie perhaps? Other drone companies did not comment. It seemed these two technical challenges were beyond their capabilities. If other companies have no confidence, then this time? Wait. Our Longting drone company can carry 500 kilograms. And we have the signal terminal. Before the senior official could speak, Kendrick slowly stood up. 500 kilograms? What a load of rubbish. It's clear you're an amateur. Which company would specialize in weight-carrying drones? If you make one, I'll walk to GG. The middle-aged man looked at Kendrick with derision. So, how long will it take for you to produce a prototype? The senior official asked Kendrick. We can provide a finished product right now. Kendrick said. Ha ha ha. A finished product? You people from Dragon Country, Longting really know how to boast without any evidence. Using a car to transport anything over 100 kilograms is far more convenient than using a drone. Researching for 500 kilograms? Do you think delivery services are just decoration? The middle-aged man laughed until tears streamed down his face. Shao Gregory, I'll give you a location. Didn't we have an extra drone before? Hang it with liquefied gas cylinders and send it over. Kendrick shrugged and made a call. Liquefied gas cylinders? What nonsense. Hearing Kendrick's words, the middle-aged man wore a bewildered expression, thinking he had misheard. After a short while, everyone saw a large drone appear outside the window. That wasn't the main point. What mattered most was that below the drone, there were several liquefied gas cylinders tied with chains. Holy cow. Really? To this. What on earth are they doing? You don't seriously study drones to deliver liquefied gas cylinders, do you? The middle-aged man was speechless, subconsciously dropping expletives. Those around who had come to bid also froze in shock. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 whole liquefied gas cylinders. Even if they're empty, the payload is astonishing. Longting Drone Company's research direction is somewhat skewed. Isn't this extreme? Using drones to deliver liquefied gas cylinders? Isn't that like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a fly? It's too wasteful. People started discussing among themselves. Conversely, the senior military official's eyes lit up. Transporting gas cylinders was ingeniously similar to transporting bombs. Both required meticulous handling. Their weights were also comparable. In other words, if they could transport gas cylinders, they could also transport bombs. An unexpected discovery indeed. Just as everyone was shocked, the entire military compound went on high alert. Many soldiers rushing out cautiously watching the drone suspended in midair. Even more were evacuating the surrounding crowd. Traffic police swiftly blocked off several nearby roads. This was 8 liquefied gas cylinders. If they exploded upon landing, the impact would be no less than a terrorist attack, especially given the location being near the military compound. Chapter 66. Who would seriously study drones for delivering gas cylinders? Go. Subdue everyone. At this moment, a team also rushed into the bidding hall and, without any hesitation, pressed everyone to the ground. The middle-aged man from Everbright Company tried to struggle and explain something, but was knocked out by a soldier with the butt of his rifle. Report. Our technical staff can't hack into the drone program. The terrorists are suspected to be using a separate channel. We are trying to capture and break it now. At this point, several military technicians came in to report. We use signal base stations. It is indeed a separate channel. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll get the drones to land right away. Kendrick explained helplessly. This misunderstanding was quite significant. The bigwig waved his hand. Kendrick stood up hurriedly to command the drones to land, relieving everyone. I didn't expect your Longting Drone Company to have such good equipment. It can perfectly meet our procurement needs this time. Let's discuss the price. The bigwig smiled at Kendrick and said, we will offer a 20% discount on our original quotation. This technology can also be fully shared. We only need to handle production. Kendrick replied without thinking. Well, that leaves you with very little profit margin. The bigwig was somewhat puzzled. Willing to contribute to Long Nation's defense. No chance for the Japs to take advantage. Kendrick immediately responded. Great. Just based on your attitude, let's discuss long-term cooperation. Our military plans to integrate private drone enterprises into research and development. If possible, subsequent long-term cooperation will also be handed over to you. The bigwig was very satisfied with Kendrick's response. This moment, the middle-aged man from Everbright Company woke up. Just as he heard that Kendrick had secured long-term cooperation with the military, he almost fainted again. President, should we try harder? Someone beside him was unwilling to give up. Try harder, my ass. They've already built and demonstrated the products. What can we do? Besides, that's 500 kilograms. Our technology can't match that. How did Longting manage to develop such a large carrying capacity? Who would study delivering that size load? And those base stations too. Civilian drones are applied in modernized urban areas, focusing on integrating better with 5G. Who studies delivering packages where there's no signal? To aliens? The middle-aged man almost spat blood. Honestly, developing this function isn't too difficult. But who could imagine that Longting Group had already produced finished products? Delivering gas cylinders? Playing around? He couldn't understand how Longting had beaten them. Watching Kendrick signing the contract, he almost fainted again. If he didn't faint, he'd have walked home naked in public. Kendrick glanced at the Everbright CEO being carried out and felt very happy. Not only did Longting Drone Company secure military cooperation and wouldn't worry about orders for the next few decades, more importantly, they defeated Everbright Company. Before, he had patriotic sentiments but lacked capability. Now he had some ability. Longni's matters should be handled by Longni's people themselves. Shilyang, Iha County. After Kali and his troops finished the anti-bandit operation, they continued moving southward. This time, their group grew considerably. In addition to the incorporated bandits, many young men volunteered to join the army, expanding their force to 2,000. These 2,000 people had one feature in common. They had witnessed the divine skills firsthand. Their awe and fear of Kali were deeply rooted. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Kali asked them to slit their throats, they would do it without hesitation. Although most had weak combat skills, their loyalty was unquestionable. Your Brechesti, about 300 miles southwest from here, is our second stop. In Xinxiang area, I've already sent scouts ahead, but the situation there isn't promising. Casimir informed Kali beside the carriage. The Xinxiang area? I recall Morris mentioned in his report before that a cult named the Holy Virgin Sect rose there? Kali pondered and asked. Correct. When Ruran troops advanced southward and our forces retreated, it was rumored that this sect appeared in Xinxiang. Their leader is a woman claiming to be Nine Heavens mystic Brededan descended to save mankind. It has attracted many civilians to join, and during this invasion by the Ruran troops, their losses in Xinxiang were indeed the smallest. So the prestige of the Holy Virgin Sect is unprecedented, and now they have tens of thousands of followers. I've heard that people are continuously coming from all over to join them. Casimir explained to Kali. Could they really protect civilians during the invasion by the Ruran troops? If they truly did such good deeds, it might not be a bad thing for our Shilyang. But if they are heretical, I cannot tolerate them. Let's head to Xinxiang, Kali said with a furrowed brow. But on that very night, while the army was camping in the wilderness, they encountered a group of assassins. Fortunately, everyone protected Kali's carriage in the middle, spotting them early and preventing the assassins from succeeding. After interrogation, these assassins were indeed sent by the Holy Virgin Sect. The Holy Virgin received a revelation from heaven that Annette Kali's mandate was not righteous, leading to suffering for the people of Shilyang. Kali must die. Otherwise, there would be no peace in Shilyang. So when they heard that Kali was heading to Xinxiang, they came to assassinate her under cover of darkness. Rubbish. That's all Morris's scheme. He has been executed for his wicked plot. How dare you heretics still speak like this? Whoever defames our Annette, I'll rip out their tongue. Casimir roared angrily. Casimir, let it go. They have been deceived by evildoers. Learn about the current situation in Xinxiang from them, and move forward as soon as possible. Kali said coldly. It seemed the situation in Xinxiang was worse than expected. To some extent, such a highly persuasive cult was more dangerous than mountain bandits. Bandits could be eliminated without any lingering worries. But these cults manipulate public sentiment. Killing isn't the best solution. Fortunately, I am protected by the true divine power. This time, I will expose your tricks before the true divine power. Just as Kali entered the territory of Xinxiang, she suddenly encountered a large crowd of civilians. These civilians were ragged, but each one held weapons like wooden sticks and stones. They blocked Kali's carriage. Annette, these civilians are insane. They have completely surrounded our carriage. They keep throwing stones at us. They are a mob of rioters. Shall we fight our way out? Casimir, holding his bleeding head, came to Kali. He had tried to persuade the civilians earlier but was hit by stones thrown by them, which enraged him. Chapter 67, Dealing with the unruly must be done with electric batons and pepper spray. No. These civilians are likely coerced by a cult. Look at their clothes. They should all be from nearby areas of Xinxiang. If we forcefully apprehend or kill them, it could incite civil unrest and play right into the cult's hands. They anticipate us using violent actions to provoke resistance among the people. Don't act unless absolutely necessary. Kali shook her head. She stood on the carriage, surveying the surroundings. Outside the carriage, crowds of people surrounded it layer upon layer. More people were still gathering outside. Kali couldn't help but frown. As she hesitated, a stone was thrown towards the carriage, almost hitting Kali. Your Brechesti, hide in the carriage first. Casimir hurriedly shielded Kali as they ducked into the carriage. Kali pondered for a long time but had no good solutions. She could only report the current situation to the deity, praying for clarity of mind among the people so they wouldn't be swayed by the wicked. Upon receiving Kali's message, Kendrick was also surprised. It seemed that due to Morris's covert operations earlier, the authority of Annette Kali in Western Liang wasn't as strong. No wonder Kali chose to inspect various regions to establish her authority. This left things somewhat difficult. Fighting against these Western Liang civilians would be tough. Not fighting would make progress impossible. Wrecking these civilians regain clarity of mind is impossible. One must be firm when necessary. Both thunder and rain are favors of the emperor. Give rain when they comply. Give thunder when they disobey. There's no contradiction here. Kendrick thought for a moment and immediately contacted a security equipment manufacturer in Tianhai City. The civilians without injuring them. Have the soldiers do it. Gather the Imperial Guard here with you. Callie distributed the steel forks. With riot shields and steel forks, they pushed the surrounding civilians back bit by bit. By fixing landing devices on the shields, the civilians were kept out completely. Strengthening the defense with stacked shields, even stones couldn't penetrate. Seeing this, the crowd outside didn't disperse. Many even sat down. Looks like they're organized. Otherwise, they wouldn't act so uniformly. Their goal seems to be trapping us here, Callie observed from atop the carriage. Her brow furrowed deeply. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has assembled. Please enter the carriage. Let us escort you out. Casimir approached Callie. See how the civilians have lain down. Forcibly breaking through would inevitably cause casualties and riots. These are two offensive tools sent by the deity, electric batons and pepper spray. Equip the Imperial Guard. Callie pointed to a pile beside the carriage. Electric batons? Pepper spray? This stick isn't as effective as a saber for striking. And pepper spray? There are no wolves here. What can such a small object do? Casimir held the electric baton and pepper spray, curious. Watch carefully. This is the button for the electric baton. The deity said that once it's turned on, anyone touched by the electric baton will lose the ability to move. And this pepper spray, hold it according to this diagram, aim outside, and press hard with your thumb here. Then it will. Whoosh. Callie was demonstrating with the electric baton and the pepper spray. She accidentally pressed it without noticing. Casimir was staring wide-eyed at what Callie held, when suddenly a jet of liquid sprayed onto his face. Before he could react, a fierce burning sensation spread across his face. Ah! Casimir immediately screamed in pain, covering his eyes and rolling on the ground. Callie was dumbstruck. She hadn't expected such a small bottle to be so effective. She had just lightly sprayed Casimir, and he was already holding his head and screaming in agony. Casimir, the head of the Imperial Guard, was known for his formidable martial arts skills. How could he not resist just one spray? Callie was greatly shocked. With this item in hand, she wouldn't have to fear assassins coming close anymore. Boss, are you okay? It's just water sprayed on your face? Damn, boss, are you crying? Wait, why are your eyes swollen? You look awful, boss. The surrounding Imperial Guards all rushed forward to check on Casimir. They were also stunned by Casimir's appearance. The tough-as-nails leader of the Imperial Guards was now sobbing uncontrollably. However, after being poked by a black stick, they immediately shivered, stiffened, and lay on the ground. The surrounding civilians had never seen such a scene. They didn't know what happened. They only saw some strange things in the Imperial Guard's hands spraying water. Then the people in front screamed. And for that black stick, it did not hit or forcefully stab people. Just a light touch made anyone who touched it fall to the ground twitching. Even some people lost control of their bowels. Seeing this, the citizens were also terrified, thinking it was some sort of sorcery. No matter how the cult members yelled, they scattered one after another. Under the protection of his guards, Callie successfully entered the territory of Xinjiang. Your Majesty. We caught several citizens just now. They said that 2 days from now, there will be a holy altar ceremony in Xinjiang County. The Adelita will perform magic and bless the citizens with holy water. Lately, many citizens from all over have gathered in Xinjiang County. An Imperial Guard came before Callie and said, Holy altar ceremony? No wonder they wanted to use citizens to trap us. They must be trying to control those citizens before we arrive at Xinjiang County. We mustn't let them succeed. Callie said coldly. Before coming here, he thought this Adelita was a good person. But now it seems that some people are intentionally causing rebellion under the guise of the Adelita. Your Majesty, please help us. At that moment, 2 people who looked like beggars approached Callie. Do not stop them. Bring them here. What exactly happened? Callie asked as he looked at the old and Hubert in front of him. They were covered in rags with bloodstains and wounds. Your Majesty, that Adelita is fake. They colluded with Rurin, sending our children and women to the Rurin troops. That's why the Rurin troops didn't attack us. The elderly man knelt down in front of Callie. Colluded with Rurin troops? Tell me everything. Callie's eyes turned icy. This woman is from Gregory Tsaiju's household, a wealthy family in Xinjiang. At that time, they said they would send the women and children up to heaven to become deities, so I let my child go along. But my child lost his way while peeing and mistakenly wandered into the Rurin camp, where he saw them eating people. Our children from Xinjiang and those women were also ravaged by the Rurin troops. After my child returned, they kept chasing us, forcing us to hide in the mountains. Please help us, Your Majesty. The elder bowed his head as he spoke. Rubbish. How dare you use the lives of our Western Liang citizens to survive? For your own greed and fear, you send the citizens out. How monstrous. Callie was furious. Your Majesty. Let us kill this person. The Imperial Guards were indignant and requested permission to act. Bring some of our food for these 2. Settle them properly. Callie glanced at the 2 men in front of him. As for this so-called Adelita, there's no rush to act now. Even if we kill them, the citizens have already been deluded. It will be hard to control them, and they might turn against us, which is detrimental to Western Liang. We need to solve this problem fundamentally. Callie took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He was the emperor of Western Liang. His thoughts couldn't focus solely on the gains and losses of one city or region. Let's keep moving. Allow me to think carefully. Callie waved his hand and sat back inside the carriage. He detailed the events that occurred using a recorder and informed Kendrick. Listening to Callie's situation, Kendrick wasn't as worried. A great man once told us, struggling with others is infinitely fun, and bad things can turn into good things. Kendrick, having received years of basic anti-fraud education, knew a bit about these kinds of scams. As long as someone shouts about a godlike figure, it's likely using methods incomprehensible to commoners to deceive people. If they dare to do it, expose them publicly. This way, the lies will unravel themselves. If worst comes to worst, we will perform even more advanced magic. To defeat magic, we still need to use magic. No problem, let him come. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Kendrick replied a few sentences to Callie without much explanation. They would just respond to the situation as it unfolds. Listening to Kendrick's words, Callie was deeply moved. With the protection of the deity, what does your Majesty have to fear? The deity speaks with such authority. This tone and manner give an infinite sense of security. Callie held the recorder sent by Kendrick, repeatedly listening to these two sentences. Until the sound of Casimir exclaiming, "I saw it. I'm alive again," came from outside the carriage, he finally put away the recorder. Your Majesty, the deity's treasure is so powerful. I thought such a small thing couldn't do much, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. That burning sensation, I never want to experience it again in my life, Casimir said, almost in tears. Indeed, no wonder the deity gave such warnings. This kind of item must be kept safe. Only you Imperial guards can use it, and only use it when absolutely necessary. Callie nodded and reminded everyone. Alright, let's hurry on our journey. It will take nearly 2 days to reach Xinzhuang County. We must arrive before the altar ceremony begins. Upon arrival, continue using the method from earlier to clear the way. I will personally meet this 9 heavens dark goddess, Callie said to everyone. Chapter 69. Our arrival can't keep up with the speed of your spending. Guangming community. Kendrick listened to the news delivered by Callie. They had smoothly entered the new territory. He also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that many of his concerns were unnecessary. Current Shiliang only encountered minor issues. These problems could be solved with common daily necessities. But there were still limitations. The basis of such limitation was trust. Kendrick had also conceived this situation before. Now he was rich. He could take a suitcase full of cash overseas to get a batch of AK-47s which were cheap and practical. During wars, every man armed with an AK-47 could directly sweep through anything regardless of their martial arts or physique. Coupled with grenade launchers, it would be like the apocalypse. However, people change. If every Imperial guard held an AK, everyone would possess the ability to easily take down others without regard to their martial arts or body size. There's no guarantee that they wouldn't turn traitor. Anyway, if Kendrick were in their shoes, armed with an AK, giving rifles to others, expanding, and creating another glory, taking advantage of the night to secretly kill all brothers, and then the Annette, and become the Emperor himself. Who dares defy? Just sweep. This way, chaos would occur within, and it would be entirely out of control. So everything Kendrick sent over these few times was all set with his highest authority. Callie would convey the usage methods to prevent unforeseen situations. In case of betrayal or confiscation, there were ways to control it, but not for AK-47s. The more mechanized things are, the harder to control they become. Fortunately, Callie is reliable. He always returns things after each use. But now the problem cannot be resolved by force. Alternative tactics must be thought of. But he is not very familiar with these tricks. What should he do? Ring ring. Just as Kendrick was worrying, his phone rang. Picking it up, it was Boss Edric calling. Brother Chen, I heard your recently acquired drone company signed a long-term cooperation agreement with the military. Not bad. Boss Edric said with a smile over the phone. Don't make fun of me, Boss Edric. My small family business can't compare with yours. Kendrick didn't expect the news to spread so fast. I just learned this at an entrepreneur's annual meeting. That little Crawford from Neverset seems to have made enemies with you and plans revenge. Brother Chun, be careful, Boss Edric warned. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Edric. But on our Longwa turf, a little cherry blossom bastard can't do much. Kendrick gave a cold laugh, not showing any fear. That's true, Brother Chun. If you need help, let me know. Oh right, Forrest happens to be here. Why don't you come over for some tea? Let him give you some advice. These little cherry blossoms love stabbing people in the back. Boss Edric invited Kendrick. Brettster? Perhaps not. I'll be there in a bit. Kendrick wanted to refuse but thought about the situation Callie faced. Brett these so-called masters knew some deception techniques. He agreed. Half an hour later, as soon as Kendrick walked into Boss Edric's office, he saw an elderly man sitting opposite Boss Edric. Tall, calm, dressed in a red Taoist robe, wearing a lotus cap, eyes half closed, smiling warmly, giving off a friendly feeling. Completely different from other masters Kendrick met before. Brother Chen, allow me to introduce you to Forrest, my good friend for many years. Forrest, this is my younger brother. His business is starting, but he has a bright future. Boss Edric stood up quickly and introduced. What master? Just an old man. Do not be deceived by the hype, Brother Chun. Treat me as a fraud. Forrest smiled at Kendrick. Kendrick felt a liking for him. Usually, those masters who were come in always acted mysterious, but Forrest was humble. Bretthibe interesting. Brettster, what you say? I didn't doubt. Our Longwa Taoist gate has a long tradition. Chiman Duanjia, Wuxing Bagua are profound. I believe they all have their methods. Kendrick sat down. Really? At your age, having such insights, no wonder Boss Edric speaks highly of you. Surely you are quite knowledgeable. Forrest was surprised. I only know a little. But speaking of which, I've recently become interested in ancient deception techniques. Were ancient people playing God and understanding modern chemistry too? Kendrick took the opportunity to shift the topic. Chemistry is just foreigners summarizing and naming certain things. Our Longwa has been applying such techniques for thousands of years. These tricks may seem simple now, but in ancient times, they had a significant impact on the common people. Forrest did not hold back and shared everything he knew with Kendrick. He even performed a few tricks. So, Brettster, let's exchange contact information. If those con artists come again, I'll call you for advice. Kendrick successfully obtained Forrest's phone number. Then he left. From their conversation, Kendrick learned that Forrest had wandered the country for many years and was well versed in ancient and modern deception techniques. He could indeed be of help. Guangming community. Construction had already begun at the site of the former lake. Kendrick had previously seen the blueprints, Boss Edric and his team planned to build a flying saucer-shaped alien base and a 5-star hotel. The official investigation into the sudden disappearance of the lake water remained inconclusive. Several celebrity scandals gradually overshadowed this incident. Any questions were redirected to property management, blaming them for stealing the water. It was said that experts interrogated several turtles overnight without result. They were all dissected in the end. Apparently, they would be displayed inside the base. However, constructing this alien base seemed like an admission of guilt. Kendrick shook his head. Just as he reached his doorstep, he saw the financial advisor from the bank sitting there. This made Kendrick feel somewhat embarrassed. Previously, he had instructed the bank to register a company and arrange for trucks, but the money he received had been spent almost immediately. There was no performance contribution to the bank. Are there any new financial products recently? I can take a look. Kendrick said to Amelie. Mr. Chun, I've been fired. Not because of financial products. Hearing Kendrick's words, Amelie didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Fired? Why? Kendrick was puzzled. Because when you deposited millions or tens of millions, our response speed couldn't keep up with your spending rate. My branch manager severely reprimanded me. This time, with over 200 million arriving, my manager ordered me to use charm to get you compliant. I refused, so I was fired. Amelie blushed as she spoke to Kendrick. Chapter 70. Boss, is this your sister-in-law? Beauty trap? Kendrick's lips twitched, recalling when Amelie came in her uniform, black stockings, low neckline, revealing a stunning view. She even wanted to use a beauty trap on him? Indeed. All the company leaders are fools. So you came here? Kendrick asked doubtfully. Did you just want to ask if it's true that you really bought millions of steamed buns before? And all those other things, did you really buy them as supplies because of aliens? If there are aliens, I'll quit and buy supplies too. Amelie sounded very determined. Kendrick was taken aback. Cough cough. All that about aliens, it's actually fake. I can testify, it was just the property management stealing water. As for that alien base, it was just a hype. Kendrick hastily explained. But Amelie still seemed a bit skeptical. Oh right, since you're jobless now, do you need work? I'm planning to start a live streaming company, and I need someone who can edit videos. Kendrick quickly changed the subject. Live streaming company? I can do it. My major in college was digital media arts, but after graduation, my mom made me apply for a bank position. Amelie nodded. Good, go get some professional equipment for me. Breck sure they're easy to operate. Also, rent an office space. Kendrick transferred some money to Amelie. Yes, boss. I'll do it right away. Amelie rushed out eagerly. She's in such a hurry. What if she runs off with the money? Kendrick was stunned. To his surprise, Amelie had everything arranged by the afternoon. Seeing the neatly prepared office, Kendrick was impressed. Boss, since you're starting up, there's no need to have something too fancy. It costs $8,000 a month, but I negotiated it down to $5,800, paid 1 year's rent and got an extra month free. Amelie explained to Kendrick. These devices are from juniors at my alma mater. Brittany of them graduated and left this field, so they sold their equipment cheap. Though secondhand, they're barely used and top-notch. Kendrick saw that Amelie had already set up the live streaming room. The office also looked freshly cleaned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Efficient, smart, skilled, and honest. What a find. He originally planned to start a short video company but was worried because he didn't know much about it. Now he could be more confident. Great. This part of the work will be all yours. I'll provide the materials. Kendrick nodded approvingly. No problem, boss. Rest assured. By the way, can my salary be $5,000? I need to pay rent soon, and the bank hasn't paid me yet. Amelie asked Kendrick hesitantly. I'll give you $10,000, plus bonuses and commissions. Also, rent a good apartment for the employees' accommodation. The company will cover the living expenses. You're my first employee. I won't treat you poorly. Kendrick smiled. Though he had shares in Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group and owned Lonting Drone Company, this felt different to him. Really? Thank you, boss. I don't know how to speak. Let me kowtow. Amelie, full of joy, nearly knelt down to kowtow. Kendrick laughed and helped her up. After learning the basic operations of the equipment from Amelie, he went home with her. Explaining the operation procedures clearly, he opened the equipment and sent it over to Callie. Not long after, Callie returned the device. When Kendrick checked, he saw the view from inside a carriage. In front of the carriage, 2 groups were walking, with cavalry guards surrounding the carriage. From the motorcycle helmets on their heads, Kendrick knew these were the Imperial Guards. At first, the footage was shaky, but it gradually stabilized. Is this Annette too smart? How can she use modern equipment so easily? It can't be natural talent? Could she be a Chanyurjira too? Kendrick thought for a moment and picked up the voice recorder. Heaven covers earth? Imperial Jade Liquor? Change the odd but remain unchanged? He sent 3 secret codes. Soon, Callie sent back the recording. In the name of the gods, we are heading to Xinjiang County. I've instructed the Imperial Guards to hunt tigers and mountain chickens in the surrounding forests, but the palace wine was not brought out. We will pay tribute to the gods with it when we return to the capital. Hearing Callie's somewhat frightened tone, Kendrick hurriedly asked Callie to call back the Imperial Guards. Hunting tigers? Isn't that sending them to their deaths? It seems he overthought this. Upon reflection, if Callie had traveled through time, she would have recognized the modern products he sent over by now and wouldn't refer to things as gods. Kendrick gave the equipment to Callie, instructing her to record anything unusual she encountered in the future. If it ran out of power, she was to send it back for charging. Unbeknownst to Kendrick, since Callie received these items, she practically carried them day and night. She would take them out and polish them whenever she was free. Although polishing caused short circuits and drained the batteries, Callie became very familiar with these devices. The few videos she later sent were all recordings of regular military operations. In the last video, due to the carriage shaking, the camera fell from her hand but fortunately, Callie caught it. The lens happened to be facing Callie, but she seemed not to notice. Kendrick brought the equipment to the office. Amelie was cleaning at the door. Boss, our company still doesn't have a name. You think of one, and I'll register and put up the sign. Amelie asked Kendrick. Let's call it Xiliang Times. Kendrick thought for a moment. His original intention in filming videos was merely to document the true situation in Xiliang. That sounds very poetic. Amelie's eyes lit up. She took the equipment from Kendrick and opened the video. Boss, this is your sister-in-law, right? So beautiful. Is she in costume? Is your sister-in-law an actress? Amelie's face was filled with curiosity. Kendrick only then noticed the final scene Callie had recorded. He was momentarily stunned. Although he had seen photos before, the feeling of watching a video was entirely different. Boss, you're drooling. Amelie waved her hand in front of Kendrick's eyes. Chapter 71. Trying to steal my spotlight? Cough, cough. Well, the videos we've been uploading recently are about this kind of ancient life. I'll have her shoot more material when the time comes. Kendrick's face turned red. It was impossible to explain this matter truthfully and promptly change the subject. Boss, let me speak frankly, this might not catch fire. Amelie was somewhat hesitant. Just do this for now. If you have any ideas later, you can always add them. I'm leaving it to you. Seeing Amelie's curious gaze, Kendrick hastily gave a few instructions and then left. Really, boss? Mina-in-law is so beautiful. She should be filmed more. Why film a bunch of extras? Besides, these extras aren't professional at all. Who wears a modern helmet? Or even a down jacket in an ancient love tanyurjir? Amelie shook her head regretfully. Xiliang, Xinxiang. Callie sat inside the carriage, studying the new magical treasure sent by the deity. Although he didn't understand why the deity would do this, Callie still hesitated not and followed Kendrick's instructions, looking at the miniature versions of himself and others appearing in the footage. At first, Callie thought that the deity's treasure had sucked their souls into it, but since nothing unusual happened afterward, he set his mind at ease. Your Majesty, ahead is Xinxiang County. Our people reported that all the grain previously sent here has been seized, and the county magistrate of Xinxiang died under mysterious circumstances. The holy altar has been activated, and their so-called Adelita is ready to perform the ritual. Moreover, many civilians are surrounding us. At this moment, Casimir arrived at the front of the carriage and said, "Open a path with shields. I will go straight to the holy altar." Callie coldly instructed everyone. Your Majesty, just watch carefully. Casimir rolled up his sleeves. Holding the deity's treasure, they were eager to give it a try. Meanwhile, in the center of Xinxiang County, a spacious ground had been cleared. A tall platform had been constructed. On top of the platform, a woman dressed in splendid attire slowly ascended. Heaven above, the Adelita stands. I am the nine heavens mystic lady descending to save all living beings. Now, I will draw holy water and bestow it upon the common folk, curing all diseases and extending longevity. The woman picked up 2 bowls and showed them around to everyone. Then, placing one bowl over the other, she waved her hands in the air a few times. Suddenly, the bowls were filled with water. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding civilians fell to their knees simultaneously. How dare you claim the name of the heavenly gods with such petty tricks? Do you not fear divine retribution? At that moment, a troop forcibly pushed through from outside. Using shields, they parted away through the crowd. The woman glanced at the situation and immediately gestured to a group of strong men nearby. Those strong men rushed forward, but before they could get close, each of them began to howl, clutching their faces. His Majesty arrives. Casimir shouted loudly, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the sounds of the surrounding civilians. Inside the carriage, Callie frowned, put back the camera, and picked up another one, preparing to go out. This was Kendrick's arrangement. There were 2 cameras in total. Callie would send one after recording for a while, allowing Kendrick to almost synchronously know what was happening on the other side. And just as Callie placed the camera back, a white object suddenly appeared in the box. It resembled a morning glory flower, but had a handle. Press the left button. Hold it to your mouth when speaking, to amplify the sound. Kendrick explained in the recording. Without hesitation, Callie immediately handed the megaphone to Casimir. Casimir's eyes lit up upon seeing the new treasure sent by the deity. Though he had been shouting while riding his horse earlier, the noise from the surrounding civilians and the screams of those men made it impossible to hear anything. Casimir rode to the front, raised the megaphone. Following Callie's previous instructions, he pressed a button. Hair collection. Collect long hair. Recycle old phones, old appliances. Trade knives, scissors, pots. Before Casimir could speak, a loud voice blared from the megaphone. Instantly, everyone at the scene was stunned. All eyes were on Casimir. Complete silence. F***K. Pressed the wrong button. It should have been the left one. Casimir nearly threw the megaphone away in shock from the sudden loud noise. Only then did he realize he had pressed the wrong button. He quickly switched it. With a piercing electric buzz, everyone covered their ears. However, because of Casimir's actions, the attention descended to save all living beings. Now, I will draw holy water again. The woman quickly reacted and loudly called out. Repeating the same trick, she performed the act of drawing water from thin air. Meanwhile, in Guangming residential area, Kendrick was watching the video sent by Callie with Forrest. This kind of trick is called empty bowl fetching water. The principle is simple. The bowls have a double layer, and there are 2 holes drilled in them. By blocking the holes with fingers, it's quite simple. The principle is the same as how a teapot won't pour water if you block its small hole. Forrest explained to Kendrick. Kendrick immediately understood. He hurriedly relayed the operating steps and principles to Callie. Callie was initially shocked when he saw the woman on the holy altar fetching water from thin air. But after hearing what Kendrick said, he instantly felt relieved. I have said, how dare you claim the name of the gods with such petty tricks? Callie coldly walked out from inside the carriage. Since your Majesty claims that the imperial mandate is bestowed by heaven, do you possess the ability to fetch water from thin air? The woman did not seem afraid when she saw Callie come out. Her father had already gone to call for reinforcements. At that time, killing the Annette here, she would become the Annette of Shiliang. Chapter 72. Let you see some high-tech. Scoundrel, how dare you be disrespectful to his Bretjesty? Casimir, very displeased, moved forward with his weapon to chop this woman down in public. Casimir, wanna see? Callie stepped back with Casimir. He had managed to fetch water through the air too, causing many citizens to waver. This method proved effective. Moreover, everything was recorded by the camera placed atop the carriage. Kendrick knew that after seeing this scene, it wasn't necessary to call Forrest. Without doubt, this supposed Adelita would use some method to make characters appear on the scroll, claiming they were granted by deities. An old trick. In such a situation, there's no need to expose it. Since you used such an elementary method to demonstrate, let me show you some high-tech. Kendrick mused aloud, stroking his chin. Immediately, he called the drone company. Though it was a drone company, they also researched various advanced functions, including virtual stereoscopic holographic projection screen technology, which could be used here perfectly. This moment, on the holy altar, the holy maiden held a torch, chanting something while walking around the scroll. Soon enough, words appeared on the scroll. The female emperor lives not. Shiliang remains unsettled. The Adelita must rise for peace under heaven. Looking at the words on the scroll, Callie felt a sinking heart. He didn't expect the Adelita to have such ambitions, wanting to replace him. Fortunately, he left the capital this time to deal with this issue. Otherwise, if they gained momentum and support, it would truly be too late. Adelita must rise, peace under heaven. Adelita must rise, peace under heaven. Unbeknownst to whom started it, the surrounding citizens gathered once again. The appearance of words on white paper stunned them greatly. It's the will of the gods. If the heavens wish for the fall of the Gloria, how can human efforts resist? Casimir and others instantly became vigilant. If thousands of citizens lost control, it might lead to a deadly battle. As Callie struggled, a noise came from the box. Callie quickly opened it to find several strange items. Without further ado, he picked up a voice recorder. After listening, his spirit lifted. Standing up from the carriage, he had Casimir place Kendrick's scent items on the holy altar. It's merely petty tricks. Just writing using clear water mixed with whitened sand, visible only when heated, yet you've used it to deceive the people. Next, let me show you what real divine messaging looks like. Callie sneered coldly. Listening to Callie's words, the holy maiden clearly became flustered, looking all around her nervously. At this moment, Callie also approached the center of the holy altar. Ready the god bestow holy words to enlighten my Shiliang citizens. Respectfully kneeling towards the direction of the box, Callie simultaneously pressed the button in his hand, as instructed by Kendrick. In the next moment, several beams of light emerged from 4 devices, gathering above Callie's head. Heavens, look! There's 7-color divine light appearing. Right above his Bretjesty's head, there are words. It seems like there are words. Truly the words granted by deities. Long live the emperor. This scene left the surrounding citizens stunned. They all knelt down, constantly kowtowing. Even the so-called Adelita, seeing this, felt her legs weaken, nearly kneeling down. Shiliang Annette Callie, the imperial decree is bestowed by heaven, and cannot be questioned by anyone. This so-called Adelita, who deceives the people and intends to rebel, must be punished. 2 lines of text appeared before everyone. Truly words. Words bestowed by the deities. They're floating in midair, quickly, kneel and kowtow. So the Adelita was fake, only his Bretjesty is real. Oh gods, we were deceived earlier, please do not blame us. Citizens witnessing this scene were thoroughly frightened. Compared to words appearing on paper, these words floating in midair with 7-color divine light were truly more heavenly bestowed. Seeing the citizens around him continually kowtowing, the Adelita's heart turned cold. It's over. His Bretjesty actually has the protection of the deities. What can I do? Why hasn't father brought troops yet? No way. I have to buy time. This is a fake. This is the emperor's deceitful trick. The Adelita rushed to the holy altar, trying to wave away those floating words. But it was futile. Regardless of her actions, the words still floated in midair. Come here. Capture this deceptive woman, who misleads the people. Callie sneered and ordered Casimir and the others. Don't move. You don't need to use your weapons. I'll handle it myself. I will prove to everyone that I am the true deity. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my undying body. The Adelita shouted loudly, panicking. Chapter 73. I can even block bullets. Immortal body? Callie was taken aback. I saw it. When the Ruran soldiers came, the Adelita demonstrated this ability back then. The Adelita was cut into 2 pieces, but could immediately recover. Heavens, doesn't that make her like a deity? Of course. Otherwise, how could we possibly believe in the Adelita? Hearing the Adelita's words, the surrounding civilians began to discuss among themselves. Among them, many who had witnessed it before looked at the Adelita with increased reverence. This moment, the Adelita, along with a few others, pushed a large box up to the altar. Callie watched from afar, puzzled. Guards' faces carried expressions of shock. If they can't control the situation, things will get dangerous. Callie quickly put away the camera into the box. What surprised Callie was that this time, the god responded quickly. A trick like this, Kendrick didn't even need to consult the Bretster to know it. Split those 2 boxes open? Callie listened to Kendrick's words, somewhat confused. But seeing those people on the altar carrying the boxes away, Callie didn't have time to ask more. Innes, stop them. Split the boxes open in public. Callie shouted loudly to Innes. Innes immediately led people to charge forward. Those carrying the boxes tried to block them, but how could they match Innes's men? They forcibly seized the boxes. Swinging their sabers to split the boxes, a woman appeared inside. And this woman's pants and shoes were exactly the same as the Adelita's. Everyone was stunned. The scene fell silent. How can there be someone in the box? Didn't the Adelita lie inside it just now? Yes, and why is this person dressed the same as the Adelita? You look at the structure of the box. Maybe the Adelita crawled into the front one just now? The surrounding civilians pointed and commented. As the box was split open, its internal structure revealed itself. Brittany people gradually understood. The Adelita's face turned pale. She hadn't expected her trick to be seen through again by the Annette. How could this be? Her tricks were learned from a chance encounter with a wandering magician. How could the Annette know about such things? This is bad. Get out of the way. Move. Just then, a commotion sounded from the edge of the crowd. Bard led a large group of people charging over. These people held weapons like curved sabers. Seeing Bard's reinforcements arrive, the Adelita's spirits lifted. So what if you've exposed me? As long as I can kill the Annette, I still have other tricks to deceive the civilians. Fellow villagers, this is my ability. Even if I'm split into two, I can create two people. Don't misunderstand. The Adelita yelled desperately. Callie watched the Adelita in front of him. She did have some talent. Staying calm in such a crisis was indeed commendable. Too bad. You're Bretjesty. There are people coming, at least 4,000 of them. They carry weapons, similar to the curved sabers of the Ruran soldiers. Innes said after coming beside Callie. It appears they prepared to rebel beforehand. Since that's the case, exterminate them. Not a single one left alive. Callie coldly watched the soldiers outside. Previously, the civilians were not killed because they were misled and their actions were not of their own will. But now these people are clearly rebelling, so there's no need to spare them. It's a perfect opportunity to waysir these civilians. Yes. Innes was visibly excited. Along the way, using the wolf repellent spray against troublemakers had been highly effective. Seeing those who lost their ability to fight but could not be attacked, such a treasure was simply being wasted. This time, finally, they could unleash a massacre. Everyone listen up. A rebel has appeared in Xinjiang County. We have been ordered to eliminate them, with no mercy. Those who do not wish to die should squat down with their heads covered, or else face the extermination of your entire clan. Innes once again took out the megaphone treasure given by the deity. Innes's shout immediately subdued many civilians who were preparing to attack. Such punishment wasn't a joke. Humph. Emperor? As long as we die here, there will be no emperor. Charge, leave none alive. Bard shouted loudly. Soon, those people charged towards the carriage. Follow orders. Raise the shields, push forward, and then spray. Once sprayed, strike immediately. Strike and then push again. One order, one action. Innes yelled loudly. Soon, the troops divided into three parts. The first part was at the front, pushing forward with shields for attack. The second part stood behind the shields, ready to use the wolf repellent spray anytime. The third part held large knives attached to steel forks, attacking those felled by the wolf repellent spray. The shields sent over by Kendrick were made of bulletproof glass. Brett in China, uttering mercilessly among the crowd. Brettany civilians who had crouched down with their heads covered subconsciously knelt down with their hands over their heads. Fortunately, they did not rebel just now. Otherwise, they would be lying on the ground too. You're Bretjesty. All rebels have been subdued. The ringleaders have been captured. Bring them over. Casimir waved his hand. The Imperial guards brought the tightly bound Rhett and the Kate over. Originally looking arrogant, both of them were now pale-faced and even trembled all over, unable to walk. Callie looked at the two coldly. He glanced around. All the civilians were looking at him as well. This devil woman pretended to be a deity and deceived the people. Execute her. Rhett harbored soldiers, plotting treason and regicide. Execute him. Callie shouted loudly. They must die to uphold imperial authority. Casimir immediately raised his big knife. In an instant, two heads fell to the ground. Is there anyone left in Xiang County's administration? Callie asked the crowd. You're Bretjesty. At this moment, a blood-stained person was dragged in front of Callie and knelt down. I am Gao Jarrett, the deputy magistrate of Xiang County. Because I refused to follow Red, I was imprisoned by him. He planned to kill me today as a warning. Please pardon me, your Bretjesty. I'm back to see. Looking at the masses kneeling around, Callie said to Gao Jarrett. Don't worry, your Bretjesty. I hereby pledge, within 3 years, Xiang will be the richest area in Western Liang. Gao Jarrett hurriedly said. Good. Callie nodded. Also, your Bretjesty, there is something I need to report. While being held captive, I accidentally overheard Rhett talking. Those Ruran troops met heavy snow while retreating. Brittany didn't make it back to deep grasslands and temporarily stayed in the border grasslands in the northwest. They continuously loot grain from the counties near the border. They are all cavalry, coming and going quickly, which might be hard to defend against. Please be cautious, your Bretjesty. Gao Jarrett remembered something and approached Callie. Really? Callie didn't expect there to be fugitives. Your Bretjesty, that northwest region is almost entirely flat, with no natural obstacles. It's difficult to defend against Ruran cavalry. The Ruran initially attacked from that direction, heading south. Casimir added. It seems they deliberately left this group, not just because of the snow. They want to keep the southern passage open, preparing for next year. But isn't the Khan of Western Liang dead? How does this look like someone is still orchestrating? Callie frowned in confusion. Casimir and the others were puzzled too. Let's go. Whatever the case, we should check out the northwest border for county administration. He sent recordings of the battle to Kendrick. Tian High City Food Processing Plant. Kendrick was touring the factory with several people accompanying him. Our few production lines can meet the demand for most packaged food products on the market. We also have an additional instant noodle production line and a cookie production line. Currently, we supply various instant noodle brands. The Dojo brand gets its noodles from us, and even processes the seasoning here. They just take it back for labeling. The plant manager introduced everything to Kendrick. How much does it cost to produce a pack of instant noodles? Kendrick asked. One pack costs 2 cents. The plant manager answered truthfully. 2 cents? Isn't it sold for several dollars outside? When I bought wholesale before, I ordered in large quantities, and they charged me 1 yuan 80 for each pack, claiming they weren't making any profit, just moving volume. I got scammed. Kendrick was shocked. He had come here to acquire this food processing plant. Xiliang was currently in winter, and after the recent wars, the crops were mostly looted by the Ruran troops. Even if planting started as soon as spring arrived, it wouldn't yield immediate harvests. There would be at least half a year during which food supplies would be necessary. Kendrick realized that buying grains was expensive, but producing them himself could be more convenient and unexpectedly profitable. Now there is quite a bit of inventory backlog in the warehouse. Some food items are nearing expiration, which is troublesome. We can only dispose of them at low prices. The plant manager led Kendrick to the warehouse to check. Kendrick saw the warehouse past time. Watching the video, Kendrick learned a lot about Xiliang's current situation. At present, most cooking in Xiliang was done using tripods, or some pot-like utensils. Most citizens used clay pots. To cook for so many people, using large pots was the best choice. After delivering the iron pots along with the goods, Kendrick took the camera Callie sent over and headed toward the company. In Xinxiang County, through County Magistrate Gao Jarrett's mobilization, the number of people who signed up for military service far exceeded expectations. There were more than 3,000. Callie's troops were suddenly expanded to 5,000. Looking at the growing formation, Callie knew they were motivated by seeing the divine artifacts sent by the deity. Your Majesty. All those from the Gregory family involved in the rebellion have been executed. The Gregory family has been searched. Although there is grain, it isn't much. It seems they sent most of it to the Ruran army in exchange for weapons. The grain from the capital may take quite a while. Xinxiang County will lack food for at least 7 to 8 days, and many people are likely to starve to death. Casimir came to Callie and reported. No worries. The deity just told me that he will send us food. You should immediately prepare for transport. Callie wasn't worried. She had just received a message from Kendrick. As soon as she finished speaking, a black object appeared inside the box. What is this? Callie jumped in fright. Your Majesty, this appears to be armor. It's similar to the armor we wore before. Casimir immediately recognized it. It was exactly like what the deity had sent before, only larger. Heavens, if this could be placed at the front during battle, it would be amazing. But how can it be so heavy? We can't move it. Come on, give a hand. Casimir tried to lift it, but found he couldn't budge it. Don't talk nonsense. This is a pot the deity sent for cooking. Callie felt embarrassed listening to Kendrick's explanation. A pot. Casimir was stunned. Could it be that the smaller things the deity sent before were all pots? Instruct someone to prop up the pot with stones, fill it with water, and once it boils, you can cook noodles. The deity said he would send us something called instant noodles, which are very comfortable to eat in winter. Callie listened to the voice recorder while instructing Casimir. Hearing instant noodles, Casimir and the others began to drool. We get to eat instant noodles again. They're absolutely delicious. They are the best thing I've eaten besides meat buns. Not just that. In winter, instant noodles are simply the best, with broth and everything. After drinking the soup, my whole body feels warm and cozy. I'm practically drooling. The last time I ate instant noodles, it was beef flavored. I still can't forget it. While everyone was talking, the instant noodles appeared in the box. Soon, over 100 large pots were set up around Xinxiang County Government Office. Citizens held bowls, looking curiously at what the imperial guards had in their hands, not understanding what was happening. In the past, when the court relieved disasters, they gave out porridge. Why are these yellow things this time? Can you even eat this? I don't know. It's wrapped in colorful paper with pictures on it. I just saw them sprinkle some powder into the soup. Could it be poison? Are you kicked in the head by a donkey? Why would they poison us? It smells so good. Before long, a rich aroma filled the air. The citizens greedily sniffed the scent. That smells like meat. That can't be right. Meat doesn't smell this good, and I watched the entire process. No meat was added. There seems to be another flavor, something I've never smelled before. So fragrant, I could drink 10 bowls. The crowd stared incredulously at the pots. They couldn't understand why. How could such a strong meat fragrance come from just putting in some yellow cakes and powder? The people of Xiliang, over 1,000 years ago, experienced the shock of modern technology for the first time. Listen up. This is food bestowed by the deity. On the screen was the video from the previous showdown with the Adelita. Amelie had turned it into a short series. In just one day, it had garnered over 3 million views and 200,000 comments. These actors are so unprofessional, wearing motorcycle helmets, and they're even like mine. It completely breaks the immersion. What did I just see? Ancient people using wolf repellent spray in battle? And those shields in their hands are riot shields, right? Did ancient times have this stuff? This is too crazy. Even holographic projection appeared? I haven't seen that in the 21st century. Is this still ancient times? If you say it's real, it mixes ancient and modern elements. If you say it's fake, look at the costumes. They're quite authentic. Those extras are great too. Apart from the wrong clothes, their acting is better than top-tier A-list stars. This web drama is incredible. I call it the best drama of the year. Special forces in ancient times. Annette falls for me? What does this Annette look like? Her figure and aura are top-notch, but the damn camera never shows her face. Bad review. Bad review. The comment section was filled with remarks about the stark contrasts. Chapter 76. The boss might be a Tomb Raider? Kendrick hadn't expected the video to become so popular. Boss, I'm impressed. I apologize for underestimating its potential before. Amelie said somewhat embarrassedly. Previously, she had thought that videos set in ancient times wouldn't be very interesting or appealing. But unexpectedly, the boss ingeniously incorporated modern elements into ancient life. The key was creating contrast. Look at those soldiers in ancient clothing but wearing modern trendy helmets, not to mention someone holding a loudspeaker announcing the arrival of the emperor. This contrast was absolutely brilliant. With contrast came criticism. Criticism brought traffic. The boss had great talent. Following the boss meant there would be plenty to eat. By the way, boss, I just received a strange message from someone who calls himself a professor. He wants to know where we filmed the video. Is it at a film base? Amelie curiously asked Kendrick. Wants to know where we filmed? What does he want to do? Kendrick was puzzled. I don't know. I remember he left a phone number and asked us to call him. Amelie found the number. Kendrick curiously dialed it and realized he already had this number in his phone. It turned out to be Terrence's number. Terrence? Kendrick? Did you leave the comment on the video? Wait, did you upload the video? Yeah. Oh my, this is truly. Both of them laughed during the call. That explains it. I wondered why the setting in the video was so meticulously detailed. From hairstyles and clothing to dialogue and props, even the architecture. Everything matched ancient Xiliang perfectly. You've done an impressive job researching Xiliang, Brother Chen. Since you called, we've made some new discoveries recently. Terrence said with a touch of nostalgia. He wanted to contact the person who posted the video to discuss information about ancient Xiliang, never expecting it to be someone he knew. New discoveries? About Xiliang's ruins or artifacts? Kendrick hurriedly asked. This time, it's not directly about Xiliang, but it relates to Rurin. I mentioned before that Xiliang was conquered by Rurin, right? But based on newly discovered ancient scrolls, it seems there was a mistake. The scrolls indicate that Rurin's attack on Xiliang failed, and even their Khan died. Rurin also fragmented into many tribes. These scrolls are incomplete, but we've managed to piece together this much. Terrence explained to Kendrick. Scrolls from Rurin? Terrence, didn't you say before that Rurin records were rare? Kendrick wasn't particularly surprised by what Terrence said. He had known these things all along. What puzzled him was how such nomadic peoples like the Rurin could leave behind written records, which were typically scarce. Well, originally that was the case, but recently, we found some records in several classics. Based on my analysis, I believe that the reason several Rurin tribes left behind so many records is because they changed their survival mode. Terrence slowly explained. Changed survival mode? What does that mean? Kendrick was confused. Before, Rurin was always a collection of nomadic tribes. But this record seems to come from a place called Yinsho County. They might have abandoned nomadic customs, left the grasslands, and settled part of Xiliang, thus establishing a territory half grassland and half Xiliang plain. Of course, this is just my speculation, lacking authoritative evidence. Terrence continued. Half grassland, half Xiliang plain? How could Rurin win then? But their Khan is dead, isn't he? Kendrick was also puzzled. We're not sure yet. We've been busy lately, reanalyzing some scroll information. We didn't realize how much was overlooked before. Terrence was equally frustrated. After hanging up, Kendrick was lost in thought. Apparently, history has indeed changed in some ways. It seems he needs to be more cautious with his actions going forward. If a drone is unearthed someday, the secret of extraterrestrial civilizations, once making contact with Chinese civilization, will be revealed. Boss, I've been researching some information about Xiliang, and plan to create a topic on modern items appearing in ancient Xiliang. And maybe we can start live streaming after that. We could sell some replicas from Xiliang. It might become a hit. At this moment, Amelie suggested. Topic? Sure. When the time comes, I'll give you a few puzzles, and let the netizens in the live stream brainstorm to find solutions. Kendrick's eyes lit up. He had been racking his brain every day, trying to figure out what items could be sent that were reasonable, legal, and still have good effects. It was stressing him out. If he leveraged the power of netizens, it would be much simpler. You guys brainstorm, and I'll steady the ship. You come up with ideas, and I'll screen them. That should do it, right? As for selling replicas, there's not much profit to be made. I'll see if I can get some real Xiliang items to sell, Kendrick said while stroking his chin. Amelie's eyes widened in surprise. Sell real items? Oh my goodness. Is the boss secretly a tomb raider? Otherwise, how did he get rich so quickly? And why is he so interested in Xiliang history? Could it be that the boss dug up a Xiliang ancient tomb? If the boss goes missing one day, should I call the police? Would that count as betraying a close relative? Amelie suddenly felt her scarf around her neck turn bright red. Ding dong. At this moment, Kendrick's phone rang. He looked and saw it was the bank financial manager calling. Kendrick put it on speaker. It turned out that the financial manager had brought a new financial advisor to Kendrick's door, but Kendrick wasn't home. Brett Nagerly, right? Just so happens I've been thinking about buying some financial products recently. Have Amelie contact me. Kendrick winked at Amelie while speaking. Ah. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Kendrick's words rendered the person speechless. Well, I have something else, so I'll hang up now. By the way, Amelie is great, hardworking, and reliable. Whatever she recommends, I'll buy. Kendrick hung up immediately. Boss, you. Amelie stared with wide eyes. Weren't you angry when you got fired before? Now you can vent. Kendrick smiled at Amelie. Just then, Amelie's phone rang. It was the former manager. Amelie, how have you been lately? We called you about the Mid-Autumn Festival gift box last time, but you didn't pick up. The bank has special benefits set aside for you. If you're free recently, come by and pick it up. Also, after careful consideration by leadership, they still recognize your work abilities highly. If you want, you can come back to work. I've said many good things about you to leadership. This is a hard-won opportunity. The financial manager chattered on the other end. Amelie rolled her eyes. No one in the bank ever tells the truth. Sorry, Brett Nager. I found a job. Amelie slowly said. Found a job? Amelie, getting into a bank isn't easy. Many people can't even manage it. How much do you earn outside? Private company bosses are all stingy. What future do you have working there? If the company folds, you'll be unemployed anyway. The financial manager said rather unpleasantly. Chapter 77. Being too smart isn't always a good thing. Ouch. Stop it. Do you think your bank is so great? I'll definitely pay Amelie more than your bank does, Kendrick said with great displeasure. You're the boss? Let me tell you, this employee is very important to us. Well, if you terminate her employment here, when your company needs a loan in the future, our bank might consider giving you a low-interest loan. The financial manager hadn't expected the boss to be present too, and thus stopped pretending. He casually took out a bone from his pocket. Important to you? And yet you fired her? But speaking of which, she is indeed very outstanding. I should thank your bank for that. Kendrick shot back immediately. On the side, Amelie was also standing with her hands on her hips, pointing at her phone, smiling with satisfaction. You choose punishment over courtesy? Just your small broken down company. Don't push your luck. Dare you tell me where your company is? Believe it or not, I can shut you down. The financial manager was enraged and embarrassed. What's wrong with pushing my luck? Do you know how the Hmong in Brecton came about? My company is at Brightness Community Building 2, Unit 101. By the way, aren't you right outside? Kendrick could hardly suppress his smile. Huh. The financial manager on the other end of the line was instantly speechless. Looking up at the doorplate number, he felt his legs turn to jelly. I thought this voice sounded familiar. Hee hee. Mr. Chan. It's about Amelie. The financial manager froze. Oh, Amelie is an employee of my company. Our company is doing great and won't go bankrupt anytime soon. Moreover, Amelie told me many of your bank's financial products are non-compliant, constituting illegal fundraising. Don't call me anymore. Without further ado, Kendrick hung up the phone. Satisfied? Kendrick smiled. Thank you, boss. I promised never to report you. Amelie was filled with joy. Her face flushed red. Report me? Kendrick widened his eyes. Yes. In fact, boss, are you a Tomb Raider? Amelie whispered mysteriously. Ah. Kendrick was dumbfounded. Boss, rest assured. From today onwards, I'm yours heart and soul. I won't reveal your secret to anyone. If you get caught, I'll lose my job too. Rest assured. Amelie patted her chest confidently. Ah. What is all this nonsense? Kendrick put a hand to his forehead. This girl, being too smart isn't always a good thing. Shilyang. Callie and his party were heading towards the northwestern border area. Your Bretjesty, ahead lies Yinsho County. But we haven't encountered any Ruran cavalry on this journey. They may have already retreated. With the cold worsening, they would likely freeze to death if they didn't retreat. Ushvin arrived by Callie's carriage and spoke. Don't let your guard down. I feel this time the Ruran troops are unusual. They usually migrate on the grasslands, yet this winter they haven't fully withdrawn. If they manage to survive this winter, then perhaps. Callie had a faint worry. Report. Your Bretjesty. A group of Ruran cavalry has been spotted raiding a village ahead. There are about 100 or 200 of them. At this moment, a royal guard rode up and reported. Go. Immediately dispatch 500 cavalrymen to eliminate all of them. Do not let a single man or horse escape. Callie ordered. Yes. The person left on his mission. Continuing forward, they soon reached the village ahead. The village had already turned into ruins. Amidst the ashes, numerous charred bodies could still be seen. These savages. Ushvin's eyes blazed with anger. Not quite right. The feeling here. Weren't there supposed to be more villagers? Callie frowned deeply. There was something odd about this village. There shouldn't have been so few villagers. Before he could think further, the sound of battle cries came from one side. Looking far off, a cavalry unit was charging toward them. Your Bretjesty, another group of Ruran cavalry. They might have scattered and discovered us. I will lead men to deal with them. Ushvin bowed to Callie. Remaining cavalry follow me. The rest protect his Bretjesty. Ushvin loudly called as he led the men forward. Watching Ushvin leave, Callie vaguely felt something wasn't right but couldn't pinpoint it. Everyone, secure the area. Closely monitor the surroundings. Callie instructed the men. At that moment, the 800 cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard had already charged out in full force. Those left inside the village were foot soldiers carrying shields and steel forks. And just as Casimir led the cavalry away, a large contingent of cavalry came charging towards the village. Callie's heart sank. It was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. No wonder he felt something was off. This village had likely been plundered long ago, and they were just putting on a show for them. And this cavalry behind was to divert the remaining Imperial Guard. When did the Ruran troops gain such intelligence? But there was no time for Callie to think further. The cavalry was already approaching the village. Quick! Use the shields to protect the front. Steel forks at the back. Protect his Bretjesty at all costs. The soldiers quickly reacted and set up their formation at the village entrance. Fortunately, some houses in the village could serve as cover, and the entrance was relatively narrow. During the first wave of the cavalry charge, although the shields were breached, the soldiers managed to hold back the attackers. There's more than one way out of this village. Let others go around the village. The vanguard continues to charge. No matter how many they have, they can't stop us. At that moment, among the Ruran troops, a general-like figure spoke calmly. Soon, the Ruran cavalry moved swiftly. Inside the village, Callie stood on his carriage, watching the cavalry disperse around the village, revealing a look of surprise on his face. These people were clearly prepared. They must have planned this from the moment he left the capital with his patrol. If not for gathering so many troops from Yehexian and Xiangxin counties on the fly, it would be over now. How were the Ruran troops still so organized? What should they do now? Callie watched the cavalry attacking from all sides of the village. Though temporarily held back by shields and steel forks, the power of the cavalry charge far exceeded what foot soldiers could withstand. Breaching the defenses was inevitable. We must hold them back at all costs. By some time, Callie told those around him, and then turned into the carriage. Buying time was not just waiting for Casimir to return, but also ensuring the box was destroyed. The situation was extremely urgent. This box absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of the Rurans. Callie tore down the curtain inside the carriage and placed it around the box. Once the cavalry broke through, he would immediately set fire to the carriage, burning himself along with the box. Suddenly, Callie noticed a voice recorder inside the box, which he didn't remember putting there. He quickly picked it up. Chapter 78. Trapped in a desperate situation. The Ruran troops seem to have some forces that haven't withdrawn yet, in a place called Yinsho County. If you encounter them, be extremely cautious. At such a critical moment, Callie's tears instantly flowed when she heard Kendrick's voice again. Why didn't I hear it earlier? Callie was very distressed. In her urgency, she slapped herself. Looking at the torch in her hand, she decisively threw it away. The deity has helped so much and warned so much. She cannot lose hope. She picked up the voice recorder and recounted the current situation to the deity. Then she anxiously waited. Tian High City. Kendrick had just returned home with a delivery. Recently, Kendrick had been shopping online, stockpiling supplies he would need in the future. Large quantities of supplies were sent directly to the warehouse. Smaller items were delivered home first. He researched how to use them. This time, Kendrick bought several portable pull-type speakers. Last time, he saw Casimir using a megaphone, which worked well. For ancient people, they couldn't comprehend things beyond their understanding. But this kind of sonic wave attack could be intimidating. Using it in conjunction with war might produce unexpected results. Just as Kendrick finished connecting the speakers, but before he could test them, he saw a voice recorder and a camera appear in the box. Oh mighty deity! I didn't hear the message in time, and accidentally fell for the enemy's feint. Now the Imperial Guard cavalry has been lured away, leaving only infantry around me, trapped in a village. It's only a matter of time before we lose. I beg for the deity's assistance. I beg for the deity's assistance. Callie's tone was urgent and helpless. Kendrick was startled. Quickly turning on the camera, he saw indeed several intersections around the carriage were in fierce battle. The infantry were holding shields defensively, but they weren't a match for the cavalry. They were about to be overwhelmed. Kendrick couldn't help but feel anxious. What can be done? Ideally, a few RPGs would do. Even a gun would help. But where can I get one? Drone propane tank? That's all used up now. No time left. Bows and crossbows? No. One person can't possibly take down so many cavalrymen, especially mounted ones. They ride too fast. Wait. Horses. Kendrick suddenly got an idea and rushed to his computer. At this point, there was nothing to lose. After setting up the speakers, Kendrick sent them over to Callie. At that moment, Callie's defensive line was almost breached. Infantry with only shields and steel forks couldn't withstand the cavalry charge. Those shields prevented direct injuries. The cavalry leaped in, kicking and slashing alongside their horses, causing the defense to crumble immediately. Cavalry from all sides surrounded the village, entrapping Callie's carriage in the center. Outside the village. Attack. Hurry, attack. Charge in. Damn, move out of the way. Casimir and his men had returned. During the pursuit of the cavalry, the enemy kept fleeing without engaging. Casimir felt it strange. Considering the Emperor's danger, they decided to retreat without further chase. However, after retreating, the Ruran troops came back. Casimir immediately understood. They were tricked. Their purpose was to delay them. He quickly led his men to rush back. Arriving outside the village, Casimir nearly strangled himself in frustration. There were 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry, encircling the village and charging inward. Casimir knew only infantry remained inside, not a match for them. The Emperor was in grave danger. Cover me, let's charge in. Attack. Casimir roared. Ha, didn't expect you back so soon. But such a small number won't make a difference. Stop them. The Ruran general coldly watched Casimir and his men, unconcerned. Despite their bravery, the advantage wasn't significant because of the surrounding cavalry. Without helmets and armor, they would have been killed long ago by the Ruran cavalry. Meanwhile, the Ruran forces bypassed the infantry and charged into the village. Everyone sneered at Callie. Capturing the Western Liang like fish in a barrel, it would wipe away past humiliations. What if you defeated Archon? You'll still die here. Callie looked gravely at the surrounding troops, taking out what the deity had just sent. She didn't know what the deity was going to do, but she knew that the deity was her only reliance now. Are you the Annette of Western Liang? I'll give you a chance. If you kneel and kowtow to me a few times, I might spare your life. At this moment, the Ruran cavalry opened a path. A general rode up to Callie. Who are you? Callie asked coldly. I am Kanal, the new king of the grassland. That Brittany was just a presumptuous fellow. If he had listened to me and thrown the corpses into the city earlier, we would never have failed. Kanal sized up Callie from head to toe. Callie was said to be the fairest beauty under heaven. Today, seeing her, desire welled up within him uncontrollably. Were you the one who ordered the corpses to be thrown into the capital? Callie's gaze turned icy. At that time, half the capital had been infected with the plague. If it weren't for the medicine given by the deity, Western Liang would likely have perished. She had thought it was Brittany. Never did she expect the true culprit to be someone else. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed. You were lucky to survive then. But this time you won't be so fortunate. But looking at such a delicate beauty as you, I really can't bear to kill you. Your troops are still fighting outside. How about we have some fun in front of them? As long as you submit to me, I'll spare those under your command. Kanal licked his lips. His face was full of lust. After the previous attack on the capital was repelled, many of the Ruran soldiers harbored fear due to the inexplicable means used by Western Liang. He intended to publicly humiliate this Annette of Western Liang, to utterly crush the Empress's imperial dignity, and establish the overwhelming dominance of their Ruran forces over Western Liang. Humph. I also give you one chance. Leave immediately with your men, and I will temporarily let you go. Otherwise, I swear, I will definitely kill you. Callie gave a cold snort and said to Kanal, ha ha ha, what an arrogant woman. Although I don't know what your supposed sorcery is. But now, you have no way out. Come on, seize her for me. Kanal waved his hand behind him. Seeing several cavalrymen closing in, Callie pressed the button in her hand without hesitation. In the next moment, a thunderous tiger roar erupted from the 4 large speakers. Chapter 79. This was clearly a divine tiger from heaven. The original tiger's roar was enough to make the earth tremble. Amplified by Kendrick's 4 speakers, the tiger's roar almost solidified into tangible sound waves, expanding indifferently from the center to the surroundings. The cavalrymen at the forefront were even toppled to the ground by this massive wave of sound. The horses behind, upon hearing the tiger's roar, all neighed in unison and turned to bolt. It was complete chaos. No matter how the riders whipped and yelled, they could not stop the horses, which scattered crazily in panic. This was the instinctive reaction of one creature to another, not just the sound of the tiger, but such volume alone could spook the horses. Brittany of the Ruran cavalrymen didn't even have time to react. Some were thrown off their horses. Others were dragged along still seated on their mounts. Still others awkwardly clung to their horsebacks, letting go of their swords. In an instant, the troops that had surrounded Callie dispersed like ripples caused by a drop of water. Casimir and his men on the outskirts were charging inward. The tiger's roar reached them, and their horses also became uncontrollable. Before they could stabilize their mounts, they saw the cavalry ahead charging chaotically toward them like headless flies. Damn it! What's going on? Their horses also went wild in this situation. Casimir and his men were stunned. All around them were frenzied galloping horses and equally bewildered and terrified Ruran troops. Seeing a Ruran soldier fleeing barehanded, he took advantage of the confusion and struck him down with his sword. At first, he thought it was a coincidence. But more and more cavalrymen fled in disarray, and Casimir's group, being on the outermost layer, was least affected. Deciding not to worry about their horses anymore, they clung tightly to the reins and took out electric batons from under the chaos. Pointing these at people nearby, this weapon proved much more efficient than large knives. Brothers, jump off the horses. Use the artifacts to zap them, Casimir exclaimed in joy, shouting to the surrounding Imperial guards. After jumping off their horses, they hid behind trees, zapping each approaching Ruran cavalryman. The ones hit immediately stiffened and fell off their horses. Others followed suit. For a moment, a series of crackling sounds filled the air. The Ruran soldiers lay sprawled everywhere. Only after those cavalrymen ran away did they come out to finish them off. Those Ruran troops, struck by the electric batons, were paralyzed and fell off their horses, unable to move their bodies. They could only watch helplessly as the Imperial guards beheaded them. Boss, what happened to your face? Gathering together, they noticed Casimir's cheek was highly swollen. Don't mention it. I wasn't paying attention earlier, and I poked the horse's belly. Got nearly killed by a kick. No time for chit-chat. Let's get back to the village quickly. Without further ado, Casimir hurriedly led everyone back to the village. Meanwhile, the infantrymen in the village stood up with their shields raised. But the tiger's roar still came from the wagons. Everyone trembled, holding their shields, too scared to take a step forward. What's happening? Where is his Bretjesty? Where did the tiger come from? Casimir and his men rushed inside as well. The closer they got, the louder the tiger's roar became, like heavy blows hammering at their hearts. Such overwhelming awe even made them uncontrollably shudder. It's right there, on his Bretjesty's carriage. A few men mustered the courage to point at Callie's carriage. What? Your Bretjesty? Ignoring the intense sound, Casimir covered his ears and approached the carriage. In the next moment, the tiger's roar ceased abruptly. Everyone present froze. The sudden disappearance of the powerful roar left everyone's ears ringing and disoriented. Brittany turned pale and knelt on the ground, trembling, gasping for breath as if they had just survived a disaster. Callie slowly emerged from the carriage, removing the earplugs from his ears. Looking at the astonished faces around him, Callie took a deep breath. Close call. So fierce. So impressive. Even with the earplugs, Callie heard the tremendous tiger's roar emanating from the black boxes. At first, he almost jumped out of the carriage in fright, thinking that several fierce tigers would leap out of the black boxes next. But he soon guessed. Perhaps the deity used these black boxes to trap the tigers, allowing only their voices to escape, but not the tigers themselves. Seeing the tiger's roar scare away all the cavalrymen, Callie sighed in relief. Your Bretjesty, what exactly happened? Where did the tiger come from? Casimir and the others cautiously peered into the carriage. Apart from the black boxes, no tigers were visible. They gathered closer. This is a divine artifact. Perhaps the fierce tiger is confined inside. Callie explained. What? That can't be, right? The tiger's roar just now sounded like there were more than one. Yeah, that huge sound was definitely from adult tigers. This small box could only fit a cub at best. You idiots, even a big tiger couldn't make such a loud noise. It must be a divine tiger from heaven. Right. It might be a deity's pet. Even as a cub, it has such. But unexpectedly, Kanal emerged. They absolutely couldn't let them regroup and return. North of Yinsho County, on an open stretch of land, Kanal limped with a dangling arm, pacing back and forth before a campfire. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his trousers were missing from behind, leaving his bloodied buttocks exposed. At the time, he had also ridden to the front, but the tiger's roar startled his horse, causing it to rear up on its front legs, throwing him off. However, his arm got entangled in the reins and dragged along the ground. Though he narrowly escaped death, his arm was torn off, and his body was left in rags from the dragging. Chapter 80. Too much. Cheating? How could this happen? Where did the tigers come from? What exactly happened? Who the hell can tell me what's going on? Breck walked angrily, cursing furiously. With a heart full of rage and nowhere to vent it, he kicked fiercely at the bonfire. Arg! Unexpectedly, there were several large stones inside, and with a scream of pain, he clutched his foot and collapsed on the ground wailing. Not just Breck, all the Ruran people around were also looking glum. They had clearly surrounded the western Liang'anet. Clearly, didn't work at all. But in the end, he underestimated the intimidation power of the king of beasts. Actually, even someone who has never seen a tiger would be afraid upon hearing its roar. It's a fear ingrained in our genes. No way. Callie's self-preservation skills are still too poor. We need to think of a way to make sure Callie can protect himself. Last time it was the sacred Bredadin, this time the cavalry, all aiming at Callie. If targeted, it would be dangerous for him. Kendrick pondered. Guns would be the best option, but where could he get one? Even abroad, he'd need a license. He probably couldn't buy one. He couldn't go to Old Hay for a $0 purchase, could he? Bretaib Edric Zong and others like him might have one. Real estate type. You had pretty good luck. Desi poured a cup of tea for Kendrick. Is that true? How come I haven't heard about it? I haven't missed much online news like this. Kendrick was puzzled. I learned this from industry insiders. It seems some historical records in ancient books have discrepancies. Things are still messy and haven't been sorted out yet, so they can't be made public. Even if they were made public, listening to what experts say is just for reference. By the way, you said you wanted to call me? What do you need? Desi waved his hand. Yes, I do have something to ask you. Don't laugh at me. I suddenly became rich, but I feel uneasy. I want to get something for self-defense. Kendrick smiled. Brother, I know what you mean. You want this kind of thing, right? Desi gestured. Exactly. Kendrick nodded. Brother, money isn't spent like this. Even if I gave you that, you couldn't use it in donghua. If something happened, you'd be investigated thoroughly. In our donghua, such things aren't allowed anymore. That era has passed. If you're worried, I can find some security companies for you to hire bodyguards. Desi advised. All right, forget it then. I'll figure it out myself. Kendrick felt somewhat helpless. He knew Desi must have a way to get it, but he couldn't give it to him. If Kendrick did something wrong with the gun, it could easily lead back to Desi. Now, on the surface, Desi was a legitimate businessman who had cleaned up his act. Brother, don't worry. Though I can't give you that thing, I have a few other items you might find useful. Bring that box here. Seeing Kendrick about to leave, Desi called him back and instructed the bodyguard at the door. Chapter 81. The Divine Stomach Band. After a short while, the bodyguard brought over a box. Little brother Chen, I've long passed through this phase. These items I brought back from abroad are all legal and just as effective. Desi began to explain while opening the box. This is a taser, used by law enforcement in the white-headed eagle country. I'm sure you know how to use it from the movies. This one's called Bolarap 100. I call it the rope of binding gods. It can shoot out a rope to bind someone, reloads in 3 to 5 seconds, and has an effective range of 8 meters. To me, anyone who tries to harm me isn't important. They're just being ordered by someone. The masterminds are what matter, so I need them alive. These are bracelet cuffs with hidden poison needles that can cause death with just a touch. Once controlled, you can use them at any time without drawing attention. There are also some close combat knives, but you'd better skip those to avoid accidental injuries. A few of these items will suffice. The last item is the PPSS concealed stab-proof vest. I spent a fortune on it, but my size doesn't fit, so I've never used it. It's made of high-performance carbon fiber composite material. Even a direct impact from hundreds of jowls won't do much damage to it. A gunshot at close range wouldn't hurt either. I'll give them all to you. Desi picked up each item and introduced them to Kendrick. Except for a few close combat weapons, Desi gave everything else to Kendrick. Thank you. Kendrick was elated. Returning, he detailed the usage of each item and sent it over to Cali. Shilyang, Yinsho County government. Cali and his companions had already arrived outside the city walls. Report. Your Majesty. The Ruran troops have retreated. But before they left, they set fires within the city, forcing civilians to flee. Half the city wall has collapsed. Adrian told Cali. In fact, Adrian didn't need to say more. The ruined city before their eyes already revealed the situation. Seeing the displaced people, Cali felt unbearable sorrow. Divide our food supplies among them and set up camp here tonight. Cali instructed everyone. Carrying Kendrick's box, he came to an abandoned courtyard within the city. Just after settling down, he saw various items inside the box. Cali picked up each curiously, surprised. These things were strange and unfamiliar. After listening to the content of Kendrick's voice recorder, he finally understood that these items were divine artifacts sent specifically for his protection. Cali hurriedly shut the door and equipped himself with these items. Especially that peculiar garment. The deity told her to wear it even when sleeping. This caused Cali's face to flush red. Suddenly recalling the stomach band she had inadvertently given the deity before was still with the deity. The deity hadn't mentioned it again. Could this be a heavenly stomach band? Sent especially for her? No wonder it was light, thin, and soft. She didn't even know what material it was made of. Cali, blushing, wore it under her clothes. These items, keep them on your person and conceal them. Don't let even the Imperial guards know. Human hearts can change. Use these for your own safety. Kendrick advised in the voice recorder. Cali nodded. The deity was indeed thoughtful. Because she had trusted Morris too much, she ended up in that situation. Human hearts are hard to read. Hearing Kendrick's somewhat nagging advice, Cali felt warmth in her heart. Often, the deity did not feel aloof, but rather like an older brother guiding and caring for her. It was because of this that she had grown significantly in recent times. She must work harder and not disappoint the deity. That night, after enduring the battles and plundering of the day, the exhausted citizens set up pots early to cook their meals, and smoke rose in the city both inside and out. The great fire had destroyed much of the city. Now the city and its outskirts were connected. Cali stayed in a relatively intact courtyard. At this moment, a group of citizens led by an elder approached the city. Halt! What do you intend? Arriving outside the courtyard where Cali was staying, they were stopped by Adrian and others. I am a citizen of Yinsho County. Your Majesty personally visited our county and drove away the enemies, so we come to express our gratitude. The elder bowed and said. Upon hearing this, Adrian and his companions relaxed. No need for thanks. His Majesty is resting inside. I will convey your gratitude. Adrian thought for a moment and said to the crowd. They did not let them in. Since the last incident, Casimir and his men had not left Cali's side for a moment, fearing any unforeseen events. This general, today, it was due to his Majesty's fierce tiger that scared off the enemy cavalry. We have gathered some meat specifically to feed the tiger as a sign of our gratitude. We hope the general will allow us. At this moment, a ragged man, almost like a beggar, stepped forward with a large piece of horse meat in his hands. Fierce tiger. How do you know there is a tiger? Casimir looked suspicious. The divine tiger was inside the deity's magical treasure. Casimir had specifically asked if he should kill a horse for the tiger, but Callie said the deity told him it was unnecessary. Moreover, when the tiger frightened the enemy away, no commoners were around. Hearing this, the man stuttered immediately. These people seem suspicious. Seize them. Casimir signaled cautiously. Move out. Realizing they were exposed, the man shouted loudly. His accomplices instantly pushed the civilians toward Casimir and threw the meat into the courtyard. Taking advantage of the confusion, several of them engaged Casimir and his men while one rushed into Callie's courtyard. Inside, he saw no tiger but could make out a figure through the window. He drew an arrow from the basket on his back and fired 3 shots into the dark room. A muffled groan came from within, and the figure fell to the ground. Just as he was about to charge in, he was subdued by the Imperial guards who poured in from behind. Too late. The arrows are coated with deadly poison. Your emperor is dead for sure. Even if you kill us, it's useless. Even though we didn't kill the tiger, the death of the emperor is just as effective. The man laughed maniacally. What? Chop him to pieces. Casimir gnashed his teeth in fury. You're Bretjesty. Casimir rushed in immediately. Sure enough, Callie lay on the ground, and Casimir's heart sank to the bottom. What happened? Callie struggled to stand up. You're Bretjesty. I trusted the civilians too easily, allowing the Rurin to mingle among them and get close to us. I failed in my duty to protect your Bretjesty. I deserve to die. Casimir looked at the arrow piercing Callie's shoulder, despair washing over him. The intruder had said the arrow was laced with deadly poison. It's over. He could not forgive himself. Last time, he nearly killed the emperor due to a diversionary tactic. This time, he caused the emperor to be attacked. He had sinned against Shiliang. Death was the only option. Your Bretjesty. I can only die to pave the way for your Bretjesty. On the road to the underworld, I will still be your Bretjesty's Imperial Guard. Casimir grabbed a knife and was about to slit his throat. Stop. Seeing Casimir's action, Callie was startled. In desperation, she pulled out the taser and shot it at Casimir. Chapter 82. Boss, your pants are wet. Casimir, who was about to slash his own throat, suddenly started convulsing. He fell down stiffly. At this moment, the Imperial guards outside rushed in. To their shock, they found Casimir holding a large knife, convulsing all over, and foaming at the mouth on the ground. Callie was holding a strange object pointed at Casimir, with 2 wires connecting it to Casimir's body. The first few guards were stunned. Damn, boss, you dare to harm his Bretjesty? Fuck, drag him out. Don't splatter his Bretjesty with blood. Shit, I said it would be too easy for assassins to get in. Beat him. Suddenly one of the guards smacked his thigh and came to his senses. Immediately, he called for everyone to carry the stiffened Casimir out. Stop. Stop. Casimir came in to protect his Bretjesty. He didn't betray us. Callie finally reacted and hurried after them. Hearing Callie's words, the crowd attacking stopped. They looked at each other in confusion, taking 2 steps back guiltily. In the middle of the crowd, Casimir had already been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, tears streaming down his cheeks. Whether it was from the guilt of failing as a guard, or the pain of the electric shotgun, or the injustice of being beaten up without reason, his expression was very complex. It took him nearly half an hour to recover, surrounded by a group of people staring wide-eyed. Boss, you're crying. Shut up. Boss, your pants are wet. Shut up. Boss, how did you become so stiff earlier? You were still stiff when we carried you out. You have a good back. Get lost. What are you laughing at? If not for divine protection, we would all be dead. How embarrassing that the Rurin managed to infiltrate us. We are the Imperial Guard. Casimir felt very guilty. The palace had been too peaceful, leaving everyone too complacent. This journey had been fraught with peril, saved only by divine intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry, kneel and apologize to his Bretjesty and the deity. Struggling to stand up, Casimir kicked a few people around him, leading them to kneel before Callie. Wait, you're Bretjesty. You are unharmed? Casimir finally noticed. Callie showed no signs of poisoning or injury. This wasn't right. Earlier, he saw his Bretjesty fall from an arrow wound. The arrow hit my shoulder, but a piece of hard armor deflected it. Bruised a little, nothing serious. Callie waved her hand dismissively. When everyone was distracted by Casimir, Callie had gone inside to check her wounds. The arrow struck her shoulder, tearing through her clothes but stopped by the belly band, given by the deity. Not piercing through. Only then did Callie realize. This belly band was not just for deities. It protected her from harm. No wonder the deity insisted she wear it even while sleeping. Callie felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. In fact, even without the deity's instructions, Callie wouldn't easily tell others about these secrets. These were just between her and the deity. Pass my decree. Everyone must remain vigilant and prepare for battle. From tonight's assassination attempt, it's clear that the Rurin troops haven't retreated to the steppes. Their retreat and arson were merely to mislead us. At dawn tomorrow, continue the pursuit. Callie addressed everyone. Tian High City, Dragon Ascend Drone Company. Kendrick stared at the financial report in surprise. Another round of funding was needed. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated drone research would cost so much. I finally understand why the previous company went bankrupt. A different profit point must be found to support the technology company. Kendrick sighed. Drone technology involved cutting-edge science, making the R&D cost enormous. Especially after Kendrick urged the team to keep developing. The drones created for ancient environments couldn't generate immediate profits. This required constant investment. Fortunately, the pharmaceutical company provided dividends, and the food factory brought some profits, allowing Kendrick to cover the expenses. Still, it was a loss-making process. Luckily, recent research had made progress. Boss, during our eavesdropping device calibration, we detected an unknown signal. We suspect we're being monitored. That moment, the technical director entered. Monitored. Is it the Daybreak Company's doing? Kendrick immediately remembered General Edric's warning. Most likely. It's also unlikely that anyone else would be monitoring us. The technical director nodded. Knock knock. Boss, we traced the signal source and found all the listening devices. They have a device number from the Sakura Empire. The location is in the conference room. It was likely brought in during interviews and connected to the nearby signal base station. Should we report this to the police? At this moment, a technician came in and said, "Don't be in a hurry. There's no concrete evidence proving it was Dawn Company. Reporting it might alert them prematurely. This is an opportunity. Perhaps we can finish them off completely." Kendrick stopped those people. "How's the technology one asked you to research earlier?" Kendrick asked. "Following your instructions, we ensured that all our technologies can be applied in environments with no modern industrial infrastructure. We've made a comprehensive upgrade. For these listening devices, we set up a separate signal transmission terminal. Each terminal has a coverage range of 30 kilometers. And they are solar-powered, so even in uninhabited areas without any signals, as long as these are placed, they can form a local network for signal transmission." The technical director nodded and explained. "So, let's keep their device casings but replace the insides with our own. Send some of our people to apply for jobs at Dawn Company and take the opportunity to install listening devices using our separate signal terminals to test the listening effect." Kendrick thought for a moment and told the technicians, "Yes." The technician immediately left. Chapter 83. The hunter appears in the guise of prey. Soon, the surveillance equipment set up by the technical staff sent back a message. "Boss, they intercepted our communications and learned about recent breakthroughs in several of our R&D projects. They're planning to steal secrets from our company." The technician reported to Kendrick. "Steal secrets?" Kendrick widened his eyes. "Yes, if everything goes as planned, it will happen tonight." Illegal intrusion. Illegal intrusion. Loud alarms echoed, attracting everyone's attention outside. On the outer wall screen of Longting Technology Company, the scene with Irving and others was displayed. Irving, pants down, stood like a dog with one leg raised, dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of drones. Reporters quickly shifted their cameras towards Longting Technology. "Damn it! Yametaru." Realizing something, Irving hurriedly pulled up his pants and ordered everyone to withdraw. But it was too late. Longting's security personnel and police were blocking the entrance, catching them red-handed. At the police station. "Thank you, officer, for responding so quickly and helping us minimize losses." Kendrick thanked the police after finishing the statement. "Not at all. What a coincidence, with the apartment fire next door, we just happened to be there. Almost breaking our fastest response time record. By the way, Irving asked me to ask you if you would consider not pressing charges and discuss compensation. What do you think?" The policeman asked Kendrick. "Compensation? Sure. That's exactly what I had in mind." Kendrick smiled and was escorted to the detention room by the police. "To drop charges, sure, we need substantial compensation, say a small target, and pay immediately. I'll sign the non-prosecution agreement right away and not pursue any issues from tonight. Otherwise, your company will suffer greater damage." Kendrick glanced at the time and spoke to Irving. This is highway robbery." Irving couldn't believe Kendrick's audacity. Good use of idioms. "Indeed, it was a fire, and indeed, it's a robbery. Your description fits well." Kendrick smirked. "Call finance. Transfer the funds." Knowing he was defeated, Irving complied. If he resisted, his company would be implicated. Seeing the confirmation of the transfer, Kendrick smiled. He was worried about insufficient R&D funds lately. This came just in time. A wise man once said, "Struggle with others brings endless joy. Turn bad situations into good ones." The truth. Seeing Kendrick satisfied, Irving was furious. "Damn it. How did they know about our plans tonight? They must have planted a listening device on us. Find it." Leaving the police station, Irving fumed at his subordinates. "President, we've searched thoroughly, and there's no unusual signal source. But we found a bug under the chair in the conference room." The man said, "Bug? Oh yes. Get me the best lawyers. I'm going to sue until they're bankrupt." Irving's eyes lit up instantly. But those bugs seem to be all produced by our company. The casings are all ours." The man stammered. "What did you say?" Irving was stunned. "Are you Irving?" Right at that moment, Kendrick arrived with several uniformed people. "Yes, who are you?" "Mr. Chun, haven't you had enough yet?" Irving was very arrogant. "We are from GA. We are from the military. You are suspected of stealing military secrets. You are arrested." An arrest warrant appeared before Irving. "What are you saying?" Irving was dumbfounded. "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you that when you stole the documents, you accidentally took some design drawings related to military cooperation. Did you not have time to check them before taking everything away?" Kendrick smiled beside him. Irving felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. He fell for the trap. The hunter appears in the guise of prey. Take him away. Soon, Irving was handcuffed and escorted away, leaving the people from Ribu Luo Company speechless. "Heard your company is about to close down? Is your board here? Let's discuss the acquisition issue." Kendrick smiled slightly. To the north of Yinshou County, Callie and his team were retreating from the grasslands. Just moments ago, Callie's team had just fought with Rurin. Although Rurin had many cavalry, Callie's team had better weapons and equipment. Both sides suffered casualties. In the vast grasslands, only cavalry can play an effective role. Infantry simply can't respond in time. The Tiger Roar couldn't be used either. The Tiger Roar worked on enemy horses, but also on their own horses. Moreover, the grassland is vast, and cavalry move fast, making it impossible to predict where they would attack from. Callie sent the recordings of these battles to Kendrick from inside the carriage. They retreated into the territory of Shiliang. "Your Majesty, there used to be an ancient city wall here. But after the major earthquake, the terrain changed, and a large part of the ancient city wall is missing. There's at least a dozen miles of gap here. They can attack from any position, and our forces are limited, unable to defend every place. The best solution is still to attack and completely eliminate them. Casimir came to Callie and said, Chapter 84A wall spanning dozens of miles. No. We are not familiar with the grasslands. It would be very easy to lose our way if we rashly enter. Now it's winter, and once a heavy snowstorm hits, getting trapped would be disastrous. Moreover, penetrating deep into the grasslands would make supply logistics extremely difficult. They could easily outflank us and cut off our supplies. This is not the right time. Callie waved her hand. She, too, knew well that the current situation made defense virtually impossible. But offense was also challenging. The Ruran cavalry had calculated this perfectly. They aimed to lure them deeper in. Let's set up camp first and closely monitor the movements on the grasslands. I have already sent word to the divine beings. I wish to borrow their heavenly eye artifact again. With that artifact, locating the Ruran troops will be much simpler. Callie slowly said. Tion High City. Dragon Sword Drone Company. Kendrick rushed into the R&D department. Boss, you mean putting speakers on drones? And attaching fireworks? And equipping an automatic ignition system? And having it automatically recognize and track horses? Listening to Kendrick's requests, the technical staff exchanged puzzled looks. They thought they had understood Kendrick's ideas, but now they found themselves completely baffled. Exactly. Moreover, ensure the cruising range and speed are sufficient. At the very least, it shouldn't be slower than a horse. Kendrick nodded. Slower than a horse? Boss, I don't quite get it. Why does everything you want seem so primitive? If it's for military use, wouldn't it be easier just to attach weapons directly? The chief of technology asked, puzzled. It's not that simple. Yes, and make sure the ignition device is windproof, and increase the capacity for the fireworks. Well, this really is troublesome. Kendrick shook his head. Due to size restrictions, it was difficult to transport certain materials over. But after hearing your thoughts, I do have a suggestion. The boss stopped Kendrick as he was about to leave. Look at this fence around our factory. When I had a similar idea, I found this product. It's called an ESCO blast wall, usually in a grid pattern like storage boxes. After unfolding, filling it with sand and cement creates a protective fence. I heard that the walls surrounding U.S. military bases are made using this material. The boss led Kendrick to the back fence. Is this made of cloth? Kendrick touched it, surprised. It looked like a series of large continuous storage bins, each over 2 meters tall. Not cloth. The outer layer uses mesh galvanized steel, while the inner layer is polypropylene. This wall only took 2 hours to set up. The boss introduced. Great find. Where did you get it? From the sound of it, it seems American-made. Kendrick was elated. This product met their needs perfectly, just enough quantity to fortify dozens of miles of defense lines. Filling it with cement and sand, it would solidify into a sturdy barrier. Even adding several more layers, widening it, would make it no different from a city wall. Indeed, it's produced by the White-Headed Eagle country. There are many in the trade port. I heard they are selling at a low price recently. The cost of this thing is too high. Just 1 meter costs $1,000. Ordinary people can't afford it. So it has been stockpiled. The boss was talking to Kendrick while handing him a business card. Great. Thank you so much. Kendrick hurriedly made contact. Right now, what was most lacking was methods. Money wasn't an issue. After Kendrick contacted and Amelie bargained, they managed to reduce the price to $600 per meter. Kendrick bought all 100,000 meters in one go. 60 million. Kendrick then immediately contacted cement factories, sand yards, and gravel yards. He purchased several hundred tons of materials. After returning home, he first sent over the modified drones and ESCO blast walls. Shiliang, Yinsho County. Callie was very puzzled by what Kendrick had sent over. She had seen drones before, but this time the items were different from what she had seen previously. There were also some strange cloth-like things. For these drones this time, follow my instructions. Also, have someone unfold these canvases on flat ground according to the diagram, and arrange for people to prepare to receive sand and soil. Kendrick arranged this for Callie via a voice recorder. After hearing this, Callie immediately began organizing Casimir and the others, while Callie herself followed Kendrick's explanation, deploying dozens of signal boosters into the interior of the grasslands. Then, she operated several drones flying toward the grassland. On the screen, the entire grassland came into view. This thrilled Callie. Before long, the screen displayed information. The drones had captured the tracks of horses. I found you. Callie smiled faintly. In the picture were the Ruran troops and tents. At this moment, inside a Ruran tent, Breck was sitting by a bonfire eating roasted lamb. Ha ha ha. This grassland is our home field. Even if they chase in, they will never find us. We have looted plenty of supplies around Yinsho County, enough to supply us for a while. Their defense line is so long. Can they defend it entirely? Breck grinned widely. Since Callie's group fell into the trap and ventured deep into the grasslands, the gloom from previous failures had vanished. Yes, one is right. The Shiliang defense line is so long. With their limited forces, if they scatter them all out to defend, we can directly break through. If they concentrate at one point, we can easily bypass them. They are no match for us. As long as we hold them back for a while, when their supplies run out, they will surely retreat. That will be our opportunity. The other generals also laughed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, strange sounds came from outside. Hearing this sound, many stood up abruptly, their faces pale. They had heard this sound during the siege of the Shiliang capital that night. Chapter 85. Drone-mediated horse grazing? Bang, bang, bang. But they didn't have time to react. In the next moment, explosions sounded. Their grand tent was also overturned by the explosions. Breck and his group of generals crawled out from under the tent, looking bedraggled. However, the scene before their eyes made them gape in shock. They saw fireballs coming from all directions in the sky, continuously shooting towards their camp. The tents exploded, tearing apart into pieces flying up, Explosions among the crowd caused people to scatter and flee with cries of agony. The horse herd exploded amidst the horses, causing them to panic and flee frantically. Again? This? Monsters can come out during the day? Breck didn't know what to say anymore. Hurry, hurry. Stabilize the horses immediately. Go control the horses. Quickly retreat. Breck shouted hastily at everyone. If they lost the horses, not only would combat be impossible, but movement on the grassland would become almost impossible. Fortunately, the drones carried a limited number of fireworks. After one round of bombing, they ceased. Though the horses scattered on the vast grassland, they wouldn't lose them. This moment, Callie watched this scene behind the screen, stunned with her mouth agape. From this perspective, it looked like countless flowers blooming on the earth, truly spectacular. It's too bad. If the fireballs could keep firing, we could eliminate all the ruined troops. Callie felt very regretful. However, she did not operate anything immediately but followed Kendrick's instructions, making the drones ascend and hide. On the grassland, Breck looked up at the sky. There was nothing there. He rubbed his eyes. What just happened was like a dream. But looking at the ground, everything lay in ruins from the explosion. It reminded him that everything that just happened was real. Retreat. Leave here as soon as possible. Without thinking more, Breck, seeing the horses gather, hurriedly led everyone to evacuate with the supplies. And just as they retreated not far away, a buzzing sound appeared in the sky behind them. Breck looked up, and his mind went blank. Here they come again. Roar. 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 Before Breck could react, another series of tremendous tiger roars echoed over. The horses, already frightened by the fireworks, now reacted wildly. They bolted in frantic gallops. Interestingly, Holly was responsible for walking the horses daily. Kendrick produced several batches of drones on the other side. Whenever they ran out of power, she simply switched to new ones to continue the task. During these days, the number of horses noticeably decreased, and the effect became less significant. The Ruran troops began to counterattack with bows and arrows. In the Ruran encampment, damn it, they've gone too far. Our totems? With so many tribal totems, why are none effective at this critical moment? Why aren't you showing signs to help us against these Western Liang monsters? I am at loggerheads with Western Liang. Breck roared furiously. These past few days, their horses' legs were running thinner. No matter where they went, the tiger roars pursued them overhead. Too far. Brittany horses ended up exhausting themselves to death. They were almost sick from eating horse meat. Later on, they found that these monsters seemed to just hover in the air following them without shooting fireballs as before. Breck then speculated that these monsters were probably tigers who had practiced into spirits but were only half transformed and then summoned by the people of Western Liang. To deal with these tiger monsters, they tried everything, shooting arrows at them, smoking them out, throwing stones, and summoning their totems using altars. But none of it worked. Angered, Breck cursed loudly. We can't keep running like this. Sooner or later, we'll exhaust ourselves to death. Why don't we go inside Western Liang territory? There are some trees and houses where we can hide. Yes, Juan. On this endless grassland, we will be run to death, the general said to Breck. During this period, the horses ran in front while they chased after them from behind. They were almost exhausted, but that was nothing compared to the frustration of chasing for so long only to end up back at the starting point. Everyone was enraged to the point of spitting blood. You're right. Let's march south immediately. We should invade deep into Western Liang. Let the monsters attack us while making the people of Western Liang suffer too. Breck slapped his thigh. Immediately under cover of night, he led everyone toward the border of Western Liang. But when they arrived at the Western Liang border, something felt off from a distance. Something seems wrong here. Am I seeing things? How can there be a wall here? The vanguard rubbed their eyes. Everyone behind them also looked forward and indeed saw a wall over 2 men, high standing at the border. How is this possible? There was definitely no wall before. They built this wall in just a few days? This doesn't make sense. It looks like cloth, yet it's so hard. No one could believe their eyes. Not until they approached the wall did they realize it was indeed a solid wall. Though not as tall as previous walls, it was undeniably a wall, and it stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. What's going on? Where did this wall come from? At this moment, Breck and his companions rode up to the front and were shocked almost out of their wits at the sudden appearance of the wall. They knocked on it forcefully. It was rock hard despite seeming like cloth. Bring me a saber. Breck took a large saber and slashed down. Though he managed to cut an opening in the outer layer, which resembled cloth, the inner part remained uncut, even chipping the blade. Are there rocks within rocks? What exactly is this? There aren't any seams either. How did they do this? Breck and his group were stunned speechless. They weren't unfamiliar with the Great Wall of China, which was constructed of individual stones, but this entire structure was one massive stone. Climb up. The wall isn't too high. We can get up on the backs of our horses. Let's check it out first. Breck instructed those around him. Soon, one person climbed atop the wall using a horse. But before they could even climb further, they suddenly screamed and fell off. Chapter 86. The Consequence of Ignorance. What are you wailing for? Do you want the people of Shiliang to know too? With such a short height, one push and you're up there. Breck scolded the man furiously. No, Milton, there are knives up there. The man, trembling, got up from his crouching position. His hands were covered in dripping blood. Knives? Where did they come from? Light the torches for me. Breck yelled at the people beside him. Soon enough, Breck also stood up on the horse's back. With the torch pointed towards the wall, he was instantly dumbfounded. All he could see was a shimmering array of colors on the wall, with countless gleaming points like a piece of the Milky Way. Heavens! How wealthy can Shiliang be? They have embedded gems into their walls? Breck couldn't believe his eyes as he touched the glittering surface involuntarily. Ouch! In the next moment, Breck's hand was cut open. He naturally didn't recognize that this substance was glass. More precisely, it was fragments of glass wine bottles. After Kendrick saw the construction nearing completion, besides instructing them to build it into a spire shape, he had specially bought several tons of glass wine bottle shards. They adorned the outer surface. The anti-stab gloves Kendrick sent last time proved useful here, but Breck and his men did not have any. Their ignorance cost them dearly. Is this sorcery? What should we do? Looking at the cut on his finger, Breck felt an indescribable shock. Meanwhile, in the main tent of Xiliang, "You're Brett Jesty. They've been found. They really came." Casimir rushed in nervously. After the Roaring cavalry fled, Callie overheard their plan through the eavesdropping device. They planned to infiltrate deep within Xiliang territory. Although they had built high walls, they weren't sure about the exact location from which the Roaring would attack. Therefore, they stationed guards periodically behind the walls. And they informed Kendrick immediately. Just now when Breck ordered someone to light the fire, they were spotted by nearby guards. The guards promptly reported it. Immediate action. Follow the plan. Remember the god's instructions. After lighting them, throw them out immediately. Callie instructed Casimir and others. Then after they left, she flew the reconnaissance drone again. That moment, outside the high walls, the Roaring soldiers stared at each other in dismay. They had walked several miles along the high wall and found that the original gap of dozens of miles had been completely blocked by walls. A few days ago, this place was empty. They could only attribute it to sorcery. Brittany Roaring soldiers showed signs of fear again, all combat motivation long gone. As everyone stood in uncertainty, suddenly, from behind the high wall, many strange things were thrown over. These items sparkled as if they were bamboo tubes. What is this? A Roaring soldier picked one up to look. It wasn't large, just about the size of a wrist in diameter. The tip had a small spark burning, but it burned out quickly. Boom. In the next instant, the object exploded directly. That soldier's hand was blown off, and he screamed as he fell to the ground. This scream was quickly drowned out by the dense explosions. These were Black Thunder fireworks bought specially by Kendrick from a fireworks factory, the most powerful fireworks he could buy. Each explosion wasn't lethal, but more than 1,000 people frantically lit them and threw them towards the wall. The Black Thunder fireworks rained down on the Roaring soldiers. Roaring soldiers near the wall were instantly overwhelmed by explosions. The remaining horses whinnied and fled in panic. Breck was also caught in the explosions, half his face scorched, hurriedly escaping deeper into the grasslands under protection. Ha ha ha. If you have the guts, come back. With divine protection, we'll finish you off. Casimir yelled loudly, grinning as he heard the retreating hoofbeats. On the screen, Callie watched the departing Roaring cavalry, her lips unconsciously twitching. So miraculous. Never thought war could be fought like this. With endless treasures from the god, having divine protection is truly blissful. Callie took a deep breath. She involuntarily touched the bracelet on her wrist. It was a weapon given by the god, but Callie loved it so much she couldn't let go. She eagerly shared tonight's battle results with Kendrick. Tian High City, bright light neighborhood. Kendrick had just woken up when he heard Callie's excited recounting. By the sound of it, the Roaring cavalry has retreated into the grasslands. After suffering losses several times in a row, they probably wouldn't dare to advance recklessly anymore. Trapping them on the grassland means they can't move south or retreat to the northern foothills where they could find shelter from the snow. They'll freeze to death. Things should be stable for a while now. Kendrick also heaved a sigh of relief. This trip by Callie had left Kendrick incredibly busy. He hadn't had proper rest at all, and due to the urgency, he hadn't been able to control costs well when buying supplies. Especially with the construction of the walls. Because it was needed urgently, logistics costs took up a significant portion. After washing up, Kendrick went out. On the way, he bought Bowsy and soy milk and headed to the company. Even though Kendrick was now a billionaire, his lifestyle didn't change much, maintaining his previous habits. Just as he walked into the office holding the Bowsy, Amelie, who was biting one herself, looked at him in shock. "Boss, you eat breakfast too?" Amelie asked subconsciously. "What are you saying? I'm not grass that can live on northwest wind every day?" Kendrick was taken aback. No. You're a billionaire. How come you're eating Bowsy like me? In TV shows, rich people always eat steaks and bread for breakfast and even caviar. Amelie widened her eyes. What's so good about that? Our Chinese breakfast is better. Kendrick said casually. Boss, have you been following the news recently? I heard that Kangaroo Country and Bald Eagle Country restricted our lithium or imports, so electric cars will probably become more expensive. I was planning to buy one. Amelie chatted idly with Kendrick. Why don't you buy one? The company can pay for a public car, and you can drive it while being my driver. Kendrick smiled. I haven't passed my subject 2 yet. After crashing into the instructor last time, the driving school hasn't notified me to practice again. Amelie sighed. Kendrick, how are those videos going lately? Kendrick changed the topic. They are still as popular as ever. Recently, many advertisers contacted us. Since modern items appear in ancient times, they want to feature their products in our videos. I was going to talk to you about this today. Amelie said proudly. Really? That's great. Kendrick became interested. What kinds of products? Kendrick asked. Let me check. Amelie stuffed the bun into her mouth and took out a file. There are sellers of nose hair trimmers and electric razors. They think ancient people's body hair suits them perfectly. And there are bra and sanitary napkin sellers who believe ancient women need these absolutely. There's even a hair dye seller who thinks dyed hair would look amazing on ancient people. There's also a motorcycle seller who says riding motorcycles would be very cool for battles back then. And stop. All this nonsense? Kendrick was exasperated. His intention was to improve life for the people of Xiliang through brainstorming. But these were just ideas fit for the Ghost Fire youth fashion. Chapter 87. I found it on the street. Before you agree to any collaboration, bring all the materials and products from potential collaborators for me to review. Now that Henry Anjiang, such a large company, is under scrutiny, we must be careful with our product selection, especially with food. Honesty is paramount. Kendrick said this to Amelie. All right. Don't worry, boss. Amelie nodded her head, but then she seemed to recall something and looked at Kendrick cautiously. Well, does sister-in-law know me? I'm just an ordinary employee here. While you are handsome, boss, you are a married man. I can't accept anything outside of work. Amelie timidly explained to Kendrick. What are you talking about? Kendrick was taken aback, his mind not catching up. I heard those recordings and comments. They say live streaming companies are chaotic. Female hosts get, well, exploited by bosses. Amelie took a step back. Phew. Kendrick nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just do your job well. Don't overthink everything. Kendrick said helplessly. Forget it. Just focus on your work. I'll go now. Kendrick stood up reluctantly. Originally, he had been spending time in the office with Amelie, and it hadn't felt odd having a single man and an unmarried woman together. But after Amelie's words, it somehow changed. Speechless, Kendrick returned home. As soon as he got home, he noticed Callie's recorder appeared in the box, next to a peculiar stone with streaks of gold. What's this? Kendrick curiously turned on the recorder. Only then did he realize that the Ruran troops had proactively sought peace. They wanted to exchange a gold mine on the prairie for a temporary ceasefire and safe passage through the winter in Xiliang. The stone was sent as a sample. However, Callie didn't want to agree to their peace offer. He believed they had already received too much divine favor recently, and thus passed it along. This left Kendrick unsure of what to do, so he went to an antique shop and asked Jared to examine the gold content in the mine sample. Little brother Chen, the gold content isn't high. It's only average, Jared told Kendrick. But surprisingly, there's quite a bit of lithium inside it. Lithium? Kendrick was puzzled. Yes, lithium ore, which counts as a rare metal element. It has many applications today, like batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, and other new energy and high-tech fields, with more than 80% used in lithium-ion batteries. As global demand for clean energy and a low-carbon economy increases, the market value of lithium continues to rise. I even bought some stocks in lithium mining companies. Recently, Kangaroo Country and Eagle Country have restricted imports of lithium from our country, causing significant stock fluctuations. Jared elaborated for Kendrick. So you're saying this, or could also be considered lithium ore? Once processed, it could yield lithium? Kendrick was surprised. Indeed. This stuff is in short supply right now, and its price is high. Where did you find this stone? Jared showed great interest. Kendrick always seemed to have good finds. I found it on the street. I have to go now. Kendrick made up an excuse and hurried off. He needed to quickly inform Callie not to attack the Ruran troops yet. Everything was negotiable. Hey, on which street did you find it? Tell us clearly. I'll check it out too. Jared rushed out, but Kendrick was already gone. In Xiliang, Yanshou County. Your Bretjesty. Why wait? We've detained those few Ruran men. Just execute them. Yes, your Bretjesty. They killed so many of our people. Why keep them alive? How about we pretend to agree, lure them in, and then eliminate them? The crowd advised Callie. In war, envoys should not be killed. There's no need to slay them. But their attempt to negotiate using the gold mine is foolish wishful thinking. I have consulted the gods and will await their guidance. Callie slowly replied. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After hearing Kendrick's message, Callie was taken aback. She thought the gods would support them, but instead, they urged her to agree to the Ruran terms and investigate the gold mine promptly. When Callie shared Kendrick's message with everyone, they were also puzzled. Your Bretjesty. Although the gold mine does exist, extracting the gold will require a great deal of effort, won't it? If the gods need gold, we can directly offer them gold. Yes, your Bretjesty. What exactly do the gods mean? Why don't you communicate with the gods again? Everyone spoke to Callie one after another. Although I do not know what the gods mean, since the gods have spoken, we must follow their instructions. Think about it. During all this time, has the god ever asked us to do anything? Do you want to go against the will of the gods? Callie coldly addressed everyone. I dare not. Seeing Callie's anger, they quickly knelt down to apologize. Carry out the gods' instructions immediately. Dispatch troops to accompany the Ruran envoys to inspect the gold mine. I want to know everything about that gold mine. Callie ordered. Soon, Callie informed Kendrick about everything she had learned about the gold mine and sent him several large samples of ore. In China, at Beijing Capital International Airport. As soon as Kendrick dragged his suitcase out, he saw a sign with his name on it in the crowd. Hello, I'm Kendrick. Kendrick walked over. Hello. I'm here from the Ministry of Commerce to pick you up. Let's go. Is the ore inside the suitcase? The person next to him eagerly took Kendrick's suitcase. After receiving the mining data and samples from Callie, Kendrick immediately contacted the Ministry of Commerce, saying that he had previously imported a large quantity of lithium ore. The other party promptly arranged for Kendrick to bring the sample ores to Beijing. This shipment of ore comes at just the right time. We are currently negotiating with people from the Eagle Country and Kangaroo Country. They are very aggressive, clearly trying to limit our country's development. If your shipment of ore can be supplied, it will certainly alleviate our urgent need. As soon as they got into the car, the person spoke to Kendrick. In no time, they brought Kendrick to the department. Upon arriving at the conference room, they heard an arrogant questioning voice coming from inside. Chapter 88. Oh, we'll all fly planes from now on. This is our price. Take it or leave it. Otherwise, stop importing. For years, we have been reducing our export volumes. Your donghua cannot possibly have any stockpiles. So, these are the only two choices. Either you agree to increase the export of other rare earth elements and raise the import price of lithium mines by 50%, or we will impose a full blockade. A person from White Eagle Country said provocatively. You're going too far. Are you really going to start a trade war? There's no way we can accept such conditions. Our donghua is not the country you can manipulate as before. The minister said coldly. Haha, let's wait and see. I heard that electric vehicles are taking up an increasing share in your donghua. Even if you don't agree, without lithium supply, you'll end up importing batteries from us. And when that happens, the markup will be even higher. Don't beg us for exports then. The person from White Eagle Country sneered. Yeah. The person from Kangaroo Country waved like a yes man beside him. Who says we have to beg anyone? Unable to bear the bullying from White Eagle Country, Kendrick pushed open the door and walked in instinctively. Huh. You're Kendrick? The minister was initially surprised but quickly recovered. Who are you? How disrespectful you donghua people are. The person from White Eagle Country looked down on Kendrick with disdain. When a burglar breaks into your house, do you expect him to knock? Either you're stupid or crazy. As for manners, you White Eagle Country started this trade war, violating WTO rules and intentionally provoking. Now you know manners. Just one more thing, your Chinese isn't bad, so at least you understand some manners. Kendrick retorted sharply. I came here to tell you that donghua has many minds and can do without you. Kendrick told the representatives from White Eagle Country and Kangaroo Country. Humph. Dream on. Do you think lithium is just lying around? It's a gift from heaven, and your donghua soil doesn't have it. The person from White Eagle Country laughed derisively. Who says we don't? While we don't have much, we can still provide over 10,000 tons. Kendrick said calmly. Ha ha ha. We've already checked with satellites. There is indeed a lithium mine, but it's in Mongolia, not in your territory. And 10,000 tons? If you can bring out a basketball-sized lithium rock, I'll kneel and apologize to all donghwans. The person from White Eagle Country stood up arrogantly. At that moment, Kendrick dragged in a suitcase and accidentally hit a chair. A boulder twice the size of a basketball rolled out. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. You just picked up a random stone and claimed it's lithium? Who would believe that? Seeing the huge stone, the person from White Eagle Country suddenly felt a chill run down his back, but he refused to admit it verbally. Test it immediately. The minister instructed. Shortly after, staff members arrived with the report. All eyes in the meeting room were fixed on those papers. The minister took a deep breath and hurriedly grabbed the report. His face turned grim as he read it. The people from White Eagle Country craned their necks to peek, but the minister quickly put it away. Sorry, Mr. Chris and Mr. Norbert, we indeed don't have lithium mines. That was a bluff on our part. The minister frowned. Ha ha ha. Scared me there. You donghwans really like making a fuss. Told you. How could there be lithium? The two men from White Eagle Country and Ostrich Country relaxed but became arrogant again. These are the only two options. What's your choice now? Hurry up, we're busy, don't waste our time. Chris sat with crossed legs addressing the donghwans. Oh, continue the blockade. We don't need it for now. Since you're busy, get back to work. Escort them out. The minister waved dismissively. What? What are you talking about? Chris stopped swinging his leg. He exchanged looks with Norbert. Both were stunned. Wait a minute, what does this mean? You admitted you don't have any? Why are you? Chris widened his eyes. Oh, we'll all fly planes or spaceships in the future, not drive electric cars. We are very busy, don't waste our time. Please leave immediately. The minister said expressionlessly. Before Chris and his companions could react, they were escorted out. In the next moment, cheers and laughter erupted in the conference room. Chris was utterly bewildered. Without caring about appearances, he darted back and kicked open the door to the meeting room. But he found everyone inside looking at him with solemn expressions. What is it, Mr. Chris? Forget something? Or are you coming back to kneel and apologize? Here is donghua. Hope you understand some manners and knock before entering. The minister frowned as he said this. You. Chris froze on the spot. One day later, donghwa's Ministry of Commerce held a press conference. White Eagle Country. We will continue to impose an embargo on lithium or imported from donghua until donghua agrees to our terms. Donghua, oh noted. Next question. White Eagle Country. You need to think carefully. This is seriously impeding your development. Donghua, oh, speaking of which, I forgot to mention one thing. Starting today, donghua will also impose an embargo on the export of other rare earth elements to all countries until White Eagle Country lifts its restrictions. White Eagle Country. Other countries. For the global distribution of resources, the Middle East has oil, and donghua has rare earth elements. If donghua were to cut off supplies, they would be in big trouble. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the White Eagle Country representative. The representative of White Eagle Country felt a chill run down his spine. This shouldn't be the way things are going. 3 days later, Kendrick boarded a plane back to Tianhai City. An agreement had been reached in recent days. Kendrick established a multinational trading company in Tianhai City, supplying the largest lithium or processing company domestically. Payments were made and goods delivered quietly behind the scenes. Externally, everything was kept confidential. When asked, they would deny any involvement. With the White Eagle Country's blockade, we're really scared. You keep it up. Shiliang. In the vast prairie tent. Halt. Only the leader can enter. No one else is allowed in. A few Ruran people were stopped by Casimir and his men as they tried to enter. Huh. The Ruran men were about to react. Casimir waved his hand, and countless soldiers swarmed out. Humph. You wait outside. The lead man, Breck, turned black-faced. But since they were within Shiliang's camp, they didn't dare act recklessly and could only bear it. Chapter 89. This is a notice, not a discussion. Inside the grand tent, Callie sat on the dragon throne. Breck went in and looked around but didn't find a single chair, causing her expression to turn grim. But there was nothing she could do about it. Before entering, all weapons were confiscated from her. A circle of menacing imperial guards stood inside the room as well. She did not dare to act out. Annette of Shiliang? We meet again. Breck sat on the ground with a grudge, pretending that she didn't care. But as soon as she sat down, she felt a cold chill under her bottom. Only then did she realize someone had poured water, which had now frozen solid. With no choice, she stood up again, disgruntled. With Callie seated high above and Breck standing below, the posture of victor and vanquished became instantly clear. Seeing this scene, Callie tried hard to suppress a smile. The deity was indeed amusing. Not only did they make bold moves, but also engaged in such playful pranks. But, watching it felt so comforting. Since you have come forward for peace, I, for the sake of the common people's tranquility, am willing to accept. That mine belongs to us, Shiliang. You may receive enough grain to survive this winter on the grassland. Entering Shiliang is impossible, Callie said expressionlessly. No. We agreed previously. We must enter Shiliang. How can we be sure you won't go back on your word? If you interrupt the grain supply, we're doomed. Breck glared immediately. Their people had been frightened by Callie's demonic tiger. People of Shiliang will not break our word as you did. If we promise grain, we will provide it, Callie said coolly. Not acceptable. There is no room for discussion. We need to reside in Yinsho County, and you must designate an area exclusively for us, off limits to Shiliang citizens. Breck grew anxious. Do you think that's possible? This is our land, Shiliang. It is impossible for us to let you in. Moreover, this is a notice, not a discussion. Callie tapped her finger on the armrest of the dragon throne and said coldly, so be it. No deal. And forget about that mine too. Breck hadn't expected this woman to be so uncompromising. That mine's location, we already know. Even if you don't give it to us, can't we just seize it by force? Agree or go back. Sooner or later, we'll wipe you all out. Callie responded without any courtesy. She was unafraid of ruin. In fact, if not for the deity's instruction, she wouldn't even have agreed to these talks. Breck was stunned. Himph. If you fail to supply grain on time, we'll march south and flatten your Shiliang. Though Breck spoke fiercely through gritted teeth, she knew she had to agree. Callie smiled slightly. She did not take Breck's threat seriously at all. Strength comes from having the right resources. The deity said dignity only rests atop a sharp sword. Himph. I bid my farewell. Breck said, about to leave. Hold on. Callie called out to stop Breck. Breck became alert instantly. You don't intend to keep me here, do you? Breck looked around suspiciously. I've heard many tribes still remain on your grassland after Rurin's defeat. You can reach out to them and tell them we in Shiliang are purchasing wolf pelts at high prices. Callie spoke slowly. Buying wolf pelts? Breck paused, unsure if she had heard correctly. This sudden trade proposal from Callie left her bewildered. Yes. We will buy them at 5 times the market price. You can exchange for money or for grain. Callie explained to Breck. Honestly, she didn't quite understand why she was doing this either. This point was specifically instructed by the deity. All right. Breck agreed without hesitation. Why hadn't you mentioned this earlier? If this was the case, why would we fight? War is waged over resources, isn't it? There are plenty of wolves on the grassland. This will really pay off. Breck rubbed her hands excitedly. Just with this price difference, they could grow much stronger. But I have one condition. Breck eyed Callie shrewdly. Go on. Callie nodded. I will inform all the tribes on the grassland, but buying wolf pelts can only be done through our tribe. Breck proposed. She wanted to use this advantage to negotiate with other tribes. Not only could she earn more profit, but this could help unify the various tribes on the grassland. Agreed. Callie understood Breck's intention clearly. Currently, it posed no harm to Shiliang. After reaching an agreement, both Callie and Breck breathed a sigh of relief. Even for Breck, this sudden cooperation was completely beyond her expectations. Coming out of the grand tent, she saw her subordinates and the Imperial Guards facing off, and even went up to kick a couple of them. After apologizing with clasped hands to the Imperial Guards, she led her people away. This left the Imperial Guards thoroughly bewildered as well. After sending Breck off, Callie reported the process of this cooperation to Kendrick. By the will of the deity, I really don't understand this move. If they really start trading wolf pelts in large quantities at such high prices, we won't have enough grain either. I will also need you to send more grain over. Callie couldn't help but send her doubts to Kendrick. What is the advantage of the grassland cavalry? Kendrick responded quickly. Fine steeds. Riding skills. Their horses are taller and stronger than ours. And the grassland people grow up riding horses from childhood. Their riding skills are exquisite, surpassing us in both archery on horseback and charging. Callie replied without hesitation. But if they hunt wolves extensively, what changes would it bring to the grasslands once the wolves become extinct? Kendrick prompted Callie. With fewer wolves, there would be less harm caused by them. They wouldn't eat livestock anymore, so the livestock population would increase. Callie thought for a moment. Yes. But the grassland wolves mainly feed on deer, rabbits, and rats. Preying on livestock is relatively rare. If the wolf population decreases, the populations of these rabbits and rats would increase. With more rabbits, the grass would decrease, and more rats would damage the grass roots. Less grass means fewer horses. Without horses and still dependent on us for grain supply, they will be at an absolute disadvantage. Kendrick explained to Callie. Oh, so that's how it is. Callie could not help but clap her hands in surprise. She admired and rejoiced greatly. She admired how the deity's strategy was so wise, dismantling the advantages of the grasslands without any bloodshed. She was delighted that when the deity spoke just now, it used we, giving Callie a sense of comfort and secret joy. There might still be unrest in various countries, so do not let your guard down. Now is far from the time for victory. Kendrick reminded Callie. Kendrick knew very well. Compared to the upcoming turmoil in the world, the recent actions were insignificant. Chapter 90. Do you mind if I post this on my moments? We have divine protection. Nothing will happen. There are still some magical treasures left from last time. If anyone dares to bully me again, I'll use those treasures against them. Callie was rather coquettish. Cough. Well, don't easily bring out the fireworks and those things. They should only be used in emergencies, not daily. Otherwise, they lose their surprise factor and mysterious charm, diminishing the effect. Kendrick said with some helplessness. All right, got it. I was just joking. Dumb. Listening to Kendrick's serious tone, Callie couldn't help but purse her lips. On the other side of the recorder, Kendrick, hearing Callie's almost teasing voice, was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he remembered to reply to Callie, but pressing the recorder, he didn't speak for a long time. In his mind, all that remained were glimpses of her stunning appearance from earlier videos and her melodious laughter. Kendrick couldn't help but smile. After reaching an agreement with Chirayan of Rurin, Kendrick immediately sent people into the grasslands to mine lithium. He also provided many tools like picks, drills, hammers, and carts. Kendrick naturally knew modern mining equipment would be better, but the portal was too small to transport them. Kendrick had no choice but to give up. He then had Callie gather many people from Yin Shou County to participate. After arranging everything, Callie prepared to return to the capital. She left some troops and enough grain in Yin Shou County to protect and facilitate trade with Rurin. Next, she needed to inspect several county administrations. Recently, news of Callie defeating bandits, executing a saintess, and defeating Rurin spread throughout Xiliang. Bandits in Xiliang have become more compliant. Supplying grain faced no obstacles. Wherever Callie went, she received enthusiastic welcomes from the locals. Her journey proceeded smoothly. Elsewhere, Tianhai City, Kendrick's mining company was successfully registered, with green lights all the way through thanks to high-level connections. Kendrick, you've done well? Who would have thought we have such an outstanding young entrepreneur in Tianhai City? Amenship has stated this is a matter of national importance, and we will offer maximum support. Amens of Tianhai City said to Kendrick. Upon receiving a call from higher-ups, Tianhai City's leaders were bewildered. They were worried about investment indicators. Unexpectedly, a national strategic enterprise emerged within Tianhai City. Upon further inquiry, they learned Kendrick owned another drone company and was the sole military-industrial cooperation enterprise in Tianhai City. And according to tax rankings, it surged by 18,888 places. Several leaders from Tianhai City immediately visited Kendrick. Thank you for your support. Currently, our warehouse is quite small. We need to find suitable... Kendrick was a bit puzzled. Belongs to you? No, I haven't received notification from above. You can't enter. There's a logistics company inside. Since I'm employed here as a guard, I must be responsible. Let me call the leadership and ask. The old man said with a strong sense of duty. Before long, more than 10 young men with tattoos rushed out from the factory premises. Where did you brats come from? You claim this is your factory? Beat it. A man among them, wearing a large gold chain, said, do you even have any sense of reason? The place was originally an abandoned factory which you illegally occupied. Now that we've legally obtained it, you still refuse to move out. Aren't you afraid of us calling the police? Amelie indignantly stepped forward to say, Ho, where did this pretty little thing come from? Call the police? We're not scared of the police either. We'll still mess with you after we get out. Amin strutted up arrogantly and said, Ding. Just as Kendrick was about to speak, a breadyback drove up. Those people immediately bent low and fawned over it. What's going on? A fat man with a thumb-thick gold chain lowered his car window. Boss, this kid says the factory is his now and told us all to move out. That person pointed at Kendrick. Oh, come to my office and let's talk. The fat man glanced at the documents in Kendrick's hand and waved. In the fat man's office. I didn't expect you could really get this land. I tried hard before but couldn't get the paperwork. To be honest, this place used to belong to the state and had been abandoned for many years. Our logistics company moved here last year, and we've built everything up. Want us to just leave? No way. Either give us hefty compensation, including these buildings and materials, plus damages, I'll bundle it up, 10 billion yuan should cover it. Or transfer this land to me. I'll give you 10 million yuan. How does that sound? The fat man grinned. You're really trying to bully me. Unfortunately, I can't agree to either condition. And I need to remind you to think about why you couldn't get this land but I could. I'll give you 1 week to move out from here, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Amelie, let's go. Kendrick spoke calmly, taking Amelie to leave. Just at the door, they were stopped by the group of thugs from earlier. Today, you have to agree, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving easily. The middle-aged man also got tough. Alright, do you mind if I post this on my moments? Kendrick sat back down. What, are you calling for backup? Posting on moments? Really don't know if you're here to make fun of us. Post away, I'll give you 1 hour. That guy, prepare a land transfer agreement. The middle-aged man sneered coldly and yelled at someone nearby. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Kendrick gently patted Amelie, who was trembling a bit. He typed a few words and posted on moments. Then he waited sitting there. Chapter 91. Heaven A88888. Heaven A00007. 10 minutes passed. There was no sound at all. Half an hour passed. There was no sound at all. 50 minutes passed. There was no sound at all. Hee, putting on a show? Aren't you going to call someone? Where are they? The fat man looked at Kendrick with mockery all over his face. To be honest, I should thank you. I risked occupying this place. If the higher-ups found out, it would have been troublesome. But I didn't expect you to help me out. Knock knock. Just as the fat man finished speaking, a knock came from the door. His expression changed. Amelie hurriedly looked toward the door. Boss, this is the land transfer agreement that's been sent here. We've already stamped it. All we need is a signature. A subordinate respectfully handed over the agreement. Gimme. The fat man immediately relaxed. Amelie was almost in tears. She had thought their company would become big and strong, but who knew they would encounter the black society of Tianhai City. Okay, stop pretending. Hurry up and sign. I'll give you 10 million. It's not little. The fat man threw a pin to Kendrick. Bang! In the next moment, several subordinates rushed in nervously. Boss, there are many people outside. A subordinate trembled while talking to the fat man. What? Well, you're pretty brave, kid. Come on, let everyone go out with their weapons. The fat man got up and walked out. Kendrick smiled and went out with Amelie. That moment, inside the logistics park, a large Rolls-Royce and 3 minivans entered, and quite a few people got out of the minivans one by one. Don't be afraid, brother. I've come to save you. When Jackson saw Kendrick coming out, he picked up a baseball bat and wanted to rush forward but was pulled back by Jared. Are you Farron? My name is Jared. I heard you detained my younger brother, Jared said as he stepped forward. Just then, Jackson suddenly jumped up from the sofa while playing on his phone, which surprised Jared. But after seeing Kendrick being detained in a WeChat post, he immediately called some people to come over. Jared, what's your relationship with this guy? Let me tell you, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Upon hearing Jared's name, the fat man was startled. He had heard of him in Tianhai City as the largest antiques dealer and owner of several enterprises. But the profit from this land was huge, too significant to just hand over. He's my brother. Crossing him means crossing me. If you don't release him, don't blame me for being impolite, Jared said coldly, waving a hand at those behind him. They immediately surrounded them. Oh, do you think I've wasted all these years on the streets? Why don't you show me what happens when you're not polite? Seeing a fight about to break out, the fat man signaled his goons, who also advanced with weapons. Beep beep. Just as everyone was about to clash, a line of Breadybacks drove in. The leading car had the license plate Heaven A88888. Boss, it looks like Desi's car. A subordinate behind the fat man quickly said. Recognizing the car, the fat man hurriedly bowed and opened the car door. Desi? Why did you come? The fat man hastily asked. This Desi was a major player in Tianhai City. He was powerful in both legal and illegal circles. Not someone the fat man could afford to offend. But unexpectedly, after getting out of the car, Desi didn't even look at the fat man but scanned the crowd, searching for Kendrick. Upon finding him, he immediately walked over. Little brother Chun, are you okay? I saw your post and hurried over. Good thing I set you as priority notification. If you need anything, just call me. Posting on social media won't do much, Desi said to Kendrick. Thank you, Desi. Kendrick smiled. Damn. Farron, get your ass over here. Desi turned and looked at the fat man and his subordinates, his demeanor changing instantly. Back in the day, when he was running the streets, this Farron was just a low-level thug. If he hadn't given him the logistics business, Farron would probably be inside by now. Desi, I really didn't know this brother Chun was your friend. I deserve to die. Brother Chun, I mistook you for an ordinary person. Please don't hold it against me. Seeing Desi's attitude toward Kendrick, the fat man nearly cried. He hurriedly knelt before Kendrick, slapping himself. Seeing the situation, Jared grinned and signaled his men to put away their weapons. Woohoo, woohoo. Right at that moment, several police cars drove in. Behind them were a few A6s. The license plate was Heaven A00007. Seeing this, the fat man's legs immediately went weak. He fell on his butt on the ground, staring at Kendrick in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? How did even the leadership get involved? Did I fuck up by offending him? Only then did the fat man understand what Kendrick had told him back then. The land he couldn't get, Kendrick could secure. What did that mean? The fat man felt like dying right then and there. Hearing someone illegally occupying state assets? And illegally detaining people? Go ahead, arrest all those people. Amin waved a hand. No need for further instructions from the leader. Those thugs, seeing the situation, already obediently threw away their weapons and crouched down with their hands on their heads. Their actions were quite practiced. Mr. Chun, are you okay? I'm sorry, my secretary alerted me to the issue here. It was my fault for not investigating clearly enough, causing you trouble. Amin said to Kendrick. He hadn't expected that this vacant state-owned factory would be occupied. If this got out, it would be embarrassing. You're too kind, sir. I just vented on social media because of dissatisfaction over the collaboration. Never thought it would disturb you. There's nothing wrong here. This boss is my business partner. We've reached an agreement. All the ore will be transported by their logistics company. I have caused you too much trouble, Kendrick said to the leader. Hearing Kendrick's words, Farron looked up at Kendrick in disbelief. He had thought he would end up inside this time. His company, which he worked hard on for years, would also be ruined. But unexpectedly, this Hubert didn't make any reports? He even left him out? No wonder he posted on social media instead of calling directly. Posting on social media can be seen as venting, but calling for help changes everything. Understanding Kendrick's intention, Farron almost kneeled down before Kendrick. Is this true? Amin turned to look at Farron. Yes. Sir, we've already reached an agreement with Mr. Chun. Everything will be handled by us for transportation. Moreover, we had prepared these buildings in advance for Mr. Chun. All of this belongs to Mr. Chun. Farron hurriedly came forward to explain. Chapter 92. Who the hell was rude to Big Brother just now? Since that's the case, Director Gregory, let's withdraw your people. Mr. Chin's company is a key enterprise that our Tianhai City focuses on supporting. Anyone who goes against Mr. Chun will be going against our city's economic development. I hope you all understand this. Amin naturally understood the situation at hand. But seeing that Kendrick did not pursue the matter, and Bruno also knew better, they left with their people. You really impress me more and more, little brother Chun. Yes, little brother Chun. After your trip to the capital, you've become so formidable. I'll have to rely on you for protection in the future. We'll take our leave now. Come by for tea if you're free. Jared and Desi also spoke to Kendrick before leaving. Mr. Chun, thank you for showing mercy just now. Please give me and my brothers a chance to make a living. From now on, I'm your little brother. Haven't paid respects to the big brother yet? Who the hell was rude to the big brother just now? Step forward and slap yourself. Bruno came before Kendrick, shouting at the group of thugs. Meeting you, big brother. The group of thugs hurriedly knelt down, each sweating profusely, recalling how they treated Kendrick moments ago. Alright, you all should focus on running logistics well. This half of the logistics area will be left to you. The remaining parts are for building warehouses. This is Amelie from my company. Arrange the procedures with her. Once the minerals arrive, start transportation immediately. Kendrick waved his hand, introducing Amelie. My lady, I was wrong. This way, please. The thugs called Amelie, lady, escorting the bewildered Amelie to the office. Kendrick shook his head with a smile. With the logistics company in place, the industrial chain is now a closed loop. Each industry has initially scaled up. Now, it's only a matter of waiting for the park to be completed and gradually integrating everything. Shiliang, capital city. In the grand hall, the court session was underway. Callie sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the ministers below. How is the capital recently? Callie asked the assembly. Your Bretjesty. After your Bretjesty left the capital, we have followed your Bretjesty's instructions precisely. The grain transported to various regions is progressing normally. The city defenses of our capital have been rebuilt. The civilians around the causing many civilians to lose their homes. Upon hearing that Shiliang has grain, many refugees have entered our territory. Elby proposed. Agreed. The divine being has also mentioned this matter. Regarding grain supply, it's not an issue. Just be wary of Baelyang. Clay has always had eyes on Shiliang. Hearing of our grain reserves, he may take action. We must quickly recruit and train soldiers. Time is short. Callie nodded. Yes, your Bretjesty. Additionally, during your Bretjesty's absence from the capital, a civilian uprising occurred. Although suppressed by us, we dared not hide it from your Bretjesty. Elby reported. Civilian uprising? Why would there be a civilian uprising? Was it due to Morris's remnants? Callie was puzzled. At that time, before your Bretjesty left the capital, you instructed us to supply 1 meal per person per day. But some people complained that 1 meal was not enough. They said we had plenty of grain but kept sending it to other regions instead of ensuring the capital's citizens were well fed. Those who led the unrest have been arrested by my men. How should they be dealt with? We await your Bretjesty's decision. Elby reported. Sending grain for disaster relief has spoiled them? The grain is a blessing from the divine, and they don't just lack gratitude, they even dare to cause trouble? Execute those who caused unrest. We cannot set this precedent. Callie said coldly. Yes. Elby nodded. For some reason, he felt that this time after the Annette left the capital, she had changed significantly. Her decisiveness in handling affairs had greatly increased compared to before. Now our strong enemies have been eliminated, and trade relations have been established. The winter months ahead offer us a respite. Our Shiliang must seize this opportunity to develop. At present, everything needs rebuilding. Think carefully about what steps we should take to restore our national strength within a short time and further develop. You may all retreat for now. Callie waved her hand at the assembly. Originally, she had been very satisfied with her travels and what she saw upon returning, but she did not expect to hear about the civilian uprising. She was deeply disappointed. She couldn't understand how these citizens could be so greedy with the blessings and grace of the divine. Chapter 93. Do you know the Qin dynasty and Muhammad? Inside the Shiliang Imperial Palace Hall, Callie sat by the box, frowning deeply. No matter how she tried, she couldn't figure it out. If these matters were known to the deity, it would be heartbreaking indeed. Should I inform the deity? Oh, how silly of me. The deity is all-knowing after all. The deity would find out even if I did not tell. Feeling somewhat annoyed, Callie stood up. She narrated the incident's details to Kendrick, hoping he wouldn't blame the people for their actions. Upon hearing Callie's account, Kendrick didn't feel too surprised. Humans are creatures of laziness. In the absence of external threats, they naturally slack off. If so, we cannot let them live in ease without effort. Though farming can't be done in winter, there are plenty of other tasks they could do. We should seize this opportunity to promote production and trade. Establish factories where the people work in exchange for food. The more they work, the more they earn. It's a fair deal. Kendrick pondered and spoke to Callie. Factories? What are those? Callie was intrigued by this unfamiliar term. They are places where people gather to work. For example, winter has left people lacking clothes across Shiliang and neighboring countries. I can provide cloth, and the women can make clothes with it. As Kendrick explained, his thoughts became clearer. Breck clothes? Wouldn't measurements be required? Who are they for? Callie was quite surprised. In contemporary Shiliang, like in ancient times, the concept of sizing was absent, hence no ready-made garments were sold directly. Although some stores offered tailor-made clothing, they required custom measuring at home. Brett's producing clothes without customization? What if they didn't fit? Callie simply couldn't understand. We can categorize the populace based on their height and build. For each category, produce one size. For densely populated intervals, produce proportionately more. This way, the public can wear them right after purchase. Kendrick patiently explained the idea of ready-made clothing. Is that possible? Callie had never heard of such a method. Of course it is. As for men, preparations must be made for future wars. They can forge weapons. I will supply ores and coal. This way, they earn food through labor. No work, no food. More work, more reward. There won't be any room for complaints. Kendrick continued. But afterward, he felt slightly embarrassed. Why does this feel like exploiting the workers as capitalists do? Forcing the people to work tirelessly? Kendrick shook his head. From a long-term perspective, this approach was undoubtedly beneficial for both Shiliang and its citizens. Your thinking is very considerate, deity, but we keep taking from you, which makes us uneasy. Callie felt apologetic. Not only did the deity help devise plans, but also pledge to supply resources. This seemed unfair. No problem. Have you thought about what Shiliang should do once it becomes powerful? Kendrick recalled his understanding of Shiliang history and its era. Survival during this period wasn't solely dependent on development alone. Ignoring foreign invasions, internal chaos was also prevalent. In these turbulent times, if you don't strike first, others will attack you. What to do? I haven't really thought about it. Callie was taken aback by Kendrick's sudden question. Do you know about the Qin dynasty and Muhammad? Kendrick asked, pondering. Although he wanted Callie to conquer territories, persistence solely driven by his instruction wouldn't last if Callie lacked ambition. Yes. The Han Dynasty's Chuanqiu Yangkangtu says, to eliminate fame and governance, dress in my attire, sit on my curved bed, overlord of the 9 provinces who extinguished 6 kings, till Shejiang comes to an end. The tyrannical Qin went against the mandate of heaven and deserved its downfall. Callie replied, Kendrick, what's going on? Why is this different from what I know? Isn't the first emperor praised by thousands as a ruler of legend? Listening to Callie, Kendrick was baffled. Thinking it over, unable to explain, he decided to search online for the biography of Qin Shi Huang, translating it into traditional Chinese and passing it over to Callie. You can take a look when free. I'll get sewing machines now. These issues can wait. Settle the people first. After sending the information, Kendrick went online and bought 5,000 sewing machines from 4 or 5 stores. Since she asked about returns, perhaps cooperation is feasible? Xiliang currently has hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed, but simultaneously provides vast quantities of cheap labor. Whatever we need produced here can be manufactured by the people of Xiliang. Kendrick was carrying sewing machines when he suddenly had an idea, almost dropping the machine and nearly hitting his foot. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Currently, many factories in the south still relied on manual labor, especially for handmade crafts. And these people of Xiliang, to put it bluntly, would consider themselves greatly blessed if they were given just a warm meal. This cost was negligible. It was as if a factory hired workers, provided food but no accommodation, and didn't pay wages, getting people to tighten screws in exchange for food. And the workers would even be grateful. Was there anything better than this? Kendrick felt quite excited. On the other side, Callie looked at the sewing machine before her with excitement. She already knew that what Kendrick sent over was used to sew clothes. But this thing far exceeded her understanding. It wasn't made of wood and even had a pedal. Callie lightly stepped on it, and the needle head of the sewing machine started moving with a clacking sound, startling her. Fortunately, Kendrick later sent over a tablet computer with a video demonstrating how to use the sewing machine. Callie watched in amazement. Taking her own clothes, she tried sewing following the steps in the video. Previously, the capital city lacked both food and water. Callie had dismissed many maids and eunuchs from the palace. Afterward, some eunuchs caused disturbances and were killed. Now, only some trusted old eunuchs remained in the palace, and the number of staff had significantly decreased. Brittany clothes were torn, and no one had mended them. Her life as an emperor was truly pitiful. Perhaps it was a girl's nature. After a few tries, Callie became very proficient. The stitches she sewed were neat and fine, giving her a great sense of accomplishment despite having no previous sewing skills. She brought all her clothes over and played happily. Watching her, Casimir, who was helping move the sewing machines, was stunned. Initially, they did not know what the deity had sent over was for. Only after seeing Callie successfully mend her clothes did they understand. What shocked them was that their Bretjesty was sewing clothes herself. Casimir and his men wanted to step forward and tell the emperor, "Your Bretjesty, you are not meant for such rough work. Let us do it." But the group of imperial guards, with their thick fingers like carrots, making them sew clothes would be like Gillis doing embroidery. In the end, they silently focused on moving the sewing machines. Chapter 94. Hee, the boss is really silly. The divine being has delivered so many sewing machines. We can bring all the homeless women in the world to the palace to make clothes. Callie looked at the neatly arranged sewing machines and thought. This time during his inspection tour away from the capital, he encountered quite a few women halfway through the journey. Callie asked local officials to provide for them, but it was likely that they had no appropriate means to do so. It would be better if they came to the palace. This way, it would also be more convenient for other women in the palace. Your Bretjesty, there's still a magical artifact from the divine being at the bottom of the box. After Casimir and others finished moving the sewing machines, they saw a voice recorder in the box and presented it to Callie. When Callie heard this, Kendrick asked her about the population and resource situation of various counties in Xiliang. During this inspection, Callie made records along the way, so the data was readily available. Though she didn't know what Kendrick wanted to do with it, Callie hurriedly sent over the relevant materials. Tian High City, Bright Light Neighborhood. Ring ring. Kendrick had just received the Xiliang information sent by Callie and hadn't had time to read it yet. The phone rang. Boss, why haven't you come yet? Weren't we supposed to move today? My stuff is all packed. On the other end of the phone, Amelie questioned him emotionally. Oh. Yes. I forgot, yeah, I got stuck in traffic. I'm downstairs now. Kendrick stood up abruptly, suddenly remembering that today's month's rent. It's only the 26th today, losing 4 days worth of rent. Really? Amelie said angrily. Oh. Kendrick couldn't help but widen his eyes. They originally rented for a year with an extra month. Suddenly moving out temporarily would count as breaking the contract. It was already quite nice that the landlord gave the rent. You want it down to the day? Whoever marries you will surely have great luck. Kendrick shook his head helplessly. Not long after, the car sent by Bruno arrived. No need for Kendrick and crew to lift a finger. A dozen tattooed burly men got out. Grunting, they moved everything onto the truck. Watching them, everyone in the office building kept their distance. Those who knew understood they were moving. Those who didn't thought it was a robbery. After arriving at the new office building, Amelie busied herself setting up the office. Kendrick tried to help, but Amelie found him getting in the way. So he ended up sitting on the sofa, taking out the materials sent by Callie to read. Currently, Xiliang was relatively intact. There were 8 counties: Iha, Changpu, Xinxiang, Kaliki, Yanshou, Anmi, Biaoshi, and Juyin. The land exceeded Kendrick's expectations. The soil in various places in Xiliang was quite fertile, with decent produce. However, due to years of warfare, the people neglected farming. As long as there were good crops come spring, there would be no need to supply additional grain. That was for later. Now, handcrafted goods still needed to be produced. But now, most production was mechanized. Things are produced inside prisons, like clothes, umbrellas, handbags, rattan chairs, and so on. They're very cheap. Amelie nodded. Kendrick's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't he think of that? These items were made by hand in prisons. They could produce them. Good job. I'll raise your salary by 2,000 yuan. Kendrick was quite excited. What? Really? Thank you, boss. Amelie paused, then smiled. Though she didn't know why, who wouldn't be happy with a sudden raise? Hee, the boss is really silly. Don't thank me too soon. Could you help me contact some manufacturers in the south? Tell them we can process goods for them and take some orders back. The types are those you just mentioned. Kendrick told Amelie. Oh. Amelie pouted. More work again, evil boss. Indeed, I was too naive. Is there no mercy left for us? The boss is truly black-hearted. Amelie gave Kendrick a look. Oh, and for each order, you get a 5% commission. Work hard. Just as Kendrick was about to leave, he turned around and told Amelie. Wow. Thank you, boss. You are the best boss in the world. Heart. Amelie instantly beamed. Shiliang. In the hall of court. Your breakfast. What is this? This is made of iron. How did they create these patterns? Look at this strange object on top. It looks like a gourd, but its surface is shiny. I think it's a weapon. Look, there's a needle here. The ministers were surrounding the sewing machines, marveling at them. Chapter 95. Shiliang Textile Factory. This is called a sewing machine. Callie descended from the dragon throne. Whose clothes are torn? Callie asked. Well, this old minister has some. A minister, puzzled, stepped forward and took off his official robe. After receiving it, Callie sat at the sewing machine and began mending. No. How can I let your Bretjesty mend my clothes? The old minister immediately knelt down upon seeing Callie's actions. It's fine. I'll show you all the wonders of this magical device. As he pedaled the sewing machine, Callie explained to everyone. In a short time, the robe was fully mended. Heavens, this is incredible. Just a few pedal strokes, and the needle started moving so fast. Look at the stitching. His Bretjesty's skill is simply amazing. The ministers watched in amazement. This is a treasure granted by the gods. I plan to establish a textile factory in the capital. Callie came forward and said, a textile factory? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what Callie meant. Prime Minister Jarrett, find a large estate in the capital to build some houses. Move these sewing machines there. Recruit women who know how to sew from the entire city to work there. Inform all local governments that any displaced women who know how to sew can come to the capital to work. They will be provided with meals and wages for their labor. Additionally, organize the able-bodied men in the capital to set up blacksmith shops for forging weapons and shields. The gods will provide the ore. They must work to earn their food as well. For those injured or unable to work, we will maintain one meal a day. If they want more, they must work harder. Do you understand? Callie addressed Prime Minister Jarrett Rang and the others. Hearing Callie's words, they finally understood. This was to solve the unrest caused by the citizens. What a good idea. Only those who work can have more food. Breck's sense. Especially considering the upcoming war, making more clothes and weapons would certainly help prepare. The Emperor truly thinks ahead. And it seems the gods support this effort. We must do it. Soon after, Kendrick sent over iron ore and fabric. The entire capital bustled with activity. Production made distributing grain much easier. Callie couldn't wait to report the recent changes to Kendrick. However, he noticed some strange items in the box. These are iron bars? Some are thick, some are thin. This is cloth, but why does it feel so strange? Callie curiously picked them up and examined them. Apart from scattered iron wires and pipes, there were many types of fabric he had never seen before, completely different from what the gods had previously sent. It was smoother than ever. Just as Callie was about to inspect it closer by candlelight, he accidentally spilled a glass of water, drenching the cloth. Oh! Startled, he quickly tried to wipe it, but he froze in surprise. The cloth didn't get wet at all. Instead, the water rolled off like beads on lotus leaves. Too incredible. The cloth is waterproof? Callie couldn't contain his excitement. After listening to the voice recorder Kendrick had sent, Callie understood. The gods wanted them to produce umbrellas and raincoats. Umbrellas and raincoats? Are umbrellas not made from bamboo and animal hides? What's a raincoat? Is it like a straw coat? Callie widened his eyes. But thinking back to what he saw earlier, he became excited. If the cloth was waterproof, it could make excellent rain gear. Then, Kendrick sent the instructions for making umbrellas and raincoats. It was essentially an assembly process. Raincoats were more complex, requiring cutting and sewing. I see that most of the able-bodied men in Changpu County have joined the army, with many killed in battle. There are more women left behind, and it's not far from the capital. We can establish a specialized production site for umbrellas and raincoats in this county. We can sell them internally in Shiliang, and send any surplus back in the box. I'll regularly supply the materials, Kendrick told Callie. Callie nodded vigorously in agreement. He had been worried about Changpu County during his visits. While winter supplies could sustain them now, spring farming would be difficult without able-bodied men, leaving the women and children vulnerable. If they could establish umbrella manufacturing, it would prevent starvation. But wait, do the gods in heaven also use umbrellas? Do they have rain in heaven? Isn't it the gods who send rain from the heavens? Callie was utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, Tianhai City, Shiliang Time Company. Kendrick was reviewing the order information found by Amelie. Hey, we can't take on any order just for the sake of commission. I told you before, no machine-made products, only purely handmade ones. The simpler, the better. It's fine if the profit is low. Look at what you've contacted. Assembling children's electronic watches, assembling adult toys, making sculptures. Who can do this? Kendrick looked helplessly at Amelie, who had her eyes set on money. There are some suitable ones. Check out these hats, ribbons, and so on at the back. Amelie stammered. All made by women? No suitable ones for men? Kendrick flipped through the documents. All the suitable ones for men are on the production line. Amelie pouted. All right. Kendrick nodded. By the way, boss, a lot of partners have been reaching out to me recently. We haven't updated our videos in a while, and many people have been urging us. There are also those asking us to promote Blue Bull advertisements. Drink Blue Bull. Be as strong as a bull. Ancient people don't worry about clearing land. I've even thought up the taglines. Amelie eagerly handed over a folder to Kendrick. This isn't urgent. I'll go through them slowly. Things are busy lately. Let's focus on these orders first. Kendrick glanced at the brick-thick folder, feeling helpless. Okay, boss. Oh, by the way, your schedule is full today. The finance interview is this afternoon, and there are many clerks to interview. You said you would oversee their cooperation with the mining companies. These are their resumes. Amelie handed another folder to Kendrick. How did I end up with so much work? Kendrick immediately felt overwhelmed. That's because your business is booming, boss. Speaking of which, boss, did you find minerals in an ancient tomb? Didn't I hear that ancient tombs are built in geomantic treasure sites? How could there be minerals? Amelie asked with wide, curious eyes. Clearly, Kendrick's 3-day trip resulted in him founding a mining company, which raised high suspicion from Amelie. Aside from the ancient tomb, she couldn't think of any other reason. I need to hurry to the interviews. Listen, don't take on random orders, or accept kickbacks, or else I'll deal with you. Kendrick deliberately put on a stern face to change the subject. BB boss, how can you think of me like that? Am I that kind of person? Amelie stood up with a flushed face. Her fingers were tangled and fighting with each other. Which company? The corner of Kendrick's mouth twitched. He didn't expect his bluff to actually work. This girl couldn't lie even if she tried. Her guilt and panic were written all over her face. Chapter 96. Is the company's cabbage being raided by a pig? It's the one that produces umbrellas. Amelie hesitated, picking at her fingernails. They said they had 2 mooncakes left over from before and gave them to me. I thought that since Mid-Autumn Festival was over, they weren't worth much. I swear, there was really just mooncake inside the mooncake. I sold them on Old Fish Network for 20 yuan per box, and it cost 18 yuan for shipping. That's all. Amelie explained with frantic gestures. Kendrick. You. Just don't do it again. Kendrick didn't know what to say. 2 boxes of mooncakes had bought Amelie off. If she was in charge of procurement, the company's future was bleak. By the time Kendrick finished the interview, it was already time for the afternoon to end. It must be admitted. Though Amelie was greedy, stingy, and a bit silly, her say, isn't there a sister-in-law? Bring her along too. You never introduced me to her. You're not treating me like a brother. Jackson put down the flower basket, panting, and said to Kendrick with a grin. Wait a minute. Claudia? Kendrick's eyelids twitched. Is the company's cabbage being raided by a pig? Hee boss, we just got familiar over time. Claudia is my girlfriend now. Jackson winked at Kendrick. I haven't agreed yet. Amelie pouted from the side. Didn't you agree on the phone before, saying you could give it a try? Jackson was stunned. Yes, I said try, not agree. Unless you lose weight successfully. Amelie glanced at Jackson's chubby figure. I will. Definitely. After today, I'll start tomorrow. Boss, please join us tonight. Jackson looked at Kendrick pitifully. Seeing Jackson's pleading gaze, Kendrick immediately understood. He was the hen laying ginseng eggs. I have something else tonight. You two go ahead. Kendrick waved his hand. If you don't go, boss, Claudia, I've ordered a luxurious seafood package for the boss, including lobsters. We can't waste it. No refunds. Seeing Amelie might refuse too, Jackson panicked. You. How can you be so wasteful? Well then, this girl will reluctantly eat it. Don't interrupt our work. Wait outside. I'm not off yet. Amelie waved her hand. Okay. I'll wait in the car. Jackson showed a face of complete submissiveness. Brother, I also ordered a cake for you. It's in the car. Jackson dragged Kendrick out. When did you two meet? Kendrick asked. During that fight last time. Do you know, when I invited her to dinner for the first time, she actually took me to Shaxian delicacies and ate a lot. She even paid the bill. Those girls before, some fancy French cuisine or Western food, just taking photos and showing off. Such a kind-hearted girl. This is the first time I've met someone like her. She's completely different from the girls I've encountered before. I've decided on her for life. Jackson patted his chest. Go get M, brother. Kendrick laughed. Thanks, boss. Happy birthday. Jackson took out a big cake from the car and handed it to Kendrick. Looking at the gifts from Amelie and Jackson, Kendrick was somewhat touched. He had been so busy that he forgot his own birthday, but they remembered. It felt really good to be cared for. You go tell Amelie to finish work early. I'm leaving. For some reason, Kendrick suddenly felt an emptiness after being reminded by them. Last year, he spent his birthday with his parents. This year, he was all alone. After being busy for so long, this sudden emptiness was uncomfortable. One could say that now, Kendrick had a successful career and lacked nothing. But there was no one to share all this with him. Without someone to share it with, everything seemed meaningless. After leaving the company, Kendrick did not take a taxi but got on a bus instead. He was afraid of falling back into loneliness. Kendrick held the cake in his arms, sitting by the window. As he watched the bustling streets, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over him, gradually engulfing him. The bus kept stopping and going. Passengers came and went. Outside the window, traffic flowed like rivers. In the city, neon lights flickered. Kendrick sat there as the bus passed Guangming neighborhood, not getting off. He was too scared to face the loneliness of returning home. At the final stop, Kendrick boarded the bus again, back and forth, again and again, until there were hardly any passengers left. After some time, Kendrick finally snapped out of his daze. Now on the nearly empty bus, there were only he and a girl who looked like a student. The girl wore headphones, looking outside with a dazed gaze. She was fair-skinned and pure, with a unique aura. At that moment, Kendrick suddenly thought of Callie. An indescribable emotion and impulse surged up from his heart. Stop. I want to get off. Seeing the bus about to leave the station, Kendrick jumped up. You should have said earlier. You've ridden 8 rounds. You only remembered now? It's just a breakup. The driver grumbled Buman to Bal Yundao. Kendrick hurriedly ran toward home, passing a ready-to-eat food store where he packed up all the leftovers and didn't forget to grab a few bottles of beer. He rushed urgently back home. Chapter 97 That Bright Moon. At this moment, in the Western Liang Imperial Palace, Emperor Kali sat in the chilly and quiet Grand Hall, facing the meal without touching the chopsticks. Your bread, Jesty, no appetite today? An elderly eunuch serving nearby asked as he stepped forward. I'm fine. You may all leave. I want to be alone for a while. Kali waved his hand. Watching everyone leave, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Today was his birthday, but no one remembered. Actually, for so many years, ever since his mother passed away, no one had ever remembered. His father was always busy and never spent time with him. He only followed his mother's instructions to eat a bowl of noodle soup on this day every year. But this year, his father also left. With neither parent around, Kali felt hollow on this day. Although all the officials respected him, there was no sense of intimacy. In this world, he had no relatives. The vast palace did not have a single person to talk to. Kali's face filled with bitterness as he drained a cup of wine in one go. Suddenly, he heard some movement coming from inside a box. Kali froze. Kendrick, who had some snacks on the table, listened to Kali's words with astonishment. She's having her birthday today too? How coincidental. He had just wanted Kali to try something new and explain the name of the cake. But it turned out to be a coincidence. In fact, it's my birthday today too. We must be destined. Don't call me deity or anything like that. As I said before, I'm not a deity. Just call me Kendrick. Kendrick told Kali. Hearing this, Kali could hardly contain the smile spreading across his face. To share a birthday with deity? Such destiny? And to call deity directly as Kendrick? Kali was filled with joy, his face flushing. He quickly drank a cup of wine to cover his embarrassment, but his cheeks burned even more, fortunately with no one around. Kali thought for a moment, poured a cup of wine. To our birthdays. I offer you this cup. Kali gently tapped his cup against hers, sending it over. Seeing the approaching wine cup, Kendrick shakily picked it up. Goodness. This porcelain cup, the same type she sold to Desi for over 6 million yuan. Her hand trembled as she held it, fearing any damage. Forget about this cup. No more sales. Bringing out another one might drive Desi crazy, thinking I'm selling them piece by piece. Desi also mentioned that due to historical changes, the value of antiques has changed. Selling now might not fetch the same price. Kendrick looked at the food on the table. Then, she suddenly had an idea and put all the dishes into the box. Kali was eagerly waiting when various dishes appeared unexpectedly. Since we both have our birthdays today, let's celebrate together. Why don't we exchange dishes? Hearing Kendrick's suggestion, Kali smiled and sent over the dishes in front of him. Picking up a duck neck from Kendrick, he tasted it. So spicy. So fragrant. There are duck wings too? What are these strips of meat? Like a curious child, Kali tried everything. At first, he used chopsticks, but later he directly used his hands. He couldn't stop. The spicy braised snacks Kendrick bought on the street were something Kali had never tasted in Xiliang, where there were few seasonings, and cooking was mainly roasting and steaming. How could he have eaten such delicious food? His hands became greasy, and his tongue tingled from the spiciness, yet he called it satisfying. Even drinking several mouthfuls of wine didn't help. He got up and walked back and forth in the grand hall, only to notice a strange new item in the box. Is this also something to drink? After seeing the previous bottles, Kali had some idea. Kali twisted the cap and took a sip. His eyes immediately widened. So spicy. So sweet. So thrilling. So many sensations. Chapter 98. You want it? I'll give it all to you. Kali couldn't close his mouth as Kendrick introduced the items one by one. He picked up a plastic chair and examined it, square and in various colors. The material wasn't too hard nor too soft, bending and then automatically returning to its original shape. Yet, when he sat on it, it was incredibly stable. This cup, so transparent, so pure with not a single impurity. It must be made from precious heavenly crystal. The insides and outsides are carved so smoothly. No wonder it's the craftsmanship of the gods. Wait, there's actually a double layer. Kali then picked up an insulated glass cup. Although he had seen glass cups before, this double-layered insulated glass cup still left him in awe. This entirely emerald bottle, could it be made from green onyx? How extravagant! The color and the shape? Kali looked at the beer bottle, unable to describe it any further. A thermometer? What is temperature? And why is it spinning? The indoor thermometer dropped directly from 26 degrees to 8 degrees, almost making Kali throw it away in shock. Tissues? Heaven! So soft and white paper. And there's a faint floral scent. A trash bin? You've got to be kidding me. Using such treasures for garbage? A fruit tray? To hold fruit? Could it be that Fruity sat on one? Kendrick, I read the materials you gave me about Muhammad. To be honest, I was deeply moved. Before, I always thought Muhammad was a tyrant, cruel to both enemies and common people. But after reading it, I realized I was wrong. He valued the whole nation and the entire Chinese race. His ambition, breadth of vision, and aspirations surpassed those of any other emperor. Truly worthy of being called the first emperor of Qin. I also want to be a ruler like him. You asked me what I plan to do once Xiliang grows stronger. Now I understand. I will unify the world. Under the influence of alcohol, Kali confessed to Kendrick. Great. As long as you have this heart, I'll spare no effort to help you. The scars and humiliations in our Chinese history must be washed away. Kendrick touched his flushed cheeks and replied. They chatted intermittently, from their pasts to their ambitions, from Xiliang's development to modern societal changes. Kali felt a fantastical dream world through Kendrick, while Kendrick experienced the most genuine philosophical thoughts from ancient times through Kali. As they talked, they continued drinking until, at some point, both fell into drunken slumber. The next morning, ring ring, Kendrick was woken by the ringing of his phone. Groggily reaching out, He saw it was from Desi. Young brother, could it be you're still not awake? Are you at home, or did you spend the night at a nightclub? Hearing Kendrick's lazy voice, Desi jokingly asked. At home. And this is Mr. Hawkins who is into cars. He has many stores nationwide, including the largest BMW 4S store in Tianhai City. They are all part of industrial groups. You can chat. Maybe you'll find some use for each other. Desi walked in smilingly and introduced the two people behind him to Kendrick. However, the two people who followed Desi exchanged glances and pinched their noses, walking in reluctantly. Before they arrived, they thought Kendrick was certainly some kind of wise person based on what Desi said. But when they reached the residential building, they were dumbfounded. This building was at least 30 years old and didn't even have an elevator. A wise person lived here? When they entered the apartment, they were even more shocked. They wouldn't believe anyone rich could live here, no matter what. Look, the house was so poor it didn't even have a clock. But considering Desi's sake, they still came in. We might not collaborate, but if you need any help in the future, feel free to ask. After all, you're Desi's friend. Oren said indifferently to Kendrick. Clearly, to them, Kendrick was just a con man. Come in, please sit. Sorry, I went to bed late yesterday and didn't clean up in time. Let me get some water. Kendrick ignored their expressions and hurriedly swept the garbage, heading to the kitchen. Oren and Mr. Hawkins originally refused to sit due to disdain, but seeing the chair Kendrick offered, they froze. Don't sit yet. Why does this look so much like golden silk rosewood? Oren rubbed his eyes vigorously and examined it closely. Chapter 99. What kind of family? Antiques as daily necessities? Let me have a look. General Brettnager Hawkins also went over. They were also antique enthusiasts. Sure enough, this must be worth several $100,000, right? And it looks like an antique. If this thing is sold, the price is unimaginable. GM Hawkins's eyes widened. What? Impossible? Seeing their reactions, GM Edric was also stunned. He picked up the small chair from under his bottom and examined it. What the heck? How can this look so much like high-quality Wangwali wood? It's not new. It's an antique. Upon seeing this, GM Edric swore loudly. Who would have thought that the chair Kendrick kicked over with his toes in a hurry just now was actually a high-quality Wangwali antique? When he sat on it earlier, it made creaking sounds due to his weight. He even complained about how fragile Kendrick's chairs were. Why aren't you all sitting? Oh, are there not enough chairs? Sorry, maybe a thief broke into my house and stole even the tissues and cups. Not enough cups at home. I had to use these makeshift ones. You guys drink some water. Kendrick's head was still dizzy from drinking. After disposing of the garbage, he haphazardly poured several glasses of water. Thief. He stole tissues? The corners of the three men's mouths twitched hard. Anyone could tell that if someone casually took one of those wooden chairs out, it'd be worth millions. Yet they ask if the thief stole paper towels? It seems the company needs to provide more training on antiques. Come on, drink up. Wait, this is... GM Edric was about to offer water to GM Kale and GM Hawkins when he looked at the cups on the table and froze. Isn't this the kind of porcelain cup I bought? Brother Chun, you have so many? GM Edric almost bulged his eyes out. At that moment, there were 6 porcelain cups on the table, identical to the one he bought for over 6 million. GM Edric thought he saw wrong. GM Kale and GM Hawkins hurriedly moved closer too. This is genuine, exactly the same as the one we saw at your place previously. My God, drinking water from this thing? The two people's jaws nearly dropped off. No, this is an inkstone? It's a stone-carved 4-legged square inkstone. Using this treasure to weigh down instant noodles? At that moment, GM Kale saw the inkstone on top of the instant noodle container, and his voice started trembling. Even if his family was wealthy and had seen a lot, they weren't rich to this extent. We treat our antiques with utmost care, and you use them as daily necessities? This kind of thing was used by emperors back then. What kind of family is this? Last night I got hungry after drinking and made a packet of noodles. I didn't have anything handy, so I grabbed it to hold down the noodles. Is this very valuable? Kendrick rubbed his head. His memory seemed to return a bit. GM Edric. GM Kale. GM Hawkins. Very valuable? Chun, this is an antique. GM Hawkins suddenly came back to his senses. He hastily searched around the living room. GM Kale and GM Edric reacted quickly too. 3 big bosses were searching Kendrick's living room like 3 thieves. This lamp holder isn't decoration. It's a real antique. A calligraphy brush found under the sofa. An ancient item. I found a sandalwood incense box. The 3 leaders hunted like they were on a treasure hunt, thoroughly turning Kendrick's living room upside down. They even wanted to search the bedroom and bathroom, but Kendrick stopped them. Brother Chun, I was blind before. Please don't take it personally. Yes, Brother Chin, any future cooperation. Remember me? The 2 big shots completely changed their attitude from when they first entered. A great hermit hidden in plain sight. In this unremarkable house, the casually Shiliang, Imperial Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, all the ministers stood there looking around, wide-eyed. The morning court session time had long passed, yet Callie had yet to arrive. Why hasn't his Brett Jesty come? Yeah, nothing wrong has happened, right? Could there be more assassins inside the palace? That's impossible. Casimir and the Imperial Guard are all here. There's been no word of any commotion. Everyone was buzzing with speculation. Before long, Casimir rushed in and whispered a few words to Elby. Elby couldn't help but widen his eyes. Cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, his Brett Jesty is not feeling well today. The morning court session will be postponed. As he spoke, he followed Casimir into the palace. At that moment, inside the palace hall, Callie was rubbing her eyes, sitting there dazed. After a long while, she finally remembered what had happened last night. She and Kendrick were drinking and chatting. That thing called erguatu. Your face turns red after 1 cup, your head starts spinning after 2, and after 3 or 4 cups, Callie felt like she was floating among clouds, completely out of it. She even missed the morning court session. Outside, A group of old eunuchs and the Imperial Guard were pacing anxiously, but none dared to open the door and check. Finally, Callie's muffled voice came from inside. Dismiss the morning court and bring Ailby over. His Majesty, Chancellor Jarrett has arrived. Casimir led Ailby to outside the palace hall. Come in. Callie's voice sounded from inside. With doubts filling his mind, Ailby walked in. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol. Did his Majesty drink? And quite a lot from the smell. Ailby was somewhat surprised. Chapter 100. The deity prophesied that the world would soon fall into great turmoil. Your subject pays homage to your Majesty. Ailby bowed respectfully. Prime Minister Jarrett, please be seated. Although today's council meeting has been delayed, there are still matters that need addressing. That's why I have summoned you, Prime Minister. Callie pointed to a chair beside him. Seeing it, Ailby was momentarily stunned. The chair Callie indicated was one he had never seen before. It was red, with a peculiar design and made of an odd material. Ailby swallowed hard, suddenly hesitating to sit down. Just as he was about to ask Callie for permission, he noticed that Callie was holding a strange cup while drinking tea. What made it strange was that the tea leaves and water inside were clearly visible. Steam was rising from the cup's mouth. Though the tea was obviously hot, Callie held it in both hands as if unaffected. Your Majesty, you? Ailby was about to inquire when he noticed a circular object on the wall behind Callie. Inside it, a needle was spinning continuously. The original calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall had vanished, replaced by a person dressed in purple gold attire. A black person? He was holding a large orange and had the number 24 on his clothes like a prisoner's number. This? Ailby's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Who am I? Where am I? Ailby was utterly bewildered. Oh, you mean these things? These are divine treasures sent by the deity, used in heaven. And this person, the deity said, is their idol. His name seems to be Joey. Callie spoke casually while wiping his mouth with a paper towel and tossing it into a nearby bin. Cool. Sure enough, a heavenly deity's surname is extraordinary. Ailby was completely speechless. Watching Callie's actions, his eyes bulged wide. Paper? White paper. Soft white paper? And it was just thrown away? Wait, what was that bin? Did it just open by itself? Was it some kind of living monster? Instinctively, Ailby took 2 steps back. He had clearly seen Callie stretch his foot towards it, and then the bin opened its mouth to eat the paper. A bin monster? Cough. Prime Minister, there's no need to be nervous. How has the breathed a sigh of relief? Also, all materials sent by the deity have been dispatched to Changpu County. The county magistrate immediately organized learning sessions. They assure me that the first batch of umbrellas and raincoats will reach the capital within half a month. I've seen those umbrellas and raincoats. They are truly marvelous. Even pouring water over them won't wet the clothing. I suggest trading these umbrellas and raincoats with other countries. It will surely bring in huge profits. Ailby excitedly suggested. I have thought about this too. But selling products made from materials given by the deity feels wrong. Although the deity said it's fine, let's reconsider later. Callie blushed slightly, looking at Ailby. This old man, just as greedy as myself. Hearing Callie's words, Ailby also blushed. Indeed, these materials came from the deity, and making money off them after merely assembling them. How could they live with themselves? They couldn't stop taking advantage. Cough. Well, your Majesty, the recruitment of soldiers is progressing smoothly. At present, various county governments are recruiting soldiers, but they lack weapons. Once the capital has finished forging weapons, this issue can be resolved. Ailby quickly changed the subject. Very good. Callie nodded. Never thought we would reach this point in Xiliang. All thanks to the protection of the deity. Take a look at this map. Callie said as he handed Ailby a colorful map. Is this our Xiliang and the surrounding countries? These colors. Ailby was somewhat shocked. Although they had maps, none were as detailed as this one. Nor did they include territories of other countries or color coding. Yes, from this map, it's clear that many nations are eyeing our territory. Their territories are also significantly larger than ours. The deity predicted that soon the world will fall into great chaos and disputes everywhere. We must prepare early. Callie nodded and said, this. Looking at the map, Ailby immediately felt a sense of crisis. What the deity foretold must come true. Their current Xiliang has just gone through a war and needs rebuilding. Though with the deity's help, there's a burgeoning vitality. But in terms of foundational strength, it still falls short. I understand. I will make arrangements promptly and never slack off. Ailby hurriedly replied. Tian High City. Bright Light Community. Kendrick had been urging the matter of minerals these past few days. Finally, he received news from Callie. The minerals had arrived in the capital, ready for the first batch to be transported. Before his birthday, he was very lost. But after talking with Callie, Kendrick now had goals. The coming global turmoil is something the current Xiliang can't handle. Since he's already involved, how could he turn a blind eye to Xiliang? Especially since a mineral extraction relationship has been established. For the sake of donghua, he must assist Xiliang. What he could do was to earn as much money as possible and expand the company's scale, providing timely assistance when Callie needed it. All companies were now on track. Xiliang Times attracted traffic through videos and gathered ideas for future reserves. Food company supplied provisions. Long Ascend Drone Company developed high technology. Tian Hai Pharmaceutical Group supplied medicines. Huafly Mining Group handled mining-related affairs. Apart from the food company which had costs, the rest were profitable. Kendrick's money finally started circulating positively. He felt very secure. Ring ring. Just as Kendrick was about to go out, Amelie called. Boss. Big trouble. Come quick. As soon as she answered the phone, Amelie shouted. Calm down. What big trouble? Kendrick followed suit, biting his tongue. I thought of clearing the inventory today. But the purchases and stock don't match at all. Missing dozens of tons of goods. Our warehouse has been robbed. Amelie wailed at Kendrick. Kendrick's mind buzzed. Did that girl go to the warehouse? It's going to be bad. Chapter 101. Dozens of tons of goods from the warehouse are missing. When Kendrick arrived, Amelie and the gatekeeper, old Edric, were arguing heatedly with flushed faces. Bruno and his group were surrounding them, trying to explain this. Those goods were all shipped to Shilyang in crates. Cough. Amelie, you misunderstand. Well, the thing is, those supplies. I sold them off, you don't need to concern yourself. Kendrick tried to find an excuse ambiguously. Sold them off? You couldn't possibly be using those goods for money laundering? How could you engage in such activities, boss? Our company is respectable. We should behave ethically. Amelie spoke indignantly to Kendrick. Bruno and the others widened their eyes in shock. Hell, originally calling Amelie grandma was because they offended her at first. But now it seems that calling Amelie grandma is truly fitting. Kendrick almost cried. Should I praise you or praise you? While Amelie might be stubborn or tight-fisted, her values and character are absolutely impeccable. So, haven't you passed your driving test yet? Go practice. I'm planning to buy a BMW as the company's exclusive car. I'll let you drive it then. Kendrick quickly found an excuse. He must keep Amelie busy. There are still mineral shipments to be transported soon. If this girl keeps watching closely, it will really be troublesome. Really? Hearing Kendrick saying he would buy her a BMW to drive, Amelie's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Go start learning now. I'll count it as work hours, and you must get your license this month. I'll arrange the car purchase after sorting out the warehouse today. Kendrick nodded. Oh. Boss, you're actually a good person. I thought about it, and indeed, there are many things going on recently. So, I won't be the warehouse manager anymore. Bye-bye. Amelie waved to Kendrick and walked out. Phew. Watching Amelie leave, Kendrick, Bruno, and old Edric sighed in relief together. This woman, Mr. Chun, you don't need to buy a car. I have plenty of cars available for you to use. Bruno said to Kendrick. Forget it. Those cars are men's cars. She won't like them. Besides, finance mentioned before that buying a car under the company's name can reduce taxes. I'll go take a look now. Kendrick waved his hand. I don't lack a car. I need to fill her life with driving lessons and shut her mouth with a BMW. Otherwise, with her seriousness, how would I explain? How could I quietly handle future matters? Boss, I really didn't steal. I strictly controlled every vehicle's entry and exit. I don't know how it disappeared. Bretybe, I should resign. Old Edric timidly stepped forward. It was the first time Kendrick came here, and he had stopped him from entering. Now, dozens of tons of goods went missing right under his watch. Regardless of who stole them, as long as they left the plant area, it had something to do with him as the gatekeeper. The dozens of tons of goods were clearly sent into the warehouse. How could they just vanish? Old Edric, isn't it? That was my arrangement. You just didn't know. Do you feel bad about stopping me earlier? What's there to feel bad about? You did the right thing. If you hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have kept you around. Bruno, give him a raise of 3,000 yuan, and let it go through my company. Kendrick said with a smile to old Edric. Ah. Old Edric could hardly believe his ears. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will be responsible from now on. Old Edric hurriedly replied. Good. Now that the factory area is bigger, we do need some security guards. Bruno, your brothers incur a lot of monthly expenses, right? Why don't they become security guards? Their salary will be paid by my company, and it's better for them to have a proper job instead of scaring people at the drone company all day. Kendrick turned and asked Bruno. To be honest, even though having these guys around looks impressive, their daily expenses like food, alcohol, and cigarettes are quite significant. But if I don't keep them, it wouldn't work in the logistics industry. Having security guards would be great. They can act officially, and worst case scenario, just take off their clothes and get down to business. It's really causing you trouble. Hearing that Kendrick was going to help settle his brothers, Bruno showed immense gratitude. Don't worry, I need the manpower. But there are some rules that must be set. No disturbances. Kendrick instructed Bruno. Rest assured. If anyone causes trouble in the factory area, I'll break their legs. Bruno nodded immediately. Also, the minerals should be arriving soon. How about the vehicles you prepared? Kendrick continued asking. They're ready. I've been keeping them on standby since you said you'd need vehicles these days. They've been washed clean, and experienced drivers have been selected. Absolutely no problem. Bruno nodded again. Good. This has the highest priority. I'll pay triple the logistics fees. But make sure they arrive on time without any mistakes. Kendrick emphasized solemnly. Oh my. Mr. Chun, this is too generous. I'll follow you loyally. Bruno was overjoyed. He had long wanted to clean up like Edric's own but lacked the means. Kendrick right before him seemed to be the opportunity. Alright, that's settled. You guys keep busy. I'm going to visit Ripley's shop. Kendrick took a round in the factory area with Bruno and the new security guards, explained the requirements, and then prepared to buy a car. Mr. Chun, let me drive you. You came out of the warehouse and got dirty. Bruno dusted off the dirt from Kendrick's clothes. No need. Who drives a luxury car to buy another one? I'll take the bus. These security guards, you train them as soon as possible. Kendrick walked out. Taking the bus, he arrived outside Ripley's store and walked in. Unbeknownst to him, a woman poked her head out from a brand new BMW that had just left the store. Kendrick? It was his ex-girlfriend Riley. Do you know him? The man in the driver's seat stopped the car. Himph. He's my ex-boyfriend that I told you about before, Riley said with a gloomy face. She had been humiliated by Jackson in front of Kendrick and lost her financial support. Then she was evicted by the landlord and finally latched onto the current rich second generation in a nightclub. She didn't expect to run into him again here. Didn't you say he made money selling antiques and dumped you? Why is he so poor now? Even riding the bus? Look at his clothes. He might have just finished carrying bricks at a construction site. A person like him could afford a BMW? This is the largest BMW dealership in Tianhai City. The man said disdainfully. Who knows? Bretybe, he's a scammer, and those people back then were wrong. Serves him right. Let's go. Riley snorted coldly. We should go inside and see. Didn't you say he once humiliated you? How dare someone bully my girlfriend? Seeing Kendrick, the rich second generation's eyes lit up. When he first started dating Riley, he heard plenty about how badly her ex-boyfriend treated her, how selflessly she gave. Yet Kendrick dumped her after becoming wealthy, and even cheated on her. He had to take revenge for his little darling. Chapter 102. 8-digit WeChat wallet balance. Kendrick walked into the BMW dealership, where it was bustling with activity. Several female sales reps were drinking coffee nearby and glanced at Kendrick as he walked in but did not immediately approach him. Another poor guy is here. He's kind of handsome though, probably just here to take pictures and chat up girls. Erica, you should quickly get rid of him. General Brett Nager Hawkins will be inspecting soon. Don't let these random people around, the sales manager said to a newly hired girl. Okay. The girl seemed somewhat shy, holding a brochure as she approached Kendrick. Kendrick was examining the display cars nearby. The price tags made him inwardly gasp. Originally, he thought buying a BMW for $200,000 or $300,000 would suffice without being too ostentatious. Besides, Amelie was a novice driver who had failed her Subject 2 test multiple times. There was no need to buy something too fancy. But after wandering around, Kendrick noticed that the cheapest car here cost $500,000. Aren't BMWs not this expensive? Isn't there the 3 Series? I should have gone to the used car market earlier. Kendrick scratched his head. He checked his phone, noticing the large sums transferred by the 2 big shots were still in his WeChat wallet. It seemed he would have to spend his WeChat balance recently. Hello, are you interested in buying a car? At this moment, a timid voice sounded from behind him. Yes, do you have any cheaper models? Kendrick turned around and saw a female sales rep. Well, Erica was about to speak when she suddenly froze. She had inadvertently seen Kendrick's phone screen, which showed his WeChat wallet balance. Although she didn't see the exact amount, she definitely noticed. 6 zeros? Plus the head and tail numbers, that would mean an 8-digit figure. Erica, already nervous about her first client, blanked out seeing so much money, and then ran toward the group of sales reps in the back. What's going on? Kendrick was startled. Hey, isn't that Kendrick? You're here to buy a car too? This is the largest BMW dealership. They don't have those cheap versions. At that moment, a familiar sarcastic voice came from behind. Kendra? Kendrick was taken aback. He saw Riley walk in with a man. Oh, we're not that close, remember? I said we weren't familiar. Riley glanced at Kendrick. You, a nobody, want to buy a car? The BMWs here are all very expensive. I just bought one for Kendra for $500,000. Why aren't there any sales reps coming over? Serve some water. I'm thinking about buying another one. The man looked down at Kendrick with disdain and called out to the group of female sales reps. As he finished speaking, the coffee-drinking sales reps swarmed over. Some carried water. Some held brochures. Some undid their top buttons. Some tore their stockings with their nails. They competed to serve. Riley's companion smiled faintly. Look at that poor nobody. This is how I'm treated. You've been here for so long and haven't even been served yet, right? The man sneered at Kendrick, reaching for the water cup offered by a female sales rep. However, the cup was suddenly turned and given to Kendrick instead. Mr. Chun, we were in a meeting earlier and didn't notice your arrival. We sincerely apologize. Let me introduce you to our BMW models. Mr. Chun, please have some water. Mr. Chun, we also have fruit platters and snacks. Please sit down, Mr. Chun. Kendrick was immediately surrounded by female sales reps and led to a sofa. Riley and her companion were completely stunned. You're going too far. I am your customer. I just bought a car and plan to buy another one. Just wait until I get my father to buy your most expensive car. The man had wanted to show off, but ended up furious unexpectedly. That's someone, Erica. Go and serve them first. The sales manager turned and spoke to the new hire. Though the rich second generation had just bought a new car, the money was borrowed from his father and financed. But this Mr. Chun had an 8-digit WeChat balance. His wealth must be immense. They clearly belonged to different levels. It was simply laziness to ignore him. Do you wish to buy another car, sir? Our most expensive model is the BMW M760Li, priced at $2.66 million. Would you like to pay by card or scan the code? The new sales rep timidly approached the man. She originally wanted to call for help, but found everyone eager to serve Kendrick once they heard about his balance. She could only reluctantly attend to these two. Complaint. I demand a complaint. Get your manager here. The man looked at the new salesgirl's innocent and hopeful face. He nearly spit blood. Wasn't I just boasting? Didn't you get it? He immediately yelled in a mixture of embarrassment and anger. What's going on? Right at this moment, General Brett Nager Hawkins was escorted by a group of people over. The face of the store manager, the fourth son, darkened instantly. Since the opening of their fourth store, the big boss Hawkins had never personally come before. Recently, he had heard that the big boss was inspecting projects in Tian High City and would drop by casually. But he never imagined that he would encounter a complaint as soon as he walked in. This was a death sentence for him. Complaint? What happened? I am the boss here. Boss Hawkins frowned and asked, are your salespeople stupid or blind? Why are they surrounding a poor guy and introducing cars to him? I just bought a car from you guys and haven't even left yet. And now you're treating me like a stranger? If you don't give me an explanation today, this won't be over. I demand all your sales staff kneel and apologize to me, and kick that poor guy out, permanently banning him from buying cars here. Seeing the big boss came, the man became even more arrogant. With a justified reason, what did he have to fear? The manager turned around and indeed saw several salesgirls surrounding a normally dressed Hubert. Several legs clad in black stockings were almost sitting on that person. This Hubert didn't look rich at all. Had everyone gone mad? The manager's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. What are you all doing here? Don't you see we have important clients? General Brett Nager Hawkins is here. The manager barked. Sir, I'm sorry. We are being inspected by the boss today and cannot receive guests for now. Please leave first. The manager said coldly. He had guessed upon seeing Kendrick. So tall, handsome, and seemingly broke. He was likely here to take photos and flirt with girls. They've seen plenty of such people. Logically, these female salesgirls have seen all kinds of people. Just a handsome guy? Why surround him? If not for General Bretnager Hawkins being here, he would have had him kicked out immediately. I also came to buy a car, and I didn't ask for service. They came to me. The manager nearly stumbled and fell. 8-digit pocket money? What kind of assets does he have then? Beside him, Riley and the man were dumbfounded too. 8-digit loose change? Who keeps 8 digits as petty cash? Are they joking? What kind of family wealth must he have? Riley felt dizzy. Almost fainted. Indeed. It's the same situation again. Riley felt like dying. Why didn't I hold on? Even if I couldn't hold on, I shouldn't have come back to provoke. This is completely over now. Impossible to try hooking up with Kendrick again. Come on. Disrespecting our customer? What if you want to buy a car? Yours is the cheapest one we have. Get them out. Permanently revoke his eligibility to buy cars here. The manager waved his hand, directly having Riley and the man driven out. Whatever plan they had against Kendrick was now used against themselves. Hee, General Bretnager-chun, please come inside. I'll personally explain it to you. The manager bowed deeply and invited Kendrick inside. Kendrick bought a car originally priced at 800,000 yuan at cost price. The money was forcibly given by Kendrick, as General Bretnager Hawkins wouldn't accept it no matter what. So it was settled. When Kendrick drove back to the factory in a brand new BMW, he happened to see Amelie listlessly getting off a taxi. Finished practicing driving? How did it go? I did buy you a car. Kendrick rolled down the... Currently, the entire Western Liang army doesn't even reach 10,000. If Northern Liang attacks with 10,000 soldiers, Western Liang can hardly resist. Indeed, news of our grain reserves has spread. They pressure but do not attack, probably targeting these grains. Callie frowned. Recently, they have been accepting a large number of refugees. The refugees heard there was grain, so Northern Liang could have known too. This is troublesome. Your Bretjesty. The envoy from Northern Liang has arrived in the capital. They brought many gifts. At this moment, someone came to report. Bringing gifts? What is Northern Liang planning? Deploying a large army yet showing such low profile? Bring them in. Callie was completely puzzled. In a short while, the envoy from Northern Liang walked in. Your Bretjesty of Western Liang, we pay our respects. The envoy slightly bowed, greeting Callie. Callie's expression darkened. The envoy represented the attitude of their country. Bow but not kneel, clearly showing disrespect towards Western Liang. What is Andre up to? Callie said coldly. Come. Lift it in. The leading envoy waved to those behind him. Several people carried in a few large chests. Opening them, they were filled with pearls, agates, and jade, all colorful and bright. I come to Western Liang on behalf of Emperor Andre of Northern Liang, specifically to propose marriage to Emperor Callie of Western Liang. The envoy clasped his hands and spoke. What? Propose marriage? Callie could hardly believe his ears. His face instantly turned icy. Nonsense. How can I, the mighty emperor of Western Liang, marry into your Northern Liang? Are you joking? I knew Northern Liang had no good intentions. Your Bretjesty, let me chop off these people's heads and send them back to Andre. Damn, what a great plan you Northern Liang have. How dare you insult our emperor? Hearing this, the ministers could not help but get furious. If their emperor married into Northern Liang, it would be a great humiliation for Western Liang. Not only would the emperor become one of Northern Liang, but Western Liang itself would also be part of Northern Liang. Your Bretjesty, don't misunderstand. Our Northern Liang emperor is merely thinking of our two countries' alliance. It's just a way of cooperation to jointly govern the world. If you marry into our Northern Liang, Western Liang can provide food and supplies, and unite with our troops. In the future, after unifying the world, Western Liang will be given extensive territories. In this way, both countries will benefit, and our emperor can join in matrimony with your Bretjesty. This is a win-win solution. The envoy slowly explained. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? What if I don't agree? Callie said coldly. Oh. If your Bretjesty does not agree, then there's nothing we can do. Although Western Liang has repelled the Ruren, I believe your troops must have suffered heavy losses. With our Northern Liang troops pressuring the border, if we accidentally cross over, I wonder if you can handle it? The envoy replied lightly. Threat. Barefaced threat. You scoundrel. Daring to threaten our emperor? If you want war, so be it. Do you think Western Liang fears you? How outrageous. Indeed, Western Liang is blessed by the gods. We fear you not. Upon hearing the envoy's threat, the court ministers lost control first. For the Lord's honor, even death is justified. They wish to tear these envoys apart right now. Of course, our emperor does not wish to see such things happen. He does not wish to take advantage of others' misfortune, hence the idea of proposing marriage. But if your Bretjesty does not accept our emperor's goodwill, then we Northern Liang have no choice. Seeing the angry crowd, the envoy from Northern Liang felt somewhat panicked. His tone softened. Chapter 104. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Hearing the words of the James, all the officials in court felt extremely indignant, but they knew he was telling the truth. Bailiang's cavalry differed from that of Ruren. At that time, defeating the cavalry with relative ease was largely due to their ineffectiveness in sieges, not to mention the divine tactics employed. Rather than defeating Ruren troops, it was more like frightening them off. Things are different now. Bailiang and Shiliang have clashed many times and know each other well. Their military units are also similar. Even with divine protection, it might not be so simple this time. Your Bretjesty needn't respond so urgently. Our emperor has given you a day to consider. If you agree, we will return immediately to prepare for the grand wedding. If you disagree or kill us, within 5 days if we don't return to the border, the army will directly invade. When that happens, I believe it won't be a sight you wish to see. With your permission, we shall take our leave. The James, seeing his words had shocked everyone, regained confidence and continued. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Callie and left with his men. Seeing the impoliteness of the James, the officials felt greatly aggrieved. Your Bretjesty, let's fight. With divine protection, even if they have 100,000 troops, we can still fight. Yes, your Bretjesty, this humiliation cannot be tolerated. Your Bretjesty, absolutely do not agree to this marriage. If you marry into Baelyang, our kingdom will be forever dishonored. Please rest assured, your Bretjesty, even if we die, we will defend you to the death. Everyone knelt before Callie and spoke. Callie looked at the gifts sent by the James, and then at the kneeling ministers. She couldn't help but sigh. How could she possibly swallow this insult? But they currently lacked sufficient troops, and development in various regions had just begun. If a full-scale war broke out, even victory would come at a terrible cost. The consequences might be worse than the current situation. Even if they repelled Baelyang again, other countries would surely seize the opportunity to attack. To make matters worse, once a full-scale war with Baelyang starts, there's no guarantee Rurin wouldn't switch sides. I understand. All of you may stand down. Callie waved her hand dismissively. Her thoughts were complicated. Emotionally, she naturally refused the marriage, even willing to risk everything. But as the Emperor of Xiliang, if her stubbornness brought about disaster, it would be something she did not wish to see. After the court session, Callie immediately went to the temple. At that moment, she felt lost and helpless. She hurriedly told Kendrick about today's events. Since celebrating her birthday with Kendrick, Callie felt her attitude toward him had changed. While she still respected him as before, a sense of attachment and affection grew. Even worrying that the deity might misunderstand, she specially explained her stance to Kendrick, expressing her determination to resist until death and hope for divine protection. Kendrick was somewhat surprised upon hearing the news, but he quickly understood. When one possesses treasure, it becomes a source of sin. The secret of Xiliang's food supplies probably couldn't be hidden much longer. With so many people coming in droves, not to mention others, this information would spread. In this time of famine, having enough grain meant having an army. In these chaotic times, the size of an army could decide a country's fate. This Baelyang emperor sure knows how to manipulate things. Xiliang, having just fought Rurin, is vulnerable internally. This is the perfect time to take advantage. A marriage alliance is undoubtedly the best approach. To use Xiliang to eliminate other countries, and once strong enough, renege on previous promises. Otherwise, if Baelyang launches a direct invasion, they might capture Xiliang, but they'd suffer losses and become another Xiliang. Kendrick stroked his chin in thought. For some reason, hearing about the marriage alliance made him increasingly angry. A surging, uncontrollable rage bubbled up from deep inside him. He found the Baelyang emperor highly irritating, and believed this person must be eliminated somehow. Absolutely cannot agree to this. Absolutely cannot marry him. If they want to fight, then let's fight. We have nothing to fear. Kendrick angrily told Callie, but after speaking, he calmed down. A war with Baelyang would be different from defeating Rurin's cavalry through strategy. They lacked lethal weapons here. Propane tanks used last time could help, but using such methods requires complete annihilation. Otherwise, enemies who have seen it too often would find countermeasures. More importantly, Xiliang's troops were few. Even if a war started, many resources might be underutilized. And Baelyang clearly had its own concerns holding them back. Since they were unwilling to engage, delay it. What Xiliang needs most now is time. If we can secure 1 or 2 months, we can recruit more soldiers. Once trained and armed sufficiently, we might stand a chance in battle. By then, even Baelyang might hesitate to act rashly. Mutual destruction would only let others take advantage. A single intercontinental missile from my great long kingdom could silence the whole world. It seems after delaying them for a while, it's time to show them something. But how can we hold them off? Kendrick sighed. Hold them off. Got it. Kendrick came up with an idea and hurriedly picked up his voice recorder to inform Callie. He told her not to worry. He had a plan. After that, he immediately left and went to a supermarket near the neighborhood. First, he bought several Rubik's Cubes, then wandered around the store. He spotted some magnetic toys. Boss, what's your strongest magnetic toy here? Kendrick tried the magnetism but found it too weak, so he asked the owner. Why? Neodymium iron boron magnets, of course. These were trendy at school, so I stocked up on a few. They ended up breaking a kid's finger, so they were banned by the school. They never sold. Let me find one for you. The boss rummaged through the drawers and found 2 magnets stuck together. Kendrick took them and examined. They were fist-sized, square, and smooth. He tried his best to separate them but couldn't budge them. Don't bother. Human strength can't separate them. One kid got his hair caught between these magnets. We tried to pull them apart, but no adults could manage it. In the end, we had to cut his hair. The kid nearly lost a finger, and I almost got blamed. The boss waved at Kendrick. So how do you open them? Kendrick asked. Use this thin silicon steel sheet to insert into the gap. There's a slight seam that allows this silicon steel sheet to be inserted slowly. Just block the magnetic force, and with a little effort, you can separate them. The boss demonstrated with a silicon steel sheet. Technology is the primary productive force. That's what I need. By the way, if humans can't pull them apart, can horses? Kendrick asked. Horses? Where do you get a horse? Are you part of the Approach Science show? Didn't they stop broadcasting it? All they did was make stuff up. But even horses probably can't do it. There's no way to tie a rope. The boss's mouth twitched. All right, sold. I also need a chessboard, Kendrick said to the boss. After buying the items, Kendrick immediately returned. Chapter 105. The deity is going to teach me Bretjik. Xiliang. Imperial Palace. Callie finally heaved a sigh of relief after listening to Kendrick's words. As long as the deity doesn't give up, then there's still hope for Xiliang. What plan does the deity have? Could it be preparing for a full-scale war? But how can we fight? This time, troops and weapons are crucial. Without soldiers, even with the deity's help, it would be useless. Callie anxiously paced back and forth. Suddenly, hearing noise coming from a box, she hurriedly ran over to check. There were several strange objects inside the box. A small square object that was colorful and four-sided, a cube about the size of a fist, and a grid diagram. What are these? Callie picked them up curiously. She couldn't understand what Kendrick meant. This time, there's no need to rush into battle. Xilyang needs time to recover in every aspect. Right now, what's most needed is to buy time and build strength. As long as we have time, we don't have to fear them. These things will help us gain time, and they can also shatter their plans for an alliance through marriage, Kendrick said in the voice recorder. Hearing Kendrick's words, Callie also felt relieved. Curiously, she picked up the items to examine them. Can these small things really delay time? And reject the proposed marriage? Callie was very puzzled. What you should do now is practice restoring this Rubik's Cube. I'll send you the algorithms and flowcharts. You must practice tonight and learn it. Otherwise tomorrow, the James may challenge you to demonstrate it publicly. Kendrick instructed Callie. Rubik's Cube? Algorithm? White face up. Find the centerpiece carefully and remember the center color. Align blue with blue, yellow with yellow, and red with red. What is this? How confusing. Callie looked at the paper Kendrick sent over and felt overwhelmed. Then she opened the demonstration video Kendrick had sent. A chaotic Rubik's Cube, transformed under someone's deft fingers into a cube with each side uniformly colored. So amazing. So powerful. Is this magic? The deity is going to teach me magic? Absolutely. I'll learn. Callie was overjoyed. She immediately began learning using the diagrams and videos sent by Kendrick. So complicated. Callie practiced, sighing constantly, all night long. In the temple hall, Callie's sighs never ceased. The next morning, in the Imperial Assembly Hall, "Come in," announced the James into the hall. Callie yawned repeatedly. With dark circles under her eyes, she could barely keep her eyelids open. The ministers stood solemnly in front. Today, they would deliver the final response to the James. The eunuchs reported that his Bretjesty sighed all night long in the temple hall. This decision must have been very difficult. The emperor looked extremely tired, having obviously struggled greatly last night. No one knew what decision his Bretjesty had made. But no matter how difficult it is, at the emperor's command, they would follow without hesitation. At this moment, the James slowly walked in. Lifting his head, he saw Callie looking fatigued and the surrounding ministers looking serious. He sneered inwardly. Our 10,000 troops must have done the trick. We're about to succeed. Your Bretjesty greetings. Does his Bretjesty agree to the proposal from our Baelyang emperor? The James asked directly. You, the envoy, are indeed dedicated. Callie smiled. Huh. The James was taken aback. What's going on? Why is the tone of the Empress of Xilyang so casual? This doesn't seem right. Hee. Since you value it so much, then I accept. Callie said calmly. Really? Yes. The James was elated. Since his Bretjesty agrees, I will. Wait. Just as the James was about to prepare for the wedding ceremony, Callie stopped him. Although I agree to marry into Baelyang, there are 3 conditions. If these 3 conditions are met, I will consider it agreed. Callie held up 3 fingers. Your Bretjesty, absolutely not. Yes, your Bretjesty, you cannot sacrifice yourself for the sake of the people of Xilyang. Your Bretjesty, reconsider. Bretridge for alliance is a disgrace. We will resist to the end. Everyone kneeled upon hearing Callie's agreement. To them, Callie was clearly preparing to sacrifice herself to protect all of Xilyang. If they were to be saved by the emperor through a marriage alliance, they would lose all dignity to live in this world. I have it all figured out. Callie looked at the kneeling court officials and waved her hand at them. 3 conditions? Please state them, your Bretjesty. The James hastily asked. In his view, since the emperor of Xilyang had already agreed, she probably just wanted more gifts as dowry. That was trivial. Even if given to you now, wouldn't it eventually belong to us? The first condition. This item is called a Rubik's Cube. Callie took out a solved Rubik's Cube from behind her back. Everyone looked at the object in Callie's hand. It was only palm-sized, with 6 different colors on its 6 sides. There were some patterns, seemingly made up of small squares. What is this? It looks like a box. Who has such a tiny yet beautiful box? It might be a magic tool sent by the deity. Could be. Everyone began to discuss. Ready, I ask what this is, your Bretjesty? The James was utterly puzzled. He felt that the object in Callie's hand was oddly out of place. Watch closely. As Callie spoke, she moved her fingers, and soon the neatly solved Rubik's Cube became scrambled. Everyone watched in astonishment, almost going into a frenzy. It was so neat just moments ago. So comforting. How could it become so messy? Several ministers inadvertently tore their robes, revealing their hidden obsession for order. My first condition is, you need to restore this object without breaking or disassembling it. Callie had a eunuch hand over the object to the James. Huh. The James received it and realized the cube could be twisted. Trying it out on the spot, he found it becoming more and more scrambled. His mind buzzed with confusion. Your Bretjesty, this is too much of a challenge. This is deliberately making things difficult for us. I don't believe this can be restored. The James clearly sensed this was a trap. Haha. If you can't do it, then forget about the marriage alliance. Bring it back here. Callie smiled slightly, taking the Rubik's Cube in her hands. Her fingers danced. Before long, the Rubik's Cube was restored to its original form. All eyes below dropped in amazement. His Bretjesty is mighty. His Bretjesty is ascending to immortality. This must be sorcery. Bretai possessed by the deity. His Bretjesty seems increasingly powerful. The Xilyang courtiers cheered. They never expected Callie to turn something impossible into reality. She was truly amazing. Seeing the crowd's cheers and the James's stunned face, Callie felt relieved that Kendrick had prepared her, having her practice all night. Well, please state the second condition, your Bretjesty. The James thought there must be a way when Callie restored it in public. If the Anet of Xilyang could do it, they certainly could too. The second condition is simple. There are 2 items here joined together. If you can separate them without destroying them, you win. Callie then took out the 2 magnets given by Kendrick. Chapter 106. The white-headed eagle country has gone breaded. The mine is lost. Is that all? Good. The James looked at the joined magnets and couldn't help but sneer. He was a civil official, lacking strength in his hands, naturally unable to separate them. But their Baelyang had countless powerful warriors. A piece of cake. Okay. Please tell us the third condition, your Majesty, the James said with a smile. This third condition concerns the dowry. I am the Emperor of Xianyang. With just this measly amount, you consider it as dowry? How laughable. Now my Xianyang is short of grain. You should provide more grain as part of the dowry. As Callie spoke, she took out an international chessboard. What is this? The James received it from the eunuch, utterly puzzled. There are 64 squares on this board. In the first square, place 1 grain of rice. The second square gets 2 grains, the third 4, the fourth 8, and so on, doubling the quantity for each subsequent square until all 64 squares are filled. Callie explained to the James. 1 grain of rice? Does your Majesty truly mean it? The James was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Yes, just 1 grain of rice. Although Callie didn't understand why either, Kendrick had indeed told her this back then. And last night, she had been busy practicing the Rubik's Cube, barely studying the last 2 conditions in detail. Your Majesty, please reconsider. That's right, your Majesty, this condition is too simple. Please choose another one. If they can provide it then. Seeing how simple the third condition was, Ailby and the others immediately knelt down. Just 1 grain of rice? Isn't this a joke? Even if they wanted grain, it should start at least with a dan, unit of measurement. The ministers were almost spitting blood. This is arranged by the gods. There's no need to say more. Callie addressed everyone. Hearing it was ordained by the gods, despite their confusion, the crowd temporarily held back. Ha ha ha. It seems that your Majesty and our Baelyang Emperor are indeed well matched. The James laughed. In his view, the last 2 conditions set by Callie were practically non-challenging. She must be afraid yet wants to save face as the Empress of Xianyang. So she deliberately concocted these 3 conditions. As the Emperor of Xianyang, I believe your Majesty would not jest, right? The James asked. Of course not. Go back and tell Arav that as long as you fulfill the first 2 conditions and provide the third dowry, I will agree. Callie nodded. Great. I will report to our Baelyang Emperor immediately. As long as we meet these 3 conditions, we will come to Xianyang with full ceremony to welcome your Majesty. The James left with a grin. Your Majesty, what does this move by the gods mean? That's right, your Majesty. We don't understand at all. Counting those grains one by one, what shall we do if they manage to provide it? Your Majesty, even if we have to fight, we cannot let you marry into peace, exchanging your marriage for our survival. After the James left, everyone knelt before Callie. You need not worry. I believe the gods have a plan. The gods have already said this is to buy time for our Xianyang. Everyone should use this period to quickly recruit and train troops, prepare weapons, and get ready for war. Callie addressed everyone. Ah, so that's it. The foresight of the gods is truly remarkable. Relieved, the crowd finally exhaled. Even if Baelyang could meet these conditions, as long as they grew stronger before then, there would be nothing to fear. They could only hope the divine plan succeeded. Tianhai City. Hearing Callie's news, Kendrick also breathed a sigh of relief. He had absolute confidence in the 3 conditions. The first, the Rubik's Cube, was nearly impossible without the right techniques and procedures. The second, the magnet, based on the current situation in Xianyang, was unachievable. And the third condition was simply impractical. Even all the world's grain wouldn't suffice. Simply counting grains would delay things considerably. It seems that wisdom accumulated through the ages is the most effective. Often, insignificant items can surpass their understanding. Perhaps it's unnecessary to constantly fight in the future. But how can we rapidly develop during this period? The situation in Xianyang might not be entirely as I imagined. Kendrick pondered. Ring ring. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Terrence calling. Kendrick, I'm attending a forum at Tianhai University and have made some discoveries recently. Do you have time to chat? Terrence asked with a smile. Sure. Kendrick quickly replied. He had some questions lately that he could ask Terrence about. At Tianhai University. When Kendrick arrived, Terrence had just finished the forum. Please sit down. Sorry to keep you waiting. The white-headed eagle country and Mongolia are about to go to war, so we chatted a bit longer. Terrence led Kendrick into an office. They're going to war? Can't be, right? What's going on? Kendrick was surprised. Recent news didn't mention such explosive developments. Recently, the white-headed eagle country put pressure on our long country to stop exporting lithium ore. In our long country, rare metals are abundant, but lithium mines are not. But in neighboring Mongolia, there is a large lithium mine that the white-headed eagle country has been eyeing for a while. They were worried that our long country was being firm because it secretly signed a supply agreement with Mongolia. Terrence poured Kendrick a cup of water and sat down. So they went to war? Kendrick was taken aback. Not exactly. The white-headed eagle country isn't that shameless. They bought the 100-year mining rights for this mine at a high price. But when the geologists from the white-headed eagle country returned with equipment to explore, they found nothing left inside. The mine was reduced to mere scraps. According to their published survey report, most of the mine was lithium, with a small part being gold. After spending so much money and getting nothing, the white-headed eagle country went crazy. Terrence laughed. Ah. Listening to Terrence, Kendrick felt somewhat guilty. Could this be a coincidence? Just as Callie started mining, this incident occurred. Could Mongolia be the Ruren from before? Terrence, may I ask you something? What area did Mongolia correspond to during the Weijin period? Kendrick asked Terrence. Well, let me think. Mongolia was initially home to the Xiongnu, followed by the Xianbei and Ruren, then the Turks and Uyghurs, followed by the Khitans. Terrence explained the history to Kendrick. But after hearing Ruren, Kendrick barely paid attention to the rest. Indeed, The white-headed eagle country discovered the lithium mine in Mongolia and imposed restrictions on Long country. Then he also found the lithium mine in Ruran through Cali. This emboldened Long country. And now, the lithium mine that the white-headed eagle country discovered was empty. The most likely reason was due to the mining initiated by Cali. An arrow shot over 1,000 years ago hit the present-day white-headed eagle country. It's the will of the nation. Heaven blesses Washia. Chapter 107. The boss must be jealous of my talent. Kendrick? Why are you dazed? You were talking about the white-headed eagle country planning to wage war on Mongolia. How did we end up discussing Mongolian history? Terrence waved his hand in front of Kendrick, seeing him lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. I didn't expect you to also be so interested in international affairs. Kendrick quickly replied with a smile. Who does? I'm just joining in the conversation for fun. Retib, you won't believe this, but Mongolia just issued a statement claiming they found remnants of cement city walls and some glass shards in the southwest part of their country. And inside mines, they discovered many heavily worn excavation tools. After analysis, the alloy materials were almost identical to what we use now. Brittany archaeologists have gone there, but no definitive reports have come back yet. According to Mongolia's public announcement, there existed a prehistoric civilization within their territory. It's very likely that over 1,000 years ago, their country already possessed modern technology. They're even applying to be recognized as the 5th ancient civilization. Terrence explained to Kendrick. What? Kendrick was dumbfounded. What's going on? Looks like those things need to be retrieved after use. Just ignore their nonsense. The photos sent back show beer bottle fragments, probably Tsingtao beer. They can't even fake it properly. Terrence laughed. What's wrong with you? You're sweating profusely. It's not even hot. Terrence looked at Kendrick curiously, who had been wiping sweat from the moment he started talking. He seemed very nervous. It's nothing. Terrence, last time when you talked about the history of Western Liang, it left a deep impression on me. Let's say hypothetically that by chance Western Liang managed to repel the Ruran, and they seized some grain from the Ruran, but lacked sufficient troops. And then Northern Liang launched an attack. What should Western Liang do to deal with such a crisis? In addition, under the conditions of that time, how could they rapidly develop? Kendrick asked. This, younger brother, you've delved into it deeply. To be honest, I've never really thought about it. I am familiar with that period of history, but in these specifics. However, I know some professors of history. Maybe they would have ideas. Terrence wiped the sweat off his forehead. These questions from Kendrick were indeed something he'd never considered before. Could you help me contact them? I want to organize a seminar and invite them to discuss. Funding isn't an issue. Kendrick said to Terrence. He wanted to help Western Liang but believed that only with a deeper understanding of history could he have the best effect. More importantly, it would avoid drastically altering the historical course. It's fortunate that this happened in Mongolia. If it were in Korea, they might already be declaring that their country was the center of the world over 1,000 years ago. Everything must proceed gradually. It might not be easy. They're spread out across various universities. I tried organizing something before, but it failed. Terrence scratched his thinning hair. How about online? Something like a live stream discussion? An online live discussion. Kendrick thought for a moment. Online? That's actually a good idea. I'll try contacting them. Terrence nodded. Thanks. Kendrick was delighted. After leaving Tianhai University, Kendrick went to the company. He needed to ask Amelie to prepare for the live stream. Recently, Kendrick had sent videos of life in Western Liang to Amelie, which kept her busy editing videos and practicing driving, making it hard for Jackson to date her at night. He complained about this often. Kendrick felt helpless too. I can't help it. You gotta understand me. If Amelie gets bored, she'll go wandering around, and then she might cause trouble. When Kendrick entered the Shiliang time gate, he saw Amelie running towards him excitedly. Boss, I got some cool things. Amelie gleefully handed a bowl to Kendrick. What is it? A beggar's bowl? Kendrick was confused. Didn't I think about decorating the live stream room? Our equipment looks too new. It feels a bit off. So I went to the antique market and surprisingly found some treasures. I hit the jackpot. Amelie was excited. Kendrick rolled his eyes. Oh no, this girl was most likely scammed. In the antiques trade, even Jared once said that it's all about trickery, testing who has the sharper eye. If there were any good deals to be had, would it still fall into your hands, a naive girl who knows nothing? Kendrick helplessly took over. This is a Tang dynasty bowl. Legend has it that Li Shimin drank water from it, while being chased by his brothers. And this, it's a Jarrett dynasty wine pot. They say Su Dompa once drank from it. You know Su Dompa, right? The man who created Dompa pork. Amelie eagerly explained to Kendrick. Kendrick's heart sank as he listened. What a mess. With the antique shop background in Jackson's family, you still got scammed like this. If Amelie takes charge in the future, the Gu family might be ruined. So, how much did you get cheated out of for these things? Kendrick asked helplessly. Boss, how can you say that? I scored some great deals. Who got cheated? I spent $8,800 in total. That person said I could resell it for around $900,000. Am I not awesome? Amelie's eyes turned into beautiful crescent moons. Awesome. Don't be awesome anymore. Kendrick couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why? Amelie tilted her head. You got cheated. If it was really that easy, would it have been your turn? Kendrick sighed. How could I get cheated? How could I be cheated? Boss, you just don't understand. I'll contact Zoran right now and ask him to check. When I sent videos before, Zoran even left a comment and added me as a friend. Amelie pouted, slightly unhappy. Humph. The boss must be jealous of my talent. Zoran? Who? Kendrick was taken aback. Of course Zoran from Lisanquan Antiques Appraisal, boss. I'm starting to doubt if you're a real Tomb Raider, not knowing Zoran. Look, he's live streaming right now. I'm going to connect with him. Amelie excitedly clicked the request. Amelie used a real selfie as her profile picture, looking playful and cute. Almost immediately, the connection was successful. Hello, sister? Do you have something good? The voice on the video call was very effeminate. Kendrick's mouth twitched. How sleazy is this appraisal master? He looks quite proper with small glasses on. Moreover, he seemed normal before connecting with Amelie. Why does his expression become so fawning once he connects with Amelie? Yeah, take a look. I got some great deals today at the antique market. Amelie eagerly brought the items over. Antique market? Great deal. Kendrick noticed that when Zoran heard antique market great deal, his mouth clearly twitched. His expression was exactly the same as Kendrick's earlier. Take a look. This one is from the Tang dynasty. This one from the Jarrett dynasty. All valuable pieces, right? Amelie proudly showed the items to Zoran. How much did you spend? Zoran looked completely defeated. 8,800. The stall owner said I could resell it for at least 880,000. Amelie patted her chest confidently. Chapter 108. 500 taels of silver for an umbrella. Hey, little sister, consider it a lesson learned. I saw some old items in the videos you posted before. I was thinking of asking you to show them. Your props master does amazing work. The way they aged those props, even I'm impressed. But what you got? How unjust. Even beauties get scammed. Ashlyn sighed heavily. I was scammed? That's impossible. That old man looked so kind and gentle, and he swore by his family's honor. Amelie widened her eyes in disbelief. Cough, Ashlyn, right? In a few days, I'm planning to do a live stream where I'll invite some history professors. Could you join then? Kendrick asked Ashlyn to ease the deafening silence in the live stream. Well, alright, for the sake of the beauty, just pull me in when it happens. Ashlyn nodded. Boss, let Diane go with me. I want to smash that old man's stall. Amelie rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush out. Stop it. You don't think he'd still be waiting there if he sold fakes, right? Besides, do you have a receipt? How can you prove you bought from him? Kendrick held Amelie back. Forget it. Consider those things as company expenses. I'll reimburse you. Just keep them as decorations. I was going to ask you to buy something for decoration anyway. We're going to organize a live stream with a few history professors. Seeing Amelie's frustrated look, Kendrick explained. Live stream with history professors? Do you plan to sell antiques? Boss, you're too talented. You're going to get these experts to hype it up and then sell at a high price, right? Amelie looked at Kendrick admiringly. That someone once told me that people should be decent. Kendrick teased. Me? Oh, I didn't think such a stiff topic would attract viewers, just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Amelie blushed. Or we could invite your sister-in-law. She doesn't need to do anything, just sit in the live stream. She'll definitely be a hit. Nowadays, beauties equal traffic. Amelie deflected. That actually makes sense. I'll give you 1,000 taels for a costume budget. Go buy yourself some traditional clothing and handle the live stream. Kendrick grinned. Me? Amelie gaped. Sure. Aren't you a beauty? I saw how Ashlyn's eyes lit up just now. Works for me. Kendrick smiled. He couldn't bring Callie over, but having Amelie on wasn't bad either. Though Amelie wasn't as beautiful as Callie, she was far from unattractive. Otherwise, someone like Jackson wouldn't have taken a liking to her instantly. Shiliang. Callie had also become busier lately. Everything in Shiliang was falling into place. You're Bretjesty. This time the Ruran people sent representatives with our caravans. They brought over 1,000 wolf pelts. And they want to exchange them all for grain. Casimir reported to Callie. Fine. Immediately provide them with the agreed amount of grain. Also, send them extra supplies. You handle this personally. Callie instructed Casimir. You're Bretjesty. We're already giving them multiple times the value. Is this necessary? And we don't need so many wolf pelts anyway. Casimir hesitated. Before, when Callie issued orders, no one dared question. But given they were already giving more than enough, Casimir couldn't hold back. Think long term. Trust me, within 2 years, the Ruran will pose no threat to us anymore. On the contrary, they'll depend on us everywhere. Go ahead. Callie smiled and waved him off. Cooling. Gather a team to receive the wolf pelts and clean them up. We can make winter coats from them. Callie called out. Yes, you're Bretjesty. A group of palace maids came in. These maids were the women Callie rescued from various regions who had lost their homes. They were all settled in the palace. Out of gratitude for being saved, they were extremely loyal to Callie. In the palace, following Callie's instructions, they began sewing clothes. Cooling. How is the progress at the textile factory you're teaching? Callie asked Cooling. Cooling came from a ready-made clothing shop. She was highly skilled in sewing. Callie assigned her to teach the people at the textile factory. Report, you're Bretjesty. The first batch of ready-made clothes has been completed. They were snatched up by wealthy households. Based on the distribution of buyers, we adjusted the quantities. We're currently producing the second batch. Chui Ling stepped forward and said, Good. Production should speed up as they get more proficient. I believe it will be faster soon. Callie nodded in satisfaction. The fabric sent by the Divine was extraordinarily soft. They had never seen anything like it before. It also sold at a very high price. The national treasury slowly began to fill up. Umbrellas became even more popular. After the first batch of umbrellas was produced, Kendrick left 100 for Shiliang. Following Kendrick's instructions, Callie had people take them to various places for exhibition and pre-sale. As expected, the umbrellas were snapped up, and people even needed to pre-order. At one point, the price reached 500 taels of silver per umbrella. Kendrick nearly choked when he heard the price of the umbrellas. He almost wanted to unilaterally cancel the order and sell the umbrellas to the rich in Shiliang, but he ultimately held back. Scarcity made things valuable. If umbrellas flooded the market, they would lose value, and the business wouldn't last long. So Kendrick held back. And Callie was stunned by the extravagance of these wealthy households. She thought that after the Ruran invasion, all of Shiliang would be in dire straits. But it wasn't the case. Those families and rich households still had money. The rich stay rich, while emperors come and go. Previously, Callie felt guilty about charging such high prices, but now she realized she had overthought it. The national treasury grew steadily, giving Callie peace of mind. At this moment, Callie slowly paced and entered the temple. Recently, apart from trade-related matters with Kendrick, they hadn't chatted much. Should I find a reason to chat with Kendrick? I wonder what he's doing. Callie blushed and paced back and forth. She came up with several topics but found none suitable. Thinking of opening the box to wipe it, she discovered a hat with a peculiar design inside. How beautiful! Callie's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked it up to look at herself in the mirror. After getting drunk last time, Kendrick moved the mirror over, completely replacing the bronze mirror. How adorable! It even has 2 horns. Callie fiddled with Chopper's hat, quite fond of it. It's cold, so I got you a hat. You can wear it when you go out, and pull down the sides to cover your ears. Kendrick told Callie. Only then did Callie notice there was a layer of fur inside the hat. It was incredibly warm. Oh, what should I give Kendrick? The divine lacks nothing? Callie looked at the hat lovingly but worried. Right, the James brought many pieces of jade last time. I might as well give those to the divine. While the divine may not appreciate them, I can't accept them for free. Besides, I don't want the gifts from Baelyang. If I accepted them, it would be like agreeing to the Baelyang Emperor's proposal. That would be accepting a dowry. Yes, I'll give everything to the divine for disposal. Callie pursed her lips and decided. She promptly sent everything to Kendrick. Chapter 109. A bowl to start the live stream. Bright light community. Kendrick had just returned home, intending to tell Callie to send over some old items casually. He could use them to decorate the live stream room. Just as he finished speaking into the voice recorder and was about to open the box to place it inside, a pile of colorful stones spilled out when he opened the box. Can they be gems? Kendrick widened his eyes. These gems looked very similar to those stacks he had seen at night market stalls. Equally dazzling. But there were so many that it seemed almost unbelievable. Too many that it felt somewhat fake. But, Shiliang doesn't have glass? Just leave it aside for now. Amelie disdainfully moved the garbage bag containing the gems to one side. Boss, you can leave if you don't have anything else. I need to memorize my lines. Without waiting for a response, Amelie ushered Kendrick out. She was going to be the host tonight and had started preparing early. Soon, it was time for the evening live stream. Amelie walked out in a set of ancient costume. Her hat feathers stood tall, her collar open, long sleeves flowing, waist tied with a belt, and feet shod in wooden sandals. This ancient costume was carefully researched by Amelie for the Weijin period and specially made. Nana is so beautiful. Beside her, Jackson's eyes gleamed, drool almost spilling out. Seeing Amelie's trailing clothes hindering her movement, he quickly stepped forward to hold the back of her attire like a little eunuch. The corner of Kendrick's mouth twitched. This couple certainly was entertaining. Looking at this scene, Amelie likely still didn't know what Jackson's family did. Amelie gracefully sat down in front of the camera and spoke according to the script in the live stream. Kendrick hurriedly instructed Terrence to notify the other professors to go online. There's nobody here now. If the professors see only a few people when they log in, they might not be enthusiastic. Kendrick frowned, noticing no one in the live stream room. No one. My beautiful girlfriend is doing a live stream for them, and no one is watching? Brother, wait here. Jackson pulled out his phone and tapped away. Before long, the live stream screen was filled with rockets and fireworks bursting. It was still early, and various live streams were just starting, so the big donors hadn't gone online yet. In just 5 minutes, Jackson used 300,000 renminbi worth of tips to propel the Xiliang Times live stream to the top of the tip rankings. Soon, with the exposure from the tips, the number of people in the live stream rapidly increased. Amelie, overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of gifts on screen, was momentarily speechless. She noticed a big donor named Only Na in My Life, who had given her many gifts. Amelie, nervous, stumbled over her words. People say big donors like hidden rules. Could it be they're interested in me? Casually glancing at a corner of the live stream, the number of viewers had already exceeded 20,000. Amelie's emotions surged with excitement. Shortly after, under Terrence's contact, 2 other professors also came online. The timing is pretty good. Let me contact Zoran. Zoran, let's start the live call? Amelie included Zoran in the chat. So early. Oh wow, miss, you're wearing a costume from the Weijin period. Looks great. Zoran adjusted his glasses, nearly pressing his face to the screen. Trouble you, Zoran? Amelie smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. If there's any good thing, Zoran will help take a look. But I should tell you up front, I'll only give you 10 minutes. Although you're beautiful, I've already tried to extend it for you. If it were someone else, I would have. Wait. Elvin? Ashlyn was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, talking. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly man in the adjacent frame who looked familiar. Who are you? An old man with a white beard leaned closer to the screen. It's me, little Quan. Ashlyn was very excited. He recognized that this person was none other than the revered Elvin he had long admired. He didn't expect to meet him during a live stream. Little Quan? From Japan? Elvin's face darkened instantly. No. I am a loyal citizen of Donghua. The last time you gave a lecture in Yantai, I attended and even asked you questions. Ashlyn's mouth twitched. Seems I remember you. At that time, I recall your knowledge was quite extensive. Elvin seemed to recognize him too. Your praise is too much. Never thought I'd be connecting with you. Truly honored. Well, what about the other 2? Ashlyn suddenly realized something and quickly zoomed in to look. Terrence? Professor Xie? Ashlyn's eyes widened. These 2 professors were also renowned figures in the field of history. Originally intending to come to the live stream to see a beauty, he ended up seeing 3 big shots he had long admired. Ashlyn pushed his chair away and stood up respectfully. Ha ha ha. Ashlyn is intimidated. Yeah, came here to appraise antiques, but ended up appraising 3 big shots. This is our school's Terrence, an authority in history. Elvin is even more impressive. You should check our history textbooks. They're all compiled by him. And Professor Xie, specialized in researching ancient social structures and economics. The live stream room suddenly became lively. Brittany viewers had been brought over from Ashland's livestream, and the number of people watching had now surpassed 100,000. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chun, you aren't? Wait a minute. Just as Terrence was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elvin. Miss, could you walk around the livestream room with your phone? I find the setup very authentic, entirely in the style of the Wei Jin period. You've put in a lot of effort. Elvin said to Amelie. Thank you, Professor. Amelie, beaming with joy, began walking around the livestream room with her phone. This bowl seems to have some history. Don't touch it yet. As Amelie's camera passed over a bowl, Ashland and the professors called out in unison. Chapter 110. Little Mina, turn back so I can see those stones. Move closer. It's an antique. It looks real. It does look real. Absolutely looks real. Hold it up and see. The bottom is so worn out you can't tell. The three professors and Ashland poked at the screen with their fingers. Their eyes were almost drilled into the screen. Let's look at something else. The crowd was uncertain and said to Amelie. Amelie came to another table. This is ancient mortise and tin in structure. Now we can still buy such old goods. It's not easy. Yes, although it's just ordinary wood, this production method is very old. Not many people master this technology anymore. Hurry up. Turn around some more. Ashland and the three old men suddenly got interested and became treasure hunters. They remotely directed Amelie to pick up and examine each item in the live stream room one by one. Each item was bizarre. If you say they are common, they all had the appearance and aged look of antiques. If you say they're worthless, they looked exactly like antiques. What's in this black bag? The crowd found a black garbage bag beside the table. It seemed somewhat out of place amid the surrounding ancient and shabby environment. Oh, nothing much. These are all trash. Look at this teapot. Though broken, it's old. Amelie kicked it, intending to kick the bag under the table. But unexpectedly, she kicked too hard and broke the bag, spilling gemstones all over the floor. Wait. Turn back. Ashland shouted loudly. Zoran, these are all fake. Amelie quickly swept the gems under the table. No. Pick them up for me to see. They look like carnelian to me. Ashland frowned tightly. He saw antiques daily in live streams, making him more sensitive compared to the other professors. Right. The color also seems right. Heavens, they might be real. Let's see them against the light. There's an 80% chance they're real. The professors put on their reading glasses. Real rubies? That female host kicked them away directly? That doesn't seem right. We saw a bag full of gems just now. Could they really be genuine? You've got to be kidding. If they are gems, would they be in a garbage bag? What is carnelian? Is it valuable? The live stream chat was flooded with messages. Carnelian has a history that can be traced back to the Han Dynasty in ancient China. Carnelian products are not only highly valued but more importantly, symbolize power and nobility, usually owned by emperors and aristocrats. Furthermore, carnelian has magical healing effects and calming properties. From the texture, luster, and transparency, there's an 80% chance they're real. It's hard to estimate its value. The professors commented in the live stream. Cough. My mistake. I actually bought them from a wholesale market, several yuan each, filled a bag, probably looked real through the screen. They're all fake, folks. Kendrick hurriedly covered the gems. Goodness. From the look of it, they're probably real. This bag has at least hundreds of gems. Callie gave me a huge gift. Thinking about it, these are gifts for a royal proposal. How could they be poor quality? These are used by ancient royalty. It matches up. Rich. But this time, Kendrick learned his lesson. There are over 10,000 viewers. If anyone finds out, he might really go to jail. Kendrick panicked. Bought from a wholesale market? You scared me. I thought they were real. Yeah, if they were real, that bag would be worth millions. I witnessed that. It's really hard to tell through the screen. I once bought what I thought was real jade online, but they turned out fake when delivered. The audience didn't realize anything, continuing their discussion. But Ashland and the three professors wore subtle expressions. They saw just now. These things have a high probability of being real, but they dared not believe it. After all, there were too many gems in that black bag. And colorful, definitely not just one type of gemstone. When valuable items are abundant, they seem less valuable. Teachers, shall we start now? I have so many questions to ask. Kendrick immediately signaled Amelie. It was only then that Amelie came back to her senses and started the discussion based on what Kendrick had written for her. Although the historical issues being discussed were inherently dry and uninteresting, Amelie, as a genuine history novice, managed to create an unexpected charm. Dressed in exquisite ancient costume with stunning traditional makeup, she frequently asked naively clueless questions that left the three professors momentarily stunned. The stark contrast made for excellent comedic effect. The number of people in the live stream room once exceeded 300,000. Adding to this, Ashland's flattering of the three big shots made his live stream explode in popularity, leading to a constant increase in viewers. Fortunately, the three professors also came up with some plans. The establishment of the Xiliang kingdom is closely tied to several major families. Ignoring these families and developing independently now would not be wise. The best method is to involve the members of these major families. Efficiency will be maximized this way. It's not practical to let only the Annette handle all arrangements due to the lack of solid foundation. Listening to the professors, Kendrick suddenly understood. Although the professors didn't know that Callie, through Kendrick's packaging as a deity, had already established a solid position, he indeed had overlooked the existence of the major families. Ever since Callie ascended to power, she appointed the new Chancellor Ailby. The previous major families had good relations with Morris, so Callie intentionally distanced herself from and guarded against them. This might have been the reason many things were progressing slowly. Apart from General Brethias, no other generals were heavily relied upon. After all, important tasks still require capable individuals to execute. If the interests of the major families could be aligned, many things could be accomplished with half the effort. Chapter 111. Are the grains of rice almost counted? Apart from this, several professors also mentioned many suggestions regarding production and land reclamation. But now it's winter. None of these can be utilized just yet. It's not the right time. The current priority is to thoroughly subdue the few major families. How about that? Your lady is quite something, isn't she? After the live stream ended, Amelie also heaved a sigh of relief, rushing to Kendrick without delay, talking nonstop. This live stream peaked at an online record of 350,000 viewers. Perhaps it wasn't very high, but for a newcomer's first broadcast, especially one that was purely knowledge-based, such records were simply a miracle. Amazing! Kendrick gave her a thumbs up. But boss, just now, there was a #1 fan who tipped me a lot of money. He didn't say anything. Might he privately contact me, or do some underhanded things? If I refuse, should I return the money? Amelie asked with wide eyes. #1 fan? You mean, Wayne Aishing? He's... Claudia, you're amazing. Before Kendrick could finish, Jackson quickly interrupted him. Claudia, this live stream couldn't have been successful without you. At first, there was nobody, but as soon as you sat down, people started flooding in. Jackson approached with a fawning expression on his face, making all sorts of gestures towards Kendrick. Himph, as if you don't know who your lady is. Amelie pouted proudly. Kendrick rolled his eyes. This #1 fan, Jackson, spent hundreds of thousands without making a fuss. It might be genuine love. Watching one fawn and the other bask in the praise, yet enjoying it all, Kendrick shook his head and walked out. This live stream still had its rewards. He needed to remind Callie as soon as possible. The major families? Callie shook her head after hearing Kendrick's reminder. In fact, she was well aware of this. At that time, Morris belonged to one of the major families, and they were intermarried. Callie knew. These major families were involved in Morris's rebellion too. It was just for the greater good that it was left unmentioned. Callie still harbored some resentment. I understand what you're saying, but I'm still wary of the major families at present. I'm not sure of their true intentions. I've obviously sensed their shadows behind the recent resistance. It's impossible to eliminate them all. They're deeply entrenched in the court, like roots intertwined. Pull one and the whole system moves. As for subduing them, there seems to be no good method. That's why everything has been delayed. Callie said to Kendrick, if you want to know their true intentions, I do have an idea. Last time we used drones, we deployed eavesdropping devices on Ruran troops. I will send you another batch. You can find an opportunity to plant them on the members of these families, or directly install them in their residences. Then we can learn their true intentions. As for the point of entry for subduing them, knowing oneself and the enemy is key. Kendrick thought for a moment, and then spoke to Callie. Modern eavesdropping devices are as small as buttons. They wouldn't be easily discovered. Even if discovered, people from the major families wouldn't know what they are. Next, it depends on what the eavesdropping devices pick up, hoping it won't be too unexpected. Meanwhile, Baelyang, the James returned with Callie's 3 conditions. Upon learning this, the Baelyang Emperor immediately agreed and arranged accordingly. The magic cube intrigued Emperor Andre of Baelyang greatly. Hearing that Callie had solved it in public, he was determined to challenge her. He had been sequestered for 3 days trying to solve the magic cube. To hell with this. Is this something a human can do? How can anyone solve this thing? Arf. My knife. I want to chop this thing into pieces. Roars and shouts echoed through the Baelyang Imperial Palace. Andre rushed out of the Grand Hall in a fit of rage. Days of tireless research. Finally solving one side, but he couldn't figure out how to solve the next side. In frustration, he dismantled even the one side he'd managed to solve. And now, he couldn't put it back together. Andre was beside himself with anger. Sire, calm down. If you destroy this, you lose the first condition. The Western Liang specifically said not to damage it. The envoy hurried forward, tightly holding the raging Andre. Are you sure you saw the Western Liang solve this with your own eyes? Andre panted heavily. 100%. So many people were watching in the Grand Hall back then, and that thing passed through my hands first, so there's no problem. Your Bretjesty, why don't you try again? The envoy nodded, speaking timidly. Humph. Are you mocking the Emperor? Just you. You must restore this object before completing the other 2 conditions. Otherwise, your life will have no meaning. Andre coldly said. Ah. The envoy was taken aback upon hearing this. He had experimented quite a bit on the way back from Western Liang. If he could open it, he would have done so long ago. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The other 2 conditions were far simpler by comparison. The envoy almost cried, but Andre ignored him and left with his people. At this time, in the Northern Liang military camp, the magnet blocks sent by Kendrick were here. After bringing them back from Western Liang, Andre had directly sent them to the military camp. Reporting to your Bretjesty, we haven't separated that thing yet. A general approached, drenched in sweat. Not separated yet? For such a small thing, are all of you in the military camp useless? If you can't pry it apart, use a lever. If you can't pry it apart, use horses to pull it apart. Can't even handle this trivial matter. Andre walked into the military camp with a displeased expression. He thought his progress was the slowest. Unexpectedly, they also hit a wall. Your Bretjesty, we've exhausted every method. The strongest people in the military camp couldn't pry it open, not even together. We tried using a crowbar, but there's no gap. We thought about having horses pull it, but it's too smooth. We can't secure it. The general spoke helplessly. Waste of space. All of you are useless. 2 simple conditions, and you can't handle them. Do you expect everything to be solved by the Emperor? Andre's face turned dark immediately. Ah. Your Bretjesty, you've already completed the first condition? What about us? Beg for forgiveness, your Bretjesty. Upon hearing Andre's tone, indicating he seemed to have completed the first condition, the general promptly knelt down with a thud. Isn't this troublesome? Dragging his Bretjesty down. Humph. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Let me tell you this, if you don't separate this thing before completing the 3rd condition, Military law shall be enforced. Andre blushed with anger and glared at the general before hurrying off toward the back of the camp. Here, on the ground, following the chessboard Callie sent, 64 squares were drawn, some filled with grains. Andre specially allocated 100 soldiers to count the grains. How's it going? Have the grains been counted almost? How many more days do you need? Andre smiled slightly. To him, this task seemed the easiest and should have the fastest progress. Your Bretjesty. We've only just counted up to the 18th square. The person responsible for counting the grains shakily stood up. Chapter 112. Keep delaying, and the kingdom will be destroyed. How many? The 18th grid? Waste. What have you all been doing with so many people for this period? Playing. When Andre heard this, he instantly became angry. Your Bretjesty, we haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The initial grids were fine. We counted them separately. But from the 8th grid onwards, our eyes almost got blurred from counting. You said not to make any mistakes with even a single grain of rice, fearing that the Western Liang would find faults. We recruited another 500 people for rechecking. But the quantity is simply... Shut up. I don't want to hear your complaints. Just to count some grains of rice? I'm telling you, if you haven't finished counting before the first 2 conditions are met, I'll have all your heads cut off. Andre said in a rage. This time, he was truly furious. He had thought these 3 conditions would be easy, but it turned out each one was worse than the last. At this rate, when will I get married? And there's that army of 100,000 stationed at the Western Liang border, consuming over 10,000 pounds of food and fodder daily. Not to mention the losses during transportation. They can't afford this delay. Keep delaying, and the kingdom will be destroyed. Spread my decree. 1 more half-month. Within half a month, all 3 conditions must be completed. Andre coldly said to everyone. Western Liang, capital city. In the Zhang family mansion, the patriarchs of the Zhang, Suwa, Jarrett, Fan, and Yin families sat in a grand hall. Recently, his Bretjesty has been visiting us one by one. This really makes us hard to understand. Yes, he came suddenly and left suddenly, only drinking a cup of tea and taking a casual stroll before leaving. It was the same at my place. I think his Bretjesty visited mostly the places under our few clans' jurisdiction. Could it be targeting us? Hard to say. Ever since his Bretjesty eradicated the Linghu family, he doesn't value us as much. If this continues, the situation for our few families won't be good either. Everyone spoke up. Sir Jarrett, your Jarrett family has the current prime minister. Have you heard anything from his Bretjesty? Your Jarrett family wouldn't want to stay out of this, would you? The patriarch of the Yin family asked the Jarrett family patriarch. Back when Western Liang was established, the Zhang, Suwa, and Jarrett families were the main forces, relatively powerful. The Linghu, Fan, and Yin families were weaker in comparison. At that time, when Morris plotted rebellion, the Zhang, Suwa, and Jarrett families remained neutral, while the Fan and Yin families participated in the plot. What do you mean by staying out of it? Our Jarrett family has always been loyal to his Bretjesty. The Jarrett family patriarch glared 不满地瞪了一眼殷家家主。呵呵，置身事外，你们没参与，也没阻止，没阻止就是默认。难道你们以为陛下会放过你们吗？否则的话，这么长时间，陛下为何不重用你们？殷家家主一边说着，一边看了看张所宋 staff. I believe the blessings of the gods are meant for Western Liang, not specifically for his Bretjesty. The gods just want to gain popularity through his Bretjesty, perhaps even use our people. As long as we replace his Bretjesty, we can ensure everything remains as it was. And build golden statues of the gods throughout Western Liang. Surely the gods would be pleased. The Byron tapped his fingers on the armrest, addressing everyone. It seems to be the case as you say. Hearing the reaction of the Byron, everyone exchanged glances. But what if it's not? If we rebel, we will end up like Morris. Even if we join forces, with the gods protecting his Bretjesty, we won't stand a chance. The Doug hesitated. So, this is our opportunity now. The Bailiang army is at our border, and an alliance through marriage with his Bretjesty. If we facilitate this marriage, once his Bretjesty goes to Bailiang, won't Shiliang belong to us? As for those 3 conditions, only the first one is challenging. The other 2 aren't that difficult. The gods are merely trying to save face for the Annette. Even the gods imply their approval. This matter becomes simple. We can prepare in advance without rebelling. For us, this is a golden opportunity. As long as we sincerely worship here, we can connect with the gods. The gods will surely protect us. Later, Callie was calculating. But the power of the several major families occupies a large portion of the court, with many people in the military as well. Plus, they're interconnected through marriages. With my current power, I really can't compete with them. What if I ask Kendrick for that kind of wine used to take out Morris last time? That could be a way. Callie got up and paced back and forth. He informed Kendrick of this news and his plan. Then he waited anxiously. Tian High City. In a tea house, Kendrick was sitting drinking tea with Terrence. Shiliang was a short-lived regime that existed during the 16 Kingdoms period of Dongjin and Longhua, entrenched in the northwest beyond the frontier. Due to its short existence and small territory, it never made it into individual biographies in the official histories. You naturally wouldn't find much information online. However, Shiliang secured its place in the tumultuous era of the 16 Kingdoms thanks to its strategic position on the Hushi corridor, along with the prowess and talent appointment by its founding monarch Eli. Terrence explained slowly. No wonder there's basically no information online. Most data just glosses over it. So what is the relationship between these few major families and Shiliang? Kendrick nodded and asked. Frankly speaking, Shiliang wouldn't have existed without the support of the prominent clans in Dunhuang in the northwest. It's coincidental that Eli established Shiliang in Dunhuang, Gansu, where powerful clans from the former and later Liang. Not really. I just feel sorry for Shiliang. Kendrick touched his nose. Alright, let's call it a day. You can call me anytime if you need help. I should leave now. Terrence checked his watch and stood up. So soon? Kendrick stood up as well. I can't help it. I received calls from several museums and research institutes before coming here. They found discrepancies while translating and studying some documents. I need to go back and check immediately. Terrence explained to Kendrick. How has Xiliang changed? Kendrick was startled. This time it's not Xiliang but Northern Liang. After the previous incident, the fall of Xiliang became obscure. Some records show it was destroyed by Northern Liang, but it seems not. Recently, many historical documents are being reviewed again, which feels even more chaotic than the situations in Ukraine, Russia, and the Middle East. These ancient historians were irresponsible. Why didn't they cross-check their records? These clearly don't match. Terrence shook his head, full of frustration. Hearing Terrence's words, Kendrick felt somewhat guilty and pouted. After sending off Terrence, back home, Kendrick hurried to the box. He had asked Callie to eavesdrop earlier. There should be news now. Indeed, Callie brought the news. But hearing Callie recount the conspiracy process, Kendrick couldn't help but worry. According to Terrence's explanation, Xiliang was practically built on the support of several major families. Their relationship with Xiliang, to some extent, was mutually dependent. If these families were eliminated, Xiliang would completely disintegrate. Even if Callie were to do this, they wouldn't sit idly by waiting for their doom. They would certainly fight back with all their might. Xiliang would be in utter chaos internally and collapse on its own. This absolutely cannot be done. Don't act rashly. What you need to do now is find a way to use them rather than simply eliminate them. But how? We must wait for the right opportunity. There's no need to rush. The few conditions given by Baelyang are impossible to meet. We still have time. Kendrick reminded Callie. He temporarily had no good ideas, as his mind was buzzing from knowing too much information all at once. Lying in bed at night, he kept thinking about recent events, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He took out his phone and started scrolling through videos to clear his mind. He saw Emperor Kaelong using Ji Xiaolan and He Shun's internal strife to great comedic effect. Then came a scene from Infernal Affairs 2, where Tony Leung's character controls 4 bigwigs in Sim Sha Sui with just a few phone calls, getting them to pay up obediently. The next video showed Brother Kaleg hosting a hot pot meal for his corporate team. Brother Kaleg effortlessly subdued 3 presidents, gaining full control of the prosperous group. Kendrick envied that feeling of total control. He was still far from it. Wait, that's it. A light bulb went off in Kendrick's head. He sat up abruptly. Isn't this a good solution? Terrence had mentioned that these families had conflicts and had definitely done things behind each other's backs. If he could get hold of this leverage, wouldn't it be simple? Divide and conquer. Control one by one. Kendrick felt excited. These videos gave him just the method and direction he needed. I asked Callie to spy on others, and I must have been spied on by Douyin. The recommended videos hit the nail on the head. Kendrick shook his head. He quickly picked up his voice recorder to tell Callie. But after sending it over, there was no response. Could she already be asleep? Now I'm anxious. Kendrick thought for a moment, set an alarm clock to ring in 3 minutes, and sent it over. But as soon as he put it down, something occurred to him. He sprang from the bed and looked into the box. Sure enough, the electronic alarm clock was gone. Oh no. This is bad. I can't get it back. Kendrick was close to tears. A few days ago, the annoying alarm sound scared him half to death every morning. So he changed it to Elva Zhang's wake-up call. How awful. How did I forget this? If only I used Guadi Gang's voice. Callie must think I'm a weirdo. That's not my voice. Kendrick was almost in tears, but it was too late for any explanation. At this moment, in the Xiliang Palace, it was quiet and dark. Callie was also wide awake. Last time, during her visit to the several major families' residences, she placed some listening devices. From the surveillance of these families over the past few days, Callie learned many things she didn't know before, especially today's conspiracies. She was genuinely shocked. She thought she understood these families well, but it turned out there were so many secrets. Some of what she heard, if not for the secret listening device given by the deity, Callie might not have believed it herself. You're Bretjesty. Quick, quick. A ghost is haunting the shrine. Just then, a few imperial guards rushed over in panic. Chapter 114. The alluring female demon has descended to the mortal world. Nothing happened between us. What? Haunted? Nonsense. That's the shrine. Upon hearing this, Callie also hurried out. Truly, you're Bretjesty. We were on guard duty outside the shrine. Suddenly, we heard eerie laughter from inside. It gave us goosebumps late at night. Didn't you say the deity is male? Could it be a female demon the deity had previously captured has descended to our world? One of the imperial guards panicked and said, "Oh, take me there immediately." Callie was also startled, not taking the time to ask more questions, quickly following everyone towards the shrine. Just as they approached the shrine, they indeed heard an eerie, flirtatious voice coming from inside. "Hee hee, sleepyhead. The sun is shining on your bottom already. Why haven't you woken up yet? I can hardly wait for you to pat me." Callie froze upon hearing the voice coming from inside the shrine. This was absolutely not the voice of the deity. Could it really be a female demon caught by the deity? By the sound of it, does this mean these female demons usually wake up the deity? Which means, these female demons sleep with the deity. Callie felt somewhat uneasy. Even she, a woman, couldn't resist such a coquettish tone and voice. How could the deity? Callie pushed open the door and walked in, heading over to the box. She found a square object making noise inside. Just as Callie was about to pick it up, water suddenly appeared at the bottom of the box. The sound stopped abruptly. Drowned? Callie couldn't help but widen her eyes. Seeing the waterproof recorder at the bottom, she hastily poured out the water, but the recorder no longer responded. Callie was utterly baffled. What's going on? After a while, a paper wrapped in a bag appeared at the bottom of the box. There was chaos caused by a female demon earlier. I'm dealing with it now, accidentally letting her escape over there. Do not fall under her spell. If the female demon is still speaking through the magical item, throw both the demon and the item into the fire or smash them with a large hammer. After the flood recedes, I will send more messages. Callie read the note. Phew. Frightened me. The deity truly is catching demons. Callie heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, what was wrong with me just now? I'm not even the deity's partner. It's normal for him to have celestial maidens accompany him. Callie blushed instantly. Seeing the waterproof recorder, she picked it up and opened it. I want to know if there are any conflicts between these major clans or secret activities they engage in privately. Pay special attention to information that could be used as leverage for us. Eliminating them isn't feasible, nor is dismantling them easy. The best method is control. Control each individually for our benefit. Use loyalists and schemers alike. Let them fight amongst themselves to stabilize imperial power. Additionally, I've sent you 3 videos to watch. They might offer some inspiration. Hearing Kendrick's voice, Callie realized he had sent videos which she began watching. So that's how it is. But uncovering everyone's secrets won't be so simple. Even with eavesdropping devices, certain private places are unreachable. After finishing the videos, Callie understood clearly. However, putting it into practice would be quite challenging. There's an organization called the Jinyui. While it has pros and cons, it seems suitable for Xiliang now, Kendrick explained. Jinyui? Callie was intrigued. Yes, an organization used to monitor officials. Do you mean something like the prison system? Callie seemed to grasp the idea. Somewhat similar, but it's unnecessary to apply it overtly. Everything must remain covert, not revealing their true identity. We might call it the secret guard, each individual reporting directly to you and infiltrating various clans. Kendrick explained further. Great idea. I can select people from the Imperial Guard. Callie was delighted. No, those from the Imperial Guard have been seen before. If exposed, it might backfire. Didn't you mention finding many women from various regions? They are loyal to you, perfect for use right now. Whether as maids or concubines, they can gather a lot of information. With the help of eavesdropping devices, it won't take long to find a breakthrough. Kendrick told Callie. True. They are new faces, brought in by Casimir, unknown to others. I know what to do. Callie took immediate action. Half a month later, in the capital city of Baelyang, a faint, bloody smell lingered outside the palace gates. Within this half-month, the envoy, exhausted and unable to restore the cube, suffered mental breakdown and hanged himself. The mightiest warrior of Baelyang, known for his strength, became withdrawn and lost all confidence due to the 2 magnets. He became a monk. The man responsible for counting grains almost went blind after reaching the 23rd square. However, when Andre heard that after 1 month, they only reached the 23rd square, he had them dragged out and beheaded without hesitation. A month had passed. None of the 3 conditions were met. Everything was back to square one. You're Bretjesty. I just checked their grain count, and it appears they need to gather grains from all over Baelyang. The sheer quantity of grains exceeds any possible counting limit. I estimate even if we moved all the grains in the world here, it would still be impossible to finish counting. At this moment, Baelyang's Chancellor Hayden rushed in hastily. What did you say? Show me your calculations. Initially, Andre hadn't gone through the numbers carefully. Listening to Hayden's calculations, Andre felt dizzy and disoriented. Stop. Stop. What are these Zao, Jing, Gai, Zi, Rang, Go, Jin, Zheng, Zai, Ji? Just tell me directly how much grain we would need according to the Western Liang Annette's conditions. Andre interrupted Hayden. Well, you're Bretjesty, I don't know. Beyond this point, I can't calculate. Hayden was at a loss. When they first heard about 1 grain of rice, Hayden immediately stopped him. Not attacking? Do we just let those 10,000 soldiers drag us to our deaths? Andre spoke angrily. You're Bretjesty, I have a plan. Hayden stepped forward. Speak quickly. Andre glared. You have a plan? Why are you babbling? Chapter 115. I'll pay more. I want it today. You're Bretjesty. I think we can use a combination of truth and deception for this matter. A feint to the heavens while crossing the sea, aimed at the Western Liang Annette. Hayden quickly suggested. Oh, a feint to the heavens while crossing the sea? How do you propose? Jushiku Adabayasin immediately became interested. Western Liang doesn't know if we can achieve those 3 conditions. So, we can tell Western Liang that all 3 conditions have been met. Send a military escort with grain and gifts to their capital to fetch the Annette. On the way to the capital, we should make it grand, letting all the people of Western Liang know about this grand event. As for the 3rd condition, transporting such a large amount of grain will require many carts. We can hide many troops in these carts, covered by the grain as a disguise, masquerading as grain entering the capital of Western Liang. By then, when our troops enter the city, with another 10,000 troops threatening from outside, they'll have no choice. If they confront us openly, they won't stand a chance. At that point, even if the Annette knows we didn't meet the conditions, she'll have to act as if we did. She has no other way out. It's giving her a face-saving exit. Hayden analyzed to Jushiku Adabayasin. Excellent. Let's do it. Jushiku Adabayasin was overjoyed. Send someone immediately to inform Western Liang. Tell them our conditions are fulfilled, and our wedding party is on its way. And announce it loudly along the route to inform the people of Western Liang. Oh right, also bring plenty of grain and gold. Breck sure everything is done perfectly. Jushiku Adabayasin clapped his hands, visibly excited. This way, whether the Western Liang Annette agrees or not, she will have to comply. Western Liang. After this period of preparation, things were progressing normally everywhere. Military recruitment was proceeding orderly, gradually accumulating more than 30,000 troops under Bretrishal Brethiez's training. Eavesdropping plans were quietly advancing. According to Kendrick's arrangements, Callie secretly dispatched many women into the major families through various channels, uncovering numerous secrets. Callie had planned to find an appropriate time to tackle each problem one by one. However, news from Northern Liang suddenly arrived. They claimed to have fulfilled the 3 conditions and sent a grand wedding procession toward the Western Liang capital. Callie was taken aback. This shouldn't be possible. Deal with several key families. Otherwise, once they arrive in the capital, these families will certainly cause unrest. Kendrick reminded Callie. Right, this is a good plan. We can even arrange for Casimir to ambush them along the way. Create some chaos. Callie's thoughts broadened. While creating chaos, we must act openly, not secretly. It would be best if they expose themselves. Kendrick smiled. What do you mean? How can we create chaos openly? Callie was puzzled. Think about it. Since they announced it's grain publicly, they'll surely disguise it as grain in front of the people, even if they have troops hidden inside the carts. If, during a welcoming ceremony, someone suddenly tries to tamper with the grain carts, they'll have no choice. Either they reveal themselves, or their initial claims get discredited. Either they endure it to avoid exposure. I'll send you something. Let's find a way to delay them first. Kendrick had some ideas, and spoke to Callie. He immediately went out to find a steel factory. What do you want to process? Steel caltrops? What is that thing? The boss was confused. This. Kendrick found a picture. Why do you need this? The boss cautiously looked Kendrick up and down. Well, I'm a props maker. We need this for live streaming as gifts, and I need a lot, 10,000. I need them tomorrow. Can you do it? Kendrick asked the boss. Today? No way. Not possible. The mold hasn't even been made yet. It will take at least 3 days. The boss waved his hands in refusal. I'll pay more. Double the price. Advance full payment. Kendrick took out his phone. Deal. I'll arrange people to make them for you right away. Guarantee delivery today. If not, I'm your grandson. The boss agreed immediately upon hearing Kendrick's offer. After arranging with the steel factory, Kendrick contacted a trading company right away. He bought 2 tons of herring cans. Although he had stockpiled many foods before, he didn't have these. After delivering the cans, Kendrick prepared to go back to the steel factory to pick up the goods. But as soon as he entered, he saw several police officers standing in the yard. You're the one who wanted to make these steel caltrops? Seeing Kendrick come in, the police officers walked over. Yes. What's up? Kendrick was bewildered. We've received numerous reports recently about someone scattering these things on various national highways in Tianhai City. It has caused many blowout accidents. You need to come with us. The police officer said to Kendrick. Chapter 116. This tin can is somewhat eye-watering. Ah. Kendrick was dumbfounded. The steel factory owner also came over. Just now, while he was manufacturing, he felt something amiss. Nowadays, movies and live broadcasts are all for money laundering. A weight loss film would cost several billion in production. Why would anyone spend so much money on carefully crafting props? He thought if it were later found that these items were used in crimes and traced back to his factory, he'd be implicated too. So he called the police. Officer, this is just a misunderstanding. We're a company procurement team from a live streaming company focusing on ancient subjects. Preparing for an ancient war explanation, we plan to give these as gifts to our staff. Kendrick quickly showed his company credentials and shared previous videos with the police. Besides, I made 100,000 of these. If they were really for crime, it wouldn't require so many, right? Do you think all roadside repair shops belong to me? Kendrick explained to the police. How many? 100,000? The policeman was somewhat surprised too. Yes. I even bought them at double the price. If they were used for crime, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Kendrick showed the order details to the police. Foolishness. Why didn't you mention you made so many earlier? The police turned to the steel factory owner. They naturally knew that if it were for crime, dozens reused would suffice. To make so many, how many cars would need repairs? It simply wasn't possible. Sorry, we were just being cautious. These people have been very aggressive recently. The policeman gave some explanations to Kendrick before leaving. Brother, I'm sorry. I was scared. Well, production is almost done. Come inside for a cup of tea. The steel factory owner said with a long face. He had hoped to earn merit, but ended up offending a big client. No problem. I'm used to it. Kendrick shrugged. This wasn't the first time he had been reported due to unusual orders. Ah. Used to it? The boss was stunned. Just finish quickly and deliver them. I'll give you an address. Send them here. Kendrick provided the warehouse address and went home to pack. In Shilyang, in the palace. You're Brett Jesty. The Baelyang people actually fulfilled those 3 conditions. We absolutely can't just sit around. I will personally lead troops into Baelyang and get rid of that bastard. Casimir and his men came to request a mission after hearing about Baelyang's news. They could not allow Callie to marry into Baelyang under any circumstances. Don't rush. The deity has a plan. Callie waved her hand, though she was anxious too. But since Kendrick said the only thing they could do now is wait. But they've already. Ding. As Casimir was about to speak, a sound came from the center of the temple. The deity has sent us something. Callie perked up. She hurried to the box and looked inside. Brittany cans were spilling out. Isn't this the same kin food the deity sent before? It's fish kin food. Casimir approached and inspected. Kendrick had previously sent canned fruit and fish, so they weren't unfamiliar. This batch also featured fish patterns on the cans. Callie was puzzled. Why would canned food be sent now? They weren't lacking in food. Oh. The deity must have heard our prayers. Before coming, we prayed to the deity for protection against Juchimingson, that bastard. The deity wants us well fed before we depart. Casimir excitedly said while picking up a can. You're Brett Jesty, may I? Casimir asked Callie. Yes. Since it's from the deity, go ahead and eat. After eating, move the deity's items. Callie nodded. Got it. Thank you, you're Brett. Ugh. Casimir, while expressing gratitude, opened a can of herring. Immediately, a strong stench hit everyone. Casimir gagged. What happened? It's rotten. It's been stinking for days, making my eyes water. Casimir was teary-eyed. Rotten? That can't be. Didn't this come from the deity? Callie was surprised. Just as she moved closer, the overwhelming odor made her step back. What smell is this? Callie pinched her nose and retreated several steps. The surrounding royal guards also retreated one after another, looking at Casimir's crotch with horror. What are you all looking at? It has nothing to do with me. It's this can. Casimir was extremely frustrated. Logically, anything sent by the deity shouldn't be bad. Why don't you open another one and see? Callie said to Casimir. Casimir nodded. He opened another one. The smell became even more intense. Double bang. Soon, the entire hall was filled with a thick and pungent stench. Ugh. I can't take it. Your Bretjesty, they're all spoiled. Casimir wanted to show Callie the herring can. Don't come closer. Hold it far away. You few, quickly open all the windows and doors of the temple. Seeing Casimir getting closer with the herring can, Callie clumsily opened the door and rushed out. This moment, a patrol squad of royal guards happened to be passing by. Seeing Callie escaping from the temple in a disheveled manner, almost tripping over the threshold in panic, they thought there was an assassin. Protect the emperor. Everyone immediately drew their swords and rushed forward, just as they saw Casimir emerging with a grotesque expression. Boss. Ugh. As the royal guards were about to move forward, they felt a gust of foul wind hitting them, almost making them choke. Casimir, you bastard. What did you do? How dare you defecate inside the temple and chase after his Bretjesty with it? Brothers, charge. Subdue this blasphemer of the deity and the emperor. It smells bad but tastes delicious. The imperial guard began urging Casimir on. Bullshit. Eat, always thinking about eating. This is something sent by the deity. How can you just eat it randomly? It must not be wasted. Casimir was no fool. Just the smell of these things reminded him of a dead fish mixed with rotten potatoes and eggplants, fermented under the sun for 7 or 8 days. Eat that? I'd rather eat poop. Casimir makes a good point. Indeed, it shouldn't be wasted. You opened 2 boxes earlier and wasted one, so why don't you finish this one? It's an imperial order. Callie told Casimir. Kendrick had informed her before. These items smelled awful but were rich in protein and beneficial for the immune system. They were good overall. Although Callie didn't fully understand all the scientific details, she did not want to waste anything. Casimir's mind buzzed with shock. This is too much. Did I lose my head earlier? Why did I open 2 boxes? But since Callie had given her command, he had no choice but to pinch his nose and bravely pour the contents of the tin into his mouth without chewing, swallowing it directly. It doesn't seem too bad. Casimir smacked his lips. Damn. Don't talk to me, boss. Your breath is too strong. A few soldiers nearby nearly choked from Casimir's breath and hurriedly backed away. Is it really that bad? Casimir sniffed his own breath and almost rolled his eyes. All right. The deity's wish is for you to disguise yourselves as commoners. When the supply carts arrive, you should slightly open these containers and spill them onto the carts. They'll have no choice but to come out in public, exposing their secret transport of supplies. Even if they aren't exposed, it will slow them down. Callie explained to Casimir and the others. But, your Bretjesty, doing so means we won't be able to use these supplies. What's the purpose? Casimir and the others were puzzled. Don't fall for their tricks. In reality, Baelyang hasn't fulfilled those 3 conditions. Those grain carts actually conceal soldiers, with little actual grain. It's all a disguise. Callie explained to everyone. Now I get it. Wow. This tactic by the deity is, extremely ingenious. Casimir almost blurted out. That's right. If Baelyang soldiers hide beneath the grain, they'll have to endure the smell. Stink them out. When they can't take it anymore, they'll reveal themselves, exposing the fact that they weren't transporting grain at all. Even if they can endure it, they'll need frequent breaks, slowing down their progress. The deity is helping us retaliate against Clay for proposing an alliance beyond his means. Everyone was excited by the idea. At that moment, the box clattered again, revealing more iron caltrops. These are iron caltrops. Bret so finely? So sharp and yet so light. The Imperial Guard wasn't unfamiliar with such weapons, but they marveled at the craftsmanship. The deity instructs you to place these on the mountain paths ahead of time to impede their movements. Callie listened to Kendrick's plan and felt relieved. With these 2 strategies from the deity, they could buy considerable time, giving her a chance to deal with the clans. Act immediately. Callie ordered Casimir and the others. Meanwhile, among the various clans of Shilyang, everyone knew about the news sent by Baelyang. They reconvened at the Zhang family estate. The news from Baelyang has finally arrived. As I said, it wasn't easy, but better late than never. Now we wait for the emperor's stance. As far as I know, the emperor is aware of this news but hasn't responded yet. We can prepare in advance, create an atmosphere for the grand wedding, and force his Bretjesty's hand. Yes, we can take this opportunity to help his Bretjesty make up his mind. Once everything is set in stone, there will be no room for his Bretjesty to back out. Everyone spoke eagerly. Skylar, the head of the Zhang family, stroked his chin as he watched this scene. It's quite rare. Our few families are united again just like before. As long as we work together, we can achieve anything, Skylar said with great arrogance. Back then, it was these very people who helped establish the Shilyang kingdom. Now, they could control Shilyang in their hands. Head of household. At that moment, the steward of the Zhang residence rushed in hurriedly. Various heads of households. Just now the stewards from each residence reported that his Bretjesty sent someone with a message, summoning all heads of households to enter the palace for discussion. The steward addressed everyone. Could it be that his Bretjesty wants to inquire about our opinions? Skylar stood up. Very likely. If so, let's go. Everyone should enter the palace one after another, without being noticed by his Bretjesty. Jarrett Uj, the head of the Jarrett family, nodded and said. The group scattered one by one, heading toward the palace. In the palace, inside the main hall, Callie was seated on the dragon throne. Below sat Prime Minister Ailby. Behind Ailby were 5 chairs. On them were placards for the Zhang, Suwa, Jarrett, Fan, and Een families. Next to the placards was an envelope. Seeing this scene, Ailby was quite puzzled but did not overthink it. He had already heard about the news that Baelyang had met the conditions. Moreover, Baelyang's widespread propaganda left them no way out. Ailbe couldn't come up with a good solution for the moment. Today Callie summoned the heads of major clans for a discussion. Surely it was for this matter. Regardless, they absolutely must not agree. Your subjects greet your Majesty. Just as Ailbe was thinking, the heads of several families walked in. Rise. Please sit down. Callie waved her hand. Everyone looked at the names on the table and sat down accordingly. Do you know about the recent news from Baelyang? How do you view it? Callie asked everyone. They glanced at each other, with slight smiles on their faces. Indeed, everything is under control. Your Majesty. I believe that since Baelyang has fulfilled those 3 conditions, our emperor should also honor the agreement. Otherwise, it will become a laughingstock across the land. In my opinion, we should start preparing for the grand wedding. Jarrett Uj, seeing Ailbe sitting in front, stood up first and said, Head of household. A minister dies if the Lord is humiliated. Should our mighty emperor of Xilyang be forced into an alliance, it would truly become a laughingstock. How could you think such things? Ailbe turned pale, suddenly standing up. No matter. Today, I gathered everyone here to listen to everyone's free opinions. Callie waved her hand at Ailbe, signaling him to sit down. I'll also share my thoughts with you. I won't agree to this alliance. Baelyang only boasts because they haven't fulfilled the conditions. Minister Jarrett doesn't need to rush. You can still voice your opinion after reviewing the envelope next to you. Callie spoke calmly, pointing at the letter beside Jarrett Uj. Chapter 118. We will follow his Majesty's lead. Jarrett Uj and everyone else were taken aback. When they arrived, they had seen the letter but hadn't thought much about it. Now, it seemed that his Majesty had been prepared for this all along. As Jarrett Uj opened the envelope and read it, cold sweat instantly broke out. Those behind him from several families saw his change in expression and stretched their necks to see as well, but could not. Though they wanted to read the letters in front of them, his Majesty had not given any orders. No one dared make a move. After reading the letter, Jarrett Uj's mind was buzzing. The letter clearly stated that Haim, the most outstanding third-generation nephew of the Zhang family, who was known as a genius, had been hit and killed by an out-of-control carriage on the street. And this carriage had been arranged by himself. Jarrett Uj involuntarily swallowed. This doesn't add up. How did his Majesty know about this? It had never been mentioned to outsiders, and only a few people in the household knew about it. He had done it initially to curb the development of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family found out about this, it would be utterly disastrous. Cold shivers ran down Jarrett Uj's back. Minister Jarrett, I feel we should not form an alliance through marriage. What do you think? Callie looked at Jarrett Uj's expression, knowing he had caught him off guard, and asked indifferently. Your Majesty. That Northern Liang's Andre is dreaming if he thinks he can marry into our family. I also believe that we absolutely cannot agree. If they want war, then let there be war. As long as your Majesty gives the order, I will be your vanguard. Jarrett Uj said with a resolute tone. Listening to Jarrett Uj, the others were stunned. What happened? Before coming here, that wasn't the plan. Why did he suddenly change his mind? What's going on? Everyone from the different families looked confused. In an instant, everyone realized the problem must lie within this letter. What was written in the letter? But without Callie's permission, no one dared look. Their hearts felt like being scratched by 100 claws. Minister Zhang, what do you think? Callie turned to Skylar and asked. This? Skylar was taken aback. You don't need to rush. Let's take a look first. Callie smiled faintly and pointed to the letter beside Skylar. Upon hearing this, Skylar hurriedly opened the letter and read it. Clive's 13th concubine has a special courtyard in the capital, which family members are unaware of. On the 3rd and 9th day of every month, she meets someone there to do certain things. This person seems similar to you, Minister Zhang. Reading this content, Skylar swallowed hard. This is bad. Serenity was his distant cousin, growing up together since childhood. After they grew up, they shared intimate relations. He had never exposed this relationship, partly to plan a spy within the Yin family, and partly to meet secretly. However, he had never told anyone about this. It was only during a recent occasion when he took a beautiful maid as a concubine, after drinking too much wine, that he mentioned visiting her place on the 3rd and 9th days of the month, to use her as a cover. That maid had been investigated thoroughly. Her parents had died, leaving her to beg until she reached the capital. She had no ties and stayed indoors. How could his Majesty possibly know? Unless the gods had told him? Chills ran down Skylar's spine. Previously, he had thought the saying there are deities 3 feet above was pure nonsense. Now, it seemed it might not be. Minister Zhang, what do you think? Callie continued to ask Skylar. I support your Majesty's decision. That Northern Liang still wants to ally through marriage? Forget it. Andre should take a look in the mirror. Who does he think he is to match your Majesty? Whatever your Majesty decides, so be it. Skylar hastily bowed and replied. What the? Seeing Skylar's reaction, everyone was even more bewildered. Alright, since both ministers have expressed their stance, you all may also take a look now. Callie waved his hand. The rest quickly opened their envelopes. Not long after, we will follow his Majesty's lead. No alliance through marriage. They all stood up simultaneously. In unison, their voices echoed through the hall. They had never been so united before, even during the discussions at the Zhang residence. Good. Callie's lips curved into a smile. Brett manipulated. Since it's settled, I'll make arrangements. The recruitment progress isn't satisfactory, too slow. Minister Zhang, you're responsible for the recruitment. In addition to the troops recruited earlier, I need 20,000 more soldiers within 3 days. They will be stationed around the capital. Any problems? Callie asked Skylar. 3 days? 20,000 soldiers? This? Your Majesty, this time is too short. Skylar's eyes widened. Oh, then there's nothing we can do. But this? Your Majesty. I have a way. As Callie was about to say something, Skylar hurriedly stepped forward. There are many servants in the various mansions of this capital city. Currently, it's the time of life and death for our Western Liang. We can gather them up and form a military force to guard the capital. I believe no one would dare oppose it. Skylar said to Callie. Oh, this is indeed a solution. You see, human potential and wisdom need pressure to be G5 ed. Callie smiled faintly. Minister Jarrett. Callie looked at Jarrett UJ. I'm here. Jarrett UJ quickly stepped forward. Dig a huge, deep pit dozens of miles from the capital, big enough to hold hundreds of carts. Can you manage it in 5 days? Callie asked Jarrett UJ. You're Bretjesty, such a big pit. We cannot dig it. Jarrett UJ was dumbfounded. Is that so? Then what about this? Callie glanced at the envelope beside him. You're Bretjesty. I have a way. Our Jarrett family has many members. As long as your Bretjesty gives the order, all of us will work together. Jarrett UJ hurriedly said. Excellent. For the Jarrett family to have such awareness, I am very pleased. The gods will send some digging tools to you, making the task easier. In addition, the soldiers recruited by Minister Zhang will also participate in digging. Callie nodded. The rest of you ministers. Recently, trade, production, transportation in various regions of Western Liang have been booming. But everything needs my attention, which is exhausting. Each of you take on part of the tasks and speed up progress. Callie instructed the others. Yes. Please rest assured, your Bretjesty. They all replied in unison. After walking out of the palace hall, the ministers exchanged awkward glances. The air was filled with a bit of embarrassment. Lao Jarrett, how could you lead the reversal? This is outrageous. Skylar said to Jarrett UJ. You. And you still dare to blame me? Aren't you all changing your stance as well? Jarrett UJ blushed and became agitated. Speaking of which, Lao Jarrett, what was written on your paper? Skylar leaned in closer. Chapter 119. Damn, what smell is this? I can't take it anymore. Nothing was written. Our Jarrett family has always been loyal to his Bretjesty. We were just testing you all before. Jarrett UJ swallowed the letter in one bite. Skylar and the others, upon seeing this, mimicked Jarrett UJ's action and gulped down their letters whole as well. They glanced at each other. Their eyes nervously shifted away. Each person then headed off in different directions. Not far from the palace, Callie watched the group disperse with a slight curl of his lips. Thanks to the divine methods. From now on, they will be wary of each other and also fear me. With this, Xiliang's development doesn't need my constant supervision. I can focus on dealing with those people from Bailiang. Callie took a deep breath. Meanwhile, the Bailiang wedding procession was making a grand tour through various parts of Xiliang. Upon entering Xiliang, almost every town encountered would witness them beating gongs and drums, spreading news of the upcoming marriage between the Bailiang Emperor and the female Emperor of Xiliang. In Kaliki County, the Bailiang wedding procession arrived outside the county government office. Looking from afar, at the entrance of the county office stood many civilians cheering. It seems that the people of Kaliki County have already received the message and are welcoming us. General Hamilton, leading the Bailiang troops, observed the situation outside the city. General, it looks like our actions have taken effect. Now it's widespread throughout Xiliang. This move by his Bretjesty is truly brilliant. A few people nearby commented. Indeed. Let's go. Enter the city. Tell everyone that since there are many people in the city, we must stay hidden and not reveal any traces. Hamilton instructed those behind him. He led everyone into the city. Behind him followed over 100 carriages. On the carriages were bags full of provisions, under which many soldiers were hiding. These Xiliang people are too stupid themselves. And they actually jumped out, making sure everyone saw them. Rascals! Who are you? How dare you steal our grain? Kill them! Hamilton, being ruthless himself, quickly yelled orders at his subordinates. Soon, those soldiers who couldn't hold it in were killed. Gentlemen, I apologize. These carts carry grain for our journey along the way, not what we are presenting to his Bretjesty. They are bandits from somewhere unknown. Don't misunderstand. Hurry, let's continue on our way. Hamilton explained to the surrounding civilians. In a hurry, he led the grain convoy through the city. Watching the grain convoy leave, the citizens of Kaliki County pinched their noses and dispersed. Just how smelly were those Bailiang people? Yeah, even more than our cesspool. Bretibe, they soiled their pants? Who knows? Look at all the water on the ground. Ugh, too smelly, let's go. The Bailiang convoy passed through the city, leaving an indelible psychological shadow among the Xiliang civilians. Several dozen miles away from Kaliki County, on an empty field. What happened to those people just now? We nearly screwed up the whole plan. Let them all come out for some fresh air. The county of Xiliang is just too smelly. I can barely stand it. Why does the carriage still stink? Did someone defecate in there? Hamilton shouted at the carriage and sat down with a thud. But what surprised Hamilton was that, previously, whenever he shouted for them to get some fresh air, those inside the carriages would jump out without restraint, unable to hold themselves back any longer. Today, however, there was no movement at all. Hastily lifting the grain bags on the carriage for a look, he saw that over 10 people inside the carriage were foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, clearly already unconscious. What happened? Quick, quick, quick. Hurry and carry them out. Ugh. What did they do in there? Startled, Hamilton quickly bellowed. But just as he grabbed one person, he felt a strange liquid on his hand. Smelling it by the nose, he vomited instantly. In no time, the Northlang soldiers who were brought out for ventilation began to regain consciousness gradually. There were traces of tears at the corners of their eyes. What exactly happened? Why did you all faint? Hamilton asked them urgently. General, we don't know either. We were hiding properly, but suddenly, we smelled something foul, and everyone started vomiting right away. General, you wouldn't understand. The space beneath was already small, full of body odor and foot smell. and then came this new stench. We were utterly overwhelmed. Yes, General, compared to our original smell, it was absolutely fragrant. We knew we couldn't expose ourselves, so we tried hard to endure, but after holding our breath and then taking a big breath, we were directly choked until our eyes rolled back. We almost jumped out, but seeing those who jumped out first got chopped by you, we didn't dare move. After taking a deep breath, I lost consciousness. I was the same. Everyone tearfully recounted their ordeal to Hamilton. This short time passing through the city felt like an eternity to them. This outcome, probably Kendrick didn't anticipate it either. Originally, the plan was to make the Northlang soldiers unable to bear the stench from the herring cans and reveal themselves. But the power of the herring cans was underestimated. It directly knocked out the soldiers with its fumes. Chapter 120. I'm truly stupid indeed. Damn it. What on earth happened? Could it be that the civilians of Shilyang did this on purpose? Even if they smeared feces, it shouldn't have this much effect. All these supplies are ruined. Hamilton looked at the wet grain. Worry etched all over his face. General, what should we do? We use this grain to camouflage and shield us. If we remove it, there will be no way to hide. If we let the soldiers walk down, our large number would alert Shilyang. The surrounding generals were also worried. Yes, fortunately, we're not far from the capital of Shilyang now. Let them bear with it for a bit. We can stop more frequently for air and travel slower. We won't enter the towns along the way, just hurry toward the capital. Hamilton sighed. The soldiers looked like they had lost their mothers and squeezed back into the foul-smelling wagons. But soon, the ride became too bumpy. Can you watch where you're going? You want to jolt us to death? It's already tough enough enduring the stench. Can't you drive properly? The soldiers, unable to endure the jostling any longer, jumped out in protest. We don't have much choice either. The road is full of rocks. We can't possibly clear the rocks before moving, right? The wagon drivers were equally helpless. Nonsense. A perfectly fine road, what? Just as the Northern Liang soldiers were about to complain, they froze in shock. Rocks, big and small, lined the entire road. While the rocks didn't completely block the path, they were causing havoc for the wagons. Report. General, the road ahead is blocked. A few trees are blocking the road. Passersby say that a landslide occurred a few days ago, causing this situation. That man said turning back 7 or 8 li leads to a fork in the road, which can take us to the capital. At this moment, a few scouts returned and reported to Hamilton. A landslide? How could this be so coincidental? No other choice, we'll have to backtrack and take the detour. Hamilton was also baffled. To walk back? The Northern Liang soldiers inside the wagons almost went crazy upon hearing this. Another bumpy ride lay ahead. As tensions were rising, the horses pulling the wagons suddenly spooked, nearly overturning the wagons. A dozen soldiers hidden inside the wagons were thrown to the ground. Aya! Before they could shout anything else, intense pain shot through their hands and bodies. Upon getting up, they discovered sharp iron caltrops scattered around. How did iron caltrops appear here? And they're so sharp. Just as the soldiers were about to speak, they began foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. What's happening? Shocked, Hamilton rushed over to see. General, they've been poisoned. It seems to be something like strychnine. While not fatal, they won't be able to move for a while. The soldiers confirmed after checking. Iron caltrops? Poison too? There must be an ambush. This can't be. Our disguise is perfect. Shilyang shouldn't know we're here. What's going on? Hamilton was astonished, utterly confused. General, could it be bandits? I heard earlier that Shilyang suffers from severe banditry. Could these be traps left by bandits? Someone speculated. Possible. Spread the order. Everyone stay vigilant. Send scouts to clear the caltrops first, then proceed. Be extra cautious. Hamilton's expression turned serious. To their surprise, the caltrops were sporadically placed along the road. Scouts quickly picked up many, but saw that they extended for 2 li ahead. Just as they were ready to report back, they realized more caltrops appeared on the ground. They continued picking them up. Yet when the army moved forward, cleared paths reappeared with caltrops again. Hamilton knew this was the work of bandits. He ordered the men to set up camp and search for the bandits, but found nothing. Late at night, more poisonous iron caltrops rained down. Not daring to catch them directly, the soldiers could only scramble to avoid them. None dared to leave the tents. When the rain of caltrops finally ceased, they found that the horses were gone. Damn it! Unscrupulous! Their goal is to steal our horses. Enraged, Hamilton almost spat blood. Without horses, the soldiers had to pull the wagons themselves, slowing their progress significantly. This journey, with its various stops and dangers, was almost as challenging as the 81 tribulations faced by Tang Monk and his disciples on their quest for the Buddhist scriptures. It took 8 days to reach the capital of Shilyang. From afar, they saw a troop dressed in bright red waiting to welcome them. Finally here. What a hard journey. Hamilton, upon seeing the Shilyang wedding procession, nearly shed tears. Everyone hide well. Do not give us away. Hamilton spurred you, just you. Follow us into the palace. The rest of you, sit tight and put your hands behind your heads, or else, we'll let you taste our arrows. Casimir pointed at Hamilton. Several soldiers came forward, tied Hamilton up, and led him towards the palace. Chapter 121. Art is Explosion. The Shilyang Imperial Palace. Callie was also observing everything through a drone. Seeing the Baelyang troops subdued, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kendrick, I plan to use the same strategy against the Ruran troops and turn their plan against them. We can use these people to send false information back, further delaying their plans. If we can delay them for another month, the Baelyang's 100,000-strong army will exhaust themselves. Callie shared his thoughts with Kendrick. It's a good idea, but we can't let Andre off so easily. He even wants to form an alliance through marriage? He must be eliminated. Proceed with your plan first. I'll prepare something special for you to give to Andre, Kendrick told Callie. Sure. Hearing the overflowing anger in Kendrick's voice, Callie couldn't help but smile. bright light neighborhood. After finishing his conversation with Callie, Kendrick went out. Just thinking about Andre proposing to Callie made him furious. If only he could go there, he would definitely take him down with an AK-47. Kendrick took a taxi to a fireworks factory. You want to custom order fireworks? That's possible, but it will be quite expensive. The factory manager looked at Kendrick after hearing his request. That's fine. The cost isn't an issue. Actually, it's pretty simple. I just need a supersized firework shell. It needs to have enough power to at least level a house. But it shouldn't fly up into the sky. It should explode on the ground. A single ignition should set it off immediately. Kendrick explained. What? Destroy what? A house. And it explodes instantly? Are you trying to make a big bomb? Who are you? The manager couldn't help but widen his eyes, instinctively reaching for his phone to call the police. No. Don't misunderstand. I want to create a water surface firework effect, which means having fireworks explode on the water. After exploding, it will blend the fireworks with water splashes. I'm an artist. Art is explosion. The famous quote by artist Adara. Seeing the manager's reaction, Kendrick hurriedly clarified. Oh, so you're an artist. No wonder you're a bit unusual. The manager glanced at Kendrick and shook his head silently. Such a handsome Hubert, yet he chose art. Your idea is actually pretty cool. Let's try it. We'll make the fuse longer to ensure safety. When do you need it? The manager thought for a moment. It was currently the off-season. Business opportunities shouldn't be missed. As soon as tomorrow. Kendrick replied. Tomorrow? That's impossible. There's no way we can finish in time. The manager firmly shook his head. More money. Double the price. Kendrick offered. Deal. I'll get my team to work overtime right away. The manager immediately agreed. Shilyang. Imperial Palace. The Grand Hall was filled with civil and military officials. Soon, Baelyang General Hamilton was brought into the hall. We were ordered to deliver grain. Why has the emperor broken his promise? Why aren't we being treated fairly? Hamilton confronted Callie upon entering. How dare you? Why didn't you bow before his Majesty? How disrespectful. This is our Shilyang Imperial Palace. How dare you disrespect his Majesty? Did his Majesty ask you anything? You dare speak without permission? Kneel down. Before Callie could respond, Skylar and several other family heads stepped forward, kicking Hamilton under the knees, and forced him to kneel, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. This scene stunned not only Hamilton but also the officials standing behind. What's going on? Why were these elders defending the emperor so fervently today? Enough. Let him go. Callie waved his hand. He was satisfied with the minister's performance. Looks like all the previous efforts weren't in vain. We broke the promise? Humph. Since you met the 3 conditions, show us. Callie said calmly. Those items are in our Baelyang capital. Once the emperor visits, he will see them naturally. For this trip, we are delivering grain. Isn't it just a few grains? Surely Baelyang can afford it. Hamilton responded calmly. Sometimes, telling lies too often makes one believe them. Truly absurd. How about this? Let's do some math right now in front of all my officials. If you can calculate how much grain would fit into 64 squares, then I'll release you and go with you. What do you say? Callie said to Hamilton. Really? The emperor will do it? Hamilton's eyes lit up. Of course, a ruler never jests. Callie nodded. Good. Hamilton became somewhat excited. There are 64 squares in total. The first square has 1 grain of rice. The second square has 2 grains. The third square has... The 8th square has... Hamilton's voice gradually grew softer as he wiped sweat from his forehead and his back was drenched in sweat. My goodness, this can't be counted at all. Yes, it needs so many grains after a while. What comes after 10,000? When I heard this condition before, I didn't think much about it and didn't calculate further. I didn't expect that calculating this would be so frightening. No wonder his Majesty proposed 3 conditions, because they're impossible to meet. The surrounding ministers were also trying to count on their fingers, but as they counted, they could no longer continue. Long live the emperor. Far-sighted and foresight. Strategic and brilliant. All the court officials knelt down, expressing their heartfelt admiration for Callie. Hamilton was stunned. He finally understood. From the very beginning, this task was unachievable. So when they claimed to have met the conditions and brought the grain, they were destined to expose themselves. Ironically, they felt proud all along, believing their plan had succeeded. It must have been like watching Fools for the Shilyang Annette all the way. Hamilton's face flushed red as if it were branded with a hot iron. What do you have to say? Callie asked Hamilton indifferently. His Majesty is highly intelligent and strategic. I admire you. This time, we lost, and we are willing to accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Hamilton said listlessly. Punishment? There's no need to rush. If your plan went smoothly, what would you do after entering the capital? Callie asked Hamilton. Of course, we would meet his Majesty and deliver the rice. If his Majesty agrees, I will immediately send someone back to Baelyang to notify the border to retreat and hold the wedding ceremony, and our Baelyang emperor will personally wait for you at the Baelyang border. But if not, then the troops hidden in our grain convoy would cause trouble. Hamilton replied honestly. Chapter 122. A shocking gift. Take him away first. Do not be disrespectful. Callie looked at Hamilton before him. This man was robust and forceful, and judging from his earlier reactions, he seemed straightforward enough. He's a capable person. Your Majesty, now that we have seen through the Northern Liang's plan, why don't we just take them out directly? We could launch a counterattack when they are unprepared. These days, troops from all regions have been stationed. Our Western Liang has nearly 100,000 troops, so there is no need to fear the Northern Liang. After Hamilton was taken away, Skylar stepped forward and spoke. The Northern Liang has more than 10,000 troops pressing down on us, but dare not attack when our defense is weakened. Instead, they resort to these tricks. It's not that he fears our Western Liang, but rather he worries about attacks from Wei, Jin, later Qin, and other countries. At this moment, any loss of troops will weaken the nation's strength. And we feel the same way. It's not yet time for a war. Callie explained to everyone present. The people around nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, while the snipe and clam are fighting, the fisherman gains. The next day, Callie received something sent by Kendrick. He sent his men disguised as Hamilton's subordinates with Hamilton's token to the Northern Liang. Agreed? How smooth. Ha ha ha. Emperor Clay of the Northern Liang listened to the reports from his minister and felt excited. Long live his Majesty. Our Northern Liang army can conquer Western Liang without shedding blood. Long live the Emperor. 10,000 years. All ministers knelt down and exclaimed, Rise. Prepare the wedding immediately. Clay stood up. Your Majesty. There is one more thing. The Annette of Western Liang asked our messenger to bring this back. Perhaps it's a return gift. Hayden waved his hand toward the back, and a few people carried in a large box. Oh, bring it up here. I didn't expect the Annette of Western Liang to be quite sensible. Clay's eyes lit up. He sized up the square box in front of him. Pressing on it, it wasn't made of wood, as it felt somewhat soft. Yet it wasn't paper since it wasn't that hard either. There was also a thin rope outside. What's this? Is there a letter? Clay noticed an envelope beside the box. Read it. Sitting on his dragon throne, Clay waved to a nearby eunuch. Clay, this is a gift I've specially prepared for you. Burn that small rope, and there will be a surprise. The little eunuch loudly read the message aloud to everyone. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that little vixen could be so affectionate? She hasn't even married me yet, and she sends gifts already. Clay laughed heartily, quite pleased. Ministers below him also chuckled. Go. Burn that rope. I want to see what surprises that beauty has for me. Clay said to the eunuch. Soon, a young eunuch came forward to light the fuse. Wow, look at that, it's quite pretty. Clay watched as the string slowly burned, flickering with dazzling sparks. Unable to help himself, he leaned closer to watch. Your Majesty. This must be gold and jewels sent by the Annette of Western Liang. No. Perhaps inside are a few koi beauties. Ha ha ha. Maybe it's the Annette's personal undergarments sent early for your pleasure. The ministers began speculating wildly. The rope went in? What happens next? Clay curiously leaned closer. Boom. At that moment, with a loud explosion, Clay was flung backwards along with someone else. In an instant, flames shot skyward, flying everywhere. A huge firework exploded in the hall. It was like ferocious fire dragons emerging from underground, swirling and dancing wildly within the hall. Thick smoke billowed, bricks scattered, fragments flew everywhere. The explosive noise was deafening, like thunderclaps ringing in their ears. Windows and doors were blasted open. The beams on the roof were shattered. Tiles rained down. The blast spread outward from the palace. The entire capital city of Northern Liang heard the explosion. After a while, the thick dust gradually settled. Only then did the guards in the palace dare to timidly approach. At this time, the magnificent conference hall had become a pile of rubble. Dust still rolled inside the hall. Groans and cries of pain came from beneath the debris. Realizing what happened, everyone rushed to dig and rescue the survivors. During the explosion, there were many ministers in the hall, eagerly waiting to see the surprise. No one expected the sudden explosion, especially when it was followed by fireworks scattering everywhere. Several court officials were directly hit by the fireworks shells and could not survive the impact. Those who weren't struck by the projectiles weren't spared either. The force of the blast shattered the hall's beams, sending countless tiles raining down like a storm. This rained down on everyone, causing head injuries and bloody faces. Finally, they were buried under the rubble. Most of the ministers were civil officials and advanced in age. With the massive explosion and subsequent burial, many were barely breathing when dug out. Bad. Quickly. Dig out his Majesty quick. Chapter 123. A toad lusting after swans. Your Majesty. We thought so at first too. But then we suddenly realized that the person who came to deliver the items had vanished. We inquired with Hamilton's men, and they have never seen that person. This was likely done by the Western Liang Annette. Several ministers knelt before Andre. What did you say? Andre sat up in disbelief. Your Majesty, it's not just that. Recently, news has spread across Northern Liang. They say Northern Liang hasn't fulfilled the conditions but deployed troops ahead of schedule, sneaking them into the capital of Western Liang via grain carts. They've also been spreading a nursery rhyme. Our plan has been exposed, Hayden said from the side. Nursery rhyme? What kind of nursery rhyme? Andre was bewildered by the series of incidents. Northern Liang plays dirty tricks, ambushing soldiers in carriages. Threats and bribes enter Western Liang. A toad lusting after swans. As Hayden spoke, seeing Andre's face darken like a scorched pot bottom, he hastily closed his mouth. Your Majesty, from what this man has said and from the recent spread of news, fearfully, our escort troops sent to Western Liang, as well as those gifts, they have probably all. Another minister wanted to speak, but his voice grew quieter and he bowed his head obediently. Ridiculous. Shameless. Bloody hell. Andre went mad. After all this effort, they had been played from the start by Western Liang. What rubbish about 3 conditions. Absolutely impossible to meet. Trying to outsmart them. Yet Western Liang saw through it all from the beginning, playing along while setting a trap for them. Had it not been for his fortune, the Northern Liang High Command would have been wiped out. Shame. How dare a mere woman mock our Northern Liang? Spread my decree. Gather the armies from the Northern Liang capital and its surrounding regions. I will lead the charge myself. Combined with 10,000 border troops, I will personally remove the head of the Western Liang Annette. Overwhelmed with humiliation, Andre lost all reason, personally leading the massive army toward Western Liang without hesitation. Soon, Western Liang received the news of Northern Liang's offensive. Callie promptly informed Kendrick. How is that possible? That powerful fireworks didn't kill him? Is Andre a cockroach? Kendrick was equally shocked. With their army pressing on, brute force isn't an option. We need something to intimidate them. He looked at the TV screen, where a report on Long Country firing intercontinental missiles, leaving the world silent, was being broadcasted. If that's the case, might as well give them a loud bang to listen to. Scare them too. Kendrick instantly had an idea and headed toward the Dragon Soaring Drone Company. Mr. Chun, your suggestion is to further expand the drone's signal range beyond the current 30 kilometers? I'm afraid that's unlikely. This is already our limit. Unless we can piggyback on another base station, the chief engineer explained to Kendrick. All right. Kendrick had no choice but to let it go. Originally, Kendrick intended to set up a signal source near the northern Liang borders if the drone signal could be expanded, allowing drones to fly over. But now, northern Liang had sealed off its borders entirely. They couldn't get through. The operational range of drones was only within 20 to 30 kilometers of the border. If so, let's change tactics. Can you program the drones to automatically display this image once released? Kendrick handed over his phone. Malcolm, the chief engineer looked. Yes. Break it big. And make it noticeable at night, looking like a god from afar. Preferably moving. Kendrick described. That's simple. Just reprogram the sequence. But complex actions are out of the question. The chief engineer explained. A couple of movements are enough. Sufficient to scare them stiff. Kendrick smiled. Well, actually, Mr. Chun, this feature isn't new. During the new year, many drone shows were far more intricate than this. Not scary at all. The chief engineer timidly added, feeling like Kendrick was possibly inexperienced, though it shouldn't be. Kendrick. Hurry up, need it tomorrow. Doubled bonus. Any issues? Kendrick rolled his eyes. No problem. Mr. Chun, rest assured. Additionally, the 1,000 heavy lift drones you previously arranged for production are already completed. They have all been set up with semi-automated programming as per your requirements. They can be controlled en masse through commands. The chief engineer said. Excellent. Send them to the warehouse immediately. Kendrick was delighted. For this operation, Kendrick had already chosen a location from the map Callie provided earlier. Wolf Valley. It was a must-pass place for the Northern Liang army to enter Western Liang. On both sides were cliffs, in a crescent arc shape, yet the middle terrain was wide, spanning several miles in width, wind-sheltered and dust-free. And these drones were to serve as fire starters. After leaving the Dragon Soaring Drone Company, Kendrick went to all the fireworks factories in Tianhai City and its surroundings. He packed up all the raw materials and inventory. Only then did he slowly explain his plan to Callie. 10 days later, Andre led the massive army and arrived outside Wolf Valley with great pomp. According to Andre's plan, they and the original 10,000 troops at the border would launch simultaneous attacks from two directions. In the shortest time possible, directly assaulting the capital of Western Liang. To enter Western Liang in the shortest time, passing through Wolf Valley was the fastest route. Set up camp immediately. Tonight, quietly enter Wolf Valley to ambush. Order the three armies not to light fires for cooking or lighting. Do not let the Western Liang people detect our movements. After dawn tomorrow, attack simultaneously. Andre was helped out of the carriage. At this moment, Andre was entirely wrapped in bandages, almost like a mummy, with only one eye visible on his face, looking quite terrifying. Your Bretjesty, the land of Wolf Valley seems rather peculiar. Look at the color of the ground, it's black. Even these stones are black. Just then, a soldier who had just got off the carriage stepped on the ground and felt something strange. The soil was soft and full of black powder. Not only at the valley entrance, but also throughout Wolf Valley, the vast expanse of land appeared as continuous black earth. It was as if an abyss was about to swallow them whole. Chapter 124, Shao Nan uses explosive talismans to create waterfalls? Then we'll use gunpowder to create a fiery ground. It is a bit strange. Was it like this before? Andre also looked at it in confusion. Your Bretjesty, it wasn't like this before. It might be due to the seasonal changes, someone nearby said while shaking his head. No matter. Anyway, we will just hide for one night. Do you think these black lands were made by the Western Liang people? Andre waved his hand indifferently and led everyone to settle outside Wild Wolf Valley. Winter nights come especially early. Tonight was rare without a breeze, and the moon was covered by thick clouds. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, the Northern Liang troops quietly crept into Wild Wolf Valley with horses carrying grass bundles and soldiers keeping silence. Dawn often comes when people are most sleepy. It's the best time for an attack. What sound is that? Wasn't there no wind tonight? A subordinate general who was lying in ambush up front seemed to hear a buzzing wind overhead and looked up, puzzled. But all he saw was darkness above. General, it might be caused by the terrain of Wild Wolf Valley. There's no wind inside here. But it's hard to say about outside. Someone nearby speculated. All right. There's less than 2 hours until dawn. Everyone get ready for ambush. The subordinate general nodded. Nothing happened throughout the night. Brittany soldiers couldn't help but feel drowsy. With the continuous buzzing sound from the sky, many of them dozed off. At the outermost entrance of Wild Wolf Valley, Andre was shivering violently from the cold. He had been severely wounded and hadn't fully recovered before leading the army out on this campaign. He had suffered much during the journey. But thinking about the fact that he could soon invade Western Liang, personally kill the Annette, and wipe out his previous humiliation, his excitement couldn't be restrained. What sound? Then Andre heard several popping sounds from the sky ahead. It sounded as if some locks were being unfastened. In the next moment, he saw numerous objects falling from the sky. Before Andre could react, Wild Wolf Valley suddenly lit up. Electric scooters' batteries, emitting sparks, illuminated the entire valley. The soldiers were just settling into their ambush positions. Suddenly, things started dropping from the sky, crashing heavily onto them. Those who got hit let out groans and fell motionless. Each battery weighed 20 to 30 pounds. Falling from several dozen meters high, the sheer force was considerable. Moreover, some batteries exploded upon impact, spewing fire in all directions. Flames shot out 5 or 6 meters in every direction. Each drone carried over 10 batteries, and almost instantly, the entire valley was engulfed in fiery dragons. This wasn't the end. When the flames touched the ground, the entire ground of Wild Wolf Valley ignited immediately. Originally, the ground of Wild Wolf Valley was normal, but Kendrick had bought all the fireworks and materials from a fireworks factory and had the Western Liang troops sprinkle gunpowder thickly inside the valley beforehand. The Northern Liang troops stood atop a vast field of gunpowder. Even a tiny spark would doom them. Thick smoke filled the entire valley immediately. Even the newly emerged flames were nearly obscured by the smoke. Whoosh, 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 boom. The ignition of the ground-level gunpowder was not mild. When all the gunpowder on the ground erupted, Wild Wolf Valley was like a giant explosive barrel that detonated. Outside the valley, Andre stared with wide eyes, bewildered. He was blasted away by the powerful shockwave. Mid-air, Andre felt that the smell in the air and the sensation of flying were eerily familiar. Indeed, everything was the work of the Western Liang. Andre landed hard on the ground. Every bone in his body felt broken, and the bandages on his wounds burst open. But Andre paid no attention to his injuries. Struggling to stand, he gazed into the valley. As the first survivor to witness such an explosion, he knew how destructive it was. Just now, their 10,000 troops were ambushing within Wild Wolf Valley. All was lost. After the explosion, thick smoke filled Wild Wolf Valley. Heart-wrenching screams came from within. Actually, whether it was the burning of batteries or gunpowder, although intense, wouldn't directly burn people to death, especially with gunpowder. After the explosion passed, out of 10,000 troops, only those in direct contact would have been seriously injured. After the explosion, there were still 70 to 80,000 people alive. The most dangerous part was actually the toxic smoke produced by the burning batteries. The combustion of gunpowder was not continuous. After the explosion, Wild Wolf Valley returned to pitch black, but the toxic smoke from the electric scooters' batteries continued to hiss out following the sparks. Although the terrain inside Wild Wolf Valley was spacious, Kendrick had sent a total of 1,000 heavy lift drones this time. Each drone carried more than 10 batteries. Even if calculated as 10,000 batteries, that would mean 10 people per battery. The toxic smoke's impact was not affected by the number of people. The more people, the greater the harm from the toxic smoke. Before long, the sounds inside the entire Wild Wolf Valley diminished. The wailing stopped. The cries ceased. The roars subsided. Everything became eerily silent. Equally quiet were the tens of thousands of troops led by Andre outside Wild Wolf Valley. They just watched, listened, and waited helplessly. As the noise inside Wild Wolf Valley gradually faded away, Andre's mind went blank. A battlefield so dead silent could only mean one thing. 10,000 troops, completely annihilated. They also heard the explosion sound coming from Wild Wolf Valley just now. Such a big noise. Can there be thunder even in midwinter? That's not right. Why does it seem to be from the direction of Wild Wolf Valley? Could it be caused by his Bretjesty and his team? It's possible. Could our king set fire in Wild Wolf Valley? It doesn't look like it. If it was a fire, we should still be able to see the flames. But that burst of light just now vanished as quickly as it appeared. Why didn't they give us any warning before launching the full attack? Should we launch an early attack as well? People were discussing heatedly. Heaven, look over there quickly. As everyone was confused, a soldier pointed at the sky above Wild Wolf Valley with astonishment on his face. Following the soldier's finger, everyone stared wide-eyed with shock. My God, what is this? Above Wild Wolf Valley, a human-shaped outline appeared. Though it looked somewhat blurry, such vagueness only increased its impact. Meanwhile, outside Wild Wolf Valley, Andre and his men stared dumbfoundedly at the approaching humanoid silhouette. This figure was dozens of zhang tall, its body hidden in darkness and rolling smoke, with only the silhouette shimmering with strange light. More terrifyingly, this enormous figure actually had 3 eyes. Could this be the deity protecting Xiliang? Our actions have angered the deity. That celestial fire earlier must have been sent down by the deity. We're doomed. Beg for the deity's forgiveness. Beg for the deity's forgiveness. Seeing this shocking sight, Bretni soldiers of Bailiang immediately reacted. They had previously heard that Xiliang was protected by a deity who bestowed grains and the like. But Bailiang's people dismissed these rumors, believing it to be nothing more than a tactic used by the Empress of Xiliang to win the hearts of her people. But in this moment, seeing this majestic mountain-like deity appear before their eyes, they finally believed. Just then, amidst everyone's shock and confusion, the deity in the sky moved. It took just one huge step forward. An overwhelming pressure fell upon everyone like tidal waves. Surrender. Unequaled. Under this immense pressure, all knelt involuntarily. I am the guardian deity of Xiliang. How dare you petty ones plan to invade Xiliang? You are simply courting death. This time, I will only teach you a small lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. A deafening voice echoed. In the silent night, it struck everyone's hearts like heavy drums. Terror filled their souls. After finishing speaking, along with the deity, the voice ascended into the sky. Andre gazed vacantly at the disappearing deity, filled with remorse. Back then, when Callie delivered that peculiar object, he should have realized. Such phenomena were beyond human capabilities. That box might have been sent by the deity as a warning. But blinded by anger, he failed to notice. If he had realized earlier, perhaps those 10,000 troops would not have. Wait, hurry up. Send someone immediately to inform the other 10,000 troops. Tell them to stop attacking. Don't move. Andre suddenly came to his senses, urging the people beside him. If those 10,000 troops continued attacking, they might provoke the deity's full wrath, and Bailiang might cease to exist. The sky gradually brightened. The wind began to rise. Wild Wolf Valley became clearer. Now in Wild Wolf Valley, bodies lay charred everywhere. Even stones turned pitch black due to burning. Most of the corpses were horrifyingly contorted, poisoned by the toxic smoke. Seeing this scene, Andre lost all hope. Your Bretjesty? Should we retreat? An adjacent general asked Andre. Retreat. Sigh. Who could have thought, in this battle, we lost so many troops without even entering Xiliang? Why does Xiliang have a deity's protection? Why don't we have one? I cannot accept it. Andre clenched his fists tightly. The operation against Xiliang ended in disaster. Firstly the jewelry box, then sending General Hamilton leading thousands of troops, and carrying another batch of gold and silver jewels. Lastly, losing 10,000 troops. Andre felt heart-wrenching pain. No matter what, since Xiliang has the deity's protection, we cannot use brute force. Although we can't wage war, we can use other means. Hayden came to Andre and said, Other means? Andre slowly raised his head. Your Bretjesty, don't forget. At that time, to gather information about Xiliang, we sent many people to infiltrate as refugees. They have all been settled now. They are our sworn warriors. If we let them stir up trouble in Xiliang, or even quietly assassinate the Anet of Xiliang, we might succeed. Hayden whispered. I nearly forgot about these people. Andre's eyes lit up. Do it this way. Find a way to contact them, and make sure they find an opportunity to assassinate the Anet. Andre looked at the direction of Xiliang with hatred. He ordered the bodies gathered, and led the remaining troops to retreat. Shortly after the Baelyang troops withdrew, outside Wild Wolf Valley, Casimir and his troops also arrived here. Seeing this scene, they were equally shocked, speechless. Heaven! No wonder his Bretjesty didn't let us get close here last night. So terrifying when the deity descends? Casimir and his companions had no words. Thinking back to their previous doubts, confusions, and disrespect toward the deity made their legs tremble. Killing 10,000 troops in one battle. Although terrain played a role, this move alone can shock the world. I believe Xiliang will be stable for some time now, Brethia said slowly. One punch breaking through 100 punches, finally experiencing that feeling. News of the deity's appearance and the elimination of Baelyang's 10,000 troops quickly spread across Xiliang. For a while, in various tea houses and taverns in Xiliang, storytellers had new material. With a clap of the block and a flick of their robes, the stories became more and more vivid, exaggerated, as if they witnessed it firsthand. The deity crushed 10,000 troops with a single step. The deity slapped 10,000 troops to death. The deity drowned 10,000 troops with a mouthful of spit. Stories multiplied endlessly. Under such divine power, the previous marriage alliance proposal from Baelyang turned into a laughingstock. At this moment, in the capital city of Xiliang, Hamilton listened in shock to reports from his ministers. He had heard some rumors before, which seemed unreal. Eliminating 10,000 troops in one blow? Bluffing? But now, hearing Callie and others describe the withdrawal of Baelyang with undeniable evidence, he couldn't help but believe it. General Hamilton is now in a desperate situation, and the Baelyang soldiers who came to present gifts have all surrendered. Why not choose a better tree to perch on? Why not surrender to our Xiliang? Ilby asked Hamilton. Chapter 126. Do you sell gems by weight? Ever since Hamilton's arrival, Emperor Callie had treated him with great courtesy. Jarrett you understood Callie's admiration for talent, and spoke of it publicly. All the court officials rejoiced. Hamilton was originally a general of Northern Liang. For Chiotsu Atabayasin to send him to escort the bride indicated Hamilton's high standing. He was decisive in battle, resourceful, and an incomparable military talent. Thank you for your Bretjesty's favor. I am a general of Northern Liang. Chiotsu Atabayasin has treated me as a brother, and I owe him much. How can I betray such loyalty? I hope your Bretjesty will grant my death to preserve my honor. Hamilton stepped forward, bowing deeply. Well, Callie was troubled. She admired Hamilton's choice but felt very sorry for losing him. She knew that this was not the time to say more. Come, take Hamilton away and imprison him in the death cell? Callie waved her hand. Thank you, your Bretjesty. Hamilton sighed in relief. Your Bretjesty, perhaps I could try to persuade him again in prison? He knows the tactics of Northern Liang. If we can win him over, it would greatly benefit our Western Liang. Jarrett you was reluctant to give up. Enough. He is set on dying. This is his code of honor. Even if we forcibly keep him, he wouldn't serve me willingly. Let it be. Callie waved dismissively. After leaving the court, Callie went to the Divine Hall and confided in Kendrick. The loss of such a talented general pained her deeply. In fact, there might still be a way. If he wishes to die, why don't we let him die once? No matter how loyal he is to Northern Liang, after dying once, all will fade away, and he can start anew. Kendrick slowly said upon hearing Callie's words. Die once? What do you mean? Do people come back to life after dying? Callie was speechless. One cannot truly come back to life after death. But what if we make him appear dead? Kendrick explained. Previously, Kendrick had undergone surgery using thiopental sodium for general anesthesia induction. It strongly suppressed the central nervous system, causing unconsciousness and muscle relaxation. He experienced a state of apparent death. When he woke up, it felt like he had been reborn. That sensation stayed with Kendrick even now. Apparent death? Air. Callie couldn't follow Kendrick's logic. Don't worry, wait for my signal. Everything will proceed as if Hamilton is being executed, especially informing Northern Liang. Kendrick told Callie. Then, he immediately called Jarrett. Such drugs were strictly controlled and unavailable at hospitals. Thiopental sodium? Yes, we can produce it, but it's heavily regulated. Why do you need it? Jarrett was surprised. I want to make someone appear dead and then bring them back to life. Kendrick replied truthfully. Little brother Chun, this is risky. It could result in a real death. Jarrett was startled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Can you get it? Kendrick didn't elaborate further. To be honest, if you weren't a shareholder, I wouldn't dare provide it. Come and pick it up. I'll also arrange for other safety measures and detailed procedures to ensure no fatalities. Jarrett sighed. Though he didn't understand Kendrick's intentions, based on his knowledge of Kendrick, he would find another way if not through him, which might be more dangerous. A medical team would provide a safer plan. All right, thank you. I'll head over right away. Kendrick nodded. Oh, since you're calling, there's something I should tell you. The dividend for this quarter might be delayed. Jared mentioned. Delayed? I don't mind, but what happened? Kendrick asked. He hadn't been involved in Tianhai Pharmaceuticals operations and wasn't aware of the situation. Hell, I'd rather go bankrupt than give anything to those Japanese dogs. It might affect you, little brother Chen. Jared said apologetically. Don't say that. If you really agreed to the Japanese dog's terms, then I despise you. Let's face this together. I should still have some antiques. You can have someone appraise them, right? Do you buy jade? Kendrick was thinking about asking Callie for something else when he suddenly remembered the bag of stones from the last livestream, still hidden under his bed. Jade. What kind of jade? Do I buy? As long as it's genuine, we can sell it quickly at jewelry stores. Do you have a lot? Jared seemed to grasp at this lifeline. I'll come over right now to discuss it face to face. Have your people send over the medicine I need, Kendrick said while rummaging through and picking up the bag, heading out the door. Soon, Kendrick walked into Jared's antique shop. Seeing Kendrick carrying a black garbage bag like before, Jared shivered slightly. But when Kendrick opened the bag, Jared was dumbfounded. Little brother Chun, where did you get these? There are at least 7 or 8 pounds of stones in this bag. Are you kidding? Can you wholesale gems like this? Jared's disappointment was clear. Each gemstone would typically be carefully stored in a velvet box. Who would carry them around in a bag like Kendrick? Also, this was way too much. Most likely they were fake. When something like this became abundant, it didn't seem as valuable anymore. It must be something Kendrick found somewhere randomly. Chapter 127. Are you short on herbs? I have them. Take a closer look to see if they're real. Kendrick sat down nearby. All right. Jared shook his head. He picked up one of the stones and examined it closely. But this close inspection immediately revealed something was off. This one. Why does it look so much like a cinnabar phosphorus jade? Jared was somewhat surprised. He quickly put on his glasses from the table. These are real. Younger brother, your luck on Taba is too good. Where did you buy them? Jared's jaw dropped in astonishment. Did he randomly pick up a real gemstone just like that? Wait. This one seems like a cat's eye stone. I'll shine a light on it. Jared picked up another one and used a flashlight to examine its patterns. The color, the pattern. This damn thing is also real. Jared cursed loudly. Could his luck be this outrageous? Out of a bag of stones, the 2 he randomly picked were all real? The odds were incredibly low. What did this mean? Jared wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He nervously looked at Kendrick. During the live broadcast earlier, I connected with several professors and Ashlyn from Tinquan Appraisal. They all said these might be real. Take a closer look. Estimate the value. Kendrick smiled. Listening to Kendrick's words, Jared swallowed hard. If anyone else had brought in several pounds of real gems, Jared would have chased them away with a stick. But this was Kendrick. His background made it entirely possible. Close the shop. Not open for business today. Get all the appraisers out here. Jared shouted to the inside. All the appraisal masters came out. You check them first. I need to make a quick trip. Kendrick told Jared, taking the medicine back home. This time, Jared not only gave him the medicine but also emergency drugs and detailed procedures. After Kendrick returned home, he followed the medical team's instructions, explaining everything carefully to Callie. Moreover, he had Callie start an allergy test on Hamilton. The finger-pricking operation left Hamilton completely bewildered. He thought the execution process in Shilyang was very complicated. Just as Kendrick finished arranging things with Callie, Jared called urgently, fiercely urging Kendrick to come over immediately. Brother Chen, I really don't know what to say. Those gems, after being appraised, are all real. As soon as Kendrick entered, Jared rushed out. If they're real, then that's great. How much are these worth? Can we handle this crisis with them? Kendrick nodded. Absolutely enough. I've already contacted relevant buyers who offered very reasonable prices. Brother Chun, I don't know how to thank you. Jared said excitedly, thinking he was at a dead end. But unexpectedly, Kendrick brought hope again. Don't mention it. I'm a shareholder too. This is my responsibility. This money will help cover the financial gap, which counts as my shares. If there's extra, you can give me the remainder. Kendrick smiled. Retiny battles still lay ahead concerning the use of medicines. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group must be protected at all costs. The money issue is resolved. Does that mean Japan won't have any tricks up their sleeve? They're quite devious. Don't let your guard down. Kendrick warned Jared. Yeah, of course it's not that simple. After rejecting Japan's acquisition offer earlier, they sued us in court, saying we engaged in false advertising, claiming our traditional Chinese medicine has insufficient efficacy. Jared shrugged. Insufficient efficacy? Fake medicine? Kendrick was stunned. Of course not. We have no choice. The growth cycle for traditional Chinese herbs is long, and the demand is huge. There isn't enough wild harvesting. Nowadays, most of these medicines are cultivated artificially, naturally weakening their effectiveness. That's why people recently say traditional Chinese medicine doesn't work. One reason is the loss of techniques, but now the medicinal properties in these herbs are far less potent than in ancient times. Jared sighed helplessly. Were the herbs in ancient times abundant? Kendrick asked. Definitely. In ancient times, the population was small, and everything was handpicked. Even using 1/10,000th would be considered a lot, and many herbs were wasted. Growing, withering, returning to dust. Now, with more people, herbs simply can't grow fast enough. It's truly a tragedy for traditional Chinese medicine. Jared explained to Kendrick. So that's the case. Kendrick understood. But we can't change our promotions. The prescription is still the same, and the medicine is also symptom-specific. We can't say that traditional Chinese medicine has no efficacy. That's why Japan found a loophole to exploit. In 3 days, the court will come here for sampling inspections. We simply can't get enough suitable herbs. Jared said. So, it means that as long as we have potent herbs, things will be easier? Kendrick asked. Yes. After securing the herbs, that's just the first step. Japan has already tarnished our reputation. We need to invite a renowned national medical expert to treat patients here. By doing so, we should be fine. But this national medical expert hasn't treated patients for a long time. Only important figures can get him to come. I've tried before, but couldn't even get in the door. Talking about these things is too far off. We still haven't solved the problem of getting the herbs. Down. Hamilton could only watch helplessly as Callie injected a syringe into his arm, slowly pushing some liquid into his body. Hamilton felt a cool sensation in his arm. His consciousness gradually blurred. So be it. This is not bad. I have no regrets with Baelyong. Hamilton's vision darkened, losing all consciousness. Chapter 128. Bargain Goods, Big Fortune. Seeing Hamilton lose consciousness, Casimir and his men hurriedly came forward to check. Your Brett Jesty, he still has a pulse, but it's very weak and gradually fading away. What if he really dies? Casimir tentatively asked Callie. It shouldn't happen, right? The deity clearly said that by counting to 60, the pulse would gradually weaken. Just as the pulse disappears, immediately administer this thing called epinephrine. How far have we counted? Callie asked the people beside him. 33, 34, 56, 57. The person was counting beside them. 59, 60. The pulse is almost gone. Damn, no breath anymore. Hurry. Do this injection. Callie quickly brought another dose of medicine and administered it to Hamilton. Gradually, Hamilton's pulse grew stronger, and his breathing stabilized. As the deity described, it seems everything is fine. All we need to do now is wait. Seeing this, Callie also let out a sigh of relief. After 3 hours passed, Hamilton slowly woke up. Am I dead? Where am I? Hamilton rubbed his dizzy head and sat up. The scene of Callie giving him an injection still lingered in his mind. But for some reason, he felt hollow, as if everything had lost its meaning. Looking around at the same prison, Hamilton got up, puzzled. I didn't expect that after dying, it feels just like being alive. What a pity. If his Brett Jesty hadn't sent me on that mission, I wouldn't have died so early. I wanted to lead troops into battle. Hamilton couldn't hide his disappointment. He died for loyalty but regretted not achieving his ambitions. Now, it was too late. Is anyone here? Hamilton shouted outside. Soon, footsteps sounded. Hamilton paused. Do underworld officers have feet? You've already died once. How does it feel to be back alive? It was Callie approaching. Your Brett Jesty? Died once. What's going on? Hamilton felt bewildered. At the time, you were injected with poison. You did die indeed. We announced to the world that you had been killed. But the deity of our Shilyang saved you and brought you back to life, Callie explained with a smile. Hamilton was stunned, thinking, with this money, we can proceed with procurement. Otherwise, once the treasury runs out, we'll be stuck. Kendrick thought for a moment and told Callie. Great idea. Since experiencing the things Kendrick had previously brought, Callie had become very interested in everything related to heaven. Moreover, during this period, he often chatted with Kendrick whenever free, transforming the capital according to the descriptions given. He eagerly awaited what Kendrick would bring this time. After leaving home, Kendrick went to a nearby small store. For the wealthy of Shilyang nowadays, food and drink were no longer as surprising. When one's basic needs are met, desires become more hidden. Daily necessities might just give them a pleasant surprise. Kendrick bought nail clippers, ear picks, soap, shampoo, stainless steel plates, hot water bottles, and lighters one after another. Each item he bought in quantities of 10. A large quantity would not be precious, but a small quantity wouldn't make money. When checking out, he glanced at the Durex on the shelf. Although population control wasn't necessary in ancient times, certain specific venues might find these popular items. Brothels were legal back then, but this kind of business couldn't be conducted openly, so he gave it up. Kendrick shook his head and picked up a carton of Huazi cigarettes. After some thought, he got an extra set of all the items for Callie. Seeing that thermal underwear was on sale, Kendrick also bought a set for her. Looking at the bras and panties nearby, Kendrick hesitated several times, but ultimately didn't move forward. All these items cost over 2,000 yuan. Carrying a big bag, he returned home. Seeing these items, Callie was greatly impressed. This is called soap? It has a floral scent. Callie eagerly washed her hands. Playing with the foam in her hands, she marveled repeatedly. Shampoo? Is it used to wash hair? Bring some hot water. I want to bathe. Callie touched the soft clothes Kendrick had bought for her and called out to the maids outside. In no time, Callie came out from the bathtub. After using the soap and shampoo, Callie felt like she was walking on air, especially her hair. After using the shampoo, it became smooth and shiny. She couldn't stop admiring it. Coupled with the clothes Kendrick gave her, she felt completely fulfilled, except that the top part was a bit too tight, making it slightly hard to breathe. On one hand, Callie prepared for the auction. On the other hand, she sent the herbs purchased from the capital area to Kendrick. After receiving the herbs, Kendrick immediately sought out Jared. Originally, Jared hadn't held much hope for Kendrick, but when he saw the herbs Kendrick brought, he was stunned. Brother Chin, you mean all these trucks are loaded with herbs? Jared looked at the fully packed delivery vehicles parked by the door, almost dropping his jaw. Chapter 129. Your never-setting sun seems to have set. Yes, but I'm also not sure about the potency of these herbs. You should get someone to check them out. Kendrick nodded. He knew nothing about traditional Chinese medicine and couldn't tell anything about the properties of the herbs. Come on. Let's take them to the pharmaceutical company. Abdul was very excited and hurriedly led the way to Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. After testing, all these herbs were Do you really think you can treat the honorable judges as fools? Kendrick couldn't help but say. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Fouise looked at the young Kendrick, thinking he was an employee of Tianhai Pharmaceuticals. I am Kendrick, a shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. To add, It was me who acquired your never-setting drone company. It seems your never-setting sun is setting, Kendrick said coldly. You're that Kendrick? Humph. Never thought that Tianhai Pharmaceutical is also your company. Very well then, let's skip the nonsense. Start sampling. Fuiz gritted his teeth as he stared at Kendrick. At that time, Kendrick had set a trap, crushing their plans in the drone industry, and sending the spy Irving they planted with great effort to prison. To save his life, Irving revealed everyone in the chain. Long Nation traced back and caught over a dozen samples for testing, but the result remained the same. Fuiz was stunned. The journalists were equally shocked. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. We've memorized our lines. Now what do we say? Ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, Kendrick smiled and stood in front of the journalists. Our Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group has always been sincere, and the herbs we use are always the best available. Just as everyone knows, Chinese medicinal herbs take too long to grow, and the quantities are limited. Only through artificial cultivation can we ensure supply. The potency of these artificially cultivated herbs naturally cannot match that of wild herbs. The purpose of using cultivated herbs is to keep the prices as affordable as possible. Otherwise, using 100-year-old ginseng for medicine would make it unaffordable for ordinary people, even if we could produce it. Our pharmaceutical group prioritizes serving the people. I hope everyone can understand this. Keep your eyes open and don't be misled by scoundrels, Kendrick said to the crowd. In the next moment, all cameras turned towards the people from Sakura Nation, and Fuiz's face turned green with anger. Let's go. Fuiz knew he had failed again. Stop. Do whatever you want just like that? Just leave whenever you want? How easy do you think it is? Sway that old doctor, Kendrick said. Gift? What kind of gift? Abdul was taken aback. Previously, he had brought countless treasures but was still turned away at the door. People didn't care about wealth. A herb. Kendrick, while speaking, took out a black garbage bag from the nearby backpack. Chapter 130. A century-old polygonum. For some reason, as soon as Kendrick took out the black garbage bag, Jared was overwhelmed by a premonition of impending doom. The first time Kendrick held a black garbage bag, it contained several ancient ingots. The second time Kendrick held a black garbage bag, it contained a porcelain cup from the Wei and Jin dynasties. The third time Kendrick held a black garbage bag, it contained 7 or 8 pounds of invaluable gems. This was the fourth time. He really didn't know what breathtaking thing Kendrick would take out. Jared carefully took it over and looked. He froze on the spot. It was indeed just a plant. Green and leafy, with soil underneath. Wait. This thing. Jared was dumbfounded. He hurriedly took out his phone and searched for it. Holy crap. This is really polygonum. Such a big polygonum? Jared let out a string of curses. He had only noticed that the plant looked like grass, completely overlooking the swollen roots. To be honest, he had been in the pharmaceutical industry for many years. The polygonum he saw were always dried root blocks. He had never seen a living polygonum plant. And judging by the size of this root, it was at least a century-old polygonum. Heavens! You dug out such a treasure like this? And you even put it in a garbage bag? Hurry up. Follow me quickly. Jared felt like he might bleed from the nose. If this thing dries up and dies, it would be a huge loss. Urgently, he led Kendrick to the place of the eminent physician. They had just arrived at the alleyway, and saw a black-plated car parked outside. That's not right. This is a vehicle from the Japanese consulate. Why are they here too? Jared recognized it. Let's go in and see. Kendrick also frowned. Please reconsider. We sincerely invite you. Just as they reached the entrance of a small courtyard, Finian around 165 centimeters squeezed out. People from Japan and dogs are forbidden here. Can't you read? Get lost. A white-bearded old man chased them out. What's going on with you two? Why are you bothering Alger? Seeing this, Jared hurriedly approached. It's you? Aren't you supposed to be under court investigation? Why are you here? The lead short man was also shocked. Today, they acted separately. One team went to the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Another came here to invite Alger out of retirement. The Japanese knew they obtained the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group through unscrupulous means, fearing disapproval from Chinese people. So they wanted this renowned, elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to come forward. Once this elder doctor made an appearance, everything would be simple. With this person presiding, once they successfully entered the Chinese traditional medicine field, the name TCM could change to traditional Japanese medicine. Unexpectedly, they brought heavy gifts, but faced rejection and got kicked out. What they hadn't anticipated was that Jared also showed up. Investigation? We do everything correctly, sitting upright, with nothing to hide. We aren't afraid of your investigations. Didn't you watch the news live stream? Haven't you heard what Alger said? Quickly scram. Jared coldly told the two men. Alger, I'm from the Tianhai Group. This time, these Japanese people want to acquire us through malicious competition and smear our reputation regarding traditional Chinese medicine. This visit aims to request your presence to clear our name. These are the gifts for you. Hoping you will like them. Jared respectfully stepped forward, handing over the garbage bag. Ha ha ha. Your countrymen truly don't understand propriety. We offered a 50 million yuan check and a night pearl from Japan when inviting Alger. But you brought a garbage bag as a gift? Those Finian immediately began to mock. Night pearl? Is it possibly a characteristic product left behind by the release of nuclear wastewater? Kendrick sneered. You. Nonsense. The Finian's eyes flared with anger. At this moment, Alger at the gate did not wish to let Jared and Kendrick in. But since both of them showed the same attitude towards the Japanese as he did, he couldn't let his compatriots lose face in front of foreigners. Although displeased, he still took over the black garbage bag. Looking into the bag, his eyes became fixed on it. Oh my. How can you treat such treasures so casually? How long has it been unearthed? Hurry up, come inside quickly. Let me plant it in the ground. Alger was different from Jared. He instantly recognized it as a century-old polygonum. Honestly, Even he saw such a complete and living polygonum for the first time. What a waste of nature. Alger hurriedly pulled Jared and Kendrick into the courtyard, slamming the door shut. What's going on? What happened? The two Japanese men nearly spat blood. When they came, they were so humble that they were almost kneeling to the old man, but his tone remained icy cold throughout. He didn't even look at their check or the treasures they offered. Why did this Chinese man with a garbage bag receive such treasure? Is this a joke? It must be intentional. What do we do now? How should I know? Call them and ask what's happening? Are they idiots over there? How could they let Jared through? The two men angrily took out their phones, but after just a few words, their faces turned deathly pale. It's all over. We've failed. Let's get out of here fast. The two men slunk away. In the courtyard, Alger knelt down, dug a hole in the medicinal garden, and carefully buried the polygonum plant. Jared watched as Alger pulled out some herbs from the ground. His lips twitched violently. These herbs were also extremely valuable, yet Alger pulled them out without hesitation. His actions were as casual as pulling weeds. You came today, oh right? Have some tea first, please have some tea. Alger stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Just as he was about to ask Kendrick their purpose, he couldn't help blushing. No matter what their goal was, he had not only accepted the gift but planted it in the ground. Would you ask them to dig it up again? You might as well kill me. This is a living century-old polygonum. It can be passed down as a family heirloom. If passed down for hundreds, even 1,000 years, its value would be immeasurable. Thinking of this, Alger got excited, his hands trembling. Alger, you must understand the current situation of traditional Chinese medicine. I believe your decision to retire was related to the state of medicinal resources. But our Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group has an abundant supply of medicinal herbs. Kendrick smiled and said to Alger, oh, you really have good herbs? Alger was somewhat skeptical. This polygonum is right here. And there will be more like this in the future. Kendrick nodded. Chapter 131. Did we come to the wrong place? Is this Xiliang's capital? Mr. Jarrett looked at Kendrick, then glanced at Christopher beside him. To be honest, previously, I retired because of an old friend's illness. I have the prescription and acupuncture methods. Coupled with herbal medicine, there was no problem in treatment. But I searched through all the traditional Chinese medicine shops in Donghua and couldn't find herbs of sufficient age. The reduced efficacy could only slow the disease's progression, leaving me very remorseful. Now that I've received this, I agree to your conditions. If there are more quality herbs later on, my friend's illness might also stand a chance. Mr. Jarrett explained to Kendrick and the others. Great. I will try my best as well. Kendrick and Abdul were overjoyed. This time, the merger of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group by the Sakura Country, under the reporter's coverage, had turned into a farce. Sakura Country truly hoisted themselves by their own petard. Initially aiming to ruin Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group's reputation thoroughly, they ended up giving Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group a reverse propaganda boost. Moreover, inviting Mr. Jarrett out of retirement, Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group saw a huge boom. It inadvertently promoted traditional Chinese medicine as well. Kendrick also became the largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. With the rapid growth and turnover, Kendrick reaped the most benefits as the largest shareholder. Abdul was left astounded. Kendrick had also discussed with Callie. A new business venture was set up. Callie took charge of organizing Xiliang residents to gather medicinal herbs in the mountains and even bought herbs from neighboring countries around Xiliang for Kendrick through trade. For the Xiliang residents, entering the mountains to collect herbs required no threshold. And with the high purchase price from Callie, numerous job opportunities were indirectly provided. Under the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group, Kendrick established a separate traditional Chinese medicine clinic, ensuring these herbs' value was maximized. Xiliang. Recently, following the living environment described by Kendrick, Callie upgraded and transformed the Xiliang capital city extensively. Infrastructure, environment, and order were all renewed and improved. Not long ago, Callie sent invitations to wealthy merchants across the regions, inviting them to attend an auction in the capital. These days, wealthy families from various places were gradually arriving in the capital. Their carriages were laden with gold and silver. At this moment, outside the capital, a carriage was slowly moving along. Brettster, we've finally arrived. Oddly enough, we didn't encounter any bandits on the road. It's hard to believe. The servant driving the carriage said to someone inside. There used to be many bandits. I heard they've all been conscripted by his Brettjesty. Our emperor is truly formidable. A fat man in fancy attire peeked his head out of the carriage. But Brettster, we brought a lot of gold and silver this time. What if we're targeted in the capital? The man asked worriedly. That can't be helped. Just like on the journey here, we'll take turns sleeping and keep watch over the carriage. The master slowly replied. As he spoke, the servant suddenly stopped the carriage. What are you doing? Hurry up and move on. The master stepped out of the carriage. Brettster, look at the road ahead. It seems something isn't right. The servant stammered. The master hopped down from the carriage and froze at the sight. Right before their eyes was a broad, flat road about 10 meters wide. The surface was smooth and gray, wide and straight. Even 4 carriages side by side could fit comfortably. All of them were stunned. What kind of road is this? I remember coming to the capital before. This was a dirt road that turned into mud during rainy days. How long has it been since I last came? Have we taken the wrong route? The master squatted down and touched the road. It's definitely stone. But not quite stone. Hey, countryman, how was this built? The master pulled a passerby and asked, are you from out of town? This road was constructed by the gods, and his Brettjesty named it the Holy Road. The passerby explained. The Holy Road? Built by the gods? No wonder. The master immediately clasped his hands together, respectfully bowed toward the direction of the capital, and then continued on their way. In no time, they arrived outside the capital. Seeing the towering city walls before them, the master increasingly felt he must have come to the wrong place. I remember the city walls of the previous capital weren't this tall, nor this clean. They were made of stacked stones, with grass growing between the cracks. Why is it now? The master was at a loss for words at the astonishing transformation. The walls were at least twice as high as before. The archway of the city gate was almost twice as long as before. There seemed to be a metallic sheen in the seams of the walls. Naturally, he had no idea. After the Ruran troops besieged the city last time, Kendrick sent a lot of cement, gravel, rebar, steel beams, and steel plates. They were instructed to reinforce and heighten the area around the city. Now, even if catapults were used, not to mention mortars, they wouldn't breach the walls. Are you gentlemen planning to enter the city? Is it for the auction? Please show your invitations. When the group arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. The master hurriedly showed his invitation. After thorough inspection, the guards let them pass. Upon entering the city, the master immediately felt like a country bumpkin in the city. This doesn't seem right. The capital wasn't like this before. How is it so clean? What is Barrett's tea parlor? Edric or Maisie Bath Center? The group walked while expressing their amazement. Houses lined up on both sides, with numerous stalls, yet orderly and neat. Are you here for the auction? We are city administrators. You can store your silver at an inn or temporarily at our Shiliang Bank. At this moment, several people approached. Shiliang Bank. The master was bewildered. Yes. Our emperor established it. You can store gold and silver inside and pay a daily management fee. You can withdraw anytime you want. The administrator explained. Since it's set up by his Bretjesty, it must be trustworthy. Let's go to the bank. The master promptly responded. Under the guidance of the administrator, they arrived at a building. Go ahead and register for merchant notes. Then unload your carriage in the back courtyard. Remember to park the carriage in the designated parking area, or we will impose fines. The administrator explained to the group. Parking area? What's that? The master was puzzled. It's a specially designated area for managing carriages. Guards will watch over them to prevent indiscriminate defecation and urination. The emperor has stressed that improving sanitation is now the top priority in the capital. The next step is to launch a civilized city selection campaign across all cities in Shiliang. Our capital naturally aims to be selected. Also, you were spitting on the ground just now, which is prohibited in the capital. First warning, second time, you'll be fined. The administrator lectured the group. Chapter 132. A cigarette after meals is better than being a fairy. Hurry up, quickly go and clean it. The old man said to the servant beside him. Indeed, this capital city is a big metropolis, so different from others. Dazedly, the old man went in to complete the registration and then came out to a certain inn. Waiter, bring all your signature dishes right away. The old man said as soon as he sat down. Yes, sir. The waiter responded. Before long, 2 dishes were brought over. The old man was puzzled. What is this? Where's the meat? He had thought that in winter, what could be served would just be braised meat or something like that. Unexpectedly, the waiter brought 2 dishes that he had never seen before. Didn't you ask for our signature dishes? These are the most famous in our shop. One is stir-fried shredded potatoes, and the other is roasted sweet potatoes. Nowadays, wealthy and prestigious people eat these too. Who still eats meat? The waiter explained. Oh. The old man cautiously took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, and his eyes widened instantly. Delicious. So sweet. Just this roasted sweet potato. Bring me 3 more plates. That old man devoured it. Sorry. This thing is bestowed by the gods, with a daily limit of 1 plate per table. The emperor has specially piloted it here in our capital city. Only we have it now. The waiter proudly said. This? Not enough. What about this stir-fried shredded potatoes? This is strange. I've never seen it before. The boss finished eating the roasted sweet potatoes and then cleaned up a plate of potato shreds in no time. Similar scenes occurred in various inns across the capital city. Those rich families thought they were knowledgeable due to their wealth. But after arriving at the capital, they realized they were nothing much. What truly shocked them was the auction later on. Not only did Emperor Kali personally host it, but each item presented was incredibly shocking. While nail clippers, ear scoops, stainless steel dining plates made them curious. The soap, shampoo, hot water bags almost sparked bidding frenzies. These last 2 items are specially arranged by the gods. This one is called a lighter. Kali said while taking out a lighter. With a light press, a small flame appeared immediately. Fire can appear so easily? Am I dreaming? Yes, this must be the treasure of the gods. Perhaps it's the fire-making tool used by the god of fire? If so, wouldn't this make starting a fire in the wild so easy? Everyone watched Kali's demonstration, astonished. Currently, the main way to start a fire in Shiliang was using flint and steel. Strike the iron piece against flint to produce sparks and ignite tinder, then use pieces of wood or hemp stalks to fan the flame. Never did they expect that the divine treasure could light a fire directly. In the midst of everyone's crazy bidding, the price of 1 lighter skyrocketed to 1,000 taels. This pricing of the lighter was related to the gold and silver carried by the crowd. After several rounds of bidding, many had already spent nearly all their money. They traveled from afar. Nor did they expect to spend so much silver. Kali estimated that the rich families present had exhausted all the gold and silver they brought along. He then took out a pack of cigarettes. These are called cigarettes. The god specifically instructed that each participant in the auction should be given one to try before bidding. Kali opened a few packs of Huazi, brand name, and distributed them to those present. Cigarettes? What is this thing? One end is yellow, the other end white, and there's some golden powder in between. It looks like leaf residue. Can this be eaten? Holding the cigarettes in their hands, everyone was at a loss. They had never seen such things before. Tobacco wasn't introduced to China until the Ming dynasty period. Smoking habits didn't exist during the Wei and Jin dynasties. Hold the yellow part with your fingers, and light the white tip with the flame. Inhale into your lungs, it can refresh and invigorate. Kali explained to everyone. At that time, Kendrick had already taught her how to smoke, But for unknown reasons, Kendrick did not allow Callie to smoke, and Callie obediently followed. Everyone followed Callie's instructions. Those who had bid for lighters transformed into the fire god Jurong, bustling around to light cigarettes for everyone. Before long, the entire auction hall was enveloped in a haze of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. What is this? So spicy, so irritating. Initially, this smoky mixture of spiciness and bitterness gradually entered the lungs, causing violent coughing. But gradually, there emerged a subtle, relaxed feeling. The excitement, anxiety, helplessness, and regret from the auction gradually dissipated in the haze of smoke. Replacing these emotions was an overwhelming sense of peace and tranquility. Wow, so relaxing. This thing is amazing. No wonder it's a divine item. I feel like I'm becoming a fairy. Yeah, just that my throat hurts, feels fiery hot, but I can't stop. I want to buy. No matter how much silver it costs, I must get it. A cigarette was finished very quickly. Almost everyone jumped up simultaneously, but they were soon embarrassed. During the auction, in their competitive bidding, they had already spent all the gold and silver they brought. Without silver, they couldn't bid. Wasn't this completely messed up? The bidding for cigarettes can involve only calling out prices with deferred payment. There are still 300 cigarettes left, and everyone can freely offer prices. The gods have said smoking is harmful to health, so each person may not bid for more than 10 cigarettes. There will be more such cigarette auctions later, Callie said to everyone present. Such a situation, Kendrick had anticipated long ago. Perhaps with other items, there might be concerns about whether they would pay. But these Huazi cigarettes, once smoked, wouldn't allow one to stop. Calling out prices without immediate payment felt like using Huabei. It didn't feel like spending real money. Deferred payment? Does that mean we can call out any price now? We don't need to worry about bringing silver? Listen up, everyone. I'm determined to get these cigarettes. Same here. Whatever the price, I'll follow through. Then it comes down to who has deeper pockets. I must have 10. As soon as Callie finished speaking, everyone almost started fighting again. There were nearly 100 people present. With each allowed to bid for no more than 10 cigarettes, only 30 could end up buying them. After tasting the deliciousness of these cigarettes, everyone went crazy. In this cost-ignoring auction, the price of a single cigarette was eventually bid up to 3,000 taels. Callie was so stunned she couldn't speak. These wealthy families are too rich, aren't they? No wonder Kendrick asked her to redistribute the wealth of the rich. Now it seemed, her national treasury probably couldn't compare to their estates. But after this auction, this situation could improve somewhat. Not only did she scrape clean the gold and silver brought by those wealthy merchants, but they also owed Callie quite a bit. One auction, and the national treasury became well stocked. The task Kendrick had previously instructed, purchasing medicinal herbs, was also widely carried out. Chapter 133 Sudden Change. The Western Liang Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, as per your instructions, we have recruited scholars across the country. All existing private academies have been reopened and consolidated into public institutions under the administration of Western Liang, renamed as schools. When it was heard that schools provided meals, students who met the age requirements flocked to county and provincial schools. ALB reported to Callie. Since the national treasury has become abundant, Callie has planned to further develop Western Liang, according to Kendrick's suggestion to establish educational institutes all over the region. Nowadays, in Western Liang, commoners have almost no future. No matter if they wish to enter politics or engage in business, none of them have the foundation for it. All court ministers come from aristocratic families, which means the royal power of Western Liang is established on major clans. To change this situation cannot be done overnight, while developing education would be the foundation of such change. Since that's the case, using tents as classrooms is not convenient anymore. Larger courtyards should be arranged from various places to accommodate the schools, starting with teaching literacy and arithmetic. I will inspect various locations in a few days. Anyone who dares to neglect these orders will face severe punishment, Callie told the crowd. Yes. LB nodded. In addition, how is General Hamilton settled? Callie asked. General Carnell has officially taken control of the capital city defense and the military defense of Western Liang. I consider that if we let General Carnell lead an attack against Northern Liang, it might be too much for him. Unexpected incidents might also occur, LB replied to Callie. That's better. At least with General Carnell guarding, our internal territory is secure. Callie nodded. Your Majesty is wise. With Western Liang now intimidating Northern Liang, there are no worries about external threats. The people's livelihood in each place and industry is recovering. With the arrival of spring, Western Liang is sure to present vibrant vitality, LB said excitedly. Once upon a time, their country couldn't protect itself. Everything was ruined and had to be rebuilt. In just a few short months, the entire Western Liang exudes a lively spirit led by several major families. Yes, this is all bestowed by the deities. You all can leave. I'll go out for a walk and check on the temples and schools near the capital. Callie stood up with a smile. LB's feelings stirred deep in her heart as well. Callie did not bring many people with her, only Casimir and 3 or 4 others. They rode outside the capital city. Your Majesty, ahead is one of our newly established schools. Since the establishment of schools, children can eat as long as they attend school, and they have made great progress, Casimir introduced to Callie. Let's take a look. Didn't the deities also send a lot of candy blocks? Afterward, we'll distribute them to those kids, Callie instructed Casimir. When Callie arrived at the school, it was exactly the break time. Seeing Callie approach, the children surrounded her eagerly. Due to frequent inspections, the locals were familiar with Callie. Greetings, Your Majesty. At that moment, a few teachers came out from inside. Please stand up. Thank you all for your hard work, Callie nodded to them. Thanks to the Emperor's care. We were originally homeless, but thanks to the Emperor's grace, we have been given a new path in life, they said as they stood up. In fact, Before Callie could finish her sentence, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if struck by a heavy blow. To her disbelief, The teacher who moments ago had been smiling and expressing gratitude now held a dagger forcefully stabbing at her chest. Fortunately, Callie was wearing a hidden stab-proof vest gifted by Kendrick. The dagger did not penetrate, but the force of the blow caused her ribs to fracture, leaving her breathless. Damn! Protect the Emperor! There's an assassin! Casimir, who was distributing candies to the children, saw this and rushed forward in rage. However, the surrounding children blocked the way, even holding onto their legs, preventing them from getting through. Seeing his attempt failed, the teacher quickly withdrew the dagger and slashed towards Callie's throat. Despite the excruciating rib pain, Callie took out pepper spray and sprayed it towards the assailant. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground, clutching his eyes. Callie tried to use the immortal binding rope to subdue him but was interrupted when two other people pounced at her. One clamped her from behind, while another snatched the items from her hand. Just as Callie was struggling, a dagger was pressed against her neck. Don't come closer, or I will kill her, the attacker shouted, holding Callie hostage. Who are you? How dare you attempt to assassinate the Emperor? I, Casimir, swear to the heavens that if any of you dare to harm his Majesty, I will not let you leave Xiliang alive. Casimir was almost driven mad. He had failed in protecting Callie. Not only did she get injured, but now her life was also threatened by a hostage situation. He had seriously neglected his duty as a bodyguard. Humph! From the start, we never planned on leaving alive. As he spoke, another man stepped forward and slashed the neck of the one who had been sprayed with pepper spray. Fresh blood spurted out. The man twitched a few times before falling dead. Attack! The man raised his dagger, stabbing toward Callie's neck. Don't! Desperately, Casimir rushed forward when he saw them making their move. And just at the moment the man lifted the dagger, Callie jabbed backward fiercely with her wrist. The man's dagger-wielding hand immediately froze. Poison needle. The bracelet Kendrick gave Callie contained needles laced with lethal poison upon contact with blood. Callie had unclasped the bracelet and held it in her hand, waiting for this opportunity. In an instant, Casimir and the others rushed forward to hold down the two men. The one hit by the poison needle was already dead. The other had bitten down on a vial of poison and died with blood oozing from every orifice. Your Majesty, are you alright? We have committed a capital offense. Casimir and the others quickly knelt before Callie. If it weren't for the protective items sent by the deities beforehand, Callie would have been a cold, lifeless corpse long ago. I'm fine. You may all rise. Callie clutched her chest. Even a slight movement caused her to sweat profusely from pain. A blood streak ran beneath her neck from the dagger's cut earlier, but her life was out of danger. After a brush with death, Callie still felt lingering fear. Seeing the children around, all clearly terrified and traumatized, Callie forced herself to stand up. Send people immediately. Investigate these individuals. The same goes for these children. They must all be investigated. They are likely spies and assassins planted by the enemy country among those who sought refuge in our Xiliang. These people won't stop at just 3 of them. Find them all. Callie ordered Casimir and the others. Yes. Casimir replied promptly. Follow me back to the palace. Callie dared not linger longer. She thought everything in Xiliang was under control, yet she had been too careless. Chapter 134. Almost turned us into useless people. After Callie returned to the palace and was treated by the imperial physician, she immediately informed Kendrick about the assassination attempt. Kendrick hadn't expected Callie to be injured. Even the pepper spray and other items didn't work? Just 3 people on the other side? Kendrick was quite surprised. Of course, they did have an effect. If not for those items, I would have been dead already. But when I used the pepper spray, it accidentally got into my eyes too, causing me to drop it. And that fairy binding rope, as soon as I took it out, it was knocked away before I could use it. Thankfully, there was the bracelet's poison needle. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous. Callie still felt a lingering fear as she spoke. The whole incident happened too quickly, leaving no time to react. Being able to use the pepper spray immediately was already a sign of composure. Listening to Callie's account, Kendrick also felt lingering fear. It seems that the defensive tools we had weren't enough. If Callie had the universal equality device instead of the pepper spray, perhaps she wouldn't have been held hostage. We need to find a way to get firearms. Go abroad. Kendrick made up his mind. This time, it really wasn't Callie or the guard's fault. No one could have predicted that these tutors would suddenly attempt an assassination right in front of so many children. There seemed to be infiltrators among the children too. It was utterly impossible to guard against such an attack. Kendrick, I suspect this assassination attempt was probably sent by Baelyang. Ministers might ask for war against Baelyang when they find out. Is there any way to minimize our losses? Callie asked Kendrick. As he listened to Callie, Kendrick was about to speak but suddenly paused. He realized something. Logically speaking, the guards around Callie shouldn't have been so slow, repeatedly allowing Callie to fall into danger like this. What was the point of keeping such guards? Perhaps because of his presence as a deity, they felt everything would be fine with his protection. War was also affected similarly. Even Callie hadn't realized it. They had become overly reliant on his various powerful means, with the ability to destroy 10,000 troops at once. This led to immense arrogance and overconfidence among everyone in Xiliang. I'm sorry. There's no way to avoid it. War inevitably leads to casualties. From now on, I will try to participate less in wars. Kendrick thought for a moment and said to Callie. Huh. Callie clearly didn't expect Kendrick to say that. I can protect you for a while, but not forever. The world is chaotic, and you must fight your own battles. You are not my tools. Xiliang's future must be forged by yourselves, not just relying on me. Kendrick slowly said. Hearing Kendrick's words, Callie felt as if struck by lightning. She suddenly realized how much they had depended on Kendrick, from the initial food supplies to the current wars. They had almost been turned into dependent beings who relied on Kendrick for everything. Every time they encountered a crisis, or faced a choice, their first thought was always to consult the deity, rather than consider what actions they should take themselves. If this continued, Xiliang would be ruined. Thank you, deity, for reminding us. I understand. From now on, whether it's provisions or weapons, please stop supplying them. We will figure out our own solutions. Xiliang has enjoyed peace and prosperity for too long, almost losing ourselves. Callie suddenly became enlightened. That's more like it. Kendrick smiled. Cough cough. But, if you personally need anything, you can still come to me anytime. Kendrick quickly added. Originally, Callie felt somewhat disheartened by the deity's deliberate distance, but hearing Kendrick's last sentence, her face flushed red. For some reason, she sensed a hint of unease and anxiety in Kendrick's voice. Soon, news of Callie's attempted assassination spread throughout the capital city. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought? A spy from another country had infiltrated Xiliang and nearly succeeded in the assassination. All the citizens of Xiliang were enraged. Now, Xiliang's people were well-fed and warm, with hope for the future. All of this came from what the deity provided through Callie. If Callie were assassinated, everything would be gone. Immediately, all citizens spontaneously organized, screening every suspicious outsider. No matter good or bad, anyone not from Xiliang was detained and interrogated. Better to wrongfully accuse 1,000 than let one slip through. Sure enough, numerous spies were uncovered gradually across Xiliang. Most of them were delivered to the authorities by the people. Those spies had been lying in wait, but they never expected such a sudden and thorough screening of identities. The people hated these spies to the core. Brittany didn't even get a chance to take poison before they were beaten unconscious. They managed to catch quite a few of them alive. After being escorted to the capital for questioning, they learned that all of them had been sent in with refugees by Baelyang earlier. Your Bretjesty. Baelyang must still be harboring resentment over the 10,000 troops we destroyed, which is why they attempted an assassination on you. This cannot be tolerated. Indeed, your Bretjesty, we should have pursued them further and crushed Baelyang right then and there. Your Bretjesty, let's mobilize our troops. We don't need to fear them now. Let's attack their capital and destroy them. In the court assembly, everyone looked at Callie, who was wrapped in bandages, speaking with righteous indignation. War, naturally, is inevitable. But if you do not rely on the deity for supplies or his powerful means, how confident are you that you can defeat Baelyang? Callie slowly said. This. Everyone was stunned. In their minds, as long as the army marched into Baelyang, the rest would be handled by the deity. There was no need for them to do anything. Even if Baelyang had 200,000 or 300,000 troops, so what? The deity could just stomp a few more times, right? But if the deity did not participate, how could they fight? For a moment, everyone was confused. The divine protection over our Xiliang has been true, but we have become too reliant on the deity. From now on, the deity will halt all supplies to Xiliang. Everything will depend on us. Callie sternly told the officials. From their reactions, it seemed worse than she had imagined. Cut off all supplies? What will we do from now on? We can't even farm this winter. Yes, even after harvest, it will be several months. Without supplies, we can't wage war, and without the deity's protection, Baelyang has 200,000 or 300,000 troops. This won't be easy. Everyone was shocked. They began to discuss anxiously. Enough. Callie roared. All the ministers fell silent like cicadas in winter. Chapter 135. Going abroad. Acquiring firearms. Compared to the broken and destitute state of our Xiliang with mountains raised and people struggling for survival, we now have clothes to wear and food to eat, and every industry is showing improvement. Can you still not appreciate this and continue to demand endlessly? Callie said coldly. The deity has done enough already. He has even pampered all of you excessively. These are not only the wishes of the deity but also mine. From now on, anyone who dares to gossip will be punished without mercy. Callie addressed everyone present. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads in agreement. They had indeed grown accustomed to this prosperity. Without worrying about supplies and logistics or tactics in war, how could things be better? The deity once said that chaos would follow, and the most important thing now is to accumulate strength. After this demonstration, neither Baelyang nor any other nation will dare to launch military action against us easily. This is our opportunity to rest and recover our strength. Spring is a month away. After spring, production must be revitalized aggressively. This is of utmost importance. We can't rely solely on the deity for our food supply forever. The deity is our confidence, but should not become our dependency. Callie scanned the crowd. We, your subjects, know we were wrong. Everyone bowed and declared in unison. The deity says that normal or transportation and production in various regions will continue. All these form the foundation of our power. On this basis, we will gradually grow stronger. When Xiliang becomes prosperous and strong, that will be the time to conquer the world. I will keep a record of this with Baelyang. One day, I will surely take Juching Atabayason's head. Callie spoke with unparalleled might. Tianhai City. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Mr. Chun, you mean no scars at all? That might be difficult. If the cut isn't too deep, our latest product can activate cell vitality and accelerate metabolism, thus leaving no scar. But if the wound is deep, some marks may still remain. The R&D personnel answered Kendrick's question. After Callie was injured, Kendrick came here immediately. Rib fractures needed gradual recovery, but he wanted to restore the knife mark below the neck as much as possible. Fine. I want this medicine. Kendrick responded immediately. After getting the medicine, Kendrick went to the traditional medicine hall. Elder Jarrett also prescribed an external ointment for Kendrick. Using both traditional and Western medicine together, it could help with recovery as much as possible. Brother Chun, it's all thanks to Elder Jarrett being here. Our appointments are booked up until 2 years from now. We can do nothing else. Abdul smiled and told Kendrick. What? 2 years from now? Kendrick was stunned. Yes, Elder Jarrett has miraculous healing hands. People get cured right away. To put it bluntly, currently, only here can one find genuine herbal medicines. People from all over the country are contacting me, nearly overwhelming my phone. Abdul grinned widely. All right. Hearing this news, Kendrick felt less joyful and somewhat worried. He had intended to contact Cali to deal with Sakura country's malicious competition. There was no way to explain the massive amount of traditional Chinese medicine's origin. President Gu, you need to control the distribution of traditional Chinese medicine. The herbs passed down by my ancestors are running low. Also, I plan to go abroad soon and won't be in the country, so supplying more medicine will only be possible temporarily. Kendrick thought for a moment and told Abdul, you're going abroad? For tourism? Abdul asked. Not for tourism, I'm planning to discuss a business deal. Desi recommended a multinational company deal to me earlier. I've always been interested in this area, so I'll check it out. Kendrick explained to Abdul. The multinational business wasn't entirely false. Previously, President Kale, who visited Kendrick's house, was involved in agriculture and water conservancy, and once operated a multinational seed import business from White Eagle country. However, due to industrial upgrades, they planned to transfer this part of the business. Desi knew about Kendrick's investment company and contacted him. This aligns perfectly with Kendrick's plans. After the assassination attempt incident, Kendrick clearly felt that Cali lacked effective self-protection methods. In the impending chaos, the more powerful Xiliang becomes, the more crises Cali will face. It was necessary to use firearms. While he could acquire them domestically, it would be illegal. Thus, heading to White Eagle country first made sense. If he could establish a multinational trade company and set up connections, transporting weapons in the future would be easier. Brother Chun, I have a request. Will you agree? Abdul asked Kendrick. Go ahead. Can I bring Jackson with me? Kendrick guessed. AI. Yes, to be frank with you, my son is absolutely useless. I originally wanted him to practice and train his eye for antiques, so he could take over the antique business in the future. At least, he wouldn't starve. But this boy received 8 fake items in just 3 days of work. He almost sold my heirloom for 300 yuan. I nearly cut ties with him. Recently, he got obsessed with live streaming for some reason. In a few days, he tipped a small internet celebrity with several million. It really made me furious. Since your multinational company business is just starting up, why don't you take that kid along? I'll cover all your expenses abroad. Jared sighed and told Kendrick. Kendrick felt somewhat helpless. Tipped a small internet celebrity with several million? No wonder the profits of Xiliang Impression Company were significant during the last account check. He hadn't had time to look into it carefully at that time. Turns out the source was here. All right. This time, I'll go with Jackson and do business together. Kendrick nodded in agreement. You reap what you sow. But Kendrick was in a dilemma regarding the box. He must take this box with him. Yet he worried others might discover the box's secret. After all, carrying an empty old box would seem unreasonable. And there was always the risk of rough handling during checked baggage, which could result in damage, making Kendrick extremely distressed. Brother, if you insist on bringing this old box, I have an idea. Jackson said to Kendrick. What idea? Kendrick was taken aback. We can pretend to be Taoist priests. Taoists often carry strange items, which is quite normal. Just stick some talismans on the outside of the box, and they absolutely won't touch it. They'll even treat it like an ancestral relic. Foreigners are very wary of our country's mysterious Eastern powers. Jackson explained to Kendrick. Would that work? Kendrick was somewhat doubtful. Of course it will. Previously, when I brought back a large stack of talismans and ritual objects from abroad, customs officers didn't dare to ask anything. Perfectly timed. I have everything ready. I'll send them over later. Jackson told Kendrick. All right, let's give it a try. Kendrick nodded. This time, going abroad, the safety of the box is paramount. Chapter 136. Big brother, can I beat him up? 3 days later. White-headed Eagle Country. Florida Tampa Airport, customs interrogation room. When Kendrick had just cleared customs, he was stopped by a Greta who demanded to check his backpack, suspecting it contained prohibited items. She smoothly searched out a mysterious small bag. Inside were a gourd, a sachet, several white bone talismans, a dozen copper coins, and a large stack of yellow spell papers. This small bag was precisely what Jackson gave him to pass off as a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, this is where he got stuck. These items were all inspected when I was clearing customs. They're just normal items, Kendrick explained. Although Kendrick's white-headed eagle language wasn't so fluent, he could convey the basic meaning clearly. However, the Greta obviously didn't understand what Kendrick was saying. Or perhaps she pretended not to understand. Her eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. At that moment, a Maribel walked over. First, she jabbered a few sentences at the Greta, then turned to look at Kendrick. Hello, can I help translate for you? She wants to know what these items are. Why did you bring these things to White-headed Eagle Country? The Maribel pointed at the items spread out on the table. These are all Taoist props. This bone is from a pig, not human remains. Taoism is an indigenous religion in our long country. Kendrick explained again, somewhat helplessly. The box with talismans had passed through customs smoothly. Only he got held up. Taoist priest? The Maribel looked puzzled too. It was clearly her first encounter with someone of this identity. He is a long country shaman, and these are tools he uses for rituals. White-headed eagle language. After hesitating for a while, the Maribel said to the Greta. The word Tao took her a long time to figure out how to translate. She wanted to help the customs officer understand Kendrick's identity as much as possible. Shaman? Oh, that's right. Hearing the Maribel's words, the Greta suddenly stood up, unconsciously taking a step back. I was just following procedures. It's not personal. I personally have no ill intentions. The Greta sized up Kendrick. No problem. Hope you respect us long country people more in the future. Speaking of which, I see your forehead is dark. Let me give you a protective charm. Kendrick picked up a spell paper, waved it at the Greta, and handed it to her. As a long country person, even if not being a Taoist practitioner, having watched so many Lin Zairing movies, he could still gesture convincingly. Seeing Kendrick's actions and hearing his gibberish, the Greta's face visibly paled. All right, why you can go. White-headed eagle language. The Greta stuttered. You can go now. The Maribel shrugged at Kendrick. Kendrick helplessly tidied up his ransacked luggage. The Greta beside him hesitated, wanting to help but didn't dare to approach. She quietly asked a few questions into the Maribel's ear. Mr. Chun, wait, she wants to ask something. She accidentally touched these items when sorting through your things. Will there be any problems later? Is there any curse or something like that? Just as Kendrick was about to leave, the Maribel called after him. Don't worry, it's fine. Kendrick waved his hands quickly. Ready? The Greta stumbled. Her face turned as pale as that of a Caucasian. Kendrick watched the Maribel gesticulating dramatically to the Greta, shrugged his shoulders, and walked out directly. Boss, why did you take so long to come out? What did that old black lady do to you? Seeing Kendrick come out, Jackson hurriedly went up to him. It's because of that small bag you gave me, right? But judging by their expressions, they were likely intentionally causing trouble, thinking we long country people are easy to bully. Let's go. Kendrick shook his head, leading Jackson out. White-headed Eagle Country, I am here. Kendrick felt rather excited. Come to think of it, this was his first time visiting White-headed Eagle Country. He'd heard it was a land of freedom. Take a whiff of the sweet air of White-headed Eagle Country. Kendrick took a big breath. Ugh. An intensely foul smell rushed from his nose all the way to his lungs, almost making Kendrick and Jackson vomit. They turned their heads and saw a nauseating odor coming from the nearby airport restroom. This is disgusting. Though it's not my first time here, this smell is really overwhelming. I wonder if that woman who sighed about the sweet air of White-headed Eagle Country upon arrival has a broken nose. Of course, it's also possible that the brain is broken. Jackson rolled his eyes and said. Kendrick also shook his head and walked out with Jackson. From afar, they could see a sign with his name in the crowd. Are you Kendrick? The one holding the sign was a Hubert who looked at Kendrick in front of him with some shock. He had thought he would be meeting a big boss this time, but he hadn't expected a Hubert who didn't look rich from his attire. He wanted to acquire our multinational trading company? And what's up with this fat guy's expression? Not adapting to the taste of freedom yet? That person was quite disdainful. Hello, I'm Kendrick. Thank you for picking us up. I was worried you might be a foreigner, but didn't expect you to be a fellow countryman. Kendrick looked at the Hubert in front of him, greeted him, and extended his hand. No. Last month I already got my green card for White-headed Eagle Country. Strictly speaking, I'm not a long country person anymore, let alone a fellow countryman. I'm part of the elite here in White-headed Eagle Country now. The Hubert ignored Kendrick's outstretched hand. Kendrick was stunned. This air of White-headed Eagle Country must be poisonous, making people forget their roots. Are you two here just to play around? Using the excuse of merging a company to get hospitality? Really, such a waste of time. Why were you so slow just now? Hurry up, I have a lot of things to handle. Every minute counts as hundreds of dollars. The person said impatiently. Oh my god, damn it. Big brother, can I beat him up? Seeing the Hubert's attitude, Jackson immediately rolled up his sleeves and wanted to take action. Never mind. Let's go to the company first. Kendrick stopped Jackson. Now the important thing was the box. He needed to find a safe place as soon as possible to check if the box worked. After all, he was in White-headed Eagle Country now. If the box lost its transportation function, this trip would be in vain. Let me tell you, you are now on the soil of White-headed Eagle Country, not Long Country. Don't blame me for not warning you. People from your country have some bad habits when they come out. One mistake and you'll be caught. This is the most rule-bound and safest country in the world. Get in the car. The Hubert brought Kendrick and them to the car, still lecturing along the way. Just as Kendrick was about to get in the car, he heard a sharp roar nearby, followed by several police sirens. Before they could react, a black pickup truck rushed straight towards them. Under the collision of the police car, the high-speed black pickup truck instantly lost control and crashed toward Kendrick. Chapter 137 Free America. Execution every day. Damn. Kendrick urgently pulled his suitcase back as the black pickup truck flew past him. After colliding with a row of cars on the roadside, it finally rolled to a stop. There are guns. There are guns. There are guns. Bang. 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 With several police officers shouting, at least 3 of them emptied their clips at the young African-American man who had just crawled out. The deafening rapid gunfire left Kendrick staring in shock. He quickly pulled Jackson down to the ground. So this is gunshots? How come they're not even as loud as the firecrackers we set off during New Year's? Lying on the ground, Kendrick listened carefully. He inadvertently turned his head and was stunned again. The car he was about to get into had been nearly wrecked by the black pickup. The driver's seat was completely flattened. That Hubert stood there dumbfounded, holding a door of the car. A plume of black smoke, accompanied by sparks, rose from the fuel tank. Oh no. Run fast. Get out of the way. Kendrick hurriedly pulled Jackson aside. Then, the car exploded loudly. Seeing this scene, Kendrick felt his mind buzzing. Truly legendary Florida. Free America. Execution every day. Hearing about it 100 times isn't as good as seeing it once. Soon, police cars and ambulances arrived. After the chaos, the surrounding crowd slowly got up and gathered around watching. Brother. Too thrilling. Just arrived and witnessed a real gunfight. This scene is exactly like in American action movies. Jackson was very excited. What's so thrilling? Our contact fainted. Where should we go? Kendrick was somewhat helpless. Don't worry, brother. With money, how can we not find a place? Before we came out, I brought, what the hell? My bag. Just as Jackson was about to say something with a grin, he realized his backpack was gone when he touched his back. It's over there. That damn black guy, daring to steal from me. Looking around, Jackson saw 2 black youths turning a corner with his bag. He was about to drag Kendrick to chase after them. As soon as the 2 of them ran a few steps, dark figures blocked their way. Kendrick looked up. A pitch-black gun barrel was pointed right at him. Instantly, Kendrick felt a chill run down his spine. Get down. Hands on your head. An African-American officer shouted in broken Chinese. Jeffrey. No. Just as Kendrick lay down, he heard a terrified shout from beside. Looking up, he saw that it was the Greta who had examined him earlier. She was lying on a stretcher being wheeled out, waving frantically at the black police officer. Soon, the black police officer walked back with suspicion on his face. After whispering something to another officer, the latter also put away his gun. "Are you a wizard?" the black officer asked Kendrick in broken Chinese. "Wizard? I'm a Taoist priest, not a wizard. From China." Kendrick was displeased with the title. "Teacher? Archmage?" The black officer swallowed hard. That person earlier was my sister. She accidentally touched your things, and you put a curse on her. As a result, she broke her leg falling down the stairs just now. Can you lift this curse? I believe you are a good person. There must have been some misunderstanding just now." The black officer pointed at the Greta, who looked lifeless beside him. Kendrick felt helpless. Would a true practitioner of Chinese Taoism resort to such underhanded tactics? "Come on, brother, just wave your hands around a bit. They wouldn't know anyway." Jackson nudged Kendrick quietly on the side. Feeling helpless, Kendrick knew that without doing something, this matter wouldn't end. Kendrick dusted himself off and stood up. From his small bag, he took out a talisman, dipped his fingers in saliva, and scribbled randomly. "By the decree of Laozi of Taishang, haste. Wind. Fire. Thunder. Lightning. Burst." Kendrick kept gesturing, finally holding up the yellow talisman between two fingers in a pose. Brittany people around watched him wide-eyed. But after Kendrick stopped moving, nothing changed. The breeze that had been blowing suddenly stopped, and an awkward silence settled over the air. The two police officers glanced at each other and simultaneously reached for their guns again. Click. At that moment, a thunderclap sounded in the clear sky. The two police officers jumped suddenly. People around them showed expressions of fear and lay down on the ground one after another. Right after that, a fierce wind arose. The black officer instinctively knelt down towards Kendrick with a thud, but was shakily held back by the other officer beside him. The fierce wind held past. It swept up debris from the ground into the air. But in an instant, everything returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Only a group of people stood there with their mouths agape. Kendrick was also taken aback. "Oh, what just happened? Damn, boss, you finally exposed yourself. Just as I said. Where do you get all these good things?" Beside him, Jackson's eyes lit up immediately. Back in Long Country, he and his father had thoroughly investigated Kendrick's background. Just a Hubert. How could he have so many treasures? Even if his ancestors left behind an ancient tomb, there couldn't be so many medicinal materials. Seeing what Kendrick did just now, Jackson realized. My brother is truly a semi-immortal. He usually interacts with us as an ordinary person. Coming to this unfamiliar white-headed eagle country, he couldn't pretend anymore. Brother revealed himself, and showing it in front of me means he clearly doesn't consider me an outsider. Brother. Jackson felt an impulse to dedicate his life to someone who understands him. Cough, cough. Long live heaven. As long as this lady respects the way of heaven from now on, she will naturally avoid disasters. Kendrick, imitating Brettster Lynn, bowed to the two American police officers. Judging from the expression on that Greta's face, every time she twists her ankle or chokes on water, she'll recall today's incident. Well then, from now on, our Chinese Taoism gains another devoted believer. All clear. You can go now. The black officer hurriedly told Kendrick, without even questioning him further. That scene just now was too shocking. Whoever said Long Country citizens are easy targets. In the future, when encountering Long Country citizens on the street, they must be polite during questioning. Wait, right? I need to report a crime. I was robbed. As Jackson watched the two officers leave, he remembered he was also a victim and hurriedly waved for them to come back. However, upon seeing Kendrick's gesture, the two officers hit the gas pedal hard. No way. Just touching that prop made his sister suffer. They were pointing guns at that mage earlier. If they got cursed, they would be doomed. The police car screeched away, its taillights forming arcs as it disappeared down the street. Chapter 138. You're the Japanese. Your whole family is. This scene left Kendrick and Jackson stunned. What's going on here? In our Long Country, we find police when we are in trouble. That's the close relationship between police and civilians. Why does it seem like the police and citizens are enemies in America? Jackson sighed. There was nothing they could do. The two men had no choice but to carry their suitcases and chase after the direction the thief went. That bag contained Jackson's passport and money. Losing it would be a big problem. Kendrick walked on the great free road of America, but did not feel the prosperity of this country, symbolized by the bald eagle. Instead, he felt as if he were walking on the streets of a third-tier city in Long Country. Trash flying everywhere, white lines faded beyond recognition, tiles caved in from lack of maintenance. The only difference was the colorful tints on both sides of the road. Brother, look at the bald eagle country. It's all about freedom. People can have picnics anywhere on the streets without having to go to specific parks or grasslands like we do in Long Country. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. These are homeless people's homes. Jackson's face was full of embarrassment. Not only inside the tents, but also under the walls, beside the roads, there were scattered homeless people lying around. The smell of freedom permeated the air. As the two were walking, suddenly a group of people ran over. Everyone wore hats and masks, completely covered up. Most of them were African Americans. This scared the two men so much that they subconsciously ran back. But the crowd reached behind Kendrick and his companion in an instant. They found themselves being surrounded and running with the crowd. They finally arrived at a large shopping mall. What happened next left Kendrick and Jackson dumbfounded. These black people were grabbing things as they walked, eating and smashing things along the way. Was this a live stream of zero-cost shopping? Kendrick and Jackson stared wide-eyed. Suddenly, several blacks dashed over and shoved things into Kendrick's arms. Seeing the suitcase in Kendrick's hands, they flung open the lid without hesitation and threw in bags and clothes obtained for free. Hey, this is my suitcase. Jackson looked on, eyes bulging. His suitcase had unexpectedly returned. He quickly pulled it out. Kendrick was already overwhelmed. In no time, 30 to 40 cell phones, 5 to 6 packs of snacks, 70 to 80 pieces of clothing, and even a huge watermelon were thrown into the suitcase. To say nothing of the dozens of Hermes brand bags. Clothes were carelessly thrown over their heads, blocking their vision entirely. They could only tightly hug the suitcase. Held by two black guys, they resembled a mobile shopping cart. All this happened within a few minutes. These people acted swiftly, with clear division of labor and proficiency. By the time Kendrick realized he had unintentionally participated in zero-cost shopping, they were already in a dead-end alley. Chris, you did very well this time. Last time you got scared to death. See, everyone gets used to this kind of thing after the first scare. A black man approached and put his arm around Kendrick. As he pulled down the clothes covering Kendrick's head, the black man froze. Right before him was a face he had never seen. Who are you? How did you get into our frog gang's secret base? The black man was taken aback. He blurted out two broken sentences in Long Country's language. Around a dozen young black men hearing the commotion gathered with sticks and clubs. Brother, why do they speak Long Country's language too? Are they distant cousins from Long Country? Jackson grabbed Kendrick's arm and said, don't talk nonsense. It may not be good. Kendrick waved his hand. Gentlemen, you've mistaken us for someone else. Kendrick stepped forward to explain. What did you do to Chris? The black men circled around, holding wrenches and wooden sticks. Brother, this isn't right. Jackson panicked at the sight. Don't worry. If something happens, just run while holding my suitcase. I'll block them for you. Kendrick whispered to Jackson in a low voice. We mean no harm. Just now, we were passing by and got carried along by you. The one called Chris should still be there. Kendrick blocked Jackson in front. What? Wait, I understand. You two were playing the game where you pretend to be innocent and wait for your opportunity, right? You stuffed the stolen items into this suitcase just now, planning to rob us during the chaos? The leading black guy pointed at the suitcase behind Kendrick. No. Not intentional. Here, take everything. Everything gone, damn. Before Kendrick could say anything, Jackson hurriedly opened the suitcase. He was preparing to return the items and run away. But once he opened it, he was stunned. The suitcase was empty, with nothing inside. You must have remembered wrong. Back then, you put the things in Chris's suitcase, not ours. We were just passing by. Kendrick also relaxed when he saw this. It seemed the function of the suitcase still worked. This way, they had no evidence against them. What? Empty? Shit. Chris is going to be caught. It's all your fault. You despicable Japanese, there isn't a good one among you. Upon seeing the empty suitcase, the black guy also stared wide-eyed. He turned around and glared fiercely at Kendrick and Jackson. Who are you calling names? You damn Japanese, your whole family is Japanese. I am from Long Country. Once recognized as someone from Sakura Country, Jackson got riled up instantly. What the hell, cursing people. And so dirty. From Long Country? Hearing Jackson's words, the black guys took a step back in unison. Brother, they seem scared of us. Jackson whispered from behind. Don't chicken out. Don't shake. Pretend. Kendrick nodded. Great. We are from Long Country. We said it's not us, so it's not us. If you try anything funny, don't blame us. Weren't all those clothes and bags thrown into this box just now? Why are they all gone? Jackson suddenly remembered. Oh, they were putting them in, but I kept throwing them out. You had your head covered with clothes, so you didn't see. Kendrick gave a random excuse. So that's how it is. Gave me quite a scare. If we were caught, we wouldn't have gotten away so easily. Right, brother? Why are you holding on to this old box all the time? Just now, you even made me carry the box while running, protecting it like a treasure. Jackson said to Kendrick. This is a family heirloom. It must be carried at all times. Speaking of which, can't we buy a lot of luxury goods abroad and bring them back home for profit? Kendrick quickly changed the subject. After confirming there was no problem with the box, he saw a business opportunity. If he bought a lot of luxury items in Whitehead Eagle Country, delivered them to Callie first, and had her send them over after he returned home, he could save a huge amount of tax. Brother, I've thought about this before, but it doesn't work. We can't directly bring that much money from our country here. If you buy a bag, it can cost tens of thousands of Whitehead Eagle dollars, but you can only carry up to 10,000 Whitehead Eagle dollars without declaring, and declaring means paying a large sum of money. It's very troublesome. As for Union Pay card transactions, there are limits. Otherwise, corrupt officials and rich merchants' money would have all flowed out of the country long ago. Jackson shook his head. So that's how it is. Kendrick nodded. Indeed, he wasn't familiar with these matters, and bringing Jackson along was a good decision. According to Jackson, if he wanted to purchase large quantities of firearms, it wasn't impossible. Although he had money in his own country, he couldn't bring it here. He needed to discuss this business here first. If he could establish cross-border trade, things would be easier. Kendrick pondered in his mind. Shilyang, the palace. Callie had been very busy lately. Since they decided not to accept divine assistance anymore, matters became more complicated, especially for Callie, who often worked late into the night reviewing petitions. Plus, Callie's rib injury hadn't fully healed, making it even more strenuous. Callie finished reviewing a batch of petitions, and another stack was brought over by a eunuch. Callie sighed, stood up, and stretched. She applied some ointment to her neck. This ointment was sent by Kendrick. After using it several times, the scars visibly lightened. Continuing to use it, it seemed she wouldn't have any noticeable scars left. Callie liked it very much. You're Bretjesty. There's movement in the temple. At that moment, several royal guards rushed in. Callie was surprised. Kendrick had told him he would be away for a while, and might not reply soon. So, he couldn't have returned so quickly? Go. Callie hurriedly followed the guards to the temple. Upon entering the temple, she saw many clothes and strange bags beside the box. Callie approached and noticed a large green and black striped egg inside the box. Strange, we're not lacking clothes. So why did Kendrick send so many over again? What is this? With an egg this big, the animal inside must be pretty large too? Callie tried lifting it, but it was heavier than a watermelon. She accidentally dropped it on the ground. Immediately, red liquid spilled everywhere. Uh-oh. Callie's mind went blank as she knelt down to look, but she was dumbfounded, initially thinking the red liquid was blood from the egg breaking, indicating that the animal inside hadn't hatched yet. But unexpectedly, there was no living thing inside. It was solid, with many black specks. This doesn't seem to be an egg. It has a fruity smell. Could it be some kind of fruit from the sky? Callie, having followed Kendrick for so long, had seen a lot and gained broad knowledge. She tentatively picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. So cold. So sweet. Indeed, it can be eaten. Callie shivered all over. Eating watermelon in the dead of winter chilled her to the bone. Callie didn't dare eat more and hurriedly picked up the smashed watermelon. She then arranged the things time. One big watermelon was gone down their throats, and they huddled on the ground, shivering. Boss, do you think we'll become immortals after eating so much divine stuff? An Imperial guard asked Casimir. I guess ordinary stuff probably won't work. But something rare, like what we ate tonight. Only we few ate, and nobody else did. There's hope. Casimir stroked his chin, analyzing solemnly. But boss, why does my stomach feel gurgling, like it might loosen up? An Imperial guard hesitated. That makes sense. I've heard that before becoming an immortal, you have to go through a process called cleansing the sinews and refining the marrow. It's about flushing out all impurities from your body. Damn, I'm feeling it too. Just as Casimir spoke, he suddenly felt an odd sensation inside him as well. Chapter 140. Second Turner. Why are you betraying us? That you guys keep watch. I think I can't hold on much longer. I'm going to the toilet. Casimir called out. Wait, I'll go with you. You guys come back quickly. I can't hold on either. Take turns going. White Eagle Country. Fox Tower office. Jimmy, this is Mr. Chon. Kendrick and his group were led into the Fu Manchu International Trading Company by a secretary. Seated inside was the person in charge of the Fu Manchu International Trading Company. Hello, Mr. Chon. I was just wondering where you were. It's been so long. Did everything go smoothly on your way here? The man hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands with Kendrick. The journey went smoothly. I just got to experience the free-range gun battles in White Eagle Country. Kendrick smiled. Ah, didn't you get hurt? Jimmy asked anxiously. No problem. It was a false alarm. Kendrick waved his hand and sat down. White Eagle Country is like this. They say it's a land of freedom, but it's too free. Not even we dare to go out randomly at night. By the way, my name in Dragon Country is Adelard. You can just call me Old Gregory. Oren had already told me about your matters. Mr. Chan is young and accomplished, very impressive. Adelard said to Kendrick. Thank you, Brother Gregory. I was worried before coming here that the contact person would be a foreigner, making communication difficult. Now I'm relieved. Kendrick smiled. I came to White Eagle Country many years ago and have stayed here ever since. Now I have a green card, and Oren has entrusted me with full authority to manage the company's affairs. Adelard explained. He was quite enthusiastic towards Kendrick. Previously, he had heard about Kendrick from Oren. Oren specifically instructed him to host Kendrick well. If Kendrick acquires the international company, he will be his boss, so naturally, his attitude needed to be good. Our company operates a wide range of businesses, including imports and exports. Grain is our main business. We've also obtained licenses for other areas. As Adelard spoke, he handed over the prepared documents for Kendrick to review. So you mean both export and import are possible? Kendrick asked. Indeed. All the necessary qualifications and credentials are in place, and we have established connections. It's just that some policies of White Eagle Country have impacted us, plus the boss has recently developed an interest in antiques, which affected the focus on these businesses. It's truly helpless. The profit situation in the last 6 months hasn't been good, barely breaking even. Adelard detailed the current business scope and operating conditions of the international company to Kendrick. Very well, I'm satisfied. Kendrick nodded. He wasn't entirely focused on the current profitability. Instead, he valued the foundation of the international company. With so many years in White Eagle Country, he was very familiar with the situation there. All channels have been smoothed out, ready for operation once things start moving. More importantly, having this company means having money in the White Eagle Country account, enabling purchases such as firearms. If procedures are handled, financial transactions can be completed within the country. Oren has already mentioned this. If you have intentions, you can contact him directly. Seeing Kendrick's evident interest, Adelard breathed a sigh of relief. If this Fu Manchu company dissolves, he would lose his job too. Great. I'll contact Oren now. Kendrick immediately called Oren, asking Amelie to transfer money and finalize the company transfer. An hour later, Kendrick officially became the head of Fu Manchu International Trading Company. President Chun, during these few days in White Eagle Country, I will accompany you throughout. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Adelard respectfully offered. Seeing Kendrick's new status, his attitude naturally changed accordingly. Jimmy, boss, something happened. At that moment, the Hubert, wrapped in bandages, walked in. You two actually found your way here? This is all your fault. If you hadn't come out late, would I have encountered that incident? Seeing Kendrick and Jackson here, the man started yelling. What happened? Adelard was surprised to see this person. When Kendrick arrived earlier, he thought this man had sent them. Now, it seemed not. Boss, you don't know. I waited outside for ages, and those two didn't come out. When they finally did, a car crash happened. If it weren't for my luck, I'd have been blown up just now. These two bring nothing but bad luck. They're here just to mess things up? The Hubert complained to Adelard. Nonsense. Rubbish. Get out of here. Adelard was almost driven mad by the insults hurled at Kendrick. Second Turner. Why are you siding with them? They're about my age. I bet they came just to freeload. The Hubert had a look of aggrieved misery on his face. Nonsense. How many times have I told you? In the company, We address people by their positions. You idiot. The gentleman in front of you is President Chun, who has just acquired our company. Now get lost. Adelard flew into a blind rage. This Hubert had come to him from Dragon Country. With considerable effort, he managed to secure a position for him in the company. He originally planned to send him this time to meet Kendrick. Since they were close in age, it could help build a rapport. Who would have thought this fool couldn't see beyond his nose? And he even called him Second Turner, right in front of President Chun. My second uncle, indeed. Adelard became thoroughly enraged and directly pulled the Hubert down to kneel and apologized to Kendrick. Huh. Upon hearing that, the Hubert's legs immediately went limp. President Chin, I was wrong. For the sake of being fellow countrymen from Dragon Country, please keep me, the Hubert said with a mournful expression. No, no, no. You're not a fellow countryman anymore. You're part of the elite crowd of White Eagle Country. Our company is quite provincial and can't accommodate an elite like you. Aren't I right, Jimmy? Kendrick turned to look at Adelard. Takes several months to get the license. Once you have it, you can buy rifles. If you want to buy a gun now, it probably won't work. Adelard explained. Several months? All right. Is there any other way to get a gun? Kendrick was somewhat unwilling. Buying guns was the main purpose of this trip. Going through normal procedures will be difficult. Of course, if you need to use a gun, you can use mine first. I bought quite a few earlier. After thinking for a moment, Adelard spoke to Kendrick. Since he had been caught off guard just now and wanted to keep his job by pleasing his boss, he had no choice but to take a risk. Bought quite a few? Kendrick was taken aback. To put it simply, when I first came to the White-Headed Eagle Country, in the eyes of its people, Dragon Country citizens were both wealthy and easy to bully. Frequent robberies occurred, and my home was often broken into illegally. So, I prepared some weapons at home. You can come back with me and take a look. Adelard explained. Okay. Kendrick didn't refuse. Following Adelard, they arrived at a villa complex. Wow. These big houses. Too envious. Jackson looked at the villas in the White-Headed Eagle Country, all standalone. There's nothing special. They weren't expensive when I bought them, just a few million. But the annual tax is several $100,000. While speaking, Adelard led the two into the living room. He pressed a button, and the TV wall flipped around. Kendrick and the others stared wide-eyed. They saw the wall covered with various weapons. Not only mini handguns, but even recoil in their shoulders and bellies. They could have emptied Adelard's ammunition storage. Why not set up a small office for me in the company, and I'll keep the gun there. I can use it whenever I need to. Kendrick thought about it and said. This way, even if he gave the gun to Callie, Adelard wouldn't know. Sounds good. I'll arrange it right away. Just avoid using guns if you can. Without a gun license, you could get in trouble with the police. The hotel I've arranged for tonight is very safe. Rest assured and sleep well. Tomorrow, I'll show you around. A few days later, there's an antique global tour exhibition. Oren told me you're interested in antiques. We can go see it then, Adelard said to Kendrick. An antique global tour exhibition? Does the White-Headed Eagle Country have antiques? Kendrick was curious. The history of the White-Headed Eagle Country is short, so naturally, it doesn't. They're mostly from museums in different countries, especially the British Museum, which has many treasures. Adelard explained to Kendrick. So that's how it is. That sounds interesting. Kendrick nodded, finding it intriguing. The two returned to the hotel. Big brother, we won't be sharing a room tonight. My snoring might disturb your rest. While checking in, Jackson said to Kendrick. All right. Kendrick nodded, which immediately. She thought for a moment. Then she wrote a letter and cut off a lock of hair, placing both into the box. Kendrick looked at the envelope and hair that appeared, somewhat surprised. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly heard Sanjal sung from next door. Not right. Jackson is in the next room. Kendrick was stunned and quickly rushed out. Chapter 142 My Big Brother Bibu Edu. Kendrick was startled and hurriedly rushed out after opening the door. The next door was open. Inside, it was in a chaotic mess. Running in, Kendrick saw Jackson only wearing a pair of shorts, squatting on the ground with his head hugged. Beside him, several foreigners were beating him up. On the bed, there was an extravagantly made-up, plump woman only dressed in lingerie. Kendrick's brain buzzed. What's going on? Is this fatty, Jackson, coming abroad to learn foreign languages? Does he like Caucasian women? Stop. Without time for questions, Kendrick pulled those people away. Otherwise, Jackson might be beaten to death. Big brother, you finally came. You have to stand up for me. Jackson grabbed hold of Kendrick's legs while sobbing. What happened? What did you do? Kendrick asked. Just now I did nothing. After showering, I heard someone knocking at the door and this woman burst in. As soon as she came in, she started undressing and almost sat on me to death. And then they came in. Started beating me without mercy. They slapped my face too. Seeing Kendrick, Jackson struggled over. The foreigners started babbling when they saw Kendrick, who couldn't understand anything even though he knew some English. But apparently, these people understood that Kendrick and Jackson were together. They pinned Jackson down and glared at Kendrick. Damn it. My big brother is here. You dare touch me? Big brother, get your gun to handle them. Jackson, who was pinned down, shouted at Kendrick. Kendrick nearly spat blood. He had just given his gun to Callie, and this happened. If he had his gun, it would have been easier. At least to scare them off. Wait, scare them off? An idea struck Kendrick. He put his hand into his pocket and mimicked the shape of a gun, pointing it at the forehead of a foreigner pressing on Jackson. That person shivered and stood up. We have a gun. Get off him, or my big brother will baiba you. Jackson didn't know Kendrick was bluffing. Thinking Kendrick had a gun, he regained confidence. Shoving that person off, he gave a hard slap. Even Kendrick was stunned. Seeing Kendrick had a gun, the others retreated, preparing to rush out of the main door. However, several policemen came up led by a server right at the entrance. Those foreigners skillfully lay flat on the ground. Gun! 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 Several policemen shouted upon seeing Kendrick's action. Kendrick realized this sounded familiar. He had heard this before at the airport. Remembering the foreigner whose magazine was emptied, Kendrick quickly took his hand out and dragged the fatty to the ground. Next moment, 2 foreigners searched Kendrick, but found no gun. The other foreigners were jabbering about Kendrick. Several police officers rushed into the room beside Kendrick. Seeing this scene, Jackson's face turned pale. Abelard had specifically warned them before. Without gun permits, if caught by the police with guns, it would be troublesome. Kendrick sighed in relief. Phew. Thank goodness he gave it to Callie earlier. Otherwise, it would be a problem. Sure enough, a while later, the police came out, finding nothing. They took Kendrick and the gang with the honey trap crime group to the police station. Fatso, what's wrong with you? Did you want to do something because we weren't sharing a room? Don't you have Amelie? In the cell, Kendrick asked Jackson with a bewildered expression. It had only been one day in America, witnessing gunfire, threatened by local gangs, getting a taste of shooting, experiencing a honey trap, beaten up, ridden in an American police car, staying in an American jail. This one day felt more eventful than a month in China. Indeed, Florida, Big Brother. I swear to heaven and earth. I just heard there are adult channels abroad. When little Spider-Man stayed here, he watched it, so I wanted to see it. I didn't expect to almost get raped by an American woman. Oh my god. She almost crushed me with her weight. From what Nana looks like, you know I prefer petite and charming ones. Those bald eagle country women have buttocks as big as grindstones. What kind of fool would I be to look for such women? I watch instructional videos from Japan and Korea, never touching European or American content. I have principles. Listening to Kendrick's rebuke, Jackson looked aggrieved. AI. It seems that this white-headed eagle country really doesn't get along with us. After seeing that exhibition, let's go back as soon as possible. Kendrick sighed. Big brother, you must not tell Claudia about this when we return home. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name. Jackson was nearly in tears. Take care of yourself. Kendrick sighed. This kid still wants to watch foreign adult channels? There's no resource domestically? Before long, after hearing the news, Abelard rushed over with a lawyer. File a lawsuit against them. They even beat people. And set up honey traps. One slap costs 10,000 in white-headed eagle currency. Seeing the lawyer arrive, Jackson also became bolder. Mr. Chun, those people are all from the Brotherhood. It's impossible to get compensation from them. Fortunately, I managed to explain it clearly to them. It's good enough to be able to leave safely. They're going to release those gang members in a few days anyway. Offending them brings no benefits. Abelard hastily explained. So did I endure this beating for nothing? Jackson was stunned. Well, how can I put it? You shouldn't have called the number slipped under the door. There is a call record at the hotel reception. Abelard helplessly glanced at Jackson. I was just curious. I just called to understand the market situation. Jackson stuttered upon being exposed. Kendrick. He rolled his eyes. Turns out Jackson actually made a call and caused trouble. Do they have so many gangs in white-headed eagle country? Previously, we encountered one called Toad Gang, who could speak Longwa language. Kendrick shifted the topic. Taking Jackson out this time has been incredibly embarrassing. Finally, he understood how Gudahan felt before. Toad Gang? I've heard of them. They're pretty influential. There are too many gangs in white-headed eagle country, all small forces beyond control. How are you two arranged for the next few days? Stay in the hotel, or come to my place? Abelard asked while walking. To your place. It's too dangerous outside. I want to sleep in the living room. Callie's beautiful face flashed before his eyes. Confessed by the Annette from 1,000 years ago? Kendrick felt a myriad emotions. On one hand, overwhelming joy surged within him. On the other hand, his previous attempts had all failed. How could he achieve such a cross-time romance? Kendrick was momentarily stunned, unsure how to reply. If he refused, it would go against his own feelings and hurt Callie's heart. If he accepted, how could he make it work? Would he be delaying her entire life? No, it can't be right. Since I traveled through time as a child, it should still be possible now. Is there some kind of timing or specific requirement? Kendrick suddenly remembered his childhood experience. That was definitely not a dream. He had truly crossed time and seen the great horse. If he could go through before, there was no reason why he couldn't now. There must be a way. Big brother, what are you staring at? Hurry up, another American fat lady might come in soon. While Kendrick was lost in thought, Jackson's urging came from outside. I'm coming. Kendrick responded hurriedly, pocketed the letter, and took the suitcase out. On the way back with Abelard, Kendrick kept looking out the car window, deep in thought. Brother Gregory. Stop for a moment. Kendrick suddenly spoke to Abelard. What is it? Abelard was startled. Just wait for me a bit. As Kendrick said this, he grabbed the suitcase and got off the car. By the roadside, there was a flower shop lit up. Shilyang, the palace. Since sending the love letter to Kendrick, Callie had been waiting beside the box, her heart filled with anxiety. She was even somewhat regretful. When she impulsively wrote the letter, she wasn't sure if the deity approved. What if the deity has no intention? Isn't that disrespectful? But if the deity doesn't have any feelings, why has he been so kind to me? He wouldn't have said those things, or held onto my undergarment otherwise. Callie agonized over this, pacing back and forth, muttering to herself. She was almost obsessed, sometimes feeling uneasy, sometimes anxious and repentant, sometimes full of hope, sometimes indulging in fantasies. These feelings tormented Callie to the point of madness. Gradually, as time passed, these hopes turned into disappointment and dejection. Callie didn't know that while she anxiously awaited Kendrick's response, Kendrick was detained in a White Eagle Country police station. He had no chance to respond. Thus, Callie waited until late into the night. No news from Kendrick. Callie fell into despair. Previously, Kendrick had shown some affection towards her. If her infatuation offended Kendrick, their connection with the deity would be cut off forever. Although the connection was severed now, it was to promote Shilyang's development. But But if Kendrick no longer paid attention to her, Shiliang would lose its support. Because of her excessive sentimentality, Shiliang lost the protection of the deity, which Callie found hard to forgive herself. After all, how could a deity have feelings for a mere mortal like me? Callie sighed. She rose and wrote a letter of confession. If the deity is angry, please don't blame Shiliang. It's all because of my infatuation. Callie approached the box, ready to put it back. Upon opening it, she froze. Inside the box were vibrant red flowers. Countless blossoms bloomed among emerald leaves, their petals burning like passionate flames or fluttering butterflies, exuding both charming and intoxicating fragrance. Callie clamped her hand over her mouth in surprise. At first, she thought she must be mistaken. Not until the fragrance of the fresh flowers made her a little dizzy did she confirm that everything was real. These are flowers? How can there be flowers in this season? Callie was stunned. Only then did she notice there was also a card nestled among the flowers. Brilliant peach blossoms stretch for miles. 10 miles of peach blossoms can't match you. I wish to offer all I have to help you solidify your rule over the world. No matter how difficult it may be, I will find a way to hold your hand. Callie read softly. Tears instantly filled her eyes. The deity had agreed. There was perhaps nothing more wonderful than reciprocated love in this world. Callie couldn't hold back any longer and crouched down, weeping silently. All the uncertainty, unease, and self-reproach from before. In an instant, they were consumed by the petals that burned like fiery flames. After a long time, her emotions gradually calmed down. Callie read Kendrick's response to her again and again. For some reason, underneath this sincere and intense affection, there seemed to be a hint of helplessness and powerlessness. Difficulties? What difficulties is Kendrick referring to? Callie looked at Kendrick's words. Is it impossible for the deity to come over? I tried before, and I couldn't make it either. Is that the reason? Callie speculated. It seems the deity is making efforts. So should I. How could I, as I am now, deserve the deity? Perhaps only when I consolidate my rule over the world would I qualify. Callie took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed these feelings. Your Majesty, Chancellor Jarrett wishes to see you. Just then, a eunuch's report came from outside. Callie quickly composed herself and went out. Your Majesty, we just received news that Ross, a major general of the Eastern Jin dynasty, deposed the emperor and declared himself emperor, establishing the Jarrett kingdom of the southern dynasties. The Eastern Jin has fallen. Alby told Callie. Chapter 144. Damn it. This is our Longua's treasure. When did this happen? Callie was somewhat surprised. Since the Yongjia chaos and the southern migration of the gentry, the north had been in endless warfare. The Han ethnicity thus lost control over northern China, turning it into the land of the Xiongnu. Later on, other four Hu tribes took turns to ravage the region. Although Liangxiang is located in the western regions, tracing back to its roots, the Li family is originally from central China. Callie has aspirations but lacks the power. He thought that with the stability of the Eastern Jin dynasty, people would be somewhat protected. Yet, such incidents still occurred. Your Majesty, it seems that while we were busy on the western front, the regions both south and north of central China were not idle. It won't be long before the war spreads over here, Alby said to Callie. Yes. The brutality of the Xiongnu towards the Jin people is indiscriminate, from the emperor down to commoners. Almost no one can escape. Any area under their control faces cruel governance. People were forced to leave their homes where they had lived for hundreds, or even thousands of years, and flee southward. It is truly a shameful thing. A ruler who does not act like a ruler, and ministers who do not act as ministers, bringing shame to the nation. Callie felt rather melancholic. Your Majesty, there's nothing we can do about it. Besides the four major clans, Edric, Xia, Huan, and Yu, there are many influential aristocratic families in central China. These scholar gentry clans have significant influence, controlling public opinion and talent selection. They also possess estate economies with large hidden populations and powerful private armies, which can sway national authority. So the entire Eastern Jin became a puppet to these great aristocratic families. I'm genuinely relieved that such things haven't happened in our Liangxiang, Alby nodded. Speaking, Liangxiang's state is similar to that of central China. Had it not been for Callie using certain tactics to subdue several major clans, the current situation might be uncertain. We don't have much time left. We need to strengthen ourselves quickly. Callie took a deep breath. In Whitehead Eagle Country, recently, Adelard has been showing Kendrick and others around, not daring to let them act alone. Finally, it was the day of the exhibition. This exhibition is organized by the International Treasure Association. Artifacts from museums around the world are brought out for a touring exhibition. What the heck? This is ours from Donghua. They're exhibiting horse manure. While Kendrick was watching, Jackson suddenly shouted, drawing much dissatisfaction from the crowd. Kendrick hurriedly went over. He saw Jackson at an exhibition case, his face flushed red, jabbing at the glass as if he were about to grab something. Kendrick looked inside the display cabinet and froze. In a small showcase, Longua's treasures were densely packed together. These artifacts, each usually displayed in separate cabinets in Longua's museums, were now compressed into one. My goodness, this is a Liao Sankai Arhat statue. At my father's class, he specifically told me about these Liao dynasty artifacts, extremely rare and highly valuable in the market. He asked me to pay attention when traveling abroad. And I actually see the real thing here. Jackson was excited. Kendrick felt uneasy too. He understood why Jackson lost his composure just now. Jackson's whole family deals in antiques, so even without knowledge, being exposed from a young age made him feel strongly about it. That's a Jingtalan porcelain jar. The Jingtalan porcelain jar is called the Prosperity Treasure, exclusively used by Emperor Flynn of the Ming Dynasty. And this, it's the Eternal Peace stone pillow. What the hell? Put in the bottom corner? Kendrick followed the direction Jackson pointed. At the bottom corner of the display cabinet lay a stone pillow, rectangular in shape, with exquisite carvings on its surface, inscribed with Eternal Peace. Seeing the words, Eternal Peace, Kendrick felt bitter. Only Longhua people would understand the significance of placing these 4 words on a pillow. It represents the simplest ideal of the Chinese people. But if there really were eternal peace, how did this end up in foreign hands? This is a Shang dynasty bronze sheep-shaped zun. I've seen pictures of it at my father's place. This zun not only has high archaeological and aesthetic value, it is currently the only existing piece and one of the top 10 treasures of the British Museum. What the damn? Why is our Longhua treasure the crown jewel of the British Museum? How messed up is this? Jackson was enraged. Kendrick immediately glanced over. This bronze zun features 2 connected rams, intricately carved. In ancient texts, yang, sheep, and shang, auspicious, are interchangeable. Therefore, on many metal and stone artifacts, you can see the phrase, auspicious sheep. Kendrick was also very shocked. He did not expect that this exhibition would display treasures from their Longhua. However, compared to those European ancient paintings and sculptures displayed in separate showcases at the core of the exhibition, their national treasures were crowded into a corner showcase. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up in Kendrick's heart. These are all treasures of our Longhua. How could they be so openly exhibited here? Weak countries are bullied. Kendrick took a deep breath. No matter what, he must help Cali change history and make Longhua strong and stand tall in the world. Never again will anyone bully Longhua. Big brother, let's just take them back. They stole them from us anyway. In my opinion, smash them with fire extinguishers and run. See who can catch us. Jackson looked at the nearby fire extinguisher and said to Kendrick, I understand how you feel. I feel the same way. But don't act impulsively. There are specialized security companies here. Besides, even if you can steal them out, you can't bring them back to the country. Adelard saw Jackson ready to grab the fire extinguisher and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Gregory brother, can these items be auctioned? Kendrick asked Adelard. This is just an exhibition. There is no auction. Whether these items should be auctioned or not depends entirely on their intention. But if they could auction them or return them to our Longhua, they probably would have done so long ago instead of putting them on tour exhibitions. Adelard shook his head. Do we still need to wait for their decision? What kind of nonsense? Jackson shouted unhappily. You. Shut up. Don't you have any sense? What are you making noise for? Don't embarrass us Longhua people outside. At this moment, several people in security uniforms walked over. A men seemed to be from Longhua. Someone complained that you were too noisy just now. You know that guy? Kendrick rubbed the bruises on his face. Yes. This is a security company run by our Longhua nationals. I had contact with them before, but they're quite snobbish. I bribed them a bit. Adelard nodded. No way. I can't swallow this humiliation. Eldest brother, think of a way to hit him hard. For fuck's sake, set it on fire. Jackson gritted his teeth and cursed. They'd only been in Bald Eagle country, USA, 4 days, yet they had been beaten twice. How infuriating. Burning it might be an option. They will never return it. Since we can't take it back, we might as well burn it down. We'll just be sending these treasures back to our ancestors. Kendrick stroked his chin and said, of course, he wouldn't destroy these treasures directly. He had a box that could transfer them, but he couldn't say it openly. Huh. Mr. Chun, you must stay calm. Let's discuss this. Hearing this, Adelard's blood pressure skyrocketed to 280. He finally understood why Kendrick, despite being young, could achieve such heights. The courage to dare to challenge authority. With young people like this in Longhua, who would dare to bully them in the future? But the problem was, if they really pulled off something this time, things would escalate dramatically. There were many precious artifacts inside. A single painting could easily be worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and if burned, Kendrick and the others might spend the rest of their lives in Bald Eagle country. Don't worry about old Gregory. How could we not act rationally? But since we've encountered this, can we take some photos or videos of these treasures privately? Contact the security company. Money isn't an issue. Kendrick told Adelard. Alright, that shouldn't be a problem. Adelard sighed in relief. But, before Jackson could say more, Kendrick pulled him back. Under Adelard's coordination, the security company agreed to Kendrick's request but heavily extorted him for money. Mr. Chun, according to their requirements, it can only be done on the last day of the exhibition, and you can only see Longhua's artifacts. They also insist that only one person can enter, and there will be a strict inspection of personal items. When leaving, all photos and videos must be reviewed by them. Adelard helplessly relayed the conditions. Agreed. I'll only bring my box in, and they can search me however they want. Kendrick nodded. After returning, Jackson was still indignant. Shit. Who would have thought their checks would be so strict? I was thinking of getting you a few grenades to take in. Blow them to hell. Jackson complained, looking extremely distressed. Forget about that. Ask your father if he can connect with overseas counterparts to get me replicas of these items. All of them. Kendrick instructed Jackson. Replicas? Big brother, are you planning to pull a switcheroo? But their inspections are so strict. You can't bring anything in or take anything out. Jackson hastily responded. That's none of your concern. Breck's sure to get those items on the last day of the exhibition. Don't worry about the cost. Kendrick instructed Jackson. Alright, I understand. I'll call my father immediately. Jackson nodded and rushed off. Meanwhile, at Bao Pingon Security Company, the boss of the security company sat in his chair, with the exhibition manager opposite him and the security captain standing beside them. They really sent the money? A bunch of idiots. These items belong to the British Museum and the Bald Eagle Country Museum. What can taking photos do? Can't take them back anyway? Sitting in the boss's chair, a short and fat man said with disdain. Who would have thought, when I saw them, they were just making a scene. Just like two hot-headed youngsters, these young people nowadays don't know manners. Look at how Mr. Davon was beaten up. His own mother wouldn't recognize him. The security captain added from the side. Alright, you can go out now. The boss waved his hand to dismiss the security captain. Mr. Davon, This time that Hubert from Donghua wants to be alone with the antiques, it's a great opportunity for us. Previously, we collaborated and replaced many genuine items for money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for us. Someone will take the fall for us. The boss told Davon. Humph. That foolish Donghua person, I must make him pay. After he goes in, we will carry out our plan. But make sure there are no loopholes in the process. Davon said coldly. Don't worry. After he goes in, we will destroy the surveillance inside. We'll ensure there's no evidence of what happens in there. He won't be able to explain himself. The boss smiled slightly. Good. What we've robbed is ours, and we won't give it back. Daring to look down on our Great Britain, they must pay a price. Davon also sneered. Chapter 146. The locust waits behind while the cicada tries to catch its prey. Soon, the global tour exhibition was nearing its end. The last day, Kendrick carried a suitcase and came outside the exhibition, but Adelaide and Jackson, who were with him, were stopped outside. Sorry, only one person is allowed to enter, and we need to conduct a body search. What's in this big suitcase? Open it for us to see. The staff of the exhibition pointed at the suitcase and asked, This is my lucky treasure box. It's empty inside. Kendrick opened it for the security guards to check. Indeed, there was nothing inside. This made Jackson dumbfounded. He had thought that Kendrick's suitcase contained antique replicas, but it turned out to be empty. Could it have a secret compartment? Jackson's eyes lit up. Sorry, according to our rules, you can't bring this box in. You can only bring a camera. The security guard shook his head. No way. This is my lucky box, and I must bring it in. Otherwise, there's no point for me to enter. Refund me, Kendrick said coldly. Hearing about the refund, those security guards were somewhat puzzled. Don't worry, let him bring it in. At this moment, the exhibition manager Davon heard the commotion and walked in. If Kendrick takes something when entering with the box, it would make it easier to justify his motive. Seeing this, Kendrick also heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he could bring the box in, everything would be fine. He followed the staff into a room. All the Chinese artifacts he saw earlier were on display stands, not even covered by glass cases. What's going on? Are these people so kind? Kendrick was quite surprised. Considering there might be glass display cabinets, Kendrick had specifically practiced picking locks for days. What surprised Kendrick more was that after bringing him in, the staff left. They just urged Kendrick to hurry up with viewing. Looking around, even the camera lights were off. This scene really confused Kendrick. It was like they wanted him to succeed. Perhaps, there were our comrades hidden here in this foreign institution? Or maybe, the security personnel were descendants who became awakened. Forget it, this isn't important. Kendrick didn't dare delay, and quickly sent a message to Callie. Earlier, Kendrick had gotten high-quality replicas made from Jackson's father's friend at a high price, sending them to Callie in advance, telling Callie to wait for him without moving an inch. After a while, Callie brought over the replica of the Liao Sankai Luohan statue. Kendrick hurriedly exchanged the real one with the fake one, coordinating with Callie. Whenever Callie sent over a fake one, he would send back a real one. Soon, they finished the exchange. Done. Do not reply, or send anything unless I contact you first. Kendrick told Callie and heaved a sigh of relief. The process went so smoothly that it seemed unbelievable. He hastily pretended to take photos. While Kendrick was taking photos, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from behind. Turning around, Kendrick couldn't help but be startled. He saw a floor tile being lifted up, and a few foreigners crawled out, the leader holding a gun, looking at Kendrick disdainfully. Don't move, or I'll shoot you dead. That man said coldly to Kendrick, then began instructing his men to carry away the fake antiques. Just before closing the tile, the foreigner thanked Kendrick in English. What's going on? Thieves. But no, this room was arranged temporarily. How could thieves have dug a tunnel beforehand? Kendrick looked baffled. Before Kendrick could recover, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Davon and several security guards rushed in. Good. You dared to steal our treasures. Seize him. Davon looked at the empty display stands and pointed at Kendrick. Without a word, the guards pinned Kendrick down. There's nothing in the box. Other guards checked the box and reported to Davon. Nothing's in the box? It must be his trick. Search the room. Davon sneered. Here. Soon, the group found the entrance to the tunnel. Seeing this, Kendrick understood thoroughly. This was a trap set deliberately. They had used his presence to distract attention while secretly arranging for someone to take the items, thereby framing him. No wonder. It went so smoothly for him. The locust waits behind while the cicada tries to catch its prey. What a close call. Fortunately, he had already sent the treasures away. Otherwise, he would have really been trapped by these people. If he fell into their hands, who knew what would happen? But now he was in trouble. Although the treasures were safe, they had still been stolen. Whether real or fake, it was true under the current circumstances. Damn. What's going on? Seeing Kendrick being escorted out by security guards, Adelaide and Jackson, who were waiting outside, were taken aback. Jackson even stepped forward to block the way. This person colluded with thieves outside to steal our exhibition treasures and has been caught. Davon said coldly. Ah. Adelaide was also shocked. Could it be that Kendrick's previous willingness to cooperate and have him contact others was all part of this plan? Kendrick's character could pull something like this off. Damn. Big brother, you're awesome. You did such an amazing thing. Why didn't you let me know? I could have helped you from the outside, and we could both go down in history. What the hell? If my father knew, maybe he'd dedicate a whole page to me in our family records. Jackson lamented painfully. Before long, the police arrived. From the scene, the evidence seemed solid. Since only Kendrick had gone in earlier, it must have been inside job. The police put handcuffs on Kendrick and Yasang Jingchura, but just as Kendrick was about to get into the police car, bang! A gunshot rang out nearby. Everyone froze instantly. Bang! 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 Then came several rapid gunshots. Not only Kendrick and the security team, but also the management were stunned. In the next moment, a few foreigners emerged with the treasures, followed by more people. They fired shots as they ran. Chapter 147. A baffling third party. Davon was dumbfounded at the scene. What's going on? Didn't we agree earlier? To hide as soon as you got the items. Why are you back here? Gustavus was equally shocked. Damn. Are you all idiots? Why did you come here? Run out of here. There are cops here. Gustavus anxiously yelled as he watched the thieves fall into the trap. Gustavus thought they were arranged by Kendrick. Wade Gregory sighed helplessly after seeing this. Originally, if the treasures weren't found, he could have hired a lawyer to clear Kendrick's name. But now, the suspects and evidence were both caught in the act. Complicated. Boss, we've been ambushed. Unexpectedly, these few people directly dashed to Davon and the security captain. We just came out from the tunnel with the stuff. Then someone appeared opposite us. They wanted to rob us. They fought very well. We had no chance. We fuck cops. There are cops here. These people were frantically talking when they suddenly noticed the police officers nearby and instinctively raised their guns. King hell. When Davon and the security captain heard this, they felt like crying. Is your brain door squeezed or your eyes blind? Can't you see the police car? What nonsense are you talking? CK. Drop your guns immediately. The process is similar to what you described. They plan to use your opportunity to handle the treasures for the theft. The boss of the security company has come too, but he knows nothing about this, saying it was all done by the security captain. The exhibition organizer also said the same. Luckily, the treasures were retrieved, and they have given up pursuing charges. The lawyer explained to Kendrick. It seems like this security captain has become the scapegoat. Kendrick stretched his wrists. Yeah, there's nothing much we can do. The security company and the exhibition company have hired professional legal teams and likely paid off the security captain, who took all the blame. The lawyer nodded. By the way, who were those guys robbing? Kendrick asked curiously. Come to think of it, he should thank them. If not for their intervention blocking those security personnel, the treasures would have been taken away, completely incriminating him. According to reports, they belong to a gang. Their motive for robbery is unknown yet, and many people were injured. The lawyer slowly replied. Gang members? Kendrick pondered the situation, somewhat puzzled. How did they get involved with these treasures? Shaking his head, he followed Adelard and the lawyer out. Just as they got in the car, he saw Gustavus sitting stiffly in the car, making faces like convulsions. Still able to sit still, good person. Are you from Donghua? Seeing Kendrick and Jackson approach, the man stood up. Yeah, aren't you too? Kendrick was taken aback. Looking at this man's status, he seemed quite high-ranking. Oh yeah, come on up. I'm from Liangshan County, Jining City, Shandong Province. I came here to work abroad. Didn't scare you earlier, did I? The man beckoned Kendrick and Jackson. What is? Are you the boss? Kendrick was thoroughly confused. This person looked enthusiastic and didn't seem to be after them. Yeah, let's not talk about it. When I came here with the American dream, right after getting off the plane, I was robbed, lost all my documents, and became an illegal immigrant. When I went to the police station to report it, they said they couldn't verify my identity, wanted to deport me, and impose a fine. So, I ran. I graduated from Liangshan Martial Art School, know some fighting skills, joined a gang, grew bigger, then split off and founded Frog Gang. The man generously gave each of Kendrick and Jackson a bottle of drink, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 148. Call me Enrique Jangwo. Toad Gang. Your name is quite peculiar. Jackson glanced around at the African Americans and edged forward a little. I'm the 17th generation successor of Toad Technique. The man waved his hand. Whoa. My apologies, aren't you surnamed Owanri? Jackson hurriedly cupped his hands to ask. Just shut up. Kendrick rolled his eyes. No, I am surnamed Enrique, Adam. That person didn't mind at all. Waya. Kendrick and Jackson were dumbfounded. Are you sure you're from Liangshan instead of Foshan? We've been keeping an eye on that batch of Donghua relics for some time. Watching them being displayed infuriated me. I thought about stealing them out, or at least damaging them if I couldn't steal them. I even bought explosives. While setting up the explosives outside the exhibition hall at night, I saw their security team digging tunnels. Heard that a Donghua person wanted to take photos and try to shift the blame. So, I thought, why not catch both sides off guard? Adam said with a smile. So that's it. That explains the coincidence. Listening to what he said, Kendrick understood instantly. It was all because of the antiques. Looks like this gang leader exiled abroad is also a patriot. I didn't expect them to carry guns. Several of us got injured, but it's nothing serious. Unfortunately, when they ran towards the police, all relics were recovered. Now I have to keep wandering around with these people again, Adam said resentfully. Brett not. Kendrick smiled slightly but did not explain further. Forget it. I originally knew America was very productive. Not only did they obtain weapons, handle company affairs, but also brought back national treasures and met underground brothers. Just don't know if those guys will cry. Dare to look down on Donghua? Serves them right. Meanwhile, in the office of the global exhibition, the security chief and manager Davon were sighing deeply. This is all because of your subordinates' incompetence. Now, the plan is almost exposed. If thoroughly investigated, all our previous efforts would be in vain. Davon complained to the security chief. What are you rambling about? I lost a large sum of money, okay? And my men ended up inside. I'm telling you, next time if we get more antiques, I'll demand double the payment. The security chief also showed dissatisfaction. You're asking for too much. Without my channel, how could we get so many treasures? Would it even be your turn? Humph. Since we're cooperating, let's stop arguing and keep our peace. Davon said to the security chief. Anything else worth grabbing soon? We need to move fast. The security chief asked. Don't worry. I've contacted a few more bronze heads of the Chinese zodiac and will prepare to exhibit them in Donghua. How dare these detestable Donghua think we should give them back for free? Not a chance. Besides, exhibiting in donghua itself, when they offer astronomical prices, I'll auction them and make a huge profit. Then during the transaction, you cooperate by giving them counterfeits. They'll be furious. Davon sneered. Ha ha, you really came up with that. Longwoans are all rich and shout patriotically. Just exploit them thoroughly. The security chief also laughed. Exactly, those things were all looted by my grandfather in donghua back then. Why should we give them for free? I was going to tell. Not good. Just as Davon was speaking, a staff member rushed in hurriedly. What is it? Don't you see we're having a meeting? The security chief glared at the intruder, quite dissatisfied. Something's happened. When we recovered those antiques just now, we found out they were fakes. The staff member said hastily. What? What did you say? Davon grabbed the man's collar and shouted. I don't know either. I have no idea what happened. We put them into storage right after recovery. Although they look the same, you can't examine them closely. They are indeed fake, and poorly made ones too. That person quickly explained. Fuck. What happened? When were they switched? Davon was almost driven mad with anger. That's not right. The donghua was taken away with just an empty box, nothing inside, and it was checked at the police station. The only people who could have touched the antiques were your men and the Toad Gang members. It's you. Davon suddenly turned his head to look at the security chief. Kendrick was detained immediately and had no way to switch them. Only the movers had the chance. Bullshit. My men are already inside. The Toad Gang could be responsible. Hearing this, the security chief almost vomited blood. The Toad Gang? Besides you and me, no one else could have known about the Longwoans coming to inspect the goods. How did the Toad Gang know? And they even blocked the exit? Ah, talking of this, I realize you're playing both sides, framing that Longwoan. Hand over the stuff quickly, or I won't let you off. An enraged Davon yelled at the security chief. Chapter 149. Going home. Go to hell. I'm starting to suspect that it's all you're doing. You showed him fake treasures from the very beginning. Don't act innocent with me. So you deliberately played this trick on me, did you? Do you think I've been living under a rock for all these years? The security CEO listened to Davon and immediately realized what had happened. His men had just left with the items when they were caught. A gunfight erupted right after, and the police arrived shortly. There was no chance for a switch, and even if there was, who could have made identical fakes? Pulling one over on ghosts? You dragon people are truly cunning. At this point, you still refuse to admit it. Davon slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and swept everything off it. What the hell? The security CEO also got furious. He grabbed a chair and smashed it towards Davon's head. The two of them fought outright. Just as the security CEO pulled out a pistol from under the desk and fired several shots at Davon, who ducked like a rat. Their partnership was utterly severed. While chaos reigned in the office, the plane bound for Long Country had already taken off. Sir, would you like something? A flight attendant pushed a food cart over and asked Kendrick and Jackson. I'll have beer. Jackson raised an eyebrow at the stewardess. And for this gentleman? The flight attendant gave Jackson a polite smile, leaning down slightly to ask Kendrick. A bottle of champagne, please. Kendrick thought for a moment. Oh, is the gentleman celebrating something? The flight attendant poured a glass of champagne for Kendrick and asked. Celebrating going home? Kendrick smiled faintly. That's right, cheers. Finally going home. It's making me miss my mom. Jackson muttered incomprehensibly, clinked glasses with Kendrick, and gulped down a can of beer. Yes, they're finally home. Kendrick sipped his champagne, looking out the window. The plane was passing through the clouds. The setting sun cast its glow, beautifully mirroring Kendrick's mood. Shilyang. The imperial court session was underway. How is the land measurement proceeding in various regions? Callie asked the court ministers. Your Brett Jesty, we report. The measurements are basically complete. But currently, the major clans are strongly resisting. They oppose this policy. Moreover, quite a few of these families have united in rebellion. Skylar trembled as he spoke. Well, then we have no choice. If they won't negotiate, we'll use force. I clearly tell you all, if the clans want things to be as they were before, it's a dream. To those noble families present here, I will grant official positions and wealth. Your clans may also recommend officials. But having private armies is absolutely not allowed. Callie said coldly. Kendrick and Callie had previously discussed land reform. In Shilyang, major clans owned more than 80% of the land. Without their own land, commoners couldn't participate fully in agricultural production. So, Kendrick suggested reclaiming all the land and redistributing it evenly among the people. However, considering the current family situation, Callie made some adjustments. He maintained the interests of major families and compensated them in other ways to prevent too much of a disparity. This action still incited strong discontent among the local clans. But Callie wouldn't back down. Since learning of the fall of the Eastern Jin dynasty, Callie prepared to control these clans. Fortunately, the big clans in the capital cooperated, once they heard it was by divine decree. Whatever Callie decreed, they did without question. It was the clans in other regions that believed they could challenge Callie by uniting. Having always played this way, and every nation had played this way, why should Shilyang change? Absolutely not. You're Brett Jesty. I request permission to suppress these clans. At this moment, Hamilton stepped forward. Oh, it seems General Carnell wants some action. Callie smiled. You're Brett Jesty, no need to hide. These past days, inspecting the defenses around Shilyang, I've gained deep insights. Our capital's fortifications are such that even with 10,000 troops, I couldn't breach it. Along the steppe borders, a towering wall spans dozens of miles. The Ruran cavalry cannot cross, cutting off their advantage. As for Baelyang, due to the deity's last warning, there will be no war in the near future. My soldiers need real combat experience to hone their skills. I humbly beg your Brett Jesty's permission. Hamilton explained earnestly. Good. Since that's the case, I'll leave it in your hands. Callie nodded. Brittany, thanks to your Brett Jesty. Hamilton was overjoyed. Remember, they aren't entirely enemies. Tell them, I don't need the clans and families as they are now. I need obedient ones. If they behave well, I will grant them wealth and status. If not, their clans will be exterminated. Callie reminded Hamilton.
Yes.
Hamilton nodded. Also, Prime Minister Jarrett, how is the operation of salt and iron going? Callie asked Ailby. Your Majesty, following your decree, we have started control. But my concern is that if we make salt and iron properties of the court and sell them at such low prices, we won't have any profit. Previously, this was a significant source of government revenue. Ailby asked Callie with some doubt. To be honest, I'm puzzled about this point too. But this is what the divine told me. They even said if salt production isn't enough, the divine would provide more salt. The purpose is to ensure every citizen can have sufficient salt. Callie replied to Ailby. As for iron, the divine has sent many agricultural tool shapes which can be made by locals without restriction. Besides armor and weapons, everything else can be crafted freely. This is also the divine's wish, encouraging us to quickly restore agricultural production. Callie explained to everyone.
Yes.
Hearing it was the divine's word, everyone became submissive. The pilot program of the capital bank has been very smooth after several months. Next, we'll expand this bank system across all regions of Xiliang. People can deposit money and earn interest daily. At the same time, if citizens need money, they can withdraw from the bank, which we call, loans, secured by property deeds. They only need to repay on time. If not, we recover the collateral. If someone runs off with the money, tell them. Nationwide manhunt, capture means execution. Callie continued. Your Majesty is wise. In this way, once the national treasury is replenished, it can further stabilize our country. In a sense, the common people and our state of Xiliang are completely tied together. They will hope for the prosperity of Xiliang. If anyone dares to harm Xiliang, our citizens will never agree. Ailby spoke sincerely. Callie's strategy addressed both financial circulation issues and bound the interests of the people. Unheard of. It's not entirely my idea. Though the divine has interrupted supplies, they have always closely monitored the development of Xiliang. We must not disappoint the divine. That's all. Dismissed. After adjourning the meeting, Callie immediately went to the shrine. Kendrick hadn't reported for a day and night, which caused her some anxiety. A few days ago, Kendrick suddenly approached her for cooperation. But Callie didn't expect Kendrick to send over some ordinary items. A dilapidated Buddha statue, an exquisite but old porcelain jar, a heavily worn stone pillow, a double-goat vessel used for rituals and ceremonies. The others left. Callie eagerly took out the handgun. Although she hadn't actually fired it before, since Kendrick gave it to her, Callie had become fascinated by it, practicing the loading procedure until she mastered it. Callie put in earplugs, recalling the steps Kendrick taught her. She closed her eyes and aimed at a wall, pulling the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, Callie instinctively lifted her arm, and splinters flew from the wall. Wow! Callie hurried over to check. There was a new hole in one of the wooden stakes, clearly penetrating through its thickness. But that's not where I aimed. Why did it hit so high? And the sound wasn't very loud. Callie looked at the bullet hole, puzzled. She drew a circle around the hole on the stake. Tentatively removing her earplugs, she gripped the gun tightly with both hands and aimed at the stake again, pulling the trigger. Bang! A loud noise pierced Callie's ears. This time, Callie watched as the white smoke emerged from the handgun, startling her almost into dropping the gun. This shot was even worse, shooting directly above her head. So loud. Shaken, Callie shook her buzzing head and carefully put on the earplugs again. Practice makes perfect. After firing several more rounds, Callie gradually gained control over the handgun. From 5 meters away, she started hitting the target. By the 50th round, Callie managed to hit the target 6 or 7 times out of 10, thoroughly enjoying herself. Even without earplugs later on. That's enough. The magical treasure Kendrick sent this time is truly fun. The gun, tied to her calf. Draw. Aim. Fire. Her movements were fluid. An instant bloodstain appeared between the eyebrows of the leading maidservant. The other maidservants froze in shock from the bang. Callie seized the opportunity to fire at each of them one by one. Only after all the maidservants collapsed did Callie come to her senses. Staring at the bodies sprawled on the ground and the smoking handgun in her hand, Callie felt a blankness wash over her mind. All of this happened almost in an instant, driven by instinct. Your Majesty. At this moment, Casimir and his men rushed over, alerted by the commotion. Seeing the fallen palace maids and the weapons in their hands, Casimir's mind went blank. Again? Another assassination attempt? I'm doomed. Casimir and his guards stumbled. Just a short while after leaving, Annette Callie was attacked? They were nothing but ornaments as guards. Hearing Casimir and the others, Callie finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the bodies before her, she felt a wave of nausea. Though she was the Annette, though she held life and death in her hands in Xiliang, though she had ordered many executions, this was the first time she had killed with her own hands. It was hard to get used to. I'm fine. Callie took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She put the gun away. Your Majesty, what exactly happened here? These wounds. Casimir and his men examined the bodies of the palace maids. Some had bloody holes in their foreheads, some in their chests, and others large bloody wounds in their abdomens. It left them dumbfounded. They had never seen such wounds before, and all the maids were dead. This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourselves. Just now, they must have seen you weren't around and took the chance to attack. Apparently, when screening for assassins from Baelyang, we overlooked the ones within the palace. Callie speculated. These maids had been dutiful and cautious since entering the palace. She had thought they were loyal, but it turned out to be a disguise. After the assassination attempts, Casimir and his men hadn't left her side for a moment, so they had no chance to act. But today, she had asked Casimir and the others to leave specifically to test the handgun, and they seized the opportunity. But just after she practiced with the divine treasure, they would have been better off encountering Casimir. Chapter 151. Did ancient people also smoke quasi? They wanted to assassinate me. The deity punished them. Do not publicize this matter. Secretly screen the other palace maids to see if there are any others involved. Emperor Kali explained to Casimir and the others. Yes. Casimir and the others swallowed hard. No wonder. The cracking sounds they heard earlier were actually divine punishment. Such wounds were truly unbelievable. After returning from the cellar to the bedroom, Kali was still shaken, taking quite a while to calm down. Immediately after, she felt immense joy and gratitude. Unbelievable. The magical treasure Kendrick gave her was so powerful. Just one shot, and that palace maid was dead. No wonder Kendrick said that with this item, it could protect her safety. With something like this, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Kali thought happily. Tian High City. Shilyang Impression live streaming company. Boss, you're finally back. I'm about to go crazy. As soon as Kendrick arrived at the company, he saw Amelie rushing towards him in a frenzy. What happened? You didn't get the live stream banned, did you? Kendrick's mouth twitched. Not at all. My attire is very conservative. It's big donor number 1. We lost big donor number 1. Amelie nearly went crazy telling Kendrick. Big donor number 1? One life for Wei Na? Kendrick was taken aback. Yes. That big donor number 1 once tipped us a lot of money. Every day during my live stream, he would watch from start to finish. But recently, he hasn't come at all. Payment channel featuring costumes and beauty. Singing for the big donor? No wonder Jackson is obsessed with live streaming and doesn't want him to tell Amelie. A dog licks its face to the front, but behaves like a big donor behind. Jackson sure knows how to play. Kendrick shook his head. He planned to find Bruno nearby for some tea. Since Kendrick came back, he hadn't immediately brought out what he brought back from Baitu country. Those national treasures couldn't be sold but needed to be handed over to the state. According to Zoran's words, if these things were revealed, it would likely cause a stir and lead to police involvement. Moreover, since they were just lost abroad, their sudden appearance in Donghua could cause trouble. Kendrick thought about it and decided to wait until the dust settled before personally visiting the National Museum to ask Terrence for a referral. Come to think of it, he hadn't told Terrence he was back yet. Thinking about it, Kendrick called Terrence. Oh, Kendrick, you're back? I was just about to call you. As soon as the call connected, an excited voice came from the other end. Call me? What happened? Kendrick was surprised. There have been many strange historical discoveries recently. Some documents have been unearthed successively. According to the descriptions in these documents, 2 things are very incredible. The first thing is smoking. Terrence told Kendrick. Smoking? Isn't that odd? Didn't tobacco exist in ancient times? Kendrick didn't realize anything unusual at first. Not dried tobacco or pipe tobacco, but cigarettes with filters. Cigarettes with filters. And according to previous historical records, tobacco was introduced to Donghua during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, mostly in the form of snuff, water pipes, or pipe tobacco. But now, the description of smoking dates back to the Wei Jin period. Terrence said excitedly. What? Cigarettes with filter tips? No way. Kendrick was stunned. Suddenly, he recalled that he had once given Kali a pack of cigarettes to sell. Could it be this? But it seemed impossible for cigarettes to last so many years. Kendrick was confused. Let me read you a passage from the ancient texts. Thick as a finger, white and long with yellow ends, lit by its white part, held between index and middle fingers, exhaling clouds and inhaling smoke, feeling light as if ascending to heaven. This is clearly describing smoking. I now seriously suspect someone has traveled through time, and it might even be a convenience store owner. Terrence said passionately. A convenience store owner? That's too far-fetched. Kendrick felt like he was about to explode. Don't doubt it. Look at those oil drums, instant noodles, lighters, and cigarettes before. How do you explain them? Terrence said. But the idea of time travel is just too extreme. How could anyone travel through time? Kendrick tried hard to bring Terrence back to reality. Who knows, you know Edric Bredding, right? The bronze caliper, super short skirts, abolishing slavery. Who in ancient times could do these things? To be honest, I used to be a staunch materialist. But recent discoveries have made me doubt. I feel like there's some mysterious force controlling this world. It might be the creator, or heaven, or higher dimensional beings. Like aliens, lizard people, or the Anunnaki, home spirits. Anything is possible. They can freely travel between the future and the past. Terrence said in a mystical tone. Kendrick almost couldn't take it anymore. Do you not believe me? I knew it. But the next one, you will definitely believe. Air Langshan. It seemed Terrence had anticipated Kendrick's reaction. Chapter 152. Terrence? Chow the fortune teller. What's wrong with Malcolm? Kendrick's heart skipped a beat. According to historical records, Malcolm is very likely to have been a real person. Terrence lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Really? Isn't he just from a mythological story? The corners of Kendrick's mouth twitched. You see, you think so too, right? The earliest belief in Malcolm began in the Tang dynasty, flourished in the Jarrett dynasties, and its stories were widely spread among the people. Especially after the Ming dynasty, it became even more familiar. But now, according to strong evidence, during the Wei Jin period, there were already people who saw Malcolm descend to the world. He descended to the world, you know, not some mythological story. Terrence told Kendrick. Could it be that they saw something wrong? Kendrick was speechless. Saw something wrong? Tell me, in ancient images, who had 3 eyes? Terrence was very certain. Kendrick didn't know what to say anymore. Last time in Wolf Valley, the aftermath of using drones and modern means was huge. Not only did it shock the ancients, but it also made modern historians doubt life. I heard an association has already been established to investigate Nikki. They want to find Basim through Nikki's path of learning. If Malcolm is real, perhaps those previous figures are also real, not myths. Immortality might also be true. Terrence said mysteriously. Kendrick almost spat out blood. He felt like Terrence had turned into a fortune teller. But there was no way around it. The formation of Malcolm by the drone swarm last time. Ancient people, who had never seen drones, would indeed be baffled by such a sight. Even Sheik, seeing the pattern displayed by the drone swarm, would be confused. Taking it as a deity was understandable, and at that time, the figure was so large that people within tens of miles could see it. If he had been there, in the middle of the night, with fires and explosions happening in Wolf Valley, and finally a mountain-high human figure appearing, he would probably also think it was a deity. It's just that Kendrick hadn't expected that, after recording it down, the ancients' writings would make modern people collapse first. Looks like it was correct for him to temporarily stop helping Xiaoyang. If he intervened in wars again in the future like this time, perhaps future generations would spread tales of giant robots or alien invasions, Earth being an alien colony, and so on. By the way, I've been talking about myself. Why did you call me? Anything going on? At this point, Terrence finally remembered to ask Kendrick. Oh, I want you to help introduce me to the leaders of the National Museum. I have something to discuss with them. Kendrick said to Terrence. Sure, no problem. I know them all. I can inform them. Just bring your things over. Terrence thought Kendrick had something good to donate. Not quite. I'd prefer to meet the big bosses who can make decisions. The items I'm bringing shouldn't be seen casually. After some thought, Kendrick said, got it. I'll try to arrange it, and I'll call you back later. With that, Terrence hung up the phone. A short while later, he called back. Kendrick, I've arranged it for you. A few big bosses from the National Museum will attend. In a week, but time is limited, only half an hour for you. They're doing this for my sake, and I'll go with you then. By the way, what do you have this time? Terrence asked over the phone. You'll see when you come. I'll book my flight immediately and go next week. Kendrick told Terrence. Hanging up, Kendrick also breathed a sigh of relief. With Terrence there was less chance of him being taken away once he brought out those items. Mr. Chan is here? Have a seat. Just brewed some new tea, try it. Kendrick came to Bruno's office. Bruno quickly rose to greet Kendrick and poured him a cup of tea. How have things been recently? Kendrick asked. After settling Bruno's logistics business, Kendrick hadn't inquired further. With your blessing, everything has been smooth recently. We send a batch of minerals to the capital every month, and the connections there are well established. Bruno smiled. Ever since Kendrick took in his subordinates as security guards and paid their salaries, Bruno suddenly felt much wealthier. I've been thinking, domestic logistics is profitable, but nothing compares to international logistics. Have you considered buying a ship and starting an international logistics business? Kendrick asked Bruno. Buy a ship? Bruno was instantly stunned upon hearing this. This is something he had never thought of before. Right. International shipping requires a large investment, but it also yields high profits. If it's our own cargo, delivering it ourselves would eliminate shipping costs, and we could even make a bit more on the side. Kendrick nodded. Back when he was in White-Headed Eagle country, he had a deep conversation with Adelard. At that time, the main issue concerning international situation changes was the cost of long-distance shipping. Sometimes, after transporting a batch of goods, the cost for labor and transportation would leave no profit. But the company's daily expenses still needed to be covered. Kendrick planned to continue expanding and would face this issue too. If they had their own transportation method, it would be much easier. However, international transportation involved higher risks with complex dynamics among various forces. Bruno, being a socialite, would be far more suitable to handle it than Kendrick himself. Mr. Chun, I do know a thing or two about this. But a ship costs an arm and a leg. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. Bruno said helplessly. I understand that. You are responsible for figuring out everything related to long-distance trade transportation. I'll figure out the matter of the ships. Kendrick told Bruno. He could continue bringing antiques over to sell for money. Or he could get a few CEOs he knew to invest together. However, both options were uncertain. Kendrick was now very anxious. He was short on cash. Buying a multinational trading company, although the total amount provided was the lowest price, was still a substantial sum. It almost drained his resources. While these few companies in the country were profitable, the drone technology company required significant investment, and there was a need for continued supply to Cali and the others. He needed to find a way to earn money quickly. Okay. I'll try to contact someone right away. Bruno was also excited. Sure enough, there was a reason to follow Kendrick around. Little brother Chun. Just as Kendrick and Bruno were discussing international logistics, Jared walked in with Alger. Why did you come? Kendrick greeted them and gestured for them to sit down. Little brother Chen, Alger said he had an urgent matter to discuss with you, and was worried it wouldn't be clear over the phone, so he asked me to bring him here. Jared sat down beside them. Chapter 153. This is not a rare medicine. Mr. Jarrett, what's wrong? Sit down and let's talk. Kendrick invited Mr. Jarrett to sit down. Mr. Chun, do you remember the old friend I mentioned before? He's on his last legs now. I managed to keep him barely stabilized with acupuncture, but I need 3 herbs that I can't find anywhere. I was hoping you could help me out, Mr. Chin. Mr. Jarrett explained to Kendrick. An old friend? Kendrick also remembered. At the time, when he went to invite Mr. Jarrett out of retirement, Mr. Jarrett had mentioned this person. What are the herbs? Can the illness be cured as long as we find the herbs? Kendrick asked. He didn't understand Trader Enrique saved my life. That's why I'm humbly asking Brother Chun for help. Mr. Jarrett sighed. Though he came with a sliver of hope, he knew it was slim. Just give me the names. I'll try, but I can't guarantee I'll find them. Kendrick told Mr. Jarrett. All right. Thank you. I need to go back to give him acupuncture, so I'll leave first. After writing the names for Kendrick, Mr. Jarrett left immediately. Kendrick did not try to detain him further. Back home, Kendrick immediately prepared to send the note to Callie. However, he found a voice recorder inside the box. Upon turning it on, he heard Callie's excited voice. Kendrick then learned that among the palace maids Callie had brought back, there were hidden assassins. Thanks to the handgun he had given her, the crisis was averted. Kendrick wasn't surprised. If a handgun couldn't solve the problem, there would have been no solution anyway. These are the 3 herbs. Try to find them as soon as possible. Regardless of quantity, send them over first. Kendrick handed the note to Callie. After receiving the note, Callie immediately summoned all the imperial physicians. Your Majesty, these 3 herbs aren't particularly rare. We have Shandong ginseng and sistanch in our storeroom. It's just that we don't have Jinxiao Rehmannia. It's imported from outside. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute informed Callie. Oh, if we have them, it's easier. Can we check around for Jinxiao Rehmannia? Callie sighed in relief, initially thinking Kendrick had sent her to find something extremely rare. To her surprise, they already had most of it. Your Majesty, come to think of it, I might have a bit of Jinxiao Rehmannia at home. I almost ate it when I was hungry, but it's not too much. One of the senior court physicians spoke up. As long as there's some. Send it over immediately. Callie hurriedly responded. Once she received the herbs, she quickly sent them to Kendrick. Kendrick, who knew nothing about these matters, called Mr. Jarrett via video. Heavens, it looks exactly like what was described. It might be real. Mr. Chun, time is of the essence. Could you deliver these personally? I'm on my way to the Enrique residence. On the video call, Mr. Jarrett was so excited that his dentures nearly fell out. Sure. Kendrick thought for a moment. Since he still had a few days before heading to the capital, he agreed. Following Mr. Jarrett's directions, Kendrick arrived at a standalone villa in the provincial capital. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a petite girl walked out. She had a delicate face, fair skin as smooth as jade, clear bright eyes, and eyebrows that arched beautifully. Who are you? The girl looked at Kendrick, holding a black garbage bag, standing at the doorstep, and asked warily. My name is Kendrick. I'm here to deliver medicine for old Mr. Enrique, as arranged by Mr. Jarrett. Are you Kendrick? Get lost. You probably heard about my grandfather's illness just to use it as an excuse to meet me. Phew. The lady tells you to stay away from me. Before Kendrick could finish his sentence, the girl immediately glared at him and started pushing him out. Hey, you're quite unreasonable. With such a beautiful face, why are you so fierce? Kendrick was speechless. Tisk. Do you need to tell me I'm beautiful? I tell you, there's no way I'll agree to the marriage contract, even though you look barely acceptable. But the lady doesn't like. I love free love. The girl sized up Kendrick, her admiration forced back to indifference. Marriage contract? Free love? What nonsense is this? I'm here to deliver medicine, not sell myself. Kendrick was confused. Could it be that old Mr. Jarrett wanted to set them up? Did he think of this method to lure him here? But I have someone in my heart. Kendrick pouted. You. Why that expression? I haven't rejected you yet, but you're rejecting me first? The girl glared. As they were talking, suddenly a loud rumbling sound came from nearby. Then, a Ferrari drove up. Miss Enrique, my father told me that old Mr. Enrique is sick. My mother specially sent me over with some herbs. The car had barely stopped when a plump figure got out, holding a velvet box. Who are you? The girl asked with disgust. Grandfather needs rest the most, and he revs the engine at the door? It's just a broken Ferrari Enzo. What's so impressive about that? Hee, I'm Kendrick, from the Chin family. The fat man smiled ingratiatingly as he approached. You're Kendrick? And who are you? The girl was thoroughly bewildered. She turned to look at Kendrick, who was equally bewildered. Chapter 154. Could there be medicine in a garbage bag? I'm also Kendrick, here to deliver medicine. Kendrick rolled his eyes. He had really been pushing himself, coming all this way to deliver medicine, only to find no one to receive it, and even being blocked at the door. Are you Kendrick? Delivering medicine again? Where did you come from, kid? Let me tell you, Miss Enrique is my fiancée. Before Kendrick could respond, the fat man beside him began shouting. Nonsense. That was my father's drunken ramblings. The Chin family really takes things seriously, don't they? Shameless. The girl immediately placed her hands on her hips, her face flushed red. But he did say it. Since I've come all this way, I'll just go in. The fat man stuttered. And you're delivering medicine with a broken garbage bag? Did you pick it up from the trash heap? These cost me a fortune. The fat man shot Kendrick a disdainful look before shoving past with the velvet box. The girl hadn't expected such shamelessness from the fat man. She was so angry she shook all over. Fake, aren't you going in? The girl glared at Kendrick. Forget it. Give this to Alger for me. I'm leaving. Kendrick waved and walked away. He didn't have that much patience. The girl stood there, dumbfounded, holding the black bag as she watched Kendrick leave. But seeing the fat man enter, she hurriedly followed. Inside, Alger was treating an elderly man by the bed. This was Enrique Jigua, the patriarch of the Enrique family. It's fine now. The damage to your body from martial arts training is minor. The most important issue is your heart ailment. Without resolving this, even the best herbs will be useless. Alger collected the silver needles and sighed. Ah, my old friend, I know. But, the elderly man trailed off mid-sentence. Turner Jarrett, we still need the medicine. Money isn't a problem. No matter how difficult the heart ailment is to treat, the body must recover. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, Ronnie, don't trouble Turner Jarrett. We've searched for those herbs for years and found nothing. It's fate. The patriarch waved his hand at his son. Don't worry, brother. Perhaps this time we really have a chance. Earlier, I arranged for someone to bring the 3 herbs. They should be on their way. Alger told the 2 men. Really? Are you serious, Turner Jarrett? Where are the herbs now? I'll send someone right away. Ezekiel hurriedly responded. Oh, look at me, getting all flustered. He brought the herbs with him, but it's better this way. Otherwise, you'd waste more time going back and forth. Alger slapped his forehead. In his urgency, he forgot to arrange for someone to meet them. I'll go welcome him at the door. Ezekiel started walking out. Medicine has arrived. At that moment, Kendrick entered, panting, carrying a velvet box. Turner Enrique, my mother specifically asked me to bring this very aged herb. Just what grandfather needs. With a fawning expression, Kendrick handed the box to Ezekiel. Who are you? Where did you get the herbs? Alger looked surprised at the newcomer, thinking Kendrick had sent someone else. Just an ordinary business partner. Not very close. The middle-aged woman glared at Ezekiel, who immediately shrunk. Kendrick also looked embarrassed. Let me see. Upon realizing it wasn't from Kendrick, Alger lost interest. But seeing the fat boy's red face and the valuable-looking velvet box, he took it to examine. The name is correct, but it's not ancient medicine and won't work. Also, it's soaked in medicinal fluid, making it ineffective and even harmful. Alger examined the herb and shook his head. What? Are you picking a fight? Get out. Ezekiel had been looking for a reason to kick the intruders out. Hearing Alger's words, he threw the medicine and box outside and kicked the fat man. That day, he had agreed to the marriage alliance under the influence of alcohol and manipulation by the Chen family. The next day, after his wife found out, she nearly chopped him with a kitchen knife. Since then, Ezekiel's status within the Enrique family plummeted, and everyone would complain about him. Only grandfather's recent illness saved him from worse punishment. Alger, what did the person delivering medicine look like? I'll wait at the gate right away. Feeling the deadly glares from Enrique Lousy and his wife, Ezekiel hastily sought an excuse to slip out. It was a Hubert. Tall, handsome, dashing, and of extraordinary demeanor. Alger said while stroking his chin. Hearing Alger's words, everyone in the room widened their eyes in unison. I'm telling the truth. Alger looked at the astonished faces around him, feeling a bit helpless. How could he just make things up? Could that person just now be Kendrick? Alger, take a look at this. The girl handed over the garbage bag with a puzzled expression on her face. Melody, what are you doing? Why would you bring in a garbage bag? Do you think there could be medicine in it? Ezekiel scolded sternly. Someone just delivered it, saying he also goes by Kendrick. Melody pouted. Clearly, you made blind promises when you were drunk, and now you're taking it out on me. Upon hearing this, Alger quickly took the bag. Oh, these herbs match the descriptions in ancient books exactly. The medicinal aroma is truly remarkable. There's a high chance it's genuine. We actually got them. Alger looked in shock, his eyes filled with reverence. After so many years as a doctor, he only knew about these herbs through his teacher and books. He never imagined he would see them in person. What? It's real? Alger, does this mean my father can be saved? Everyone immediately gathered around upon hearing this. There's hope. Hurry. I'll write the prescription right away. I'll personally prepare and decoct the herbs. Alger couldn't wait to get started. Soon after Enrique Lousy took the medicine, his breathing became noticeably steady. The pulse has improved. I can feel a vibrant energy within me, though faint, it's definitely there. The medical sage's prescription is truly miraculous. From this, it seems the issue isn't with traditional Chinese medicine, but rather with the herbs. If we had these herbs before, TCM would be unmatched. Alger excitedly paced back and forth like a child. Turner Jarrett, thank you for saving my father. Seeing his father's complexion and vital energy improving, Ezekiel knelt before Alger with a thud. No. Get up quickly. I merely used the medical sage's prescription and these herbs. If you must thank someone, wait. Where's Brother Chun? Alger helped Ezekiel up, then suddenly remembered. In the rush to treat Enrique Lousy, he had completely forgotten about Kendrick who delivered the medicine. Chapter 155 Narrow Roads for Enemies. Ezekiel and others also came to their senses. Right. The medicine has arrived, but where is the benefactor who brought it? Instantly, everyone's gaze fell sharply on Melody. That Hubert? He's gone. I don't know where he went. Melody took a step back, her face full of guilt. She didn't expect that. The Hubert who delivered the medicine just now was indeed her grandfather's savior, but she had not only turned him away at the door, but also treated him rudely. This was bad. I'll call him. Elder Jarrett quickly took out his phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. Elder Jarrett froze instantly. Disconnected? How could it be disconnected? It was working fine earlier. Elder Jarrett was stunned. This isn't good. Girl, did you let him in? Is he upset with us? Ezekiel realized what happened immediately. I don't know. Melody panicked right away. She knew she had overreacted. Foolish. He's our benefactor. He traveled so far to bring us medicine, and we turned him away without even saying thank you. Go find him immediately. Better yet, invite him back. Ezekiel became furious. Melody pouted. If her parents knew how she treated Kendrick just now, they would never forgive her. She rushed out immediately. At this moment, Kendrick was crouching outside a convenience store, using the cashier's charger to charge his phone. After receiving Elder Jarrett's call, Kendrick, knowing they were anxious for the medicine, rushed here right away, not even charging his phone. Once he reached the villa via navigation, his phone automatically shut down due to lack of power. Upon turning it on again, the phone rang. It was Bruno calling. Mr. Chun, I've asked around about the shipping company issue last time. To start an international shipping business in Peninsula Province is almost impossible. Bruno's voice sounded helpless from the other end of the line. What's going on? Kendrick felt puzzled. From shipbuilding to shipping routes, everything in the entire Peninsula Province is monopolized by Enrique Shipping Group. They won't easily open up any channels. For many years, no new players have entered the market. Unless they agree, outsiders can't get involved. Bruno explained to Kendrick. Enrique Shipping Group? Kendrick was surprised. Yes, the same group as Enrique Property. I heard they started with maritime transport, later branching into property in various fields, being among the first to do shipping in Peninsula Province. After all these years, their scale is almost monopolistic. Their headquarters are in the provincial capital, rumored to have connections both above board and otherwise, making them very powerful. We cannot afford to provoke them. Bruno said to Kendrick. In the provincial capital? I'm already here. Let me go check it out. Kendrick thought for a moment and said, Since he was already here, it wouldn't hurt to visit once. After turning his phone on, Kendrick bought a power bank and took a taxi to Enrique Shipping Group's building. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the receptionist. He was informed that outsiders needed an appointment to enter as the place wasn't open to the public. Kendrick walked out helplessly. Just as he was trying to think of a plan, he saw several people getting off a black-plated car. Those people also saw Kendrick. Both sides were momentarily stunned. These were the same Sakura Country nationals who had visited Elder Jarrett in Tianhai City, accompanied by members of the Pig Breton Society from Sakura Country. Please come in. Our president had some family matters, but I will contact him immediately. The receptionist led Gaston and his group of Sakura Country nationals inside. Kendrick couldn't help but frown. Today's matter was not just about developing shipping. It involved the conspiracy of Sakura Country, which absolutely could not be allowed to succeed easily. Ding-ling. At this moment, Kendrick's phone rang again. Kendrick, you finally picked up? Lao Jarrett's voice came from the other end of the line. My phone was dead. The medicine has arrived, right? Was it effective? Kendrick explained. Oh, the medicine you brought was crucial. The condition is now stable. By the way, where are you? Is that Mr. Chen? Kendrick was about to speak when the voice on the other end changed. Yes, this is Kendrick. Who's speaking? Kendrick was a bit puzzled. I am Ezekiel. Thank you for the medicine that saved my father. We were truly rude. Not only did we fail to pick you up, but my daughter also turned you away at the door. Please accept my apologies. Where are you now? I'll come to get you right away. Ezekiel asked Kendrick. No need. I have some business at Enrique Shipping Group. You don't have to be so formal. Kendrick said. Wait, where did you say? At Enrique Shipping Group? Are you in the lobby now? Please wait. I'll be there immediately. Before Kendrick could say anything else, the call was hung up. This left Kendrick rather bewildered. Enrique Shipping Group, could it be related to this Enrique family? It can't be this coincidental, can it? Are you Mr. Chen? Just as Kendrick was puzzled, the receptionist hurried over. Yes. Kendrick nodded. I'm really sorry, we didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't hold it against us. President just called and instructed us to invite you to the VIP room. Please follow me. The receptionist looked like she might cry. Earlier, the president's call had been directly transferred to their front desk, instructing them to properly receive Kendrick, whom they had just tried to stop. They hastily apologized to Kendrick, which made Kendrick feel a bit embarrassed. Following the receptionist all the way to the VIP room. On the way, he saw the Sakura Country nationals sitting solemnly in the meeting room. Kendrick smiled faintly. This time, even if it means not doing business or using medicinal materials as leverage, he would not let the Sakura Country nationals succeed. Chapter 156 Mr. Chun, please accept my bow. After a short while, Ezekiel hurriedly arrived at the company. The secretary quickly went up to greet him. President, the people from the embassy of Sakura Country, along with the Ministry of Commerce, have been waiting for quite some time. They are here for the cooperation discussed last time. They agreed to your requirements then, and the price is very reasonable. The secretary continued talking as they walked. Hello, Mr. Enrique. Seeing Ezekiel reach the conference room entrance, all the Sakura nationals stood up and bowed 90 degrees in unison. Well, I'm sorry everyone, please wait just a little longer. I have some personal matters to attend to. Without stopping, Ezekiel dropped these words and headed straight to the VIP room. 8. The group of Sakura nationals were still bowing when they realized Ezekiel had disappeared. What's going on? Who's in the VIP room? With our Sakura Country embassy people here, who could be more distinguished than us? Lincoln asked, somewhat displeased. I'm not sure. But usually, one can't enter the VIP room easily. Please wait a moment. This time our president has significant intentions too. The secretary smiled. In the VIP room, Mr. Chun, please accept my bow. As soon as he entered the room, Ezekiel directly knelt down in front of Kendrick, which startled Kendrick. No need to be so formal. Kendrick quickly helped Ezekiel up. Why bow so eagerly? What kind of upbringing? Not at all. It's thanks to Mr. Chin's medicine this time. That medicine we sought nationwide for years at high prices was never found. If not for meeting Mr. Chun, my father probably wouldn't have survived. And moreover, you brought us the medicine but didn't even enter our home, which is truly regrettable. It again. Fu Breton Song International Trading Company? Isn't that General Bretnager Kale's company? We cooperated with them previously. Ezekiel was shocked. Indeed, I acquired it. Kendrick smiled. Really? Ezekiel clearly didn't believe it. An international company isn't small scale. Looking at Kendrick, who seemed around 30, his business covered such a wide range. General Bretnager Kale, are you busy? Noticing Ezekiel's expression, Kendrick realized his thoughts and made a video call to General Bretnager Kale. Oh wow. Elder Brother Chun, why did you think to video call me? Thanks to you, I now lead a carefree life. Where are you? General Bretnager Kale was wearing a large vest and slippers, sipping tea in a large courtyard, looking very relaxed. I'm at Enrique Hang Group. This is President Enrique, Kendrick said, turning the screen. President Enrique? Do you know Elder Brother Chen? General Bretnager Kale was surprised. General Bretnager Kale? Do you also know Mr. Chen? Ezekiel was equally surprised. Yes, Elder Brother Chun is my brother. Mr. Chun saved my old man's life. Oh wow, what a coincidence. Ha ha ha. In the future, let's cooperate. Now Elder Brother Chun is the CEO of an international company. Sure. General Bretnager Kale and Ezekiel laughed together on the screen. Since you have a company, Mr. Chin, from now on, any cargo you transport via our maritime channels, I'll give you the cost price. As for how you would like to participate later, our Enrique family can provide the greatest assistance. After hanging up the phone, Ezekiel said to Kendrick, Great. Then I thank you. Kendrick nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, with Ezekiel's initial intention, as long as he could get the money and find the right people, things should proceed smoothly afterward. By the way, those people from Sakura Country outside are also discussing cooperation with you? Kendrick pointed towards the direction of the conference room. Yes. Their goal is similar to yours. They want to establish their own presence in Tianhai City, probably to facilitate trade within Sakura country. This time, it was led by the embassy of Sakura country, along with their Ministry of Commerce and a large karetsu. That's why I agreed to talk to them. At that time, I raised the price almost double, hoping to scare them off. Unexpectedly, they accepted it, offering a very generous price. Sakura country's money, if not earned, would be wasted. Ezekiel explained to Kendrick. President Enrique, I have dealt with him before. The Neverset drone company in Tianhai City was merged by me. They wanted to steal secrets from our long country through business. In Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group, where I am the largest shareholder. At that time, it was because of the Sakura people's interference. Mr. Jarrett also knows about this matter. They now want to lay out in the shipping industry, and their hidden intentions are probably not that simple. Kendrick reminded Ezekiel. Is that so? Ezekiel was startled. Recently, due to my father's illness, I didn't consider deeply. The market department handled it and reported back to me. Upon careful thought, there's no need for them to do this. Negotiating at such a high cost means no profit. They can't possibly come to our long country just to do charity. Ezekiel rubbed his chin. Thank you for reminding me. If they really caused trouble, losing money would be a minor issue, but becoming a traitor to long country, our Enrique family's reputation wouldn't survive. Ezekiel said to Kendrick. If you are concerned about profit, I will figure out a way. Whatever conditions the Sakura people offer, I'll match them. We absolutely cannot let the Sakura people run wild on our long country territory. Kendrick said. What are you talking about? How could I let you do that? But now it's a bit troublesome. I've already agreed to them. They came here. How shall we deal with it? If I were to refuse now, with the embassy and the Ministry of Commerce present, it would be very difficult. Ezekiel frowned, deep in thought. Chapter 157. Oh, so that means you have a girlfriend? If you don't mind, I actually have an idea. And it shouldn't bring any wrath upon you. Kendrick spoke a few words to Ezekiel. But if we do this, the Japanese will think it's you causing trouble behind the scenes, Ezekiel said hesitantly. New grievances and old grudges are all the same to me. Even if I don't interfere now, they won't look favorably upon me anyway. Why should I bother? Kendrick shrugged his shoulders. To think Mr. Chun has such character at your age, it really makes me reconsider my view of young people. Come on. Before coming, my father specially instructed me to invite you home to thank you in person. Ezekiel smiled, then affectionately put an arm around Kendrick's shoulder as they walked out. There's no need for such formality. Kendrick felt a bit embarrassed. As they passed the conference room, the Japanese representatives stood up eagerly. But they saw Kendrick and Ezekiel leaving together, seemingly on good terms. They stared dumbfounded. Kendrick grinned and waved some white papers before leaving with Ezekiel. Hey, why is President Enrique leaving? That was Kendrick in the VIP room just now? What's going on with Kendrick? What's he holding? It couldn't be the contract, right? We were here first. We've been waiting for so long. The Japanese became furious. It's okay. I've never ridden in such an expensive sports car. Kendrick glanced at the Pagani and got into the car. True to its reputation as a luxury vehicle, Kendrick marveled at the lavish interior upon sitting down. He quietly opened a car app and discovered this car cost over 18 million RMB, a limited global edition. No wonder she thought Ferrari Enzo was ordinary. Do you run a pharmacy? How old are you? You're quite tall. Are you over 6 feet 2 inches? Once in the car, Melody began asking curious questions. A pharmacy? Well, kind of. I should be older than you. Kendrick chuckled. Oh, so that means you have a girlfriend? She asked nonchalantly. Probably. Kendrick smiled. Probably? What does that mean? You either do or you don't. Don't tell me you're too picky. When you think about it, being so handsome and rich would make anyone fickle. Humph. Men are no good, every single one of them. Melody pouted. Kendrick. Melody's fiery personality changed like turning pages, and her name reminded him of someone else. This was interesting. Do you still go to school? Kendrick smiled and asked. Yeah, art major at Provincial University, 3rd year. Melody nodded. 3rd year? Engaged already? Kendrick teased. TSK. Clearly he's the one clinging on. Drooling over our family business. I'll never let him succeed. I'm a total appearance snob. Look at him. Fat head, big ears. He should check himself in the mirror. Melody huffed. The Enrique family's business is huge. It's natural for many people to target it. Are you an only child? Wouldn't the 3rd generation just be you? Given your family's situation, it probably won't be easy for you to decide everything on your own. Kendrick smiled. I am an only child. But my dad has a younger brother who went abroad many years ago. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Melody's expression suddenly darkened. What illness does your grandfather have? Why is it so complicated? It requires acupuncture and herbs. Can't modern medicine treat it? Kendrick didn't ask further and changed the subject. My grandfather practiced martial arts. To be precise, it might not be an illness but a bodily issue. This kind of internal strength accumulation condition can only be treated by traditional Chinese medicine in our country, which has been passed down through generations. Western medicine has only been around for how many years? How could they understand our country's heritage? Melody explained. So that's the case. Kendrick nodded. Given the Enrique family's wealth, it wouldn't normally be a problem for them to obtain those 3 herbs. It made sense why they were so grateful when he delivered the herbs. This was their only option. Besides, there's one lingering issue, which I think is the biggest factor. People get older, and things they couldn't let go of before may now be left behind, leaving only regrets. Melody muttered to herself. Lingering issue? Kendrick was taken aback. Looking at Chapter 158, gifting you a shipping route. Mr. Chun, I presume? Oh my, calling you Mr. Chun makes you sound so old. You're clearly a handsome Hubert. Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? Melody's mother immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Kendrick was thoroughly embarrassed. The enthusiastic middle-aged beauty in front of him seemed Tuaraching had a bit too much zest. Mom, what are you talking about? Melody blushed and glared at her mother. Ever since Ezekiel rashly agreed to the arranged marriage, Cleo had been eagerly searching for suitable young men for her daughter. She wanted to settle things early. Up until today, there had been no suitable match. Cough, cough. Now then, Maywan, go and invite the best private chef to prepare a feast tonight for Mr. Chun and young Bretster Jarrett with all due grandeur. Beside them, Grandfather Enrique spoke up. Please be seated, Mr. Chan. Grandfather Enrique invited Kendrick to sit down. To make you wait outside without even inviting you and while you were here to deliver medicine is an unpardonable lapse in our manners. I owe you a debt of gratitude for providing me with medicine that has improved my condition. Thank you. Grandfather Enrique bowed deeply before Kendrick, his hands trembling. This left Kendrick at a loss as to what to do. He hurriedly supported Grandfather Enrique to help him sit down. My grandfather is very strict about etiquette. He held my father and uncles to these same standards. Fortunately for me, I'm a girl or else I'd suffer too, remarked Melody from the side, sticking out her tongue. All right. Kendrick nodded, recalling how Ezekiel knelt in front of him upon their first meeting. This family's discipline seemed indeed unconventional. Girl, go help in the kitchen. I'll talk with Mr. Chun in the study. Please come in, Mr. Chun. With Ezekiel assisting, Grandfather Enrique led Kendrick and Alger into the study on one side. Left out, Melody pouted unhappily and headed to the kitchen to help. Mr. Chun, you saved my life. There are two things I wish to discuss with you. Sitting down on the couch, Grandfather Enrique continued, with Ezekiel standing behind him. Seeing this, Kendrick quickly stood up as well. Just sit down. Our family follows many ancestral rules, but please feel comfortable. Grandfather Enrique smiled. Sir Enrique, just say it directly if you have something to discuss. Kendrick sat back down, puzzled. The first matter concerns these herbs. I understand such herbs would fetch astronomical prices at auction. We Enriquez will not accept them for nothing, stated Grandfather Enrique. It's really unnecessary. Kendrick rubbed his nose. When Callie delivered them, he said they were common and easy to obtain without much effort. Furthermore, achieving his goals through these herbs felt enough to him. No. These herbs lead to what I want to discuss next. Seeing Kendrick was about to speak, Grandfather Enrique interrupted him. I heard Mr. Chen wishes to enter the shipping industry. How about this? I'll gift you a well-established shipping route, complete with ships. Whether you invest in shares or start your own shipping company, all paperwork and certifications can be handled. The formality doesn't matter. This way, you can transition smoothly. Eventually, when you establish your own shipping company, you'll already be familiar with the operations. How does that sound? Grandfather Enrique slowly explained. Kendrick was startled. Gifting a shipping route? That meant, once he acquired the ships, everything could proceed logically, or he passed away. That being said, it seemed that this heartache of Elder Enrique might not be easily healed. Yes, all these years, we've never given up trying to get information, but we're not familiar with the environment abroad, so there's little we can do. Elder Enrique sighed. I also have some business abroad and can ask people to help look for clues. What's his name? How old is he? Does he have any distinctive features? Kendrick said from the side. He was 28 when he left the country. Now, 14 years later, he would be 42. If he's still alive, his appearance must have changed. Mr. Enrique seemed to be speaking to Kendrick, but also talking to himself. His name is Enrique Landon. He is of the 17th generation of our Enrique family. But at the time, he quarreled with me and removed himself from the family tree, changing his name to Adam. Mr. Enrique slowly recounted. Chapter 159. Perhaps this is fate. Adam? You've got to be kidding me? Kendrick instantly widened his eyes. What's wrong? I know this name belongs to a historical figure, but that kid admired Adam the most at that time. So he sneaked out the household registration book and changed his name. We only found out about this after he went missing when we investigated. Mr. Enrique sighed helplessly. Did he go to Florida in the Bald Eagle country? Kendrick hurriedly asked. Yes, how did you know? Mr. Enrique raised his head with some confusion. On the side, Ezekiel and Alger also had astonished looks on their faces. Mr. Enrique had only mentioned Bald Eagle country just now, but absolutely didn't mention the specific place. If there's no mistake, perhaps I have seen him. Kendrick slowly said. What did you say? Mr. Chun, you've seen my son? Mr. Enrique abruptly stood up. Due to the sudden action, he felt dizzy for a moment, swaying slightly, but he still hastily grabbed Kendrick's hand and asked. Kendrick then recounted the experience he had in Bald Eagle country with the Toad Gang. Toad Gang? He's alive. He's actually alive. Mr. Enrique muttered to himself, tears streaming down his face. When he heard about the Toad Gang and the 17th generation inheritor of Toad skills, Mr. Enrique's tears immediately flowed. Do you confirm that he personally said so? Mr. Enrique, trembling, pulled on Kendrick's hand and asked. Yes, absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't possibly know these things. Kendrick nodded. Seeing Kendrick nod, Mr. Enrique started shaking. But then, due to overexcitement, he clutched his chest and fell down. Fortunately, Alger was quick-handed and inserted a silver needle into Mr. Enrique's chest, gradually stabilizing his emotions. Kendrick swallowed, helping to carry Mr. Enrique to bed. Alger, what on earth is happening here? Should I not have said anything? Kendrick asked Alger. Hardly saving Mr. Enrique back to life with herbs, his own news nearly caused another mishap. Kendrick was almost speechless. Mr. Chun, before meeting you, I didn't believe in fate. But after encountering you, I slowly began to think that there are inexplicable mysteries in this world. Perhaps, this is what they call fate. Alger looked at Kendrick, deeply meaning in his words. What do you mean? Kendrick was thoroughly confused. Many years ago, the Enrique family has always been used to letting the eldest son inherit martial arts, while the rest of the brothers would assist. But Mr. Enrique's two sons, the eldest showed exceptional business acumen from a young age, whereas the second son had talent in martial arts. So Mr. Enrique adjusted, letting the eldest son run the business and the second son inherit martial arts. As you know, even if one has talent in martial arts, it is very arduous. Moreover, the ancestral toad skills aren't elegant. At the time, in order to make him come back to take over, Mr. Enrique did some things rather drastically. The father and son had a significant falling out, and the younger son abandoned the clan records and resolutely left the country. But who knew that once he left, all communication was lost? Alger explained to Kendrick. After landing in Bald Eagle country, his documents were stolen. Forced to join a gang, contacting anyone would have been impossible. Thinking back to what Adam had told him. At that time, the entire Enrique family went crazy, searching everywhere. When they checked with customs, there was no record of him, initially thinking he hadn't left the country. But finding him domestically turned up nothing. Later, they discovered surveillance confirming he had indeed left the country. But he had already changed his name by stealing the household registration book. Only then did the Enrique family realize that Landon's decision to remove him from the clan wasn't just talk. All these years, although Mr. Enrique was angry and cursed each time it was mentioned, deep down, he still missed him. Under normal circumstances, he would have passed down his skills to the next generation. But due to the broken lineage, the old man's health deteriorated. This could be considered his heartache. Now that we have news, his heart not untied. Not thanking you enough, how could he possibly blame you? It's just that the timing made him overly excited, but it's fine. Alger patiently explained the reasons to Kendrick. Yes, Mr. Chun, you have brought such important news to our Enrique family. We are grateful, and how could we blame you? My father was just momentarily overwhelmed. These many years, although my father never said it, I know he had long forgiven my brother. Everyone was young once. My father has already accepted the fact that the legacy is broken. A few days ago, when he was seriously ill, he kept holding my hand and asking me to continue looking for news about my brother. I never thought I would learn this from you, Mr. Chen. You have done a great kindness to our Enrique family. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Ezekiel also came to Kendrick's side and spoke. Mr. Chen. That moment, the elderly Mr. Enrique on the bed struggled to sit up. Kendrick hurriedly moved closer. Is he alright? The elderly Mr. Enrique asked Kendrick. As far as I know, he is now the leader of a gang, and everyone under him practices kung fu. When they met people from our country, they were very warm and friendly. Kendrick gave a detailed account of his experience at the Toad Gang. That's good. That's wonderful. Mr. Enrique was greatly comforted. He listened while wiping away tears, repeatedly asking Kendrick about Adam's appearance and changes. Kendrick patiently described it again and again. Oh right. I have his phone number. You can contact him anytime. Kendrick told Mr. Enrique, suddenly remembering that he had left Adam's number when he left. He quickly wrote down the number he had saved. Mr. Enrique hurriedly took it, but holding the satellite phone, he hesitated. Let's not call yet. Knowing he is doing well is enough. Mr. Enrique sighed, carefully putting the note in the pocket of his Zhongshan suit. Kendrick also shook his head. In the Bald Eagle country, Adam seemed to be wealthy and influential. If he really wanted to contact the family, he probably would have done so long ago. The Enrique family couldn't find him, likely because he was intentionally hiding. If Mr. Enrique called and Adam still harbored resentment, they might never find him again. Understanding this, Mr. Enrique dared not make the call. Mr. Chun, if you go there again, could you help me? Give him some money? Can you ask him? Mr. Enrique stopped mid-sentence. Now, Kendrick was the only way for him and his son to communicate. Rest assured, the next time I go, I will definitely look for him. But giving him money directly, given his personality, he won't accept it. I have a suggestion. My international company is planning to find a partner locally. We can work with him since I'm unfamiliar with the area. Pulling him into the partnership will help me too. Kendrick suggested. He had this idea before and took the opportunity to propose it. International company? Mr. Chun, you? Mr. Enrique looked at Kendrick with some surprise. Chapter 160. I'll give you 10 more ships. Father, Mr. Chen's company has a very broad range of businesses. It involves mining, medicine, trade, technology, and more. Entering the shipping industry also aims to reduce the cost of cross-border trade. Ezekiel explained to his father on the side. He and Kendrick arrived almost at the same time. When talking to old Brettster Enrique, he hadn't mentioned Kendrick's business sectors yet. So that's how it is. Mr. Chun is quite remarkable to have achieved so much at such a young age. If that's the case, perhaps we can adjust the previous conditions. How about this? Enrique Hang Shipping will provide 20% of its shares, 3 routes to and from the United States, plus 10 ships, to your side. Mr. Chun, you have done great favors for the Enrique family, including the medicines before, and this information now. This is my way of showing gratitude. As for these shares, you could add another $1 billion. What do you think? Old Enrique said to Kendrick. This gift is too heavy. Kendrick was surprised. Currently, the Enrique family scale isn't small, and 20% of the shares might be a sky-high price, let alone providing routes and ships, which are already made, almost achieving everything at once. It's far more convenient than developing from scratch. As for the shareholding price of $1 billion, it's almost half the market value, even less. A 10,000-ton level cargo ship costs around $50 million, and now 10 ships. It's equivalent to giving them away for free. The gift is too substantial. Mr. Chun must not refuse. If not for the medication, I couldn't ask you for anything. Also, I hope Mr. Chun can take care of my son a bit. Seeing Kendrick declining, old Brettster Enrique hurriedly said. All right, since old Enrique has spoken, I won't politely decline any further. Give me some time to prepare the money. Kendrick nodded. One aspect is that old Enrique is genuinely grateful to him, but more importantly, he probably wants to connect with his son through him, or even secure benefits for his son. These things are not only given to him, but also intended to help his son indirectly. No matter how it goes, it's beneficial for himself. Thus, he agreed. Don't rush for the money. Contact us whenever you're ready. Igua, take Mr. Chun to handle the procedures tomorrow and gradually align the operations. As for the money, it can arrive anytime without pressure. Old Brettster Enrique looked at Ezekiel beside him.
Yes.
I understand. Ezekiel nodded. Igua, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I won't attend the dinner. You please entertain Alger and Mr. Chun well on my behalf. After arranging everything, old Brettster Enrique lay down again. Seeing this, Kendrick and others quietly left the room. But just as they pulled open the door, they saw Melody squatting by the door, almost falling in. Cough cough. Well, dinner is ready. I'm here to invite you all. Melody awkwardly brushed her hair. Mr. Chun, let's eat first. Before Kendrick could speak, Ezekiel pulled him towards the dining area. That girl has always been close to her second uncle. He used to pick her up from kindergarten and school every day. After learning about her second uncle's incident when she was 8, she kept saying she wanted to find people abroad. Don't tell her about this yet. Otherwise, she would fly out immediately. Ezekiel whispered to Kendrick. I understand. Kendrick nodded. Come, sit down quickly. Seeing Ezekiel closely walking with Kendrick while whispering something, Cleo smiled widely. Finally, he has come to his senses. His eyes aren't completely blind. Kendrick was forcibly seated in the guest position by Ezekiel. This family banquet gave Kendrick a glimpse into what being rich and powerful is like. What impressed him most were the sea urchin-filled dumplings and fish roe crab meat dumplings. The dumplings were cooked in sets of 5, and there were all kinds of tableware, dazzling and plentiful. Although Kendrick had some money, his living standard hadn't changed much from before. Luckily, Melody noticed Kendrick's awkwardness and demonstrated proper behavior. Kendrick followed suit and managed well. On the contrary, Alger felt a bit uncomfortable. With old Brettster Enrique absent, he felt somewhat redundant. While the Enrique family feast was lively, at Enrique Hang Group, the lights of the entire building were off. Only the meeting room was lit. The Japanese representatives were lazily resting on the table. Is your CEO still not back? There's nobody in the company. Bert barked at the secretary in a hurry. I'm sorry, please wait just a little longer. Our CEO Enrique said he will be back shortly. He's stuck in traffic, but he will definitely arrive today. The secretary wore a professional smile on her face. He's been stuck in traffic for 6 hours. Did he go to India? Could it be this long? Aren't you guys just messing with us? I need to use the restroom. Bert grumbled as he walked outside. Escort the guests to the restroom. As soon as Bert stepped out, dozens of security guards moved forward in unison and shouted loudly. In the name of ensuring safety, they insisted on accompanying the Japanese representatives even when they went to the restroom, for fear that they might steal something. I think I'll pass. You all were watching me just now. I can't go. Seeing this scene, Bert immediately backed down. Well, we ordered some takeaway earlier. Could you get it for them? Bert said. Deliver the takeaway to the guests. Dozens of people shouted again. Is it here already? Why didn't you bring it sooner? Bert was stunned. He had been puzzled why it hadn't arrived after being ordered for over an hour. The guests haven't requested it yet. No delivery until requested. The security guards brought the takeaway inside. The Japanese representatives had been starving. They thought that after signing the contract, Enrique Hang Group would at least provide a meal. But not only did they not receive any food, they even had to change the water in the large water cooler themselves. When the Japanese opened the takeaway, they were once again shocked. There was no more food left. Half the rice was gone, and only bones remained from the meat. Where's our food? Does your building have someone who eats away the takeaway? Bert jumped up. Oh, our CEO Enrique said to ensure your absolute safety. So to prevent poisoning, we had the security taste your food. There were quite a few of us, each taking one bite, and this is what's left. The secretary approached with a full apology on her face before stepping back. But Kairu, you stupid Chinese. We've been tricked. It must have been that Kendrick again. Bert suddenly flew into a rage. The other Japanese were also furious. They weren't fools. Actually, several hours ago, they had realized something was wrong, but they still clung to a glimmer of hope. It was hard for them to believe that Kendrick could single-handedly make Enrique Hang Group, such a large company, change its decision. Moreover, this time, they had representatives from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and the Embassy of Japan involved. This could easily escalate into a diplomatic issue. How could Enrique Hang Group risk so much just because of one person? But by now, they finally admitted. They had been tricked. Let's go. Call the journalists first thing tomorrow morning. I will demand an explanation from Enrique Hang Group, publicly. I will ruin their reputation. The leading Japanese representative stormed out angrily with his group. Chapter 161. I can explain. Do you believe me? The next morning, when Kendrick woke up groggily, he found himself lying on a sofa. Where am I? Kendrick was slightly dazed. You're awake? At this moment, a shy voice sounded beside him. Kendrick turned his head and saw Melody wearing a pink bunny pajama set, staring at him with wide eyes. Kendrick shuddered and quickly sat up. Why am I? Only then did he notice he was still in the living room of the Enrique family's house. Well, last night, you, my father, and Turner Jarrett all drank too much. You insisted on becoming sworn brothers together, and even wanted to pull Grandpa into it. In the end, we had no choice but to let you and Turner Jarrett stay here. But you were really stubborn. When I suggested you sleep in my room last night, you refused and insisted on sleeping on the sofa. You kept muttering Tracy, Tracy. You clearly called someone by name but wouldn't go inside. I'm really amazed at you. Melody blushed as she looked at Kendrick, her voice getting quieter. Evidently, Kendrick had been drunk last night, constantly mumbling Tracy. This led Melody and her entire family to misunderstand. Kendrick felt embarrassed. It's a big problem. I said Tracy, not Tracy. One is fourth tone, and one is first tone. There's a difference. Where are your parents? Kendrick stood up hurriedly. They went jogging with Turner Jarrett early this morning. But I think Turner Jarrett probably hasn't sobered up yet. Melody pursed her lips. I should be going now. I have some things to attend to. Kendrick hurriedly bid farewell. If he didn't leave now, the misunderstanding would get bigger. Hey, wait a moment. Have breakfast first, and I'll see you off. Melody chased after him in her pajamas. Just as Kendrick stepped out the door, with a screech of brakes, the Ferrari Enzo from yesterday stopped in front of the gate again. Turner Enrique. Today I found some more herbs. They're absolutely genuine. You? What are you doing here? Miss Enrique? You. Before Kendrick could rush into boast, he nearly bumped into Kendrick. Looking up, he saw Melody chasing out only dressed in her pajamas. His face instantly paled and he froze in place. It's not what you think. I can explain. Do you believe me? Kendrick was speechless. Why did you come again? I tell you, Kendrick slept at our house last night, even in the same room as me. Just forget about it. Melody, who hadn't expected Kendrick to come so early, immediately grabbed Kendrick's arm as if staking a claim. Kendrick struggled hard, but Melody clung on like glue. You're doomed. You dare cuckold me, huh? I'll kill you. Kendrick glared at Kendrick through gritted teeth. Who are you going to kill? Just as Kendrick spoke, a deep, grim voice sounded from behind them. It was Ezekiel, running breathlessly towards them with the others. Earlier, while taking a stroll in the villa area, they had seen the Ferrari speeding towards their house. Realizing something was wrong, they hurried over and caught this scene. Turner Enrique, you promised us. Now that this has happened, you must uphold justice for me. Kendrick immediately whined to Ezekiel. What justice? Ask yourself if you can make decisions for yourself? Hurry up and get lost. Just as Ezekiel, feeling awkward, tried to step forward to explain, Cleo pulled him back. Rolling up her sleeves, she blocked Kendrick in front of Kendrick. Damn it, how could my carefully chosen son-in-law be snatched by this fatty? Kendrick is tall, handsome, and polite. You, Kendrick, are fat, ugly, and mom-dependent. If they agree, I'll take my daughter and leave the house clean. Cleo spared no effort for her daughter's happiness. Listening to Cleo, Kendrick fled. Kendrick was left feeling very awkward. This guy, I didn't do anything. I told the villagers I'd go out to arrange wheat seeds for the first team, and now he's brought back this kind of seed. What misery. I already have someone in mind. This Tracy is not that Tracy. Why is Mr. Chon in such a hurry to leave? We have to go to the company today to complete the formalities. Eat breakfast first. After breakfast, I'll take you to the company. Without allowing any further talk, Ezekiel dragged Kendrick back into the house. After a breakfast of abalone hot pot, Kendrick finally accompanied Ezekiel to Enrique Hang Group. The share transfer agreement was signed smoothly. He officially became the third largest shareholder of Enrique Hang Group. Looking at the signed documents, Kendrick could hardly believe his eyes. Yesterday, Famine had called him. He said that it wouldn't be easy to get into the international shipping industry. But now, not only did he get in, but everything was already set up for him. The remaining task was to quickly get 10 billion. Although Mr. Enrique said time wasn't an issue, Kendrick still felt uneasy about not providing the money. Enrique General Brett Nager. Bad news. Many journalists and officials from the Ministry of Commerce of Sakura Country are downstairs. At this moment, the secretary rushed in urgently. I nearly forgot about them. Did you follow the plan last night? When did they leave? Ezekiel asked the secretary with a stunned look. Yes, everything was done as you instructed. They waited until after 11 o'clock. But now they are clearly furious. The secretary nodded. Let's go and see. Ezekiel didn't take it to heart and followed the secretary down. At this moment, outside the Enrique Hang Group building, journalists from various newspapers surrounded several circles around. President Enrique, the Ministry of Commerce of Sakura Country needs an explanation from you. Sakura Country approached your Long Country companies with great sincerity, yet you have acted so irresponsibly. What is your intention? We must have an explanation. Seeing Ezekiel come out, the head of the Ministry of Commerce of Sakura Country stepped forward and questioned immediately. Oh, now it's my fault? Yesterday, I was stuck in traffic until 11:30 and only rushed to the company then. But I found you were already gone. Didn't I tell the secretary that I would definitely return today and ask you to wait? You left without waiting and now you're complaining? I need an explanation too. Ezekiel said innocently with a turn of sadness. Originally, Enrique Hang Group was just in the shipping industry, and it was only after Ezekiel took over that it gradually expanded into other areas, becoming the giant it is today. These few people from Sakura Country weren't enough to deal with. You. The lead person from Sakura Country was taken aback. This script wasn't supposed to go like this. You're being unreasonable. Does President Enrique intend to escalate this business issue into a diplomatic one? That person from Sakura Country wanted to use the name of the Ministry of Commerce to pressure Enrique family. Diplomatic issue? You might be thinking too much. Let me make it clear right now. Enrique Hang Group will not cooperate with Sakura Country. I said it. At this moment, Kendrick walked out from the crowd. Given the current situation, it was no longer appropriate for Ezekiel to continue handling this. Kendrick? It's you again? What are you? Saying we won't cooperate just because you say so? Do you really think you're someone important? From the side, Mei Chuan Kucha stepped forward and mocked sarcastically. Chapter 162 Can't Play. Since all the reporters are here, I'd like to make an announcement. From today, Mr. Kendrick will become the third largest shareholder of Enrique Hang Group and have the right to veto company decisions. Ezekiel grinned and stepped forward, casting an appreciative glance at Kendrick. He was really in a difficult position when Japan brought up the Ministry of Commerce just now. I did agree to collaborate with Japan previously, but it was vetoed by Kendrick. I had no choice but to decline. Ezekiel shrugged at the Japanese representatives. Well done. It was me who vetoed it. You Japanese wish to infiltrate various industries in our Long country. Your sinister intentions are obvious to everyone. Do you really think we Long people are fools? As for the diplomatic issue you mentioned, go ahead, Ask anyone in Long Country if they criticize me for not collaborating with you or accuse me of being untrustworthy to you. I'll accept my defeat if there's such a person, Kendrick said to the Japanese delegation. Good. Hearing Kendrick's words, many onlookers clapped in approval. Get lost. What kind of Japanese is this? Trying to meddle in our Long enterprises? Enrique Hang Group did the right thing by not doing business with these Japs. That'll piss them off. This move must be supported by Enrique Hang. The crowd began cheering enthusiastically. The Japanese representatives were dumbfounded. Why does this scenario seem so familiar? Their well-prepared reasons were thwarted by Kendrick as a new shareholder. They intended to leverage public opinion to pressure Enrique Hang Group into agreeing, but instead bolstered Enrique Hang Group's patriotic reputation. Why do Long people act so united whenever it comes to us Japanese? It's been decades since the invasion. Why can't they let go? You, Kendrick. This isn't over. A Japanese representative glared viciously at Kendrick and left hastily. We can't let Kendrick ruin our plans again. He must be punished. The shipping industry deal is ruined, a bunch of incompetents. I heard the International Touring Exhibition has suddenly included a tour in Long Country, showcasing the 12 Zodiac bronze heads lost from Long. Contact their organizers immediately. We will use this opportunity to humiliate Long Country. A man of the Japanese group coldly instructed. In the provincial capital city, on the road to the airport, a Pagani was slowly driving on the elevated road. There are still many places to visit in the provincial capital. Why don't you stay longer? Isn't this your first time here? Melody was driving Kendrick to the airport. I have things back home. The shipping project went smoothly, and I need to prepare quickly. And the 10 billion yuan in funding also needs immediate attention, Kendrick explained. The business was busy partly due to work. More importantly, he left in a hurry this time without his suitcase and hasn't heard from Callie for several days. He needed to return as soon as possible. Okay. Melody pouted disappointingly. But, how does this guy drive? Melody was about to say something when a Nissan van swerved in front of her, scaring her into steering away and taking sparsely populated with mostly abandoned houses. No wonder they forced us off here. No. I'm staying with you. Melody held onto Kendrick tightly. Seeing that running was impossible with her pulling, Kendrick simply scooped her up and dashed down the alley as fast as he could. Fortunately, this used to be a city village. The terrain was complex and chaotic, full of narrow alleys. In no time at all, Kendrick had shaken off those who were chasing them. Melody took the opportunity to call the police while being carried by Kendrick, but the police would take at least 10 minutes to arrive. Seeing a courtyard nearby, Kendrick hurried inside and closed the gate. Stay here. There's a rat. Kendrick was about to put Melody down when she accidentally stepped on a rat and screamed in horror. Baka! Over there. Voices outside became noisy. With a helpless expression, Kendrick had no choice but to carry Melody and run out again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Melody's face was pale, and she looked apologetically at Kendrick. It's fine. There seems to be a main road ahead. If we can get there, people will be around, and they won't dare to act rashly. Kendrick observed ahead. Just as they were about to turn the corner, unexpectedly, 7 or 8 strong men appeared from the alley entrance. Kendrick froze. More ambushers from the Cherry Blossom country. This was the Chun family's plan. What did you say? Melody looked disbelieving. She never thought the Chun family would be so ruthless. Kendrick, I'll give you a chance. Just bring Melody over obediently, kowtow twice, call me grandpa a few times, then you can roll away. Kendrick said coldly to Kendrick. You're dreaming. How could someone like you, a stupid pig, match up with Tracy? And let me tell you this, Tracy is already mine. That night, we slept together. Moreover, I knew you'd come for me, so I brought people. They are right behind you. If you dare, come after me. It's uncertain who will be crippled today. Hearing the voices getting closer from behind, Kendrick sneered and provoked Kendrick. Hold on to me tightly. Kendrick whispered to Melody, turning to run backward. F***K. Disable him for me. Provoked by Kendrick, Kendrick went mad instantly. He grabbed a baseball bat and chased after him. Meanwhile, Fuiz and his group were also moving towards where the scream originated earlier, but they found no one after searching for a while. Just when they were puzzled, they saw Kendrick running back. Japanese idiots. Want to mess with me? Let me tell you, our Long countrymen have arrived. With your measly skills, you think you can challenge us Long countrymen? The fat leader I called is a top expert in our country. Prepare to die. Kendrick flashed an international friendly gesture at Fuiz. Then he turned and ran again. But this time, he didn't go far. Just around the corner, he and Melody ducked into a nearby courtyard. Damn, they really ambushed us. These damn Japanese. How disrespectful. Then, Kendrick's frantic voice came from outside. Bakayaro. It's that damn fatty. Hand over Kendrick. We're going to break his legs. Fuiz cursed as he approached. Break my legs? Brothers, attack them. Take them down. Kendrick was furious. Break my legs? Little *** Theod. Show some guts. A brawl broke out immediately. In the adjacent courtyard, Kendrick and Melody crouched quietly on the ground. Rushing in, Kendrick held Melody in his arms. Melody listened to the fighting outside, biting her lip as she looked at Kendrick beside her. Under the sunlight, Kendrick's profile was perfect and flawless, each feature exuding masculine charm. So handsome. Melody's heart raced inexplicably. Just now, in such a dire situation, Kendrick managed to provoke and stall 2 groups of people using the terrain. How impressive. Little stars appeared in Melody's eyes as she gazed at Kendrick. But Kendrick paid no attention to her starry-eyed gaze. He remained vigilant, listening to the commotion outside. He was grateful he hadn't brought any luggage. Otherwise, it might have suffered too. Woohoo. When the battle reached its peak, sirens sounded. The police, upon seeing the scene, were shocked. They received a report of a unilateral attack, yet here was a full-blown gang fight. No, this was a large-scale armed brawl. Police, don't move. The police quickly controlled the situation. Although Kendrick brought fewer men, they were all tall and muscular. Though the Japanese were short, they were more numerous and had dirty tricks up their sleeves. Neither side gained an advantage. Kendrick was hit by Fui's in the groin and was squatting down, howling in pain. Fui's was bleeding from his head, his pants torn, and was whining on the ground in diapers. All because of Kendrick. It's got nothing to do with us. We are from Sakura country and have diplomatic immunity. Fui's, holding his head, argued with the police. Go to hell with your key. It was you little Sakura bastards who started it. Immunity my ass. In our long country, you're still guilty of a crime. Kendrick also held his crotch and jumped up. I'm talking about Kendrick. Fui's said angrily. I am Kendrick. Kendrick yelled in anger. You are the baka Kendrick. Fui's was furious. What the hell, old man? Kendrick was also enraged. The two almost came to blows again right in front of the police. They were finally all taken back to the police station. They're all gone. Let's go out now. After hearing no noise outside, Kendrick then took Melody out. The ground outside was in chaos, showing that the battle had been fierce. Call someone to handle the car first. Then we'll take a taxi to the airport. It's not convenient for a girl like you to wait here. My flight time is approaching. Kendrick said to Melody. Melody followed Kendrick's instructions obediently. Why are you so obedient? Why are you so red? Kendrick looked at Melody confusingly. It felt different from before somehow. At the airport. Mr. Kendrick, please board the TH-4683 flight to Tianhai City immediately. Kendrick and Melody just arrived at the airport and heard this announcement. I'm leaving. Kendrick smiled at Melody. Wait. Melody stopped Kendrick. With a blushing face, she gently adjusted Kendrick's collar. Will you come back for me? Melody summoned her courage, looked up at Kendrick and asked. Kendrick was stunned. Melody's eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could pierce through miles and touch his heart. Kendrick avoided her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. No one could remain unmoved by such a beautiful young girl. But, I will. Kendrick took a deep breath. If he was going to be emotional, so be it. If he was going to be a scumbag, so be it. A hero in a wish-fulfilling story can't lie to himself, right? Really? Hearing Kendrick's words, Melody's expression bloomed like a flower. Of course it's true. After I raise the money, I need to conduct a lot of business with Enrique Hang Group. If I have time, you can treat me to dinner. Kendrick winked at Melody. Humph. Big idiot. Who cares about you? Come if you want to. Melody pouted, but the smile on her face couldn't be contained. Chapter 164. Even if you cry to your mother, it won't help. Provincial capital. A certain police station. Fui's and Kendrick sat dumbfounded at the mediation table. What did you say? No, Kendrick? Where is he? We clearly saw him already. They were the ones who brought him here. Kendrick was bewildered by the policeman's description. But Kairu. He was clearly the one who called you, Kendrick. Fui stood up and said, You insult my mother? It was obviously you who were called by Kendrick. Otherwise, why would we fight with you? Kendrick cursed. Both of you calm down. Based on what we have so far, you indeed fought for no apparent reason. But that's not the main issue. We've just received 2 complaints. The policeman interrupted them as they were about to attack each other, and then took out 2 documents. One complaint accuses you of dangerous driving and attempted kidnapping, and the opposing side has provided detailed video surveillance evidence. And based on your own admission, you were indeed heading towards malicious harm and kidnapping. You can both go sit over there. The policeman said to Fui's. Fui's was stunned. The other complaint is against you. You are suspected of eavesdropping on business secrets, attempted kidnapping, and attempted rape, and a formal investigation has been initiated. The policeman said to Kendrick. Who said so? You can't arrest people without evidence. I want to find my mom. Kendrick said stubbornly. The other side has submitted recordings, and your words are crystal clear. Our technical team also found a locator and listening device in the vehicle. Even if you cry to your mother, it won't help. The policeman said coldly. Kendrick, upon hearing this, immediately slumped onto the table. Tianhai City. Due to heavy rain and strong winds, Kendrick's plane failed to land on its first attempt and circled back before successfully landing on the second try. As soon as Kendrick got out of the airport, he saw Bruno waiting for him. Mr. Chun, are you okay? In this heavy rain. Seeing this, Bruno hurried forward. I'm fine, just a false alarm. Let's go, take me home. Kendrick waved his hand and followed Bruno into the car. Mr. Chun, you told me that there's progress, so fast? Bruno asked Kendrick immediately after getting into the car. Not bad. I am now the 3rd largest shareholder of Enrique Hang Group, and I've also solved the problems with air routes and ships. There are 10 ships and 3 white-headed Eagle Country air routes. We need to accelerate preparations and get familiar with the business. Kendrick nodded. 10 ships? Bruno braked suddenly. He nearly hit his head on the windshield, looking at Kendrick with a face full of shock. What's going on? Kendrick was also startled. Not Mr. Chun. The Enrique Hang Group is a well-known large enterprise in our province. I heard they deal with all sorts of businesses. How is this possible? Bruno could not believe it. To put it simply, the process was complicated. You don't need to know everything. Your task now is to set up Tianhai Shipping Company as soon as possible. I will think of a way to raise funds. Kendrick said to Bruno. Yes, Mr. Chun. I understand. Bruno wiped the sweat off his forehead. Previously, he thought he had already overestimated Mr. Chun as much as possible, but now it seemed that his overestimation was still far from enough. What scale is the Enrique Hang Group? The Enrique family is a renowned family in the entire provincial capital. How could a Hubert like Kendrick associate with the Enrique family? This was unimaginable. Bruno looked at Kendrick anew. He shivered inwardly. Mr. Chun, who looks handsome and tall. Wouldn't it be possible that the Enrique family noticed him and made him an in-law? It could happen. My goodness, that seems to explain it. In this case, this matter should definitely work out. Mr. Chun, rest assured. I'll arrange it right away when I get back, Bruno said cheerfully. Kendrick rubbed his head. He didn't understand why Bruno suddenly became so excited. On the way back, Kendrick kept calculating how to get 10 billion yuan in a short time, either through antiques or paintings. But these things were too conspicuous. If they appeared on the market, it would be very troublesome. Instead, jade might be the easiest. Just like last time, that bag of jade stones quickly fetched the required amount, but those funds were entirely invested in the pharmaceutical group. There was no way to take them out now. If only another bag could appear, Kendrick thought, but he knew that was impossible. Those gems were part of Belyang's dowry. It couldn't be done again. However, he had to try. After getting back, I'll ask Callie. Kendrick made up his mind and relaxed. Has everything been fine recently? Everything has been going smoothly? Kendrick turned to Bruno and asked. Everything is normal. Except for the minerals you arranged. This time we sent a smaller quantity. Bruno replied to Kendrick. Huh? What happened? Kendrick was a bit surprised. The last time when it was time to deliver the goods, Kendrick took the box to unload the minerals in the warehouse. He didn't pay attention to the quantity at that time. It was the last batch then, with mountains of minerals piled up in the warehouse. Kendrick didn't feel there was any shortage. I'm not sure either. As you required, we didn't ask, didn't check, didn't look, and didn't inquire. All were loaded and sent over. But when unloading, the other side said it was short by nearly 1,000 kilograms. I thought it was specially arranged by you, so I came back to ask. Bruno explained to Kendrick. I see. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Kendrick frowned. He had mentioned to Callie during delivery that the minerals were of utmost importance and must not have any issues since it involved the country. Could it be that there's a problem with the mining output? Right, Mr. Chin. I remember you live on the first floor, right? Bruno asked Kendrick. Yes, what's up? Kendrick nodded. These past few days, a typhoon has come from the south, causing continuous heavy rain. A small earthquake also occurred a few days ago. A dam tens of kilometers away developed cracks, and experts say it might breach. Experts are always talking nonsense, but caution is still needed. If that reservoir breaches, our Tianhai city will likely be affected, but just received news that our vehicle transporting minerals was hijacked. We're not sure who did it yet, but I've arranged an investigation. The result of the hijacking investigation came back. It was intercepted by some forces from Yiwu Kingdom. They heard about Ruren having food and dispatched troops to intercept, also robbing the minerals along the way. Now, several influential families in Xiliang have united in rebellion. Hamilton is leading troops to suppress them. I didn't publicize this incident to avoid causing panic. The king of Yiwu Kingdom proposed negotiating with us, and I plan to go to the border personally. Listening to Callie's words, Kendrick understood the reason behind the mineral issues. But Callie is actually going personally? This is too risky. Where are you now? Kendrick quickly replied to Callie. Soon after, he saw Callie's recording device come back. I'm traveling day and night, estimated arrival in 2 days. Callie and Xiliang saw Kendrick's reply, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. There's no need for you to take such risks. If the king of Yiwu wants to negotiate, let someone else go. Kendrick was puzzled. The Yiwu Kingdom insulted the deities of Xiliang, damaging your reputation. In the future, I will surely destroy this kingdom. Only by seeing it personally can I get a true sense of the situation. Moreover, they've cut off the mineral transport route. You said minerals are most important. If I don't handle this personally, it may cause problems later. Callie explained to Kendrick. Hearing Callie's words, Kendrick nodded. The grasslands are vast and open, unlike Xiliang. To protect the mineral routes requires significant manpower and effort, which might not be effective. Kendrick knew that Callie agreed to negotiate with the king of Yiwu Kingdom to protect the mineral supply for him. How many people are you taking? What about food during the journey? Kendrick thought for a moment and asked. Only over 100 imperial guards are accompanying me. We're not hungry, it's fine. There should be villages ahead where we can eat, without delays. If there are delays, it might affect the next batch of mineral transportation. Callie told Kendrick. How can this be? You keep traveling, let me prepare some food for you. How can I let you go hungry? After finishing his conversation with Callie, Kendrick prepared to buy some bread. But then he thought, considering it was winter and ice everywhere, they needed something warm. Kendrick hurriedly opened the Chotuan delivery app. He ordered more than 200 portions of braised chicken rice, spicy rice noodles, hot tea, and other items from different shops as quickly as possible. Additionally, he ordered 50 buckets from KFC delivery. Shortly after, who's the leader? Kendrick was thoroughly confused. We just received a report saying this place is a pyramid scheme den with over 200 people inside. Considering the area, it shouldn't fit. The officer paused mid-sentence, realizing the impossibility. How could 200 people fit in this 2-bedroom apartment? That's nonsense. Did you order all these deliveries by yourself? Why did you order so many? Turner Hat asked with a puzzled look. Cough, cough. Well, I'm a food review blogger. I'm planning to do an event tasting all the deliveries. So I ordered one of each. Kendrick said while rubbing his nose. Isn't that wasteful? How much can you eat by yourself? You young people these days don't go out and find a job. Instead, you spend your time on self-media, eating without planning for the future. Can you earn enough from shooting videos to pay for all these takeaways? Don't waste food. Give it away to neighbors if you can't finish it. Find a proper job in the future. Turner Hat criticized Kendrick. Kendrick could only nod continuously. He then saw the policeman off. Not long after, the property manager came in again with a group of people. Kendrick gave them several portions of braised chicken. After the property left, the upstairs neighbors also came around. They took a few boxes of rice noodles. Kendrick felt almost like crying. No wonder it's hard to get away with crime in Donghua, due to Callie thought smugly. Bang! Suddenly, there was movement in the carriage. Callie rushed to the carriage. Come over quickly. Callie excitedly beckoned Casimir and others. Chapter 166. This thing smells off. Casimir and the others crowded around to take a look. Inside the box were neatly arranged many transparent containers, some square and others round, emitting an unrealistically rich fragrance. The deities have sent us food. Let's divide it among us. Callie beckoned everyone as he started distributing the takeaway boxes. As they finished moving one batch out of the box, more kept appearing. Soon enough, everyone had 2 servings of meals. There's still more behind. This is so fragrant. After Callie pulled out all the takeaway, numerous red cardboard cylinders appeared in the box, each containing golden crispy fried chicken parts. Heavens! It's all meat. So fragrant. It's hot. There are mushrooms? Long and thin mushrooms. What are these yellow chunks? Too spicy. So exhilarating. The other one is noodles. No, not just any noodles. These noodles are transparent, and this soup is so delicious. Besides bean sprouts, I don't recognize anything else inside. To hell with it, let's dig in. Each of the Imperial Guard held a bowl of braised chicken on their left knee and rice noodles on their right, eating heartily and joyfully amidst the biting cold wind and scalding soup. Spicy peppers and hot broth stimulated sweat from everyone. In the end, they were given 2 drumsticks each and several black pepper chicken pieces. Soon, everyone was contentedly belching. Heavens! The deities eat such delicious food every day. No wonder some people wish for immortality. Yeah, if I become a deity in the future, I'll feast on these every day. Eating to my heart's content really feels great. I'm no longer cold or tired. Now, I could kill a bowl. After finishing the meal, the revived Imperial Guards chatted in small groups while resting. This was sent by the deities. We will boil it in a large pot, drink it, and continue our journey. At that moment, Callie and Casimir carried over dozens of bags of brown powder and began boiling them in a large pot. What is this? Why does it look so much like mud soup? A soldier took a bag and twisted it open. Nonsense. This is what the deities just sent over. How can it be mud soup? I'll taste it. Casimir shot an irritated glance at the man before scooping a spoonful and tasting it. Just one sip made Casimir spit it out. What is this? So bitter? Casimir stared disbelievingly at the muddy water in his hand. Bitter? Can I try? Callie took a hesitant sip. His eyes widened instantly. This thing tastes wrong. Is it spoiled? A few skeptical Imperial Guards stepped forward to taste it, only to be dumbfounded. Looking at each other, they hesitated. This was something sent by the deities. Yet, it was hard to swallow. I'll ask the deities. Brethide, we did something wrong. We shouldn't have added water, but eaten it directly. Callie returned to the carriage. This is called coffee. It's for staying alert. But when I bought it, there was no sugared version available, only this plain type in bulk. If you can't drink it, feed it to the horses. I'll send you something else. Kendrick explained to Callie. He had intended to help everyone stay alert, but overlooked the issue of taste. Forget the ancients, even Kendrick couldn't accept this unsweetened instant coffee. Feed it to the horses? Callie's eyes widened. Following Kendrick's instructions, they fed the coffee brew to over 100 horses. The horses didn't mind and quickly drank it up, leaving everyone staring in amazement. Soon after, Kendrick sent over many small golden cans. Aren't these little cans gorgeous? There's even a Red Bull head on top. Just the can alone is worth a lot. It might contain divine liquor. I'll taste this. This one is good, sweet and delicious. Holding the Red Bull sent by Kendrick, Callie said to Kendrick. Hearing this, Kendrick felt a little disappointed. But it was expected. Those gems were precious even in ancient times, so they couldn't have been abundant. He would have to find another way to make money. No need. I just asked casually. Thank you for your hard work this time. Please be careful. Kendrick said to Callie. It's fine. This trip gave me a chance to pay respects to my mother. Her Memorial Day was a few days ago. Callie slowly said. Your mother? I never heard you mention that she has passed away. Hearing Callie's words, Kendrick realized he only knew about the news of Callie's father, not realizing that her mother had long passed away. Just like myself, an orphan from separate worlds. No wonder she relied on me so much. But don't I rely on her as well? Kendrick shook his head. He hadn't noticed before. During this trip to the provincial city, without the box by his side for a few days, he felt a sense of loss, as if missing something very important. It led to misunderstandings, thoughts during the day, dreams at night, and memories in drunkenness. I didn't have many impressions of her. I was too young then, and it has been many years. My mother caught a plague while visiting her hometown. This box is what my mother left behind. Callie explained to Kendrick. So that's how it is. Once you arrive, feel free to contact me whenever you need help. Finish this matter as soon as possible, and don't stay out too long. Kendrick changed the subject, worried about Callie feeling sad. Apart from her safety, more importantly, in a few days, he had to go to the capital to meet with the leader of the National Museum. He needed Callie to return those treasures. Chapter 167. Lack of money. Lack of money. Lack of money. Understood. Callie nodded. With Kendrick's reminder and accompaniment, Callie finally relaxed. By the way, we should continue with the video recordings. Breck sure to record the entire process when you go there. Kendrick reminded Callie again. It had been a while since he last sent video materials to Amelie. But Amelie's live streams were on schedule every day, almost turning her into an entertainment influencer. After dealing with Callie's affairs, Kendrick lay down on the bed, exhausted. This trip to the capital, just 2 days, but it felt as busy as Florida. He hardly rested at all. It seems I need a way to know immediately if Callie sends a message. Kendrick thought while lying in bed. I could try installing a surveillance system. Even if I'm outside, it can alert me once something comes over. That way, I won't be so panicked. Deciding this, Kendrick put on his clothes and went to a store that sold surveillance equipment. Boss, do you have cameras with detection features? Something that can alert when something suddenly appears. Kendrick asked the owner. Yes, we do. Are you trying to catch a thief, or maybe a third party? I have many ones here that are undetectable. The owner took out a few pinhole cameras from the counter. I need a sensitive one, capable of detecting small objects. Like a pin, for instance. Kendrick's mouth twitched. Catch a pin? Did your pins become spirits? The owner asked wide-eyed. having never heard such a strange request. No, I'm preparing to catch mice. I need a more sensitive one, Kendrick said helplessly. This is easy. This is the most sensitive one, with automatic detection and alarm features. Don't say just a mouse. If you set the sensitivity to the highest level, even a fly flying by will be detected. The owner patted his chest proudly. Great. Take this one. Kendrick was very satisfied. After returning, Kendrick immediately installed the camera on the box, so his phone would notify him whenever the voice recorder appeared. Finally, he felt relieved. Kendrick had a good night's sleep. The next morning, just as he was about to go out to buy breakfast, he opened the door to see Jackson dragging a suitcase standing there. Why are you here? What does this mean? Kendrick was stunned. Big brother, please take me in. I've been kicked out by my dad. Jackson looked pitiful. Kicked out by your dad? Why? Kendrick was puzzled. All because of tipping? I didn't give gifts. Ding dong. As Kendrick pulled Jackson out, his phone rang. President Chun, I have news about the shipping business you asked me to inquire about. Bruno said to Kendrick. I'm heading to the company right away. Let's discuss it in person. Kendrick spoke to Bruno and walked to the company with Jackson. After settling Jackson, Kendrick went to Bruno. President Chen, through my connections, I have contacted a shipping company in Tian High City that's about to go bankrupt. Bruno poured a cup of tea for Kendrick. There's still a shipping company in Tian High City? Kendrick was a bit surprised. Yes, it was originally a state-owned enterprise. Due to the pandemic, operations were halted, and business has been minimal. I heard they're applying for bankruptcy with a 3-day public notice period to recruit potential mergers. But it requires taking on nearly 10 million in debt. I see these debts are mainly unpaid salaries. Bruno handed some documents to Kendrick. This is 3 months of unpaid wages? Kendrick examined the documents. The debt primarily consisted of employee salaries and benefits. Yes. Now there are less than 200 people. They are from various departments of the original company. After the state-owned enterprise reform and downsizing, those left are capable workers. If we can take them over, the company can start operating immediately. Bruno explained to Kendrick. I understand. Profitable, had an optimistic boss. So, you're saying the company only has less than 20 million on hand? And these 20 million can't be touched. Otherwise, the drone company's upcoming wages and expenses won't be covered? Kendrick asked the financial director. Chapter 168. Either cooperate or go to war. Yes. From what we can see now, that's the case. My suggestion is to lay off employees from the drone company and suspend production and procurement at the food processing plant. I saw on TV that the reservoir has a risk of breaching, and the relocated warehouses are almost full. The financial director said this to Kendrick. Forget about laying off staff. We might still need them later. Kendrick waved his hand. Due to the influence of the box's caliber, many devices and equipment cannot pass through. Drones are undoubtedly the most convenient high-tech tool. They will play an important role in future wars. We must keep them. As for the food processing plant, do as you say. Shut it all down. Kendrick nodded and said. They had stockpiled a lot of goods before and stopped supplying them. They temporarily did not need to replenish much. Keep everything else unchanged. I'll find a way. Kendrick said to the financial director. Money, money, money. All the needs for money converge at the same time. It's enough to drive one crazy. Shiliang, Wolf Howl Village. This place is where Shiliang and Iwu meet. The canyon terrain on the Iwu side is quite unique, often producing sounds like wolves howling during windy nights. The village was named after this phenomenon. Iwu's designated peace talk location is less than 5 miles from Wolf Howl Village, atop a canyon. Your Bretjesty, is it not too risky for us to enter directly? Although that place is within our Shiliang territory, the terrain there is complicated. If the enemy has set up ambushes, wouldn't that be? Casimir asked Callie with some concern. Don't doubt it, they will have ambushes. But that area provides a high vantage point with a broad view, enabling us to overlook all of Iwu. I need to see it personally to better understand the situation. Besides, Elmer has defamed the gods and must pay the price. As for the ambushes, prepare yourselves. If they ambush us, kill the king of Iwu first. A cold glint appeared in Callie's eyes. At that moment, when Iwu disrespected the deities of Shiliang, Callie became furious. She wished to kill the king of Iwu with her own hands. If there were indeed ambushes, it might even be better. Callie touched the pistol on her ankle. Casimir and others were fully armed as they followed Callie toward the place. Only one large tent stood at the top of the canyon, with no sign of troops hiding around. Has Elmer arrived yet? Callie asked in front of the tent. Annette, the leader has already arrived. Please come in. The soldiers outside the tent gestured to Callie. The scenery here is nice. Let's talk outside. Callie didn't go in directly but glanced at Casimir and gestured subtly. Casimir immediately led a few people forward and forcibly dismantled the tent. Elmer and more than 10 executioners, looking dazed, appeared before everyone. Especially Elmer, who was bare-chested and only wearing shorts. Seeing this, Casimir and others were enraged. What an outrageous display. Had Callie entered the tent just now, it would have been a grave insult. So it's Annette who has arrived. Look, you brought so many people for negotiations. Clearly, you don't trust me. Elmer, awkwardly dressing himself, glanced at the crowd behind Callie. You're right. I indeed don't trust you. Callie sneered. If she had entered the tent just now, she probably would have been captured immediately. Even with Casimir and others outside, it would have been too late to react. You all step back. Elmer shamelessly waved his hand at those people. Callie also gestured to Casimir and others. To have the Annette come here personally this time, let's get straight to the point. I've heard that the Rurin can exchange grain for minerals and wolfskins. We, Iwu, have those too. But our products are better, so the amount of grain should naturally double. Additionally, if you want those minerals back, you'll have to pay 10 times the price. Elmer said to Callie. What if I refuse? Callie's eyes turned cold. This wasn't cooperation. It was blatant extortion. Refuse? I think Annette wouldn't act so impulsively. The Ruren transport minerals and grain across the grasslands. It's uncertain if they will encounter our hunting troops. Since we've encountered them, we certainly won't return empty-handed. The grasslands are vast. We move freely, and catching us isn't easy. Elmer slowly explained. Are you threatening me? Callie glanced at Elmer.
Yes.
Since you're here, let's reach a conclusion. Either cooperate, or go to war. As for the gods and spirits you shout about, they might fool your people, but war still relies on humans. What nonsense deities. Ridiculous tricks. Zane said with disdain. He had heard that the gods of Shiliang wiped out 10,000 troops of Baelyang overnight, but he simply didn't believe it. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he naturally thought this was a myth created by Shiliang. What did you say? Say that again? Callie looked at Zane before her, gently lifting her skirt. Oh. Seeing Callie's actions, Zane immediately grinned. He had heard that Callie was beautiful, which was why he had ambushed axe-wielding soldiers to capture her. If he could get Callie, wouldn't Shiliang agree to their terms? Unexpected lost his mind, roaring towards the direction of Callie's retreat. But his men couldn't stop Callie at all. They watched helplessly as Casimir and others protected Callie and retreated. Chapter 169, a win-win solution. Your Brett Jesty, that was amazing just now. We didn't even react in time. What kind of technique was that? How did Rick die? The crowd asked Callie as they retreated. At this moment, people began to realize what had happened a little late. They actually took down Rick. He was the king of Iwu Kingdom. Although Callie mentioned when she left the capital that she would kill him with her own hands, they never expected the Annette to be so swift and decisive. She did it without any hesitation, with such calmness and decisiveness. This is a divine treasure bestowed upon me by the gods. Callie said calmly. To tell the truth, Callie herself did not expect it to go so smoothly. She impulsively drew her gun and pulled the trigger when she heard Rick insulting Kendrick. According to their understanding, to carry out an assassination at close range, only daggers and hidden weapons could be used. Once a dagger is taken out, people around would immediately notice. Hidden weapons are not something everyone can master. It was also known from previous intelligence that Callie did not know any martial arts. So at first, no one was on guard against Callie. No one thought Callie would directly take out Rick during their first meeting, completely out of their expectations. When the gunshot rang out, everyone at the scene, including Callie, was probably stunned. No wonder. It turns out it was bestowed by the gods. No wonder the sound was like thunder. Could this be Thor's hammer? With such a divine treasure in hand, who would dare to harm our emperor? That Rick deserved to die. He even dared to covet our emperor. Who knows what might have happened inside the tent if it weren't for the emperor's vigilance? That's true. If they resist, we'll deal with them. The imperial guards were excitedly discussing. Over 100 men raided alone and killed the king of a country, escaping unscathed. This story would suffice for boasting about all their lives. This way, Iwu Kingdom will likely not let this go easily. It was somewhat impulsive after all. Prepare for battle. However, unlike the excited crowd, Callie showed signs of worry. When they were leaving, Rick's son had shouted about attacking the next morning. The troops of the Iwu Kingdom were probably already lying in ambush nearby. Carrie, how long does it take for our nearest troops to arrive? Callie asked Carrie. Your Brett Jesty, we did not publicize this trip for negotiate. Michaela lowered her voice. I understand. Kendrick nodded. After returning home, he immediately turned on the TV. Sure enough, the embankment of Pingmo City was full of cracks on the TV. More importantly, the water level had already exceeded the warning level. Now there was no time to block it. Only evacuation of citizens could be carried out. Ding ding ding. While watching, Kendrick's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a notification from the box surveillance. He hurried over to check it. It was Callie delivering the video recorder and audio recorder. After watching the video, Kendrick also realized the crisis in Shiliang. Callie had directly taken out the king of Iwu Kingdom. The grudge between them would be irreconcilable now. Though from the start, Iwu Kingdom had ill intentions. Shiliang was completely unprepared. It really was both success and failure because of the pistol. No wonder it's called the equalizer. Life and death matter not. Fight those who resist. Kendrick shook his head. What should I do? The other side probably has tens of thousands of troops, and we don't have a good plan to deal with it. All the equipment from the drone company has been moved and stored due to the potential flood, so it can't be used now. What can we do? Wait. Flood. Kendrick suddenly remembered the situation when he threw the box into the lake. The box drained the entire lake in one night. If this method could be used again, it could solve both the current flooding and deal with the Iwu Kingdom's troops. A win-win solution, although he had said he wouldn't help Shiliang anymore. But this time, it's not just helping Shiliang. It's also Shiliang helping him, saving hundreds of thousands of people downstream. Kendrick immediately jumped up. Accept their challenge and find a way to concentrate their troops. I will take on the challenge. After telling Callie, Kendrick ran out carrying the box. In Shiliang, Callie, who was in the carriage, worriedly thinking, suddenly heard noises from inside the box. Could it be that Kendrick is going to act again? Hearing Kendrick's words, Callie felt surprised and touched at the same time. This is their deity. This is her Kendrick. Even though he says he doesn't care, when Shiliang is in peril, Kendrick will always step up without hesitation. Stop. Stop the carriage. Callie anxiously knocked on the carriage. What is it, your Brett Jesty? Carrie hurried over. Go back. Prepare for battle. Callie told Carrie. What? Your Brett Jesty, we are only more than 100 people. If we go back like this, it won't make any difference. We might all perish. Carrie was somewhat shocked. No. This time, the deity is about to act again. Anyone who offends Shiliang shall be punished by the deity. Let's wait and see. Callie said firmly. Chapter 170. A Bretsiv attack on Liang. The dam collapses. The deity is going to make a move? Oh no. Is it going to use heavenly fire like last time? Haha. This time I'm definitely getting closer. Troops ambushed nearby, planning to take the Empress first and then head north into Western Liang. To completely cut off the link between Western Liang and Ruren, Plus your arrangement added another 20,000 troops here. They will be here soon. Just. A senior general hesitated before replying. Speak. Brexamilion gave the man a dissatisfied look. With the ruler killed, shouldn't you return to the capital to succeed the throne first? And then mobilize a large army to formally start a war against Western Liang? Although we have 40 to 50,000 troops, Western Liang has expanded its military forces considerably in recent times. The Annette would never dare to come for peace talks with only 100 people without ambushes behind. Now General Hamilton from Baelyang has joined them. Even if we can break through, the situation will likely become a stalemate. That general told Brexamilion. Bullshit. If there were troops hiding behind her, why did they run? They should have fought with us immediately. Besides, after coming out to negotiate with my father, if I return saying she killed him with a single hand gesture. Come on, tell me who among the courtiers would believe it? Who would support me? Brexamilion said coldly. Listening to Brexamilion's words, everyone gradually realized it. One woman could hardly kill their ruler effortlessly in front of so many people. Was it even plausible? Wouldn't it be nonsense? If not seen with their own eyes, even 10,000 people telling them this would not make them believe. At present, we must launch a full-scale attack on Western Liang while they're still unaware, invading in force. As long as we capture the Empress, everything can be explained. Brexamilion told everyone. Our ruler is wise. All shouted unanimously. Report. Western Liang has sent a declaration of war. At that moment, a soldier ran in holding a letter stuck with an arrow. What? Startled, Brexamilion took the letter, his eyes turning green with anger. You barbarians of Iwu, with wolfish intentions and deeds not matching words, died righteously. Quickly mobilize your troops. Tomorrow's battle will leave none of you alive. Scoundrels! Daring to despise us. Brexamilion tore the letter into pieces. Stay calm, ruler. That Annette, since she dares to say such things, obviously has set traps and is deliberately provoking us. We cannot easily fall into the trap. Yes, ruler, since the Empress came with so few people, surely there are great armies lurking behind. If we assemble and go out to fight, we will certainly be tricked. Everyone tried to dissuade Brexamilion. You're wrong. Is there any place for ambush near Langaiakan in Western Liang? But Brexamilion waved his hand. There isn't. The terrain extending north of the Wolfsong territory connects to the Ruren steppe, with no hills or forests. And when we were setting up ambush, we had scouts check the area of Western Liang beforehand, and there indeed were no troops. Everyone finally came to realize. So, that Annette is merely blustering to scare us away. Even if they do have troops, they're hundreds of miles away. Even if there are, it would be impossible to muster tens of thousands of troops in a short time. You have fallen for her trick. Brexamilion said, looking at everyone. Our ruler is wise. Everyone bowed again to Brexamilion. Previously they had underestimated this crown prince. They hadn't expected Brexamilion to be so calm and wise. Order the army to prepare for action tonight. I will catch them off guard. Once I capture that Annette, I'll grind her bones to dust. Brexamilion told everyone. In Pingmo City, Kendrick was driving a BMW toward the reservoir. The opposite lane was jammed like a parking lot. However, the lane entering Pingmo City driven by Kendrick was unimpeded. The station reports that due to continuous rainfall, the water level in the reservoir has continued to rise, exceeding the highest warning level. The dam is unstable. We can't evacuate everyone in such a short time. Those around him looked despondent. Notify through the radio those who are far away to evacuate as much as possible. Those who haven't escaped the danger zone yet should go to higher ground for shelter. Higher ground for shelter. It's about to happen. Despair filled the chief commander's eyes. He hadn't expected the situation to be so dire. All he could do now was pray for a miracle. Chapter 171. This water retreats, that water appears. 10 minutes later, Kendrick finally arrived at the road by the reservoir. At this moment, it was still raining moderately. The view was blurred, but it could still be seen that the originally calm reservoir had now become menacing. Floodwaters raged like wild horses, surging and roaring, continuously battering the embankment. Under the fierce onslaught of floodwaters, the embankment was almost submerged. On both sides of the embankment, large machines were working intensively to try and plug the breach. Sacks of sand were rapidly passed and thrown in, instantly swallowed by the surging flood. But the rescue personnel did not give up. They kept moving through the mud, racing against time with the flood. Originally, there were some houses and restaurants around the reservoir. They were now completely inundated by the rising floodwaters, only their roofs visible. This scene made Kendrick acutely feel the ruthlessness of nature and the smallness and fragility of humanity in the face of disaster. We need to hurry. Kendrick glanced at the dam which might collapse any moment, gritted his teeth, picked up the case, and took a shortcut towards the edge of the reservoir. Shilyang. Around Longhao village. Callie was leading Casimir and the others looking down at the gathering troops from afar. Your Majesty, judging by the situation, they have gathered 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers on the other side. Apparently, they have long harbored intentions to invade. Fortunately, we acted first. Casimir observed the number of camps of Iwu Kingdom and inwardly remarked. Not too good. They outnumber us and their camps are spread out, indicating they plan to attack us in 3 routes. In that case, how can the deity resist? The heavenly fire and poison smoke worked last time, but now it's northwest wind. They'll probably disperse once they appear. As long as the deity can hold for one day, our main force will arrive. Troublesome. We killed the king of Iwu Kingdom. They won't stop easily. They might launch a full-scale assault, then? Wait. Their army is on the move. Just as everyone was talking, Casimir suddenly noticed the troops in the Iwu Kingdom's camps rushing northward. Damn! They're trying to ambush us. This is bad. What should we do? Immediately protect his Majesty's retreat. Casimir panicked immediately, shouting orders to everyone. It's too late to retreat now. We can only trust in the deity. Callie looked at the distant troops charging over, walked to the top of the nearby canyon carrying the box. He knelt respectfully before the box. Casimir and the others also dismounted, kneeling alongside Callie. With reverence, great deity, please help Shiliang repel the enemy. Callie placed the recorder inside and prostrated himself before the box. Pingmo City. Kendrick waded to the reservoir side. He must throw the box as far in as possible to maximize its effect. Water quickly rose to Kendrick's waist. Waves crashed like countless galloping horses colliding, roaring earth-shakingly. Fortunately, there were trees around, allowing Kendrick to stabilize himself using a big tree. With a rope already tied to the box, he threw it as far as possible into the water. Next moment, a massive whirlpool appeared where the box landed, like a huge black hole, swallowing everything around it. Even the water around Kendrick rushed towards it. Feeling the enormous suction, Kendrick hurriedly climbed up a tree. The water level visibly dropped beneath him. Seeing this, Kendrick felt a chill run down his spine. Though there were instances of boxes draining entire lakes, Kendrick hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Based on the current suction rate, perhaps it didn't take an entire night, but just a couple of hours. Close call. If I'd been sucked in just now, I would have gotten stuck inside. Wouldn't I have drowned pointlessly? Kendrick felt a deep fear. Holding tightly onto the tree trunk, he moved upwards. At the border of Shiliang, Gustav watched coldly as the tide-like army advanced northwards, his lips curling slightly. I've always been more talented and strategic than my father. How foolish of him to insist on abducting the Annette and negotiating. Good that he's dead. With me here, Yiwu Kingdom will surely become greater and stronger. The vanguard could now see the high ground where Callie and the others were. Look, there's the Annette of Shiliang. Ha ha ha. Charge and eliminate them. The greatest glory is ours. The leading general yelled loudly, leading the troops forward quickly. Your Majesty. The enemy is near. The deity hasn't responded yet. We'll cover your retreat. It's too late to retreat now. Casimir looked at the troops charging over from afar, anxiously speaking to Callie. It's already too late. Even if we withdraw now, they will catch up with us. I believe in Kendrick. Callie looked resolutely at the distant charging troops, slowly standing up. Suddenly, he saw a recorder appear inside the box. Callie quickly picked it up. Level the box. Aim it at the enemy. Kendrick's urgent voice came from the recorder. Overjoyed, Callie followed Kendrick's instructions and aimed the box at the approaching Yiwu Kingdom troops. The next moment, a stream of water suddenly surged out. Like a ferocious water dragon, it charged towards the crowd. What the hell? Where did this water come from? The Yiwu general leading the charge was caught off guard and was blasted away by the sudden torrent. In no time, the water gathered into waves, rolling and roaring towards the Yiwu troops. Like a ravenous beast, it surged forward irresistibly, swallowing everything in its path. Raging floods, mixed with broken branches and rocks, rushed down the canyon, turning what was once a valley into a river in an instant. All the soldiers charging through the canyon were engulfed in the flood. None escaped. Gustav, further back, stared with his mouth agape. Water? Where did this water come from? Did the dam break? That's impossible. Shiliang has no rivers, and even if there were any, they would be frozen solid in this weather. Gustav gaped at the scene before him, unable to believe what he was seeing. Not just Gustav, but everyone around him stared wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of a river where the canyon had stood. They had heard that this canyon was indeed a riverbed hundreds of years ago, but it had dried up many years ago. No one expected it to revert so suddenly. How could this be possible? Chapter 172, I came here to fish. Emperor, your Majesty, there might truly be deities in this Western Liang. Otherwise, how could a river suddenly appear? That moment, a general beside Auric trembled as he spoke. Deities. Auric muttered to himself. Originally, just like his father Emperor Rick, he did not believe in deities at all. But the scene before him now left no room for disbelief. Over. We have offended the deity. There actually is a deity. Auric fell to the ground, feeling utterly despondent. Your Majesty. The floodwaters are about to surge here. Hurry, run. Carry the Emperor and run. Only then did the stunned crowd around react, hurriedly carrying Auric toward higher ground. Pingmo City. The Flood Control Command Center. The chief commander was crouching on the ground, looking utterly hopeless. It's too late. Everything happened so suddenly. Even if we responded immediately, there are millions of people in Pingmo City, and it would take a long time to evacuate everyone. Moreover, the dam has been damaged again by another earthquake. It can't withstand the current water level. If the dam breaks, it won't be a small breach. The entire dam might collapse. Pingmo City will be underwater. Even the surrounding districts might be flooded. The chief commander sighed heavily. They had done everything they could, but they couldn't stop the disaster. Notify Peninsula Province immediately and initiate Level 1 flood disaster response. Alert the neighboring county-level cities and start evacuations immediately, notifying the neighboring provinces and cities to prepare for post-disaster rescue operations. The chief commander stood up abruptly. Commander! Just then, a person in a raincoat rushed in hurriedly. What's wrong? Did the dam break? The chief commander quickly asked. No. It's going down. The water level is dropping. The man gasped out breathlessly. What? The water level is dropping? How is that possible? The chief commander looked incredulous. It's true. We just detected it. The water level is rapidly decreasing. If this continues, within an hour, the reservoir's water level might drop below the warning line. The man said with certainty. Oh no. Could there be a breach elsewhere? Quickly, everyone, investigate immediately. The chief commander's heart sank. There was no way the reservoir's water level could drop so quickly unless there was a breach, and likely more than one. Deploy helicopters immediately. Investigate around the reservoir. Hurry. The chief commander shouted loudly. Soon, under the commander's orders, 2 helicopters began circling around the reservoir, projecting live footage back to the command center. Report to the commander. We're scanning from north to south and haven't found any breaches. From our vantage point, the water level in the reservoir has indeed dropped significantly. We're preparing to lower our altitude for further investigation. The observer reported over the radio. After half an hour of circling and nearly inspecting the entire perimeter of the reservoir, no major breaches were found. They gradually lowered their altitude. Report to the commander. On the road beside the reservoir, we've spotted a car with its door open. That's not right. In the forest below, we've found a refugee. There's someone on a tree. Just as the commander began to breathe easier, the observer's urgent voice came through again. What? How can there still be people around the reservoir? Hurry. Find a way to rescue them immediately. The commander also vaguely saw a figure in the footage, fumbling with something. That fumbling figure was none other than Kendrick. He had already seen the water level drop almost to the warning line. According to the current situation, the dam shouldn't collapse anymore. Crisis averted. He wanted to pull the box back. Otherwise, if it drained the reservoir again, the alien arrival would be live broadcast. Little did he expect. A helicopter suddenly appeared overhead and spotted him and mistook him for a stranded civilian. Kendrick was about to cry. If he was discovered, it would be hard to explain. He hurriedly pulled the box back. The helicopter also landed on the nearby road, and Kendrick saw several rescuers running towards him. He quickly ran over with the box in his arms. Young man, how did you end up here? Get away quickly, it's dangerous here. The rescue workers shouted at Kendrick. I came here to fish and got stranded. I climbed up a tree. But somehow, the water level dropped suddenly. Thank goodness you came, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come down. Kendrick said breathlessly. Fishing? Are you crazy? The dam was about to break, and you were still fishing. Just go. Now that the water level has dropped, leave immediately. Hearing Kendrick's words, the staff were speechless. They guided Kendrick to the safety zone on the road. After thanking them, Kendrick immediately drove off in a hurry. Unleifong, do good deeds without leaving a name. These young people nowadays are really fearless. In such a dangerous situation, he clung tightly to his fishing gear. It's unbelievable. The rescue workers watched as Kendrick ran off with his box and shook their heads. Report to the commander. People have been evacuated. The water level has dropped significantly. The disaster is under control. Repeat, the disaster is under control. The rescue workers loudly reported to the command center. Chapter 173, the aliens are back. What did you say? Is it true? Hurry. Prepare the vehicle immediately. I want to go to the scene personally. The Cameron excitedly ran out. After a while, the crowd in the command center stood on the highway beside the reservoir. The water level, which was about to overflow the dam, had now dropped below the warning level. Indeed, it has decreased. This way, the possibility of a breach is greatly reduced. It's almost a miracle. Truly blessed by heaven. The Cameron's heart finally settled. Let the rescue team enter immediately to reinforce the levee. In addition, conduct flood release within controllable limits. Proceed according to Plan 1. The Cameron immediately started organizing things. Commander, this matter is quite unbelievable. How did the water in the dam suddenly decrease? Could there be some kind of hidden channel at the bottom of the dam? Such a large volume of water being discharged would also have a significant impact. On the way back, one person frowned and said, I thought of that too. I've already arranged for real-time monitoring around Pingmo City and at the estuary of Tianhai City, but no abnormalities were found. As you said, such a large volume of water, wherever it went, would be noticed quickly. But the water level has been gone for over an hour. If there were any abnormalities, they would have been reported by now. The Cameron waved his hand. Tianhai City? Sir, I'm not sure if I should say this or not. At this moment, the driver, Xiao Edric, suddenly interjected. Speak. The Cameron nodded. I just heard you mention Tianhai City and remembered something. A residential area in Tianhai City experienced something similar before. At the time, a huge lake lost all its water overnight. My family lives in Tianhai City, and it was a hot topic then, with everyone saying it was done by aliens. Now there's even an alien base built there. The driver told the others. Is that so? The Cameron was taken aback. Commander, it's true. I've also heard about this incident. It alarmed many experts at the time. They investigated and studied it for over a month, but found no conclusive results. But the rumor among the people is that aliens are the most likely explanation. Someone nearby nodded and added, aliens? We need to believe in science. The Cameron seemed somewhat displeased. Yes. I never believed it either until now. I thought it was made up to increase property prices. But witnessing this unbelievable situation today, I can't come up with a better explanation. The driver and the other man hurriedly explained. Well, the Cameron stroked his thinning hair. All right, let's get geologists, hydrologists, meteorologists, and astronomers here to take a look. We need to thoroughly investigate this matter. The Cameron thought for a moment and spoke to everyone. Shiliang. A few miles away from Wolf Howl Village, the canyon had turned into a mighty river. The Iwu army intended to sneak through the canyon bottom under cover of darkness and launch a surprise attack on Shiliang. But when the torrent of water surged forth, none of the Iwu soldiers could escape, all being engulfed in the raging flood. The flood lasted for half an hour. Countless soldiers drowned. Even more troops were swept over 10 miles downstream. Even Gustav couldn't escape. Thinking it was just a wave, he tried to retreat. But unexpected waves kept coming, each stronger than the last. The speed of their escape couldn't match the speed of the waves. Gustav managed to climb onto a high cliff by stepping on soldiers' shoulders. He watched helplessly as his troops were swallowed by the mighty river. What happened? Gustav shivered and climbed down from the cliff after the flood receded. Standing in the muddy riverbed, he still couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, some soldiers cautiously climbed down. They survived by clinging to the cliff or vegetation. In this flood, even the best swimmers were powerless. Soldiers in the front were pushed to the back by the relentless waves, and those in the back didn't have time to react. Dead bodies piled up in several bins. Countless drowning and crushing deaths occurred. Charge. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. Do you know the power of our gods? As the Iwu soldiers were stunned, the sound of galloping horses and shouts of battle grew closer. It was Casimir leading the Imperial Guards who charged over. After the flood, the troops of Iwu were already terrified. The Imperial Guards cut through them like slicing melons, fighting as if they were entering a land without resistance. Hurry, hurry. Stop them quickly. We surrender. No more fighting. I want peace talks. It's real peace talks. Gustav was panic-stricken, frantically trying to rally his men to block the Imperial Guards. Humph. If you had accepted peace talks earlier, wouldn't this be done already? Come with us. Casimir and others escorted Gustav and his men back to the previous high ground. Callie had already given the order. If they begged for mercy and peace talks, then accept it. If they were to be annihilated, it would provoke desperate resistance instead. It was still the same place, the same tents, the same peace negotiation parties. But the momentum had completely shifted. Now around the main tent were fully upright Imperial Guards, their chests puffed out with pride. And on the Iwu side, everyone looked like drowned rats, drenched from head to toe, their hair plastered to their faces, looking thoroughly disheveled. More importantly, there was no trace of their former arrogance in their eyes. Having witnessed the power of the gods, the people of Iwu were now perfectly obedient. They couldn't help but be so. A single act by the gods had turned their 40,000 troops into half in an instant. Such earth-shaking, awe-inspiring power had left them stunned. Peace can be made. First, immediately return the minerals and food that you looted from us. Second, send the minerals within your Iwu territory, just like Rurin, but not the grain. Third, since you provoked us first, compensate Shiliang with Hatian jade produced in your Iwu country. From now on, you will pay tribute to Shiliang every year. Callie coldly told Gustav. Times were different now. Without the supply from the gods, Callie could not possibly collaborate with Iwu as he did with Rurin. Recalling what Kendrick mentioned before about needing jade, this was a perfect opportunity. Iwu was abundant in Hatian jade. If they could use Hatian jade to assist Kendrick, it would also repay some of the kindness Kendrick had shown. Chapter 174 Double Hot Search. Gustav swallowed hard. He had planned to blackmail the state of Shiliang, but how did it turn into a vassal state all of a sudden? Father, you are truly reckless. Would you like me to let the gods give you another lesson? Callie gave Gustav a cold look. No. I'll arrange it immediately when I get back. Immediately. Gustav was almost scared out of his wits and hastily agreed. You stay here. You can go back when the goods arrive. Callie said this to Gustav before getting up and leaving. Gustav was dumbfounded. He regretted not taking his subordinate's advice to first return to the country of Iwu and ascend the throne. Even if there were wars later on, he wouldn't have had to come out personally. Now, just one day after becoming emperor, he became a prisoner. How disgraceful. But preserving his life was more important. Gustav quickly sent people back to prepare. After returning, Callie immediately sent the recorded video of this incident, along with a detailed description of the whole process to Kendrick. Tian High City. The dam disaster situation has been completely controlled, and everything in Tian High City has returned to normal. Shiliang Impression Company. Mr. Chun, the clips you sent have exploded online, especially the negotiation process with the Kingdom of Iwu. Internet users say that the Emperor's acting skills were quite remarkable. That aura, those eyes, it was just like Emperor Iwu himself. Several film companies want to contact him for roles as enemies. More netizens have gone crazy at Inus, wanting to see our sister-in-law. Our sister-in-law never showed her face, but her presence was overpoweringly domineering. The Annette of Shiliang is now trending on the hot search. While speaking to Kendrick, Amelie pulled up the trending topics list. Well, showing her isn't possible, or else we would lose the suspense. Try to find some connections and spend some money to lower the heat. Kendrick smirked. Okay. Just wait, what? Lower the heat? Amelie was somewhat surprised. Yes, do as I say. Kendrick originally wanted to showcase ancient scenery, but netizens' focus was entirely off the mark. Huh. What is the 8th trending topic? Another alien story? Kendrick looked at the hot search list in shock. Yes. Isn't this the dam at Pingmo City nearly bursting? Ultimately, an alien drank part of the reservoir's water, bringing the water level below the warning level. I heard experts from all walks of life mobilized again. They did a lot of research around the reservoir. Turtles inside suffered the most as experts bought them at high prices alive. Some people even took leave from work to catch turtles. No idea what these experts plan to do. Anyway, everyone still believes aliens are the most reliable explanation. Amelie laughed as she searched news for Kendrick. No way. Again? Kendrick stared wide-eyed. The unsung heroes are right here. The extraterrestrial cousin is so wronged. Of course, even more pitiful are the turtles. What's this? Let me show you the 11th spot, which is really funny. A big fool went fishing during a flood and got trapped on a tree. When rescuers saved him, he didn't forget to carry his tackle box while running. There might be some big fish inside the box. Amelie giggled and opened a piece of news for Kendrick. Kendrick was instantly dumbfounded. The image from a helicopter captured a reservoir seen from above. Sharp-eyed netizens found a blurry figure in the lower left corner of the photo. They traced and verified step by step until they finally dug out this mysterious angler. Role model. We've all heard about big floods bringing big fish, but I don't have that kind of guts. Amazing. From that position, it must be an excellent spot. So large a box, there must be big fish inside. This angler probably caught something valuable. Pity. If I were him, I'd carry the big fish directly back home. Why pack it in a box? If only I knew what his fishing rod was, able to catch things in such a flood. It must be pretty good. There were tens of thousands of comments below. Kendrick nearly spat blood out. This group of netizens is too naughty. What a bizarre focus. Fortunately, the picture was somewhat blurred, barely showing the clothes, making the person unrecognizable. Don't speak irresponsibly. It could be someone who bravely helped others. Off you go. Hurry up and wash your car. Kendrick shot a look at Amelie, calling someone a fool to their face, yet one can't refute it easily. Boss, you went fishing at the reservoir in your car? Why is this car covered in mud? And the back seat is all wet too? Amelie came out and was instantly dumbfounded. Nonsense. I didn't, right? Kendrick was speechless. Ding dong. At that moment, Kendrick's phone rang. It was the alarm from the box's surveillance. Kendrick saw the equipment and recorder inside the box and knew Callie and his team had finished their mission. Never mind. I'll drive back first and wash the car myself. Kendrick quickly grabbed the keys and drove home. After hearing Callie's description, he breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome of this battle was expected. With the speed the box absorbed water, the opposing side would definitely be overwhelmed by massive waves. Water and fire were merciless forces. Regardless of the number of people involved, it made no difference. Recalling General Guan Yu's legendary feat of flooding 7 armies left a brilliant mark in history. He wondered if these 2 battles of Shiliang, involving water and fire, would also leave a significant and mysterious mark in history. Thud. While Kendrick was thinking about this, a heavy object rolled inside the box. Confused, he hurried over and found several soccer ball-sized pieces of jade in the box. More arrived soon after. Kendrick picked one up. It had the color and texture of lard, smooth and moist. Although he wasn't an expert in jade, having seen many genuine pieces before, he could sense the extraordinary quality of the jade in front of him. At the very least, they matched the quality of the previous batch. Didn't Tracy say there's no jade in Shiliang? Where did these come from? Kendrick was curious. Then the recorder arrived, and Kendrick picked it up. These are Hatian jade from the kingdom of Yiwu. In exchange for our victory this time, I promised peace talks and obtained some Hatian jade for you as a condition. Besides the finished products, there are other types and many raw stones. Do you need them? Callie explained to Kendrick. Yes. How much is available? I'll take it all. Kendrick was overjoyed. Even if he didn't understand jade, he had heard of Hatian jade's fame. When Callie went to negotiate with the kingdom of Yiwu, Kendrick had researched the kingdom of Yiwu, which was now part of a province where a construction battalion of the Dragon Nation is located. Isn't this a way to get rich? In Shiliang, Gustav was panicking, eager to return home. He ordered the people around Yiwu to send everything related to jade to Callie, and Callie sent it all straight to Kendrick. Chapter 175 1 cut to poverty, 1 cut to wealth, 1 cut to wear hemp cloth. Before long, Kendrick's room was piled high with all sorts of items. Not only were there jade accessories and ornaments from Hotan, but also some unpolished jade stones, and even more raw stones. He hurriedly called Jared. These things in his hands were no different from regular stones. He could only get rid of them through Jared. Brother Chin, you haven't called me for quite a while. Hasn't that kid caused you any trouble? As soon as the call connected, Jared laughed as he spoke to Kendrick. I'm talking about Jackson. He's fine, living well. I've had him stay at the company. He started to enjoy it so much he doesn't want to leave. Now, he takes care of cleaning our office building, making sure everything is sparkling clean. The other day, he even went to the cafeteria to learn how to make buns from the kitchen aunties. Kendrick chuckled. Ever since Jackson came over, Kendrick understood what an ultimate yes man was. Jackson, who didn't even know what a broom looked like, had managed to polish the office until it gleamed. And he learned from the cafeteria aunties, trying to make heart-shaped breakfast buns for Amelie himself. Oh wow. I knew I could trust you, Brother Chin. This kid never did anything at home. Good to hear he's getting some practice. Jared also laughed. After driving Jackson out of the house, he had guessed that he would come to find Kendrick. Turner go, are you not at the store now? It sounds like you're outside. Kendrick asked Jared. Their generation gap between the Chin family and the Gu family was now completely muddled up. Everyone just called each other by their preferred titles. Yeah. I'm at a stone gambling place. I acquired a few pieces of jade raw stones recently and wanted to sell them. Jared told Kendrick. Stone gambling? Where? I also have a few raw stones to sell. Kendrick instantly became interested. You really do keep your cards close to your chest, brother. It's right here at Sanlai Brechket. You can come straight over. Jared said to Kendrick with a smile. Soon after, Kendrick arrived with a suitcase full of large raw stones. Brother Chin, why didn't you bring a black garbage bag this time? Seeing Kendrick arrive, Jared teased. Every time Kendrick had good stuff, he always brought it in a black plastic bag, and Jared had gotten used to it. Don't tease me. This place looks quite shabby. Can we sell at high prices here? Kendrick looked around skeptically. This place resembled an old goods market. The people coming and going didn't seem particularly wealthy. Instead, there were many loan companies. You don't understand this business, brother. Gambling on stones is different from buying antiques. They often mortgage cars or houses to buy these stones. Nothing unusual about it. And when there's a particularly good piece, important people come from far and wide. You're late. Just now, I sold 3 soccer-sized jade raw stones and made over 20 million. But one unlucky person only got 1 jade piece, losing 18 million. Jared looked very pleased as he explained to Kendrick about stone gambling. Really? Kendrick was somewhat surprised. Yep, stone gambling is just like a casino. 1 cut to poverty, 1 cut to wealth, 1 cut to wear hemp cloth. 1 slice, and either you become fabulously rich or lose everything. I advise you, brother, don't get involved in stone gambling. Even someone like me, who has been in the business for years, can still make mistakes. Jared warned Kendrick. Alright, I understand. I'm here to sell the raw stones. Take a look. Kendrick opened the suitcase. You have raw stones too? You think. Whoa. Initially, Jared was skeptical. I play with raw stones, and you suddenly have them too? Do you think you've got a magic pot? But when Jared glanced into the suitcase, he couldn't look away. The raw stone Kendrick pulled out weighed around 20 kilograms. Judging from the material, it was indeed a Hotan jade raw stone. Is this kind of raw stone okay? Kendrick kicked it and asked, Hey, don't kick it. Yes, it's fine. Hotan Jade also has gambling stones, known as gambling flesh. It's just not as widely known as jadeite. With Hotan Jade, we mainly see exposed surfaces, while with jadeite, it depends on the quarry site. But both rely on experience and luck. Jared explained to Kendrick. Hearing about the Hotan Jade raw stones, many people gathered around. Kendrick simply laid out all the jade stones from his suitcase. Don't miss out, folks. If you like it, buy it. Kendrick shouted to the crowd. Jared couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chun, raw stones aren't sold this way. Let's go. With such large stones, we should carry them to the adjacent bidding platform. Jared said to Kendrick. Okay. I'll bring a few more from the car, Kendrick replied to Jared. Before long, the bidding platform was already lined with many raw stones, opened up for viewing, and several people were gathered around, discussing. Soon after, the on-site auction began, including live cutting. For the first stone, Jared had Kendrick bring out the largest one. After cutting open the window, it revealed lipid-like white jade, like grease. It was bought by a boss in mink coat for 50 million yuan, shocking Kendrick speechless. The subsequent raw stones were gradually auctioned off, and these alone sold for nearly 200 million. There was no way around it. There were simply too many. Plus, Hotan Jade raw stones were quite rare, so they were quickly snatched up. Brother Chun, I have to say, I'm impressed. Where did you get so many high-quality raw stones? Just a couple of scraps, and the rest are top-notch? Jared was almost in tears. He never expected this. Each piece of raw stone that Kendrick brought out turned out to be a winner. This is not just raw stone. These are Hotan Jade-filled bun stones. Brett, just lucky. Kendrick was also bewildered. He naturally didn't know that when the raw stones were brought from Iwu Kingdom, they were not entirely raw stones. Instead, they had been selected by experienced old craftsmen. Ancient resources were abundant, and ancient artisans had keen eyes. That's why this situation occurred. Brother Chin, I have nothing else to say. If you ever have any more raw stones, send them all to me. I'll buy them at a high price. Jared said helplessly. The prices for the raw stones this time exceeded the value of Hotan Jade itself. Moreover, the pieces of Hotan Jade unearthed had a color similar to ancient jade, making Jared exclaim he missed out on a fortune. I don't have any more raw stones. But do you want finished Hotan Jade? Kendrick asked Jared. Finished Hotan Jade? Come on. Upon hearing that Kendrick still had other jade pieces, Jared's eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly pulled Kendrick back to fetch the goods. When Jared saw these Hotan Jade pieces, he was completely dumbfounded, even after experiencing the scene of a bag full of jade before. But at this moment, various exquisite Hotan Jade treasures appeared before him, making everything seem so surreal. Chapter 176. Big brother, are you trying to fly? Same old routine. I'll contact someone for the auction. Just the other day, those people were asking me about it. Jared said to Kendrick. Even if he had the intention to use these items himself, he couldn't. However, just the commission from the auction would make him a good profit. In that case, I'll trouble you. I'm in a rush, so I hope it can be done as soon as possible. Kendrick said to Jared. Don't worry. Thanks to you, our auction house now has significant influence. Contact today, organize tomorrow, and the money will be here the day after. Jared nodded. Great. Kendrick was planning to leave for the capital the day after tomorrow. Getting this matter settled would help ease his mind. Dongji, contact that shipping company. Just tell them we're ready to take delivery. I'll transfer the money, and you handle the doi. Only we had an airplane. But even if we had one, nobody knows how to fly it. Using a drone with 2 ropes to bring Callie back, she'd likely turn into an ice sculpture. Kendrick sighed. Fly. Wait. There are flying things besides planes. A spark lit up in Kendrick's eyes. He immediately called Jackson. Jackson, when you were at the airport, you mentioned someone contacted you about selling passenger hot air balloons? Kendrick asked. Yes. Some airline said it costs 50,000 for one. What's up, big brother? Do you want to fly? Jackson asked. Exactly. To fly. Send me the contact info. Kendrick hung up the phone. Shortly after, he contacted Zhongxing Airlines and purchased a disassemblable hot air balloon for 40,000 yuan. This type of hot air balloon was easy to operate and relatively safe. Kendrick sent it to Callie's group right away. On the other side, Callie was suffering on the bouncing carriage, speeding through the road which was about to fall apart. You're Jesty. The horses can't take it anymore. The weather is too cold. We only have 60 horses left, and it's another hour to the next station. Casimir reported urgently from horseback to Callie. Give priority to the carriage's horses. I'll carry the boxes back myself. No delay. Just as Callie said this, one of the carriage horses foamed at the mouth and collapsed. The carriage tipped over with it. Oh no. Hurry. Save his Jesty. Casimir shouted anxiously. Everyone rushed to the overturned carriage, but found the compartment filled with cloth. I'm fine. This? Callie crawled out from a pile of cloth. You're didn't you hear the deity just said only 8 people can be on it? How are we going to choose? Everyone started to discuss. These are the criteria sent by the deity for selection. The first requirement is no fear of heights. Have you tried being over 7 meters high? Then there are other requirements like map reading and compass reading skills. You go test for fear of heights first. Callie explained to everyone according to Kendrick's instructions. Casimir and others found a tall tree, threw a thick rope over a high branch, tied one end to someone, and pulled the other end. Soon, out of more than 60 guards, only 17 were not afraid of heights. Ultimately, they selected 7 people. Following Kendrick's instructions, they assembled the basket and burner, then used ropes to tether the envelope to surrounding trees to hold it up. They lit the burner. Under the reverent and admiring gazes of everyone, the envelope gradually began to inflate bit by bit. Chapter 177 Brother Chen. You really screwed me over. Bigger and bigger. My goodness gracious. Is this a head? Heaven. Could this be the avatar of a heavenly deity? I'm kneeling first. The crowd watched as the balloon before them gradually swelled up into an enormous sphere, feeling the immense pressure from it. They sat down on the ground in a daze. What appeared before their eyes was unmistakably Nez's big head. There was no choice. When Kendrick went to purchase it, the hot air balloons needed to be pre-ordered and designed according to customer preferences. And Kendrick wanted it urgently. There was only one ready-made balloon for a theme park opening, which Kendrick bought over. But this sudden appearance of Nez's portrait genuinely frightened Callie and the Imperial Guards. As Callie prepared to board the gondola following Kendrick's instructions, they ate indeed worshipped the hot air balloon for a good while. Soon enough, the lift reached its critical point. Callie had someone untie the ropes. The hot air balloon slowly took off with Callie and the other 7 aboard. Flying. Heavens, it's really flying. Could we be ascending to immortality? Why am I afraid of heights? Why do I have acrophobia? The deities must be celestial emperors who dispatched gods to us for our emperor. If just a head can carry people flying, what would happen if a deity came entirely? Everyone reminisced about the scene when 3 celestial beings appeared, then looked at the present view. They all prostrated on the ground. Terrified, they dared not raise their heads. At this moment, those on the hot air balloon were immersed in great shock and fear, though they were not afraid of heights. At the moment their feet left the ground, they felt as though their souls also seemed to depart. The Imperial Guards on the ground became smaller and smaller. Surrounding mountains and trees gradually spread beneath their feet. Looking out, their sight covered dozens of miles. This overwhelming sense of looking down upon the world left everyone awestruck and speechless. Even Callie stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. Mountains lay beneath her feet, heaven and earth within her arms. An indomitable vigor welled up from Callie's heart. At this moment, she was the master of these plains and mountains. At this moment, she was the supreme being of all things under heaven. The height is just right. Start operating according to the video training immediately. Callie was the first to recover, taking a deep breath and giving orders to the others. Following the previous division of labor, everyone operated the hot air balloon. The rate of ascent gradually stabilized. Callie also took out the map. Before takeoff, they had determined the direction. Flying straight would be much faster than traveling on the ground. We have successfully taken off. And we've marked the direction. Don't worry. Callie spoke to Kendrick while sending him the recorded videos and the voice recorder. Tianhai City. Upon hearing the situation from Callie and seeing the hot air balloon ascend smoothly, Kendrick also sighed in relief. In ancient Western Liang, there were no skyscrapers, no flight paths, no no-fly zones. The altitude of the hot air balloon didn't need to be high. There were no dangers like hypothermia or oxygen deprivation. All that was left was to wait. Ring ring. At this moment, the phone rang. Kendrick picked it up and saw it was Bertrand calling. He answered quickly. After getting the jade, Bertrand contacted and went to the capital overnight. Kendrick wanted it done fast, so he simply set the auction location in the capital. The demand among the capital's elite circle was still large. Brother Chin, I don't even know what to say. This time you really screwed me over. As soon as the call connected, Bertrand's helpless voice came through. What happened? Are they fake? Hearing Bertrand's voice, Kendrick's heart sank. He knew nothing about jade. Could it be that the people from the Iwu kingdom deceived Callie, using fake gems to temporarily pass? And Callie didn't check closely and sent them all over? This was troublesome. Brother Chin, why didn't you tell me earlier that those Hatian jades were all antiques? I was still eagerly arguing that these were recently processed, but after those elites saw them, they discovered that they were all antiques. They are antiques. With a history of at least 1,000 years of Hatian jade. My old face has been thoroughly disgraced, Bertrand said helplessly to Kendrick. Back then, when seeing Kendrick bring both raw stones and a large bag of jade jewelry, Bertrand didn't examine them carefully and hurriedly went to the capital. But when the elites in the capital saw them, even Bertrand was dumbfounded. This was no longer just about the value of jade, but about auctioning them as valuable antique jades. So, you're saying these are all real? Kendrick heaved a sigh of relief. And they're really that old? These are treasures beyond imagination, aren't they? I told them earlier it was just some ordinary jade. After they saw it, I got quite the scolding from a bunch of big shots. Jared sighed. Sorry. Blame me for not explaining clearly. Kendrick also felt helpless. Hee. Little brother Chin, we're going to make a killing this time. Ancient Hatian jade is rarely preserved and inherently has extremely high appreciation and collection value. Once again, I'm benefiting from your good fortune. The antique shop's reputation is solid even in the capital. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Jared grinned. Good. Kendrick also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been right to ask Jared for help in selling these items. Otherwise, not only would they not fetch a high price, but revealing so many treasures would definitely lead to an investigation into their origin. But with Jared's antique shop acting as a buffer, it was easier to explain their source. Ding! Seeing the string of zeros credited to his account, Kendrick smiled too. Money sure feels good. Relief. This time, the auction of the Hatian jade fetched 15 small golds. After deducting Jared's service fee, there were still more than 10 left. In this way, after investing 10 small golds into Enrique Hang Group, he still had plenty left over. Enough to sustain Tianhai Shipping Company until it became profitable. One move can invigorate the entire game. Kendrick felt incomparably comfortable. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Farron respectfully standing outside with a row of juniors. President Chen, the handover for Tianhai Shipping Company has been completed. But, the employees generally have some reservations. Farron hesitantly said to Kendrick. Reservations? What's the situation? Kendrick was taken aback. They paid off the overdue salaries when acquiring the company. What more could they want? Chapter 178. Be bold in action, humble in character. Yes, Mr. Chan. Although we have taken over the shipping company, I haven't fully paid the owed salaries yet. If I give all the money to them now without business, many might resign immediately. The people left now include both administrative departments and crew members. They are the minimum essential staff after downsizing. If they leave, we will need to hire more. It would be like throwing money away. So I temporarily withheld some of it, planning to subsidize it into their salaries within 3 months, also protecting our interests. Bruno quickly explained to Kendrick. I see. You did the right thing. Kendrick nodded approvingly. Bruno had indeed thought it through thoroughly. Their acquisition of the shipping company wasn't about charity, but capitalizing on its existing personnel and structure for immediate operations once they got business. I have already gathered all employees in the auditorium, waiting for your speech. Bruno respectfully told Kendrick. Let's go then. Kendrick nodded. These employees were only worried about no further business leading to delayed payments again. As long as the Enrique Hang Group's business was properly connected, all these wouldn't be an issue. Hello, Mr. Chun. Just as Kendrick stepped out, the 2 rows of subordinates outside bowed to him in unison, startling Kendrick. Don't do this anymore. Keep low profile. Kendrick glanced at Bruno, somewhat speechless. Didn't you hear what Mr. Chun said? Quickly disperse. Bruno waved his hand at the crowd. The subordinates scurried off. As Kendrick walked out of the hallway, he saw Michaela standing there with her eyes wide open, having just returned from grocery shopping. Kendrick? Michaela's jaw dropped along with her grocery cart. Michaela, you're back from shopping? Well, I recently started a security company. They were just practicing. Kendrick felt awkward and hurriedly climbed into Bruno's car and sped off. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Michaela excitedly waving to her neighbors and gossiping about the convoy. Great. More rumors about me? In the future, don't come looking for me. If you must, drive yourself. And change to an ordinary car. Kendrick instructed Bruno. Mr. Chun, I just didn't want your neighbors to look down on you, so I tried to create a good impression. Bruno looked embarrassed. Be bold in action, humble in character. Kendrick shook his head. Mr. Chun, I understand. Bruno nodded eagerly. If he had Kendrick's wealth and abilities, he would have at least 8 people carrying him around. How could Kendrick be so humble and down to earth? What a remarkable person. Kendrick's image seemed even more majestic and mysterious now. At Tianhai Kaimingsing Shipping Company, the auditorium was packed with people. This plant used to be an old state-owned factory. Due to land issues, it couldn't be bought, sold, or developed. After taking over, Kendrick rented this place as well. When Kendrick came to the front under Bruno's guidance, murmurs broke out among the audience. No way, this is the general manager? He's too young. Yeah, he looks about my son's age. Can he really manage? Even if he can, why buy this place if there's no business? Running shipping in Peninsula Province with all our ships sold to Enrique Hang Group? Impossible. I think so too. Maybe they just sent someone to calm us down and get us to keep working. Everyone looked at Kendrick and shook their heads. Calm down everyone. This is our Mr. Chun. Please welcome Mr. Chin's speech. Bruno shouted. What speech? Give us the money first. As soon as Bruno spoke, a Hubert jumped up. Exactly. Why take over if you won't pay the full salary? We want our money. With no business, are you letting us starve? So young, trying to do shipping. Who does he think he is? Several more people stood up, seemingly from maintenance and crew departments. Oh shit, showing disrespect to our Mr. Chun? Upon hearing this, Bruno rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the young leader a lesson. But Kendrick held him back. That makes things simple. You have 2 choices. 1, I can withdraw anytime, and the wages already distributed will be reclaimed. Of course, you can choose not to pay. We will sue and use any means necessary outside the law to get it back. Each of your files is here, and I know your exact addresses. You won't be able to keep this money, Kendrick said calmly to everyone. Hearing Kendrick's words, everyone immediately fell silent. After that, your wages will continue to be delayed. I believe that after all this trouble, no one will dare to take over. You can try me, see if I dare or not, if I can or cannot. Kendrick swept his eyes over the crowd. From the few who had led the charge just now, these employees were generally agitated. If he didn't suppress them now, he wouldn't gain any authority later on. Sure enough, hearing Kendrick's words, those people lowered their heads. This money was hard-won. If they lost it again, it would be truly miserable. The second choice. Stay and build up Kaimingsing Shipping Company. I believe those who remain here are elites in your respective fields. I promise. Once the company starts running successfully and makes a profit, everyone's wages will increase by 10%. Kendrick said to everyone. Hearing Kendrick's words, the crowd below began to buzz with discussion again. Obviously, the second choice proposed by Kendrick was more tempting. Now, the shipping business in Peninsula Province is almost monopolized by Enrique Hang Group. We don't even have 1 ship left. Our original routes have been interrupted, and all our clients are gone. How can we do business? The Hubert who spoke first asked Kendrick, but his tone was no longer as confrontational as before. The people around also nodded, clearly sharing the same concern. Ring ring. At that moment, Kendrick's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and smiled slightly. It was precisely Ezekiel calling. Chapter 179. The new boss is too awesome. Turner Enrique, did you receive the money? As soon as the call connected, Kendrick asked Ezekiel, little brother Chun, didn't you say before that there was no need to rush? Well, it's kind of awkward now. How's your preparation going? Tell me the code for the shipping system, and I'll have the technical staff start the integration immediately. Once the shipping system is integrated with the order system, you can start operations. Ezekiel said to Kendrick, shipping system code? Do we even have such a thing? Kendrick was completely baffled and asked the people below him. Yes. The technical director hurriedly came up and handed over the shipping system code to Kendrick. Alright, let's get started with the integration in a bit. You need to hire staff as soon as possible, not just crew members but also people for basic functional departments, customs clearance, foreign trade, and technical departments. Ezekiel said on the phone. Don't worry, Turner Enrique, my team is ready. We can start the integration at any time. Kendrick smiled. Whose call is this? I don't know. Ezekiel continued to ask. What are you guys doing? Weren't you thinking of something earlier? Kendrick glanced at the group of people in sailor uniforms who had been shouting earlier. Yes. Yes. Mr. Chun, we're in. We were blind just now and spoke out of turn. Please don't take offense. All this because of you, shouting around like that? Everyone crowded around Kendrick, and some even slapped the Hubert who had spoken up. They never expected that Kendrick would be so close to the CEO of Enrique Shipping Group. By the sound of it, they would have several ships immediately. To top it off, the customers. I'll transfer the orders from around Tianhai City to you. Just arrange your sales team to handle the connections. Feel free to contact me anytime. Ezekiel added. The salespeople present were instantly excited. Enrique Shipping Group was rushing to hand over orders. The new boss is too awesome. Great. Thank you, Turner Enrique. Kendrick smiled. Oh, by the way, when are you coming back to the provincial capital? Your aunt has been asking you to come over for dinner. This time, she'll cook for you herself, and we can have a good drink together. And that girl keeps asking. Ezekiel continued talking to Kendrick. Kendrick quickly turned off the speaker and moved aside to talk. Brother Dong, who exactly is this Mr. Chun? Yeah, Brother Dong. He seems very familiar with Enrique Shipping Group. Is he the son of some high-level official? Enrique Shipping Group rarely delegates authority. Why are they supporting us so much? Seeing Kendrick talking on the phone, everyone started asking Bruno questions. Stop prying into things that don't concern you. All you need to know is that Mr. Chin's background is beyond your imagination. In short, follow Mr. Chun, and there will be meat to eat. Come on. Whoever said they weren't joining earlier, come over right now, and I'll personally process their resignation. Bruno waved at everyone. Everyone shrank their necks in unison. If you're not resigning, get back to work. I'm telling you now, whoever disrespects Mr. Chin again, I'll slap them. Bruno roared fiercely. Everyone scattered instantly. When Kendrick came back after answering the phone, no one was left. Everyone's gone? Kendrick was taken aback. It was said that state-owned enterprise staff were lax, but where was the laxness? Look at this efficiency. It was so high. Gone. They don't need to be watched over, Mr. Chen. I'll keep an eye on things here. Bruno nodded and bowed to Kendrick. All right then. With the shipping company settled, I need to prepare for my trip to Kyoto. I'll leave everything here in your hands. Just now, Turner Enrique mentioned that Enrique Shipping Group will send people to assist with the handover. You're responsible for liaising with them. Kendrick nodded. Bruno was meticulous, powerful, and ruthless. Plus, he had been following Kendrick's instructions diligently lately, making him quite useful. Having successfully overcome the financial crisis, everything would gradually improve. Recently, Kendrick had been closely monitoring the news of the International Exhibition Company, but there had been no significant developments. Kendrick even specifically asked Adelard in the United States to check, and there were no reports or news about the theft of treasures abroad. Finally, he could rest assured about handling the national treasure. Shiliang. A winter morning, quiet and mysterious. It seemed as if the whole world had been delicately adorned with a thin layer of snow powder. As the first rays of dawn rose, the sky gradually turned into a soft golden hue, complementing the snowy landscape below. After a night's flight, there was no sign of fatigue on the faces of those in the hot air balloon. Every moment they had just experienced kept refreshing their perception of the world. Seeing Shiliang from above for the first time, the new perspective held their eyes captive. Not to mention, the winter night they had just spent. The Milky Way, like countless shimmering pearls, left everyone awestruck. Your Bretjesty. That river seems to be Wuyang River. At this speed, we should reach the capital tonight. The person responsible for checking the terrain reported to Callie. Good, then we won't land for rest today. Is the fuel enough as the deity said? Callie nodded. More than enough. I've been monitoring the fuel gauge according to the deity's instructions. The remaining fuel is enough for us to fly back. Another person confirmed. Your Bretjesty, look. There seems to be a troop below. From the banner, it looks like General Hamilton's forces. This moment, one of the Imperial Guards pointed in a direction and shouted. Callie followed the direction with his gaze. Indeed, he saw a group of soldiers surrounding several people. Chapter 180. There is no such thing as a god. Press on. Trust that General Hamilton can handle it. Callie said slowly. The hot air balloon did not stop, quickly drifting towards the capital city. And at this moment, in a certain town, Hamilton was escorting the captured rebels to the capital. At that time, after suppressing the uprising with his troops, Hamilton had almost effortlessly routed the rebel forces in disarray. But Hamilton took into account Callie's previous instructions, and he also considered that as a former general of another faction, this was his first time leading troops. Thus, he did not slaughter indiscriminately. Instead, he escorted them to the capital for Callie to deal with personally. However, despite being captured, these people were unrepentant. They now collectively staged a hunger strike and refused to move any further. General, they are too audacious. In my opinion, let's just eliminate them. The adjutant general beside him was quite enraged. His Bretjesty is based on righteousness. We cannot tarnish his Bretjesty's reputation. And I am, after all, a surrendered general. If I slaughtered wildly, there will surely be someone who would use this against me, making it difficult for his Bretjesty. His Bretjesty has trusted me so much, I cannot make things difficult for him. Hamilton waved his hand. He came forward. Listen well. His Bretjesty is the Lord of Shiliang. His imperial edict is law. You have defied his orders, which is an act of great disobedience. But his Bretjesty is benevolent and spares you from death. This is not a reason for you to take advantage. Furthermore, Shiliang is blessed by the gods. Even if you starve to death, when you face the gods, they will not forgive you either. Hamilton addressed the crowd. Humph, talking about gods? Trying to scare us? We're not afraid of dying. Why should we fear gods? There's no such thing as gods. Indeed, don't forget that when establishing Shiliang, we also contributed money. Now you want to seize our land without hesitation? And you won't allow us to raise strong sons? How will we defend ourselves when bandits come? If you want us to eat, at least serve 8 dishes. We must have warm wine, and find some women to sing songs for us. These hard cakes, even dogs wouldn't eat them. Might as well give them to your god. These aristocratic families realized along the way. Callie didn't plan to kill them, and neither did this person dare to do so. Therefore, they became bolder. Humph. Though his Bretjesty says he avoids killing, he never said anything about beating. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Come. Strip and suspend the heads of the Chu, Adebayo, and Jean family owners. This general will punish them personally to see if their bones are as tough as their mouths. Hamilton coldly said. As the soldiers were about to move forward, they involuntarily stopped and looked up at the sky. Those family owners, who were preparing to resist, suddenly froze, dumbfounded at what they saw in the sky. Hamilton was stunned. He hurriedly turned to look. He then saw a huge head flying past in the sky nearby. Heaven! Heaven! There actually are gods? The god has appeared. The 3 family owners instantly collapsed onto the icy ground. But what was even colder was their blood. They had just doubted the existence of the Shiliang god, and the next moment, the god of Shiliang appeared. What does this mean? There really is a god watching over. Great God above. I was wrong. Spare my life, O God. People fell to the ground, bowing toward the direction where the god disappeared. Especially those clan leaders who instigated earlier, they were kowtowing like crazy. Bleeding from their foreheads, they dared not stop. Hamilton also looked at the god's head that had just flown by with shock. Previously, he heard about the gods of Shiliang from others, and knew through the withdrawal of the Bailiang army. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. The god's head flew in the sky. How could there be any doubt? He immediately knelt down facing the direction where the god vanished. Respectfully, he bowed 3 times. It wasn't until long after the god's head disappeared that the scene slowly regained composure. Don't just stand there. You've seen the god. You choose. Continue the hunger strike or set off? Hamilton coldly asked. We set off. Immediately set off. If the general thinks we offended you, please don't blame us. When we reach the capital, if his Bretjesty asks, just say we woke up on the way. As long as it is his Bretjesty's order, we will absolutely follow. Absolutely follow. Their attitudes made a 180-degree turn instantly. Why didn't you behave this way earlier? Did you need the god to intervene? Move on quickly. Hamilton saw through but didn't point it out, signaling the troops. Everyone forgot about eating, and immediately got up to continue their journey. The deity appeared, and all 4 seas submitted. It was just like that. Similar scenes were happening along the route as Callie and his companions traveled in the hot air balloon. Tianhai City. Kendrick had just returned home and was preparing to pack his luggage for the trip to the capital. He had asked Callie, who was still on the way. Not in a hurry, he planned to have Callie send those treasures over after reaching the capital. This way, the treasures would not be noticed by anyone, and he could still carry the chest with him. Knock knock. Just as Kendrick was packing, a knock came from the door. Michaela? Why did you come here? Kendrick opened the door to see Michaela from upstairs. I bought some leeks at the market today, very fresh. I made some dumplings especially for you. Michaela handed a plate of dumplings to Kendrick. How can I accept this? Come in and sit down. Kendrick quickly took them. You're making it sound too formal. We've been neighbors for so many years. After your parents passed away, I should take care of you more. Michaela said while walking in. Oh my, look at how messy your place is. A house cannot do without a woman. To change the subject, my sister's daughter just graduated from university this year, studying dance. Oh, what a pretty girl she is. And such long legs. I see you haven't found anyone else since breaking up with that unfriendly girl. How about I introduce you to her sometime? Have a chat? As soon as Michaela sat down, she started talking to Kendrick. Chapter 181. The deity flies back with his Bretjesty in his arms. That is, Michaela, I actually have a girlfriend already, but she's in another city. How about we just forget it? Thank you for your dumplings anyway. Kendrick quickly let Michaela out. Oh my, long-distance relationships are tough. Why don't you reconsider and leave your phone number behind? Michaela wouldn't give up and insisted on leaving her phone number with Kendrick before leaving. Kendrick couldn't help but laugh through his tears. Knock knock knock. As soon as Michaela left, Turner Gregory from next door came over. Kendrick, I hear that you're now a famous big brother in the underground world of Tianhai City. My second brother's child owed money to someone called Brother Dao. Could you put in a good word for him? Turner Gregory eagerly spoke once inside. Huh. Kendrick was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did I become a big brother in the underworld? Knock knock knock. The knocking came again. Turner Huang from upstairs came in with a few apples. Kendrick, I heard you've made something of yourself? My nephew's cousin got into trouble for drunk driving. Please try to get him out. These apples are too much for us. You keep them. Turner Huang started talking as soon as he came in. Soon after, people from the whole building were lining up to visit Kendrick. Some were littered with corpses. Who would have thought it would prosper so quickly? Casimir said reflectively. Yes. All this is thanks to the deity. Speed up, land straight into the palace. Callie nodded. Thinking of Kendrick's needs, he kept urging for more speed. At this moment, Brittany citizens were wandering through the night market. Suddenly, someone glanced up and spotted the hot air balloon silently passing through the night sky, causing a sudden outcry. This cry drew many eyes upward, noticing Nez's giant head. Heaven, the deity has descended. Why is only the deity's head visible? So this is what the deity looks like. It's huge. The deity is heading for the palace. No, look below the deity. It seems to be his Bretjesty. It's his Bretjesty. The hot air balloon gradually lowered. People on the ground could clearly see those on the hot air balloon. They all knelt down to worship. Callie leaned out, waving to everyone. This scene calmed the initially startled crowd. It's his Bretjesty flying with the deity. Our Shiliang emperor is with the deity. Long live the emperor. Run fast. Didn't you see the deity of Shiliang returned? Tell our people, withdraw immediately. Long live the emperor. Quickly return what was stolen just now. Hurry. Witnessing Kali and the deity together shocked all sorts of people in the capital. In the palace, the guards also noticed the enormous head. Trembling, they all kneeled down. When they realized it was Kali on top, they cheered instantly. Follow the deity's instructions. Secure the hot air balloon. We can still use it later. Rest up. After Kali spoke to Casimir and the others, he walked toward the temple. Boss, you all went up to the sky too? The deity carried you all up there as well? What about the others? Weren't many people with you then? Seeing Casimir and the others shakily descending from the hot air balloon, a group of guards rushed over. I'm not exaggerating. Just this trip alone opened my eyes. Let me tell you. Casimir enthusiastically described their experiences along the way to the crowd. Kali, on the other hand, immediately took the chest to the temple and placed inside it the items Kendrick had asked her to send. Long country. Jingdu. It was Monday, and the National Museum was closed. In a conference room at the National Museum, Terrence and several leaders were seated inside. The Global Treasure Exhibition is set for the day after tomorrow, and it's scheduled to be held in our National Museum. It's really an act of last resort. Yes, we must verify that those treasures still exist. This first-hand data will help us fill in gaps in our records. To see our national treasures exhibited in Long Country by others is simply disgraceful. Indeed, especially since one of the exhibits is the long-lost bronze head. How distressing. We are going to face criticism for this. Amen's disgust. A few weeks ago, they received an application from a global touring exhibition organization to exhibit in Long Country. Initially, Long Country intended to refuse. But upon hearing that the exhibition included artifacts lost from Long Country for centuries, the rooster head, dog head, sheep head, snake head, and dragon head, they reconsidered and agreed. They wanted to see these missing national treasures for themselves. However, the arrangement left everyone feeling uneasy. This is the humiliation of history, something we can't avoid. The British Museum and other foreign museums still openly display treasures plundered from our country. If only an international thief would come and steal these things back for us. Terrence sighed alongside them. Chapter 182. I brought back the national treasures. It's almost impossible to steal them back. I heard that this time, the touring exhibition agency has hired a top-notch security team from around the world. Previously, during the exhibition in Bald Eagle Country, they had a falling out with the original security team. A leader of the National Museum said, falling out? How did that happen? Didn't I hear that there are quite a few treasures from our Dragon Country on display in Bald Eagle Country? Those relics like the Liao Sankai Luohan statue and the Shang Dynasty bronze double ram vessel can all be considered national treasures. A person next to him asked, I don't know the details. I just heard it from a friend who works for a foreign security company. It said there was an internal theft, which caused the fallout. Our national treasures were lost. The person shook his head. How despicable. They stole our things and couldn't even keep them safe for us. If thieves stole them and brought them back to Dragon Country, it would have been better. Terrence sighed. Old Chow, the customs in Bald Eagle Country aren't easy to get past. They might work together. Even if discovered, the items could end up in a museum at their customs. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It only makes me angrier. Old Chow, what have you been busy with lately? I heard you just flew in from Gansu? The curator asked Terrence. Recently, most archaeologists in Dragon Country have headed west. It's strange because previously, there weren't many tombs or ruins over there, but now there are suddenly more. We also have to race against tomb raiders. Fortunately, this new site we found is relatively shallow, so the tomb raiders haven't started digging yet. We managed to protect it in time. Terrence rubbed his shoulders. Are there new discoveries? Almost all our staff have been dispatched. The Weijin fever seems to be heating up. After the tour ends, we plan to host a special exhibit showcasing artifacts from the Weijin period, which isn't widely known. The curator smiled and said, there are indeed many new discoveries. There have also been new finds in Xinjiang province. We're short-handed these days, so we can consider expanding enrollment in archaeology programs. Terrence nodded and said, new finds in Xinjiang again? You must be joking? That place has always been an archaeological hotspot. Guizhi, Yinchi, Ruoqiang, Lulan, Jingjue, and other ancient states have been extensively excavated, haven't they? The curator was puzzled. No, this time it's related to the kingdom of Yiwu. Terrence waved his hand. Yiwu Kingdom? From the 16 Kingdoms era? Isn't there barely any historical record of it, and its existence was short-lived? Everyone was curious. You might find this hard to believe. Based on our research from newly uncovered documents, the Yiwu Kingdom might have aligned itself with the Western Liang Kingdom as an affiliate state. This history differs from what we previously knew. But the previous records about the Yiwu Kingdom were too sparse to support much, while current documents are quite detailed. Perhaps it's true. Terrence furrowed his brows and explained to everyone. Oh, by the way, not only has Malcolm, the two-headed god, been confirmed, but Neza might also be verified soon. Terrence thought of something and told the group. Neza? Are you serious? Everyone's mouths twitched. According to descriptions, he wears 3 hairpins dripping with pearls, 4 gold-inlaid belts adorned with precious stones, and a necklace of 7 colored lotuses circling his neck. One head alone stands proud among men. Who else fits this description except Neza? Moreover, this account doesn't come from one single document, but spans several thousand miles. As a materialist, I'm torn now. Terrence spread his hands. Well, listening to Terrence, everyone fell silent. They were all materialists. But recent discoveries made them doubt the world. I think perhaps someone traveled back in time? This could explain our various discoveries. An elder stroked his beard and shook his head. Time travel is impossible. Setting aside other considerations, the various bacteria we carry today could cause a major plague in ancient times. The curator chuckled. All right, enough of this. Old Chow, the person you scheduled hasn't arrived yet. I also scheduled someone for today. It's a young master from the Tony family in Kyoto. Mysteriously, he wants to contribute some national treasures. I let him join today's meeting of national sentiment. If they could return, it would be a great comfort to the nation. Instantly, everyone looked eagerly at the suitcase in Trace's hand. Right, pretty impressive, huh? I spent a fortune on this. I'm not asking for much. Just give me what I paid for them and cover my round-trip expenses to Bald Eagle Country. I have the receipt right here. The amount is all written down. Trace pulled out a crumpled receipt and handed it over along with the suitcase. Wait, you just said you flew back? The customs in Bald Eagle Country let you through so easily? The curator looked doubtful. Of course not. Both the customs in Bald Eagle Country and Dragon Country examined my suitcase for quite some time. They finally let me through. I reckon the Bald Eagle Country customs officials didn't know better. I told them these were fakes I bought, and they believed me. As for Dragon Country customs, they definitely protect their own. Trace boasted. Let me see. The curator couldn't wait to open the suitcase. Chapter 183. Yours are fake. Mine is real. Indeed, the artifact from the international exhibition representing donghua were on display. The surrounding old gentlemen, all wearing glasses, gathered around. But after taking a few glances, their expressions changed. They were all experts from the museum, and they could immediately tell that these items were all forgeries, and quite poor ones at that. How much did you say you paid for these? But these seasoned veterans understood perfectly well. Sorry. I'm late, Terrence. I was worried about damaging the antiques during transport, so I took a taxi, which got stuck in traffic. I got out and walked the rest of the way. Really sorry. At this moment, Kendrick entered, carrying an antique wooden box. Little brother Chen, come here, let me introduce you. This is Director Fred of the National Museum. These are also leaders from the National Museum. I've brought them here for you. And this is the Kendrick I told you about before. Seeing Kendrick, Terrence eagerly introduced him. Director Dongfang, hello everyone. My apologies for troubling you today. Kendrick spoke apologetically. No problem. After all, old Chow's paying for lunch anyway. The director smiled. Although this Hubert was late, his repeated apologies made it hard to complain. Much better than the boastful Trace from earlier. What is this? Noticing the antiques in front of everyone, Kendrick froze. These items seemed identical to what he had brought today, but no, their color and feel clearly indicated they were fake. Though Kendrick didn't specialize in antiques, after seeing the genuine articles, spotting the differences became easy. These are all fakes. Why are you still here? Just leave. Trying to scam money here. The director impatiently waved Trace away. Humiliated, Trace prepared to pack up and go when he turned and saw what Terrence eagerly pulled from the wooden box. Startled, he glanced back at the last week bronze double ram vessel in his hand. Terrence had produced an identical one. Kendrick felt somewhat speechless. Terrence was too eager. There was still an outsider present. The moment he set the box gently on the table, Terrence opened it and retrieved the item. Seeing what Terrence held, the director and others first paused, then donned their glasses and crowded closer. Heavens! Could this be real? The coloring, texture, style. It's almost certainly authentic. From the patina, it looks like a Shangzhou bronze. Could it be real? Heavens, look at the stone's pattern. You carried this in a box? Quickly, put on gloves, don't damage it. The group of old gentlemen were stunned. Although they hadn't examined closely, their years at the museum had honed their eyes, immediately recognizing the non-ordinary quality of the items. Why? His item is from the Shangzhou era. Mine is from last week? They look exactly the same. Are you deliberately favoring him? Enraged, Trace shouted. He thought he would come back with a certificate for buying a national treasure and make a huge profit, but he didn't expect to be scammed. It was bad enough that he was scammed. And then, without even leaving yet, another person came in with exactly the same items, which were deemed authentic. Is this a joke? Yours. Could it be from the white-headed Eagle Country? Kendrick's mouth twitched. None of your business. Where did you get those things? Trace immediately shifted the blame to Kendrick. I found them on the road. Kendrick shrugged. Found on the road? Without spending a penny? Trace's mouth opened wide like a frog's. Sure, what's wrong with that? Did you spend a lot? Kendrick asked, puzzled. You. Fine, you're in cahoots. Just wait. Fuming, Trace packed up his items and glared fiercely at Kendrick before storming out. What just happened? Kendrick was thoroughly confused. Forget about him. He brought fake goods, while yours are all real. It's strange if he's happy. Kendrick, you really found these things on the road? Terrence asked. Terrence, don't put me in a difficult position. Anyway, if you ask me, I'll say I found them. Just check if they're real. If they are, I want to donate them to the National Museum for free. Kendrick told Terrence. Donate for free? You're serious? The director walked over with a look of astonishment. Yes, these things belong to the country. They wandered overseas, and I managed to bring them back. These kinds of things should only truly be home when placed in the National Museum. Kendrick nodded. Oh my. You're Kendrick, right? Your sense of dedication is incredible. These items have passed our preliminary appraisal as genuine, but we still need to analyze them using equipment. How about staying in Kyoto for a few days? We'll notify you as soon as we have news. In addition, the National Museum will cover all your expenses for food, accommodation, and entertainment in Kyoto. The director said excitedly to Kendrick. Chapter 184. Find a way to do it again. Sure. Kendrick nodded in agreement. We still need further discussions on how to handle these treasures in the future. After all, since the International Touring Exhibition Organization has lost these treasures, and we suddenly put them on display, it may cause you some trouble. But rest assured, we will not disclose this matter to the outside world. No matter how you obtained them, your act of donating them to the country unconditionally, our National Museum guarantees for you. The curator explained to Kendrick. That's perfect. Kendrick was also very satisfied with this approach. By the way, speaking of the International Touring Exhibition Organization, in a few days, they are going to exhibit in Kyoto, including the bronze head that was previously lost. Since Mr. Chun is in Kyoto, you can visit with an invitation from our national museum. The curator added, recalling something. International tour? Lost bronze head? Kendrick froze for a moment. Then he became excited. Isn't this another opportunity? Now it's in donghua, which must be much more convenient than when in the United States. Since I've met it again, find a way to do it one more time. Sure, thank you. Then I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. Kendrick nodded, picking up his suitcase and walking out. Just as he pushed open the back door of the museum, he saw Trace pulling on a girl. Tracy? Stop. Kendrick froze. That girl turned out to be Melody, and he rushed over immediately. Kendrick. This hooligan is bullying me. Seeing Kendrick come over, Melody quickly broke free from Trace and ran towards Kendrick. She dove into Kendrick's arms. Kendrick staggered. Who's the hooligan? I asked you to have coffee, but you refused? How ungrateful. Damn it. Why is it you again? Trace, seeing it was Kendrick, his eyes instantly blazed with fury as he saw Melody nestled in Kendrick's arms. He had just found a beautiful eavesdropper by the back door and couldn't stop thinking about her. Even though he had conquered thousands of hearts before, this beauty's appearance and temperament would easily rank among the top 3. Even in the city filled with beauties like Kyoto, she could be counted among the finest. Immediately, he approached her with flattery. Unexpectedly, the beauty was quite strong and gave him no face at all. So what if it's me? She's my girlfriend. Go away now. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Kendrick stood in front of Melody and took a step forward. Seeing Kendrick's towering figure of 6 feet 1, Trace backed off instantly. Fine. You've got guts. You're called Kendrick, right? I'll remember you. Trace threw down a menacing sentence and scurried away in disgrace. What are you doing here? Kendrick asked Melody. Well, it's such a coincidence. I came to play. Look, the weather is really nice today. Melody awkwardly moved from behind Kendrick to the side. Kendrick looked at the overcast sky and twitched his lips. It might rain soon. You didn't follow me, did you? Kendrick chuckled. Follow you? Who am I? I'm here to visit the museum. I made a reservation. Want to see it? Melody pulled out her phone as a backup. The National Museum is closed on Mondays. You can't make reservations. Kendrick said calmly. Melody. Wait a minute. The National Museum is closed. So why are you here? Melody widened her big eyes. I came to contribute to the country. Kendrick smiled. Right, sure you did. But I didn't agree to be your girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Melody glanced at Kendrick, her face turning red. Her voice grew softer, nervously rubbing the hem of her skirt. Let me think. If you followed me, shouldn't you have used a tracking device? Brett, you installed one on my phone? You're learning bad things. Kendrick teased as he watched Melody's embarrassed look. Who installed a tracker on your phone? I asked Chi Morningstar Shipping Company, alright? That donghua person was very friendly, telling me your flight information and even how you were taken to the airport. So I knew you came to the National Museum. Melody patted her chest. Kendrick was dumbfounded. Bruno, you traitor, selling me out so thoroughly? You just missed the same flight as me, arriving today. And then I met a perverted hooligan. Good thing you came out. I don't care. I'm staying with you for the next few days. Melody was still a little shaken. With me? That's not a good idea, right? Kendrick swallowed hard. Only then did he notice that Melody hadn't tied her hair up today. Her long black hair was flying in the wind, dancing with the breeze like a black satin draped over her shoulders. She wore a small blouse on top and a pleated skirt below, tucking the hem of the blouse into the skirt. Her 2 slender, fair legs weren't covered by stockings. On her feet were a pair of canvas shoes and white socks. This made her appear sunny, energetic, and sweetly innocent. What are you looking at? Melody blushed as she walked forward. Oh, nothing. You're beautiful. Kendrick didn't hide his praise at all. Let's go. I'm starving. Shall we go eat? This suitcase looks so old. Why are you carrying this thing? Melody's face was flushed red as she hooked her arm around Kendrick's. She asked curiously. It's a treasure. Kendrick smiled but didn't explain further. He let Melody hook her arm around his as they walked out. The two first went to a restaurant for a meal. Afterward, Kendrick received a call from the National Museum's curator, saying they had already reserved a room for him. So Kendrick went to check in and put the suitcase in the room. But what he didn't expect was that once Melody entered the room, she immediately lay down on the bed. I couldn't get a business class ticket. It was exhausting. Where am I sleeping tonight? Melody crossed her long and beautiful legs and blinked at Kendrick. Let me book another room next door for you. Kendrick felt a headache. Melody looked purely innocent when she wanted to be, and truly enchanting when she chose to be. Ding dong. Just as Melody was about to say something, her phone rang. Hurry. You quickly hide in the bathroom. My dad is video calling. Melody hurriedly pushed Kendrick into the bathroom. Chapter 185. Ha, I just saw it. It's a king-size bedroom. What? Your father. Just as Kendrick was bewildered, Melody closed the bathroom door and connected a video call to Ezekiel. Dad, do you need anything? I'm already back at school, so I won't be coming home for a few days. Melody said to Ezekiel. Back to school? I just came back from your dormitory. Where did you go? Wait, are you in a hotel? You. Ezekiel on the other side of the phone suddenly started stuttering. Well, I came to play in Kyoto for a few days. I didn't want you to worry, Melody said timidly. Listening in the bathroom, Kendrick felt his heart drop. The news that Melody had come to Kyoto was unknown to the family. Did you go to meet an internet friend? Let me tell you, they all have ulterior motives these days. Don't you know that would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter? Ezekiel said with anguish. How could she? I've already booked a room. Look, it's just me. Melody subconsciously glanced at the position of the bathroom. Nonsense. With what did you book it? There were no consumption messages on my card. Hold up your phone and turn around. I can't understand why you suddenly went to Kyoto to play. And by yourself? Check behind the curtains, under the air conditioner unit, under the bed, inside the wardrobe. otherwise I'll stop your cart. Ezekiel ordered his daughter angrily, fearing that his precious daughter might be taken advantage of. Their family wanted to grow and pass on through generations like other families. However, the second generation only had two people, one of whom ran away. Suffering from some hidden illness, Ezekiel had only one cherished daughter, Melody, with no hope of having more children. The inability to sustain the family lineage was a regret to their whole family. So, Melody's marriage was of paramount importance. If any delinquent took advantage of her, it would all be ruined. How could Ezekiel not be worried? Upon hearing this situation, Kendrick shivered all over. Had he been outside earlier, there might not have been any misunderstanding. If Ezekiel saw him in the bathroom later, it would be unexplainable. Worse still, Ezekiel might even think Kendrick intentionally lured Melody here. Kendrick just opened the door to slip out when Melody arrived at the bathroom door with her phone in hand. When the door opened, Kendrick almost bumped into the camera. Fortunately, Kendrick quickly slapped his hand over the camera. Wait, Kendrick? Was that Kendrick just now? Even though Kendrick moved quickly, Ezekiel still saw a familiar big face. Enrique. Turner Enrique. Let me explain. I actually just met her less than 2 hours ago. Kendrick felt like crying. Ha 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 honey, don't worry, the girl is with Kendrick. Ha ha ha, I just saw it. It's a king-size bedroom. Ha ha ha, that night Kendrick shouted our daughter's name when he was drunk. Ha ha ha. And the call ended. Kendrick. Melody. What did your dad mean by hanging up? Didn't he worry that I'd done something to you? He didn't even listen to my explanation. Kendrick was full of helplessness. Knowing it was him staying in a hotel room with their daughter, they were grinning. What kind of situation was this? They wouldn't. After you left that day, they contacted everyone they could in Tian High City and dug up everything about you. My mom, well, couldn't wait for us to. Melody stuck out her tongue, lowering her head while speaking. Her face was red like an apple. Cough, cough. Kendrick naturally understood Melody's meaning. According to the Enrique family's investigation of him, they seemed to have set their sights on him. Breck since. He was successful in his career, young, handsome, unmarried, single, and importantly, currently an orphan. Bread-eyed, that was the best choice for the Enrique family. Hence, they were actively pushing their daughter towards him. Oh dear. I prefer being proactive. Kendrick didn't know whether to be happy or not. Though Callie and Melody had similar names and pronunciation, their personalities were completely different. Callie was aloof and cool, graceful, considerate, outstanding, like a deep spring, wrecking him feel a late meeting and a heartfelt connection. Melody was passionate, amiable, blossoming, wise, and beautiful, like scenery of 4 seasons. Although the two had only met once, and even their first encounter was filled with misunderstandings, every glance between them seemed to reveal an understanding as if they had grown up together. They felt very comfortable and at ease when they were together. He had been with Riley for so many years and never experienced this kind of feeling. Love is indeed a strange thing. Ding ling ling. Just as Kendrick was embarrassed and Melody's face was flushed, almost dripping water, Kendrick's phone rang. Both breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chun, I have sent you an electronic admission ticket. Please check it. The call came from the museum director, Fred. Thank you. Can I bring someone else with this ticket? Kendrick glanced at Melody beside him. Yes, one ticket allows for a maximum of 2 people. If there are more people, just let me know in advance, Fred said. No need, 1 ticket is enough. Thank you, director. Kendrick quickly replied. What ticket is that? Melody asked curiously. There's a global tour exhibition of precious items from various countries recently. This time it's being held in our long country, and it includes some of the lost 12 zodiac bronze heads. Kendrick explained. Showing our long country's bronze heads in long country? Isn't that highly inappropriate? Melody frowned slightly. Yes, I also think it makes us uncomfortable. But the museum authorities probably couldn't refuse since those bronze heads went missing, and there has been no news after that. If they can be seen by more people in long country, perhaps it can alleviate some regret. Kendrick slowly said. I remember, those 12 zodiac bronze heads were looted during the Second Opium War when the Anglo-French Allied forces set fire to the old summer palace, right? So, if the items are genuine, does that mean the institution behind this global treasure exhibition could be descendants of those Anglo-French Allied forces? They're using this exhibition to further humiliate us long country again. How outrageous. Melody guessed something. You're right. I also don't believe their intentions for this exhibition are as good as they claim. Now that you mention it, are you interested in these things too? Kendrick asked. Chapter 186, thoroughly convinced. I learned some of these things from my grandfather. My grandfather loved researching antiques, and so does my father. A few weeks ago, he spent over 30 million on 2 pieces of Haitian jade, almost getting scolded to death by my mother. Luckily, my grandfather said they were genuine. Melody said with a smile. Kendrick. Haitian jade? That means the 10 billion yuan I gathered included money contributed by Ezekiel himself? Come to think of it, there aren't many people in long country who can cough up that much money for jade. What a small world. Let's go take a look first. I don't have a good plan yet. Kendrick shook his head. Autocratic families, one needed more than just military prowess. Political acumen and strategy were essential. Clearly, Hamilton's performance reassured Callie greatly. I do not care about the role of aristocratic families and clans in other countries. But in Xiliang, I am the true ruler of Xiliang. After this crackdown, are you all convinced? Callie asked everyone. Your Bretjesty. We were wrong. We offended your Bretjesty, offended the gods. Please forgive us. From now on, whatever your Bretjesty says goes, and we will have no objections. Spare us, your Bretjesty. As soon as Callie finished speaking, everyone below prostrated themselves in unison. This scene surprised Callie repeatedly. These aristocratic families were intricately connected with officials. She had expected significant resistance after coming to the capital, but now they submitted so easily. What happened? Did you torture them on the way? Callie asked Hamilton in front. If a single crackdown could make these deeply entrenched families act like this, their power must be quite weak. Something didn't add up. No, no, no. Your humble servant dare not. Just as we were encountering issues on the road, divine beings flew overhead, and they all knelt immediately. When they got up, they became very obedient. Hamilton hurriedly knelt down and recounted the encounter with the divine beings to Callie. Listening to this, Callie couldn't help but laugh. Of course, she knew. When they flew overhead, they also saw Hamilton and the others on the ground. She hadn't expected it to have such a huge impact. Since that's the case, let them go. Once back, arrange according to the imperial edict. If anyone causes trouble again, the gods will personally mete out punishment. Callie told everyone. She believed the Chun-Sir Li of the gods far exceeded her own authority as empress. In this way, the problem of land consolidation in Xiliang could be resolved smoothly. Your Majesty, recently reports from all over the country have come in. They found traces of the divine beings everywhere. I've already arranged for local chronicles to record these events. Now, reverence for the divine beings in our regions has reached unprecedented heights. After the aristocrats were escorted out, Jarrett, you stepped forward to report to Callie. Excellent. Keep it up. I believe Xiliang will undergo rapid transformation in a short time. Callie was quite excited. However, your Majesty should not risk entering dangerous situations. If anything happens to your Majesty, Xiliang will crumble in an instant, which would be too heavy a loss. Jarrett, you and other ministers knelt down to Callie. When Callie our former emperor of Xiliang lacked many heirs, leaving your Majesty no choice but to make difficult decisions. We are not questioning your Majesty's legitimacy, but we propose that while Xiliang remains stable, your Majesty should establish a harem to ensure the continuation of the lineage of Xiliang. Hamilton swallowed, nervously stepping forward to say this. Chapter 187. The Annette's Harem. What? Harem? Callie couldn't help but widen her eyes. This time, after Callie left, the officials of the capital city of Xiliang were almost in chaos. They knew that the deity only had contact with Callie. If anything happened to Callie, Xiliang would completely lose the deity's protection. If Callie could leave a descendant, the deity would surely continue to protect them. But a woman as emperor has never existed throughout the dynasties. If the emperor was male, the selection of harem concubines, whether through alliances or recruitment, would have a well-established process. But for Annette Callie's harem, they debated for 3 to 4 days before deciding to emulate the harem model, selecting handsome and talented young men from various regions. They would be trained intensively in their skills to please her Majesty. But the problem, where to select from, caused enormous controversy. After all, who leaves the imperial lineage is the bloodline of that family. In the future, this country would belong to that family. The heads of several families refused to give an inch, even resorting to violence. Until Callie returned safely, there was no conclusion. Only then did they deliberate on reporting it to her Majesty for her own decision. Listening to Ailbe, Callie was also dumbfounded. Regarding the idea of a harem, although she was the emperor, she had never thought about it. Previously, Xiliang was in ruins, everything needing revival. She was busy with state affairs. At the most helpless, empty, and lonely times, Kendrick's appearance filled the emotional and dependent void within her. She had no thoughts on this matter at all. But she was the emperor after all. Thinking back, when her father was her age, she herself had already been born. The harem concubines were even more numerous. Emotionally and reasonably, for the nation and its people, she should do this. But, this matter, let the emperor report. Urgent message from Rurin. Just as Callie hesitated, a hurried voice came from outside. Everyone in the grand hall turned around. 2 guards escorted a messenger inside. An urgent message from Rurin? Bring it here for me to see. Callie quickly said. Casimir soon stepped forward and handed the letter to Callie. After reading it, Callie couldn't help but frown. The Khan of Rurin Khanal has sent word that they have successfully united most of the Rurin tribes through our grain supplies and trade methods. They have unified the Rurin grasslands. But not long ago, Northern Wei's Bliss sent troops northward, forcefully occupying the southeastern pastures. Bretonny tribes were forced to migrate west. Now Northern Wei has stationed troops on the grasslands, likely planning further actions against Rurin next spring. They are short of soldiers, food, and military equipment. They seek assistance from us in Xiliang. In exchange, they can open up all the mines across Rurin. What do you think? Callie asked everyone. Your Majesty, even before this, when the Khan of Rurin Yuchu Gregory Dayton was still alive, besides attacking our Xiliang, they continuously harassed Northern Wei's borders. Previously, Northern Wei faced power transitions and struggled to respond. Since Bliss took over, Northern Wei rapidly developed and now has considerable strength. Counterattacking Rurin is normal. Ailbe said as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Jarrett is correct. This Bliss is the eldest son of Northern Wei's Minuan Emperor Ford, young but ambitious. I once heard that when Bliss was born, his appearance and physique were different from ordinary children, giving the Tuoba clan great hope. In the 6th year of Tianshi, Shaw passed away. Bliss's father succeeded as emperor, appointing Bliss as Prince Taiping and Grand General, overseeing state affairs. While Shaw was ill, he handled state affairs. He is exceptionally intelligent, ambitious, and militarily gifted, likely becoming a formidable opponent for us in Xiliang. Family head Schuyler of the Zhang family stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I suggest we agree to Rurin's request. Support Rurin and drain Northern Wei. Jarrett Uj of the Jarrett family also stepped forward and said, I second it. I second it. Everyone nodded. Come, unfold the map previously given by the deity. Callie instructed Casimir. Soon, a huge color map was displayed before everyone. Look, here is Northern Wei, to its north is Rurin, surrounding it are other powers like Xiaohu, Gregory Jarrett, Northern Yin, and some nomadic tribes. Adding our Xiliang, Baoyang, Shiqin, later Chochi, etc., the situation is extremely complex. Recently, Rurin has been continuously harassing the border regions of Northern Wei, while the Gregory Jarrett dynasty south of the Huai River has been preparing to reclaim the lost territories south of the Yellow River. Thus, the Northern Wei regime is under the threat of being attacked from both front and rear, sandwiched between enemies to the north and south. If you were Bliss of Northern Wei, how would you break this deadlock? Callie looked at the map and asked everyone. Everyone was taken aback. They had never really thought about the problem from Northern Wei's perspective. Judging solely from the map, the situation Northern Wei faces is indeed more complicated than ours in Xiliang. Surrounded by formidable foes, it's hard to stay aloof. I don't have a good solution. LB shook his head. Indeed. At first glance, the current situation seems very difficult to handle. But Bliss has already made his choice. Callie reminded everyone. Rurin. Everyone immediately understood. But your Bretjesty, from the map, Rurin has the largest territory and the most extensive domain. Choosing to attack Rurin would drag the war out for a long time, which isn't a wise move. Skylar was somewhat puzzled. Previously, we repelled Rurin's troops, killing many enemies and capturing numerous horses, significantly weakening Rurin's military strength. Plus, with the death of the former Khan Yuji Gregory Dayton and the new Khan taking power, Rurin's military forces are far weaker than before. They don't need to completely annihilate Rurin. They only need to take the opportunity to deplete Rurin's effective forces, thus securing years of respite for Northern Wei. Then gradually encroach on neighboring smaller countries. Their initial attack on Rurin is just to eliminate any future threats. Callie explained, looking at the map. Chapter 188. They have seen more antiques than you have played with women. Your Bretjesty's words have enlightened us. With your Bretjesty, our Western Liang need not fear the Northern Wei. Everyone was profoundly moved. Being born in turbulent times and encountering an enlightened ruler is truly a blessing. What if the young and capable Bliss of Northern Wei does something? Our emperor, though a woman, is no less competent. But this time, we cannot send troops directly to aid. We must both assist and guard against Rurin. Deploying troops would be too costly. Moreover, Northern Wei's offensive against Rurin won't begin until spring. We still have time. Callie waved her hand and said to everyone, your Bretjesty, our armament production has exceeded storage needs. We can provide some temporary assistance to Rurin. As for horses and grain, they are also scarce in Western Liang, so it's unnecessary to provide too much help. LB thought for a moment and stepped forward to speak. Agreed. See to it immediately. Have people send arms to Rurin to stabilize them for now, and tell them I will not sit idly by. Callie nodded. That will be all for today's council. Also, regarding the matter of the harem mentioned earlier, recent affairs in Western Liang are quite complicated. I have decided to prioritize state matters and put this on hold. Callie stood up and addressed everyone. Yes, your Bretjesty. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but hurriedly bowed and exited. Watching everyone leave, Callie couldn't help but shake her head. This matter was temporarily suppressed, but ultimately, it couldn't be avoided. What should she do? And then there's the move by Northern Wei. Every country is gradually growing stronger, while Western Liang's national strength is not top tier. Family affairs, state affairs, world affairs, everything is worrying. After dismissing the court, Callie went straight to the temple. She recounted today's events regarding Rurin's plea for help to Kendrick, but didn't mention anything about the harem. Long Kingdom. Kyoto Tony family. You're such a stupid pig. Think about it. If you had really bought antiques, would the customs of White Eagle Country let you through? Wouldn't Long Kingdom's customs stop you as well? Do you think our family money grows on trees? Trace stood aside, being scolded loudly by a middle-aged man who pointed at his nose. This middle-aged man was none other than Trace's father, Reginald. Weren't you doing the same thing before? I was just imitating. It's just that my luck was bad. Trace muttered in dissatisfaction. What did you learn from me? All those items I handled were to whitewash for others. And it was certain that the National Museum would buy them at high prices. Otherwise, the auction price would be even higher. What have you learned? Bring fake goods to scam money? And issue receipts. Can you use your brain? Who in this business issues receipts? Reginald was almost driven mad by his stupid son. I just wanted to get more money. Can't I negotiate the price? Besides, that item was clearly brought back from abroad. Why should mine be fake while Kendrick's is real? Trace pouted. Do you think the people at the National Museum are fools? They've seen more antiques than you've played with women. Reginald said with hatred towards his son's incompetence. All right. I concede. Trace sighed. Don't wander around recklessly these days. A globally renowned exhibition company will hold an exhibition in Kyoto. I used many connections to secure the hosting rights. This exhibition company has deep roots. The items you bought as fakes were once exhibited by them. On this trip to Long Kingdom, they say there's a lost bronze head, which is invaluable. Your grandfather can't easily appear due to his sensitive position. Since your foreign language skills are decent, you'll be responsible for reception and communication throughout the setup process. Certainly maintain good relations with them. Reginald told his son. Dad, are we going to steal it back? These are our national treasures. If we steal them back and resell them, wouldn't we make a fortune? Trace was somewhat excited. Steal what? They hired a top-notch global security team. Who can steal anything? This exhibition company has many secrets. Don't worry about making money. Reginald explained slowly. How can an exhibition company have any tricks? Trace wasn't convinced. Do you think they rely on ticket sales? Are they running charity? They're engaged in the illicit trade of cultural relics. Don't think antique dealers have good intentions. Reginald said disdainfully. Father, we started with antiques too, right? My grandfather, back in the day? Shut up. Trace was cut off by Reginald before he could finish speaking. In any case, we must succeed in this cooperation this time. I'll try to get 1 or 2 treasures through them and sell them to the National Museum. The money you lost before will be recovered. There must be no mistakes. Reginald instructed. Kyoto Hotel. Kendrick spent the entire day shopping with Melody and had just returned. For the first time, she felt the difference between women and women. She had shopped with Riley before as well, but it either involved carrying bags or buying things, and being constantly blamed. By the end of a day's shopping, it was more exhausting than running a marathon. However, Shopping with Melody was a different experience. Not only did Melody not buy a single piece of clothing for herself, but she also got a whole new outfit for Kendrick without letting her pay a cent. The credit card used belonged to Ezekiel. Moreover, Melody was lively and adorable throughout, chatting and laughing all the way, leaving no feeling of fatigue. As night fell, they were still immersed in the moment. So magical. Speaking of which, this is our second meeting. Why does it feel like we've been talking for a long time? So this is what dating is. No wonder my roommates are always so happy about it. Now I won't be bored when I go shopping. Back in her room, Melody lay back on the large bed and sighed in amazement. From what you're saying, have you never dated before? Kendrick couldn't help but pause. With Melody's looks, she would be considered a campus beauty even at an art school. Wouldn't the line of admirers extend from here to Teeling? No. I went to college in the provincial capital and went home right after class every day. Even though there were dormitories at school, I didn't stay overnight more than a few times a month. My parents were really strict. Melody stuck out her tongue. Well, that can't be helped. How many people are envious of your family? Thinking of Kendrick who had shamelessly visited their door, Kendrick couldn't help but laugh. Out of habit, she approached the suitcase and noticed the recorder sent by Callie. Looking at Melody blushing and watching her from the side, Kendrick felt a bit guilty for some reason. Why don't you take a shower first? It's getting late. Let's get some rest early. Kendrick pointed at the bathroom. She couldn't expose the secret of this suitcase. Big bad wolf. Don't peek. Blushing, Melody stood up and dashed into the bathroom in a flash. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Kendrick breathed a sigh of relief and then turned on the recorder. Chapter 189, Rival Bliss. Kendrick was not very familiar with the historical period mentioned by Callie concerning Northern Way's Bliss. Looking at Melody who was taking a shower, he decided to call Terrence. You're talking about Bliss? He was an extraordinary figure. His strategic genius and grand ambitions made him a renowned military and political leader during the Southern and Northern dynasties era. He ascended to the throne at just 16, yet he already harbored immense ambition. He personally led the most formidable cavalry of the Northern Way, sweeping across all the countries and regimes in the north, extinguishing the traditional minority power Xia, along with the Northern Yin and Northern Liang. Not only that, Bliss also led his troops deep into the northern deserts, defeating the Rouran Khanate which dominated the entire Mongolian steppe at that time. Terrence explained this over the phone to Kendrick. So you're saying it was this Bliss who unified the north back then? Kendrick was somewhat surprised. Yes, Bliss was indeed an outstanding figure. But recently, some peculiar events have occurred, linked to the Northern Way. Terrence told Kendrick. Peculiar events? Kendrick felt a jolt. Could there be another unexpected development? Yes. Regarding what I just told you about the unification of the North by Bliss of the Northern Way, this is something we established many years ago through research. Now it's all gone. Records can't be found anymore, not just for the Northern Way but for the entire Southern and Northern dynasties period. Yet, according to previous scholars' discourses, there were real records documenting these events. The history experts are now tormented, even speculating whether a parallel universe has emerged. Take the unification of the North by the Northern Way, for instance. Now even the accounts in classic historical texts, like the records of the Grand Historian, have changed. Terrence spoke frantically to Kendrick. Previously, everything they knew had solid evidence. Now everything seems rootless, as if the historical experts had fabricated it. Perhaps due to overwork. You should take good care of yourself in the coming days. I won't disturb you any longer. Kendrick hung up the phone feeling somewhat guilty. He knew without doubt. This must be due to changes in Xiliang affecting the timeline. Based on Terrence's explanation, anomalies have occurred in the Wei-Jin Southern and Northern dynasties period before the Sui dynasty. After the Tang dynasty, except for some unusual artifacts appearing, nothing abnormal has happened. It's likely because the future and development of Xiliang remain uncertain. Thus, only the Southern and Northern dynasties period has been affected. But given how formidable Bliss is, Xiliang faces a powerful rival. Given the current situation in Xiliang, it indeed needs to help the Rouran to contain the development of the Northern Way. Kendrick picked up the voice recorder, intending to tell Callie what he had learned but swallowed his words halfway. Break your own decisions. Do whatever it takes boldly. After some thought, Kendrick told Callie. Callie needed to judge things herself, as she and Xiliang faced these challenges. She shouldn't rely on him. Victory comes at great cost. History isn't just about lost poetry but also countless bones. But he could still provide support for Callie. I understand. Callie's tone wasn't too dispirited, relieving Kendrick. Kendrick? Were you on the phone? At this moment, a shy voice pulled Kendrick back from his thoughts. Huh. Kendrick paused. Only then did he notice that the sound of running water from the bathroom had stopped. Oh, it's fine. What's wrong? Kendrick hurriedly closed the suitcase. I forgot my clothes. Can you pass me my black bag from the suitcase? Melody opened the bathroom door slightly. She rushed in earlier in a hurry and forgot to bring her change of clothes. After washing today's clothes, Melody realized this. After much hesitation, between walking out wrapped only in a towel or having Kendrick bring her clothes, she chose the latter. Sure. Kendrick quickly got up and flipped open Melody's suitcase. Finding the black bag, judging by its shape, besides pajamas, it seemed to contain undergarments. Kendrick's face flushed red, suddenly realizing he had only met Melody twice, and their relationship had escalated to this point. Unbelievable. Isn't this something long-term couples usually do? Thinking about it, although he told that person he was her boyfriend to save Melody from an awkward situation, he never explicitly confirmed it. Should he confess his feelings in the coming days? With no way back, they might as well go forward without hesitation. A man should take the initiative. Kendrick? Bad boy, are you doing something bad? An embarrassed voice came from the bathroom. Seeing that Kendrick didn't respond for a long time, Melody almost rushed out wrapped only in a towel. No, I couldn't find it just now. Kendrick felt exasperated. What kind of bad thing could I do? He hurriedly passed the bag to Melody and turned away, keeping his back to the bathroom door. A little while later, Melody emerged in her pajamas. She glanced at Kendrick, blushed furiously, and immediately dived into the bed. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Yet, the faint scent lingering from her bath added an air of intimacy. You sleep first. I'm going to wash up too. I'll sleep on the sofa. Kendrick placed a pillow on the sofa and headed toward the bathroom. Melody half hid her head under the covers, watching Kendrick walk into the bathroom before letting out a long sigh of relief. She felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension, regret and secret delight. She hoped something would happen tonight, but then she remembered they had only met twice, which seemed too soon, so she hesitated. If Kendrick tries anything, should I give in or resist? Melody was torn apart by this thought. Her admiration for Kendrick seemed to have no beginning and no particular reason. Was it because of his looks? That wasn't entirely untrue, but it didn't feel like the whole story either. Everything felt so natural, yet if she accepted him too quickly, would he think she was indiscreet? Melody bit her lip gently and made a decision. She must stick to her principles. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Kendrick walked out of the bathroom. Melody quickly covered her head with the blanket. Kendrick looked at Melody in bed, who had already gone quiet, and smiled to himself as he lay down on the sofa wrapped in a towel. He still had no idea how to get hold of the 12 bronze zodiac heads. If this attempt failed, it would be even harder later. Kendrick? Are you asleep? Melody asked softly. Not yet. I was thinking about some things. Why aren't you sleeping? Kendrick was taken aback. I can't sleep. Melody stared wide-eyed in Kendrick's direction. Can't sleep? What if we plan a heist together? Kendrick sat up decisively. Chapter 190. The Protection of the 12 Zodiac Plan. Thievery? Melody's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing this. Yes, isn't it true that the touring exhibition company is displaying the 12 Zodiac bronze heads in Long Country? Do you think we could manage to steal the lost bronze heads? And then present them to the country? Kendrick lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Melody. 3 monks make a Brevenliang. 3 commoners can be as smart as a mastermind. Talking with one more person might broaden our thinking. Oh. This can actually be done? Upon hearing Kendrick's mysterious plan, Melody, still wearing her pajamas, sprang out of bed excitedly. But I need to criticize you. Melody sat formally in front of Kendrick. Criticize me? Kendrick was taken aback. Yes. How can this plan be called a thievery plan? These things clearly belong to us. They were taken from us, so we're merely taking them back. So we should call it the Protection of the 12 Zodiac Plan. Even if we are caught, they cannot do anything to us because we have the righteousness on our side. At that time, I will mobilize public opinion nationwide. All the citizens would support us. Melody waved her small fists. You have a point. Kendrick smiled. Sure enough. When it comes to such matters, any Long Country citizen would take the same stand and make the same choice. But the current problem is, it may not be that simple. They must have stringent security measures. We have to figure out a way to get close to those artifacts first. Kendrick said frowning. I actually have a method. Melody clapped her hands. What method? Kendrick asked eagerly. Our fine arts major includes sculpture students, and I know their professors very well. We can use their names to organize close-up, private viewings for the students. As a tour exhibition company, if we pay them some money, they might agree. Then we can take advantage of their distraction and throw the items out the window. People down below would grab them and run. Bet they wouldn't catch up. Melody spoke passionately, as if these things were already in the bag. Kendrick felt helpless. How come Melody's style is just like Fat Guy Jackson? Her plan would never work. However, her idea does indeed provide a way to get close to the bronze heads. As for how to take the bronze heads away afterward, he'd have to rely on his box. And it's best to prepare several fakes beforehand to buy time, just like last time. Your method is good. But everything depends on when we actually go on site to see. Kendrick said to Melody. Okay. Being with you is so much fun. Before this, my mom dragged me to blind dates. Those men were either perverted, acting superior, greedy, or nerds. There were many mummy's boys who dared not do anything. Fortunately, my parents didn't give their consent. Melody reminisced. Aren't you only in your 3rd year? Your parents are quite eager to marry you off? Kendrick teased. That's because my grandfather's illness has worsened recently. My father wants my wedding settled before my grandfather passes away. That way, it would also reassure my grandfather. But now that my grandfather's condition has improved, it's not as urgent. Melody explained hastily. I see. Kendrick nodded. The continuation of the Enrique family lineage had always been a heartache for Grandpa Enrique. There was no successor in the eldest son's line, and the second son was missing without a trace. Anyone would feel a tremendous sense of regret. But we can't be too relaxed. If someone suitable comes along, we should still act urgently. Kendrick chuckled. Who said suitable? You haven't publicly confessed yet. This lady hasn't agreed. Melody pouted, blushing red. All right. Then I'll arrange a proper time. Kendrick lightly scraped her nose. Speaking of my grandfather, I haven't properly thanked you. The medicine you provided worked wonderfully. In recent days, my grandfather's health has been getting better day by day. He even practiced martial arts in the yard the other day. Melody told Kendrick. That's great. Kendrick smiled. Grandpa Enrique's recovery was likely not just due to the herbal formula from Elder Jarrett and his herbs. The most important thing was probably learning about Enrique Shiru's news. Once the mental burden was lifted, naturally, all ailments vanished. Bretib Elder Jarrett was right. You don't need to thank me. Everything happens for a reason. It's hard to explain what's inside here. Kendrick waved his hand. His meeting with Elder Jarrett, his encounter with Enrique Shiru, the old friendship between Elder Jarrett and Grandpa Enrique, the coincidence of Tracy and Tracy's names, and the shipping business. All of these can probably only be explained by fate. Alright, it's getting late. Let's get some rest early. Tomorrow we won't be able to play around. We need to find a way to contact the university. I will also look for Terrence and find a copper factory. Time is quite tight. Kendrick said to Melody. Okay. Melody nodded and went back to bed. Seeing Kendrick sleeping on the sofa without making any inappropriate moves, her lips couldn't help but twitch slightly. Compared to those men who started touching her from the moment they met at blind dates, Kendrick's respect made her feel both gratified and thankful. It seems that my parents' judgment isn't entirely bad. Melody gently bit her lip, but she felt as if a little cat was scratching inside her heart. Listening to Kendrick's deep breathing, Melody tiptoed out of bed and came to Kendrick's side. Taking advantage of Kendrick's sleep, she secretly gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Then she rushed into the bed covers in a hurry. The thrill of success made Melody giggle uncontrollably for quite a while. Finally, she fell asleep soundly, and Kendrick on the sofa also had a slight smile on his lips. He turned over lightly, ready for a good dream. Shilyang. In the eastern border area, a group of about 30 to 40 merchants were slowly walking on the official road. A man was a Hubert, dressed in thick sable fur. He clearly came from a wealthy background. Brother, you don't have to risk yourself personally. It would be fine if we just did the scouting. If we are discovered, it might cause a lot of trouble. At this moment, a youth in the carriage said to the Hubert, Jin, among the countries surrounding us in Northern Wei, which do you think would be the most troublesome? The Hubert turned and asked. The young leader was none other than Emperor Vernon of Northern Wei, and this youth was Vernon's half-brother, Muhammad. Chapter 191. Even 10,000 pigs would take Shilyang more than 3 days and nights to capture. Of course it's Rurin. Rurin covers a vast area, and like us, they are predominantly cavalry. When we face them, we don't have a significant advantage. Muhammad said without hesitation. Yes, from the very beginning, I thought so too. To the point that when I heard Rurin had been defeated by the state of Shilyang earlier, I once believed it was mere rumor. But after our troops reported back following their recent attack on Rurin, I realized something was off. I also heard quite a bit about Shilyang. This Shilyang is very peculiar. Bliss shook his head. Peculiar? What's peculiar about it? Weren't they almost wiped out by Rurin? I heard Baelyang attack them as well. Muhammad didn't care much. In their northern way, and likely in all northern countries, nobody took Shilyang seriously. The problem lies here. Why do Rurin and Baelyang, both having attacked Shilyang, not succeed in destroying it? Bliss asked his brother. Muhammad was taken aback. He really hadn't paid much attention to Shilyang before. From what I've learned, at the time Rurin's troops had besieged Shilyang's capital for several months, Shilyang lacked water and food, with internal unrest brewing, and could have fallen in an instant. But somehow Shilyang found means to secure supplies of grain and water, and even retaliated. They drove Rurin back to the steppes. The Rurin Khanbretny was also eliminated by Shilyang during this time. Not because he died of illness as they publicly claimed, Bliss slowly explained. That's impossible. How many troops does Shilyang have? Rurin's troops were elite steppe cavalry, while Shilyang's were barely holding together. If they had stayed within their city walls to defend themselves, they might have just barely survived. Leaving the city to chase them down? And driving Rurin's army back? It's absolutely impossible, Muhammad said without any doubt. And more. Baelyang attempted to take advantage of the situation, sending 100,000 troops right after Shilyang's conflict with Rurin, forcing the Shilyang to form an alliance through marriage. Bliss continued. That was a smart move. If we had known about this, we could have taken advantage of the situation as well. Muhammad seemed a bit regretful. Take advantage? Heh, do you know what happened to Baelyang's 100,000 troops in the end? Bliss sneered. What could happen? They couldn't possibly have been defeated, could they? Muhammad said. Defeated? If only it was just defeat. I've heard that the god of Shilyang descended from heaven, bringing divine fire that annihilated Baelyang's 100,000 soldiers overnight. Bliss spoke slowly. God. Divine fire? 100,000 troops? Brother, you can't possibly believe such a ridiculous story, can you? Muhammad asked, laughing. It's true. Bliss, however, wore a grave expression. Muhammad stumbled, nearly falling off the carriage. Brother, you're not joking, are you? What kind of god? That's 100,000 troops. Even if they were 10,000 pigs, it would take Shilyang more than 3 days and nights to capture them all. Muhammad clearly still did not believe it. How did you feel traveling along Baelyang's territory recently? Instead of continuing, Bliss asked his brother. Relaxed. There was an unhealthy amount of relaxation. It made me want to strike against them, completely different from what I expected. Muhammad responded. Relaxed? Yes, but a more fitting term would be decadent. The higher up, the more evident it becomes. So, Baelyang's defeat is very likely real, which piqued my interest in Shilyang. I need to verify this myself. Bliss explained. Now I understand. Muhammad nodded. It made sense why his elder brother rushed back from Rurin, feigning a trip to Shilyang. Boss, ahead is the border of Shilyang. But it seems they've set up checkpoints. We must be cautious. At this moment, the person in front turned around and said. Bliss looked forward and was stunned. A huge checkpoint appeared before them. The checkpoint was tall enough for 4 men, surrounded by high walls. But what shocked them was that these checkpoints and walls were all red. On closer inspection, they saw that they were built from red stones, with gray streaks between the seams. Halt! What are you doing here? Just as they were stunned at the sight of the checkpoint, the guards stopped them from proceeding further. Sir, we are silk merchants. These are all high-quality silk ribbons that we specially brought to sell in Shilyang. An elderly man hurriedly stepped forward and said, Silk merchants? Do you have a trade recommendation certificate, or a Shilyang identity card? The leading soldier stepped forward and asked, what things? Trade recommendation certificate? Shilyang identity card? What are those? The elderly man was also bewildered. No? Then wait to the side for a moment. I'll report this. That person waved to Bliss and his group. Bliss and his companions withdrew with a head full of question marks. What's going on? What's a trade recommendation certificate? Shilyang identity card? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Bliss asked the elder, somewhat dissatisfied. This person was a merchant they had specifically hired who frequently traveled to and from Shiliang. There wasn't such a thing last year. I delivered a batch of cloth to Shiliang before Ruren attacked them. At that time, there were no checkpoints, and these items didn't exist. The elderly man looked even more puzzled. Oh brother, what are these trade recommendation certificates and Shiliang identity cards? Bliss grabbed a passing hunter. It's something our Alfonso specifically issued. The hunter proudly took out an unusual badge from his pocket. It wasn't made of iron, nor wood, but it was slightly soft. On it were the hunter's name, place of origin, and a seal from the local county government. There was also a wide cord, so it could be hung around the neck. At that time, Callie, following Kendrick's advice, conducted a survey and registration of the people in various regions of Shiliang for land allocation. Kendrick then ordered 1,000,000 such badges from a manufacturer specializing in employee ID badges. This allowed Callie to completely control the people of Shiliang. These unique badges from another world were impossible to replicate. Holy crap. Big brother, just this badge alone is worth a fortune? Never seen anything like it. Does everyone in Shiliang have one? Mohammed exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, brother. Seeing the wary look on the hunter's face, Bliss quickly returned the badge. Indeed, this is no ordinary item. Not knowing what material it's made of, it seems the talk of divine intervention in Shiliang might not be entirely unfounded. Bliss's expression grew increasingly serious. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint, Commander, there's definitely something off about those people. Their accents don't sound like Baiyang, more like Beiwei. More importantly, they only have 4 or 5 carriages but dozens of people. Wouldn't that make trading a huge loss? Since they claim to be traders, how could they come to Shiliang without knowing about the trade recommendation certificate? I'm sure they are likely spies. The soldier was reporting to the checkpoint commander. Chapter 192, no Donghua people allowed to enter. Scouts? It's quite possible. Their numbers are way off. We need to capture them. Send them to the capital for his Brett Jesty's interrogation. The officer said to the people around him. Soon, a group of cavalry rushed out from the pass. Eduardo and his companions were waiting by the roadside. Seeing the charging soldiers, they immediately became alert. Capture them. The leading soldier roared loudly. The soldiers instantly surrounded Eduardo and his group. Oh no. Break through. Hurry up and cover his Brett Jesty and leave. Seeing this, Eduardo's people drew their weapons from the wagons. The troops of Shiliang originally thought these people were scouts gathering intelligence. Who could have thought that they had hidden so many weapons in their wagons? Caught off guard, several men were cut down. They hacked a bloody path and fled. No way. If they were scouts, they wouldn't carry so many weapons with them. Who are they really? The officer stared in disbelief at the dozen or so fallen men before him. These merchants had shown extraordinary combat ability. His men were wiped out in just one encounter. There was no way they could put up a fight. Hurry. Immediately send someone to the capital to report this. The officer, realizing what he needed to do, quickly instructed the person next to him. Longqing City, the capital. After the news spread that the lost 12 animal heads made of bronze were on exhibition in the capital, all of Donghua was abuzz. Damn it. Showing our belongings back to us here? Have they got any shame? Yeah, they looted these from us back then. Instead of returning them, they bring them back for us to see. Isn't this slapping our faces? Sign up, form a team, and snatch them back. These foreigners are too arrogant. Do they really think Donghua is still the same as before? Wake up, internet warriors. Prove yourselves by getting those things back if you can. I heard they've assembled a security team of hundreds. You're an idiot upstairs. Agreed. This caused a heated discussion online. At this moment, in a villa in the capital, the exhibition organizer, Davon, was savoring some wine while sitting opposite Reginald and a few others involved in the preparation of the event. Mr. Davon, recently the Donghua internet users have been cursing you left and right. You don't seem to care at all. Your composure is truly admirable, Reginald flattered. Hee hee, the more they curse, the happier I am. So what if they curse? I won't give you these artifacts. You Donghua people maintain your great nation image and follow the rules. You wouldn't dare to openly snatch them. That's my confidence. Davon smiled slightly. If he had stolen the treasures from Korea, he wouldn't dare to act like this. Otherwise, he might even find his ancestors in Korea. As you requested, we have coordinated with the National Museum. They will dedicate a special gallery for our use. Reginald explained. Good. From now on, except for our own people and Mr. Tony's people, no other Donghua citizens are allowed to enter that gallery. They must not come within 10 meters of the perimeter. During the 2-week exhibition period, absolutely no Donghua citizens are to touch those items. Our security team will patrol non-stop 24 hours a day. This time, I hired world-renowned security teams who are experts in anti-theft measures. We even brought over the latest anti-theft technology from our country. Your people should behave well, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Davon wore a conspiratorial smile. Mr. Davon, there's one more thing. Several professors from arts and archaeology departments of universities in the capital contacted us. They wish to closely observe the exhibits after the exhibition ends. In my opinion, there's no need to agree to their request. Reginald suggested. Students? No, let them get close. They can even touch them, but they can't take them away. Ha ha ha. The more they engage, the angrier they'll be when I take them away. Davon waved his hand dismissively. He came to Donghua specifically to embarrass them. The online insults already weren't enough for Davon. Dad, I saw many treasures just now. If we could steal them, we'd make a huge profit. Trace told Reginald as soon as he came out. Don't mess around, Reginald warned. This time, the security team is quite luxurious. There are more than 200 people alone, not to mention all kinds of advanced anti-theft technologies. I heard they even brought infrared and gravity sensing systems. Reginald waved his hand. Seeing those treasures, he was also tempted. But after understanding the security setup, he behaved properly. Is it really that impressive? What a pity. Trace shook his head. After losing face badly at the National Museum last time, he had always wanted to get some genuine items to regain his reputation. This time would be difficult. Soon, the touring exhibition opened. As expected, the pavilion displaying the 12 animal heads was packed. But what infuriated everyone was that the organizers had set up isolation lines around each bronze head, which were further isolated by huge glass barriers. People couldn't get close at all. Looking at their national treasures so close yet feeling like they were miles away, this sense of helplessness made everyone furious. In the crowd, Kendrick and Melody were also squeezed in. Really, why did they put them so far away? We can't even see clearly. Melody complained. Kendrick frowned and kept taking photos from various angles with his phone. He needed detailed image data and size data to create replicas. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the security personnel's inattention, he quietly placed some miniature listening devices in hidden places in the exhibition hall and on the security personnel. These miniature listening devices were specially ordered by Kendrick from a tech company overnight. They knew too little about the exhibition. Kendrick needed to find out more. Hey, beauty, we meet again. At that moment, Trace spotted Melody and pushed through the crowd. Damn, why are you here too? Just as Trace pushed through the crowd, he saw Kendrick holding hands with Melody. His face immediately turned dark. Chapter 193, Different Clan, Different Heart. What does it have to do with you? Kendrick shot back rudely. Yeah, why should you care? Why don't you ask yourself why you're here? Melody hooked her arm around Kendrick's and glared at Trace. Humph. This exhibition is co-hosted by my Tony family, and I am one of the supervisors for this event. Trace proudly flicked the badge around his neck. You are co-hosting? Kendrick was a bit surprised. I suspect you guys came here to scope out before stealing. Now, get out immediately, or I'll call security, Trace said while looking at Kendrick. Kendrick was stunned. Trace sure has keen eyes. How did you know we were scouting? Pa. Who cares? Not watching? Fine. We can always watch later privately. Melody, somewhat guiltily, tugged on Kendrick's arm to leave. Wait, you just said, watch privately later? Are you students from an art school? Trace stopped Kendrick and Melody. So what if we are? What business is it of yours? Melody snapped. Haha. Alright then. Trace wore a meaningful smile as he turned around and left. What's up? Is there something wrong with him mentally? That eerie smile gave Melody a fright. Can't tell. Well, let's continue. Kendrick felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. How infuriating. Since it's hosted by the people from our country, they should place the exhibits closer. Do you have a plan yet? Melody asked in a lowered voice. It's hard. There are so many security guards this time. They scrutinized us thoroughly when we entered. Everyone must go through security checks upon exit. Even if we can get close, it would be difficult to bring anything out, let alone these glass-covered artifacts. Seems like we need a new plan. Let's go out first. Kendrick shook his head. Brett-eyed because of last time, they've become vigilant. If someone notices inside, even with the box, I can't take anything. I won't reveal the secret of the box for these things. Bang! Bang! At that moment, two loud knocks came from the side. Kendrick quickly turned his head. Several young men rushed to the glass case containing the bronze heads, hitting it fiercely with dumbbells. But the glass was extremely tough. It didn't break. Instead, it flung the dumbbells away. The youths were quickly pinned down by quick-reacting security personnel. What happened? What are you doing? Then, Davon also rushed over with some security guards after hearing the commotion. Oh good. You dragons indeed have no shame and want to rob us directly? Cuff them. Right next to the exhibit. Call the police. Davon snarled at the young men. Soon, those youths were handcuffed. They tried to resist but were hit heavily by security personnel and now groaned in pain. You dragons have no manners. These items are already grace for you to view, yet you want to steal? Break the distance further. Davon smirked coldly. That's bull. This clearly belongs to us. Why beat people? Yeah, you didn't say you had no shame when you looted these. Return the national treasures, you robbers. Fuck your greedy profiteers. Davon's words and the actions of the security personnel ignited public anger, and Davon seemed well prepared. A team of shield and steel spear-bearing security personnel crowded forward. If not for timely arrival of the police, large-scale conflict could have erupted. The more chaotic the scene became, the more arrogantly Davon laughed. His intention was to humiliate the Dragon Nation, and this scene was deliberately provoked. How hateful. So infuriating. The saying, non-clansmen have different hearts, is completely true. Kendrick and Melody walked out of the exhibition, Melody still fuming. Just wait. Perhaps their British history needs to change. Kendrick took a deep breath, making a firm decision. Hey, who's that? Just then, a voice called from behind. Kendrick turned his head and saw Trace chasing after them. Why is it you again? I will not agree to you. I have a boyfriend. Melody glared at Trace Beaumont. Beauty, don't be so cold. I want to do a deal with your boyfriend. Can we talk somewhere else? Trace said to Kendrick. A deal? Kendrick was somewhat surprised. If it's meant to happen, it won't be. Trace told Kendrick. Chapter 194 Cooperation. Steal it out? Isn't that too simple? Their security is extremely tight. Kendrick did not respond immediately. You definitely can't do it alone, but I'm here, aren't I? After you have finished viewing, you stay at the back to tidy up, and I'll create a disturbance outside to divert those security guards. You take the opportunity to take the item out. I will leave an emergency exit for you, bypassing the front security check, so you won't be detected. Trace saw Kendrick hesitating and continued to convince him. Kendrick looked at Trace in front of him. He knew this man would never be so kind-hearted, but he could use his arrangements to achieve his own plan. There are still risks. If it were as easy as you say, why don't you do it yourself? And once I bring the item out, they'll discover it right away. Before I even leave, I'll be caught. Kendrick shook his head. Don't worry about this. I've already arranged for someone to prepare a fake copy, and I'll place it on the ceiling of the exhibition room beforehand. You switch the real one with the fake. Even if they find out later, you'll already have the real item. As for me, I have a higher chance of being exposed. For them, you're a stranger, they can't trace it back to you. Trace explained. When they come to their senses, the item will already be gone, and they can only suspect things. It's good that you refused. Melody nodded. By the way, have you told the students about your 12 Zodiac Guardians project yet? Kendrick asked Melody. Not yet. I'm afraid that if I tell them in advance, the news might leak out. Melody shook her head. Good, don't make any plans for now. Kendrick said while putting on his earphones. Inside, he heard Trace's voice. Earlier, when they were in the car, Kendrick had secretly planted a listening device without Trace noticing. He didn't believe that Trace would be so kind. This time, the plan has changed, no need for you to steal during the chaos. Instead, wait until after it's discovered, and the bronze head is revealed. Be the first one to grab it, and send it back. While sending it back, replace it with the fake. Once the experts inspect it and find it's fake, they'll assume Kendrick switched it halfway. He's bound to take the fall. Trace instructed someone. Brilliant. Then I won't have to change clothes on site or anything. Another person remarked. Before this, although Janice had told Trace not to have ulterior motives, ever since Trace was humiliated by the museum curator and professors at the National Museum, he had been harboring resentment. He was determined to get something genuine and rub it in those old scholars' faces, and blackmail them for a fortune. The 12 Zodiac bronze heads were precisely what they wouldn't refuse. Therefore, from the start, Trace had devised a plan in secret, hiding it from Janice, and had people prepare the counterfeit beforehand. And today, bumping into Kendrick by chance made him change his mind. Not only did he want to steal the items, he also wanted Kendrick inside. He wanted Kendrick to lose face in front of a beautiful woman. After Kendrick is caught, that little beauty might come to me for mercy. I can then... Brother Tony, do we not need to cut off the surveillance in the exhibition hall? The man asked again. No. Still cut it off as planned. If you don't cut it off, your replacement in the room will be discovered. Since someone has to take the blame, just say it was them who did it. Trace said. Ha ha ha. You're really something, Brother Tony. The two men in the car laughed heartily. In the cafe, Kendrick took off his headphones. He picked up the coffee that Melody handed over and started drinking. So that's how it is. This Trace does have some brains, using this matter to achieve two goals with one action. But not enough brains. This way, my own plan can proceed smoothly. Let's go. Kendrick took Melody out. He first sent the appearance and size of the bronze head to Jared, asking him to make a few fakes and send them to Jingdu. He didn't choose to make them in Jingdu to avoid arousing suspicion. All that remained was to wait until the last day of the exhibition. Chapter 195. This guy is bold, really daring to steal. Since the near conflict at the exhibition last time, security measures have been further tightened. The queue of Donghua citizens watching their country's treasures being heavily guarded by foreigners felt an immense sense of frustration in their hearts. Finally, it was the last day of the exhibition. The bronze head had been temporarily moved to a separate gallery. Art students were lining up to enter, among them were Kendrick and Melody. Everyone entering needed to go through security checks and pat-downs. To successfully bring the box inside, Kendrick first placed some painting supplies into the box and passed it to Callie. He then had Callie send it back, ensuring the box contained those items. After checking, the security personnel found nothing unusual and allowed them to enter. What do we do now? When do we make our move? I haven't given the signal yet. Should I wave my arms now? As soon as they entered, Melody's face flushed with excitement. Today probably won't work. There are too many security checks. We can only wait until they withdraw and find another way. Kendrick stopped Melody. All right, she replied, clearly disappointed. She looked around and saw no windows. Her previous Zodiac Guardian plan wouldn't work here. At this moment, the glass cases for the bronze heads had already been removed. But there were still several security guards watching closely, and more stationed at the entrance. Any suspicious move would be immediately intercepted. They could only wait for Trace's plan to unfold. Unaware of what was happening, art students gathered around the bronze heads, admiring them, taking photos and videos. A few were even sketching on the side. Suddenly, Trace walked over and spoke to the security guards in a foreign language, pointing outside. The guards left without worry, confident that with people still guarding the door and only one exit, nothing could be taken out. Seeing this, Kendrick went to the box and discreetly sent a message to Callie. Shortly after, fake bronze heads appeared inside the box. Kendrick couldn't follow Trace's plan or use his fakes. If he was caught just starting, Trace might burst in before he could explain. Half an hour later, everyone started to leave in an orderly fashion. You should go out first. I'll stay behind to clean up. Kendrick pointed to the eraser shavings and other garbage left from the sketches. I'll stay with you. Melody came over. Go deliver the students first. I'll come out right away. Kendrick signaled Melody. Although puzzled, she obediently left. Just as Melody stepped out, a commotion arose outside. Hurry, hurry. There's smoke over there. Quick, go check. Someone was shouting. The guards at the entrance ran towards the disturbance, not worried since their men still guarded the door and the gallery had only one entrance. It was impossible for anything to be taken out. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kendrick quickly swapped the real bronze heads with the fakes, placing the genuine ones inside the box. Seeing the real bronze heads disappear into the box, Kendrick sighed in relief. Mission accomplished. Everything went smoothly. What are you doing here? As Kendrick closed the box, several security personnel rushed in. Oh, I saw the floor was a bit dirty, so I thought I'd clean it up. Kendrick explained hurriedly. You don't need to. Get out now. The security personnel, seeing the bronze heads still displayed, escorted Kendrick out. Just as Kendrick left, Trace approached with more security personnel. Stop him. He's a thief. Call the police. Trace pointed at Kendrick excitedly. Seeing Kendrick linger, he knew his trap worked. There was no actual emergency exit or backdoor. Security had long stated that all exiting individuals would be searched. It was impossible to take anything out. So, Trace stirred up confusion to swap the authentic pieces with fakes, hiding them before planning how to transport them. Hearing Trace's shouts, nearby students and Melody stopped walking. Onlookers gathered around. You're lying. Who's the thief? Kendrick's face turned red with anger and bewilderment. Huh, why don't you open your box? Trace grinned, growing more excited by Kendrick's expression. Why should I open my box? It's empty. You're defaming me, and I have the right to sue. Kendrick's face flushed with agitation, but to Trace and the onlookers, this was clearly an expression of anger and embarrassment. What's going on? Did he really steal? Most likely, just look at his face. The stuff is probably in that box. This guy is bold, really daring to steal. He's our role model, doing what I wanted but didn't dare to do. If they find it, we should just rush up and grab it too. We can't let him get taken away. Yeah, this deserves a special page in our family history. How could he be arrested? The crowd began murmuring among themselves. What's happening? It's you again? At this moment, Davon, hearing the commotion, also approached with some security personnel. Upon seeing Kendrick, he immediately recognized him. Back then, it was this person who insisted on viewing those Longway antiquities alone, giving the security team the chance to steal them. Now he has finally fallen into my hands. Mr. Davon, this man has been carrying a box since he came in, which is very suspicious. I suspect he walked at the back to take advantage of the opportunity to steal the treasures. The situation over there earlier was definitely a distraction created by him. Trace hurriedly interjected. Open the box for inspection immediately. Davon waved at a few security personnel, who moved to seize the box. Unexpectedly, Melody suddenly rushed out and blocked them. This is my box. I am Melody from Enriquehan Group in Bandao Province. It contains my personal belongings, and you have no right to demand we open it. I want to get a lawyer. Melody declared to everyone. Chapter 196. This is fake. Seeing what had just happened, Melody immediately understood the meaning behind Kendrick's glance. He intended to take the item out at the last moment. By letting her leave in advance, he was trying not to implicate her. Realizing this, Melody rushed out without hesitation. She would share both weal and woe with Kendrick. Looking at Melody in front of him, Kendrick felt a bit moved. He hadn't told her about the box's secret, yet she could act so resolutely. She did not know the secret of the box. She assumed it contained the bronze head. This was theft, not only shameful but might even lead to arrest by the police. Yet, she still came forward and took the blame for him. Where else could one find such a girl? It's okay, trust me. Kendrick gently patted Melody's shoulder. I can open the box. But if there's nothing inside, what will you say? In front of all these people, you've accused me of stealing. This has already damaged my reputation, Kendrick said as he stepped forward. If we're wrong, we'll naturally apologize to you, Davon said disdainfully. Not enough. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? If there's nothing inside, you must agree to return the bronze head to Long Country, Kendrick told Davon. Yes, return it. That's right. What right do you have to go through our belongings? You want to apologize now that there's nothing? Is it that simple? Indeed, aren't foreigners supposed to value human rights the most? As soon as Kendrick spoke, the onlookers began shouting in unison. Hearing the crowd, Davon hesitated. Long Country citizens are always crafty. Could I have fallen for their trap? Davon hurriedly ran into the exhibition hall and found the bronze head sitting there undisturbed. He let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Long Country people are plotting again. Almost fell for it. I told you, even if they put it in the box, they couldn't possibly take it out. How could they be so foolish? Seeing the bronze head in the exhibition hall, the onlookers outside suddenly became furious. Damn it, defaming us Long Country citizens, huh? That's right. What's your game? Damn, this guy didn't steal it all. I got excited for nothing. Are you dumb? This guy doesn't seem stupid. All items need to pass through security checks. Even if he stole it, he couldn't get it out. That's true. This was purely an issue started by the foreigners. What a pity. I thought we had a hero, but he backed wasn't just because Kendrick hastily placed them in a different position earlier, but because Davon frequently inspected them and spotted the discrepancy immediately. Take the box from him. The real bronze head must be inside. Davon pointed at Kendrick's box and yelled. Holy shit. This guy is impressive. Double bluff. Indeed, preparing a counterfeit in advance? How did he bring it in? That's irrelevant, damn it. If that person hadn't shouted, this guy's plan would have succeeded. Yes, this guy is like a hero, making fools of the foreigners, but what a pity. Who said this guy was timid? I'd never agree. Davon's words instantly stirred the crowd once again. The way they looked at Kendrick became one of admiration. Melody was filled with disbelief. A fake? Where did the fake come from? Kendrick's box was clearly empty before. At this moment, Melody's mind buzzed with confusion, not understanding what had just happened. But thinking about what Kendrick had said earlier, could all of this be part of his plan? Mr. Davon, I swear on my head that there is definitely something inside the box. Surname Chun, you better take it out now. If there's nothing inside, our Tony family will give you 100 million as compensation for your reputation. Is that okay now? But if there is, you kneel down and kowtow to me before going to jail. Trace came up to Kendrick and said, everything in front of him was under his control. He knew that the more conditions Kendrick put forward, the more he wanted to force them not to open it. You're done for, Kendrick, sighed. Davon also stood stunned. The box was empty, there was nothing inside. The person Trace had arranged hurried over with the intent of grabbing something, but found nothing when he reached into the box. Calm down. Nobody move. There's nothing inside. Those who were about to cause a scene stopped in their tracks. For a moment, there was complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw inside the box. It can't be. You clearly put the real ones in the box and switched them for fakes. How could it be empty? With shock all over his face, Trace lifted the box and inspected it closely. No hidden compartments. No partitions. Just an empty box. What's going on? Davon glared fiercely at Trace. Had it not been for his insistence that those treasures were in the box, he wouldn't have agreed. Now this was messed up. Was he really going to return the bronze heads to China? But where did they go? I don't have them. How can I return them? On the side, Melody was also stunned. Judging by Kendrick's angry reaction earlier, it seemed like he was caught red-handed. How could the box be empty? If it was empty, why did Kendrick react that way? Wait, could this be intentional on Kendrick's part? He knew from the start that he couldn't take the real ones out, so he brought an empty box? Oh my god. What was Kendrick thinking? That doesn't make sense. Specifically removed, and security guard said. Listening to their conversation, Trace took a nervous step back. Seeing Davon look over, he shivered. Not right. Not me, right? He hid them. In his panic, Trace ignored everything else and blurted it out. He was the clearest. At the start, the exhibited items were genuine, now replaced with fakes, and Kendrick wasn't holding the real ones. There was only one possibility. After switching them, Kendrick didn't take the real items away but hid them on the ceiling grid. He didn't even trust himself. This made perfect sense. Hid them? Where? Davon looked around the hall. Hurry. Go inside and search. This person didn't come out. If he hid them, they must be inside. As Trace spoke, he signaled to the person he had arranged. That person also followed the security personnel inside. Pretending to search, he suddenly looked up at the ceiling, seemingly realizing something, and stepped on the podium to open the hidden compartment above. Here they are. He shouted loudly. Hearing the commotion, Davon hurriedly went over to look. Sure enough, he saw the bronze heads hidden in the ceiling. Nice job. So you replaced them and hid them here? Were you planning to come back after we left? What's that saying in your country? The net of heaven is wide, but it has no loose meshes. Gotcha now. Davon looked at Kendrick with a smug expression. Relief instantly washed over him. Yeah, trying these tricks? He must have placed the fakes on the ceiling ahead of time to switch during the exhibition. If you try to frame others now, Mr. Davon won't believe it. Trace gloated at Kendrick. Holy cow, this guy is a genius. How could he think of hiding them in the ceiling beforehand? Impressive. Unfortunately, damn, is that Tony fellow a longwan or a bastard? Right, if not for his interference, the items would have been taken by this guy long ago. That guy moved pretty fast, completing the swap in such a short time. Must be an expert. Outside, the crowd was once again stirred up as they watched the bronze heads being taken down from the ceiling. Melody grabbed Kendrick's arm tightly. Her face showed regret. We need to leave quickly. Melody tugged at Kendrick's arm, trying to escape amidst the chaos. This was truly troublesome now. Only Kendrick was in the room just now, so it must have been him who did it. Now with evidence in hand, the police would confirm everything. Hey, you're trying to run? Seeing the items found, you want to escape? Not that easy. Stop them. Trace, quick to notice Melody's movements, promptly led people to block their way. It's okay. It's not over yet. Kendrick patted Melody's hand lightly, signaling her to stay calm. Of course it's not over. Even though they weren't in the box, hiding them still means you stole them. So you still dare to ask for money? We've already called the police, just wait. Trace sneered. No. These are also fakes. Just then, Davon's voice from inside the exhibition hall sounded almost frantic. Fakes. Trace's mind went blank. Chapter 198. Who can tell me what exactly happened? This is impossible. He clearly used a fake one to replace it. How could both be fakes? Trace rushed in as he was speaking. Davon inside the exhibition hall was already completely frantic. The moment he got his hands on the bronze heads taken down from the ceiling, he sensed something was amiss. After taking a closer look, his heart sank. These were even faker than the ones currently on display. At least those on display had been treated to look old, making them not immediately recognizable as fakes at first glance. But these ones in his hand now? Even an ordinary person would see they were fakes. What exactly happened? Where did the genuine ones go? Why are there two batches of fakes? Who can tell me what's going on? Davon roared in place. What happened? What's going on? At this moment, several policemen approached after receiving the alarm. Mr. Policeman, you finally came. We've been robbed. Seeing the police arrive, Davon hurried over. He explained the detailed events to the police. Your meaning is that you initially placed genuine ones here. But now the genuine ones are gone and have been replaced by two sets of fakes. One set is on the podium, the other was hidden in the ceiling? And the real ones were stolen? The policeman asked Davon. Yes. Mr. Policeman, this person likely stole them. He looked too suspicious with that box. Trace also pointed at Kendrick while stepping forward. What about the surveillance? The policeman pointed to the surveillance cameras in the corner of the ceiling. I've already had someone check. However, the surveillance was interfered with and interrupted once the students came in, Trace said preemptively. Hearing what Trace said, the policeman looked back at Davon and examined the exhibition hall for a long time. Only then did he walk to the entrance. From your description just now, this person stayed alone in the exhibition hall for less than 20 seconds. And to stand on the podium, open the ceiling, and complete the replacement of these bronze heads, one person would need at least 1 minute. Also, the box of this person has been checked and it's not in there. So, the suspicion of this person can basically be ruled out. Pointing at Kendrick, the policeman said. Listening to the policeman's words, everyone around nodded. The policeman hit the nail on the head. Even if Kendrick wanted to do it, he simply didn't have the time. Hearing the policeman speak, Melody visibly relaxed. But, according to what you said, these items are indeed fakes. So, there is only one possibility. The fakes you put on display at the beginning were fakes all along. As for the fakes in the ceiling, based on your description, during the entire setup period, except for foreigners and Tony family staff, no one else could enter. Not even within 10 meters. With security checks at the entrance, anyone trying to bring items in would be nearly impossible, let alone bringing such large bronze heads. Therefore, the fakes in the ceiling must have been placed there by your own people. In our country, filing a false report is illegal. Considering you are foreigners, we'll warn you for the first time. But next time won't be so easy. The leading officer deduced the current situation coldly towards Davon. Listening to the policeman's calm analysis, the surrounding crowd suddenly understood. They had been fooled. All of this was done by their own internal personnel. Give us an explanation. Exactly why use fakes to trick us? Tricking us aside, accusing us of stealing? Shameless. They treat us like dirt. Beat them. Let's go together. Someone started shouting. With everyone already harboring anger, they surged forward. Captain, things are getting chaotic here. What should we do? The policeman asked the captain. There are too many people. Call for backup immediately. Control the situation carefully. No casualties. The captain glanced at the ongoing melee. On one side were enraged Chinese people, and on the other side were fully armed security teams. However, the Chinese outnumbered them and were on the right side of justice, almost one-sidedly chasing the foreigners. Davon was being protected by the security team, hiding and dodging with his head bowed. The police, having responded to a theft alarm, were too few in number to handle the sudden incident. They promptly called for backup and tried their best to control the situation, fulfilling their duties to the fullest. As for those foreigners who got beaten up, we have done our best. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kendrick and Melody walked out of the exhibition hall. Wow, wow, wow. What a rush. How dare these foreigners be so wicked? You shouldn't have stopped me just now. I wanted to kick them some more. Melody still felt unsatisfied. Let it go. It's better to know when to stop. Kendrick smiled. Amidst the earlier chaos, he didn't want his box to suffer any damage, so he hurriedly took Melody away from the scene. This time at the exhibition, not only did they obtain the national treasures, but they also tricked the foreigners and the Tony family badly. The exhibition company lost face completely. Tony have to go through some trouble. Go to the hotel first and check out, and buy 2 plane tickets for us while you're at it. I'll go talk to Terrence and the others. Kendrick said to Melody. Okay. With Kendrick's promise, Melody couldn't wait to ask for leave and head straight to Tianhai City. Watching Melody leave, Kendrick then turned back, took out his phone, and called the museum director and Terrence. In the National Museum director's office. When Kendrick came in, the director and Terrence were already sitting inside, along with 2 deputy directors. Kendrick, you're here? I just heard you had trouble at the exhibition. I was going to help you out. You wouldn't believe how chaotic it was on site. If not for the relatively sturdy glass at the exhibition, there would have been significant damage this time. The director smiled as he saw Kendrick come in. Was it very intense? Kendrick smiled and sat down. Yes. Those who participated in the exhibition had been holding in their anger for days. After multiple provocations by Davon, they finally lost control. Someone led the charge, and everyone rushed up. They were all taken away by the police. This time, since Davon used forgeries, they have no justification. They can only suffer in silence. The director chuckled. Not only that, I've heard the Tony family was also involved and is now in deep trouble. It's said that one person confessed immediately upon being detained, revealing that Trace wanted to conspire with you to steal the items, but fortunately, you didn't take the bait. Otherwise, you would have also been implicated. One of the deputy directors remarked. Sigh. What a pity. Though we got some satisfaction verbally, the genuine artifacts are still in their hands. We don't know when they will return to Donghua. Terrence sighed beside him. Right, Kendrick, you called us urgently today. Is something important happening? Terrence turned to ask Kendrick. In fact, some of what they said isn't entirely wrong. As for me, I wasn't exactly immune. Kendrick spoke while bringing a box to the front of the crowd and taking out the missing bronze heads. Seeing these bronze heads in front of them, the director and his colleagues all sucked in a sharp breath simultaneously. Before this, on the first day of the exhibition, they had gone to see them in person and could tell that these things were very likely genuine. Suddenly, the 4 elderly men jumped up one after another. One locked the door. One closed the windows and drew the curtains. One turned on the lights and brought a magnifying glass. Another unplugged the internet cable. In no time, the director's office became an absolute sealed room. Each elder held one of the artifacts, wearing glasses and using a magnifying glass to examine them closely. They were almost moved to tears. A few days ago, they viewed these national treasures through glass, so close yet unreachable. Now, they were actually holding these treasures in their hands. They couldn't believe this was real. It's confirmed to be genuine. All 12 animal heads of Donghua are complete. The director tried to contain his excitement and whispered, Kendrick, you? At that moment, all the elders looked at Kendrick together. Cough, cough, secret. I'll donate them to the state for free. Kendrick spread his hands. All right. Don't worry. We absolutely won't disclose this matter to the outside world. As for how you obtained them, we won't ask either. If anyone asks, we'll say they were dug up from the ground. They originally stole forgeries. Upon hearing Kendrick really did intend to donate, the director's eyes nearly gleamed with light. The other elders were similarly excited. Once donated to the state, who cared how these artifacts were obtained? Good intentions and results make the process less important. Ding dong. At that moment, a shrill phone rang, startling everyone. Instinctively, they prepared to hide the treasures. Be quiet. This call is from Davon. The director frowned as he answered the phone. Mr. Oriental, you must believe us. The artifacts we exhibited here are genuine. Now, since the items are lost in your national museum, afford to let him find any fault with us. Control your expressions. Don't laugh. Hopefully, next time there's an opportunity, he'll still choose to cooperate with us. Fred said to the other 2 deputy directors. Rest assured, director. The 2 left with grins on their faces. Well then, I'll take my leave. Kendrick stood up. Just wait a moment. Kendrick, you've donated so many items, and we have nothing much to give you in return. The items you delivered last time have all been authenticated as genuine. On behalf of the state and the National Museum, I thank you for everything you've done. We don't have much else to offer, but here's this certificate and a bonus of 500,000 yuan. If you need anything in the future, feel free to speak up, Fred said to Kendrick, handing over a certificate and a card. Thank you. Kendrick accepted the certificate with both hands solemnly. Money wasn't Kendrick's primary concern, but this certificate before him was something he cherished deeply. Using the box to make money or develop his career was his own business, but being able to contribute to the country through the box made it all worthwhile. Chapter 200. You take a break, and I'll keep hitting. After leaving the National Museum, Kendrick returned to the hotel. They all had evening flights. Taking advantage of this time, Kendrick took Melody on an extensive shopping spree. He bought a lot of items for Melody's parents, so many that they even needed to be checked as luggage separately. Although Melody kept saying she didn't want anything, the smile on her face never faded. While Kendrick and Melody were holding hands and shopping, at the Tony family residence, Trace was being whipped by his father with a belt. Didn't I tell you before? I told you not to entertain those thoughts, not to entertain those thoughts. But look at what you did. Are you stupid or what? Wanting to use someone named Kendrick? Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? He definitely knew this plan wouldn't work out, which is why he didn't do it. Your previous plan might have worked, but you had to drag in a stranger. You are a stupid pig. Reginald scolded his son furiously. The belt in his hand struck Trace again, eliciting a cry of pain from him. That's enough. Have you forgotten how things went for our ancestors? Why are you only blaming my son? If the head beam isn't straight, the lower beams will be crooked. Seeing her son bleeding and torn from the whipping, Trace's mother rushed forward to stop it. He publicly promised in front of everyone that he owed Kendrick 1 billion yuan. He even wrote an IOU. 1 billion yuan. Earlier, we were already swindled out of tens of millions of yuan. Your travel plan to Europe next month is cancelled? Reginald shouted, frustrated at his son's incompetence. What? Hit him. Hit him until he dies. I don't have a son like this. You take a break. I'll continue hitting. Hearing about the debt and the cancellation of her travel plans, Trace's mother flew into a rage. She took the whip from Reginald's hand and struck her son several times. Mom, I just said it casually. How could it be real? And even if I don't give it to him, what can Kendrick do to me? Enrique Tianyu yelled in agony. Not giving it? Do you know that everyone who got tickets to enter today has some sort of background? This matter has already spread throughout Jingdu's elite circles. If we don't pay, how can our Tony family stand in Jingdu? Who would still want to cooperate with us? You idiot, Reginald said helplessly. Huh. Hearing his father's words, Trace was completely stunned. Although 1 billion yuan was something their family could afford, it would still hurt their finances. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came at the door. Who is it? In the middle of the night, Reginald opened the door quite unhappily. Outside stood a short man. Mr. Tony, I am Charlton, the president of Sakura Empire's Commerce Department stationed in Donghua. I have come to visit Mr. Tony, Charlton said to Reginald. Reginald was taken aback. He didn't expect the president of the Sakura Empire's Commerce Department to visit at night. Please come in, Mr. Kyo. I wonder why you visited so late at night? Reginald invited Charlton inside. I heard that your son had a conflict with someone named Kendrick during today's treasure exhibition. He also set a bet of 1 billion yuan and lost. I have a proposal. I wonder if Mr. Tony is interested? Charlton glanced at the bruised Trace and smiled at Reginald. Oh, does Mr. Kyo also know this person named Kendrick? Reginald asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. He is an enemy of our great Sakura Empire. The 1 billion yuan can be provided by us. We only need Mr. Tony's cooperation with our plan. Charlton nodded. Oh, Mr. Kyo, please step inside. Let's discuss it in detail. Upon hearing that Charlton was willing to provide the money and establish relations with the Sakura Empire's Commerce Department, Reginald quickly invited Charlton into the study. Jingdu International Airport. Melody's flight was the first to depart. Kendrick escorted Melody all the way to the boarding gate. I'm leaving. Melody held her suitcase, turning back to look at Kendrick with reluctance. Go ahead. Let me know when you land. Kendrick waved his hand. But unexpectedly, Melody suddenly ran back, hugged Kendrick tightly, and then quickly grabbed her suitcase and ran towards the boarding gate, leaving Kendrick dumbfounded. A few airport staff nearby watched this scene with smiles. They often saw couples parting at the airport. Such a touching moment indeed. Tracy. Kendrick shook his head lightly. The fiery passion of Tracy intoxicated him. The cold and aloof Tracy stirred his longing. It was time for him to take the initiative. After returning, he would try to find a way to study the issue of the box traversing through time. As for Melody, this art exhibition was a perfect opportunity for him to confess his feelings. Kendrick made up his mind and walked towards his boarding gate. In Shiliang, the court assembly was in session. Your Majesty, as per your instructions, the preliminary examinations for the imperial exams have been conducted in various regions. The lists have been compiled here. A total of 608 students were selected from all over Shiliang. They have been arranged to come to the capital for the main examination. Jarrett, you reported to Callie. Excellent. Those who managed to pass the preliminary round must have endured years of diligent study. I do not care about their backgrounds or origins. As long as they are talented and capable with good character, they will be heavily relied upon. Callie nodded. Your Majesty, if we can select some competent officials this time, it will greatly alleviate the shortage of grassroots officials in Shiliang. After the battle with Rurin, only 1 or 2 out of 10 county and prefecture officials remain. With the coming of spring, agricultural activities will be busy, and affairs will become increasingly complicated. This is precisely the time when we need people the most. Jarrett, you stepped forward and said, as for the recommendations from various aristocratic families, I have not completely halted them. The major families can still recommend candidates as usual. However, if any incompetent and debauched individuals undermine the foundation of Shiliang, I will eradicate the entire family along with them. Do you understand? Callie addressed everyone. Yes. Your Majesty. Everyone replied in unison. Report. Your Bretjesty. There's urgent news from the Eastern Sector 33 checkpoint. At this moment, an Imperial Guard rushed in hastily. Chapter 201. The tree wishes for stillness, but the wind won't cease. Eastern Zone 33? Bring it to me. Callie was somewhat surprised. Eastern Zone 33 bordered the Baelyang region. Ever since their deity descended and used celestial fire to incinerate 100,000 Baelyang troops, Baelyang had never dared to set foot in their Xiliang again. How could there be any new situation? After Callie finished reading the delivered message, his brows inevitably furrowed tightly. He recounted the received news to everyone. Your Bretjesty, this group is clearly no ordinary people. They disguise themselves as merchants, trying to enter our Xiliang. They might be attempting espionage, but having so many experts just for reconnaissance seems unnecessary. Why would Baelyang do this? Do they have the nerve? Skylar stepped forward and said, It's hard to say. Don't forget that the last two assassination attempts were both instigated by Baelyang, and also after the deity's descent. Even though they don't dare to act openly, their covert actions should not have ceased. I believe these people might actually be assassins. Just because we've set up border checkpoints for screening, they ended up exposing themselves. Jarrett Uj waved his hand and said, No matter what, fortunately, our border guards were alert. They withdrew. But I suggest immediately notifying all other checkpoints of this incident, as there's a possibility they might enter through other checkpoints. Given their combat capabilities, once inside our territory and scattered, they will be extremely dangerous. Elby stepped forward and said, Do as you suggested. Although our Xiliang is relatively stable, the situation elsewhere is far from optimistic. We must remain vigilant. Callie nodded. But concerning these people, I have a different view. Previously, the deity mentioned that Baelyang wouldn't make many more moves, but Northern Wei has been developing vigorously. Since the deity's arrival, Xiliang has deliberately controlled information leakage in all areas, especially after the grain leak brought trouble. So we specially built walls and checkpoints across Xiliang to strictly control information flow. But I suspect the information still leaked out, and this time, the visitors might not be from Baelyang but possibly Northern Wei. Callie explained to everyone. Your Bretjesty's point is that Northern Wei learned something during their attack on Rurin? This makes sense. Ilby and others suddenly realized. If that's true, shouldn't they have tried forcing their way in to see what's here? Though we have checkpoints, the guards aren't numerous. They wouldn't be a match. Why did they retreat? Could it be that there are important figures among them? Everyone began speculating. Possible. The deity once said that Emperor Bliss of Northern Wei is quite courageous. Could he be here personally? Callie seemed to think of something and stood up abruptly. Emperor Bliss of Northern Wei? But Baelyang separates us from Northern Wei. How could they easily pass through Baelyang? Unless Baelyang has already fallen to Northern Wei? Everyone was somewhat shocked. Casimir. Callie shouted. I'm here. Casimir quickly knelt down. Immediately prepare the hot air balloons sent by the deity last time, and chase along the direction they fled. If it's truly Emperor Bliss of Northern Wei, take immediate action and try to eliminate them. Callie instructed Casimir. Yes. But your Bretjesty, the fuel mentioned by the deity last time is nearly depleted. Can we ask the deity for more? Otherwise, it might run out halfway. Casimir urgently pointed out. There's no time for that. You must depart immediately. Callie shook his head. Since delivering those copper heads to Kendrick last time, she was waiting for a message from him. But Kendrick hadn't replied yet, so she couldn't ask for fuel. If they delayed further, the intruders might escape, losing them a valuable opportunity. Yes. Casimir didn't hesitate and rushed out immediately. Your Bretjesty, Northern Wei has already started expanding. We can't passively wait. Or else, allowing Northern Wei to grow stronger, they will eventually come for Xiliang. Yes, your Bretjesty. There's now a chance between us and Northern Wei with Baelyang weakened by the celestial fire. It's an opportune moment for us to strike. If Baelyang falls into Northern Wei's hands, it will be greatly disadvantageous for us. Your Bretjesty, it's time we act against Baelyang. Everyone urged Callie. Indeed, recently, I have been considering this matter. If Northern Wei starts attacking Rurin and then captures Baelyang, our Xiliang will be besieged on all sides. However, I believe that although Baelyang has been intimidated by the deity, their military forces still remain. If we launch a forced attack, it might give Northern Wei an advantage. The best outcome would be to take over Baelyang without warfare, or turn Baelyang into a vassal state of Xiliang. Callie slowly said. Listening to Callie's words, everyone realized they couldn't just force an attack. Previously, wars with Rurin and Iwu Kingdom happened because Baelyang separated them. Northern Wei wouldn't act directly, but attacking Baelyang directly would definitely not be simple. It might even force Baelyang to seek refuge with Northern Wei. But no matter what, war is inevitable in the future. And war depends on soldiers, horses, money, and grain. From now on, our Xiliang officially enters a phase of preparation for war. Continue conscripting troops from various regions for training. As for horses, trade grain with Rurin. Also with Iwu Kingdom. They produce fine to Yuan horses, which are excellent steeds. Prepare some horses in advance. Regarding military pay, the national treasury is full for now, so there's no immediate problem. Grain is a bit tricky though. Spring is approaching but production hasn't started yet. We still rely on the grain sent by the deity. We'll figure out this issue later. Callie addressed everyone. Yes. We will comply and started drinking. With a portion of sweets and a cup of milk tea down, Callie belched softly and patted her belly, feeling very contented. She then noticed a pair of fluffy pink gloves inside the box and fell in love with them immediately. How cute. The last time, Kendrick sent me hats and various clothes. Now there are gloves. Kendrick is truly so good to me. Callie couldn't suppress her joy. What's this? Callie found a small box within the larger box. It contained dozens of thumb-thick items standing upright. Beside it was a diagram by Kendrick. These items were specifically purchased by Kendrick in Kyoto for Callie. When Melody wanted to try on lipsticks, Kendrick bought a set of everything from the cosmetic store. Since Kendrick wasn't sure which shade of lipstick suited Callie best, he simply bought one of each shade, leaving it for Callie to decide. These are lipsticks? You twist off the cap and apply it onto your lips. Here are all the colors. See which one you like. After reading this, Callie hurriedly brought the lipstick box to the mirror. She first picked a shade to try. So magical. I can apply it directly. In this case, I won't need rouge paper or cinnabar. Seeing her beautiful reflection in the mirror made Callie feel somewhat shy. Although as the ruler of a nation, she paid less attention to makeup because dignity outweighed appearance, this did not mean she didn't enjoy makeup. What are these small bottles for? After trying the lipstick, Callie came back to examine the box. The myriad of colorful bottles left her dazzled. Following the instructions provided by Kendrick, some were perfumes, some were foundations, some were moisturizers, some were hand creams. All kinds of cosmetics filled the box, making Callie resemble a child in a candy shop. Curiously testing each item, her smile never waned. What has happened to his breath, Jesty? Why has there been no sound after entering for so long and just laughter? The royal guards outside the temple curiously listened to the sounds coming from inside. Perhaps the god has delivered something again? Well, recently his breath Jesty has been under too much pressure, barely showing any smile. It's really good that the god is here. Brettib, only the god can make his breath Jesty so happy. Another guard added slowly. Yes, the god is indeed very kind to his breath Jesty and to our Shilyang. To be selected as the guards of the temple is also an honor for us. Enough, stand properly. The two straightened up, standing as rigid as pillars. An hour passed before Callie calmed down from her excitement. She packed away what Kendrick had sent and told him about recent events. In Tianhai City. After returning, Kendrick immediately went to work at the Morning Star Shipping Company. With the full cooperation of the Enrique Hang Group, the progress was incredibly smooth. So smooth that Bruno almost couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the shipping industry was collapsing, or that something happened to the Enrique. This scene left Kendrick's subordinates, including Bruno, swallowing their saliva in amazement. Oh my, this is Lionel. They call him secretary in front of the leadership without complaint. But outside of that, what should he be called? How could he be so polite to Kendrick? Even the top leadership is setting up a personal banquet for Kendrick. Bruno now felt an urge to prostrate himself before Kendrick. If that's the case, I can't refuse such a gracious invitation. Kendrick nodded. When the leadership invites, he couldn't possibly turn it down. Soon, he followed Lionel to an inconspicuous club. When Kendrick entered, several leaders he had met before were already there. Kendrick, I really didn't expect you to establish a shipping company in our Tianhai City. This isn't just about increasing tax revenue and creating jobs. More importantly, it concerns the face of our Tianhai City. Amin smiled and pulled Kendrick over when he saw him enter. Although Kendrick was a businessman, he had participated in military-industrial projects, and his commercial empire was rapidly expanding. In the eyes of the leaders, Kendrick's true identity and background must be extraordinary, especially after Kendrick received authorization and strong support from Enrique Hang Group and quickly set up Morning Star Shipping Company. They were even more convinced of this. Face. What do you mean? Kendrick sat down with some confusion. Our Tianhai City is originally a coastal port city. At first, many companies did foreign trade. But over these years, Enrique Hang Group rose strongly and took up most of the market share in the Peninsula province. Brittany trading companies opened businesses in other coastal cities. Our Tianhai City's shipping industry was monopolized by the provincial capital, which wasn't honorable for us. Now, with the establishment of Morning Star Shipping Company, it has become a flagship enterprise of our Tianhai City. We will provide strong support. Amin explained to Kendrick. Chapter 203. Strong support. Amin is too kind. We will certainly work diligently and strive to grow stronger and bigger. Kendrick smiled. For any enterprise to develop rapidly, it cannot do without policy inclination and support. No wonder this time, from acquiring land to taking over, from obtaining qualifications to conducting business, everything for his Kaimingsing shipping company has been surprisingly smooth. Besides the Enrique family's strong support, there is likely also the implicit approval and permission of Tianhai City's leaders. Brittany procedures have thus been simplified or even postponed. With this foundation, he had no worries at all. Brother Chen, you are so young. Our Tianhai City is truly fortunate to have entrepreneurs like you. Oh yes, I must specially thank you for your outstanding contribution in cracking down on organized crime. Amin said to Kendrick with a smile. Cracking down on organized crime? No, I didn't do anything. Kendrick was somewhat perplexed. Isn't that person named Herb an employee of your company? I saw that he's recently in charge of the business of Kaimingsing Shipping Company. Amin asked with a smile. You mean Bruno? Kendrick was taken aback. Herb used to be a notorious gang leader in our Tianhai City streets. He always gathered a group of thugs to monopolize several logistics channels in our city. It's said that after being recruited by you, he became much more compliant, and the monopolized logistics channels were freed up. Now, he is recruiting sailors and bringing many hooligans from Tianhai City onto ships. We never expected this. These small-time hoodlums used to idle around all day, causing trouble everywhere, creating significant risks to our city's public safety. But once they're on board, they'll be out at sea for several months, even half a year. Truly a great way to rid the people of a menace. Amins laughed. Well, Kendrick was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Back then, when Kendrick was setting the wages for the sailors, he generally set them quite high. The lowest could earn at least 80,000 yuan a year. Hearing such good news, Bruno, as the boss thought, if the boss can eat meat, the followers should also get some broth. He immediately got those street thugs on board. Otherwise, these people would never achieve such levels no matter what. Thus, Bruno managed to recruit quite a few people within a short period. Unexpectedly, this accidental move made the leaders very satisfied. The banquet lasted until late at night. After reporting future development plans, especially regarding international trade, to the leaders acknowledged and promised maximum support. Kendrick also breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, Kendrick went straight to the box. During the dinner party, the surveillance alarm for the box at home had sounded. Seeing it was a voice recorder, Kendrick knew Callie didn't have an urgent matter, so he didn't rush back. After hearing Callie's description, Kendrick was somewhat shocked. There might indeed be a possibility it's Bliss from Northern Way. Absolutely don't underestimate this person. You did the right thing by sending Casimir to pursue and eliminate him. It's just a pity there isn't enough fuel left. Kendrick told Callie. He felt very regretful. If he had known, he would have found a way to send powerful tools to Casimir and the others to deal with Bliss midway. If Bliss died, Northern Way would lose its pillar. Perhaps it might not be. You needn't be disheartened. We are now preparing to strike against Northern Liang. Strive to seize Northern Liang before Northern Way does. I'm just worried that Northern Way might take advantage of the chaos. Callie shared his concerns with Kendrick. In fact, there is a way to take Northern Liang without using military force. Don't rush, I'll think about it. Let's wait for Casimir and the results. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day when Casimir and the others returned that Callie hurriedly went out to meet them. You're Brett Jesty. Those people are very likely to be Bliss. Casimir said anxiously to Callie. What happened? How are you all? Callie was taken aback. You're Brett Jesty. We flew in the direction of Zone 33 with full effort. Finally, on a road outside Zone 33, we found a suspicious group of people. They were shocked when they saw us approaching. For ease of flight this time, we didn't bring heavy equipment but only bows and arrows. But those people did not engage us. Instead, they kept fleeing. We were about to chase them, but the hot air balloon ran out of fuel, forcing us to land. Fortunately, those people did not counterattack. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger. Casimir and the others said with lingering fear. Just getting back is good. Were the items given by the deity undamaged? Callie asked hurriedly. No damage. After the hot air balloon ran out of fuel, it started descending. We quickly controlled its direction to fly towards Western Liang territory, but we still couldn't make it back and landed near a county seat in Northern Liang territory. But fortunately, the civilians of Northern Liang seemed very afraid of us. Even their county troops gave us space, and we managed to seize some horses and carriages, allowing us to return with the items. Casimir explained to Callie. Is that possible? Only a few of you fell into Northern Liang territory, and they didn't catch you? Callie was also surprised. Your Brett Jesty doesn't know. We flew over using the hot air balloon. Both the people of Northern Liang and Northern Way were scared stiff. When they saw us, they trembled and knelt down. Casimir grinned. Callie's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. How could he have missed this point? The Northern Liang army had been destroyed by the deity's heavenly fire, instilling great awe and fear of the deity among the people of Western Liang. Why not use the image of the deity to intimidate them? Chapter 204. Where the hot air balloons go, no grass grows. With this thought, Callie hurried to the temple. She already had a plan. Kendrick. After the last battle of gods, Bailiang has been on edge like birds scared by the sound of a bowstring. I think we can use their awe and fear of gods to force them to submit to us, Shiliang. Callie explained to Kendrick. That's actually a good idea. The appearance of the hot air balloons easily subjugated those noble families in your Shiliang before, not to mention the Bailiang soldiers who experienced the massacre. They will surely associate the sight of hot air balloons with that night. Listening to Callie's words, Kendrick felt enlightened. For him, he naturally knew the principles behind these hot air balloons and drones, but for the ancient people, all of this was incomprehensible, only able to be associated with the divine. This feudal superstition regarding the reverence of gods turned out to be the best point of entry. Do you want me to send more hot air balloons over? But it will take some time. Kendrick asked Callie. According to Kendrick's plan, he could go straight to the hot air balloon manufacturers and order thousands of hot air balloons. Then get many propane tanks and electric bike batteries. Float majestically above Bailiang. Wherever resistance is found, there will be destruction. Where the hot air balloons pass, no grass grows. Forget just Bailiang. Based on the range of hot air balloons floating, conquering the world would not be an issue. No. You've already helped us so much, Kendrick. This time I want to do it myself. Callie declined Kendrick's offer. All right. Just let me know anytime. Kendrick nodded. He indeed shouldn't involve himself too much. Now, throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, the research on Malcolm and Neza has become quite a sensation. In this wave, more than one region announced they found suspected tombs of Malcolm and Neza. Rumors even circulated about shamans offering elixirs of immortality. The world is bustling for the sake of profit. If you were to add more hot air balloons into the mix, ancient mythology would seem confirmed. Public perception of ancient history would become even more chaotic. Ancient civilians seeing thousands of hot air balloons flying across the sky might think celestial, but now, they perked up their ears like rabbits, afraid not to miss a single word. Just yesterday, after being discovered by Shiliang's border guards, they immediately retreated. Originally intending to find another way to enter Shiliang for spying, but Bliss decisively abandoned the plan. Their purpose for coming was to verify the previous rumors about Shiliang, and what they encountered at the border was enough to confirm Shiliang's extraordinariness. They started their return journey. However, unexpectedly, not far along, a huge head appeared in the sky behind them. Instantly, everyone was frozen in terror. Bliss reacted first, realizing this was likely the legendary god of Shiliang, but it was already too late. Countless arrows shot out from the mouth of the god. Under the advantage of altitude, they had nowhere to hide, only fleeing chaotically. Still, many were hit by arrows. When they were at their lowest, the god suddenly turned around and left. They barely escaped with their lives. Daring not to delay, they immediately spurred their horses and hurried back to Northern Way. Being pursued by the deity made them feel as if they had narrowly escaped death. Passing through this county, they left the rest of the group outside the city while Bliss went into town to buy provisions and gather information. Eldest brother, let's hurry up and leave, Muhammad said to his elder brother. They had thought that the deity did not continue pursuing them because of divine benevolence. But it seemed not. Instead, the deity didn't even consider them worth chasing. The deity intended to act against Northern Liang. If they stayed here any longer, they might meet a similar fate. Without delay, Bliss and his men bought provisions and quickly left the city. Eldest brother, it seems Northern Liang has offended Xiliang, and now the deity is going to strike against Northern Liang. But it's so strange. We never heard of this deity in Xiliang before. How did it suddenly appear? Muhammad asked Bliss. Yes, Juchu Atabaoxan of Northern Liang acted beyond his means, actually proposing marriage to the Annette of Xiliang. This is an insult to Xiliang. It's likely because of this that the deity of Xiliang became enraged. This deity must be connected to the imperial family. Bliss analyzed. What? Eldest brother, what should we do? Muhammad was somewhat afraid. I don't know either. Let's return first, and keep a close watch on Northern Liang's movements. It looks like we need to reassess our stance towards Xiliang. Suppressing the shock within him, Bliss led the group swiftly back to Northern Wei. Chapter 205. Heavenly fire pouring down, leaving no grass alive. Very soon, news spread from Xiliang to Bailiang and the surrounding countries. The god of Xiliang was displeased with Bailiang. In 1 month, the god would descend upon Bailiang, bringing heavenly fire that would leave no grass alive. Unless Bailiang surrendered voluntarily, this disaster could not be avoided. Panic spread across all of Bailiang. In the Bailiang Imperial Palace, in the Grand Hall for morning court sessions, court officials gathered in clusters discussing the news that had come from Xiliang. At this moment, Ariv was carried in by several eunuchs. Ever since he was defeated by the god of Xiliang, although Ariv managed to return, he had completely fallen into despair. His hair turned half-white overnight. Moreover, almost every night after returning to the palace, he indulged himself in music and women in his harem. Now, Ariv appeared like a living skeleton. Pay homage to his Majesty. Everyone knelt down together facing Ariv. Rise. Ariv waved his hand. Xiliang has now announced that their god will bring destruction to our Bailiang in 1 month. What do you all think? Why did such calamity suddenly happen? Sitting on the imperial throne, Ariv asked everyone. Your Majesty, it's likely that the assassination plot we arranged last time was exposed. They probably interrogated and found out that it was us who made the move. With the disgrace of our previous proposed marriage alliance, and the grudge of attempted assassination, Xiliang must have requested the god's intervention to destroy our country. In my opinion, the god of Xiliang can easily wipe out our 10,000 troops with just a gesture. It is definitely not wise to fight. Rather, why not comply with Xiliang's demands and submit to them? That way, our Bailiang will also have divine protection and may survive this chaotic era. An elderly minister stood up and said. Hearing these words, Ariv showed no reaction but silently nodded. Seeing Ariv's response, others were relieved. During the previous assembly, someone suggested negotiating and offering tribute to Xiliang. Ariv immediately ordered that person to be dragged away and beheaded. Now hearing about the god of Xiliang taking action, Ariv seemed more submissive. Yes, your Majesty. Since Bliss of Northern Wei ascended the throne, Northern Wei has transformed dramatically. Not long ago, they heavily defeated the Ruran army. Our neighbor, Northern Wei, may very well attack us next. If we surrender to Xiliang, our Bailiang can still stand firm. Another elderly minister, encouraged by Ariv's response, bravely stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, I agree. I agree. I agree. All the ministers bowed down and voiced their support. Prime Minister Hayden frowned without saying a word, watching Ariv closely. He knew that although Ariv was severely impacted by the last incident, he would not give up so easily. His lust for and hatred towards the Annette of Xiliang had reached its peak. Your Majesty, as I see it, we should be cautious. The god of Xiliang has never entered Bailiang before. This 1-month deadline affects not only us but Xiliang as well. We still have hundreds of thousands of troops. We cannot dismiss our fighting power entirely. Everything awaits your decision. After pondering carefully, despite seeing everyone bowing down, Hayden stepped forward and spoke. Just as Hayden finished speaking, Ariv spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty. Everyone was startled. I'm fine. After spitting out the blood, Ariv felt somewhat relieved. Since hearing the news from Xiliang, Ariv had been in a state of depression, even feeling like vomiting blood. He knew that Bailiang could never be an opponent for the god of Xiliang, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. When his 10,000-strong army was destroyed, it nearly drove him mad. He never imagined that now, all of Bailiang might not escape this fate either. If they didn't agree, the heavenly fire would once again fall upon their city, leaving none alive. To surrender now, especially to a woman whom he was just a step away from dominating at will. This thought choked Ariv. My decree. To keep the citizens of all regions steady, anyone who dares to defect to Xiliang privately will be executed without mercy. Ariv coldly addressed everyone. Remember this. One must have integrity. If we directly surrender, our Bailiang will forever be etched on the pillar of shame. This matter shall be put aside for now. My further instructions will follow. Dismissed. Ariv told the court officials. Yes. Everyone, shaken by Ariv's words, stood up hesitantly. Prime Minister Yao, stay behind. As Hayden was about to leave, Ariv called out to him. In no time, the Grand Hall was left with only Ariv and Hayden. There are no outsiders here. I want to hear your true thoughts. Ariv gestured for Hayden to sit down. Your Majesty, to be honest, I have no clue either. Frankly speaking, I am unwilling to agree with Xiliang. We are defeated generals who surrendered without a fight. Our officials and I would be looked down upon in Xiliang, let alone being given important roles. But this time, it is the god of Xiliang taking action. To destroy our 10,000 troops in an instant is not something we can resist. Even if we were to resist, it would be like an egg hitting a stone, merely costing the lives of our Bailiang soldiers for nothing. So, Hayden spoke frankly. Chapter 206. Die together with Xiliang. Ally with Northern Wei? Hayden swallowed hard. Yes. Even if I have to surrender to Northern Wei, I will never surrender to Xiliang. I can't swallow this humiliation. Ariv was resolute. You're Bretjesty, you mean, to use human lives as the cost? Hayden immediately understood Ariv's intention. Yes. Although the god of Shiliang killed 10,000 of our troops in one attack, it must have taken a huge toll on him. There has never been a precedent for deities participating in mortal warfare. I don't believe he emerged unscathed. If he can kill 10,000, I'll send 20,000. If he can kill 20,000, I'll send 30,000. Until we wear down the deity with human lives and take control of Shiliang. Ariv gritted his teeth. But your Bretjesty, doing so would likely result in our own troops being expended first. The final beneficiaries would be Northern Wei. Hayden hesitated. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Shiliang will also be destroyed. Ariv showed no concern. Beside him, Hayden felt a chill run through his body. Only now did he realize how deeply the attack on Shiliang had scarred Ariv. Ariv was nearly mad, but it had to be said. Ariv's plan might very well succeed. At least they could die together with Shiliang. We cannot afford to delay. You must go to Northern Wei immediately and meet with Albin. Tell them about the entire plan. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Ignoring Hayden's expression, Ariv ordered. Yes. I'll depart at once. Hayden didn't dare speak further and hurried out. Tian High City, Shiliang Impression Company. Boss. Our video is trending. And not just one but 2 entries. As Kendrick walked in, Amelie eagerly informed him. Videos? Trending? Kendrick was bewildered. Yes, those videos you sent last time. I connected them according to your requirements. I made a series called Build Greatness, Glory of Shiliang. Amelie sat Kendrick in front of the computer to look at the backend data. A single video has over 5 million views? And hundreds of thousands of comments? This is... Kendrick opened the video to find Callie and others using boxes to create floods to repel the Iwu Kingdom troops. Looking at the comments, Kendrick was left speechless. What an amazing director. Water suddenly appearing in such an arid place. Thinking he's the second Hokage? No way. Even the second couldn't do this. This requires Kisame's waterfall technique. Not even close. Check out that water pressure and volume. Even if Kisame spits himself dry, he can't manage this. I came in because of the title, thinking it was a historical documentary. Turns out it's a god-level drama. True. I thought hand-tearing Japanese soldiers was the peak of god-level drama. But this director conjuring a river out of thin air makes my brain hurt. Seeing these comments, Kendrick's lips twitched uncontrollably. Thankfully, the cameras he gave Callie were only on their heads and shoulders. Thus, the boxes remained hidden. What do you mean by trending? Kendrick asked Amelie. One of our videos from the Glory of Shiliang series received high praise from many domestic experts. They said our video faithfully recreated the period and setting of Shiliang. They commended us as a conscientious production team. This wasn't initially popular, but after the River Torrent video, it became widely shared along with the expert commentary. Just when the experts praised us for authenticity, a scene with a magically created river followed. Slap in the face. The experts left messages asking us to delete their comments, but I refused. After all, black fame is still fame, right? All this traffic can bring a lot of wealth. Amelie said while placing a stack of brand collaboration materials in front of Kendrick. All these are for advertisements? Kendrick's mouth hung open in surprise. The stack of collaboration materials was taller than a person, almost like free money. Right. And most of the advertisers are supporting the Iwu Kingdom side. There's a kayak advertisement, a swimming training advertisement, and even a sanitary pad advertisement. One suggested the Iwu soldiers use sanitary pads to form a giant dam. Nearly killed me laughing. Amelie showed Kendrick the business deals she had negotiated one by one, beaming with joy. Kendrick, however, was taken aback. What a mess. By the way, boss, many netizens have given us suggestions. Look, for the scenes shot from the hot air balloon, many netizens said that ancient people's reverence for deities far exceeded modern people's understanding. No grand actions were needed. Even small things, some simple common knowledge could make those ancients afraid. They also mentioned how Zhang Jiao could win people's trust and lead a rebellion just by saying a few words. Amelie told Kendrick, create a deity? Kendrick's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that when Callie was leaving the capital to tour the country, she had encountered an organization claiming to have a holy maiden. They used minor tricks to bewitch the populace. In Kendrick's view, it was nothing. But the ancient people believed it without question, following enthusiastically. If he wanted to minimize his own involvement while ensuring Callie's safety as much as possible, the best method was to create a deity. To elevate Callie's current status as the Annette of Shiliang. To become the divine representative of the Shiliang regime. Chapter 207. When it comes to putting on a show, Forrest is the expert. Let's move on to the rest. Forget about these advertisements. We're not short of money right now. As for you, continue developing this series and let netizens contribute their creative ideas. Kendrick said to Amelie. He was quite satisfied with the Impression Shiliang company. The original idea was to pool everyone's wisdom, and now it finally has some contributions. Not taking any at all? These are quite some big bucks. Boss, just confirming, are we really going against money? Amelie asked with wide eyes. Yes. Those unreliable ads can't be used in the videos, nor would the director accept them. Kendrick nodded. Just kidding? It's not that I don't want to take them. It's that I can't. What am I supposed to do? Send sanitary pads to the troops of Iwu Kingdom? Use them to plug up the gaps in rivers? Are you serious? Unreliable? Was it reliable when the director magically made a huge river appear? Amelie was also speechless. I get it. You're trying to hold out for the best deals. Looking at Kendrick, Amelie suddenly realized what he was doing. Well, sort of. We shouldn't get carried away after getting famous. We need to stay grounded and pick the truly good collaborators. Kendrick nodded. Then he hurriedly left. After leaving the company, Kendrick went to the station for registration. The voice continued. Oh, I almost fell for it. Thankfully you reminded me. Kendrick made up a reason and hung up the phone. My goodness, what happened? Bretster turned into a scammer? Even public indecency? Kendrick swallowed hard. He had intended to ask Forrest for tips on folk scams to package Callie. Now this. Thankfully he didn't directly ask, or he might have been taken in by the police as part of the gang. What should I do now? If folk scams don't work, how do I persuade the common people? Kendrick was puzzled. Ring ring. At that moment, the phone rang again, startling Kendrick. He looked and saw it wasn't the police but Melody calling, so he sighed in relief. Kendrick. I might not be able to go to Tian High City temporarily. I told my parents, and while they don't mind, the school teacher won't let me leave until the end of this semester. Melody said, sounding a bit disappointed. Don't worry. Good timing, the art exhibition plans haven't started yet, and since I don't understand it either, you can start planning here in the provincial capital. After you came back last time, did your parents criticize you? Kendrick asked Melody. No, they didn't. But my mom called me into the room and indirectly asked if we slept together. I told her the truth, you on the couch, me on the bed. My parents were very satisfied with you, saying men like you are rare nowadays. And you're not after our family's money, otherwise, things might have been different. Her voice gradually faded as she spoke. She was too shy at birthday. This time, when Grandpa was critically ill, we thought he wouldn't make it through this crisis. Unexpectedly, he turned from danger to safety, and my dad decided to have a big celebration. Melody told Kendrick. Well, alright, I'll definitely go. Kendrick thought about it. The shipping business had just started, and many aspects still needed coordination with Enrique's shipping group. It wouldn't be good to refuse Ezekiel's invitation either. So he agreed. Great. I'll pick you up at the airport then. Hearing Kendrick's promise, joy almost overflowed from Melody's phone. Oh, by the way, an international magic team has just arrived in the provincial capital. They will perform this weekend. Do you want to come watch? Melody eagerly asked Kendrick. Bretchick? Kendrick was stunned. Yes, it's said to be a very famous international magic team. There's even a levitation act. Melody introduced it to Kendrick. Levitation? That's flying, right? I get it. A flash of lightning crossed his mind, and Kendrick said excitedly. Chapter 208 Bretchick. Got it. Got what? Melody on the other end of the phone sounded a bit confused. It's fine. Thank you very much. I've got some things to deal with recently, probably won't be able to make it this month. Kendrick explained with a smile. So, okay. If you're not going to watch, then I won't either. You should get plenty of rest, don't overwork yourself, Melody said to Kendrick. After hanging up the phone, Kendrick immediately started searching online. Considering the geographical environment of Shiliang at that time and the difficulty for Callie to operate, Kendrick chose a large-scale outdoor magic trick, walking on water. As for other aspects, it would be more difficult for Callie to learn and would require multiple people to coordinate. This could weaken the sense of mystery. This time, Kendrick wanted to transform Callie into a spokesperson for a deity, keeping even Casimir in the dark, avoiding any risk of exposure. Having decided this, Kendrick searched online for revelations about the walking on water magic trick and came up with a basic plan. The principle was actually quite simple. Glass? People see the magician walking on water as if it were flat ground, but in reality, transparent glass tanks are hidden in the water, which, when submerged, are almost invisible to people. These glass tanks allow the magician to easily cross the water while maintaining an illusion. After sketching a rough diagram, Kendrick found a glass manufacturer. Are you sure you want to produce according to this? What is this used for? The boss of the glass factory was somewhat puzzled. Bretchick. The material must be the lightest and best quality glass. Do it as soon as possible. Money is not a problem. Kendrick said with a smile. Okay. Hearing Kendrick's last words, the boss did not hesitate at all and immediately started organizing his staff. After leaving the glass factory, Kendrick immediately went to a drone company. This drone company had always been one of Kendrick's enterprises burning money, mainly because Kendrick never stopped researching in the field of technology. Among them, small manned aircraft have always been a focus. On the way, Kendrick asked about the progress, and there was already a prototype available. After arriving at the drone tech company, Kendrick went straight to the testing grounds. This small manned aircraft looked similar to the one used by CEO Zaire from the Mermaid Corporation, but was smaller. Mr. Chun, the takeoff and landing of this manned aircraft are basically fine now. We've also specially configured a dynamic balancer to assist operation. But because of your specific requirements for size, it may lack endurance, and corresponding protective measures need to be equipped to ensure flight safety. The technical director explained to Kendrick. After putting it on, Kendrick activated the switch and flew up directly. The operation was relatively simple. Even someone like Kendrick, who had barely practiced, became accustomed after falling a few times. Reduce the weight further. It doesn't need rapid flight, just slowly ascending. This will solve the endurance issue. And no protective measures, try to make it as inconspicuous as possible when worn under clothes. Also, avoid any significant anomalies during flight. Kendrick said to the technicians. Mr. Chun, but in this case, it might only manage to fly 10 meters high at most. And the duration can be no more than 1 hour. Is this feasible? The technical director seemed puzzled. It's okay. It must take off steadily and land safely, with automatic balance correction functions. How long will it take? Kendrick nodded. A week. The technical director thought for a moment. No, 3 days. I need to see the finished product in 3 days. Kendrick shook his head. Callie needed to practice and adapt afterwards, so time was very tight. All right. I'll have people work overtime. The technical director nodded. After arranging the flying machine, Kendrick bought luminescent ancient costumes online before heading back. Northern Way, capital city. News has just come in that Shiliang has sent a lot of weapons and some grain to Rurin. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? How did they come together? Bliss frowned as he told everyone. Brother, it seems Shiliang has big ambitions. Their goal is probably the same as ours, hoping to stabilize Rurin first. Otherwise, once Rurin falls to us, Shiliang would be caught between two fronts. Mohammed added from the side. Yes, Shiliang has divine protection, though short on troops and resources, but given time, it could develop quickly. In the future, it will certainly become our biggest threat. Bliss also frowned as he spoke. But Shiliang is invincible. With the deity's protection, how can we fight? We don't know what Clay means by sending Hayden here to discuss. He might be trying to unite with us against Shiliang. Brother, you should be cautious. Muhammad reminded. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Hayden of Baelyang is here. Outside the hall, a eunuch reported. Bring him in. Bliss nodded. Soon, Hayden was led into the hall by the eunuch. Greetings, Your Majesty. Here is the letter from our emperor. Hayden handed over the letter to Bliss. After reading it, Bliss passed it to Muhammad and others beside him. You people of Baelyang are really something, messing with who shouldn't be messed with. If we participate, aren't we dragging our Bayway into this as well? Although this benefits our Bayway, the situation about the deity in Shiliang is just Clay's guess. Bliss said to Hayden. Clearly, the last pursuit by the deity of Shiliang still left him in lingering fear. He did not want to get involved. Your Majesty, that's where you're wrong. Our Baelyang and your Bayway depend on each other, like lips and teeth. If Shiliang conquers our Baelyang, Bayway will surely be the next target. This move not only helps us, but also removes your worries. Moreover, if there are any risks, Baelyang will face them first. Hayden quickly responded. I'm puzzled. Why would a prime minister like you come personally? It seems this time, you won't almost filling up the entire box. What is this? It looks like something yet nothing. Struggling, Callie moved the glass box out of the wooden crate. This time, Kendrick specifically instructed that no one should discover the items being delivered. Thus, Callie had to do it all herself. Before long, Callie, panting heavily, sat down. In front of her were now 7 or 8 transparent glass boxes. Place these things in water? Can you combine several boxes using the designated slots? Listening to Kendrick's description on the voice recorder, Callie felt utterly confused. She then noticed some slots on the edges of the boxes, allowing them to be combined. Put in water? And then walk on the water? Callie looked at these boxes. Come, prepare a carriage immediately. Then you all step outside. Though not understanding Kendrick's intentions, Callie still called out to the guards outside. Soon, the Imperial Guard brought a carriage. Callie began loading the glass boxes onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards who had been driven out were watching Callie from afar. Look, your Majesty seems rather strange. Why is she walking like that? It's as if she's carrying something but her hands are empty. Oh no. Has her Majesty been possessed? Yes, seeing her Majesty come in and out, moving something around but her hands are clearly empty. Nonsense, with divine protection. How can she be possessed? I heard that the deity wants to help her Majesty ascend to immortality. Perhaps it's part of the ascension practice? A group of Imperial Guards stared speechlessly as Callie loaded the transparent glass boxes. They discussed and speculated amongst themselves. Unaware of the discussions, Callie continued her work. After loading the glass boxes onto the carriage, she proceeded to the back garden. Inside the back garden was a warm pool, half a person deep, never freezing year-round. Callie intended to experiment here first. Following Kendrick's instructions, she placed the glass box into the water. Huh. Where's the box? As soon as Callie put the glass box into the water, she froze in shock. The box had disappeared. Unbelievably, she dipped her hand in and discovered a flat surface just 2 fingers below the waterline, though it remained invisible. Stunned, she quickly placed the remaining boxes in the pool, feeling their positions carefully. She cautiously climbed over the railing and stepped onto the surface. Miraculously, she stood on the water. Watching fish swim beneath her feet, Callie felt an unreal sensation. What's happening here? Why does everything disappear when I put the box in water? And why did a solid ground suddenly appear? If I'm stepping on the box, why can't I see it? Callie gently moved her steps. Water dampened her shoes, but she could really walk on the surface. Although the movement area wasn't large. Too amazing. Her initial shock and confusion gradually gave way to immense curiosity and excitement. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Urgent military report. Just then, the Imperial Guard led Jarrett Yu and a group of ministers inside. Jarrett Yu and others had urgently wanted to meet Callie, rushed to the shrine, only to be told she was in the back garden. So they rushed over. Upon entering, everyone gasped. Right before their eyes, Callie stood on the surface of the warm pool in the middle. There was nothing around her to hold onto, and nothing underfoot, just standing on the water. Several carp slowly swam past Callie's feet. Instantly, everyone fell to their knees in unison. Why your Majesty this? All were filled with awe. Cough, cough. Do not be afraid. Last night, the deity descended and bestowed some divine power upon me. Today, I felt a bit different, so I thought of coming to this back garden to give it a try. I didn't expect that I could walk on water as if it were solid ground. Callie saw everyone approaching and recalled what Kendrick had said before. She hurriedly explained to them. The deity descended? Bestowed divine power upon your Majesty? Does that mean you're also a deity now, your Majesty? Hearing Callie's words, Jarrett Yu and others stared in disbelief. No matter how skeptical they were, seeing Callie standing on water was the best proof before their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. Exactly. And not just that. From now on, I will be the deity's representative in this world. Callie nodded. Long live the Emperor. 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Jarrett Yu and others immediately knelt down to Callie. Please rise. You came here, do you have any urgent matters? Callie waved her hand at them without hurrying to leave the surface of the water. Instead, she walked gracefully and asked them, report to your Majesty. We've just received news that Baelyang has sent Chancellor Hayden to Bayway. The 2 countries have reached an agreement to cooperate in attacking Shiliang together. Baelyang's troops are already gathered, planning to destroy our Shiliang within this month. Jarrett Yu quickly stepped forward and reported. Chapter 210. We are VIP Brecher clients. As expected, they have indeed united. This is precisely what the deity was concerned about. Callie silently nodded. When analyzing the pros and cons with Kendrick earlier, they had anticipated this situation, so it wasn't too shocking. There's no time to waste. Send out the orders. I shall personally lead the troops and march towards Bailiang. Callie thought for a moment, and then spoke to everyone. Is his Bretjesty planning to take command himself? Everyone was thus. By showcasing it in front of the citizens and troops, this news would spread automatically. After leaving the back garden, Callie went to the temple again. Just about to discuss his experience with Kendrick, he found a strange package inside the box he opened. This is a flying machine that can let you fly. I've already assembled and tested it for you. You can use it directly. I've sent you an instruction manual. Look it over first, and ask me if you have any questions. Listening to the message from Kendrick's recorder, Callie was speechless. Fly. Without using the hot air balloon, Callie hurriedly studied according to the manual's diagrams. In no time, he strapped the small backpack on his back and fastened the safety belts. Callie took a deep breath and gently pressed the takeoff button. Ah! Callie instantly felt a force carrying him up into the air. The speed was very slow, still quite surprising Callie. This flight was entirely different from the previous hot air balloon ride, with nothing underfoot. It made Callie feel very anxious. Even with the balance assistance device, Callie bumped into the wall head-on. This collision dazed Callie thoroughly, barely managing to get up. Flying is actually so difficult. Callie rubbed his wrist. During the impact, he instinctively supported himself against the wall, injuring his hand. Thinking of asking Kendrick what the problem was, but discovered that Kendrick had sent some additional items and another recorder inside the box. At the beginning, it will definitely be unstable. I've sent you several battery energy boxes. With constant practice, you can master the flight capabilities. For now, this flight apparatus can take you about 3 zhong, about 30 feet, off the ground. To ensure safety, the flight speed is set very low, with a flight duration of about half an hour. Kendrick explained to Callie. I see. It's due to my lack of mastery over the flight ability. Callie breathed a sigh of relief. But with this, I've come up with a great way to impress everyone. Callie looked at the flying machine in front of him, with a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tian High City. After helping Callie sort out those items, Kendrick went to the company. Since establishing the shipping company, Kendrick has been extremely busy. If they had started developing gradually from the beginning, it might not have been like this. Upon taking over, Kendrick's company had several hundred people and operations had already begun. Fortunately, the remaining staff were all elites, handling things relatively smoothly. However, Kendrick still needed to review the company's expenditure details and the progress of various procedures daily. President Chen, this is the fuel card specifically provided by the oil company. Your car can use it directly. Now our logistics company's vehicles can also enjoy a 50% discount when refueling. At that moment, Bruno walked in with a stack of fuel cards. Where did you get them? Half-price discount for transportation vehicles? Such a good deal? Kendrick took a look and saw that they were all high-denomination fuel cards, with each card having a minimum of 1,000. The highest was even 5,000. President Chen, we refueled several cargo ships this time, totaling over 50 million. Since we signed a long-term cooperation agreement with them, it's natural they should give us some fuel cards. We are their VIP major clients after all. Bruno said to Kendrick. How much? 50 million? Kendrick was startled. He hurriedly flipped open the financial expenditure report for the week. It clearly showed the refueling amounts for 4 cargo ships, totaling 51 million. Does refueling cost this much? Kendrick had never thought the cost of ocean voyages was so high. President Chun, this is still after the discount. Though the costs are high, the profits are even higher. If everything goes smoothly this time, we can conservatively estimate 4 or 5 minor targets. If we run about 100 or 80 trips a year, we'd really be making it big. Bruno grinned on the side. It takes 1 or 2 months for a round trip, and these trips are all across the oceans. Running 7 or 8 trips a year would be quite good. Otherwise, those crew members wouldn't be delivering goods. They would be sitting in jail. Unless you hire several batches of crew members to rotate, then the cargo ships can keep running nonstop. Kendrick waved his hand. Amidst his shock, he was also very excited. No wonder the Enrique family is so rich. Turns out the shipping industry has such high profits. What is there to fear then? But President Chun, after they reach Whitehead Eagle Country, Africa, and Australia, they will still need to refuel and find cargo locally. At least another 50 million in funds will be needed, and our current account balance isn't enough. Bruno told Kendrick. I understand. I'll try my best to arrange the funds for you. Kendrick nodded. The initial investment is just larger. Once normal operations start, there won't be any issues with fund recovery. Hold on. Kendrick stopped Bruno, who was about to leave. You mentioned that next month is old Breton Enrique from Enrique Shipping Group's birthday, and he invited me. What gift should I bring? Help me figure it out. Kendrick asked Bruno. Chapter 211. These tomb raiders are quite unusual. Mr. Enrique's birthday celebration? At Kendrick's words, Bruno's eyes lit up immediately. Goodness. This Mr. Enrique is a top-level figure in the provincial peninsula. He actually invited such a commercial newcomer like Kendrick. Absolutely. My previous guess was confirmed for sure. Perhaps, this time Mr. Enrique will announce it to everyone. The gift must be taken seriously. President Chun, this time you must bring an important gift. I heard that Mr. Enrique believes in Buddhism. Why don't I get some gold and make a pure gold Buddha statue for him? Bruno stroked his chin and said, Can you give a suggestion of higher quality? Do they lack money? So rustic, looking just like a nouveau riche. Kendrick rolled his eyes at Bruno. Then what should we send? I feel like he might like these kinds of things. Bruno shrugged. You just said that Mr. Enrique believes in Buddhism? How do you know? Kendrick asked. I learned it when drinking with people from Enrique Hang Group. They told me a lot about the Enrique family. Bruno explained. I see. Kendrick nodded. Giving gifts to the Enrique family. Money means nothing. Since Mr. Enrique believes in Buddhism and likes antiques, it might be better to think of a way with Callie. Ring ring. While Kendrick was thinking, the phone rang. Picking it up, it was Terrence who called. Little brother Chun, I have a question for you. As soon as the call connected, Terrence asked Kendrick. I'm not worthy of your instruction. You can tell me directly if there's anything. Kendrick quickly said. You previously studied extensively the Northern Wei period, especially Xilyang. Have you ever heard of a goddess in Xilyang before? Terrence asked. Goddess? I've heard of a holy woman before. She belonged to a cult. It seems she was eliminated. Kendrick recalled Callie's inspection in Xilyang. Eliminated? It doesn't seem quite the same. I recently came to Gansu, where some new literature has emerged here. Most other characters on it are blurred out. There's only one vague line. The goddess of Xilyang descends to earth, overturning the world through countless generations. This goddess we've never heard of before. Only the Annette. It completely baffles us. Terrence said to Kendrick. Touching his forehead, a few more strands of hair were lost. I really haven't heard of it. Kendrick swallowed hard. The first sentence wasn't unusual, but the second could refer to Callie. Could it be because of my god-making that Callie left the identity of a goddess? Terrence, regarding this goddess, do you have any other findings? What exactly did she do? What changes followed in Xilyang? Kendrick asked Terrence. Not very clear yet. We excavated a tomb of a Xilyang aristocratic family. According to the epitaphs, it belongs to one of the wealthy families in Xilyang. Unfortunately, it had been robbed by tomb raiders earlier. But this thing, it's quite eerie. Terrence told Kendrick. Eerie? Kendrick was stunned. Yes, these tomb raiders took valuable items from the ancient tomb but left some others behind. We found several rusted umbrellas, corroded nail clippers, deflated lighters, and stainless steel dinner plates inside the tomb. Neatly placed among the burial goods, it's unknown what they replaced. We suspect it might have been a hideout for tomb raiders. But strangely enough, there's no sign of a hidden entrance. Isn't that odd? Terrence spoke to Kendrick. Hearing this, Kendrick broke into a sweat. These things were indeed the ones he gave to Callie for her auction to raise funds. It must be that this wealthy household bought them during the auction and treated these treasures as burial goods. Instead, the gold and silver treasures weren't buried. If real tomb raiders made great efforts to enter the tomb and saw these burial goods, they would probably spit blood right away. Cough cough. Take care of yourselves outside, Terrence. Kendrick said a few words and hurriedly hung up the phone. It seems I really need to be more careful. In the future, I'd better send biodegradable items to Callie. Kendrick quietly calculated. Boss, the dessert shop you liked has been purchased. Thanks to this fatty's help, you can't eat sweets anymore. Look how you finally lost weight. Eating sweets will make you round again. At this moment, Amelie brought Jackson in. As Amelie was talking to Kendrick, she also complained to Jackson behind her. Wow. You lost weight successfully? No wonder I haven't seen you for a while. Kendrick looked at Jackson behind him in disbelief. He could hardly recognize him. Hee hee. Brother, when I heard that a big belly can affect the experience of something, I gritted my teeth and signed up for a weight loss camp. Claudia is very satisfied with me. Jackson said with a grin. But why did you buy a dessert shop, brother? Can't you just buy whatever you want to eat? Jackson asked. Your sister-in-law feels that desserts are too sweet and has some trouble accepting them. I thought about having someone make some specially and have more variety. That store was very small, and only one person was working there. Everything was made from genuine materials, but it was almost out of business, so I took it over. Kendrick smiled. Brother, you're really something. You bought a dessert shop because your sister-in-law wants to eat desserts? That's being rich. Before, when you invested in the pharmaceutical company, maybe it was because your sister-in-law was sick? And the drone company, could it be that she wanted to play with drones? Jackson's face was full of envy. This kind of romance, brothers really burning money. Kendrick was speechless. When did Jackson become Sherlock Holmes? Guessing everything right. Knock knock knock. President Chun, someone is here to see you. He's from Kyoto, and he said his surname is Tony. At this moment, an employee walked in and told Kendrick. Chapter 212. I want to buy shares in your Morning Star shipping company. Surname Tony? A member of the Tony family? Kendrick was taken aback. Last time in the capital, he won a bet against Trace and had him publicly write an IOU for 100 million yuan. But Kendrick didn't take it seriously. Given Trace's character, he definitely wouldn't honor the promise. Even the Tony family likely wouldn't acknowledge it. Then why were they here today? Could they be looking for trouble? Please bring him to the meeting room. I'll be right there. Kendrick said to the person. No matter what, since they have come, he naturally couldn't avoid meeting them. If they really came to deliver money, it would be great. He was currently worried about where to get tens of millions of yuan for fuel when the cargo ships returned. When Kendrick entered, a middle-aged man was sitting in the conference room. Hello, I'm Kendrick. And you are? Kendrick was a bit puzzled, expecting Trace, but it wasn't him. I am Trace's father, Reginald. I didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so young and already own such a successful business. I'm truly impressed. Reginald stood up and greeted Kendrick as he entered. My pleasure. Please sit down. Kendrick paused but invited Reginald to sit. Last time in the capital, my son caused trouble for Mr. Chen. Please don't hold it against him. Reginald spoke to Kendrick. Holding it or not, this is probably why you're here, isn't it? Kendrick took out the IOU that Trace had written. Yes. I've come specifically for this. Although it was my son's wager, our Tony family has a good reputation in the capital. The bet is honored by our family. Trace handed over a check to Kendrick. Kendrick glanced at it. It was indeed a 100 million yuan check. Now Kendrick was surprised. He heard from Fred and Terrence that the Tony family's reputation wasn't very good. And considering Trace's personality, why would it be this straightforward? It was just a joke back then. Why take it seriously? Kendrick didn't accept the check, but asked cautiously. Our family's word is ironclad. Additionally, after hearing about your business, Mr. Chun, I'm quite envious. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Reginald took out another check while speaking. Kendrick looked at it. It was a 500 million yuan check. What does this mean? Kendrick frowned. Placing both checks together, he pushed them forward. He knew the Tony family wouldn't be so kind as to simply deliver money. This move seemed too large. I've long wanted to enter the shipping industry, but I never had the chance. Never thought that through this opportunity, I could meet someone like you, Mr. Chen. I want to use this money to buy shares in your Morning Star shipping company. Of course, you'll decide the shareholding percentage. I hope you'll give me this opportunity. Reginald respectfully stood up and spoke to Kendrick. Buy shares? Kendrick felt utterly baffled. Considering the current situation, he did need money. This capital influx could solve his immediate financial problems. But Kendrick sensed something fishy. To be honest, this decision isn't entirely mine. I'm just a figurehead. Otherwise, how could someone my age manage such a big business? I need to consult with higher-ups. Kendrick told Reginald. Oh. Reginald's eyes flickered. Since investigating Kendrick last time, he had many doubts. This Kendrick was merely a worker not long ago. How did he suddenly transform into a tycoon spanning multiple industries within months? Hearing Kendrick's admission now, he felt relieved. All right. If you can't make the decision, report it immediately. This is a good thing, a golden opportunity. You must understand the gravity of the situation. My family will thank you generously afterward. With Kendrick backing off, Reginald's tone changed abruptly as he put away the 2 checks. Sure. The corners of Kendrick's mouth curved slightly. Indeed, only by appearing weak could one see people's true nature. Playing dumb proved to be satisfyingly effective. I just called upstairs, but I can't reach anyone. The boss might be skiing in the Alps. Why don't you go back for now? I'll contact you immediately once I get news. Kendrick pretended to finish the call and spoke to Reginald. All right. Reginald had no choice but to stand up. While giving Reginald his clothes, Kendrick took the opportunity to place a miniature listening device he had retrieved earlier on Reginald's coat button. He then saw Reginald out. As soon as Reginald left, Kendrick immediately turned on the listening device. He could hear Reginald's voice clearly as if he was making a phone call to someone. Yes, I have contacted them. This Kendrick is just a puppet figurehead. He has already reported to the people behind him. I know they are short of money, so they shouldn't refuse. They don't even know about our connection with you. Rest assured, this matter will definitely be taken care of. Wait for my good news. Hey, Arigato. Arigato. Hearing Reginald hang up the phone, Kendrick was puzzled. It seemed that Reginald also had connections with someone else, which was quite strange. Arigato? Wasn't that a thank you in Japanese? Although Kendrick didn't understand Japanese, he knew some common words from watching teaching videos by many professors. Though only familiar with a few common words like Yamedusa, Yoshi, and Arigato, it came in handy today. Is Reginald Japanese? Or, do they have connections with the Japanese? This gets interesting. Kendrick rubbed his chin. In the capital city of Xiliang, dawn had just broken. A large number of troops had gathered outside the capital city gate. Divided into formations, the blaring horns and waving flags stretched as far as the eye could see, creating an impressive spectacle. The leading general wore armor, with a saber at his waist and quiver of arrows hanging off his saddle, riding a tall horse, exuding martial vigor. This parade was the largest and most powerful ever seen in Xiliang. Brittany citizens had also gathered to witness the event. Yesterday, news spread quickly that Callie would lead the army in person and inspect the troops at the parade ground. Not only were the soldiers excited, but the citizens were also buzzing. After the previous defeat when the Ruran army besieged the capital, a dark cloud loomed over everyone's hearts. Now, seeing their own army take the initiative to strike back, it was undoubtedly a sign of national strength. Not to mention, Callie was personally leading the charge. Everyone eagerly awaited a glimpse of the Xiliang army and the Annette. Time had come. Everyone was waiting silently for Callie to appear. But there was no movement on the city wall. Just as everyone was wondering, their attention was suddenly drawn to the sky. Heaven! Look quickly. It looks like someone is flying over. Someone shouted, pointing towards the sky. Instantly, all eyes looked upward. In the next moment, everyone's jaws dropped, as if the world had come to a standstill. Chapter 213 The Divine Callie. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Callie appeared in a general's robe, wearing a golden helmet, with a billowing cape behind her. She slowly flew over from midair. Heavens! It's his Bretjesty. His Bretjesty can fly? Could it be that his Bretjesty is also a deity? His Bretjesty is magnificent. Why should we, of Xiliang, fear anything? Upon recognizing Callie, all the citizens knelt down towards her in unison. War! 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 All soldiers felt an overwhelming passion ignite within them at the sight of Callie flying midair. Without restraint, they raised their weapons high and cheered to the sky. The foremost general's eyes were filled with fervor. Originally, when news arrived that Callie would lead the charge personally, commanders like Brethias felt a heavy burden on their hearts. Leading the charge was certainly inspiring to the troops, but allowed no room for defeat. Should they lose, the consequences would be catastrophic. But now, seeing Callie actually flying out, with such divine power, what could there be to fear? All commanders brushed off their worries, even growing eagerly anticipatory about the upcoming personal leadership of the emperor. Fellow soldiers, fellow citizens, although our state Xiliang is small, with divine protection, we shall never fear. This campaign is not something Xiliang wishes for, but the world situation is tumultuous and we cannot stand alone. To consider Xiliang's future for centuries, we must fight. Callie held the loudspeaker Kendrick had given her, speaking to everyone present. Her resonant voice echoed across the parade ground. Your Bretjesty! Your Bretjesty! Your Bretjesty! War! 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 Following Callie's words, the shouts resounded like thunder across the training ground, almost overturning the airborne Callie. To war! Callie drew the sword from her waist, waving it forward. Leading everyone, she rushed out. This time, Callie's appearance during the inspection deeply shocked the citizens of the capital. They escorted the army out of the city for 30 miles before gradually retreating. His Bretjesty is the agent of the deities. Henceforth, we of Xiliang have nothing to fear. Yes, who dares bully us now? I didn't believe the news of the deity destroying northern Xiliang's 100,000 troops with one strike, but now I am completely convinced. Seeing his Bretjesty flying mid-air was with my own eyes. Looking around the world, which ruler has this kind of ability? After Callie led the troops away, discussions still ran hot both inside and outside the capital. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a few individuals exchanged glances and quietly fled towards the outskirts. We're done for. Who would have thought the Annette of Shiliang is also a deity? We must report back to his Bretjesty immediately. Yes, we thought the Annette leading the charge this time would be an opportunity for Northern Liang. Now, we absolutely can't confront them head-on. Hurry up. They took winding paths, sprinting back to Northern Liang. These people were spies disguised by Northern Liang to infiltrate Shiliang. Since Kendrick initiated the deity plan, he made Callie open the passes into Shiliang, hoping to quickly spread the news of her being the deity's proxy. Both Northern Liang and Northern Wei took advantage of the situation to send spies into Shiliang. This scene terrified them without exception, and they withdrew one after another to report back, too anxious to gather any more intelligence. At this time, Clay had assembled an army of 200,000, advancing vigorously towards Shiliang. This time, they aimed to race against time with Shiliang. Your Bretjesty, based on our current marching speed, the vanguard can reach the borders of Shiliang in 5 to 6 days. According to reports, Northern Wei has already gathered 5,000 cavalry. If we achieve the desired results, Northern Wei will certainly join the battle. Northern Liang's General Dmitri stepped forward to speak. Indeed. I know. Clay nodded. Have those sent to investigate Shiliang returned yet? Clay asked. Despite being forced to mobilize, he felt uneasy with no assurance. He had released the news of the Northern Liang assault on Shiliang long ago. How Shiliang responded would decide their next steps. Your Bretjesty, they haven't returned yet. They left only 3 or 4 days earlier. It shouldn't be so soon. Dmitri shook his head. Report. Your Bretjesty. The scouts have returned. As Dmitri finished speaking, a soldier rushed in. Quickly. Bring them in immediately. Clay's spirits lifted. Dmitri was rather skeptical. Gathering information wouldn't take this little time unless something changed? Your Bretjesty. One must not launch an attack on Shiliang under any circumstances. The messenger, breathless, spoke earnestly to Clay. What happened? Did you see the deity of Shiliang? Clay hurriedly asked. We saw her, but not the deity of Shiliang, rather Annette Callie. Annette Callie has become a deity. The messenger reported to Clay. Nonsense. How could Annette Callie possibly become a deity? Are you all mad? Clay was quite dissatisfied. It's true. Annette Callie personally led the troops on an inspection in the capital city. We saw with our own eyes that she flew out from the palace. The cheers of the people of Shiliang were almost deafening at that moment. The man quickly recounted what he and others had witnessed on the parade ground to Clay and his men. You mean Annette Callie personally led the troops and is coming towards our Northern Liang? It's over. Clay felt as if darkness had enveloped him. They dared to mobilize against Shiliang because they believed the deity of Shiliang hadn't recovered and wouldn't dare to enter Northern Liang. But now it seemed, the deity was clearly angered. He actually made Annette Callie into a deity? To lead troops into Northern Liang? What did this mean? It meant the deity didn't take Northern Liang seriously. Northern Liang wasn't even worth the deity's personal involvement. Your Bretjesty. If Annette Callie really possesses divine power, we can't handle it with our troops. Yes, your Bretjesty. When the deity of Shiliang destroyed 10,000 of our troops in one strike, even if Annette Callie isn't as powerful, it wouldn't take much effort for her to destroy Northern Liang. Even with 200,000 troops, we would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Hearing the messenger's account, all the generals of Northern Liang were in a panic. Many of them had personally seen the deity of Shiliang alongside Clay. Their belief in this was unshakable. The morale of the Northern Liang army instantly crumbled. Chapter 2:14 Junhan North Liang. No. 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 This isn't true. It can't be true. Why do they in West Liang have deities? And we in North Liang don't have? Andre was utterly devastated. Almost madly pounding on the desk, he drew out a large saber and wildly slashed at everything before him. He was too unwilling to accept this. Your Bretjesty, in my view, it might as well actively surrender to West Liang. Then collaborate with West Liang to lure the Northern Wei's 5 armies deeper, and take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Northern Wei troops, which also means contributing our share to West Liang. Dmitri hesitated for a moment and said to Andre. Hearing what Dmitri had to say, all the generals were enlightened. That's right. If we can use this opportunity to set back Northern Wei, surrendering to West Liang wouldn't mean we haven't done anything at all. With deities protecting West Liang, they will surely attack Northern Wei in the future. This is also an opportunity for us. Great idea. Not only can this avoid the losses of our North Liang army, but it also gains the trust of West Liang deeply. Afterwards, we of North Liang will have divine protection too. The generals began to discuss fervently. Shut up. At this moment, Andre suddenly jumped up. Wielding his sword, he slashed directly at Dmitri's neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Dmitri's eyes bulged open in disbelief as he fell down. All the other generals trembled with fear, kneeling down towards Andre. You all listen carefully. I don't care what that West Liang Annette is, whether she's a deity or human. Our North Liang will never surrender to them. The army must set off immediately, advancing towards West Liang. Send someone to inform Bliss of Northern Wei that our entire North Liang army is charging forward. Hopefully, they won't go back on their word. Andre said to those few people. After his previous madness, he had calmed down somewhat. Yes. The generals acknowledged and left. Meanwhile, Callie led an army of 20,000 into North Liang. A few cities of North Liang adjacent to West Liang had long since fled upon hearing the news. Without much effort, Callie effortlessly occupied 2 major cities of North Liang, leaving 5,000 troops to garrison each city. She continued to advance deeper with 10,000 soldiers, continuously promoting her divine identity in various regions of North Liang. Your Bretjesty, ahead lies ancient Hui city of North Liang. Most of the citizens who initially fled ended up here. At a conservative estimate, there are now more than 200,000 civilians within the city, and the defending general has not abandoned the city but instead fortified it, Breathias told Callie. They only had 10,000 soldiers, and after a rapid march without siege equipment, capturing the city would be unrealistic. It's already late, let's camp outside the city for now. Callie nodded. There were still some in North Liang holding out, which was a little unexpected, so she could only stop temporarily. At this time, inside the ancient Hui city opposite, Dustin, along with a few subordinate generals, was looking from the city wall. General, that Annette of West Liang seems nothing extraordinary. It appears becoming a deity is just rumors spreading. They only have 10,000 troops. Why not take advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack and certainly drive them away? One of the subordinates suggested to Dustin. If you were the emperor of West Liang, would you possibly bring only 10,000 troops to personally lead an expedition? Do you dare lead 10,000 troops so deep into enemy territory? You must know that failure here means you can't escape back. Dustin coldly replied. Hearing this, the subordinate couldn't help but stagger. Yes, how would a country's emperor take such risks? If not for some backing, if not for absolute confidence, how could they dare to act like this? Based on my analysis, either they have hidden troops behind, pretending to make us underestimate them to lure us out, or the legends about the Annette of West Liang may indeed be true. Dustin sighed. Now he regretted his decision. Staying put to defend out of passion. Had it been abandoning the city and fleeing or directly submitting to West Liang then, things wouldn't have escalated this way. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. General, look quickly. Just when Dustin was in a dilemma, a cry came from beside. Dustin hurriedly looked forward. His whole body was struck by thunder. Right now, a glowing figure was slowly rising from the West Liang camp below the city, emitting a soft luminescence, especially eye-catching against the dark night sky. Is this the Annette of West Liang? She really? Dustin stumbled, instinctively wanting to kneel down. The soldiers on the city wall, witnessing this scene, were already trembling with fear. They dropped their weapons and knelt down toward Callie. A glowing deity. A flying deity. All of this had completely exceeded their comprehension. No matter how much doubt they had before, now there was only fear. I am the Annette of West Liang. I rule the world with benevolence and do not wish to cause more bloodshed. Open the city gates tomorrow morning and surrender. Otherwise, divine punishment will descend, leaving nothing but bones in this city. Callie yelled at ancient Hui city with a loudspeaker. The massive voice hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. It shattered their last shred of hope and illusion. Hurry up. Open the city gates immediately. We surrender. Dustin hurriedly shouted at the soldiers guarding the city. Who would wait until tomorrow? You can fly now. What's the point of fighting anymore? Callie smiled faintly in midair. It seemed even smoother than expected. Breathias and the others who followed Callie were stunned. They had just set up the camp, preparing to cook, and now the city gates were opening for surrender? The might of a deity truly shakes the world. Hurry. No need to start fires. Quickly dismantle the camp. Enter the city. Breathias shouted at the people behind him. Callie in midair did not rush to land, slowly flying toward the city center. She hovered in the sky over ancient Hui city. At this moment, the streets of ancient Hui city were filled with North Liang civilians who had fled here. They all looked up at Callie, shining brightly in the night sky like a star. Their heads bowed repeatedly. I am the Annette of West Liang. Callie loudly called out. Her thunderous voice echoed throughout the city. Everyone who heard it was filled with awe. Chapter 215. Mr. Box, what kind of fetish do you have? Do not panic. Do not be afraid. I, the Emperor, will not harm the people. If you join our Shiliang, you will naturally be protected by our Shiliang deities. You shall return to your clans and spread the glory of our Shiliang deities across the land. Callie spoke to the crowd. Listening to Callie's words, the citizens finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to speak but nodding vigorously as they prostrated themselves. Seeing the effect had been achieved, Callie slowly descended. But the clothes covered in fluorescent powder made everyone in the city hesitant to look directly at him. As he passed, all the citizens prostrated on the ground. Alone, Callie continued his journey to the ancient Huicheng military camp. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, suddenly, thunderous explosions were heard from the sky. Everyone was startled by the sudden sounds, looking up to see several large characters clearly appearing in the sky. Divine arrival. Prostrate before it. Upon seeing this, literate or not, no one dared breathe a word, especially those in the Baoyang military camp. Soldiers still gripping weapons quickly released their hands, placing both palms on the ground, and bowed deeply to Callie. Those words were specially custom-made fireworks by Kendrick. A personal imperial expedition. It was more like an imperial bluff. This attack was mainly about feigning divine intervention. Kendrick naturally wanted to help with the show. The popularity of fireworks started in the Tang dynasty. For people in the Wei and Jin periods, this could only be explained as a miracle. These few fireworks completely quelled any remaining resistance within the city. The city fell smoothly into the hands of Callie and his forces. The next morning, Callie ordered the citizens to disperse and return home. Gathering the Baoyang troops, they continued toward Juchu Atabaoxin's direction. Tian Hai City. Kendrick watched as various animals were delivered and placed in the room. 2 rabbits, a chinchilla, 2 big carp, a turtle, and a parrot. Kendrick planned to carefully research the issue with the box. If he could get through, it would make everything much easier. When faced with trouble, he would just grab an AK-47 and give Callie a rifle. Bang bang bang. But after several attempts, none were successful. He called someone from the pet market and bought some more animals. All those lifeless items passed through easily. Why doesn't anything living work? Kendrick was puzzled. First, he put the 2 rabbits inside and closed the box. When he opened it again, not only were the 2 rabbits there, but there was also a pile of black droppings. Kendrick was flabbergasted. As he prepared to use toilet paper to remove the droppings, he turned around and the droppings vanished. The rabbits were still there. Kendrick was speechless. What is going on? Did I send Tracy a pile of rabbit droppings? Kendrick nearly spat blood. He hurriedly sent a voice recorder to Callie. At that moment, Callie was in a carriage, listening to the sound coming from the box and opened it to find a voice recorder and some black pellets. As the Empress of Shiliang, Callie had never seen rabbit droppings before. Picking them up, she rubbed them, sticking her fingers together. What is this? Could these be elixirs? Callie was perplexed. She sniffed them and detected a foul odor. Hesitantly, she picked up the voice recorder to listen. Just now was an accident. It was an accident. Those black things, just throw them away. Don't eat them under any circumstances. Kendrick's hurried voice came from the recorder. Oh, Callie was utterly confused. She had never heard Kendrick sound so urgent before. Following Kendrick's advice, she used a handkerchief to pick up the rabbit droppings. Pete, throw these things away. Callie handed them out the carriage window. Pete accepted them with puzzlement. Curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the handkerchief. Rabbit droppings? Where did they come from? Pete was astonished. In this freezing weather, where would there be any rabbits? Could there be a rabbit in the carriage? Pete stared wide-eyed at the carriage. Get used to it. I'm used to it. With a deity, anything is possible. Pete reassured himself, placing a hand over his chest. On the other side, Kendrick pulled out the rabbits wordlessly. He tried putting the chinchilla in the box. It didn't work. This is really strange. Is it because it has fur? Kendrick looked at the fish beside him. He fished one out and placed it inside. The fish vanished. This fish works. I'll try again. Kendrick hastily put the turtle inside. To his surprise, the turtle also vanished. What is going on? Could it be that only things in water can go through? Kendrick was completely baffled. Hello. Hello. At that moment, the parrot beside him squawked twice. Brother Parrot, it's up to you this time. You cost me a fortune and can speak human language. If you can go through, come back and tell me about the process. Kendrick held the parrot in his hand, bowed toward the box. He placed the parrot inside. Closing the box, he heard flapping sounds from within, but they stopped after a short while. Kendrick cautiously opened the box to check. Gone. The parrot went through too? Mr. Box, what kind of fetish do you have? Kendrick was somewhat frenzied. However, Callie on the other side of the box was even more frenzied. After Kendrick sent the voice recorder, Callie had felt strange all along. She kept an eye on the box. Sure enough, soon, two fish appeared again. Callie was also puzzled. She handed them out the window to Pete. Pete held a fish in each hand, utterly bewildered. What's happening? Fish? For what? Ah. Just as Pete was confused, a scream came from inside the carriage. Be on alert. Pete shouted loudly, jumping from his horse onto the carriage, vigilantly observing the surroundings. You're Brett Jesty. Are you alright? Pete asked into the carriage. I'm fine. Throw this away. Callie opened the door and handed out a pillow. Pete was dumbfounded. Hastily, he passed the frozen fish to his companion. The companion couldn't believe the frozen fish in his hand, equally baffled. Where did these fish come from? How did the boss have two frozen fish just now? Looking at the hard fish, could it be that the boss changed weapons? Frozen fish warrior? Pete took the pillow from Callie, filled with question marks. Just as he was about to throw it, he noticed a turtle wrapped inside the folded pillow. Is this for real? In this freezing weather, there's a turtle? Ah. Instinctively, Pete pulled the turtle out with his hand, only to be bitten by it, letting out a loud cry. Chapter 216 The Secret of the Box. Boss, where did this turtle come from? Everyone gathered around. How should I know? Damn, it's freezing. It almost bit me to death. Casimir was speechless. Now it was icy outdoors. Whether fish or turtles, they would freeze solid shortly after being taken out. Callie inside the carriage couldn't help but laugh hearing the noise outside. She was also startled by the sudden appearance of the turtle just now. Hello. Just then, a colorful bird flew out of the box. Callie was so scared that she shrank into a corner of the carriage, staring at the little bird with horror on her face. Although parrots had been kept since the Han Dynasty, they didn't really become common until the Silk Road opened up during the Tang Dynasty. Parrots hadn't yet appeared in Western Liang, let alone a talking parrot. Hello. Wishing you wealth. Boss get rich. Happy birthday. The parrot flitted about, chirping incessantly as it seemed frozen. Sensing warmth near Callie, it directly flew onto her head. Callie held her breath, motionless. After a while, she calmed down and stretched out a finger toward the parrot, which skillfully hopped onto it. So intelligent. So beautiful. Callie watched the parrot with delight. Perhaps sensing Callie's kindness, which was far better than the person who almost shook it to death earlier, the parrot gently pecked her fingernail. Breton and Bird began playing together in the carriage. Meanwhile, Kendrick lay sprawled on the bed. He just couldn't understand why some creatures could pass through and others couldn't. What's the difference? I can't figure it out. Hope this parrot stays alive. There are no bird plagues in ancient times, except for winters. Wait. Kendrick suddenly thought of something. Earlier, Tracy mentioned a major epidemic outbreak in a place in West can be eliminated. During the pandemic, alcohol can do, right? Kendrick looked at the two rabbits eating grass in the yard, carried them indoors, sprayed them with alcohol all over. Still, it didn't work when placed into the box. High temperature can also sterilize, can't it? Kendrick suddenly thought. Then he threw the rabbit into the pot and started the fire to boil water. Steam soon rose. Kendrick waited 5 minutes before opening the lid. Well, looking at the steamed dead rabbit, Kendrick fell into deep thought. This method was obviously not working. If I ask a pharmaceutical company to develop vaccines to adjust the ancient human constitution, it might work. As long as both sides reach a basic balance, it will be okay. Kendrick suddenly had an idea. Given this situation, it might be feasible. But it was only his conjecture, and whether it would work still needed confirmation from medical experts. Kendrick wasted no time and headed straight for the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. Northern Liang, Jinkong County. Andre was listening to reports in his tent. Your Majesty, the cities of Shazhou, Luotua, and Guxiang have all been taken by Western Liang. Their troops have grown from 20,000 to 40,000. They are only 300 miles away from us. A general reported to Andre. Hasn't it only been a few days? What have they been doing? How could the Anet of Western Liang reach here so easily? Andre was greatly surprised. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the Anet of Western Liang is now revered as a deity. From the information we have gathered, she can fly in the air and emit light from her body. Many citizens have witnessed this firsthand. We will encounter them no later than tomorrow. If we adjust our strategy now, there's still time. Another general said anxiously. Dustin of Guhuai City was also a famous general of Northern Wei, and he had always been skeptical about deities. How could he possibly surrender the city? This could only mean that in Dustin's eyes, the Anet of Western Liang was unbeatable by human forces. They knew very well that in terms of combat power and strategy, they were not matched for Dustin and had already started thinking of retreat. Adjust? What needs adjusting? What can they do to us within these city walls of Jiankong County? If so, there's no need to worry about an imminent attack. We can take advantage of Jiankong County's solid defenses and wait for them while we rest. Pass my orders. All troops prepare for battle. 2 divisions should leave the city early and set up ambushes on both sides of the city. When the Western Liang troops arrive, strike while they are still unstable. The 3 divisions will attack together and crush them. Andre commanded everyone. Chapter 217, Gathering Storm. Northern Wei. Bliss was also closely monitoring the military situation in Northern Liang. Your Majesty, according to the message sent from Western Liang, it's almost confirmed that the Anet of Western Liang has ascended to become a deity and personally led her troops to capture 3 cities and 28 counties of Northern Liang. Your Majesty, our 5,000 iron cavalry have already arrived at the border of Northern Liang. We can join the battlefield within a day, once the situation becomes clear. Your Majesty, Ruren troops have shown no movement yet. Even if we mobilize against Western Liang, Ruren would not dare do anything within this time frame. Your Majesty, Andre of Northern Liang has already stationed his troops inside Jiankong City and is preparing for defense. The officials were reporting recent intelligence to Bliss. It seems Andre is determined to confront Western Liang head-on. He's too impulsive. Now that the Anet of Western Liang has become a deity, she must understand divine tactics. Just a little bit of divine power will reduce Northern Liang to ashes. Bliss shook his head, clearly unable to comprehend Andre's impulsiveness. Your Majesty, Andre had 10,000 troops wiped out by the divine strike of Western Liang years ago. With his temperament, he can't possibly swallow this grudge. This could be a great opportunity for us, Muhammad said to Bliss. It is an opportunity. But seizing this opportunity doesn't necessarily mean capturing Western Liang. Pass my order to closely monitor any movements in Northern Liang. This battle is crucial. If Northern Liang can hold their ground, it shows the divine power of Western Liang isn't formidable, or as Andre claims, they haven't fully recovered. Our 5,000 troops can then advance swiftly and take Western Liang. If Northern Liang is easily defeated, we'll need to reconsider our stance towards Western Liang. Bliss slowly spoke. Despite his immense ambition, he wasn't foolish. To resist a deity with human forces is tantamount to courting death. Northern Liang. Outside Jiankong City, troops were already ambushed on both sides of the mountainous terrain. Northern Liang soldiers stood ready, awaiting the arrival of Western Liang forces. Is His Majesty insane? To actually let us ambush Western Liang's troops when everyone says the Anet there is a goddess now? Yeah, we might not even know how we die if we attack. I was part of the team that went to Wild Wolf Valley that night. None of us knew what happened. The entire valley exploded suddenly. The thick smoke and scorching heat almost cooked those of us outside the valley alive. How can we fight such divine power? Screw this. I still have my mother to take care of. The soldiers whispered among themselves. In the rear camp, Northern Liang's General Azariah frowned as he gazed into the distance. General, this battle won't be easy. A subordinate general beside him said to Azariah. Yes, I don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. It's clearly an uneven match, but he insists on fighting. Isn't he throwing our lives away? Wasn't losing 10,000 men enough? Azariah felt helpless. He seemed to foresee the fate of his subordinates after the battle began. Feeling deeply powerless, he lost all spirit. General, why should we sacrifice ourselves if His Majesty insists on dying in battle? Why not seize this chance to rebel and join Western Liang? Wouldn't we receive divine protection then? Another subordinate suggested, glancing at the others. Rebel? Away with you. Go back to your posts. Azariah glared at them, shooing the men away impatiently. He sighed heavily and sat on the ground. Several dozen miles away from Jiankong City, Callie's troops were setting up camp, preparing to launch a formal attack on the city at dawn. Inside the main tent, Callie paced anxiously. He had just received news. Andre had gathered a large army in Jiankong City, ready to defend and engage the Western Liang forces. Callie hadn't expected Andre to persist despite their overwhelming presence. The Western Liang troops didn't know the real situation, but Callie did. Although he could use the divine artifact to fly, he couldn't perform any magic beyond that. Not to mention destroying Northern Liang's troops. What should we do? Should I talk to Kendrick again? Callie hesitated. Indeed, they were cornered. If Andre truly defended to the death, their small force might be instantly crushed. Once they were defeated, the consequences would be dire. Everyone would likely perish, and the momentum they worked so hard to build would vanish in an instant. Northern Wei would certainly take advantage of this opportunity. Western Liang would face a calamitous disaster. After hesitating for a moment, Callie still sent Kendrick a recorder. Tianhai City. Meeting room of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group. All members of the medical research team were seated inside. Now that Kendrick was the largest shareholder of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Group, he had significant influence. Mr. Chun, we have basically understood what you said just now. But this is indeed quite challenging. We do not understand the physical condition of ancient people. Even if we can develop a vaccine, we cannot guarantee that their bodies can withstand it. More importantly, even if we really research this, there are no ancient people for us to experiment on. The investment and output of this project would be completely meaningless. The director said to Kendrick. Cough, cough. It's like this. You know that I also have a live streaming company called Western Liang Impression. Recently, we've made a series of films about traveling back to ancient Western Liang. In these films, someone mentioned this issue. Firstly, we need to come up with theoretical solutions to explain related situations. At the same time, Chapter 218 the atmosphere should take effect now. What should I do? Last time, I already told the people of Xiliang that I wouldn't intervene directly again. If I act again, all the efforts to make Xiliang self-reliant would be in vain. Even if I intervene myself, the best approach now is still using the UAV with gas cylinders and electric bike batteries. But Clay leads troops inside the city where many civilians reside. If I use it there directly, the civilians will also suffer. It might result in a city massacre. Kendrick shook his head. Although he wasn't a saint, he couldn't do something so against heavenly principles. Previously, he fought the enemies to protect Xiliang and Cali. Now, such an active attack with mass slaughter would impact the civilians' reverence for deities. It seems that I can only continue pretending to be a deity. After setting up so much atmosphere before, it's about time it takes effect. Kendrick pondered over it, and a bold plan emerged in his mind. Since he was creating a god, why not make this god powerful? He quickly got dressed and headed towards Longting UAV Company. Conference room. I remember when checking business orders, we signed one for a birthday party drone show with Saudi Arabia. What's the progress now? Kendrick asked the team. The crowd was puzzled. Kendrick seldom cared about the UAV tech company's operations on regular days. Why bring it up today? Mr. Chun, our drone formation program has been completed and is in the testing phase now. We have rehearsed twice, no issues? The technical director hurriedly came forward to say, show me the final visual presentation. Kendrick said. Soon, the large screen showed a video of drones flying. In total, we've set up 12 drone groups, all controlled by separate array programs. As long as there's an open area, pressing a button can activate them automatically. In total, 3 segments of actions are designed. For signal receivers, because we're performing in the desert which has incompatible terminal signals with us, we've specially made mobile transmitters. One can connect 5,000 drones within 10 kilometers. The technical director explained to Kendrick beside the screen. Great. But some adjustments are needed. Kendrick wrote down his requirements on paper while talking. But, Mr. Chun, these requirements aren't from customers. If we alter it like this, what if they're unsatisfied? When the technical director checked it out, although Kendrick's proposal looked cooler, it seemed too much. As intellectuals, everyone might dislike overly mystical things. I'll just use it temporarily. I'll return it tomorrow. You immediately adjust the program according to my notes and deliver it to my warehouse. After I finish using it, send it back for retesting. Kendrick told everyone. Hearing Kendrick, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Seemed like Kendrick just wanted to enjoy ahead of schedule. Nothing wrong with that. Sure. Soon after receiving Rick's plan, and it was Callie's plan as well. Currently, Xiliang had such a small number of troops, facing an enemy 10 times larger. Unless they could scare them off, any movement would easily get them killed. These troops, whether taken along or left behind, made little difference. If effective, leaving them behind and only sending Callie would be even better. If not, bringing these troops along would just lead to their pointless deaths. Thus, when Kendrick explained his plan to Callie, she immediately agreed. Meanwhile, on the Jinkong city wall, Clay also couldn't sleep. From what he knew, Xiliang might launch a general attack tomorrow. All night, the troops guarding the city didn't rest. They continuously dug tunnels and reinforced the city walls. They almost drained all the wells in the city and filled every container with water. To prevent another heavenly fire, they wouldn't be caught unprepared this time. What the hell? That was heavenly fire. What good does getting all this water do? Yeah, I heard that those people's bodies were completely incinerated. To me, surrendering to Xiliang is our only way out. Fighting to the death like this is sheer madness. I agree. I want to run away too. A few soldiers grumbled as they worked. Shut up. Come here. Drag these 3 out and behead them. At this moment, Clay angrily yelled at the 3 men. The 3 hadn't expected Clay to actually patrol the city walls at night and immediately knelt down trembling. You're Bretjesty. They spoke without thinking. Please spare them. You 3, admit your faults quickly. The general on the wall hurriedly pulled the 3 men down to kneel. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Drag them out. Behead them. Clay gritted his teeth. You're Bretjesty. The general hurried forward. Who dares to plead for mercy? Behead them all. I've said, perish together with Xiliang. Anyone who speaks of surrendering to Xiliang will have their heads cut off, Clay said furiously. The 3 men were soon dragged away. Chapter 219. Do you really think we are easy to bully? With 3 snaps, the 3 heads fell to the ground, and the surrounding soldiers fell silent as if they were mute cicadas. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Ariv roared at everyone. Colin, how is the task I assigned to you coming along? Ariv asked one of the generals. Your Bretjesty, the consorts from the harem have all been brought into the city, Colin hurriedly replied. After arriving in Jiankong, Ariv had ordered him to return to Baoyang's capital city and bring the consorts with him. Good. There are still 2 or 3 hours before dawn. I intend to enjoy myself. You keep watch on the city wall. No one is to relax. Having said this to Colin, Ariv immediately walked into the city. Colin looked at Ariv's departing back in confusion. He had thought that bringing the consorts was part of some strategy, or perhaps a show of resolve for them to be buried alive. But he didn't expect it was just for his own pleasure. His steps towards the city wall became heavier as a result. General. Quick look. As soon as Colin climbed onto the city wall, he saw many soldiers peering over the edge outside. He hurriedly joined them. This is... Colin widened his eyes looking at the distant sky, rubbing his eyes hard to confirm he hadn't seen wrong. It's over. The West Liang god has come. Colin's legs gave out in despair, falling directly to sit on the city wall. At this moment, a huge figure was slowly approaching their city of Jiankong from afar. Its silhouette could be vaguely seen against the dark night sky. Countless glowing lights circled around the god, clad in golden armor, shining brightly, wearing a golden crown, dazzling, eyes as clear as the moon. Each step taken, though in midair, created a pressure so great that everyone who saw it felt shaken to their core. Hurry! Go report to his Majesty. The West Liang god has arrived. Colin's voice trembled slightly with tears. At this moment, the troops hidden on both sides of Jiankong also witnessed this stunning sight. Heavens, could this really be the god of West Liang? It's even taller than a mountain. How can we possibly fight it? How can we fight this? It must be that the god of West Liang knew about our plans and came to settle accounts with us. Everyone listen to me. Hide well. Don't move anyone. Whoever moves will be killed by me. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone remained mute, devoid of any fighting spirit, trembling and lying on the ground, fearing that the god might notice their presence. Soon, Ariv rushed to the city wall upon receiving the news. Seeing this scene, he staggered back a bit. Your Majesty, the god of West Liang is here in person. Should we quickly open the city gates and surrender? Yes, Your Majesty. If we wait until the god gets closer and divine fire descends, it'll be too late. Your Majesty, we can't resist anymore. We cannot let so many troops die in vain. Everyone knelt before Ariv pleading. Be quiet. Ariv clenched his fists. Everyone, to the city wall. Let the arrows fly. Beat the drum to signal the troops on both sides to attack simultaneously. I will slay the god. Ariv shouted at everyone. Everyone looked at Ariv in disbelief. None moved. Do you defy the imperial decree? Whoever defies me, 9 generations of your family will be exterminated. Seeing no response, Ariv coldly warned. Hearing Ariv's words, they reluctantly aimed their bows at the god in midair. At this time, Callie was surrounded by dozens of drones, hovering at the height of the god's head. Her altitude was far beyond the reach of arrows from the city wall. Kendrick had anticipated this. Originally, Callie's flying device allowed her to hover 10 meters off the ground, but if Ariv went mad and fought desperately, she would become an easy target. So Kendrick had specifically instructed Callie to use the drone's propulsion to rise to 100 meters. Several drones flew in front of her for protection. Even if there were arrows, it wouldn't cause any danger. Fire the arrows. With Ariv's roar. Arrows, is this the Annette of West Liang? Heavens! The Annette of West Liang is descending. Could it be that what we saw just now was the Annette of West Liang's arrival? With such divine power and a dragon accompanying her, seeing this scene, those who had been holding out and not kneeling also fell to their knees. Even Ariv looked up at Callie in a daze. He laughed faintly, lost in thought. Just a joke? It must be a joke. Why should your West Liang have a god? And why? Chapter 220. Did his Majesty take a city alone? Hearing Callie's questioning, all the soldiers did not dare to raise their heads or speak. They lowered their heads and looked at each other. Very soon, quite a few soldiers stood up and surrounded Ariv. What are you going to do? Are you rebelling? Ariv watched the scene before him in disbelief. But before he could continue, he was pressed firmly on the ground by dozens of soldiers. In no time, he was tightly bound. The city gate was also quickly opened. All the soldiers discarded their weapons and knelt before Callie. Seeing this, Callie slowly descended as well. Kill. Just then, a troop of cavalry charged over from behind with shouts. Callie, who had just landed, was taken aback. He thought Ariv's ambush had come out. Just as he was about to fly again, he turned his head and found it was their Western Liang army. Leading them was none other than Ushvin. It turned out that after Callie controlled the drone to fly away, Ushvin and others also heard some noises. They felt it was rather suspicious. The sound came from near Callie's tent. Moreover, Callie had asked for food but did not withdraw, instead turning off the lights. Feeling uneasy, they came outside the tent. After multiple requests for an audience without response, seeing dawn was approaching, Ushvin and company ventured inside only to find the tent empty. This terrified them. They hurriedly called the troops to charge toward Jiankong City. Yet, just reaching the city gate, they saw Callie standing alone outside the city gate. The gates of Jiankong were wide open. A unit of troops rushed out from within. They thought they were rushing out to attack Callie, charging over while shouting, Your Majesty, we have arrived. Hurry. Ushvin took the lead and rushed to Callie. Why are you here? Callie was somewhat surprised. But it's all right now, the city has already been taken. Callie told Ushvin and the others. It's taken? Just as Ushvin and others were about to slash, they noticed the northern Liang troops were unarmed, staring at them in confusion. They immediately stopped. Indeed. Just now, I and the deity came to Jiankong. Ariv has already been caught, and they have surrendered the city. Callie nodded. While speaking, Ariv was tied up and escorted by Eben from within the city to Callie. Northern Liang Eben pays respects to her Imperial Majesty. This Ariv is under our control. Please rule upon this, Your Majesty. Eben led a group of generals kneeling next to Callie. Seeing this scene, Ushvin and others stared with eyes wide as copper bells. What happened? What occurred? Did his Majesty take a city alone? There must be hundreds of thousands of troops inside and outside this city. Just like this, they surrendered? Ushvin and others exchanged glances. Humph. I refuse to believe it. If you have skills, let's fight it out. All these tricks. And you traitors. Cowards. Ariv stiffened his neck and said, glaring fiercely at Eben. War does not disdain deceit. Losing is losing. A mighty ruler cannot even bear defeat? Callie cast a light glance at Ariv, but she noticed there weren't that many troops in the city. Logically speaking, if these tens of thousands of troops were in the city, it should be extremely crowded. Just as Callie was pondering, sudden cries erupted behind her. Your Majesty. Quickly retreat into the city. They have an ambush. Their troops are hidden on both sides outside the city. Ushvin urgently told Callie. At that moment, from both sides outside the city, quite a number of troops rushed towards the city gate. Ha ha ha. These are my ambush forces. Now you can't escape. So what if you have a god? Now you don't dare move because you've lost your power. Seeing the troops rushing over, Ariv laughed wildly. Callie looked at Ariv as if looking at a fool. She waved her hand at Ushvin, who was pulling her into the city. Soon, these troops charged right up to Callie. In the next moment, they all kneeled before her in unison. Northern Liang Aston was originally arranged by Ariv to ambush your Bretjesti outside the city. After witnessing your Bretjesti's divine might, I, leading 5,000 troops, hereby surrender to your Bretjesti. Ready your Bretjesti show grace. You, Aston, I treated you generously. Why do you betray me? Ariv yelled angrily. Your Bretjesti, with the Western Liang deity descending, it is not something human strength can resist. Moreover, the Anet of Shiliang is kind to all under heaven, putting her people first and refraining from massacre. This is already a grace to us of Northern Liang. Why do you insist on resisting? Why should we let our soldiers and civilians die for nothing? Aston said to Ariv. These words expressed everyone's heart. The Anet of Shiliang could have easily wiped them out in Jiangkong City, but she did not do so. She kept conceding. She kept giving them chances. Even from the very start when she set a 1-month deadline, it was just that they of Northern Liang did not appreciate it. They even took up arms to attack on their own. Even so, when the Anet of Shiliang led the expedition into Northern Liang, she did not use the god's power again. Not a single Northern Liang civilian was harmed. Compared to the tyrannical and war-loving Ariv, they naturally preferred to pledge allegiance to the benevolent Callie. You are shameless. Shameless. Ariv shouted furiously. All right, take him away. It's about to dawn. Do not open the city gates yet. Prevent news from leaking out. Immediately bring all Northern Liang officers to see me. I want to know the situation of Beiwei. Callie waved at everyone. Chapter 221. Volunteering for 30 military strokes. Additionally, 10 bottles of wine as a reward. I once heard that Clay and Northern Wei secretly joined forces, with some sort of agreement between them. Callie asked the generals of Bailiang. Your Bretjesti, Clay once sent Chancellor Hayden to Northern Wei, but Bliss of Northern Wei did not give a clear response. The Bailiang troops acted as vanguards and engaged your army. If they won, their 50,000 cavalry would join the battle directly, uniting to conquer Western Liang together. If they lost, they would hold back. There must be spies from Northern Wei and Jiangkong. Colin stepped forward and said to Callie. So it's like that. Callie nodded. The situation was close to what they had speculated. From the moment their army entered Bailiang, Northern Wei had surely been paying close attention to the military affairs of Bailiang. Therefore, after capturing Jiangkong, Callie immediately ordered the city gates closed to prevent any news from leaking out. Who is overseeing the capital of Northern Wei? How many troops remain? Callie asked again. Crown Prince Leland oversees the country with the assistance of Chancellor Hayden. The capital only has 50,000 troops. If your Bretjesti wants to capture the capital, I volunteer to lead the vanguard. Colin respectfully said. Report. Urgent military situation outside the city. Just as Callie was about to speak, an Imperial Guard hurriedly ran in. What happened? Callie asked. If not for an emergency, they wouldn't have rushed in so rudely. Your Bretjesti. 30 miles east of Jiangkong City, a group of tens of thousands of troops are heading this way. The Imperial Guard reported to Callie. Where are these troops coming from? Could there be reinforcements? Callie was puzzled. No. We haven't heard anything. Colin and others were equally bewildered. In that case, let's go see. Callie led the way out. When Callie and his men reached the city walls, they saw dust rising far away from the eastern gate. A large detachment of troops was rushing over. That's not right. If they were marching normally, why would they look so disheveled? Colin, you handle this first. Do you know what to say? Callie frowned, watching the distant scene, speaking to Colin. You're Bretjesti, rest assured. Colin nodded repeatedly. Soon, the troops arrived outside the city walls. Open the city gates quickly. We are the vanguard of Crown Prince Leland. The prince and chancellor are following behind. The foremost group shouted at the gate. What? Why is His Highness the Prince here? Colin was also surprised. Northern Wei's Bliss dispatched 50,000 cavalry, taking advantage of our weak capital defenses to launch an attack. They abandoned the city under duress. The man explained loudly. As he spoke, several carriages rushed up behind them. Open the city gates quickly. I am Chancellor Hayden. Hayden emerged from one of the carriages. Chancellor, please wait. The city gates will open shortly. Due to the congestion of troops inside the city, His Bretjesti has ordered a phased entry. Colin yelled down to them while giving several signals to his men. Soon, the eastern gate opened. Hayden and his entourage's carriages rushed into the city. But just after entering, they were stopped. Hayden was about to explode when suddenly soldiers dragged him off along with Leland, bringing them to Callie. Upon seeing Callie, Hayden turned pale. Though he had foreseen this possibility, he never imagined that Western Liang's advance would be so swift. With over 100,000 troops in Jiangkong, they were captured without making a sound? This Western Liang ruler truly seemed invincible. Subject wishes to submit to Western Liang. Ready Annette request mercy on behalf of Crown Prince Leland. He is still young and knows nothing. Hayden knelt before Callie and pleaded. Chancellor Yao, brave and wise, your loyalty is acknowledged. Take him down and arrange his accommodation. I'll make my plans accordingly. Callie looked at the bewildered Leland beside her and nodded. Thank you, your Bretjesti. Hayden was delighted beyond expectation. Just as he escorted Leland out, an unexpected flash of light appeared, followed by a spray of blood. When they looked, Leland's head was separated from his body. Hayden was stunned. So was Callie. It was none other than Casimir of the Imperial Guards who struck. Casimir, how dare you? Why did you kill him? Callie demanded from Casimir. Your Bretjesti, this humble subject deserves death. Earlier, I also killed Clay in the prison. I have come to beg forgiveness. Casimir threw aside his bloody saber and knelt before Kali. I need a reason. Emperor Kali coldly stared at Casimir. Last time, the deity delivered a message to us, the Imperial Guards, through your Bretjesti. The deity once said that your Bretjesti is kind-hearted and benevolent to all under heaven, a blessing for the common people, but it may leave hidden dangers. If we take down Baelyang, we will surely not wipe out the Baelyang royal family entirely, but this action would leave endless hazards. To avoid further troubles for Xiliang, we were asked to act when the opportunity arises, eradicating the roots. All the blame, I am willing to shoulder alone, Casimir respectfully told Kali. Hearing Casimir's words, everyone nodded. Their cavalry could easily catch up with the crown prince. Kali explained to everyone. If our Xiliang army captures Jiankong effortlessly, they can offer the cities they seized in Baelyang as tokens of loyalty to Xiliang, with no loss to Northern Wei. If the offensive is not smooth, Northern Wei gains a lot. The worst case, they capture half of Baelyang's territory. If both Baelyang and the deity of Xiliang are weakened, Northern Wei can advance directly. Truly a cunning calculation, Kali said coldly. Chapter 222 True or false? Take action yourself. Hearing Kali's words, everyone suddenly understood. Northern Wei is truly wicked. Though it was a supposed alliance, they betrayed us by attacking from behind, completely shameless. Your Bretjesti, Northern Wei is ambitiously dangerous. They will likely strike at Xiliang too. We must not underestimate them. Your Bretjesti, we beseech the deity to take action. Yes, your Bretjesti, show Northern Wei their place. Everyone appealed to Kali for war against Northern Wei, urging her to use divine methods as punishment. However, upon seeing their requests, Kali frowned. The drones had already been returned to Kendrick after use. Moreover, he had reminded her that their effectiveness was limited to nighttime to avoid detection during the day. As for the divine attacks, Kendrick had already stated he would not intervene again. We must rely on ourselves this time. Forces played a critical role in temporarily repelling Xiliang. The Xiliang deity is nowhere to be found. After hearing this news, they will surely advance further, making them easier to handle. Kali explained to everyone after pondering. Yes. They accepted the order and left. After the others dispersed, Kali promptly sent her plan to Kendrick. Tian High City, Guangming neighborhood. Kendrick rubbed his sleepy eyes and got out of bed, walking dazedly towards the bathroom. Last night, Jackson had stayed over. While watching CBA games, they drank heavily, leaving the living room littered with cups and plates. Since Jackson moved into the live streaming company, he had taken full charge of the business, and Kendrick had given him a share of the company. An old saying goes, if the East does not shine, the West will. Everyone has unique talents. While Jackson may have lacked skills in other areas, years of gifting money to female streamers made him highly familiar with the industry. Almost immediately competent. Brittany of Amelie's ideas were his. After Kendrick bought the patisserie, supplying pastries to only Kali wasn't enough. So Jackson turned to live stream selling. Self-produced and self-sold, quality could be controlled. Paired with Amelie's beauty in ancient costumes and Jackson's enthusiastic antics, sales thrived. Abdul praised his son's efforts after learning about this. He personally visited to bring him home, but Jackson refused, even vowing to start his own business. Only when his wealth surpassed his father's would he return. Moved by his son's ambition, Abdul rewarded the live stream with generous donations, only to find half taken by the platform, infuriating Jackson. Abdul's good intentions backfired, causing him distress too. A furious argument ensued between father and son, rupturing relations once more. Yet Jackson remained unbothered, enjoying the company rest area and Amelie's companionship, reveling in comfort. Until yesterday, always yelling about dieting, he indulged wildly in merchandise on set, caught red-handed by Amelie who tossed his belongings out of the company rest area. Thus, Jackson happily sought refuge with Kendrick. Watching CBA games, they spent the night discussing and cursing the leadership of Dragon Basketball following Coach Shiri's resignation, amid beer bottles and hangover blues. Today, Jackson was dragged away by Amelie, while Kendrick, having overslept, finally awoke. Returning from the bathroom to the bed, Kendrick was about to doze off again when he habitually glanced at the suitcase and saw the voice recorder. He immediately became alert. Picking up the voice recorder, he listened to it. After hearing Kali's plan, Kendrick was somewhat worried. Tracy wants to lure the enemy deeper and ambush them along the way, using bows and arrows against the Northern Wei cavalry. The Northern Wei cavalry is similar to the Ruren cavalry. Direct confrontation simply won't work. The main issue is that our attack methods are too weak. If only we still had those fireworks from before. Kendrick was also somewhat helpless. During the last few purchases, not only had the entire Tian High City, but also a large part of the Peninsula province been stripped of fireworks by Kendrick. It would be hard to get suitable ones in a short time. Moreover, the troops were relatively scattered this time, making it difficult to implement. Kendrick didn't have any good solutions for the moment. Just as he was preparing to go to the bathroom to wash his face and clear his mind, he accidentally almost tripped over some beer bottles, which clattered to the ground. Wait. Looking at the broken beer bottles all over the floor, Kendrick suddenly thought of something. What kind of shoes do those Northern Wei cavalry wear? Kendrick asked Kali. Wear what kind of shoes? What are shoes? You mean fu? Kali was confused. They are all made of hemp, ramie, leather, or grass. When dealing with the Ruren, I heard reports on this, so I know a bit about it. Most cavalry wear short leather boots, but only generals and a small number of cavalry can be equipped with them. Most of our Xiliang soldiers still wear cloth or straw shoes. Kali explained to Kendrick. Leather? That's easy to solve. Do the horses have horseshoes? Kendrick continued asking. What are horseshoes? Kali was utterly baffled. Why did Kendrick mention things she didn't know today? A ring of iron nailed onto the horse's hoof. Kendrick said as he found an illustration, printed it out, and sent it to Kali. Oh, you can do that? I've never seen anything like it. Kali looked at the picture in surprise. Alright, you don't need to worry about it. I have a plan. Get me a map of Baelyang. Kendrick told Kali and hurried out the door. Straight to the scrap recycling station. Chapter 223. Gaining soldiers' loyalty with a pair of shoes. Although there was a Qingdao beer specialty store right at the entrance of the residential area, it was more convenient to buy empty bottles since transporting them would otherwise be exhausting. Boss, do you have any empty beer bottles? Kendrick asked the boss who was tying up cardboard. Yeah, how many do you need? They're in the back, go take them. The boss pointed toward the back. When Kendrick went over, he saw them neatly piled up like a small mountain. I'll take them all, what's your price? Kendrick estimated there were about 10,000. Ah, are you kidding me? Do you specifically go to recycling stations to buy beer bottles? The boss thought he had misheard. Yeah, where else could I find these beer bottles? Just these? These won't even cover much ground if they're all broken. They wouldn't serve as an obstacle at all. Kendrick looked around. These aren't enough? Calls. Hello. Old Edric, how many beer bottles do you have? I'll buy them for 10 cents each. I'll send a car to pick them up right away. Hello. Alger, I'll take all the beer bottles you have. Deliver them here, and I'll buy them for 10 cents each. Spittle flew as the boss spoke. Listening, Kendrick was utterly astonished. The boss made a profit of 10 cents on each bottle. But indeed, Kendrick lacked such channels. After leaving the recycling station, Kendrick contacted a local leather shoe factory. Previously, he had been focused on sending warm winter clothes to the people of Shiliang, but had overlooked shoes for their feet. It was the perfect opportunity to send a batch of shoes to Callie while helping her gain loyalty among her soldiers. Liquidation sale. Liquidation sale. The Jiangbei leather shoe factory is shutting down because the boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Liquidation sale. Just as Kendrick arrived at the shoe factory gate, he heard a loudspeaker blaring. There was also a makeshift market stall outside with several elderly people gathered around. Boss, are you here to buy shoes? Our boss has run off with his sister-in-law, and the leather shoe factory is closing down. We're clearing everything out. A middle-aged man grabbed Kendrick's hand. Kendrick twitched at the corner of his mouth. Prioritize equipping our Shiliang troops and those who joined us first. Additionally, organize enough manpower to prepare for moving the goods. Kendrick told Callie, after which he went to the warehouse with the box. Northern Liang, Jinkong City. You're Brett Jesty. Although this time we occupied Jinkong City by relying on the might of the gods. But Northern Liang's troops are more than 10 times ours. I always feel uneasy about this. Moreover, this time we need to control their troops. Will they really follow orders? Furthermore, Biaoyi has sent tens of thousands of iron cavalry, making it hard to handle. Beck and others worriedly asked Callie, even if you don't believe in me, you should trust the gods. This time, although the gods will not act directly, they will provide us with support. As for those Northern Liang troops, with our insufficient manpower, we can only rely on them. Callie waved her hand. You're Brett Jesty. If we win, that would be fine. If we lose, the Northern Liang troops might turn against us. Beck said, yes, this must be prevented. To think, killing Andre and Eric was indeed necessary. I was too hesitant. Kendrick's foresight is commendable. Callie nodded. Just as she was speaking, the box suddenly made some noise. Callie hurriedly approached. A lot of shoes came out of the box. These are the shoes mentioned by the gods? How many are there? Callie picked up a pair and looked at them. The leather was soft, the craftsmanship exquisite, and more importantly, the quantity was enormous. To produce so many shoes by manual labor alone would require an immense amount of work. Hurry! Gather our troops immediately to receive the shoes. Tell them these are gifts from the gods, and they must cherish them. Callie instructed Beck and the others. 3 hours later, many soldiers had already put on brand new leather boots. Heaven, they're so warm. Yes, the soles are even hard. Walking on stones doesn't hurt my feet. This leather isn't like what we've seen before. It is fur inside. The god of Shiliang is so kind to us. We just surrendered, and he gave us these things. If only we had known earlier. The god of Shiliang is truly great. I declare, from now on, the god of Shiliang is also my god. I've lived for so many years and never worn new shoes, let alone leather ones. If anyone dares to speak ill of the god of Shiliang, I'll kill him. Damn, it's because we came too late that we missed out on this batch. We want some too, fuck. All the soldiers were excitedly discussing, especially those newly surrendered Northern Liang troops. Callie's gift of leather boots instantly won everyone's hearts. Act according to the plan immediately. Callie ordered. Each person carried a dozen beer bottles and headed separately toward the Biaoyi troops. Chapter 224, Jade, Shattered Stone Formation. At the same time, Northern Wei's great general Herbayer, Thomas, was leading his troops rapidly marching on the road. General, I didn't expect that even with a deity in Western Liang, they could still be blocked by Jinkong City. It seems this Western Liang deity isn't very powerful. A subordinate general said to Thomas. The deity needs to bear incense offerings to have divine power, and since it's the deity of Western Liang, leaving its territory would probably weaken its power. Previously, Northern Liang's Chancellor Hayden also guessed as much when he came. It seems his guess was correct. The Emperor's foresight is like magic, urging us to conquer Northern Liang beforehand, which is a rare opportunity. Our goal is only the Annette of Western Liang. Once we hold the Annette of Western Liang hostage, even the deity wouldn't dare to make a move easily. Thomas nodded while speaking. No nonsense. Move out immediately. It doesn't matter if the formation is spread out. Thomas lashed the horse's buttocks fiercely with his whip. Report. General. There's a situation ahead. Just as Thomas led the troops charging forward, a man returned alone on horseback from the front. What happened? Thomas stopped. General, the vanguard detachment is trapped. The man bowed his hand. Trapped? What do you mean? Is there an ambush or something? Thomas was puzzled. Not exactly, it's... The man shook his head, not knowing how to describe it for a moment. Wait, why are you covered in injuries? And where is your boot? It was then that Thomas noticed the man was covered in blood, one foot missing a boot, with bloody marks on the foot. General, we don't know what happened either. The vanguard detachment was galloping quickly, but suddenly the horses fell down, and many of our brothers were thrown off. There are many strange things on the ground, cutting instantly. We dared not move, and boots were punctured too. It seems like a jade-shattered stone formation, the man described to Thomas. Jade-shattered stone formation? What kind of chaos is this? Take me there. After listening to the description, Thomas was also bewildered, so he followed the man to the front. He found hundreds of the vanguard team sitting by the roadside groaning, pulling something out of their feet. Upon closer inspection, these people had many densely packed green shards on their hands and arms. Brittany horses were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Some people were picking something out of their horses' hooves. What is this? Gemstones? Thomas picked up a piece of green object from the ground. Transparent, hard in texture, sharp edges, bizarre shape, gleaming like jadeite jade. Looking forward, the road ahead was covered with such strange green shards, glittering under the sunlight, stretching endlessly. Ouch! Unintentionally using more force, Thomas cut his finger with the edge of the glass-like object. He hurriedly threw it to the ground. No wonder these strange objects could trap their people. Horse hooves stepping on them would get embedded inside, preventing horses from moving due to pain. And when they dismounted, their feet also stepped on such things, soft soles making it easy to be pierced. Every step became extremely difficult. Where did these things come from? Why are there so many? Thomas looked at the endless road in shock, knowing it might be difficult to continue advancing. Suddenly, shouting voices came from behind. What happened? Send someone to check immediately. Thomas couldn't help but frown. Soon, the reconnaissance soldier ran back. General, the rear army was attacked. On our rear army's route, a lot of people suddenly appeared, throwing a lot of things, including countless green sharp stones. Those people have fled quickly. The man reported to Thomas. Huh. If so, aren't our large forces trapped within these dozen miles of road? Thomas was surprised. The terrain here was winding and twisting. Although there were dozens of miles of road, separated by forests, the distance wasn't too far. If there was an ambush, it would be disadvantageous for their cavalry. But it shouldn't be like this. Western Liang and Northern Liang were already at war. Who could ambush them? Just as Thomas was puzzled, rustling sounds suddenly came from the woods on both sides. On alert! Thomas shouted loudly. All the cavalrymen either strung their bows or held knives, cautiously watching the surrounding woods. They were cavalry, invincible in plain charges, but unable to function effectively in these woods. Throw! With a roar, countless green things spun out of the woods. The archers, who were fully alert, instinctively shot at those objects. Bang! 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 It had to be said that the cavalry archery skills of the Northern Way were quite extraordinary. Brittany bottles were actually shot apart in midair, with shards raining down. Brittany more bottles landed around them, shattering on the ground. The horses were startled by the sound of breaking bottles and moved restlessly in place, stepping on those shattered glass fragments. Though not severely injured, the glass shards embedded in their hooves made these horses extremely agitated. Hard to control, constantly turning on the spot. The more they turned, the more shards got embedded. They were almost out of control. The soldiers could only struggle to manage their horses, unable to spare any effort for the situation around them. Bottles rained from all sides for over a dozen rounds before finally stopping. Thomas's horse also panicked, turning in circles, as he stared in shock at the nearby woods where many straw dummies, wrapped in dried grass and heads covered with dried grass, emerged. They drew their bows and started shooting arrows at them. Not good. Take cover. Quick, take cover. Thomas hurriedly shouted. But the surrounding troops were too busy. Their horses were wildly turning, and even though those people were close, they couldn't do anything about them. Dismount. Charge up and eliminate them. Thomas knew waiting wouldn't work and quickly adjusted. Those people in the woods were close, and charging would make it simple. He dismounted himself, but the instant he landed, an excruciating pain shot through his foot, making him leap back onto his horse. After they dismounted, the soldiers charged a few steps into the woods but stopped, clutching their feet. They found that their leather boots were full of glass shards, causing them to limp, barely able to stand, let alone fight. At such a close distance, they were like live targets. Stop jumping. Ride the horses and charge towards both sides of the woods. Charge up and eliminate them. Thomas knew this wasn't working. If they didn't act, they'd all be wiped out eventually. He urged his horse forward, leading his men into the woods. Chapter 225. Prioritize psychological warfare over military combat. General, those people have retreated. Seeing Herbayir, Corey, and his men rushing into the woods, the others did not engage in further combat, but immediately retreated deeper into the forest. Damn it! Who are these people? How dare they use such tactics on us? I won't let them off. Corey was sitting on the ground, pulling out glass shards from the soles of his feet. The larger pieces were easy to remove, but some tiny fragments had pierced into the skin. He couldn't dig them out, yet stepping on the ground was unbearably painful. Annoyed, Corey cursed loudly. In this bizarre battle, they had lost quite a number of men and nearly everyone was injured. Even walking became a challenge. General, we can't walk the main road now. We should go through the woods. Yes, General. Brittany horses have injured hooves and can't continue. General, news came that our rear forces have also been ambushed, just like us. The injuries don't matter much, but our feet really hurt. The people around him said one after another. There's no other choice. We need to leave this place first. Corey nodded. He made everyone dismount and lead the horses through the woods. After a limping struggle, they finally emerged from the forest, only to be stunned again. On the open grass, Corey's eyes widened like copper bells, completely shocked. Not just Corey, but all the troops behind him saw the figure flying in midair, dumbstruck with astonishment. At that moment, Callie floated gracefully in the air, her clothes fluttering in the wind, looking like a celestial being. The Northern Way soldiers instinctively put away their weapons, originally preparing to charge. Conversely, the northern Liang soldiers showed reverence and even fervor. Long live the Annette. They knelt before Kali. I am Annette Kali of Xiliang. Northern Liang has already submitted to us. Heaven has mercy. If you submit, your lives will be spared. If you persist in resistance, your fate is death. Kali spoke through a loudspeaker to the Northern Wei soldiers. Seeing Kali fly over, the Northern Wei soldiers were utterly astonished. Her thunderous voice echoed, shaking their eardrums. Some even panicked and fell off their horses. Hastily, they knelt before her. Following the lead, more soldiers began kneeling. Corey turned around. All the soldiers behind him had knelt down. Chi Huayi. His heart turned cold. With a deity-like figure arriving, the morale of his troops was completely shattered. How could they fight? Over 200,000 Northern Liang soldiers had surrendered, and the sight of Kali flying through the air left no room for resistance. Moreover, they were already in an impossible situation, unable to resist. Divine grace. We surrender. Corey knelt before Kali, his face pale. Seeing this scene, Kali suppressed her joy and slowly descended from the sky. Take them all away. Heal the horses. Kali instructed the Northern Liang troops. Order someone to change into Northern Wei uniforms, ride their horses, and push eastward. Reclaim all the cities seized by Northern Wei this time. She told Colin. Yes, I understand. Listening to Kali's words, Colin's eyes lit up. After the Northern Wei captured the city, they would not leave too many troops behind to defend it. If they wore Northern Wei uniforms to attack, they could easily infiltrate. The city would then fall into their hands effortlessly. The Annette not only wielded divine power but also possessed strategy, acting with steady precision far surpassing Jutsu adaptation. Colin did not dare to delay, and immediately began organizing his men. Your Majesty, why not take the opportunity to attack Northern Wei? With the power of a deity, we can certainly seize Northern Wei while the momentum is in our favor. In the main tent, Casimir and others asked Kali. The deity once said that winning hearts is paramount, capturing cities secondary. Psychological warfare is paramount, military combat secondary. From the various probes by Northern Wei, Bliss does not seem entirely convinced yet. Northern Wei's infiltration is insufficient. Continuing attacks might unify them against us, which would be disadvantageous. Moreover, Northern Liang has now submitted to us. Surrounding countries will likely tremble in fear. If we continue attacking Northern Wei, it may prompt those countries to unite against us. In that case, Western Liang would be placed on the defensive. Northern Wei has aspirations for conquest. It's better to use their development to gradually devour other nations. Besides, although I have captured Northern Liang, my troops and officials have yet to be properly settled. We must take things step by step, ensuring every move is solid. Kali explained to Casimir and the others. Casimir and the others finally understood and were convinced. This victory alone is already miraculous. We should not covet too much. During this period, closely monitor the movements of Northern Liang officials. Report any suspicious activities immediately. Send someone to inform LB to arrange officials to enter Northern Liang and take over related cities. Kali waved her hand at Casimir and the others. Northern Wei, capital city. Bliss was anxiously waiting for news. Your Majesty, our spies sent to Jinkang City have returned. Mohammed entered with several people. Why did it take so long? Did I not tell you to report back immediately if there were any results? Bliss said impatiently to the group. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. After Jinkang City was occupied, the Annette of Western Liang sealed the city gates, prohibiting anyone from leaving. We tried every method and finally managed to escape when they dispatched troops. The spy explained to Bliss. Wait, what did you say? Jinkang City was captured? Weren't we told that the Western Liang forces were repelled? Bliss asked in shock. Chapter 226. Just as Rurin was suppressed, another patriarch arrived. There isn't. There was no fight at all. The Annette of Xiliang has become a deity. At night, she descended upon Jinkang City, surrounded by several dragons. That Clay, who had already stationed troops outside the city for a surprise attack, was also captured by people Colin sent, and his entire army surrendered. The ascension of the Annette of Xiliang to godhood, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Several people recounted the events of that night verbatim to Bliss. Finished. Hurry. We've fallen for their trick. The information we heard is likely deliberately released by them. Listening to their description, Bliss instantly realized they were deceived. Send someone immediately to call back the troops. They can't advance recklessly anymore. Use the national missive to seek peace with Xiliang immediately. Stabilize the situation with Xiliang first. Bliss panicked. He had seen the deities of Xiliang with his own eyes before. Hearing the spies' reports this time around finally made him abandon the last shred of hope. Your Majesty, just received news. We lost the few cities in Northern Liang we had captured. They infiltrated through our own soldiers' uniforms, without any resistance. At this moment, someone rushed in to report urgently. What? Bliss felt as if struck by lightning. His figure swayed unsteadily. Wearing their uniforms? That means, it's over. Lost 5,000 cavalry for nothing. How is this possible? 5,000 cavalry. They can cover 1,000 miles a day when charging. Unmatched combat power. 5,000 cavalry are not afraid even against 200,000 troops. Not to mention, if they couldn't win, in such an open place like Northern Liang, they could still run away. How could none of them escape? How could the whole army be wiped out? For the first time, Bliss felt on the verge of collapse. 5,000 cavalry. This is half the capital of Northern Wei. Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to stabilize the situation with Xiliang as soon as possible, and prevent them from launching another offensive against us. Otherwise, we're completely done for. Muhammad, standing beside, almost vomited blood while listening. You must arrange it immediately. Send gold, jade, and jewelry to Xiliang. I will write a national letter personally and send it along. Tell Xiliang it was all a misunderstanding. We never harbored any ill intentions toward Xiliang. Everything. We'll handle it gradually later. Bliss slumped entirely in his chair, as if his spine had been removed. Losing 5,000 cavalry all at once, the strength of Northern Wei greatly diminished. Forget attacking others further, they now had to consider self-preservation. Meanwhile, Xiliang effortlessly acquired Northern Liang, gaining territory and hundreds of thousands of troops without spilling blood. Where could one go for justice? Previously, Northern Liang served as a buffer zone. Now the borders directly abutted Northern Wei. If dissatisfied, they could march over in an instant. Just as Ruren was suppressed, another patriarch arrived. Thinking about this, Bliss felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. He had mocked Clay for lacking resilience, becoming despondent after losing 10,000 troops. But now, it was his turn. This situation was simply worse than death. Big brother, what should we do next? Should we ally with other countries to resist Xiliang together? Muhammad asked. Resist? With what resources? You should know better than me the strength of our Northern Wei's 5,000 cavalry. But if they were so easily captured, and apparently suffered minimal losses, what does that imply? Bliss waved his hand. This? Muhammad fell silent immediately. What we need to do now is to eliminate other countries as much as possible. First, this would give us an escape route. Being adjacent to Xiliang is too dangerous. Second, the stronger we are, the more leverage we have in future negotiations with Xiliang. Trying to resist deities with insufficient power is merely courting death. Bliss sighed heavily and said, I understand. Muhammad nodded. But we shouldn't rush. Everything can wait until spring, focusing on recovering production and replenishing our forces. Bliss stood up dispiritedly. For some reason, his original ambitions to conquer the world and vie for supremacy in Central Plains vanished without a trace. Tianhai City. Compared to Cali's ongoing war, Kendrick was also engaged in a smokeless business battle here. Mr. Chen, the Tony family you asked me to liaise with calls 7 or 8 times a day, constantly urging me to speed up progress. Shall we raise the price again this time? It's already reached 10 billion, yet they still agree. This definitely indicates some ulterior motive. Farron told Kendrick. Of course. By the way, how is that Tianhai Kaimingsing shipping company you asked me to set up? Kendrick asked. It just needs capital injection. I was afraid it would look too fake, so I thought of putting some accounts in. The legal representative is another employee named Kendrick who is very willing to participate. I also specifically transferred all the personnel relations of my security team to the company. Of course, they are all fake accounts. No problem even if anyone checks. I contacted an accounting firm specially, and they gave us a 20% discount when they heard it was to deal with Little Sakura KO. Farron said with a grin. With this, things become simple. You arrange a meeting for me, saying I'm back from a business trip. Let them come to sign the contract and start business as soon as possible. As for procedures and research, let Enrique Hang Group cooperate. Then we'll see how they plan to play. Kendrick said with a smile. The next afternoon, hearing the news, Janice flew to Tianhai City. Oh, I will call you Turner Tony from now on. You're the great benefactor of our Kaimingsing shipping. I didn't know shipping could burn so much money before. It burned all our savings, and right after opening, operations couldn't continue. It's not that I ask for more, but the budget keeps rising. If it weren't for your large investment, we would have been in trouble. Seeing the money arrive, Kendrick excitedly shook Janice's hand. President Chen, you're too polite. We're family now, no need for formalities. Come, I've brought my son here specially today. No matter what obstacles there were before, can we reconcile today for my sake? Janice waved to Trace behind him. Brother Chen, I was wrong before, please don't take it personally. Trace came over enthusiastically, nodding and bowing to Kendrick. If not for knowing earlier about the Tony family's collusion with the Japanese, seeing the enthusiasm of the Tony family father and son, Kendrick might have believed it. How could I? Turner Tony said we're family now, you and I are brothers from now on. Speaking of which, since you've come to Tianhai City, I have a big gift for you. Kendrick took out a contract. Change of legal representative agreement? Trace stared wide-eyed as he read it. Chapter 227 Chen brother. Your morals are simply beyond words. Good. Kendrick nodded. President Chen, what do you mean? Reginald standing beside didn't expect this situation either. How to put it, previously I had such a huge conflict with younger brother Tony, and even made him lose face in public. If this were anyone else, they'd definitely never let me off. They would go out of their way to find fault with me, not to mention the 100 million debt. But elder brother Tony, you're generous. To build up this shipping company. As for the business side, you don't need to worry about it, younger brother. I will take over immediately, Reginald said to Kendrick. Then everything relies on you, elder brother Tony. By the way, I'm planning to go to the provincial capital recently. All matters regarding this shipping company will be entrusted to you. The two shook hands formally, each calculating their little schemes in their hearts. After sending Reginald away, Kendrick gave the employees of the shipping company paid holidays. Several cargo ships have left already. All later orders have been scheduled full, creating an unusual break. After Qi Mingxing Shipping Company in Tianhai City took holidays, only Qi Mingxing Shipping Company in Tianhai City was operating. All Kendrick needed to do was wait for the Japanese to initiate things actively. Xiliang. Cali returned victoriously with his troops. A mere 20,000 soldiers personally leading the expedition, occupied the entire Beiliang territory without losing any men or generals, increased the army by 38 10,000s. It was a military feat unmatched in history. When news came back to Xiliang, the whole country was shocked. In addition to Kendrick's statue, families also added a Cali statue at home, in the Xiliang Imperial Palace. After the ministers prostrated, LB stepped forward with a radiant face. Your Majesty, the Yiwu Kingdom sent envoys to bring and presented Hatian jade, gold and silver jewelry, as well as many specialty fruits. The Bailan Kingdom sent envoys to submit a petition for subjugation along with 5,000 cattle and sheep each, showing allegiance to our Xiliang. Tuyuhan ruler Broderick sent gifts through envoys as a gesture of friendship towards our Xiliang. Our Xiliang deity's power shakes the world. These countries submitting wisely is truly due to your Majesty's grace. Albi reported to Callie. This attack on Baelyang intimidated the rest of the countries. Even Northern Wei's Bliss personally wrote a letter explaining previous misunderstandings, willingly retreated from all Baelyang lands. The female emperor of our Xilyang's fame spread far and wide. Our rise is imminent. Indeed, who would dare to bully our Xilyang hereafter? The ministers also spoke one after another. Callie silently watched everyone's reactions until they gradually quieted down, then slowly stood up. Although Northern Wei claims misunderstanding, they did personally send people to probe our Xilyang earlier. Wolfish ambitions are obvious to all. Furthermore, Bliss is not an ordinary character. This period of hibernation, he must be planning. Our Xilyang wiped out their 5-10,000 cavalry, greatly reduced their strength. If they really wanted to submit, they would have done it long ago, instead of now. As for the Yiwu Kingdom, Bailan Kingdom, and Tuyuhan, originally on par or even weaker than our Xilyang, their submission doesn't add much benefit. On the contrary, those bigger countries haven't expressed any intent to submit. In short, it's because our Xilyang's national strength is too weak. Even with Baelyang's 10,000 troops, it's barely equal to them. Callie reminded everyone. Listening to Callie's words, all the civil and military officials felt depressed. They indeed got carried away before. Your Majesty has a far-sighted vision and thinks of danger in times of peace, which really makes us ashamed. Our Xilyang may have many more troops now, but it also increases the burden of provisions significantly. When Northern Wei invaded Baelyang this time, they looted the grain supplies from various cities when retreating. The burden on our Xilyang has expanded unprecedentedly. Fortunately, spring is coming soon. The most important thing now is to resume production. Albi stepped forward and Gongso said with folded hands. Indeed. I have an idea about this. Now that the territory of our Xilyang has expanded to cover Baelyang, I plan to divide the areas of Xilyang and Baelyang into 12 regions. The production of each region will be coordinated by the 12 families in the court. Let's have a grand production competition. After the autumn harvest, rankings will be made according to the quantity of output, and deities will grant different rewards. What do you think? Callie said to everyone. Currently, the most important figures in the court are the ministers of the 12 families. Apart from them, there are those whom Callie specifically promoted. Callie would always subconsciously favor those she promoted, leading to the neglect of the 12 families' ministers. She wanted to use this method to reignite the enthusiasm of the 12 families. Please rest assured, your Majesty. Our Zhang family will go all out and surely win first place. Nonsense. Our Jarrett family originally owns much land, and they have deep insights into farming, which you can't compare with. Oh. Our Suwa family isn't just sitting around eating either. Let's compete. Yes, empty talk is easy for anyone. The key is how to get it done. Upon hearing there would be rewards from deities, the heads of the 12 families nearly started fighting in the court. Such a significant matter means the rewards from deities must be extraordinary. Didn't they see how the deity turned the Annette into a god overnight? If the deity were happy, maybe they would grant an elixir of immortality, which would truly be noisy. Be quiet. Just as everyone was clamoring, a strange voice rang out. Instantly, everyone froze. That voice clearly came from Callie's side, but definitely wasn't Callie's voice. What was going on? As everyone was stunned, a bird slowly flew out from under Callie's hat and landed on her shoulder. Everyone instantly widened their eyes. Chapter 228. The Goddess with a Bird. Silence. Welcome. Congratulations on your wealth. The colorful bird scratched its feathers with its claws and continued to call out to everyone. This time, everyone saw clearly. The bird spoke? What? A bird demon? No. A bird immortal? Everyone gasped. This is a bird raised by the divine being, able to speak human language. There's no need for you all to be so astonished. Callie turned his head to look at the parrot. Ever since obtaining this parrot, it had become particularly close to Callie. Of course, outside was freezing cold. Only Callie's arms were warm. Moreover, Callie alone smelled nice. Others reeked of sweat and stinky feet from a distance. The process of recognizing its master went very smoothly. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years of prosperity. Bredi the bird god live for thousands of years. Seeing this divine bird being so intimate with Callie, everyone's admiration for him surged like waves, just as they were about to sing praises together. But they stopped halfway. This bird god was a deity, possibly having practiced for thousands of years. How could they flatter it by saying thousands of years? Wouldn't that be cursing the bird god? As for his Majesty, now a deity, his lifespan, she wasn't very familiar with these things, so she gathered everything related to Buddhist statues and sent them to Kendrick. At this moment, in front of the Guangming community's small restaurant, Kendrick was chatting merrily with Terrence. Originally, after delivering the message to Callie, Kendrick waited at home but didn't expect Terrence to visit. Seeing the dirt-covered and weary-looking Terrence, Kendrick immediately pulled old Chow to the restaurant outside the community. After a steaming bowl of lamb soup and 2 liangs of white wine, Terrence's face gradually turned rosy. Brother Chun, you wouldn't know how chaotic it has been recently. It's utterly bizarre. A goddess appeared out of nowhere and unified Northern Liang. Perversely, the ancient texts that have been passed down are fragmented, making their restoration almost unbelievable. Let me tell you, the first person to ascend might have appeared, Terrence whispered to Kendrick. The first ascension? You mean that goddess you mentioned? Kendrick awkwardly ate a bite of vegetables. Yes. But this goddess, we've scoured ancient mythological classics and found nothing similar. Just look, in myths, gods who have pets include Malcolm with a dog, Malashu with a sable, and Chang'e with a rabbit. But there has never been a goddess with a talking bird. Terrence took a sip of wine. Drink up, drink up. Kendrick hurriedly lifted his glass and clinked it with Terrence's. Damn, he had forgotten about that parrot. Who would have thought it survived? Back then, to test the box's ability to travel through time, Kendrick sent 2 fish, a turtle, and a bird. He thought that in such a harsh, icy environment, they couldn't possibly survive. Plus, with Casimir and the barbecue masters around, these animals wouldn't stand a chance. Who would have thought? The parrot lived. It must have caught Callie's attention by speaking a few words. Look, learning a foreign language can save your life in crucial moments. Right, Terrence, did the Wei Jin period have any rare Buddhist antiques? Weren't the teachings of Buddhism supposed to thrive during the Tang dynasty? Journey to the West and all that. Kendrick shifted the topic. No. Buddhism was initially introduced to the Dragon Kingdom through long-term cultural exchanges in the western regions. The earliest confirmed record is from the first year of Emperor Ai's reign during the Han dynasty. Although there was a significant surge during the Wei Jin period, not much information has been passed down, so we know little about it, Terrence explained. A significant surge during the Wei Jin period? Kendrick wasn't very familiar with that part of history. Even in the video footage Callie had sent over, he hadn't seen much related to Buddhism. The Wei Jin and northern and southern dynasties were a time of great division in our history, an era of disasters and hardships. Common people not only suffered from the ravages of war, but also faced various natural disasters. People, with no help available, turned to religion for solace. During the Wei Jin and northern and southern dynasties, rulers actively promoted Buddhism, leading to its prosperity. Former Qin's Fu Jian favored Shidaoan, while later Qin's James valued Kumarajiva. These famous monks significantly influenced their respective states. Emperor Wu of the southern Liang dynasty even designated Buddhism as the state religion. Terrence rubbed his red face and explained. So you're saying there were quite a few Buddhist antiques during the Wei Jin and northern and southern dynasties? How many have survived? Kendrick continued to ask. Not many, of course. With the chaos of the Wu invasions, those nomadic tribes didn't understand such artifacts. Gold and silver items might have fared better, but others were mostly destroyed. Those few items that managed to survive were mostly taken away during the Opium Wars or by the Japanese, Terrence sighed. Alright, let's not talk about this. Drink up. You can sleep here tonight, and I'll take you to the airport early tomorrow morning. With Terrence's confirmation, Kendrick felt more reassured. He figured Callie should be able to get some Buddhist-related items. Bringing them back to the provincial capital for old Enrique would definitely please him. No thanks. I'm just passing through. Came here to give you an update. Coincidentally, a few colleagues are going to Tianhai University to look up some references. These matters can't be told to anyone else. They're still confidential, but keeping them bottled up inside me is unbearable. My flight tonight is already booked. I need to hurry back and write a historical report. Terrence waved his hand. Alright then. Boss, another plate of pork intestines. Kendrick called out to the restaurant owner. Soon after, two other professors came to accompany the drunken Terrence to the airport. Boss, pack one plate of pork intestines and a plate of shrimp dumplings. Everything to go. Kendrick called out to the owner. Lately, whenever Kendrick ate something here, he would send Callie the same dishes. As Kendrick walked home carrying the pork intestines and dumplings, he stopped by a durian stand and picked a large durian. Upon returning home, he saw the box was filled with all sorts of items. Chapter 229. Do you deities eat people? My goodness, Andrew works so efficiently. Kendrick hurriedly picked up the items to examine. On top was a wooden carving of an 11-faced Guanyin statue. Having seen numerous dilapidated artifacts in museums, this particular wooden carving seemed almost fake. Below were various stone carvings and utensils. These are what I found in the palace, but they aren't too many. I had people search within the capital. We discovered some stone statues and murals, and I asked Casimir and others to chisel them, but some are too large, so I'll send them to you separately. Kendrick picked up the recorder and listened. He almost vomited. Continuing on. After checking around, either they were already present, or they were unsuitable as birthday gifts. Probably only the ones from the Imperial Palace survived. This has gotten complicated. Shaking his head, Kendrick returned everything to Callie. These things are not suitable. Think of another way. Kendrick said to Callie. Okay. Oh, by the way, I want to ask something. Do you deities eat people? Callie asked Kendrick fearfully. Eat people? Not at all. Why do you ask? Kendrick was utterly confused. Then what you brought, is this intestine? Callie asked timidly. Just now. Kendrick delivered food to Callie. With a smile, Callie picked up the food. She loved Kendrick's pampering. Upon opening, she found the thing called dumplings and couldn't wait to try it, almost dropping her eyebrows off. This wasn't the first time Kendrick brought her dumplings, and every kind of filling was delicious. Her favorite were the bream filling and 3 treasure filling. But when she opened the second box, she froze instantly. Previously, she had experienced wars with the Ruran people and witnessed horrific battle scenes firsthand. Seeing pieces of greasy pig intestines reminded her of the gruesome war scenes. She almost threw up. That is indeed intestines, but not human intestines, rather pork intestines. It's originally the large intestine where, you know what used to be. Kendrick sighed, hastily explaining to Callie. Gentlemen do not eat offal. Although people began eating pork long ago, the upper class absolutely wouldn't eat pig entrails. Especially someone like Callie, a monarch. Callie might have eaten pork, but she probably never saw a pig run. Alright, then I'll try. Hearing Kendrick's explanation, Callie was at a loss. Not eating would disregard Kendrick's sincere intentions, but eating such a thing seemed unacceptable to her. Cautiously picking up the smallest piece, she brought it to her nose to smell. No strange odor. Taking a small bite. Soft, chewy, smooth, delicate, and fragrant. Callie's eyes immediately widened. One piece down, she subconsciously picked up another. Before long, the entire box of pig intestines was gone. Callie was licking her fingers, still craving more. Kendrick, do you have more of that pork intestine? Callie couldn't resist asking. No more. If you like it, I'll buy you more tomorrow. Kendrick laughed. People who dislike pig intestines won't eat them, but those who like them can't stop once they start. This is also tasty, have this. Seeing the durians on the table, he peeled one open and served a large piece to Callie on a plate. Callie was eagerly waiting for more pig intestines. After hearing Kendrick say there was none left, Callie felt somewhat disappointed. Unexpectedly, there was suddenly an additional plate. The plate contained a large yellow object. Oh, what's that smell? Callie was about to approach when she quickly pinched her nose shut. Looking at the yellow thing before her, Callie suddenly had an ominous premonition and retreated several steps away from the box. No way. Kendrick has always been so good to me. How could he be so vulgar? I must have misunderstood. Callie shook her head vigorously, shaking away the terrible thought in her mind. Approaching the box cautiously again, she let go of her nose for a sniff. Ugh. Callie almost threw up. She couldn't understand why Kendrick would do this. Kendrick, I know you are a deity, and you know I like you, but you can't bully me like this, Callie said to Kendrick with some white sheet. Grievance. On the other side, Kendrick was grinning at the durian he had just opened. The skin was thin, and the flesh was full, yielding more than half its weight in meat. He couldn't wait to take a big bite, finding the texture soft and juicy, with an aftertaste that lingered endlessly. Just as he was about to ask if Callie wanted some, he heard her aggrieved, tearful voice. Bullying her? How did I bully her? Oh, forgot they didn't have this stuff in ancient times. Kendrick slapped his forehead. Wait, this durian is yellow and sticky. She wouldn't think it's... Kendrick froze. The plate in his hand almost slipped out of his grasp. Chapter 230. Come, let you taste too. Zaylee, listen to me, you misunderstood. This is called durian, a kind of fruit. It's a fruit. Although it smells a bit strange, it tastes sweet. I'll put it back in its original form for you to see. Kendrick hurriedly stuffed the scooped-out durian flesh back into the shell and sent it over to Callie. On the other side of the box, Callie sat there with her lips pouting and a look of weight on her face. She saw a yellow, spiky, strange object come over. What is this? Callie picked it up, but accidentally got pricked by one of the spikes. She first picked up the recorder Kendrick had sent over and listened to it. Fruit? Just lying. How could there be such a strange-looking fruit? Callie looked at the half durian in the box with disbelief. She cautiously took it out. Sure enough, she saw several pieces similar to what Kendrick had just delivered, embedded in the spiky shell. Could it be that what Kendrick said is true? But this fruit is stinky. Callie pinched her nose and approached it, still finding it hard to accept. But hearing Kendrick's words, she didn't want to refuse and tentatively bit into it lightly. This, indeed, isn't stinky. Callie pursed her little tongue. The taste was hard to describe, but made her want to eat more. After a few bites, Callie had finished off the piece of durian Kendrick had sent, still craving more. She then personally dug out more durian flesh from the shell. You're Brett Jesty. Those stone carvings we've already stopped. Thinking that there was something in the treasures Bayou sent for peace, we went to fetch. What smell is this? Just then, Casimir and a few others were carrying a gilded bronze statue of Buddha into the hall. They caught a whiff of a strong stench as soon as they reached the entrance. Looking closely, they saw Callie eating some yellow, soft substance with her hands. Their eyes widened. You're Brett Jesty. You. Casimir stuttered as he approached. After all, there wasn't a shortage of food in the palace now. Why had it come to this? Even during the difficult times when Ruran troops surrounded the capital, things weren't this bad. Don't misunderstand, this is a fruit. Very delicious. Come, let you taste too. Callie beckoned Casimir and the others. No. Thank you, Your Brett Jesty. We need to patrol. That thing will be left here. Retiring now. Hurry. Casimir and his men hastily placed down the gilded bronze statue and rushed out. Callie felt somewhat helpless. Eating the durian with Kendrick through the box, they finished half a durian in no time. She then got up and looked at the items Casimir had delivered. Such a big disaster to Shiliang and your mother, Kendrick admitted honestly. Actually, you don't need to say that. If it's as you say, you were just a child back then. How could you have known about this? My mother entrusted this box to me through someone, thus saving me and Shiliang. Let bygones be bygones. After a long while, Callie finally sent over the recorder. Listening to Callie's words, Kendrick couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Perhaps Tracy still harbored some resentment in her heart, but for her to say such things to him, Kendrick felt greatly consoled. In fact, to be honest with you, I once thought about entering the box and coming over here. And it failed. Kendrick, tell me, is there any possibility that we will meet again in the future? Callie asked Kendrick. Rest assured, I am already thinking of ways to research how this happened in the past. I believe if it connected before, there must be a way to restore it. I'll come looking for you. Kendrick said to Callie firmly. Yes. I'll wait for you. Callie replied coyly to Kendrick. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a sweetness in her mouth. Wiping her hand over it, she then realized she had started nosebleeding at some point. Panicking, she hurriedly tried to clean herself up. On the other side of the box, Kendrick inexplicably smiled foolishly on the bed upon hearing Callie's words. Despite being separated by more than 1,000 years, they could still feel attached to each other. Human emotions are truly the strangest thing. Setting off for the provincial capital tomorrow, Kendrick lay down on the bed. Uh-oh. Suddenly, Kendrick remembered something and jumped up from the bed. Going to the provincial capital for the birthday celebration was a matter of etiquette. He should go whether it was due to the invitation or because of Enrique Hang Group's business. But there was still a big misunderstanding with the Enrique family in the provincial capital. When he got drunk at the Enrique family's place and kept calling out, Tracy, everyone probably knew he had eyes for Melody. And then this time in the capital, he ended up sharing a room with Melody unexpectedly. The misunderstanding was painted thick and heavy. He wondered how Ezekiel and others saw him after Melody went back home last time. Would the Enrique family make any moves when he arrived this time? Forget it, can only take it one step at a time. Kendrick shook his head. He carefully packed away his belongings and prepared the clothes for his trip to the capital. Chapter 231. Cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Provincial capital. The Enrique family. People were coming and going. busily preparing for old Brettster Enrique's birthday celebration. For this birthday, even old Brettster Enrique, who usually disliked gatherings, had specially arranged it himself and personally drafted the invitation list. After experiencing life and death and finding out about his second son's whereabouts, he felt much better and also wanted to pave the way for the Enrique family further. Father, almost all the influential people from the provincial capital are coming, and some people from the capital have already been arranged with dedicated reception teams. Ezekiel had just sent off an important figure from the capital and was now supporting old Brettster Enrique to rest inside. Do you know why I made such a big fuss this time? Old Brettster Enrique sat down on the sofa and asked his son. 1. It's to let people inside and outside the industry know that you're still in good health and can continue leading the Enrique family to greater heights. 2. It's to introduce Kendrick to everyone. Once we do this, even if Kendrick doesn't want to marry Tracy, he won't be able to refuse. Ezekiel answered without hesitation. Clearly, he had thought about it as well. Yes, among the third generation of our Enrique family, there is only Tracy now. Tracy's husband will determine the future development of our Enrique family. Looking at the second and third generations across the entire long country, which one truly impresses us? Even if there were suitable candidates, given Tracy's naivety and kind heart, marrying into another family would essentially hand over the Enrique family business. But Kendrick is different. Frankly speaking, this Hubert excels in appearance, character, and ability. The most important point, although it may not be polite to say, is true. Kendrick's parents passed away, so even if he doesn't join our family through marriage in the future, part of the Enrique family's assets would belong to Tracy. Old Brettster Enrique nodded. Father, I understand what you mean. There's also another point. Last time, Tracy secretly went to the capital with Kendrick. They stayed in the same room for several days, Ezekiel added. Huh. Did anything happen between Tracy and him? Old Brettster Enrique was visibly nervous. Kendrick slept on the couch, and nothing happened between them, Ezekiel explained. Good. Old Brettster Enrique clearly breathed a sigh of relief. While he recognized Kendrick, if something had happened prematurely, it could damage Kendrick's image and character as the woman's family. This shows that Kendrick has no designs on the Enrique family's wealth and is indeed of good character. He genuinely respects Tracy and is worthy of entrusting her to. By the way, isn't Kendrick arriving today? Have you sent someone to pick him up? He can stay directly here. He's not an outsider. We've never charged for delivering medicine these past few times, so we mustn't slight him. Old Brettster Enrique told Ezekiel. Send someone to pick him up? That girl knew Kendrick was coming yesterday morning and rushed to the airport early. Ezekiel shrugged. Fine. Let them spend more time together. Old Brettster Enrique nodded. Brettster Enrique, Channing from the capital has arrived. At this moment, someone reported. Oh, bring him in immediately. Old Brettster Enrique hurriedly stood up. Capital Airport. Kendrick came out carrying a suitcase. From afar, he saw Melody standing among the crowd. Today, Melody wore a pink dress. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, slightly curled, shimmering with golden light under the sun. Her two beautiful, long legs were bare without stockings, appearing especially fair. She wore pink high heels, innocence mixed with a hint of sensuality. Holding a bouquet of flowers, seeing Kendrick, she blushed suddenly. You're here? Melody handed the flowers to Kendrick and lightly held onto his arm. You look very different today. Huh. Kendrick was about to compliment Melody's attire when he suddenly felt a sweet taste in his mouth. Touching his nose, he realized he was bleeding. Embarrassed, he frantically tried to wipe it, but didn't have any tissues on him. Seeing this, Melody panicked too and quickly took some tissues from her small bag, but most were used for touch-ups. Here, Hubert. A nearby sister who was picking someone up offered Kendrick a pack of tissues. Thank you. Kendrick hastily thanked her. Mom, what's wrong with this older brother? Did someone hit him? The child next to the sister asked. Go away. Why are you asking so many questions? Back then, when your father met me, he was the same. Now, old blind man. The elder sister turned her son's curious little head back. Kendrick and Melody, who were stopping the bleeding nearby, had their faces flushed red. Kendrick was speechless. What a sin. Why did I eat so much durian yesterday? This misunderstanding is too big. By all means, it should not be due to Melody's outfit today. At least not entirely. Melody pursed her lips, delighted in her heart. Indeed. Cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. In the future, I'll dress like this when dating Kendrick. Where are we going? Kendrick got into the car with Melody. Home. My mom prepared a separate room for you. She said after I pick you up, we go straight home. Melody told Kendrick. No way. I've already booked a hotel. Besides, your grandfather is busy preparing for his birthday. I don't want to add trouble. I'll come by tomorrow for the celebration. Kendrick quickly refused. What you say is true. It's very busy at home. Brittany important figures have been coming one after another today. My father has been running around non-stop receiving guests. This time, many people of my grandfather's generation came. My father suddenly became a junior. Then I'll tell my mom not to go home. I'll wait until after the banquet to return. There are so many people visiting our house these days, it's Fansurunla. Melody nodded. She also didn't want Kendrick to stay at home. Those young master's children tag along, always crowding around her. Yet she couldn't lose her temper. They came from afar to wish her grandfather a happy birthday. As a guest from afar, they deserved her hospitality. If Kendrick stayed outside alone, it would be better than returning home. She could be with Kendrick. After Kendrick checked into the hotel, he went into the room with Melody. This suitcase really is your treasure, carrying it wherever you go. By the way, have you prepared a gift for my grandfather's birthday? Do you want me to accompany you to buy one? This miss has money. Melody smiled at Kendrick. Chapter 232. Who are you? Everything's ready. I won't disappoint, Miss Enrique. Kendrick smiled. Hearing Kendrick's teasing, Melody blushed. She helped hang up the clothes Kendrick had brought. Seeing Melody bustling about, Kendrick was somewhat surprised. You, a young lady from the Enrique family, do these things more efficiently than I do. Kendrick said with a smile. Do you want a beating? Who is the young lady? My mom has always let me do my own things since childhood. At one point, I even wanted to live on campus. If not for my stubborn dad, I would have been freer. Melody gave Kendrick a sidelong glance. Come on, there's still time today. I've come all this way. Aren't you going to take your guest out for a tour? As the host, you should. Kendrick stood up. Do I need to say more? This lady will take you to famous flyover restaurants in the provincial capital. Melody took out a piece of paper from her little bag. It was densely filled with places she planned to take Kendrick. So many? Kendrick was stunned. The list included eating, drinking, entertainment, all sorts of activities, and even Edric Lao San spicy hot pot behind the communication university was listed. These are places my close friends often go with their boyfriends. They say it's delicious. Previously, they always teased me for not taking me. Now we'll just go ourselves. Without asking for any objections, Melody dragged Kendrick out. Early the next morning, though dawn was barely breaking, the courtyard of the Enrique family villa was already festooned with lights and filled with lively chatter. Patriarch Enrique, who was critically ill, suddenly recovered. Judging by his vigor, he could easily live another decade or so. The scale of this grand birthday celebration was unprecedentedly grand. Kendrick, carrying a backpack, had just arrived at the door when Tracy brought him into the living room. Instantly, Kendrick felt like a monkey in a zoo, locked in by dozens of gazes in the living room. This must be Kendrick, right? Come, sit down. Tracy, go and busy yourself. Before Kendrick could react, several aunts pulled him down to sit. What a handsome Hubert, and so tall. Yes, nice hair too, won't bald in the future. Young man, where are you from? Who else is in your family? What business are you in now? How did you meet Tracy? The moment Kendrick sat down, he was surrounded by Tracy's relatives. They almost seemed to be investigating his ancestry, each person firing off a series of questions. Everyone speaking at once. Kendrick's mouth dried out as he struggled to answer, feeling overwhelmed. Finally, he managed to escape under the pretense of needing to use the bathroom. The deruraching enthusiasm of these relatives left Kendrick utterly exhausted. At that moment, outside the villa, various luxury cars were packed tightly. By noon, guests from all over were arriving one after another. Ezekiel personally greeted people at the door. You're out. Just then, Kendrick felt someone lightly patting him on the shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered that Melody had appeared behind him at some point. Melody had also changed into a formal dress. Already an exceptionally beautiful woman, dressed up, she looked even more enchanting and graceful, making Kendrick nearly lose himself in admiration. Take this with you. Don't start bleeding from your nose again. Blushing while looking at Kendrick's ardent gaze, Melody handed him a pack of tissues. Cough. Kendrick was exasperated. Bro, not that serious. By the way, didn't you say your family doesn't have many relatives? Just now, there were at least 50 or 60 people in that room. Kendrick mentioned to Melody. Not many direct relatives, but plenty of extended ones. Especially on my mom's side, with 4 brothers and 2 sisters, naturally, there are more relatives. Melody straightened Kendrick's clothes apologetically, secretly glancing at Kendrick. Just now, Ezekiel had told Melody about the second purpose of today's banquet. In Melody's eyes, there was evident shyness, joy, and deep satisfaction. Seemingly noticing Melody's unusual behavior, Kendrick lowered his head to look at her. Their eyes met, filled with tender emotions, almost completely enveloping each other. Mina Tracy. Just then, a delighted voice rang out behind Melody, breaking the intimate atmosphere between the two. A Hubert in a suit walked in quickly. It's you. Melody frowned slightly, showing an unwilling expression in her eyes. With just darkened like a pot bottom as he glanced between Melody and Kendrick, his anger rising steadily. He considered himself and Melody childhood sweethearts. When Melody was still in elementary school, she was already a little beauty, and the Adebayo family had their eyes on the Enrique family as a rich match. They even let Isaiah study abroad to avoid being too eager. Waiting until Melody graduated for a reunion after years apart would secure her. But unexpectedly, an unknown 6th player moved first. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Little sister Tracy, I have a few words to say to you alone. Is it convenient? Isaiah spoke to Melody, but he looked at Kendrick. His meaning was clear. Someone with good judgment should leave immediately. Chapter 233. He is my boyfriend. You can say whatever you want here. Kendrick isn't an outsider. Melody frowned. Kendrick not being an outsider? In one sentence, Isaiah's heart was pierced directly. The last sliver of hope vanished entirely. Humph. Little Mina Tracy, you are inexperienced in the ways of the world and don't know how treacherous human hearts can be. This Kendrick has an unknown background. The Enrique family is large and influential. You must be cautious. What if someone wants to take over your family business opportunistically? Don't let him deceive you. Isaiah said these words with a grotesque expression. Nonsense. You're saying who has an unknown background? Who do you think is trying to deceive people? Why should our Enrique family's affairs concern you? How unreasonable. And another thing, please don't call me Little Mina Tracy in the future. We aren't that close. Melody was extremely angry, stamping her foot as she berated Isaiah. If it weren't for grandfather's birthday banquet today, she would have really cursed at him. What kind of person is he? How could my brother Kendrick be slandered by you so easily? Oh, what's going on? Why did you upset Tracy, Brother Adebayo? At this moment, several young people walked in together. You guys came too? Humph. No use thinking about it anymore. Little Mina Tracy already has someone in her heart. You guys don't need to waste your efforts. Seeing those people approach, Isaiah said sullenly. These people were also rich 2nd or 3rd generations from Peninsula Province. To put it simply, they were once rivals for affection. But now it's different. They had the same target. Huh. Upon hearing Isaiah's words, all of them were taken aback. They then looked at Kendrick. Who's this guy? Where did he pop up from? He looks like a bumpkin, carrying a backpack. Yeah, never seen him before. Could he be a self-made entrepreneur or something? They looked at Kendrick coldly. This is Kendrick. He is my boyfriend. Seeing the situation, thought Isaiah would mature after studying abroad for a few years, but he's still like this. Have you seen where he went? He studied in Japan. Were there any good people around him? He is known for holding grudges. When he left for abroad, it was reportedly because he crippled some girl's boyfriend. Be careful, Porter warned Kendrick. Japan? What does the Adebayo family do? Kendrick asked. They do export trade. Originally, they were competitors to our Enrique family, but then they suddenly stopped domestic operations and only did overseas business. Melody explained to Kendrick. So that's it. Kendrick nodded. If the Adebayo family learned about his business, they might cause trouble in shipping trade. Brother Zhang, Brother Long, thank you for your warning on behalf of Kendrick. Melody said to them. Listening to Melody's words, they chuckled wryly. After shaking hands with Kendrick, they walked away. Only now did the four truly give up all hopes. Shortly after, the birthday ceremony began. It was rare to see Grandpa Enrique dressed in a bright red tang suit. Grandpa Enrique, you look spirited in this outfit. Kendrick chuckled. If it weren't for the large show character prominently displayed in the courtyard, one might mistake him for a groom. My grandfather specially had this made. He said he wanted to bring some happiness to our Enrique family during this birthday banquet, so that everything will be prosperous from now on. Melody also smiled and explained beside them. Previously, Grandpa Enrique lay in bed looking emaciated, and the house was quiet and empty. Now, with all the festive atmosphere, even Melody felt somewhat moved. All of this was because of Kendrick. Unbeknownst to Win, Melody's little hand had quietly held onto Kendrick's hand. They stood entwined, listening to Grandpa Enrique's speech. After Grandpa Enrique finished speaking, representatives from various families came forward one by one to pay their respects and present gifts. The atmosphere reached its climax. A large table next to the ceremony area was filled with various gifts, more than 100 varieties, each glistening and dazzling. Grandpa Enrique sat happily in the middle, chatting softly with a few old friends. Junior member Isaiah of the Adebayo family congratulates Grandpa Enrique on your birthday, and presents a gift. A gilded bronze statue of Buddha from the Northern Wei dynasty. At this moment, Isaiah brought a stone statue forward, accompanied by a short man behind him. A gilded bronze statue of Buddha from the Northern Wei dynasty? Hearing Isaiah's words, everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on the object in his hands. Chapter 234. Kendrick is truly incompetent. This standing Buddha statue of Vairocana has a full and smooth face with flame-like patterns surrounding the head. Its back is a gentleman does not snatch what others love. Grandpa Adebayo stroked his beard. Though reluctantly, everyone could tell he was praising Isaiah. A group of old men exchanged knowing smiles. Today, we have gathered here to celebrate Mr. Enrique's birthday. I heard that a Hubert named Kendrick received authorization for Enrique Hang Group's business, and he's here today. I wonder what kind of birthday gift he prepared for Mr. Enrique. Isaiah, who had been hogging the limelight, moved to the center and said to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone showed surprise. They knew that Kendrick had obtained authorization to start a shipping company in Tianhai City under Enrique Hang Group, but they were taken aback by the hostility in Isaiah's words. Saying it publicly undoubtedly aimed to embarrass Kendrick through this birthday gift. What was going on? Seeing the astonished looks of everyone, Isaiah became even more smug. His birthday gift would surely win first place. Ancient artifacts aren't just bought with money. It was the perfect opportunity to make Kendrick look bad. Kendrick? Surprisingly, Qingtian Enrique's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect a Hubert like Kendrick to receive an invitation to Mr. Enrique's birthday banquet, but he remained calm, ready to see Kendrick humiliated. Well, as for the birthday gift, I did indeed prepare one. But, seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Kendrick helplessly put down his backpack. Just now, when Isaiah revealed the Buddha statue, Kendrick's heart sank. He thought it was trouble. He had indeed checked online resources earlier. This Northern Wei gilt bronze standing Buddha was supposed to be lost. He never expected that the Sakura country people would return it today. This was problematic. What he had was also a Northern Wei gilt bronze standing Buddha. Both should be genuine. Kendrick couldn't imagine what would happen if these two identical items met across different times. So he had already planned to abandon bringing this item out. But unexpectedly, Isaiah called him out in front of everyone. Ah, that explains why you carried this shabby backpack from the start. It must be inside. Why don't you show us? Isaiah quickly walked over and snatched Kendrick's backpack, pulling out something wrapped in a black garbage bag. Ha ha ha. It's actually wrapped in a garbage bag. You sure are creative. Sending a birthday gift to Mr. Enrique like this. What a country bumpkin. I'm almost impressed. Isaiah laughed until tears streamed down his face. This really is wrapped in a garbage bag. It seems to be some kind of sculpture. Forget it. Even if it's a sculpture, using a garbage bag to wrap it doesn't make it valuable. Didn't Kendrick get business from Enrique Hang Group? How stingy can he be? Yes, young people really don't know how to handle things. Isn't he disgracing the Enrique family? The guests present also shook their heads at this scene. They had all heard about the Enrique family's business expansion, and a Hubert named Kendrick was highly favored by the Enrique family. They didn't expect him to be so unreliable in handling matters. Offering birthday gifts was an excellent opportunity to build closer relationships, but now, it made it difficult for the Enrique family to save face. This person really wasn't competent. Even those elder relatives who were interrogating Kendrick earlier felt relieved when they saw his gift wrapped in a garbage bag. If the Enrique family chose such a son-in-law, no one would dare to take on important responsibilities in the future. So perhaps the Enrique family's assets might be divided among them. Mr. Enrique and Ezekiel exchanged glances. Initially, they had agreed. No matter what Kendrick brought out, they would claim it was exactly what they desired most. And they planned to introduce Kendrick as the Enrique family's prospective son-in-law in public. But unexpectedly, Kendrick presented such a shabby item. How could they possibly introduce him? Wouldn't that make the Enrique family a laughingstock? What are you laughing at? So what if it's wrapped in a garbage bag? As long as it's from Kendrick, my grandfather and I will love it no matter what it is. At this moment, Melody stepped forward and snatched the item. As the black garbage bag fell away, Melody froze. Not just Melody, Mr. Enrique and all the guests also froze. In Melody's hands, there was another Northern Way gilt bronze standing Buddha statue. Chapter 235. What are you laughing at? It's fake. What's going on? How can there be two Northern Way gilt bronze standing Buddha statues? They look identical. One of them must be fake, right? The Northern Way gilt bronze standing Buddha statue was lost long ago. Before this, we only had written records, no pictures of the real thing. Now I finally get to see it. The crowd started discussing among themselves. Kendrick, what exactly is going on here? Even Mr. Enrique stood up in surprise and asked. He didn't believe that Kendrick would give him a counterfeit as a birthday gift. Kendrick's resources were sufficient to provide something genuine. But now both items were presented before him, leaving Mr. Enrique somewhat bewildered. It happened like this. The other day, while hiking in the wild mountains, I lost my way and accidentally tripped over something, rolling down the hill. After getting up, I found a small box buried in the ground, which contained this Buddha statue. I remembered Tracy telling me you like antiques, so I brought it. Ha ha ha. So you actually gave the trash you picked up as a birthday gift for me? Mr. Enrique, I really admire you. Kendrick hadn't finished speaking when Isaiah interrupted with laughter. Don't you see that this one is fake? Who would have thought you'd put in so much effort for the Enrique family's assets? You even knew Mr. Enrique liked antiques. There's a good chance you made up this story about finding an antique. Retime, you even had someone make it deliberately. You hit the real one this time. If you had brought something different, it might not have been recognized. But mine is the real one. Isaiah spoke scornfully toward Kendrick. His words left Kendrick speechless. Old rivals indeed notice everything. How do you know I made up this story? What an insightful person. After Isaiah's words, many noticed that although the two statues looked the same, one appeared new while the other old. The one Kendrick took out obviously shone brightly, while the one Isaiah presented showed the aged luster characteristic of antiques. It could very well be fake. The one Kendrick brought out looks too new. Yeah, he shouldn't have brought it. Faking an antique not only shows character flaws but also lacks common sense, treating us all like fools. The one Kendrick has clearly looks like it's being used. He has no basic knowledge. Indeed, Kendrick truly challenges the lower limits of our understanding. With Isaiah leading the charge, many began pointing fingers at Kendrick. How can you be so sure that mine is definitely fake? What if yours is the fake one? Seeing no other way out, Kendrick could only toughen up and approach to speak. He didn't know whether the other one was real or not, but he was certain his own was authentic. Yours isn't fake? Mine is real, and Qingtian can vouch for it. This item was specially arranged by Mr. Qingtian to be returned, and that's enough proof. Isaiah pointed arrogantly at Qingtian Enrique in the crowd. Mr. Chun, I didn't expect to meet you again. Qingtian Enrique smiled slightly as he moved forward from the crowd. He wouldn't miss this opportunity to gain attention. Gentlemen, this item once flowed into our country of cherry blossoms. Now it has been returned. How could it be fake? As Japanese, we always uphold honesty, unlike Mr. Chun who resorts to deceit. With these two items here, everyone should be able to tell which is real and which is fake. Mr. Chun, your luck wasn't good today. You failed to bluff your way through. Qingtian Enrique said coldly. Listening to Qingtian Enrique, many people shook their heads. Melody, holding the Buddha statue, felt her brain buzzing. Even though she was intelligent, she didn't know how to defend Kendrick. The one in her hands did shine too brightly and didn't look like an antique. However, they missed something. From the moment Kendrick took out the item, including Mr. Enrique, several elders did not doubt or ridicule like others did. Instead, they instinctively stood up, staring at the Buddha statue in Melody's hands. These were all accomplished figures who had retired behind the scenes. They enjoyed collecting antiques and paintings in their free time and had more knowledge of antiques than anyone else. While at first glance Kendrick's statue seemed too new compared to Isaiah's apparent antique, Kendrick's newer statue emitted a strange feeling of reverence. It felt almost alive. Isaiah's antique-looking statue, however, had no such aura, seeming more like a cold ornament. This strange feeling left all the big shots baffled. Let me take a look. At this moment, an old man with white beard in the crowd fumbled to put on his glasses and was escorted to the front. Right, with Jareth here, it shouldn't be too difficult to authenticate. Jareth and Mr. Enrique are old close friends. He's a master appraiser in the antiques field. I heard his health wasn't good, yet he came anyway. Jareth has spent his whole life appraising antiques and doesn't even need instruments. Those eyes of his are the ultimate authority. Now Kendrick won't stand a chance to defend himself. Seeing Jareth come forward, the crowd quickly made way for him. The other big shots also moved up to the front, placing the two Buddha statues side by side for comparison. They had been playing with antiques for years, their eyes being no less discerning than those of professional appraisers. Tracy, now you know this person's true colors, right? Appearances can be deceiving. To come with a fake to deceive your family, how could someone like that deserve you? Isaiah seized the opportunity to speak to Melody. It's none of your business. Why can't I like him? At least he's better than you scoundrel. Melody spat at Isaiah coldly. Kendrick, don't worry. I believe you didn't have bad intentions. Whether it's real or not, it comes from your heart, and I like it. Though puzzled, Melody stood firmly by Kendrick. Listening to Melody, Isaiah was infuriated. Damn, Tracy used to be so smart. How did she lose her mind after falling in love? Grass. Once it's authenticated as fake, let's see how Kendrick can save face. That's not right. A group of big shots circled around the two items, getting more confused the more they looked. Even Jareth kept taking off his glasses, wiping them, putting them back on, and rubbing his eyes repeatedly. Brevin, what do you think? Mr. Enrique already had a guess, but asked Jareth. In my years of appraising antiques, I've never encountered anything so bizarre. Jareth shook his head. This one is clearly a forgery. Although the design matches the description, there are still some rough spots in detail, especially the material. It might have been made several decades ago, but it's definitely not authentic. No need for instruments to tell. Jareth slowly said. Ha ha ha. You hear that? Kendrick, you're caught red-handed. With so many experts and big shots here, do you think you can fool us? Hearing Jareth's words, Isaiah burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm talking about yours. Yours is the fake. Jareth looked at Isaiah confusingly. Wah. Isaiah's laughter abruptly stopped mid-laugh. The one Kendrick brought, although it looks new, its color, patterns, material, and craftsmanship all conform to characteristics of the Northern Wei period. For it to be preserved this well is truly extraordinary. But this one is absolutely authentic, Jareth said. Chapter 236, completely disgraced. Ah. Jareth's words shocked everyone instantly. Those who didn't understand antiques looked at each other in bewilderment. In their understanding, antiques should at least have an ancient appearance, right? This thing that Kendrick had obviously looked new. Isaiah took out the genuine antique. Yet how could the real and fake be reversed? What is going on here? What are you talking about? The old one I brought, and the new one was brought by Kendrick. Isaiah was dumbfounded. The young people in the crowd also looked utterly puzzled. What's going on? Isn't this too absurd? Could it be that so many senior figures were just acting along with Kendrick? Is it necessary? For someone's birthday. Why must you stick your head between your legs and shout? To show off your abilities? That was Jareth, an authority in the field of antique authentication. How dare you question him? You've made our Adebayo family lose all its dignity with that shout. Melody was also stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Kendrick in amazement. In fact, I'm not very sure. Kendrick shrugged. This statement was true. It indeed exceeded Kendrick's expectations. Kendrick originally thought both items were genuine and worried some strange phenomenon might occur. Who would have thought that the one Isaiah brought back from Japan was actually a forgery? Don't they appraise the items before giving them as gifts? But that's not quite right either. If this one is fake, where's the real one? Wait a minute. Isaiah bought this in Japan, right? Or was it specifically sent back by Japan? Weren't they originally taken from our country? How could this be fake? At this moment, some people in the crowd realized what was happening. Hearing what that person said, everyone snapped back to reality and looked at Qingtian Enrique standing aside. Oh shit. Qingtian Enrique instinctively took a few steps back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This item was indeed a forgery. It was just a paving material. Originally, there was indeed a genuine piece, but after taking photos and preparing to transport it to Japan, it was sunk by an American submarine. The real item had long sunk into the Pacific Ocean. Cherry blossom country here. Mr. Enrique said coldly to Qingtian Enrique. The facts were already very clear. Regardless of the source of this item, it was undoubtedly fake. The so-called goodwill gesture of returning treasures by the cherry blossom country no longer held any meaning. It's you again. Kendrick, just wait. Qingtian Enrique glared fiercely at Kendrick and walked out. What the heck? Why are you glaring at me because you got caught doing something bad? Kendrick was speechless. Mr. Enrique, I sincerely apologize. Our Adebayo family had no knowledge of this matter. Patriarch Adebayo quickly pressed down on Isaiah's head and spoke to Mr. Enrique. All right, it doesn't matter. Mr. Enrique waved his hand. Come, let me introduce him to everyone. Mr. Enrique came to Kendrick. This is Kendrick. Not only did he get authorization from our Enrique Hang group, but he is also in a romantic relationship with Tracy. Kendrick has business interests in various fields such as medicine, technology, shipping, e-commerce, logistics, mining, and more. I hope everyone will take care of him in business in the future. Mr. Enrique put his arm around Kendrick's shoulders and explained to everyone. Those invited to attend the birthday banquet were either leaders from the Peninsular Province or wealthy merchants from Peninsular Province and all over the country. Mr. Enrique's tone clearly treated Kendrick like his own grandson, paving the way for him. This made Kendrick feel both honored and startled. With such an introduction from Mr. Enrique, his future career would likely go smoothly. Moreover, his relationship with Melody had been publicly announced by Mr. Enrique. This left him with no way to back out. Chapter 237. So you really have secrets? No wonder Kendrick could get the authorization from Enrique Hang Group. It turns out he has this kind of relationship with Tracy. I saw them holding hands just now. The Enrique family has long acknowledged him. Looks like the Enriques have an heir now. I've checked on Kendrick. I heard he's an orphan. Really? No wonder. Now the entire Enrique family is his. What a stroke of luck. Upon hearing Elder Enrique's words, the crowd buzzed once more. To put it bluntly, given the current state of the Enrique family, many had their eyes on the position of becoming the son-in-law. Now that Elder Enrique announced it publicly, all hopes were dashed. Everyone, please drink heartily and to your fill. Elder Enrique said smilingly to everyone. With those words, the crowd erupted again. Green lights of envy shone in the eyes of these second and third generation attendees. Look at that. He goes mountain climbing, finds something randomly, and wins the favor of old Brettster Enrique. Competition kills people. It might be because of this antique that Kendrick was chosen as Tracy about your embarrassing childhood stories. The first time you cooked, nearly set the house on fire. In third grade, you were cornered by the school bully when delivering a love letter. In the end, you took off the bully's pants and flicked his privates. And during middle school Chinese class, you were caught drawing pictures under the desk and punished to stand in the corridor. You left for home directly, and the school even called the police. Kendrick smiled. Most of these rivals came from families that had business relations with the Enrique family before. They grew up together with Tracy and knew quite a lot about her past. How dare they? These are all fabricated. Don't believe them. Hearing Kendrick's words, Melody almost lost it. Growing up without a male sibling, Her father always raised her as a boy, making her character rather bold. Not until high school did Melody suddenly mature. Her childhood memories before high school were truly not pleasant. She didn't expect Kendrick to know. Okay, I don't believe them. Kendrick picked up a photo frame from Tracy's room and looked at it. The picture showed young Tracy dressed in 8th Route Army attire, holding a rifle taller than herself, while a few children dressed as Japanese soldiers squatted beside her with their heads bowed. Kendrick struggled to hold back laughter. Don't look. Sit properly. I have something serious to discuss with you. Melody shoved the photo frame into a drawer haphazardly, turning red and looking earnestly at Kendrick. What's wrong? Looking at Melody, Kendrick sat upright, matching her expression. Just now, I heard several people ask where you got those herbs. After grandfather recovered, many people kept asking but were brushed off by him. Now, you've brought out this antique, a genuine piece lost for many years. Previously, my father mentioned you have many rare minerals. These things have been analyzed by my father and others. Ordinary people absolutely couldn't obtain them. What secrets do you really have? Melody asked Kendrick. Hearing Melody's words, Kendrick was suddenly startled. She could actually sense it? For a moment, he didn't know how to explain to Melody. He didn't want to deceive her, but telling her now wasn't the right time. Humph. You really do have secrets. Before Kendrick could speak, Melody laughed as if she had achieved something. Kendrick's expression said it all. Tracy, actually It's okay. Since it's your secret, then let's keep it well. Although I'm very curious, since you haven't told me voluntarily, I don't want to make you feel awkward. When you're ready to tell me, just tell me. Melody smiled at Kendrick. Thank you. Kendrick felt very grateful. Facing Melody's frankness and understanding, Kendrick felt somewhat like a villain. I promise you when the time is right, I will definitely tell you. Kendrick made up his mind. Damn it, at worst, once the secret of the box is figured out, he would take Melody back in time to join Callie, or buy a small island in modern times and bring Callie here. But, this miss has one condition. Melody raised one finger. Go ahead. Kendrick quickly replied. If you ever need money, just tell me. I can help get money for you. Even if it's for buying something for Grandpa, we can discuss it together. Try not to go underground again in the future. It's dangerous. Melody sat opposite Kendrick, speaking seriously. The Enrique family had thoroughly investigated Kendrick's history of wealth accumulation. They knew about his start through selling antiques with Guduhai. Grandfather Enrique and Ezekiel weren't fools. They instantly understood how Kendrick obtained these items. There was no other explanation besides being a tomb raider. But considering Kendrick's parents were deceased, and he might have done it out of necessity for survival, along with the danger he faced to deliver the precious herbs, they decided to cover for him. Melody, being smart, naturally guessed from the vague explanations of her grandfather and father. Seeing Melody's serious face, Kendrick was torn between laughing and crying. But that she could be so open with him showed total trust. Sincerity is priceless. All right. I promise you. Kendrick nodded. Good. Also, since I can suspect your secret, I think others might also have doubts. Just like when my father investigated you, he was puzzled but didn't delve deeper. Not everyone may act like that. You need to come up with a way. Those strange things need a reasonable explanation for their source. Melody continued to talk to Kendrick. Chapter 238. I didn't do anything last night, right? You're right. Reminded by Melody, Kendrick also realized he had been thinking too simply of everyone before. He hadn't carefully thought about these issues. I remember, doesn't Tanghai City have a lousy mountain resort? It's closed down now. Melody told Kendrick. How do you know? Indeed, there's such a place. I went there when I was a kid. It has been abandoned for many years. Kendrick was slightly surprised. I wasn't planning to come to Tanghai City to play with you. I looked around the city to see if there were any fun places. The lousy mountain tourism resort area is very large, all deep forests, far from the downtown area, and only a few small villages nearby. It's quite suitable, Melody said. Indeed, it's huge, and the terrain inside is treacherous, often leading to accidents involving adventurers. Plus its proximity to the sea means frequent heavy fog, so fewer people go there. Thus it closed down. Kendrick explained. Why don't you take over that resort? At that time, you could say you found those items in the mountains, and no one would think too much about it. Melody had considered this problem earlier. Not bad. This is a good idea indeed. A light dawned on Kendrick. The mountains hold infinite possibilities. As long as he leased the mountain, it could be directly sealed off, explaining the origin of his items. He'd start trying to contact them about this once he got back. There's 180 million in here. The password is the date we first met. I sold 2 villas under my name without telling Dad, and also sold that car, not informing them. Use this money to buy Lousy Mountain. If it's not enough, I'll help you find more ways. Melody placed a card into Kendrick's hands. Rest well, this is my room. No one dares to enter. I'll handle it outside, saying you're drunk. Melody gently kissed Kendrick on the cheek, blushing and ran out. Kendrick was stunned, looking at the bank card in his hand, recalling Melody's tenderness. A surge of warmth welled up from within. For a girl to do so much for him, what else could he ask for? Everything needs to happen quickly. Wreck money fast. Uncover the secrets of the box soon. Help Callie build her empire quickly. Reveal the secret to personal qualities. When you're drunk, you just want to sleep. Grandpa said that kind of person is the most honest and reliable. You've passed another test. Melody dragged Kendrick and sat him down. Another? Kendrick was taken aback. Kendrick is up? At this moment, Ezekiel came out, and Kendrick quickly stood up. Sit, let's eat. Since you're here, no rush to go back. Let Tracy show you around the provincial capital. Ezekiel invited Kendrick. Sounds good. By the way, Turner Enrique, are there any large seed companies here? Kendrick asked Ezekiel. Tanghai City being a coastal tourist city meant most companies were foreign trade companies, with few grain companies. The land around the provincial capital is flat and abundant in crops. This time, coming to the provincial capital, Kendrick also wanted to connect with some seed companies. He sent some improved crop seeds to Cali for convenient farming in the spring. I know a friend who specializes in aquatic breeding. Are you planning to raise fish? Ezekiel asked curiously. Aquatic breeding? No, I meant the superior varieties of crops. Wait, there are superior varieties in aquaculture too? Kendrick was also taken aback. Yes, he runs a specialized technology company that breeds fish fry. You want superior varieties of crops? I can ask around for you. But I would like to remind you that one should not always look at greener pastures. Try to develop deeply within one industry. Agricultural planting requires huge investment and is a slow process. I noticed your company has a wide range of operations. I wanted to talk to you about this before. Look at your food processing plant, storage company, logistics company, and drone technology company. Almost none of them are profitable. Business needs to expand its fields to balance risks, but must have a core business sector to support profitability. Ezekiel said to Kendrick. Yes. I understand, Turner Enrique. I will pay attention from now on. Kendrick did not explain too much. If not treated as family, Ezekiel would never say these things. It was well-meaning advice. Moreover, what Ezekiel said was true. Those companies were acquired to meet Xilyang's needs, and they indeed didn't make a profit, which left Kendrick's funds often tight. I am working on these superior crop varieties so that I can provide them for free to farmers in the Northwest region. I also need you to help me with the contacts. Also, regarding the aquatic breeding, I want to check it out as well. Kendrick told Ezekiel. Ezekiel's words reminded him. The Xilyang region could easily raise fish, improving the diet structure for ancient soldiers. No problem. I didn't expect you to have such a heart to give back. Of course, I'll support you. Ezekiel nodded. But first, come with me to school. My few close girlfriends heard about you and insist that you treat them. This is a good chance to introduce you to them. Melody interjected. Who? Kendrick widened his eyes. Chapter 239. An accident. The provincial capital university. Sunflower coffee shop. Melody had agreed to meet her close friends here, but Kendrick and Melody waited for a long time without seeing anyone come. Really? We clearly made an appointment. It's already half an hour late. And she didn't pick up the phone. Melody pouted and hung up the phone, showing some dissatisfaction on her face. Originally, today Kendrick also had a meeting with someone from the seed company, deliberately taking time out to meet with Melody's few close friends. But who would have thought these friends would actually be late? Did something happen? Otherwise, there's no reason for them not to answer the call. Let's go check where they are now. Kendrick looked at the time, and he still had 2 hours before his scheduled meeting with the seed company. Waiting here wouldn't solve anything. They said just now that they were called by the teacher to assist in the rehearsal, so they should still be in the broadcasting hall. It seems that a famous ancient music team is performing tonight. As Melody was speaking, she stood up. Kendrick carried the suitcase and followed Melody towards the school. That morning, just as Kendrick was about to leave, he received a call from the hotel, saying there was a fire in the utility room and asked guests to evacuate quickly. Kendrick hurried back to grab the suitcase. To be safe, Kendrick decided to carry it with him. If it were destroyed by fire, it would truly be a great loss. When the two of them reached the door of the broadcasting hall, they heard roaring voices coming from inside. Can you take responsibility for this? This ancient zither was specially brought by Wilhelmina for the performance. It was crafted according to the design, and it broke like this. How am I supposed to explain this to Wilhelmina? Wilhelmina is the main performer tonight, including a solo performance on the zither. Do you know how many people came specifically to see Wilhelmina? A person who looked like a leader was roaring at 3 girls. Beside him, an elderly woman with a gloomy face was being comforted by others, indicating she had just vented her anger too. What happened? Melody quietly asked a nearby student. Don't even mention it. Just now, Kim and the others were originally supposed to accompany Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina asked them to bring the zither over, but they didn't place it securely and ended up dropping it. When they fell, they landed on the zither too. The zither was broken. I heard this zither was Wilhelmina's most prized possession. She spent a lot of money to have it replicated, and it's a unique piece. Now it's ruined. Some students watching the scene explained to Melody. Director Sun, these are the 3 students you recommended to me for postgraduate studies, right? It seems we don't have the fate. Please try to find a solution as soon as possible. If the performance can't proceed as planned, it will affect your school's reputation. Even if this zither is repaired, it won't have the same sound quality. I will reserve the right to sue. Wilhelmina looked at Kim and the other 2 girls with resentment. She was initially impressed by their appearance and skills, but for some reason, they seemed extremely flustered and unstable. This zither took 3 years to craft using traditional methods. It was her most cherished instrument. Now it was destroyed. You wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look. Seeing the situation, Melody told Kendrick and rushed onto the stage. Kendrick frowned. Judging by what he saw, it seemed Melody's friends had been in a rush to see her, which led to them mishandling the instrument and causing the damage. According to Wilhelmina, this was a rare replica that might be hard to replace. Excuse me, what dynasty did Wilhelmina's zither model after? Kendrick asked a nearby student. The Han dynasty. There aren't many designs from that era left, and few people understand how to use it, hence Wilhelmina got furious. She even started yelling earlier. The girl stuck out her tongue. Senior, are you a student here? Why haven't I seen you before? Can I add you on WeChat? The girl glanced at Kendrick and couldn't take her eyes off him. Cough. That. No need. Is there paper and pen around? Kendrick scratched his head awkwardly. When he first met Melody, things escalated quickly, leading him into a situation where he felt somewhat guilty towards Callie. He couldn't betray his feelings and needed to stay respectful. All right. There's some on that table. The girl shrugged, slightly disappointed. Kendrick quickly went to the nearby table, sketched the zither's design on paper, and placed it in the suitcase. Since it is modeled after the Han dynasty style, perhaps there might be one in Tracy's palace. Xilyang. Imperial Palace. Emperor Kali had been extremely busy lately. Although he had conquered Bailiang and increased the number of people and troops, the burden on Xiliang also significantly increased, especially in terms of food supplies. The grain left by Kendrick could barely last until the spring plowing of the original Xiliang citizens. By then, the mountains would provide more food, barely lasting until the autumn harvest. However, with the influx of Bailiang's population, and much of the grain being seized by Beiwei, things became tight. Your Bretjesty, many of the Bailiang people submitted to us out of awe of our divine power. In their minds, the divine power grants food and won't let them starve. But currently, our grain has to ensure the supply for mining ruin minerals as well as sustain our people. The grain sent to Bailiang will only last a month. Though it's farming season now, obtaining grain still takes time. This situation will first to ensure the planting season isn't delayed. Kali stood up and walked toward the shrine. Chapter 240 I'll take responsibility. Speaking of which, she hadn't had the chance to talk to Kendrick for many days. Last time, Kendrick brought a lot of delicious food and toys for Kali, who was too busy to deal with them at that moment and put them aside temporarily. The 12 clans had evenly divided the territories of Xiliang and Bailiang and picked their lands through a lottery. They were all busily starting work. Candidates for Xiliang's first imperial examination also arrived in the capital one after another, getting ready for the metropolitan examinations. The transportation of minerals from Rurin and the exploration and development of new mines in Iwu were ongoing without interruption. Kendrick had arranged various handicraft productions in several county administrations, which needed Kali's supervision. Additionally, Kali rearranged officials scattered across Bailiang. Recently, relatives of Kali had also come to visit. Family matters, state affairs, global issues, every matter was troubling. Hey! When Kali opened the box, she found an insulated cup and a piece of paper inside. Kali opened the insulated cup first. She couldn't help but smile. Inside was steaming hot brown sugar milk tea. She quickly sipped a few times, warming up her body. The pain in her lower abdomen eased considerably. Then she picked up the paper and looked at it. On it was a drawing of a qin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument. Aren't you just a qin? Kali held the paper and compared it with the qin beside her. Kali knew how to play the qin, which was one of the rare pastimes in the palace. But it seems quite different. Kali wasn't quite sure. Do you have a qin similar to this design? Send me one. Kendrick said into the voice recorder. So, that should be it. Kendrick's drawing skills are really poor. Kali smiled and sent the qin over to Kendrick without hesitation. In the provincial capital, at the school auditorium, Melody came to stand next to Kim and the others, clearly guessing why they were panicking. Wilhelmina, I'm truly sorry. They were probably too anxious earlier. How much is this qin? I'll compensate for it on their behalf, Melody said to Wilhelmina. Compensate? You say it so easily. Where do you even find a replacement? This qin was made by a master specifically for me, and that master has already passed away. To make such an ancient qin, not only does it require suitable wood, but more importantly, the sound quality. Do you know how many qins I had to make before finding one with a similar tone to an ancient qin? Is this something money can solve? Angered by Melody's words, Wilhelmina stood up again and pointed at Melody's nose. Melody, this isn't just about compensation. Compensation is definitely necessary, but it's not the main issue now. Brittany people came tonight because of Wilhelmina's reputation. With this mishap, how do we explain ourselves to the audience? Can they take responsibility for this? Can you? A leader standing nearby angrily spoke to Melody and the others. Listening to the scolding from Wilhelmina and the director, Melody and the others knew that things might not end well today. Especially Kim and the others, who were nearly in tears. Unlike Melody, they didn't have much money. If compensation was required, it would be no small amount. Not to mention, just listening to the news that they might lose their graduate study placements had scared one girl into crying. I'll take responsibility. At this moment, a voice sounded from below the stage. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw a tall, handsome Hubert walking over. You're taking responsibility? Who are you? Who let you in? The director coldly asked Kendrick. Who I am isn't important, nor is who let me in. The important thing is, I can resolve your current predicament. Kendrick walked onto the stage and stood in front of Melody and the others. Tracy, is this your boyfriend? He's so dominant. Yes, he's so handsome and has such strong presence. But what can he do? Well, but that would be too much of a coincidence. He bought a guqin and then her friend ran into trouble? Just bought a guqin? Are you kidding me? My guqin is specially made with craftsmanship passed down. To think you can replace it just by buying any guqin? Wilhelmina spoke disdainfully, but stopped mid-sentence as he saw the guqin in Melody's hands, instinctively standing up. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Do you think you can just replace it with any old guqin? Wilhelmina's guqin is handmade, replicating the style of the Han dynasty, and that style is unknown to anyone now. You. Hold on. Hold on. The director was about to reprimand Kendrick, but before he could finish his sentence, Wilhelmina pushed him aside. Wilhelmina hurried over to Melody and took the guqin from her. Heavens! No way! This is actually a real guqin. It looks almost identical to mine, even more intricately crafted. Where did you get this? Upon receiving the guqin, Wilhelmina was completely dumbfounded. The guqin had a square head, short neck, and raised shoulders, transitioning from wide to narrow towards the end. The bottom and top were glued together to form a resonant box. From the shoulder to the waist, it featured oval phoenix wings, tapering down to the end. Compared to his own guqin, this one matched the descriptions in books even more closely. Chapter 241. How Brittany seeds do we need for 30 million mu of land? Huh. Cullen, didn't you make a mistake? Hearing Cullen's words, the director was also stunned. He was the administrative director and had no understanding of musical instruments or music theory at all. How could I make a mistake? The moment I held it, I knew it was a guqin. It's absolutely not made with modern techniques. Everyone, be quiet. I want to test its sound. Cullen couldn't wait any longer and immediately knelt down. With the guqin placed before him, he formed a picking gesture with his left hand while pressing the strings with his right. Immediately, melodious notes resonated throughout the broadcasting hall. The sound was like water, soft and pleasant, as if they were on a tranquil lake surrounded by serene mountains. Kendrick listened in complete awe, never imagining that an ancient instrument could produce such beautiful music. Amazing! Just incredible! This is the true timbre of the guqin. This is the feeling of flowing water beneath towering peaks. Ha ha ha! I finally understand it. Before he finished playing, Cullen hugged the guqin and started crying. This bewildered everyone present. This guqin can be considered compensation for you. What do you think? Kendrick stepped forward and said, Really? You mean this guqin really belongs to me? Cullen looked at Kendrick incredulously. Yes. Not only as compensation, but also because of your dedication and research into ancient music. I hope more and more people will develop an interest in our country's ancient folk music through your performances. National culture truly transcends boundaries. Kendrick nodded. Thank you. Thank you. I was rude just now, failing to recognize a mountain behind a hill. Please don't take offense. Cullen, overjoyed, hurriedly bowed in apology to Kendrick. I have one more request. Kendrick smiled. Go ahead. Cullen quickly replied. These students were indeed in a hurry today due to prior engagements. I hope you can overlook their behavior earlier. What about the postgraduate recommendation? Kendrick asked Cullen. Hearing Kendrick's words, Kim and the others all looked at him in surprise. They hadn't expected Kendrick not only to smooth things over, but also to advocate for their postgraduate recommendations. No problem at all. Considering your request, I'll accept these 3 students. They will join me in all future performances. To be honest, compared to this guqin, the previous one was practically worthless. Now I know what the true sound of an authentic guqin is like. With this guqin, my previous one is nothing. Cullen exclaimed. Kim and the others were overjoyed. Their moods had been like a roller coaster ride. They hadn't expected the postgraduate spots to be secured so easily, and to follow Brettster Gregory, the expert in traditional Chinese music. What a delightful surprise. Sorry, I had planned to treat you all to dinner today, but I have a business meeting scheduled and don't have time. I'll treat you when I visit the provincial capital next time. After accompanying them outside, Kendrick prepared to take his leave. Indeed, after being delayed by this matter, he had no time to stay further. No, it's fine. Go attend to your matters. We were planning to help Tracy vet someone anyway. She's always kind-hearted, and we were worried she'd get scammed. You resolved everything so well, we're all convinced. Kim laughed and approached him. Then I'll take my leave. Kendrick smiled, preparing to hail a cab. Just as he got in, Melody climbed into the car too. Kendrick glanced outside and saw Kim and the others waving goodbye to him. It seemed that Melody had been pushed into the car by Kim and the others. Tianhong Building. Kendrick smiled and told the driver. Together, they walked into Tianhong Seed Company. Hello, we have an appointment with Mr. Jean. My surname is Chun. Kendrick said to the receptionist. Surname Chun? Yes. Another one? The receptionist paused and looked at the reservation form. Another one? Kendrick was also puzzled. Out. Who wants to collaborate on selling sludge pumps? Receptionist. Breck sure to confirm the details before sending anyone in. We had several people listening to him babble for half an hour, and it turned out he wasn't even the person we wanted. At that moment, a middle-aged man dragged a Hubert out of the office. The Hubert still had promotional brochures for sludge pumps in his hands. Mr. Jean, sorry. The receptionist was also helpless. When this person came in, he clearly said he had an appointment and also shared the same surname Chen. Who would have thought it was a salesperson making cold calls? Kendrick picked up a business card that had fallen on the floor. Hello, my surname is Chun, and I made an appointment with you. Kendrick stepped forward and said, Another one? Shoo. Our company, being so large, doesn't need any salespeople at all. Raoul glanced at Kendrick and immediately assumed he was another unsolicited salesperson due to his young age. Oh. We really did make an appointment. Ezekiel is my father. Melody protested as they were escorted out by the receptionist. Just hold on a moment. Raoul turned around upon hearing this. Oh dear. I didn't notice that before. So it's Miss Enrique. Raoul indeed saw Melody standing there. As the heiress of the Enrique family, Melody frequently attended events with Ezekiel, making her well known among provincial leaders. He just hadn't associated her presence with Kendrick. Mr. Chun, surely you must be him? I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you earlier. Please don't take offense. Please come in. Raoul almost cried. Previously, Ezekiel had personally called Raoul to recommend a client surnamed Chun, which left him deeply impressed. Never did he expect Mr. Chun to be so young, and even accompanied by Miss Enrique herself. What did this imply? Even using his toes to think, Raoul could figure it out. Though Tianhong Seed Group dominated the seed industry in the provincial capital, its size still couldn't compare to the Enrique family. When Kendrick entered, several people were already sitting inside. To honorably receive Kendrick, Raoul had gathered all department managers of the company. Mr. Chun, are you looking to purchase some seeds? Do you have any specific quantity in mind? Any particular requirements? After introductions, Raoul asked Kendrick. Drought-resistant, cold-resistant, disease and pest-resistant, lodging-resistant, and high-yield. Corn, wheat, sweet potatoes, anything like that would do. Kendrick replied. That's no problem at all. All the varieties you mentioned we have, and they meet your requirements after our improvement. But may I ask, how much do you need in total? Raoul inquired. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. 20,000 square kilometers, that's 30 million mu of land. How many seeds do we need for that? Kendrick asked Raoul. Chapter 242. This box of mine is a demon. How much? 30 million mu of land? At Kendrick's words, everyone, including Raoul, nearly dropped their jaws. Mr. Chun, you're joking? I should have gone to the entrance to welcome you. I didn't expect that earlier. Please don't be offended. Raoul smiled apologetically. He thought Kendrick was still upset about the previous incident and was joking with them. No, I'm serious. Kendrick was taken aback. The number was one he had painstakingly converted from what Callie gave him, taking the lower limit, estimating conservatively. Before this, Callie had already had people measure the arable land in Xiliang. After capturing Bailiang and dividing it into 12 regions, another measurement was done. The total land area of Xiliang was about 1.4 million square kilometers, while Bailiang covered around 800,000 square kilometers. There were discrepancies when compared to historical records. The 20,000 square kilometers of arable land was also reported by the 12 families. Ever since there had been grain production competitions, they all started reclamation as soon as they got to their respective territories. Places that weren't originally farmland were transformed into farms. And with less infrastructure development in ancient times, except for cities, towns, forests, and rivers, many places could be reclaimed for farming. It's not like that. You're serious? Aren't you planning to go to Africa to farm? Seeing Kendrick's serious expression, Raoul was even more shocked and didn't know what to say. Pretty much. Calculate how much seed we need, said Kendrick without elaborating further. Well, let's do the calculation. Raoul signaled to several managers. Is your box some kind of money tree? I've been thinking. On the way here, you said you bought an ancient zither from an old man at a hotel. That doesn't make sense. And your reaction when you heard about the fire at the hotel, along with the importance you placed on the box. Melody nudged Kendrick and asked quietly. Almost. Kendrick nodded silently. If I wanted a beauty, she might just appear, Kendrick said seriously. Cut it out. In your dreams. Melody rolled her eyes at Kendrick. Kendrick sighed inwardly. Mr. Chun, we did a rough calculation. 1 square kilometer is approximately 1,500 mu, so 20,000 square kilometers would be 30 million mu of land. Assuming 20 kilograms of seeds per mu, that comes to Ezekiel's introduction had indeed brought in a super client. Send the payment. Here's 50 million yuan as a down payment. Deliver the seeds to the warehouse in Tianhai City within a month. Kendrick transferred the money and spoke to Raoul. Don't worry, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Raoul quickly made arrangements after seeing the initial payment come through. Why do you need so many seeds? And so urgently? That's 100,000 tons. Even if you transport them, you won't have a place to store them, right? Not to mention these are seeds. If there aren't suitable storage conditions, they will all be wasted. What kind of business are you doing anyway? Just after coming out from Tianhong Tower, Melody couldn't help but ask. To her, Kendrick buying so many seeds was simply unimaginable. Even if he were shipping them to Africa, shouldn't he have contacted the shipping companies in advance? That's how it is. My box here is a demon. It can produce things, but it also needs to eat things. If I don't feed it well, it will go around eating people. And it eats a lot. Kendrick pointed at the box in his hand. If you don't want to say, just don't say. Why bring up the demon? I know this is your secret. I won't ask any more in the future, okay? Melody gave Kendrick another glare. She originally thought Kendrick was quite serious, but didn't expect him to be somewhat mischievous. Not only did he not want to talk about it, but he also blamed the box for eating too much. Where are we going next? We can go eat the fried skewers behind the school gate. My dad never let me eat there before. Melody asked Kendrick. Don't worry, I still want to check out that aquaculture company. Kendrick waved his hand. Ugh, why are you like my dad? Always busy, busy, busy. Melody complained. She had been looking forward to spending some quality time with Kendrick. But it turned out Kendrick had so much work to do. How about you go first, and I'll find you after I finish? Kendrick smiled. Agriculture in Xiliang was a big deal. Nothing could be delayed. Forget it. I'll go with you. Whoever looks down on you, I'll stand up for you. Melody patted her chest. Thinking about the respectful attitude everyone at Tianhong Seed Industry showed towards Miss Enrique, Kendrick also smiled wryly. Excuse me, are you both in the seed business? Right then, a voice sounded from behind them. Kendrick turned his head and saw it was the Hubert whom Raoul had chased away earlier. Chapter 243. What a perfect pie the capitalist has drawn. It's you. Is there something I can help with? Kendrick asked the Hubert. So, our company specializes in manufacturing sludge suction machines. Since your company is already cooperating with Tianhong Seeds, which is also in the agricultural field, can we explore a potential collaboration? While talking, the Hubert unfolded their brochure and showed it to Kendrick. How exactly would this cooperation work? Kendrick asked. You just need to introduce your clients to me, and I'll handle the rest. If the deal goes through, I'll give you 1% commission. A single sludge suction truck costs over 50,000. The Hubert explained enthusiastically. What's the current scale of your company? Kendrick touched the thin paper of the brochure, noting its poor quality and rough layout. Us? Cough. Although we are still small, I believe that with my effort, we will eventually go public. How many people do you have? 5. 1 boss, 1 madam, an accountant, who happens to be the sister-in-law, a driver, who is the brother-in-law, and I am the salesperson. What about revenue? A little over 10 million. How much have you sold yourself? Around 9.5 million. So, you've sold the majority of the company's products on your own? Yes, I just need a chance. The Hubert patted his chest and nodded. Kendrick looked at the man in front of him. For such a tiny company to dare seek cooperation with Tianhong, a leading seed company, by making cold calls, it took real guts, and he remained calm under pressure. At that moment, Kendrick had picked up a business card the Hubert had dropped, on which was written Raphael. He even pretended that he had an appointment and claimed to be surnamed Chen, talking for half an hour with considerable acumen. If doing business in this world depended solely on ability and not connections, this guy could definitely achieve great things. Kendrick's own company needed such a salesperson who could help expand business relations with other companies. Back then, when Ezekiel encouraged Kendrick to hire someone, he was also thinking about this. 4 food processing plants, drone technology companies, live streaming companies, and the handicraft orders arranged with Xiliang. Amelie simply couldn't handle these tasks reliably. If these companies could each make a bit of profit, there would be no need for subsidies from other sources. Seeing this person at Tianhong Group made Kendrick consider recruiting him. But at that time, he had official matters to attend to and planned to contact him later, only to find that he had come on his own accord. No problem, we can cooperate. But your business is too small, I'm not interested. Kendrick smiled. Not interested? I made more than 200,000 last year. Raphael widened his eyes. Oh, hold on. You made over 10 million in sales, but only got 200,000? So the commission rate is just 2%? That's awfully low, isn't it? Melody thought she had misheard. Yeah, my boss said I'm still new and should focus on hard work, not just money. Raphael scratched his head. Ah, Kendrick held his forehead. What a perfect pie the capitalist has drawn. Come work for me, and I'll give you a 10% sales commission. Kendrick told Raphael. What do you do? Raphael was somewhat wary. I have another appointment, so I can't explain much now. Come to Tian High City when you have time. Call me once you arrive, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Kendrick left a phone number for Raphael and waved for a taxi. Why didn't you take him back directly? He clearly has been taken advantage of, Melody asked. He's not stupid. Just watch. Kendrick smiled. All right, where are we going? Melody asked again. Your father helped arrange a meeting with someone in fish fry business. I made an appointment to check it out. We were delayed for a bit earlier. Kendrick showed her a company introduction on his phone. Grass carp, common carp, and silver carp fry breeding? I'm getting more and more confused about what you're planning. Melody shook her head. When they arrived at the entrance of the fish fry company, several people were already waiting there. This was due to Ezekiel's call, and General Brett Major Hernan was personally waiting for them. Mr. Chun, hello? Enrique mentioned you'd be coming. Let's go. Hernan ushered Kendrick into a minivan. Where are we going? Kendrick was surprised. To our fish fry base. This is just the office area. Let me show you around. Hernan explained. They arrived at a group of greenhouses in the suburbs. All these are fish? So many? Kendrick looked at the endless greenhouses around him. At first, he thought it was some vegetable base. Yes. Now that the temperature is low, they are all inside the greenhouses. Each greenhouse has 20 breeding ponds. Hernan introduced to Kendrick on the side. Each breeding pond was filled with densely packed fish fries. These fish fries, what's the best time to release them? I plan to release them into wild lakes and rivers. Kendrick asked. Spring and early summer are both good times. In spring, as water temperatures gradually rise, oxygen levels in the water increase and plankton become abundant, which is beneficial for the growth and adaptation of the fry. You seem to be planning for natural, wild breeding? Then it's best to get slightly larger fry. Otherwise, they might be eaten by native fish, Hernan said. What's the survival rate if I just throw them in directly? Kendrick nodded. Currently, it was early spring where Callie was, and waiting a while before releasing the fry would be perfect timing. If it's in the wild, factors like water temperature and environment will affect them, so the survival rate definitely won't be as high as in aquaculture. But our fish fries are specially bred and have a strong ability to adapt to their environment. We can ensure at least an 80% survival rate, Hernan replied after some thought. That's already very good. Do they need to be fed regularly? Kendrick asked again. Under normal farming conditions, they certainly need to be fed. But if you're doing it in the wild, no feeding is necessary. Natural growth is the best, but the density needs to be controlled. Otherwise, it could disrupt the ecological balance and cause mass deaths, Hernan explained. How many fish fries do you have here? Kendrick looked around. While we may not boast a huge scale, whatever amount you need, we have. Hernan smiled. They had encountered plenty of cases of wild releases. Some were for religious ceremonies, others from wealthy individuals who leased areas to eat wild fish. These cases barely consumed any significant number of fish fries. It was only because of Ezekiel that Hernan personally came to greet them. I'll take all your varieties and quantities. Don't sell to anyone else. Keep them here for me. I'm not in a rush. Kendrick told Hernan. He needed to send fish to Callie and had many things to arrange in advance. Ah, all of them? Are you serious? I have 150 greenhouses and breeding ponds, each containing 500 million fries. Hernan was dumbfounded. Chapter 244. Fallen for it. Yes, I know it's not a lot. This can only be the first batch to be released. Aren't you going to continue breeding? Let's talk about the second batch later. Kendrick hurriedly said. Ah? These aren't many yet? If you release them into wild lakes and rivers, this amount would be enough for 1/3 of Peninsula Province's lakes and rivers. Hernan was flabbergasted. But I need to raise them a bit larger. The smaller ones are unsuitable. I'm raising fish, not feeding other fish. For the deposit, do you think 50 million up front is enough? Kendrick asked Hernan. Ah, you're serious? Only when Kendrick prepared to pay did Hernan believe that he wasn't joking and really wanted to buy fish fry. No, Mr. Chun, wait a moment. If so many fish fries are released with too high density, it will lead to ecological collapse. At that time, not only will you not be able to raise fish, but the Environmental Protection Department might also give you trouble. Hernan quickly interjected. I understand. Actually, these are meant for transport to Africa, to improve the river conditions there. The rivers there already have no fish. Kendrick looked at Hernan's expression and helplessly made up an excuse. Africa? This? Hernan didn't know what to say anymore. The money has been sent. Try to raise them a bit more within a month. But all the fish must meet my transportation requirements. They must be placed in plastic bags, not exceeding the size of this box. Kendrick swiftly changed the topic. That will take some effort. Hernan looked at the box in Kendrick's hand, encountering such a peculiar customer for the first time. But none of this mattered. He who pays the money is always right. The world of the wealthy isn't something easily understood. Kendrick, what business are you really in? It's rice one day, fish fry the next, and now Africa. Are you planning to play real-life Minecraft? Weren't those funds supposed to buy scenic areas? How will you handle the scenic areas if you spend the money like this? They had just left the fish fry base when Melody couldn't wait to ask Kendrick her questions. Inside, she had been full of question marks but hadn't wanted to interrupt Kendrick. These matters are urgent. The shipping vessel will return soon, and then we'll have money. After all, contacting the scenic area still requires some time. Kendrick explained. All right. Melody nodded. After all, Kendrick had more secrets than just this. As long as he treated her well, she needed to give him enough freedom and security. Ring, ring. At this moment, Kendrick's phone rang. It was Bruno calling. President Chun, come back quickly, there's trouble. President Chun, come back quickly, there's trouble. Bruno anxiously said on the other end of the line. I see. I'll head back immediately. Kendrick nodded. What happened? Melody, noticing Kendrick's expression, hurriedly asked. There's trouble at the company. I have to go back right away. Kendrick was somewhat helpless. Ah, so urgent? Melody was somewhat surprised. There's nothing to be done. Business is like a battlefield, and things are busy during the startup phase. Kendrick felt apologetic. This trip, Melody seemed like a tool following him around busily, and they had only been in the provincial capital for a few days, without properly accompanying Melody to tour around. All right. I understand. Men should prioritize their careers. Let me book you a flight. Melody sighed but still took out her phone to look for flights for Kendrick. There are no daytime flights, only evening ones. Let me check for trains for you. Otherwise, you'll arrive after the night flight departs. Melody promptly booked a train ticket for Kendrick and saw him off onto the train. On the train, Kendrick dialed Bruno again. What's the situation? Kendrick asked Bruno. Reginald signed quite a few agreements as soon as he took over. All large orders from Japan. All payments for these orders have been received. That dumb Tony family father and son even gave us bonuses. At first, I didn't think they would act so quickly. But early today, people from Japan came, saying we were overdue for loading goods and demanding compensation. We found out the contract stipulated delivery to Japanese ports within 3 days of signing, with the ship reaching within 7 days. Our ship is still out at sea and hasn't returned. The Japanese side wants 10 times the order value as compensation. These are all stipulated in the contracts. Bruno said to Kendrick. What did Reginald say? Kendrick's lips curled into a slight smile. What else could he say? He cried bitterly, saying that to expand the business as soon as possible, he didn't check the contract details carefully. And he mentioned that it was connected by the Japanese Ministry of Economy, thinking there would be no issues. If I hadn't known their intentions beforehand, I might have really been deceived. Bruno laughed and said, this makes them even more obvious. Breck sure our legal team confirms all procedures so we're not implicated. Kendrick instructed Bruno. Don't worry, I've already had someone look into it. There won't be any problems. We don't know why they're in such a hurry. They've only been shareholders for a few days. Do they really think we're fools? I thought commercial tactics were powerful, but this is too low level. It's clear they set a trap without considering if we'd figure it out. Bruno nodded and said, this should be considered advanced. At least they invested money and didn't urinate on our company's lucky tree. Don't expect brilliant moves. Their strategy, although idiotic, is quite effective and straightforward to execute. Think about it, if we weren't prepared, what other methods could we use to counteract? They're forcing me to negotiate and transfer the company to Japan through this method to take over our company. Kendrick analyzed. Furthermore, because at Enrique Lau's banquet, the Japanese people were embarrassed again, they deliberately retaliated and acted prematurely, which made everything seem rushed. Kendrick thought to himself, so what do we do? Bruno asked. Not in a hurry. We must act along with them to complete the charade. Their goal is to force me to withdraw my shares. They will certainly show their true colors. Hold back your laughter. Tell them to pick me up at the train station. Kendrick smiled and said. After hanging up the phone, Kendrick closed his eyes to rest. Recently, after learning through eavesdropping devices about the collusion between the Tony family and the Japanese, he had already laid a trap for them. They are simply making themselves look foolish. Nothing to fear. This trip to the provincial capital has been fruitful. Through introductions by Elder Enrique, he believes his future business channels are now open. The seeds and fish fry have been successfully arranged. With these preparations, the situation in Shiliang will be much easier to handle. Kendrick thought about it, then picked up his recorder and spoke to Callie about his ideas. Handsome, you've been paying attention to the Shiliang impressions lately? As Kendrick put the recorder back in the box, a nearby beautiful woman asked him. Chapter 245. You have a strong sense of immersion. Huh? Shiliang impressions? What do you mean? Kendrick was somewhat taken aback. I heard you just now. Weren't you discussing how to improve the current situation in Shiliang? That's from the topic initiated by the host of Shiliang Impressions. I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of immersion that you even simulated it using second-person narrative. The beautiful woman opened her Weibo and showed it to Kendrick. If you could travel back in time to the past Shiliang, what methods would you use to improve the situation there? This is... Cough. Yeah, I'm discussing this with my friend. Kendrick saw the Weibo topic had been forwarded over several 100,000 times and made it onto the trending list. They also set up an evaluation and lottery segment, where they would select useful methods from various proposals and award prizes, while also randomly drawing lots to give away gifts. The gifts were all the latest model of iPhones. Kendrick immediately understood this must have been orchestrated by Jackson and Amelie. I think the plan you mentioned earlier might not be reliable. The beauty waved her hand at Kendrick seriously. Why not? Kendrick was stunned. When I heard you mention giving seeds and fish, it seemed quite unrealistic. Shiliang isn't modern times with convenient transportation. In Shiliang, transport mainly relies on manpower. Sending so many things over at once, even if they worked themselves to death, they wouldn't finish transporting them. The beauty said this to Kendrick. Kendrick was stunned. This point indeed hadn't come to his mind in detail. There's another thing. The time for spring planting is actually very short. Ancient times didn't have modern farming equipment. Everything relied on human effort. After transportation, manual planting is still required. There won't be enough time. As for the fingerlings you mentioned, it's impossible. Fingerlings are much more delicate than seeds. Before you can even release them into rivers, they would likely suffocate and die due to lack of oxygen. The beauty said this earnestly to Kendrick. Indeed, I didn't think thoroughly. Do you have any ideas? Kendrick asked with a smile. These ideas originally came from our group discussion, which we intended to enter for the prize, so I can't tell you randomly. But I can give you a little hint. Nowadays, when farmers cultivate, they don't only use large machinery but also a lot of small tools. These simple tools, although rudimentary, are much more advanced than those in ancient times. As for fish, although there's no oxygenation equipment, you can use sedatives to ensure the survival rate of the fingerlings and reduce losses during transportation. I have to say, the two methods you mentioned earlier coincide with some of our thoughts. Just remember, don't steal our prize. The beauty wanted to say more but couldn't resist telling Kendrick. Don't worry. I understand. Kendrick laughed, waving his hand. After being hinted by the beauty, he said to his face. You obviously started the fire yourself. Yeah, your injuries must be fake. Mr. Zhang, did you abandon your pride just for the god's reward? A group of old men grabbed Skylar, seemingly ready to beat him up. Enough. Stop. We're in the palace hall. At your age, it's improper. Callie scolded them. He was inwardly speechless. Following Kendrick's plan, the mutual competition among the 12 families indeed led to their division. Now, each family was focused on its own interests. With internal conflicts escalating, he stood to benefit the most. But this time, due to accidentally burning the seeds, they nearly became mortal enemies. Your Majesty is willing to believe that Minister Zhang did not intentionally destroy those seeds. But regardless, the seeds are already burned, and it's useless to talk about it now. The spring plowing is imminent, and the people are anxiously waiting. If we miss the spring plowing and still don't have seeds, the people will surely panic. Even if they don't panic without seeds, there will be no harvest next year. We cannot support so many people through winter. The coming winter will inevitably be a disaster. Emperor Callie addressed everyone. Your Majesty, what if we borrow from the divine? Jarrett Yu frowned as he stepped forward. Borrow? How do we borrow? Callie hurriedly asked. Your Majesty, the deity said they would not directly give us things. But we can ask the deity to lend us some seeds for this year's spring plowing. In 2 years, we will repay double. This way, we won't go against the deity's intentions. Jarrett Yu slowly explained. It's a good idea. The deity must agree. Yes, Your Majesty. In our western Liang, it's manageable. But in northern Liang, many of the commoners, influenced by some unknown source, believe that the deity will definitely give them seeds. With divine protection, every household has set up altars to offer incense. If this doesn't happen, those people will doubt. We sincerely ask Your Majesty to plead with the deity. Hearing Jarrett Yu's words, all the ministers perked up. All right, I will speak to the deity. But whether the deity agrees or not is another matter. Callie stood up. In the temple hall, Callie hesitated before the box for a long time, unsure how to start the conversation with Kendrick. She understood that Kendrick stopping supplies to Western Liang was for its benefit. Even the items Kendrick had previously sent were sufficient for their use. It was just that taking over Northern Liang so quickly was unexpected. I have no other choice. I believe Kendrick will understand. Callie opened the box to speak with Kendrick, but she found a voice recorder inside. When did Kendrick send this? Callie quickly picked it up. Chapter 246, President Chen. I have wronged you. After taking over Bailiang, there will likely be a shortage of seeds for spring sowing. The original seed yield is inadequate. Don't use those for now. I'll send you new seeds. Notify the people in all regions to be ready at all times. Also, find someone to survey the rivers and lakes in Xiliang and Bailiang. Near water sources, we can dig some fish ponds. I'll send a lot of fish fry later on. Kendrick said this to Callie. Listening to Kendrick's words, Callie couldn't help but be stunned. A deity is truly a deity. Previously, as she grew closer to Kendrick, she felt that he had become more human and less divine. But hearing Kendrick's words just now made her realize. Kendrick is a deity. Deities know everything. Kendrick must have known they accidentally burned the seeds. Or perhaps it was even Kendrick who set the fire. The purpose was not to let them use ordinary seeds from the world, but instead to use celestial divine seeds. Heavenly divine seeds must have higher yields. Sending fish fry too? Does he want them to raise fish? This was something Callie hadn't considered. Although Xiliang and Bailiang are located in the western part of China, they have abundant water systems. With food shortages in various regions before, many people relied on fishing for sustenance. What a brilliant idea by Kendrick. Heaven knows, Earth knows, and Kendrick knows. Heaven blesses, Earth blesses, and Kendrick blesses. I'll arrange it immediately. With Kendrick's promise, Minister Callie didn't even need to ask for seeds. She immediately recalled the ministers who had just left the palace after court. Tian High City. As soon as Kendrick came out of the train station, he saw Reginald and others waiting outside. President Chen, you're finally back. This time I made a mistake. Truly, sigh. I have wronged you. Reginald stepped forward, holding Kendrick's hand, speaking with a guilty look. Let's go back and talk about it. Kendrick glanced at Reginald and got into the minivan. I've already learned the details on the way here, Turner Tony. How could you be so careless? Now our Chiming Star Shipping Company is doomed. As soon as Kendrick returned to the company meeting room, he complained to Reginald. It's all my fault. At the time, I thought the arrangements by Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry would be fine, so I didn't check carefully. And they didn't remind us either. President Chen, I have wronged you. Reginald continued, squeezing out a few tears. With a situation like this, we can only try to find a solution. Our ships definitely can't return now, which means we will definitely breach the contract. We also can't afford such a large amount of compensation. What does the Japanese side say? Chen asked. They say we either pay compensation or transfer the entire company, along with all ships and business operations, to Japan. They paid in full at the time, about 500 million yuan. If calculated as compensation, it might require up to 5 billion yuan, far exceeding the current scale of our company. Reginald whispered to Chun. No way. I worked hard to establish this company. How can I give it away easily? Think of another way. Chun shook his head hurriedly. President Chun, they're preparing to file a lawsuit. We have no justification in this matter. If we lose the case, we can't afford to pay the damages. It will finish us off. Why don't we temporarily agree to Japan's demands? We can transfer the company first. Once it's under Japanese control, can they still sue their own company? Reginald suggested tentatively. Impossible. Do you know what kind of people the Japanese are? They are just bandits. They deliberately set a trap for us through this order. Can't you see that? With such a huge order, did they really not investigate whether we have ships or the scope of our business before paying the full amount directly? Don't you think something is wrong here? In my analysis, Japan did this on purpose. Chin explained to the group. Hearing Chin's words, Reginald felt his back stiffen. He never expected that Chun would see through the scheme so quickly. He also didn't expect Chun to have such strong animosity towards Japan. As for this matter, regardless of what you think, I will absolutely not agree to giving the company to Japan. Even if it means compensating or becoming a deadbeat, I will never agree. Chun stated resolutely. Knock, knock, knock. President Chun. The Japanese have arrived. Just then, an employee knocked on the door and reported. They're quite well informed. They came as soon as I got to the company. Is there possibly an informer among us? Chun scanned the room. At that moment in the meeting room were Kendrick, the Tony family father and son, and Bruno. Bruno, you're not being honest. Kendrick's gaze finally rested on Bruno. Mr. Chun, it absolutely wasn't me. What kind of damn turtle sons and bastards are those Sakura people? How could I be so foolish as to leak information to that group of turtles and bastards? Wouldn't that make me worse than an animal? Bruno loudly protested his innocence. His words made the faces of the Tony family father and son turn alternately green and white. But at this moment, they couldn't speak up. Mr. Chun. We meet again. Just then, Qingtian Enrique walked in with a sneer. Chapter 247, call him Taishan. It's you? How can you be here? Kendrick looked at the newcomer with feigned shock on his face. Hee hee, Mr. Chun. Weren't you quite influential in the Enrique family before? Enrique family son-in-law? You kept us from obtaining the shipping authorization for the peninsula region all along? You're too young and inexperienced. Qingtian Enrique sneered at Kendrick as he said this. So, this was all your scheme. Turner Tony, we have been deceived. Kendrick turned to Reginald and said, Oh my, who would have thought it? They deliberately set this up. Reginald slapped his thighs in pretended anguish, a look of great regret on his face. Farron's expression twitched at the side. What talents! Mr. Chun and that surnamed Tony were both remarkable. This acting, they could vie for an Oscar if they went into films. Chen, I won't say more useless words. Either pay up, or transfer the company over. Otherwise, if we file a lawsuit, you'll not only have to compensate for breach of contract but also cover all legal costs. Not to mention your reputation in Tian High City. I suppose neither you nor the Enrique family want such a situation, right? Qingtian Enrique coldly told Kendrick. At that time, their country had spent considerable effort to find the Tony family, which had a good relationship with the Enrique family, creating a scenario to get close to the Enriques. They prepared contingencies, wanting to enter the shipping industry in the Peninsula province. But never did they expect Kendrick to ruin their plans. Moreover, he made them lose face in front of so many entrepreneurs. Qingtian Enrique nearly exploded with anger. After leaving the Enrique family residence, he immediately contacted Reginald. Taking advantage of Kendrick's absence from Tian High City, Reginald completed the transaction within the company. Though hastily arranged and crude, it was simplest with Reginald's current standing in the company. The contracts were real, the accounts were true, and the compensation agreement was valid. This thoroughly dragged Kendrick's shipping company into trouble. Compensation would be impossible. Better to simply transfer it. Once transferred, Kendrick would be under their control. Even if the Enrique family refused to acknowledge it, they would have no choice. Humph. You think things are too easy for you. Even if I abandon this company, I will never agree to your conditions. The people of Donghua have integrity. Not everyone is like a turtle's bastard son, just licking boots for you. Kendrick took a step forward, looking unafraid at Qingtian Enrique. Mr. Chun, that's going too far. This shipping company isn't entirely under your command now. You can't just give up. Reginald stepped forward with a gloomy face, staggered back a few steps, pointing disbelievingly at Reginald and Trace. Could it be, at the time of investment, you deliberately did this? You didn't come to apologize, but colluded with Sakuragua nationals? Kendrick pointed shakily at the father-son duo, filled with sudden realization and profound grief. Now you know, but it's already too late. In Kaiming Sing Shipping Company, I'm the largest shareholder. My son is the legal representative. This is normal business compensation. All procedures are compliant. No one can find any loopholes. Save your efforts. Besides, even if you want to do something, it's already too late. I have already signed the equity transfer agreement and company merger statement with Mr. Qingtian Enrique. It will take effect automatically tomorrow. Reginald said to Kendrick. Mr. Chen, if nothing goes wrong, when the sun rises tomorrow, your Kaiming Sing Shipping Company will belong to us from Sakuragua. I remember that when you took over our Never Set company, you once said that the sun of Sakuragua has set and is destined never to rise again. Now it seems you were wrong. Qingtian Enrique came in front of Kendrick with a mocking look on his face. Seeing Kendrick's deathly pale expression now, Qingtian Enrique felt incredibly satisfied. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. Got fooled, didn't you? Actually, it was all planned from the beginning. We wanted to get rid of your shipping company. Who would be such a fool to willingly compensate you 100 million? This plan not only earned the Tony family a lot of favor in Jing Circle, but also established deep cooperation with Sakuragua. Mr. Chun, I really should thank you. The shipping privileges granted by Enrique family, you actually turned around and gave them to little Sakura kids. This time, Enrique family won't forgive you easily. As for Miss Enrique, with your current poor appearance, she won't fancy you anymore. Trace mockingly said as he came to stand before Kendrick, forgetting himself while seeing the man who used to cuddle Melody and made him suffer being humiliated by him. Baka, you dare to call me a little Sakura kid? Watch your words. If it weren't for the support of our Sakuragua, can your mere Tony family achieve this level? Qingtian Enrique bellowed from the side with a livid face. Why are you shouting so loudly? Call him Taishun. Reginald kicked his son as well. Ha ha ha. My goodness, what a bunch of idiots. I can't hold it in any longer. At this moment, Farron beside couldn't help bursting into laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his face. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, if you don't behave, I'll have you fired. Trace became furious with embarrassment at Farron's laughter. F***CKU. You think I'm like you two dogs? Go to hell. Farron didn't spare Trace at all and slapped him hard. You. Mutiny. I hereby announce you are fired. Come, throw him out. Reginald hadn't expected that Farron, just a former subordinate, wouldn't rush to ingratiate himself under their command at this critical moment, but dared to mock, and dared to use violence? Lawless. As Reginald shouted, several employees rushed in from outside. Himph. Beat him up and throw him out. Trace pointed at Farron and Kendrick. Hello, Boschjun. Hello, Brother Dong. Unexpectedly, the employees all bowed respectfully to Kendrick and Farron, then stood behind the two. Seeing this scene, Reginald and others were shocked speechless. Are you stupid? I am the boss now. If you don't obey, you're all fired. Reginald hollered furiously at the employees. Sigh. I intended to cooperate fully and extract more information from you. Farron, didn't I remind you not to laugh? The game is up, no need to pretend anymore. Kendrick turned off the voice recorder and smiled as he stepped forward. Chapter 248. Lost the lady and the troops. Are you calling it quits? What cards do you still have? You must be dreaming. Reginald stared at Kendrick with wide eyes, thinking that Kendrick had gone mad under extreme provocation. Yet, considering the strange behavior of these company employees, it didn't seem so simple. I don't really have any cards left, but I must say, Mr. Tony, I admire your efforts. You spent so much money and went to such lengths on an empty shell of a company. If only you had put all that effort into legitimate business, you'd probably be very successful by now. And those Japanese people, what exactly are they? Did you actually believe in collaborating with them? You've truly outdone yourselves in stupidity. Kendrick smiled as he spoke to Reginald. Mr. Tony, what's going on here? What does he mean by an empty company? Qingtian Enrique looked at Kendrick's expression and felt a sudden sense of unease, hurriedly stepping forward to ask. Just moments ago, Kendrick had appeared utterly dejected, but now, his demeanor was calm and composed, almost dismissive and mocking. I have no idea either. Mr. Chun, stop bluffing. Your Kaimingsing shipping company now belongs to me. What else do you have to say? Reginald pointed at Kendrick. Oh dear. Bruno, didn't I tell you before that we should cancel our homophone named Kaimingsing company? How come it hasn't been done yet? Isn't this misleading, Mr. Tony? Kendrick turned to Bruno and asked. How would I know? They kept saying Kaimingsing company. How could I tell if they meant Kaimingsing or Chiming Star? And besides, didn't you review the contracts before signing them? Bruno grinned on the side. What did you say? Listening to Bruno's words, Reginald felt like being struck by lightning. He seemed to have realized something and quickly searched the Tian High City business directory on his phone. Chiming Star, Kaimingsing. Why two companies? Damn, are you playing us? Seeing two separate entries in the business directory, one for Chiming Star shipping and one for Kaimingsing shipping, Reginald instantly understood that they had fallen into a trap. But Kairu, do you breathe through those holes in your noses? You idiots. Qingtian Enrique also realized the issue and started cursing Reginald. We didn't know either. We really didn't know. They just said Kaimingsing company. How were we supposed to know there were two companies with the same name? I really didn't know. This is their scheme. They did it. Reginald pointed at Kendrick and his people. Nonsense. Or what? Wait until you're tricked? So what? You can only trick others, but can't be tricked yourselves? Come on. Get them out. Bruno waved his hand. Not so fast. Kendrick stopped Bruno. Although we did set up a trap for Mr. Tony, he has been truly generous to our employees with real money. Everyone attention. Aren't we supposed to thank Mr. Tony for the bonuses? Kendrick gestured to everyone to say. You have no choice. We from Sakura Nation do not accept reconciliation. Compensate according to the treaty. I will sue you until you're dead. Qingtian Enrique angrily shook off Reginald's hand. What? You Sakura Nation people can't be so unreasonable. This was clearly all planned by you. Damn you little Sakura guys. Reginald spat out another mouthful of blood. Baka. You should call us Teisho. Qingtian Enrique was furious. Too damn much Teisho. I'll fight with you to the end. Come on. Resist Sakura. The Sakura people are bullying us Longwa people. Reginald shouted at the roadside. I didn't expect Reginald to still have some backbone at this critical moment. Let's wait a bit before calling the police. Let them fight among themselves for a while. Kendrick and Bruno stood by the office window, drinking tea and watching the situation by the roadside, grinning. Mr. Chun, this move of yours is really effective. And I've already followed your advice to secretly transfer the remaining shares at a low price to that big fool Trace. Now the Kaimingsing shipping company belongs to the Tony family father, and son is major shareholders. Let them play with it themselves. Bruno grinned. All right, tell the employees to come back to work. The ships far out at sea are coming back soon. We need to get ready. This time, after they return and make a profit, there's still a lot to do. Oh, do you know the person in charge of Lao's Han Scenic Area? Kendrick asked Bruno. Lao's Han Scenic Area? Yes, I know. It was contracted by one of my good elder brothers, who spent over 20 million yuan. But he lost everything, even his underwear. He reportedly owes a lot of money now, and has disappeared. No one knows where he went. Why are you asking about this, Mr. Chun? Bruno was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 249. Drinking that much alcohol in the early morning? Ending up like this? I need you to contact him for me, and tell him I want to take over that lousy mountain scenic area, Kendrick said to Farron. Ah. Boss Chin, you need to calm down. That lousy mountain is completely unsuitable for tourism. The paths inside are twisty and turny, with a lot of people disappearing. Also, more than half of the area hasn't been developed yet, and the funding has run out. If you buy it, you'll definitely incur losses. We've finally got our business on track. We can't go through any more trouble. Farron immediately became anxious when he heard Kendrick wanted to take over the scenic area at his expense. Back then, that big brother was also a renowned big shot in Tianhai City, known as the Cash King of Tianhai. After investing in Lousy Mountain, he became like a rat crossing the street. I have my own arrangements. Contact him first. If he's in this situation, haggle for a lower price, Kendrick told Farron. He naturally couldn't explain too much to Farron. The more treacherous Lousy Mountain scenic area is, the less suitable it is for tourism and the less profitable it becomes, the better it is for him. Those rare medicinal herbs, those minerals, and some antiques can all be said to have been discovered in the mountains. It would be a good cover for him. After arranging the shipping company's matters, Kendrick went back to the hot air balloon company, bought enough fuel, and sent it to Cali. This time, to deliver seeds to various places in a short period, only hot air balloons could be used. After sending the fuel, Kendrick also went to Tianhai City's largest agricultural machinery company. We have all sorts of farm tools and machinery here. What kind do you want? The boss asked Kendrick. No electricity required, and it needs to fit into this box. Kendrick showed the boss the size with the box. A box this small won't do. How much land do you have? The boss asked. Not much, just 30 million mu, mainly looking for some convenient farming tools. I'll take whatever you have. Kendrick said. How much? Shoo. How much did you drink this morning? Ending up like this? You wouldn't have escaped from the 7th People's Hospital of Tianhai, right? Schizophrenics now look so normal? The boss kept trying to shoo Kendrick away. No matter how Kendrick explained, the boss didn't believe him. Even showing the phone to transfer money didn't convince him. Kendrick had no choice but to clear out all inventory from all agricultural tool stores on Taobao. But the delivery was significantly delayed. Shiliang, you're Bretjesty. We have prepared the farmland in all regions. Now we're just waiting for the seeds. The heads of the 12 families have already gone back to their respective areas following your orders for arrangements. The instructions and planting methods for various types of seeds previously sent by the deity have also been disseminated. Elby reported to Cali. Good. The deity has informed me that the seeds have been prepared. Order across all areas. The deity will personally deliver the seeds to each place, so let them prepare for receiving the seeds. As soon as there are seeds, start planting immediately. Cali ordered Elby. Yes. With the deity delivering the seeds, everything will be much easier. Elby was overjoyed. Indeed. This time, I will deliver seeds in various places and take a tour while I'm at it. That way, the people and troops of northern Shiliang will be more convinced. Cali explained to Elby. Your Bretjesty, the deity has been so good to us Shiliang, but our regular offerings might not be effective. For such a long time, the deity never asks anything about offerings from us. Bretany civilians also responded that their requests via offerings were not answered by the deity. At present, only you and the entire Shiliang can communicate directly with the deity. I suspect we should make efforts in this aspect. Elby thought and respectfully suggested to Cali. Indeed, I almost overlooked this point. Let me think about it. Cali nodded. After making arrangements with Elby, Cali didn't waste any time, immediately taking Casimir and others aboard a hot air balloon out of the capital city. Cali's plan was to use carriages for nearby regions. Kendrick had already sent many seeds in advance. These areas around the capital were sufficiently supplied. They headed straight for the distant regions. Cali brought the boxes and could directly shower the seeds from the sky. This undoubtedly made the efficiency much higher. By the way, this time when I leave the capital, it's not convenient to bring the divine bird. Remember to take care of it well. Do not easily open the door of the warm carriage, and make sure it doesn't fly out. I'm afraid the palace maids might make mistakes. Remember to check on it often. Cali instructed Elby again. You're not taking the divine bird with you? Elby was taken aback. It's cold outside. I'm worried the divine bird won't be able to withstand it. The divine bird is very comfortable in the warm carriage. It just needs to be fed and watered regularly. Cali nodded. Well, yes. Elby swallowed hard. This divine bird could speak human language and was only close to Cali. If anything happened during his absence, it would truly be troublesome. Bailiang, Yong'an County. You say that we have plowed the land several times and reclaimed so much land, but there are no seeds for us to use? Didn't they say that the god of Shiliang would send us seeds? Yes, why haven't they given us any yet? Do you think this god of Shiliang is real or fake? Hard to say. We didn't see it ourselves. We just heard from people from other places. If this drags on for a few more days, we'll miss the best planting time, which will have a significant impact. Do you think this is a plot by Shiliang? They deliberately burned our seeds so that Bailiang has no seeds to plant, preventing future development. Bretany people of Bailiang were discussing in the fields. Since the regions were divided among the families, they had been continuously reclaiming land and plowing fields. Now everything was ready except for the seeds. But despite waiting eagerly, none arrived. As spring farming season approached, they grew increasingly anxious. Father, it seems like something is flying in the sky. At this moment, a small child beside them exclaimed in surprise. Shoo! There's a bird, quickly shoot it with a slingshot. A burly man, engrossed in conversation, waved his hand impatiently. Father, it looks like a... Callie spoke into a loudspeaker from the hot air balloon. Then she lowered a box from the balloon, sending word to Kendrick. Meanwhile, at Tianhai City warehouse, Kendrick was lounging in a chair, dozing off. Ever since starting to receive the seeds here, Kendrick moved in to live at the warehouse. Seeds kept pouring in nonstop. Listening to Callie's updates, he dispatched the seeds immediately, almost not daring to leave for a moment. Not only Kendrick, but the entire industrial park was lit up brightly. Bruno personally led many security guards patrolling inside, directing the incoming and outgoing trucks. To ensure swift delivery of seeds to Kendrick, Tianhong Seeds Company arranged 100 container trucks, loaded and went straight away, came back to load again. Non-stop cycle. Dong, hasn't this already been more than 100 trips? Our warehouse is so big, and there's only Boschchen working alone inside. Can he handle it? A nearby guard hurriedly lit a cigarette for Bruno as he took one out. Boschchen installed a lot of automated equipment before. He doesn't need help. But the size of the warehouse you mentioned does seem true. It wasn't that big when I remember it. Bretai Boschchen used those machines to dig some kind of cellar? In theory, it should be able to store a lot. And these seeds cannot be packed tightly either. Bruno felt it odd too. Don't talk about it. The truck in front can't turn around. Go direct it quickly. Damn. Who lit this cigarette for me? Don't you know smoking is banned in the factory area? Get lost. You lose $200. Bruno immediately stubbed out the cigarette and said to him, What? The guard looked like he was going to cry. Baelyang, outside Yong'an County, just as the commoners were kneeling and knocking their heads in fear, a rustling sound suddenly appeared before their eyes. Looking up, they saw seeds spewing from the mouth of the deity, falling to the ground like a waterfall. Oh my god. These are the divine seeds that adults mentioned before? People picked up the seeds splashed beside them and looked at them. These seeds were completely new to them. It must be. Adults once said that the deity would bestow heavenly seeds upon us. All of this is true. Didn't adults also mention various methods to plant different seeds? Just like what adults described. Hurry. Pick up every seed immediately. Don't waste a single one. Quickly inform the magistrate and county governor. The people immediately realized what was happening after looking at the seeds. After collecting the seeds, they noticed that the deity had vanished without a trace. News of the deity delivering seeds spread rapidly. Farmers who were still skeptical in the fields began waiting eagerly. They successfully witnessed the appearance and descent of the deity. Within half a month, the Shilyang deity delivered countless seeds across Baelyang. Farmlands throughout Baelyang were bustling with activity. This time, the farmers of Baelyang witnessed firsthand the Shilyang deity granting them seeds. The fame of the Shilyang deity and the Annette of Shilyang spread rapidly throughout Shilyang and Baelyang overnight. Callie also utilized this opportunity. She restructured the original regions of Baelyang thoroughly. From then on, there was no longer a place called Baelyang, the capital of Baelyang. Its former prosperity was gone. After Baelyang surrendered to Shilyang, Callie screened, disbanded, and relocated the officials of Baelyang. Once the officials left the capital, the huge city declined immediately. Callie stood in the grand hall of the Baelyang Imperial Palace. Looking at the desolate palace before her, she couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Not long ago, she had regarded Baelyang as an immensely powerful enemy. Yet, it hadn't been long since then, and now she was already standing in the grand hall of the Baelyang Imperial Palace. The Baelyang Emperor Clay had also been defeated by her. All of this was given to her by Kendrick. Involuntarily, her mind recalled the conversation with Jarrett Yu before she left the capital. Apart from the ancient Qin that Kendrick had asked for and some ordinary daily necessities, she hadn't sent anything else to him. But during this period, Kendrick had been sending things to her constantly. Food, drink, and items for use. Everything was provided. Although he didn't send much to Shilyang, what he sent to her personally was far more abundant. Should she send something to Kendrick again? Even if she were to send something, what would it be? Gold and jewelry were too Yongsu. Incense offerings were not preferred. Perhaps she needed to work on herself? How could she do that? Callie pursed her lips. Chapter 251. Blowing a huge gap in the Himalayas. You're Bretjesty. At this moment, Casimir brought a group of people over. According to your instructions, all the soothsayers from Baelyang have been gathered, Casimir said to Callie. Good. Bring them all in. Callie nodded and walked into the grand hall. Soon, Casimir led more than a dozen ragged old men kneeling on the ground. They were the soothsayers who still had some influence in Baelyang. Callie couldn't help but frown. Throughout history, there have always been many soothsayers among the common people. Ancients couldn't explain many things, so they naturally attributed everything that way. After the appearance of deities, most of the West Liang soothsayers faded away. Fake prophets did not want to meet their doom before real deities. In contrast, in Baelyang, they suffered losses for lack of deities before, and local soothsayers saw the business opportunities. They turned into representatives of Baelyang deities to deceive people. But after Callie arrived with deities in Baelyang, these soothsayers became fearful. Following the civilian statements, Casimir still found some people. Callie just didn't expect these so-called god messengers to look like beggars one by one. Shouldn't god messengers be very honored and revered in temples? Your Bretjesty, please forgive us. We were wrong. Your Bretjesty, spare our lives. We will never dare again. Those soothsayers knelt down and kowtowed as soon as they entered. They all knew each other inside out. They were of the same ilk. After witnessing the shocking scene of Callie arriving with deities, they all became timid. They thought Callie was coming to find them because of their previous deception. Stand up. How did you communicate with your respective deities before? Callie asked everyone. What? All of them were dumbfounded by Callie's question. Communication? What communication? It was always one way, something we fabricated. What does your Bretjesty mean? Wouldn't it be possible that she wants them to communicate with the deities, bring the deities here, and then catch all of Baelyang's deities at once? Thinking about this, Huge beads of sweat dripped down from their heads. So let me ask in another way. What do you usually offer to your deities? Seeing no response from everyone, Callie changed her question. Huh. Everyone was even more puzzled, unable to understand what Callie meant. You're Bretjesty, I know. They previously offered food and drinks, virgin boys and girls, some even sacrificed young maidens. They are demons and devils, different from our Wesleyong deities. Casimir interjected when he saw everyone had no reaction. Is this true? Callie's eyes grew cold. Yes. The group of soothsayers kowtowed. They indeed did this before, enjoying those innocent girls themselves, just fraud. How did you send the boys and girls and virgins to the deities? Callie frowned. Burn. One leading soothsayer shivered. Burn? Callie was taken aback. Yes, whatever the deities need, burn it for them. Then the deities will deliver dreams. That's what we've told the public, the person said timidly. Doesn't that mean death? Callie was surprised. Although the body dies, the soul goes to meet the deities. The man quickly explained. Sometimes, lying too much made even them believe their own lies. Your Bretjesty, our deities are all fake. Only your Bretjesty's deities are real. Please spare our lives. Seeing Callie's expression, everyone was scared stiff. Alright, you may leave now. From now on, you must not claim to be speaking on behalf of deities, nor should you make false statements. If you dare to mislead the people again, I will show no mercy. Callie waved her hand dismissively. She summoned them this time to learn if there was any way to send offerings to the deities. Virgin boys and girls? Virgins? Impossible. Not to mention burning. Could it be that she failed because she didn't start a fire? Callie pondered internally. But that's too. Should she try? Despite feeling hesitant, Callie decided to give it a try. Casimir, get me a living creature. Callie thought for a moment, and said to Casimir, a living creature? Would a live chicken do? I saw a few in the imperial kitchen just now. Casimir scratched his head. Where could he find a living creature in such cold weather? Sure. Callie nodded. Soon, Casimir came back with a live chicken. Following Callie's instruction, a fire was set alight. It didn't take long for it to burn down to ashes. Without overthinking, Callie scooped up all the ashes and leftovers and sent them over to Kendrick. You're Bretjesty. I don't think this is how it's done. Casimir was also taken aback by Callie's actions. What? You didn't say earlier. Callie hurriedly lifted the lid, only to find that everything inside had vanished. Tian High City, Shilyang Impression Company. Boss, isn't this awesome? The event I organized has gone viral. We've selected the top 100 suggestions and picked the best one from each field. Kendrick had just walked in when Jackson eagerly approached him to report. I heard about it. This promotion is quite successful. Many people are starting to pay attention to the history of the Wei, Jane, Southern, and Northern dynasties period. Terrence mentioned that several history textbooks have been recorrected and republished. Our initiative has significantly boosted their efforts. Kendrick smiled. That's not important. Brother, I've already picked out the best suggestion in each field. Let me read them to you. Jackson pushed Kendrick into a chair. The first one is about farming. Isn't there a food shortage in Shilyang now? Look, this netizen said we could send countless detonators and explosives to Shilyang. The materials can be bought ready-made and then configured on-site. We can use these explosives to blow a huge gap in the Himalayas, allowing warm and moist air from the Indian Ocean to flow in, turning the vast western regions into fertile land with abundant produce. We could buy black soil from northeast China and send it over, transforming Shilyang into rich farmland, tripling its food production. You tell me, is this idea cool or what? Jackson enthused, his spittle flying as he spoke. Chapter 252. Do you know the deity Erlang? Not a mythological figure anymore. Kendrick was stunned. Blow up a huge opening in the Himalayas? Do you even hear what you're saying? Kendrick almost choked. For the first time, he thought having a big brain might not be all good. I think it's great. No problem. And below this suggestion, there are over 500,000 likes and comments, all saying how amazing it is. Jackson nodded and said, forget it. I ask you, blow up the Himalayas? How would you do that? What after blowing it up? Kendrick asked. I know there might be a lot of rocks, but they can be thrown into the sea. Brettide for land reclamation. I've thought about this point. Jackson patted his chest, earnestly saying, Kendrick almost choked again. You actually seriously studied this? How far is the Himalayas from the seaside? Kendrick had no strength to argue anymore. I don't know. Not very far, right? Isn't it near India? See, it doesn't look far on the map. Jackson pointed to the map on one side. That's ancient times, brother. Even in modern times, it's not that simple. By the time you transport them, the Qing dynasty might have already perished. Kendrick was flabbergasted. So this won't work. Now listen to this military strategy. It's absolutely perfect. The netizen said go to the Middle East or Russia, buy weapons at high prices, get hundreds of thousands of AKs, everyone gets one, and conquer the world. Isn't that effortless? Jackson grinned and said, Stop. Is this really what you filtered out? Kendrick hurriedly interrupted Jackson. Yeah, isn't it great? There's more. Jackson nodded. All right, stop reading. I asked you, if you were given a gun now, what would you do? Kendrick asked. Hell, who dares to provoke me? I'll just shoot. Today when driving out, I was cut off by a broken down car, and those two burly men on it yelled at me for not letting them through. If I had an AK, I'd see if they dare to say another word. Jackson said without hesitation. What if ancient people each had an AK? Could the emperor still rule? If I don't like your face, I'll just shoot. If we really gave guns to them, within a month, they'd definitely destroy themselves. Who wouldn't want to be the emperor? Kendrick rolled his eyes. He himself had to be cautious with Casimir and others when giving Callie a pistol. Before seeing such weapons, Casimir and his men were absolutely loyal. But once they got their hands on such weapons, it became uncertain. Seems like. If I had an AK, Regardless of who the emperor is, it would be my turn today. Jackson was somewhat embarrassed. Knock knock. Boschan, the fish fry has been delivered. What should we do? We currently don't have a fish pond. Just then, Farron knocked and walked in to say, forget it. Keep doing it like this for now. Organize and print all suggestions for me. I need to review them later. Kendrick had given up struggling. He naturally couldn't explain the restrictions of the box in detail to netizens. So, the suggestions from netizens would naturally be imaginative and out of the box, and probably not many would be truly useful. However, there would likely be many sensible ones among them. But following Jackson's evaluation method wasn't reliable. He would slowly review them later. Kendrick followed Farron out. Outside, dozens of trucks were parked, loaded with large bags. Why are all the fish fry floating belly up? Are they dead? Kendrick leaned closer to look, and saw that the fish fry inside were all upside down. Hello Boschan. I instructed the workers to sedate the fish to reduce their activity. The density in each bag is strictly controlled to ensure maximum survival. Additionally, oxygen was added during packaging. As long as the bags aren't opened, they can stay alive for up to 48 hours. We rushed the delivery, so there are still nearly 30 hours left. At this moment, Hernan came to Kendrick. Boss Edric, you're personally delivering? Kendrick didn't expect that Hernan would be escorting the goods this time. Since it's our first delivery, I was worried you might misunderstand. I thought it best to come and explain it to you personally, Hernan hurriedly said. After landing this major client, the whole company had nothing much to do. As CEO, Hernan had to personally serve this big client well. Okay. Deliver everything to the warehouse, Kendrick said to Farron. Boschan, if we put all the fish fry into the warehouse, won't they suffocate and die? Farron was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that Kendrick bought so many fingerlings for farming or releasing into the wild, which should be done immediately. But it seemed like Kendrick wanted to store them. I dug a few wells in the warehouse, and some of them are connected to underground rivers. It's the most convenient to move things out from the warehouse. Kendrick helplessly explained to Farron. A few wells? Farron's eyes widened. Since Kendrick set up the warehouse area, no one was allowed to approach or enter it. They had no idea what was inside. No wonder. All the stuff Boschan brought into the warehouse and never took out before had a place to go. I thought so. Boschan must have been busy inside. Drilling wells? Rich people's worlds are truly hard to understand. Wait a minute. Boschan, do you have any inside information? Farron thought of something and asked Kendrick in a lowered voice. Inside information? What kind of inside information? Kendrick was taken aback. About aliens. It's already spreading. The alien base in your neighborhood in Tianhai City has started operations. And about the floods last time, according to reliable inside sources, aliens intervened. Farron whispered. Kendrick's face showed surprise. This news hasn't died down yet? But many experts came out to refute it, saying it wasn't aliens but Chinese deities. Farron lit a cigarette and exhaled deeply. Deities? This is also spreading? Kendrick looked at Farron in shock. Yes, those marketing accounts mentioned Erlang Shan. Do you know him? He's not just a mythological figure anymore. There are historical records confirming his existence. Not only that, but more evidence shows Naja existed too. He flew in the sky, spewed divine arrows, and even sent down food. Quite impressive. Do you think maybe the Chinese deities are fighting aliens or something? Farron asked Kendrick. Enough. Stop fantasizing. Get back to work. Kendrick felt a headache. These things were becoming harder to explain, and he couldn't do anything about it. Probably after sending this batch of fish fry over, another entry would be added to historical records, sending fish. Oh. Seeing Kendrick didn't want to talk more, Farron prepared to go to work. Also, isn't smoking banned in the factory? Being the factory manager, you're not paying attention to the rules? Fine you 1,000. Use it to buy gum for everyone. Kendrick walked away, while turning to say to Farron. Only then did Farron notice he had lit a cigarette at some point. Kendrick arrived at the warehouse with the box. As soon as he opened it, puff, a pile of black ash flew out directly. Chapter 253. Resist feudal superstition, starting with me. Oh no. Kendrick was startled. The smell was unmistakably that of something burnt. He hurriedly rushed over and grabbed the fire extinguisher, spraying it into the box. No matter how strong the box was, it was still made of wood. If it caught fire, they wouldn't know where to cry. After spraying for a while, he realized there were no flames, only ashes. Well, there was also a charred roast chicken. What's going on? What happened? Is Tracy trying to invite me to eat chicken? Did she roast it herself? Or did the time tunnel catch fire? Did Tracy originally put a live chicken in? Kendrick was full of questions. After cleaning out the box, he asked Callie directly. At this moment, Casimir and the others on the opposite side of the box were covered head to toe in white powder. Just now, after Callie sent the ashes inside, she had Casimir and the others stand guard, alerting her if anything unusual happened with the box. White powder started spurting from underneath the box. Casimir and the others were instantly covered. Hearing the commotion, Callie hurriedly ran over to clean up the box. She discovered Kendrick's voice recorder. Have you received that chicken already? Was it alive or dead? Callie quickly asked Kendrick. Alive or dead? Hearing Callie's words, Kendrick looked at the charred chicken in front of him and poked it with his finger. It crumbled into ashes. Well, dead and turned to ashes. What are you trying to do? Kendrick asked Callie. I heard that burning things can send them to the gods. Why isn't it working? Callie was quite puzzled. Stop. Don't do anything foolish. I'll handle this research. Kendrick was shocked and immediately understood Callie's meaning. He was familiar with this method. During the new year, he often burned fake items as offerings for ancestors, but those items were never real and would be taken down the next day. If Callie burned herself, there would be no one left. Feudal superstitions are dangerous. Resist feudal superstition, starting with me. After receiving confirmation from Callie, Kendrick finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fly to the nearest large lake or river immediately. Start preparing to release fish. Announce to the nation that the gods will release some fish fry in the rivers, and not to fish during spring and summer. Wait until autumn. Kendrick told Callie. Release fish? So soon? Callie was surprised by Kendrick's words. Fortunately, she had already ordered an inventory of rivers and lakes in Western Liang and Northern Liang regions earlier. Not daring to delay, she immediately flew off with Casimir and the others. In the early spring countryside, fresh air, bright sunshine, and lush scenery made everyone feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. Waterways had thawed and began flowing again. Callie and the others didn't have time to enjoy the spring scenery, controlling the altitude of the hot air balloon, hovering near a huge lake surface. After sending Kendrick a message, a huge plastic bag appeared inside the box in the next moment. You're Brett Jesty, this isn't right. These fish are all dead. They're floating here. Casimir and the others lifted the bag out, looking at it in shock. The gods said it's fine. Pour them into the lake first. Callie listened to Kendrick's voice on the recorder. Only then did Casimir and the others open the bag and dump the fish fry into the lake. Not right, you're Brett Jesty. Look at these fish in the lake eating all the fry. Casimir and the others watched from the hot air balloon. The fish that had just survived winter were about to rise to the surface to become more active. Unexpectedly, many small fry appeared. Is it New Year again? They feasted greedily. Splashes rippled across the water. Callie watched with heartache. They had dumped quite a few fish fry, and a lot had been eaten almost instantly. What should they do? Callie quickly informed Kendrick. I understand. I'll have people minimize the anesthesia time to ensure vitality. Kendrick nodded. Luckily, the quantity of fish fry was substantial enough. Even if they fed the fish, there would still be plenty left when harvested later. With Kendrick's reassurance, Callie felt relieved and got to work. Following this process, they poured fish fry into this lake and surrounding rivers. They didn't rush to leave, but stayed to watch these waters. Sure enough, Brittany of the floating fish fry became active the next day. While Kendrick continued sending supplies, Callie and her team floated around Western Liang in their hot air balloon, spreading fish fry everywhere. As the news of the god's release of fish fry spread across various regions, the people of Western Liang became even more devout in their belief in the god. Northern Wei, capital city. Bliss was listening to a minister's report. Your Brett Jesty, according to reliable information, the Western Liang god has been very active throughout Western Liang recently. First, divine seeds were delivered to various places in Western Liang, followed by the release of fish fry into the lakes and rivers. Please take a look, your Brett Jesty. A minister came forward and presented Bliss with some items. They were some grain seeds and a few fish fry in a clay pot. These items had been obtained by secretly infiltrating Western Liang. What kind of seeds are these? Bliss looked at the seeds before him. He did not recognize them. I have had experts examine them, your Brett Jesty. These few types of seeds are completely different from what we use. As for these fish, they aren't rare, as our rivers already have similar species, the person explained. If Western Liang's god continues like this, it won't take 3 years for their fundamental strength to surpass any other nation. At that time, it will be difficult to do anything. Bliss sighed heavily. The ministers felt the same weight in their hearts. Facing the god of Western Liang, they had no solution. Oh yes, how about the people you sent to infiltrate the Western Liang palace? Bliss asked. Since they entered Western Liang, they severed contact for safety reasons. Based on the timeline, they should have already infiltrated the capital and are about to act, Muhammad replied. Good, let's hope for success this time. Why can their Western Liang receive the protection of the gods? We in Northern Wei are no less capable. If the god comes over, Northern Wei will definitely be number one. Bliss said slowly. This time, while Callie and the god were busy all over Western Liang, Bliss dispatched a team of elite operatives to quietly infiltrate the Western Liang capital. Invoke. The Western Liang god originated from the Western Liang palace. He believed there must be a foundation of the god within the Western Liang palace. He wanted someone to steal this foundation and bring it back for veneration in Northern Wei. The Western Liang god was invincible. Yet, it made Bliss envy so much it made him green with jealousy. He was different from Clay. Clay faced it head-on, while he intended to possess it. Let's just hope everything goes smoothly. If Northern Wei had a god too, no matter what conditions the god required, he would spare no effort to comply. Chapter 254 The Divine Bird was stolen. The Xianyang Imperial Palace. Compared to the palaces of other capitals, the Xianyang Imperial Palace was noticeably more quiet and desolate. Emperor Callie did not station many eunuchs or palace maids. After the assassination attempt, another round of purges left even fewer palace maids remaining. Within the Forbidden City, only a few members of the Imperial Guard patrolled occasionally. This time, Emperor Callie had left the capital, taking the Divine Bird's box with him. There was nothing much worth guarding within the palace. Thus, the frequency of patrols had been greatly reduced. Sir Jarrett, have you finished checking? Recently, with his Brett Jesty away, this Divine Bird has not been very active. Ailby had just come out from the warm chamber when he encountered a patrol of Imperial Guards. Yes, it looks lethargic. I paid my respects by prostrating several times, but there was no response. The charcoal fire seems about right. We can extinguish it for the night and relight it at dawn. Ailby nodded as he said to the Imperial Guards. Rest assured, Sir Jarrett. With those diligent palace maids tending to it, there's no need for you to come so late. The Imperial Guard smiled. His Brett Jesty specifically instructed me to check. I cannot skip this. It looks like the rain will stop soon. Ailby looked up at the sky and walked towards the palace exit under an umbrella. Let's finish our patrol quickly and go back to warm ourselves by the fire. These scattered raindrops have soaked our clothes. The Imperial Guards continued their patrol. Not long after they left, 7 or 8 black shadows silently appeared on the rooftops. The men made a gesture, dividing the group into two, one heading towards the warm chamber, the other towards the deeper parts of the palace. Outside the warm chamber, one of the black-clothed men pried open a corner of the window with a dagger, peering inside. This must be the place. After days of reconnaissance, only here in the entire palace is heavily guarded. The patrol routes and palace made shifts intersect here. It must be where the divine foundation lies. Carry out the plan. Amin whispered. 2 men pried at the window, while the leader nimbly slipped inside through the opening. The others spread out around the warm chamber, keeping watch. As soon as the leader jumped into the warm chamber, he felt enveloped by waves of heat. It was cold outside, but warm like summer inside. Absolutely the place of the divine. Ambassador of Northern Way, specially visiting to invite the Shiliang divine being to our Northern Way Rocky. If the divine approves, this incense will remain unextinguished. If refused, please snuff it out as a warning. If we have offended, we ask for your forgiveness. The men respectfully lit an incense stick, holding it aloft as he knelt down. Silence reigned in the warm chamber. Nothing happened. After a moment, he looked up and saw that the incense was still burning, instantly feeling relieved. Suddenly, overwhelming joy surged within him. Thank you, divine being. I hope for your guidance. Overwhelmed with joy, he hurriedly stood up and asked, Hello. Hello. At that moment, a strange voice came from above his head. Just as he looked up, a brilliantly colored bird flew straight toward his face. Congratulations and prosperity. The parrot scratched and pecked at his face. Even though he was quite brave, the sight of a talking bird startled him. Divine. Divinity above. You? He finally realized that the divinity might have taken the form of this divine bird to conveniently accompany them. Quickly, he retrieved the pre-prepared box and respectfully placed the divine bird inside. Glancing around the warm chamber, he decided to carry it in his arms and quietly slipped out. We've succeeded. Amin excitedly announced to the others. They hadn't expected it to be so easy and were all delighted. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the box he was carrying. In the otherwise silent palace, it was extremely jarring. Oh no. Hurry, retreat. Tell them to start a fire as a distraction. Amin quickly instructed. Soon, a section of the palace began burning. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, the black shadows silently slipped out of the palace. Stop them. Someone deliberately started a fire. Thoroughly investigate the palace. Not good. Quickly, protect the warm chamber. Upon discovering the arsonists, the Imperial Guards reacted swiftly and headed toward the warm chamber. Searching thoroughly inside, they found no trace of the divine bird. There are footprints on the ground. Someone has stolen the divine bird. Seal off the capital immediately. Hurry. Upon discovering the footprints on the ground, the Imperial Guards realized the gravity of the situation and shouted urgently. But by then, it was almost dawn. The capital's commerce was flourishing, and early in the morning, many merchants were already waiting to leave the city. By the time the city gates received the news to be sealed, the bird thieves from Northern Way had already slipped out amidst the chaos. Emperor Kali and his group did not know what had happened at the Shiliang Imperial Palace. They had been wandering around the water systems of Shiliang, finally finishing the task of releasing the fish fry prepared by Kendrick. After releasing the fish fry, Kendrick sent over a lot of farming tools. Kali and his team once again turned into transport machines, delivering these tools across Shiliang. Only then did they return to the capital. You're Bretjesty. You're finally back. Something has happened. Something big has happened. As soon as Kali and his team got off the hot air balloon, a group of Imperial Guards hurriedly came to him. What happened? Don't panic, Kali asked. The divine bird was stolen. One of the Imperial Guards said. What? The divine bird? What exactly happened? Kali was also shocked. Only then did the Imperial Guard recount the events of that night in detail. You're Bretjesty. I am guilty of death. I failed to take care of the divine bird. Seeing the hot air balloon, Albi rushed into the palace and knelt down before Kali. According to what you say, the intruders had very high martial arts skills? And it was premeditated, targeting the divine bird? Kali frowned and asked. Yes. They split into 2 groups, one to steal the divine bird, and one to start a fire. We didn't know what was happening, and went to extinguish the fire first, discovering the arsonists. Our Imperial Guards fought with those arsonists, but couldn't gain any advantage. If we hadn't outnumbered them and surrounded them, they might have escaped. In the end, they all committed suicide by poisoning themselves. The Imperial Guard explained. Your Bretjesty, after hearing about this incident, I immediately ordered the city gates to be closed and conducted a search throughout the capital. Almost every corner of the capital was searched, but no suspicious person was found. They may have already escaped. Elby added hastily. Now is not the time for blame. I will inform the divinity immediately. Hearing Elby's words, Kali knew they had done their best. No one would have thought that after the divine presence of Shiliang had awed the world, someone would dare to scheme against the divinity. Chapter 255. Stole a bird. No use at all. Tian High City. Guangming Community. Kendrick had just gotten up from bed when he heard Kali's anxious and self-reproachful voice on the recorder. At first, he thought something really significant had happened. But after listening carefully, it turned out that a parrot was stolen. Is the parrot still alive? What a strong bird. But who has time to steal birds for fun? Could it be that so? But she was very clear about it. Kendrick, this deity, felt something more profound towards her than mere divine protection. But these things she would never tell Ailby and others. However, today, seeing Ailby and others still looking worried, Kali had an idea. Let's gather all ministers in the palace. I have something to say. Kali told Ailby. Yes. Ailby nodded. Soon, all ministers gathered in the palace. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. The moment Kali sat down, all ministers kneeled before her. In the past month, Kali had used hot air balloons to distribute seeds, fish fry, and tools across Shiliang. She unified the hearts of Shiliang in a short period of time. Spring planting was completed. The rivers were full of fish. Everyone was hopeful. Shiliang exuded a vibrant energy like the flourishing spring. Apart from reverence, everyone praised Kali as the spokesperson for the deity. Several months ago, Xiliang was poor and weak. Now, it had accumulated a foundation and momentum for future development. Everything came from Callie. Please rise. Recently, many of you must have heard about the loss of the divine bird, right? Callie asked.
Yes.
All of us know. They didn't understand her intention but nodded. Do you know why the deity specially favors Xiliang? Why did Xiliang suffer hardships without divine protection before? Callie asked the crowd. All ministers stared wide-eyed upon hearing her question. They had guessed and discussed this issue privately many times. If the Xiliang deity protected them, why did Xiliang suffer from the Ruran army besieging the capital, almost leading to national destruction? And why did Emperor Callie almost get betrayed by the then prime minister? It seemed like the deity appeared out of nowhere. Your Majesty, we've speculated many times, but we truly don't understand the deity's intentions. Elby stepped forward and replied. Do you remember when we suggested recruiting consorts for me? And I rejected it. Do you know why? Callie smiled slightly and continued asking. This? Everyone was utterly confused. What does your Majesty mean? Don't know. Bretive, she blames us for dropping the topic? Thinking about it, now is the right age for her. Perhaps she was shy last time. We should have insisted. It's over. Next time, we should select some young scholars for her. Indeed, if your Majesty has no heirs, how will the deity continue to protect us in Xiliang? If your Majesty has no heirs, how will the divine blessings of Xiliang be passed on? The ministers began to murmur softly among themselves. Hearing the words of the courtiers behind him, Ailby inwardly regretted his oversight. He had been negligent. Though her Majesty was an emperor, she was also a woman. Moreover, at her age, she was considered relatively older among women. What was wrong with his mind? When her Majesty said she didn't need a harem, he should have insisted more forcefully. He should have found some male consorts for her Majesty. Cough, cough. Listening to the murmurs of the ministers, Callie's cheeks turned crimson. She shot a fierce glare at Ailby, who stood at the front. These old fellows. What were they thinking? That's not what I meant at all. Your Majesty. This is my fault. I've been negligent. For the long-term peace and stability of Xiliang and its people, I suggest we immediately select consorts for your Majesty. Your Majesty mustn't refuse. Ailby was nervously selecting suitable young men in his mind. After all, the Annette was the first beauty of Xiliang, and those who could match her had to meet very strict criteria. This was different from an emperor selecting concubines. It wasn't just about finding someone inexperienced. They had to be able to properly attend to the Annette. As he thought this, he looked up and saw Callie's angry gaze, which frightened him into quickly stepping forward to speak. Enough. What nonsense is this? Callie hastily interrupted Ailby. I don't mind telling you all. The reason why our Xiliang is specially protected by the deity is because I have already become the deity's consort. Callie declared to everyone. Hearing Callie's words, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The deity's consort? You mean, your Majesty offered yourself as a sacrifice to the deity? You truly are. Ailby instantly understood and knelt before Callie. Your Majesty, you've sacrificed too much for Xiliang. By putting the greater good before personal matters, we feel ashamed. Your Majesty, originally it was you who silently made these sacrifices for Xiliang. We, the ministers, all knelt down, sobbing and expressing their gratitude. In their view, Annette Callie had personally offered herself as a sacrifice to the deity to achieve the current situation. So, as a condition, wouldn't Callie be taken away? Seeing everyone's reaction, Callie couldn't help but feel furious. Why all this drama? Kendrick treats me so well. You bunch of thick-headed fools. It's simply incomprehensible. Did I mean it like that? Can't a deity and a mortal be together? I'm not just an ordinary mortal either. Chapter 256, Taking the Initiative. Warfare for Sustenance. Enough, enough. Don't daydream all day long. Today I have summoned you all here for two reasons. First, to let you know that the divine protection prize, the mineral supply from Ruran, was something Kendrick had specially instructed must not go awry. She quickly opened the dispatch to read. Let everyone see this. Since spring, Northern Wei has once again launched an offensive against Ruran, with an army of 100,000 heading straight into its heartland. Ruran Khanal requests our assistance. Callie relayed to everyone. What about Qi Yin? Even though they were defeated by us before, they still had a considerable military force. In those days, Ruran was far stronger than Northern Wei. Why are they asking for help at the first sign of trouble? Yes, last time we provided them with many weapons and food supplies. Why are they still so weak? Our troops will consume more provisions on the grasslands compared to elsewhere. Everyone looked at the dispatch, each voicing their own concerns. Previously, the divine instructed us to purchase wolf pelts, leading to a sharp decline in wolves on the steppes. This can be seen from the number of wolf pelts Ruran has been sending over recently. During spring on the steppe, the resurgence of animals like rabbits leads to less vegetation, significantly impacting horse fodder, which undermines the effectiveness of their traditionally advantageous cavalry. According to the divine's plan, we were meant to easily capture Ruran, but Northern Wei has taken advantage of the situation. Callie explained to the assembly. That's right. How could we have forgotten this? No wonder Northern Wei has been making such rapid advances, while Ruran keeps retreating without resistance. They've taken advantage of what should have been ours. We must act quickly, your Majesty. What if Northern Wei takes control of Ruran? Everyone pleaded for war. During ancient times, General Pang Wan of Wei led his army to besiege Handan, the capital of Hawkins. Hawkins sought aid from Qi. Qi sent Tianji as general and Sun Bin as military advisor to provide relief. Sun Bin suggested directly attacking Wei's capital of Daliang, forcing the Wei forces to withdraw from Handan and return to defend their home. The Qi army then ambushed the Wei forces along the inevitable route back, achieving a decisive victory, relieving the siege of Hawkins. This is the strategy known as besieging Wei to save Hawkins. Callie slowly explained. Huh. Everyone was startled by her words, confused about why she was suddenly discussing Hawkins's history. Only Ailby's eyes lit up. He had studied matters of the Warring States period, but had never heard such detailed accounts. How does her Bretjesty, who lived in seclusion, know so much? Does this mean we're not directly aiding Rurin, but instead attacking Northern Way? Forcing Northern Way to retreat, and allowing us to ambush them on their way back? Ailby stepped forward, urgently inquiring.
Yes.
Exactly what I have in mind. Callie nodded. This story was recorded in a set of books Kendrick had given her previously. At the time, he presented her with many stories from the Warring States period and past dynasties, which captivated her deeply. She admired the characters in these tales. Upon seeing Rurin's dispatch, ideas immediately came to her mind. Directly sending troops to Rurin based on their request wouldn't suffice given their current grain and fodder supply in Xiliang. The solution came to her almost instantly. Her Bretjesty's strategic depth commands respect. Yes, although her Bretjesty is a female emperor, she surpasses all others, truly a unique ruler. With such foresight, the Northern Way troops will surely face no return. Her Bretjesty is comparable to Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han. Listening to Callie's words, many court officials bowed and said, "The deity once said, honest advice may be unpleasant to hear, but a country with loyal ministers will not perish. If you only know how to flatter and curry favor, I must reconsider whether to keep you in this court." Callie said coolly, "Please forgive us, your Bretjesty. Please forgive us, your Bretjesty. Please forgive us, your Bretjesty." The ministers knelt down, trembling as they kowtowed. "It must not happen again. I do not need those who fawn upon me. What I need are practical officials. Go, and get to work immediately," Callie said coldly.
Yes.
All the ministers left in trepidation. Northern Way, the Imperial Palace. Bliss was standing in front of a map, studying it. "Big brother, our 10,000 troops attacking Rurin have been like cutting through bamboo. Our 20,000 cavalry pursued deep into Rurin's heartland, but due to insufficient supplies, we had no choice but to stop. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly? How unfortunate." Muhammad said to Bliss. "Yes, I was also puzzled by this. This time, Rurin's combat strength is far inferior to the last, which doesn't make sense. I am worried it might be a trap. If Rurin lures us deeper, we'll be in trouble." Bliss nodded. "Not likely. Even if they set a trap, they wouldn't have enough troops." Muhammad waved his hand. "Not necessarily. Don't forget the relationship between Xiliang and Rurin. Originally enemies, but now there's mining and trade. We can't let our guard down." Bliss reminded him. "What should we do then?" Muhammad was also getting anxious. "Your Bretjesty. Your Bretjesty. Our men have brought back the deity." At that moment, several people rushed in hurriedly. Chapter 257. The deity settles in Northern Way? The deity has been brought back? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Upon hearing that the deity had returned, Bliss jumped up and quickly had them brought in. "Your Bretjesty, parrot. Your Bretjesty, the deity probably hasn't eaten or drunk anything during the journey. We should offer food and drink to the deity quickly." Muhammad whispered from behind. Right. Hurry. Send for the Imperial Kitchen immediately. Bring the finest dishes." Bliss hurriedly ordered. Soon, the Imperial Kitchen delivered various fine wines and dishes, beautifully laid out on a table. Bliss dismissed everyone, respectfully approaching under the parrot. "Great deity above, please show your true form and feast freely." Bliss said to the parrot. If the deity willingly enjoyed the offerings of Northern Way, it would mean settling down in Northern Way. Sure enough, the parrot flapped its wings and flew onto the table. It strolled around among the various meats, then flew back to the beam. "You, eat the meat." Bliss obsequiously offered a large plate of meat. Idiot. The parrot rolled its eyes at Bliss. Bliss's face turned awkward. Almost every dish was offered to the deity, only to be met with cries of idiot. In the end, he could only walk out depressed. "Your Bretjesty, what did the deity say?" As soon as Bliss went out, he was surrounded by people. Sigh. "I don't know why, I offered food to the deity, but the deity scolded me." Bliss shook his head. "Scolded?" Everyone else also looked puzzled. "Your Bretjesty, do you think the deity considers us too stingy?" Muhammad frowned and said. "Stingy? What do you mean?" Bliss asked. "Not stingy in that sense. What I mean is, the reason the deity chose to come to Northern Way must be because it values our ambition and strength. Now we keep doing useless things, so the deity is angry." Muhammad speculated. "That makes sense." Bliss suddenly realized. Now that the deity is the deity of Northern Way should start contending for dominance over the world. In that case, announce to the world that the deity of Northern Way has arrived. Immediately send an additional 50,000 troops to capture Rurin. Bliss's eyes sparkled. Because Xiliang had a deity, their despair knew no bounds. Now they have a deity in Northern Way, who's afraid of whom? Once Northern Way captures Rurin, we will surround Xiliang. Then you'll have the appearance of a deity but lack its reality. I, Bliss, will personally pick up the dignity lost in Xiliang. Very soon, news of Northern Way having the deity spread everywhere. In the Xiliang Imperial Palace. "Your Bretjesty. This is the latest report from Northern Way. Northern Way successfully invited the deity, who now resides within, stirring up the entire army and people of Northern Way. Northern Way has added 50,000 troops, carrying countless supplies to march toward Rurin. Meanwhile, troops are sent to provoke our Xiliang borders." Ailby told Callie. Indeed, as predicted by the deity. Northern Way's actions are about to begin. Callie was unsurprised. "Your Bretjesty. Your servant requests to go to war. To resist Northern Way." At this moment, Hamilton stepped forward. Hearing there would be war, Hamilton was eager to fight. Since surrendering to Xiliang for so long without any achievements, the last time when subduing those rebellious wealthy families, Hamilton finally succeeded thanks to the deity's help. Hamilton desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself. Heaven wishes to destroy someone. It must first drive them mad. Follow the deity's plan. There's no need to rush. Callie waved his hand. Since Northern Wei is attacking us first. Bretthias, Callie said. I am here, your Brettjesty. Bretthias stepped forward. You are to arrange the defense against Northern Wei troops entering our Western Liang territory. But remember, leave an opening for them to come in. While minimizing our losses, lure them deeper. Breck Northern Wei believe in us a bit more. Wait for the signal before launching a full counterattack on Northern Wei. Callie instructed Bretthias.
Yes.
Bretthias saluted. Looking at Bretthias beside him, Hamilton felt somewhat disappointed. Stacks of woven bags beside him, speaking to Bretthias.
Yes.
I will follow the deity's command. Bretthias nodded and quickly approached to look. These are veterinary laxatives? And so many cans? Bretthias was shocked at the sight of the supplies before him. Chapter 258. Time Difference. General Carnell, the success or failure of this operation hinges on your forces. If we can inflict significant casualties on the Bailiang troops, their current boasts will seem even more ridiculous when they face defeat. In other words, the outcome of this battle not only decides the war between our Xiliang and Northern Wei, but also the contest of divine allegiance. If we win, the gods of Xiliang will command greater respect. If we lose, the name of our Xiliang deities may fade away entirely. The subsequent chain reactions are unimaginable, Callie said to Hamilton. I understand, your Brettjesty. Hearing Callie's words, Hamilton felt a heavy burden settle on his shoulders. General Carnell, these supplies are for you. Callie led Hamilton to another area. Lifting his head, Hamilton was instantly dumbstruck by what he saw. Before him lay an enormous courtyard piled high with countless bows, crossbows, arrows, and items he had never seen before. Approaching one of the piles, Hamilton picked up a spool of fine wire. It was the finest wire he'd ever seen. These, the gods call them fine steel wires. When strung between trees along paths, they are nearly invisible whether in day or night unless one looks closely. And these are caltrops and wine bottles. Wine bottles can serve as water flasks for soldiers, and during cavalry attacks, throwing them can block the path. When Northern Wei troops retreat, it'll be primarily their cavalry leading the way. And their cavalry is their strongest force. No matter what, we must strike hard at them. Callie explained beside Hamilton. Your Brettjesty, rest assured. With these godly tools, I vow not a single soldier will return to Northern Wei. Hamilton was elated. Looking at the array of divine items before him, numerous strategies formed in his mind. Flawless plan. Excellent. Move quickly then. Callie nodded approvingly. Tian High City. At the warehouse entrance, Kendrick yawned as he emerged from inside. Over these days, he had heard about Northern Wei's movements through Callie. Although not directly participating, he still wanted to provide some support. So he bought these supplies overnight and sent them over. Other than expired canned goods being difficult to procure, several times he was mistaken for a departmental undercover visitor, nearly causing altercations. He eventually found a batch of inventory in an abandoned warehouse. Inside were cans of luncheon meat stored for over a decade. Opening one, it showed signs of mold. Yet, the aroma of meat remained strong. Kendrick purchased them all eagerly. President Chun, have you finished? You've been working for 2 days straight. There's no need for you to handle everything alone. Even with automated robots, it's still tiring. As Kendrick stepped out, Bruno greeted him. Sigh. I guess I wasn't meant for an easy life. Kendrick was somewhat helpless. No one knew the secret of these crates yet. Monitoring the transportation himself was unavoidable. Mr. Chun, I just slaughtered a sheep. Now that winter is here, it's getting cold. Have a bowl of mutton, soup to warm up. Bruno guided Kendrick toward the house. Yes, it's already winter. Winter is coming soon. Kendrick rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, he remembered that it was already spring in Xiliang. Why did the seasons differ so much? The time difference was around 5 to 6 months. Day and night durations also varied. Sometimes it was daytime here while it was night there, and vice versa. Though Kendrick hadn't particularly noticed this until now, after Bruno mentioned it, he began to find it odd. Could it be that crossing over was related to this time difference? Shaking his head, Kendrick thought, perhaps I should ask Terrence when I get the chance. After finishing the hot bowl of mutton soup, Kendrick was sweating comfortably. Pack the remaining soup for me. Put it in a thermos. Each time Kendrick ate or drank something, he made sure to send a portion to Callie. With Kendrick's sporadic deliveries, Callie's small belly visibly grew rounder. Despite frequent complaints from Callie, whenever Kendrick sent over grilled food or spicy crayfish late at night, Callie would always get up eagerly to eat. Mr. Chin, recently our cargo ships have returned one by one. Payments have arrived, and the trading company from the White-Headed Eagle country has arranged for return cargo, although delivery was delayed for a bit. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Most of the crew from the last batch are on rotational leave. The sailors we recruited and trained recently went out to sea this time. Bruno said to Kendrick. That's great. This way, cargo shipping operations can run smoothly and generate normal profits. The money came just in time. I've been buying so many things lately that my finances have been tight. Kendrick nodded. If it weren't for Melody selling her house and Carr to give him a lump sum earlier, he might not have managed to make ends meet. Mr. Chun, may I ask a question I shouldn't? Bruno hesitated. You're wondering about these supplies? Kendrick smiled. Right, even if aliens come, those items seem useless, right? Those caltrops are for puncturing tires, aren't they? Can aliens drive cars? What about the bows and crossbows? You should at least stock up on more advanced weapons. If aliens really come, wouldn't those become just firewood? And those cans, I tried feeding them to our security dogs, but they were all moldy. Even the dogs wouldn't eat them. Bruno said to Kendrick. Get real. Our dogs have been eating bones with you guys all along. They don't eat regular dog food. They're very picky. Kendrick rolled his eyes. Each dog in the factory was plump and round-bellied. They couldn't even guard the gate anymore. In fact, the gate guards had to open the door for them to enter, or they get stuck in the fence. Cough, cough. These expired cans, you need to claim a refund from the merchant. We can't take losses. Bruno said to Kendrick. These cans have another use. They're not for eating. As for those miscellaneous items, I'm collecting them just for fun. Don't overthink it. Kendrick was somewhat helpless. He couldn't explain it. Okay. By the way, Mr. Chin, about Lousy Mountain Scenic Area, I found someone reliable. Now he runs a fruit stand in the west part of the city. I told him I'm helping him out for my sake, and he agreed to the lowest price. Bruno explained to Kendrick. How much? Kendrick asked. No money. Not exactly free, but as long as he pays off his debt of over 30 million yuan, he's willing to transfer it for free. Bruno quickly added. Since you're familiar with this, you handle it. Process the paperwork as soon as possible, but keep it low-key. Don't publicize it. But if I'm the legal representative of Lousy Mountain Scenic Area, people could find out easily. Kendrick said to Bruno. Rest assured, I'll handle it immediately. Bruno nodded. Time to go home and sleep. Kendrick put the thermos in the box and carried it toward home. Chapter 259. Famine, will reclaim everything we have lost. Donghua County, Xiliang. This place borders with Famine. Not long ago, taking advantage of the night, the Famine army launched a surprise attack, and Donghua County fell completely. The residents of Donghua County fled toward the interior of Xiliang. These Famine people are too bold to dare bully us. Yes, it's all because our magistrate did not properly worship the gods. That's why Famine dared to bully us. I heard that Famine now has deities as well, even one invited from our Xiliang. Impossible. It's true. The news is out. Otherwise, why would Famine be so daring? A group of refugees talked while they walked. Villagers. There's a porridge station ahead. Drink some porridge before continuing to withdraw westward. Retreat along the designated route. At this moment, quite a few soldiers appeared ahead, guiding them on the roadside. Soldiers, Famine has already attacked us. Why aren't we engaging in battle yet? Yeah, soldier, we have divine protection. Can we still be bullied by them? Kick their butts. Seeing the soldiers, many civilians approached them, asking, Don't worry. Let them taste a bit of sweetness for now, then we'll settle accounts later. Your task now is to retreat as far back as possible. A lieutenant said with a smile. He could not say too much, afraid that information might leak. But he also couldn't stay silent, as that could cause panic among the people. Seeing the situation, the civilians didn't ask more questions, hurriedly crowded to the porridge stall to get some porridge, and followed the guides to retreat further into Xiliang. At this time, inside Donghua City, General Gideon of Famine was standing on the city wall. General, all surrounding villages have been fully conquered. Xiliang is indeed finished. Yes, General, although they do have troops, they won't fight with us, running away at the first strike. At this moment, a few lieutenants spoke to Gideon, just as his Majesty predicted. If the Xiliang deity still existed, things wouldn't have deteriorated this much. Xiliang must have ordered its people not to resist internally, though the common folk and soldiers are unaware. Resistance would be futile. Finally, it's our turn to raise our heads and take a deep breath. Gideon put his hand on the city wall, unable to suppress his excitement. Before, Famine had been frightened by the Xiliang deity, fearing war even before it began, not daring to fight. It was a disgrace for them as soldiers, but they, as generals, also knew that sending ordinary soldiers against a deity would amount to suicide. However hard it was to swallow, they had no choice but to endure. Now it was different. They had a deity. The tables had turned. Revenge. Restoration of honor. Everything they lost must be taken back. General, why can't our deity do like the one in Xiliang? Appear directly and rain down heavenly fire? That way, there would be no need for us to fight? Beside him, a lieutenant asked. Hard to say. After all, the deity just arrived. Maybe it hasn't received enough offerings. When the deity can join battles, it will be powerful. Whenever we fight, summon the deity, and use the heavenly fire to wipe out the enemies. We would live in comfort then. Gideon grinned, fantasizing about the future, practically drooling in anticipation. Enough talk. Now it's easy to fight. Since Xiliang has no deity and doesn't dare to resist, let's launch a full-scale assault. If we can storm into Xiliang's capital, our fame will resonate across the land. Spread my orders. Leave 2,000 troops to guard the city. The rest march lightly equipped. Follow me into battle. Gideon told everyone. Leading the main force, they moved deeply into Xiliang territory. Their passage shot the eagle down. The divine bird would have been swallowed by the eagle. Not only had this parrot not eaten for several days, but even at full health, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the eagle. If the parrot had the strength to speak, it probably would have cursed Bliss's ancestors thoroughly. Brother, is there any possibility that the deity is currently in the process of taking on a new form? I consulted many half-deities from the common folk, and they said that when the deity takes on a new form, it's at its weakest, just like now, Muhammad reminded softly. That makes sense. Let's go out first and let the divine bird rest well. How are the recent battles against Rurin? Bliss followed Muhammad outside. After we increased our troops, Rurin has been retreating continuously. We have now located their main base. Just capture their leader, and Rurin will be ours. Muhammad told Bliss. But lately, I felt my right eyelid twitching a lot. We have sent over 10,000 troops to Rurin, and Xiliang has dispatched several tens of thousands as well. Our Famine is somewhat empty now. If other countries take advantage of this weakness and attack us, it could be troublesome. Bliss frowned. Brother, you're overthinking this. Do you remember why we didn't dare touch Xiliang despite them having only 100,000 troops at the time? It's because they had divine protection. The same applies to us now. The other countries know that our Famine now has a deity. No one would dare attack us. Muhammad laughed. You're right. I forgot about that. Go to Rurin personally and capture it as soon as possible. We should aid Western Liang and join forces to resist Northern Wei. Given its previous divine foundation, I believe Western Liang still has the strength to fight. Another minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Back when Western Liang had its deity, even Northern Wei dared not act rashly. Now that the deity has gone to Northern Wei, the situation has completely turned. Western Liang has lost the will to resist. Joining Western Liang would be nothing more than sending ourselves to certain death. In my view, we might as well take this opportunity to pledge allegiance to Northern Wei. Yet another minister quickly added. Instantly, various opinions erupted in the court. Enough, Emeric bellowed. Western Liang is now like a dog fleeing from home. Allying with him is unwise. As for submitting to Northern Wei, Bliss is a narrow-minded man. There won't be room for us there. That too is unwise. At present, both Ruren and Western Liang are under attack by Northern Wei. This is precisely the time for us to fish in troubled waters. Even after annexing Bailiang, Western Liang cannot be easily conquered by Northern Wei. I've decided that we will launch a surprise attack from behind and divide Western Liang with Northern Wei. The stronger our Disya becomes, the more Northern Wei will hesitate. Emeric declared to everyone. Listening to Emeric, the ministers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. What? Didn't you hear my words clearly? Emeric said coldly. We dare not. We shall obey your Brett Jesty's command. The ministers hurriedly knelt down. Keep a close watch on Northern Wei's movements. Prepare supplies and assemble troops, waiting for the right moment to attack Western Liang. Emeric instructed everyone. Not only did Emeric of Disya think this way. Recently, the news of Northern Wei seizing Western Liang's deity made all surrounding countries look on in shock. Originally, the appearance of a deity in Western Liang had already made them tremble with caution. Now, Northern Wei managed to snatch away Western Liang's deity. Almost every country entered a state of readiness. Bliss of Northern Wei was different from the Annette of Western Liang. With divine favor, Northern Wei would surely rampage like a mad dog. But the emperors of several countries weren't foolish. The truth of Northern Wei acquiring a deity needed verification. The outcome of attacking Ruren and Western Liang would be the most direct proof. Everyone was waiting. At this moment, in the forest where Ruren, Western Liang, and Bailiang meet, a troop of soldiers was rapidly advancing. Faster! Faster! Speed up! Get to the ambush site as soon as possible. Hamilton kept urging everyone. 10 days after their departure from the capital, Western Liang's front lines began to counterattack. Within 20 days at most, the steppe troops would withdraw. They must reach the designated location and set up all the ambushes before then. Since leaving the capital, Hamilton had hidden their trail by traveling only at night, hiding in the forest during the day, starting their journey only after dusk fell. They took paths through mountainous wilderness far from towns and cities. But despite traveling at maximum speed, they were already 2 days behind schedule due to the need for stealth. Fortunately, they finally arrived. Advance team, move forward. Search a 10-mile radius around the ambush site. Eliminate anyone you encounter. Set up scouts. Keep vigilant. Hamilton commanded at the front. Soon, over 1,000 soldiers from the vanguard rushed out. Everyone, rest on the spot. Replenish energy. Eat the protein bars sent by Kendrick. Hamilton instructed the troops behind him. Everyone pulled out the protein bars sent by Kendrick and stuffed them into their mouths. Earlier, Kendrick had considered the issue of individual rations during the march. Although there were various military rations available, they occupied quite a bit of space. While manageable for short-term marches, long-distance travel posed problems. After all, in modern warfare, long-distance hiking is rarely seen. Transport vehicles can easily replace it, or even airdrops if necessary. But in ancient times, marching these tens of thousands of troops simply isn't feasible. Just as Kendrick was worried about this issue, Jackson came with the business cooperation he had negotiated. After Jackson's careful selection, he accepted the advertisement endorsement for Snickers at a very high price. The client's requirements were simple. Each soldier should be munching on Snickers during the march and then fight fiercely. This news was undoubtedly like finding a pillow when wanting to sleep for Kendrick. He immediately agreed. He let Callie select soldiers and found a hill for a live-action shooting of a grand scene. Turning around, he then used the Snickers pricing to purchase several 100,000 Snickers at a super low price. As a result, Kendrick spent not a single cent and delivered hundreds of thousands of Snickers to Shiliang, supplying Hamilton and his team for this expedition. Sweep away hunger. Be yourself. All along the way, they relied entirely on the compressed biscuits and Snickers sent by Kendrick. The effect was significant. After resting, Hamilton gathered all the generals. Once the Bayway troops withdraw, the first ones at the front will certainly be 20,000 cavalry. It's unrealistic to eliminate 20,000 cavalry on such a narrow road. Even using divine artifacts would be hard. They are not fools, Hamilton said to everyone. All along the way, he had been calculating how to completely take out these 20,000 troops. Finally, he had some ideas. Come here, you few. Look at the surrounding terrain. Although there aren't many mountains and the terrain is relatively flat, there are numerous small roads and side paths. After their vanguard cavalry enters our ambush, they will surely try to bypass. So our deployment cannot be concentrated in one spot. Send people ahead to spread out across the dozens of miles of small roads and side paths. String up steel wires on the roads. Don't worry about the iron caltrops yet. They are easily discovered during the day. When they arrive, lure them onto various side roads and eliminate them piecemeal. Hamilton pointed at the map while explaining to everyone. Chapter 261. Counterattack begins. Remember, when we reach this location, the cavalry and infantry will be at most 3 days apart. In other words, within 3 days, we must eliminate these 20,000 cavalry, clean up the battlefield, and continue to set up ambushes. Move out immediately, Hamilton said to everyone. At the same time, in a city in western Liang, Breathias was listening to a scout's report. General, with our feint attack, Northern Wei troops have ventured deep into our territory of western Liang. By intentionally abandoning horses, provisions, and military equipment along the way, we've stretched their large army over a considerable distance. With no effective resistance, they have been very arrogant. The Northern Wei General Gideon personally leads more than 10,000 troops, currently 50 miles outside the city, rushing here. The scout reported to Breathius. Excellent. They finally took the bait. Today is the 10th day. It's time to begin. Everyone, proceed according to the plan. Breathius signaled to the people on the city walls. The soldiers promptly withdrew the banners and retreated into the city. Soon, Gideon led his troops to the outskirts of the city. General, there are hardly any defenders in this city. The gates are wide open. They must have abandoned the city upon knowing our forces were approaching. A subordinate general laughed. Why wouldn't they? Our northern way has divine protection. Even if they defended the city, one bird drop from our sacred bird could wipe them all out. They previously had a god in Western Liang and knew of the power of divine beings, so it's nothing strange. Gideon glanced contemptuously at the city. Initially, when he first entered Western Liang, he was quite cautious. However, as they marched, Western Liang's troops fell back without resistance. They plunged deeper into the heart of Western Liang. Gideon grew increasingly confident. He wasn't going to take this small city seriously while preparing to march directly into the capital of Western Liang. The day is late. Let the troops camp outside the city. You lead 1,000 men with me into the city. Gideon strode toward the city as he spoke. At that moment, near the city gate, many civilians saw Gideon enter and knelt by the roadside, kowtowing. There were no signs of any troops inside the city. Gideon's lips curled slightly. He enjoyed this sense of reverence. He swaggered through the streets, asserting dominance. The soldiers behind him looked arrogantly around. We are Northern Way troops. We have divine protection. You Western Liang do not. Just as Gideon was about to find someone to guide him to the county mansion, he noticed the crowd welcoming them had grown significantly. The path was nearly blocked. Get out of the way. Find who's in charge. Whoosh. Before Gideon could finish, an arrow pierced his throat, causing him to fall off his horse. Those behind him didn't react in time. Suddenly, the disguised civilians surrounded them, stabbing them with daggers, turning them into pin cushions. Silently, the Northern Way general and the 1,000 troops entering the city were all eliminated. Afterward, those disguised as civilians carried the corpses away in pairs. The entire process happened without any bodies hitting the ground. Then, several soldiers swept the street where blood had splattered as if nothing had happened. General, it's all taken care of. The divine strategy worked perfectly. A subordinate general came enthusiastically to Breathius. Yes, General. There are still thousands in the encampment outside the city. We can use Gideon's token to let them enter the city in batches, and then stun them. Another subordinate general added quickly. No. Don't ruin the divine plan for small gains. Inform the Imperial Guards. Tell them to start. Send 2 teams quietly through another gate. When the divine signal rises, attack simultaneously, but remember to let some escape to report back. Hamilton told the few. Yes. Everyone immediately split up to carry out their tasks. Outside the encampment, there were barely any patrols, only a few scattered guards at the perimeter. This battle is too comfortable. The enemy fled before we even engaged. I was worried about not returning from this expedition. Of course, with divine protection now, did you see how easily we took Western Liang? Heaven rewards us. Now it's our turn. Western Liang, without a god, is nothing. 2 soldiers chatted while on guard duty. Suddenly, a soldier stared with wide eyes at the distance. Another soldier also sensed something was off and quickly turned to look. He too stood frozen in place. At this moment, amidst the night sky above the city, a massive silhouette gradually appeared. It became clearer and clearer, slowly flying toward them. Gee God, how can Shiliang possibly still have a god? The soldier stammered. Charge! The god of Shiliang is here. Just then, deafening battle cries erupted from both sides of the camp. The originally drowsy Northern Way soldiers were awakened in shock, looking bewildered at the scene before them. Brittany didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Fortunately, a few subordinate generals reacted quickly and realized it was a night raid. But upon seeing the god's head floating in midair, they froze as well. Doubt, panic, fear, regret. A myriad of emotions surged through their hearts. Any thought of resistance vanished. They only wanted to report this matter to his Bretjesty as soon as possible. In panic, they led part of the troops to retreat back toward Northern Way. Everyone listen up. The counterattack begins. Inform the left wing and right wing armies to follow the planned routes and launch an attack on Northern Way. Spread the word along the way that our god of Shiliang protects us and will surely take the capital of Northern Way. Breathius issued the orders for the counterattack. Taking advantage of the night, the Shiliang army marched grandly toward Northern Way. In Shiliang, the Imperial Palace, Callie was watching the drone footage. Kendrick, we have successfully defeated the vanguard forces of Northern Way and killed the Northern Way General Gideon. We've launched a full-scale attack. I can't believe I can witness all this from 1,000 miles away. In the future, I won't need to lead troops personally into battle anymore. Callie said smilingly to Kendrick. In ancient Shiliang, the sky was exceptionally clean. There were no electromagnetic waves, signal transmissions, or anything of the sort. Once the drone entered, it was like a fish needing a wireless terminal to set up its territory before it could move freely. Ever since Callie's personal expedition to deliver seeds last time, Kendrick had been working tirelessly to solve this issue. Chapter 262. Binding oneself in a cocoon. Since the wireless terminals can ensure signal coverage within a certain area, if these terminals were placed throughout the various regions of Shiliang and the signals between each terminal could be connected, theoretically, it would enable free communication and drone flight. However, the power supply for the wireless terminals can only last half a month, and this time would be even shorter under severe weather or low temperatures. Kendrick gave many wireless terminals to Breathias and Hamilton before their expedition, instructing them to place one every 10 miles and leave 2 men to guard each one. This allowed Callie to achieve remote monitoring. Due to the insufficient carrying capacity of the terminals, however, he was currently only able to observe without performing more complex operations. It seems this experiment was successful. Now I have a solution. I will gradually send more batteries for you to arrange to capture Northern Way. Kendrick was excited. Is it going to be that easy? Bliss isn't someone simple, Callie said, less optimistic. Don't forget, the so-called god worshipped by Northern Wei is just a bird. Once news of our god reappearing reaches Northern Wei, they will collapse psychologically and keep begging the bird. Finding no effect, they'll fall into deeper despair. If they hadn't relied on a divine figure, their morale might remain intact. But having developed such reliance, their fighting spirit is almost gone. They're truly binding themselves in a cocoon, Kendrick explained. So that's how it is. Why not use hot air balloons to fly over instead? Wouldn't that be more effective? Callie asked. Bliss might go all out. Any unexpected outcome would be counterproductive. Retaining mystery is crucial. Familiarity breeds contempt, Kendrick explained. Knowing the structure of hot air balloons wasn't complex. The scare effect during nighttime plus 10 million. During daylight at high altitudes plus 10,000. During daylight at low altitudes plus 100. Landing among people due to fuel shortage minus 1 million. Therefore, Kendrick had previously instructed Callie to carry out actions at night. Ring ring. Kendrick had just given Callie a voice recorder when his phone rang. It was Terrence calling. Kendrick, which unit do you live in? Kendrick wiped the sweat from his nose. Yes. Do you remember Edric Bredding? Since there was one Edric Bredding, it means there are others who can travel through time. Besides, I told you before, the person who traveled through time could likely be a small shop owner, and this just further confirms my theory. Look at this. As he spoke, Terrence handed Kendrick some photocopies. Kendrick hurriedly took them and read. They were records about divine birds. Among them, the phrase, "Welcome to our store," stood out sharply in the divine bird's speech. A talking bird must be a parrot. We're used to it now, but during the Northern Wei period, absolutely not. Especially when the parrot says, "Welcome to our store." That's a modern term. So I speculate that a small shop owner with a pet parrot traveled back in time, possibly bringing the entire shop with him. Terrence concluded his analysis. Let's drink. So, you came to see me because... Kendrick wiped the sweat from the back of his neck. Could Terrence have sensed something? I see that your Shiliang Impression Company is doing quite well. The few events you organized earlier had significant impacts. I want to collaborate with you to release some historical materials from the Northern and Southern dynasties period. Terrence said to Kendrick. Release materials through a live streaming company? Isn't that too casual? Shouldn't we use more formal platforms? Kendrick was puzzled. Formal platforms? For what? Nexa and Yang Jian descending as gods? Or a small shop owner traveling through time? Is that positive energy? How can formal platforms allow misleading content? Terrence waved his hand. Fair enough. Last time when the neighborhood lake dried up, and the neighboring city reservoir had low water levels, experts came forward to explain. Clearly, we can't tell the truth. Kendrick silently nodded. In short, instead of letting public opinion run free, it's better to provide moderate guidance. And your live streaming company is perfectly suited for this. So, once I heard about it, I immediately decided to take it over. Terrence told Kendrick. This isn't an issue. Our Shiliang Impression Company will fully cooperate. Kendrick promptly replied. Good. Then let's visit your filming base tomorrow. I'm quite curious about those scenes and characters. Terrence rubbed his hands together. Kendrick's mouth twitched. Terrence's visit was probably a mix of business and personal interests. Terrence, speaking of which, I have a question. Is ancient time different from ours? Doesn't a year still have 365 days? Kendrick quickly shifted the topic. Chapter 263. History never has just one Breton character. No. How could they be exactly the same? The concept of a year's time originated from the cyclical experience of crop growth and had... Just as I suspected, Kendrick felt more certain of his thoughts. When he went to the other side of the chest as a child, it might have been due to some overlap in time back then. Afterward, because there would be a slight difference each day. Once this difference occurred, crossing over would become impossible. Even if the average daily difference was only 5 minutes. In a year, that's 360 times 5 is equal to 1800 minutes. At around 5 or 6 years old at the time, it has been more than 2 decades now. Let's assume 25 years. 25 times 1800 is equal to 45,000 minutes. That's 31.25 days. Could it be that the crossing condition is met only when the cumulative time difference matches a whole number of days? Kendrick speculated. Why are you suddenly interested in ancient timekeeping? Our research typically revolves around historical documents. In terms of time, dynastic changes were rapid, and each dynasty had its own era name. Moreover, different countries often had overlapping era names, which doesn't significantly benefit our historical studies. Terrence asked curiously. I'm following your train of thought. Do you think the shopkeeper who traveled through time can return? And what was the reason for his time travel? Kendrick said with a smile. You want to explore the reason behind time travel? How could anyone come back from ancient times? Isn't ancient times wonderful? Modern people would know everything if they went back. Becoming rich would be a cinch, not to mention having multiple wives. It'd be more comfortable than modern life. I guess the shopkeeper won't be coming back, Terrence grinned. Kendrick's mouth twitched. This old Chow always looked so serious and scholarly. Who knew his thoughts were quite conventional. A true man indeed. Yes, that's true. But even if Shiliang, cool state, is developing well now, the surrounding situation isn't too great, right? Weren't there many states like Northern Wei? If the shopkeeper travels back, could he end this chaotic situation? Kendrick pondered Shiliang's predicament and asked Terrence. Well, Northern Wei, Xia, and later Qin were all similar. After Ross conquered the later Qin during his northern campaign, Emeric seized the opportunity when Ross returned home. He took advantage of the turmoil in Chang'an and claimed the fruits of Ross's victory, capturing Chang'an. Emeric was relatively smart, but after his death, his son Fedor inherited the throne, and Xia immediately declined. His sons fought each other for power, causing chaos in Guangzhou. That period was very turbulent until Remington established the Sui dynasty, bringing a brief period of stability. But then Mario emerged, though not as incompetent as history books describe, the common people still suffered. Then came the Tang dynasty's Zhirwen era, giving the people some respite. But later, the Ran rebellion led to the downfall of prosperity. Throughout history, during the founding of dynasties, there was usually a glorious period. Most founding emperors were wise and brave, but their descendants struggled to maintain the legacy. Human nature is such, beyond human control. Terence mused over his wine. Listening to Terence's words, Kendrick couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It would be easy for him to help Callie gain the empire, but what about after Callie? Even if a glorious era is initiated, Emperor Tracy's reign would last only a few decades. The trend of the empire. Division will inevitably lead to unity, and unity will inevitably result in division. One person can establish a nation, but it's hard to make it last eternally. Thinking this, Kendrick couldn't help but feel somewhat dispirited. I see you're quite down. Don't think like that. Our Donghua ethnicity has been honed by thousands of years of history, resulting in today's unyielding will and national cohesion. History never has just one main character. Instead, an entire ethnicity plays the leading role. Ready that person utilize their talents and help the people during those chaotic times, which is the best gift to our Donghua ethnicity. Throughout our long history, the hardships endured by the common folk have been too many. Terence patted Kendrick on the shoulder. Thank you, Terence. Hearing Terence's words, Kendrick felt greatly comforted. Yes, the protagonist of the historical river cannot be a single individual. Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Emperor Taizu of Jarrett. Each was an epic-making figure who created prosperous eras, yet they all faded into the annals of history. But history remembers them. It remembers the brilliant splashes they made in this long river. Callie should be no exception. The name of the eternal Annette will certainly be immortalized in history. Hold on. Why did we stop hearing about that Annette from Shiliang? Weren't there mentions of some divine woman? Just as Kendrick was thinking, he suddenly realized an issue. Well, I'm not sure either. In these newly discovered documents, the shadow of this Annette of Shiliang often appears, but there's no news about what happened afterward. The archaeological team has recently discovered several ancient tombs, with many documents still being unearthed. There will surely be more discoveries. Come, drink up. You drink too. Nearly finished this bottle by myself. Terence explained while urging Kendrick. This roasted chicken seems a bit odd. Where are the drumsticks and wings? I remember buying them. Terence rummaged through the roasted chicken. Eaten. I've had some. Bottoms up. I've got a few bottles of erguo too. If that's not enough, there's more. We'll sleep here tonight, and tomorrow I'll have someone send you off. Kendrick quickly said. Earlier, while tearing apart the roasted chicken, he quietly slipped the drumsticks and wings to Callie. Where could he find them now? That night, Kendrick, fueled by alcohol, dragged the half-drunken Terence, thoroughly discussing the situations of various states during the Wei Jin and Northern Southern dynasties period. Only then did they both fall asleep. They slept until noon the next day. Kendrick had Bruno arrange for someone to send Terence away. Kendrick immediately relayed the information he had gathered to Callie. Chapter 264. Blessings in disguise for the simple-minded. Shiliang. Hearing Kendrick's words, Callie also realized he had oversimplified things this time. The news of Northern Wei stealing a deity's power was deliberately spread by Bliss, making it known to everyone. Other countries would certainly not remain idle. He immediately arranged for people to investigate movements in other nations. Your Brett Jesty. As expected, just as your Brett Jesty predicted, the Xia Kingdom has quietly gathered tens of thousands of troops, moving towards our Shiliang southern border. Although they haven't moved yet, there's no doubt they are waiting for the right moment to directly strike at our capital city. It is the same with the Yiwu Kingdom. Although they continue to supply us with minerals, they secretly send spies with the mining teams into Shiliang to gather intelligence. Military movements have been frequent across various regions enough to withstand an assault. These two armies will undoubtedly try to advance straight towards our capital. In my opinion, we should recall troops to protect the capital. It's still possible if we act now. LB said anxiously. At this moment, the entire Shiliang felt like a place without resistance. Originally, it was believed that the presence of the deity would deter attacks, but who knew the Xia Kingdom would dare? Who knows if it's foolish bravery or blessings in disguise for the simple-minded? Unacceptable. We went through great efforts to set up the current situation. Withdrawing now would ruin everything. Moreover, withdrawing would lead Northern Wei to believe we fear their deity, boosting their morale for a full-scale counterattack. The arrow must fly once drawn. We cannot withdraw. Tell them to continue following the planned actions regardless of any news. Those who disobey will be executed. Callie said authoritatively. As for defense strategies, I will consult the deity myself. Callie stood up and walked out. When Kendrick heard about the Xia attacking Shiliang, he was also surprised. I suspect this wasn't what Americ intended, but rather his sons acting rashly to gain credit. But they've accidentally exploited our weak point. Kendrick speculated. During conversations with Terence, it was mentioned that Americ had some ability. But his sons were quite restless. After Americ's death, 3 sons fought over the throne, leading to the downfall of the Xia Kingdom. I think that's also the case. But since we currently lack internal troops, I want to personally organize the over 10,000 troops in the capital to meet their forces. Not to defeat them, but to hold them off long enough until we conquer Northern Wei, then we can redeploy forces back here, putting the Xia Kingdom in danger. Callie told Kendrick. Unacceptable. Only 10,000 troops. Defending the city might work, but an offensive would be too risky. If necessary, we could only use drones again. Such a pity. If we had already set up base stations throughout Shiliang, the drones could directly fly there. But it's too late now. Kendrick lamented. They never imagined anyone would dare attack Shiliang after knowing about the deity's protection. Any sensible person would show some fear. Yet Americ's sons boldly attacked. A frontal battle isn't the solution. How about using the strategy of besieging Wei to save Hawkins? Americ's sons. Wait. If we can take out Americ, his 2 sons will definitely have the throne on their minds. If I were them, I would absolutely choose to abandon the attack and rush back to ascend the throne first. Brettide, they might even fight each other. Kendrick suddenly had an idea. So this way, we just need to get rid of Americ. Kendrick stroked his chin, calculating. Sending a large army over is definitely not practical. But if we can form a special operations team with Casimir and a few of the Imperial Guards, quietly infiltrate the capital of the Xia Kingdom for a decapitation strike, it might be effective. At that time, it was said that a few experts from Northern Wei secretly sneaked into the Shiliang Palace to steal birds, which shows that the current palace is not as secure as imagined. Kendrick immediately had an idea. This time, let's use a different approach to deal with them. You immediately gather Casimir and select the 6 most skilled people. I have a way to handle the Xia Kingdom, Kendrick told Callie and hurriedly left the door. Besides the outstanding abilities of the soldiers, the special forces rely more on the enhancement of high-tech equipment. Kendrick went to the drone technology company to see if there was anything that could be utilized. President Shin, you mean equipment suitable for special infiltration and assassination operations? I haven't heard of any military tenders for such items recently. The technical director was puzzled. Just preliminary discussions, not actual procurement yet. Think about it, it's like going into a completely signal-free, totally isolated environment to assassinate someone heavily guarded. What do we currently have in development or already developed that could be used? Kendrick described the usage scenario. Chapter 265, Withdrawal and Defense. In that case, the first thing we need is communication. Without a signal, we need portable signal base stations. The micro base station from our small reconnaissance drones can be dismantled and used, allowing for free communication within a 5-kilometer radius. Then there's the material. We recently developed a new lightweight soft-shell material for use on drones' exteriors, which can be used to make bulletproof armor with built-in insulation and drying functions. As for weapons, we don't have very strong offensive weapons here, but we've modified stun guns so they can launch electronic sensor gun tips via drone. If it hits a person, it can cause temporary paralysis. There are relatively fewer other applicable items. The technical director said this to Kendrick. For all the things you just mentioned, we need 6 sets. Have them made as quickly as possible and delivered to me. Kendrick hurriedly replied. Communication, protection, and offense were the most critical and fundamental requirements. After leaving the drone company, Kendrick went to a sports equipment store and bought 6 pairs of super elastic basketball shoes. With these, one could run faster and jump higher. In case climbing city walls was necessary, these would naturally be perfect. He then went to a mountaineering equipment store and bought 6 sets of climbing tools and ropes. Even if entering through the city wall wasn't an option, these tools could help them climb in. Most importantly, specialized climbing ropes were light, sturdy, and easy to carry. Next, he found a nearby night vision goggles manufacturer on JD.com and purchased 6 sets of night vision goggles. The basic equipment was almost ready, except for the offensive weapons, which were somewhat lacking. There was no time to improvise others. Still sticking to the old method, Kendrick sent all the stock of pepper spray and stun batons to Callie. While Kendrick was preparing supplies, Callie had already selected 6 of the most skilled Imperial Guards. However, at this point, everyone was bruised and swollen. Upon hearing about the mission from the divine entity, to secure these 6 slots, the Imperial Guards did not yield to each other. Apart from Casimir, who was unanimously recognized as the highest skilled, the remaining 5 spots were fought for. Despite being injured, everyone stood as straight as spears. These are the equipment sent by the divine entity, along with some instructions. There's no time to explain everything in detail. The divine entity has also sent a hot air balloon. Set off immediately. Study these tools on your journey. While flying over cities or villages, you can lower the altitude appropriately, especially at night, to let everyone know that the divine entity of Liang has arrived in their Xia Kingdom. Your task this time is to kill Emperor Americ of Xia as quickly as possible, and create a significant disturbance so that everyone knows Emperor Americ has been killed. Callie told the men. Yes. Please rest assured, your Bretjesty. We will definitely complete the mission. Casimir and his team responded in unison. Soon, the hot air balloon flew out of the palace and headed south toward Xia. On the hot air balloon, Casimir and his team looked excitedly at the equipment sent by Kendrick. Boss, look at this earpiece. The divine entity said we can communicate through this. Even if we're far apart, we can still hear each other clearly. One of the Imperial Guards studied the portable earphones. Boss, this belt the divine entity sent is perfect. It has many clips to attach stun guns and spray vials to the waist. It can hold over 10. Now we don't have to worry about running out. Another guard's waist was already loaded with over 10 stun guns. Boss, when I wear this on my eyes, everyone glows. The divine entity said we can see people even in pitch darkness. Another Imperial Guard couldn't wait to play with the night vision goggles. Okay. Everyone quiet down. Casimir clapped to get everyone's attention. This time, if we fail to complete the mission despite receiving so many treasures from the divine entity, we might as well end it all. Next, I'll assign the combat tasks. Once we reach outside the capital of Xia, we must quickly pack up the hot air balloon and bury it for concealment. After that, we'll find a way to infiltrate the city. They won't expect us to attack while they are invading. Inside the city, we'll act in pairs, exploring the areas around the palace for a day to find ways to get inside. This infiltration into Xia's palace must prioritize stealth, so we'll split up. Once any group succeeds, they will start a fire. The remaining groups, upon seeing the fire, will immediately create chaos by setting fires locally. Take advantage of the confusion to withdraw. Remember, chop off Americ's head and tie it under the hot air balloon to fly back. Casimir addressed the group. Boss, rest assured. Everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to give it a try. Northern Wei, the capital city. What did you say? Say that again? Albin was stunned speechless as he listened to the general's report. Your Bretjesty, General Henri has already been killed in battle. Our troops had already penetrated deep into Xiliang's territory, but their deity suddenly transported many troops there. We're all finished. A returning subordinate general said. How is this possible? Their deity of Shiliang has already been invited here. Where did they get another deity from? Albin nearly spat blood. You're Bretjesty, it's true. We saw it with our own eyes. And Shiliang suddenly appeared with over 10,000 troops, who are now advancing towards the capital of Northern Wei. All the Shiliang cities we captured have also been retaken. Shiliang troops are now invading our Northern Wei. Their momentum cannot be stopped. Several subordinate generals hurriedly knelt and reported. You're Bretjesty. Our troops sent to attack Shiliang have suffered defeat and can't serve as an effective defense. There are only 3,000 troops guarding around the capital. We should quickly order the troops attacking Ruren to return to defend the capital. Otherwise, if Shiliang advances, the capital will fall, and even if we capture Ruren, it would be meaningless. Yes, you're Bretjesty. Defending the capital is the most important thing right now. Why don't we relocate the capital urgently? Hearing that Shiliang's troops were heading for their capital, the ministers of Northern Wei couldn't sit still. Relocate the capital? Absolutely not. By my decree, with the capital in danger, order Jethro to immediately lead the troops back to reinforce the capital. Military affairs are extremely urgent. After some thought, Albin decided to withdraw his troops. As the ministers pointed out, if the capital falls, capturing Ruren would be useless. Chapter 266, a thread slices through 1,000 heads. The Ruren grassland. Kill. Ha ha ha. Don't let their Khan escape. Charge forward. Keep chasing them. Muhammad watched as the Ruren troops before him were in disarray, continuously waving his arms to urge the troops behind him to press forward. Ever since he arrived at Ruren, the attacks have been overwhelmingly victorious. After discovering the location of the Ruren's main camp, he immediately led his troops to surround from 3 directions, dealing a devastating blow to the Ruren forces. The Ruren Khan Brek fled deeper into the grasslands after being defeated. They only needed to wipe out these troops before them, and the Ruren would be powerless to fight any longer. Report. Report. The Imperial Edict has arrived. At this moment, a group of horsemen rushed up from behind to Muhammad. Imperial Edict? How would his Bretjesty send an edict at such a time? Muhammad was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even had the chance to report the victory to his Bretjesty, yet an edict had already arrived. It must be something significant. Without paying attention to the formalities, he took over the edict and read it. His expression immediately changed drastically. Quickly, everyone stop the pursuit. Sound the retreat. Muhammad quickly turned and shouted at the people beside him. General, we are winning right now. This is the perfect time to press on. If we retreat now, they might regroup and all our efforts will be wasted. Yes, General. This battle could seal our victory. Why halt now? General, give us one more day, and we can crush these Ruren troops completely. All the officers around heard this and became anxious. They had just joined the fray as the rear guard, preparing to gain some credit for themselves. But to sound the retreat? The Shiliang army is approaching our Northern Wei capital. The capital is in dire straits. His Bretjesty orders us to immediately prepare our troops and return to aid the capital. Muhammad sighed deeply. How could he not feel regret for leaving halfway through? But if anything happened to the capital, their great victory would be meaningless. Report. Report. The Emperor's token has arrived. Orders are given for the army to set off immediately without fail. Just then, another group of horsemen came rushing from behind. Immediately issue the order. Abandon all siege supplies. Release all captives. The vanguard becomes the rear guard, and vice versa. Return to reinforce the capital. You few immediately gather the grain and supplies. Do not delay for even a moment. I will personally lead 20,000 cavalry to hurry back first. Muhammad spoke to the generals. Leading 10,000-strong cavalry, they raced day and night towards the Northern Wei capital. Meanwhile, outside the ravine entrance, Hamilton was leading his troops here in ambush. Though spring had already begun, the weather was still quite cold, especially in the early morning when the chilly wind was no different from winter. However, the troops under Hamilton's command were crouched in the grass, curled up in camouflage sleeping bags, not finding it hard to endure at all. They even purposely opened a seam in the sleeping bag to prevent heat condensation from revealing their presence. Ever since Callie devised the plan, Kendrick predicted that Hamilton and company would set up an ambush here. When buying mountaineering equipment, he specially purchased camouflage sleeping bags, one for each person. These rolled up very small and were easy to carry. Otherwise, before the enemy arrived, they would be frozen stiff, making the ambush suicidal. General, they're coming. Sure enough, the cavalry is leading. At this moment, a scarecrow ran to Hamilton's side and said, Great. Blow the bird whistle. Tell everyone to act according to the plan. Hamilton clenched his fist in excitement. After waiting so long, they finally come. It didn't take long. They saw dust rising from afar. From the span of the dust cloud, the 20,000 cavalry were stretched far apart. This indicated they were traveling day and night without rest. Seeing this scene, Hamilton felt relieved. Thankfully they adjusted in time. Otherwise, if problems arose with the front troops, the ones behind would. He saw that on both sides of the road ahead were rolling human and horse heads. The cuts were so clean it looked like they were decapitated by large knives. Countless headless corpses lay on the ground twitching, with blood gushing from their severed heads. The surrounding ground and trees had been completely stained red with blood. What happened here? Muhammad's legs started to tremble. This bizarre situation was something he had never encountered before. General, there are many fine threads across the road ahead. Our men couldn't notice them while galloping, and that's why their heads were cut off. The same subordinate general who narrowly avoided beheading earlier came forward and said, Fine threads? Only then did Muhammad notice that there were many thin threads hanging in midair along the road ahead, with drops of blood on them. How is this possible? How could there be such fine and strong threads? Muhammad reached out to touch one. These threads were barely noticeable yet incredibly tough. He lightly touched it with his hand, only to find a small cut appeared, shocking him immensely. Bring me a knife. Muhammad gestured to someone behind him, took a large knife, and slashed forcefully at a steel wire. The first slash didn't completely sever it. After another slash, he finally managed to cut through the steel wire. There was now a small rice-sized notch on the iron blade. Seeing this, Muhammad drew a sharp breath. He naturally didn't know that although the steel wires were fine, their internal structure was very complex, making them military-grade quality. Kendrick chose the finest steel wires to be as hidden as possible. Had they been any thicker, even slashing wouldn't break them. General, I've already sent people to investigate. There are countless such threads on the road ahead. They are all tied to tree trunks on both sides of the road. We tried to untie them but found traps around, and several men died. To pass through here will require some effort. The subordinate general slowly explained. What did you say? Tied to the tree trunks on both sides? Oh no. Everyone, be on high alert. Muhammad instantly realized that they might have fallen into an ambush. Chapter 267A Big Fish. General, you mean these things were deliberately ambushed here by someone? But who could have such things? The lieutenant general was completely baffled. What did you say? Muhammad was also taken aback. General, this kind of thread doesn't seem to be made of materials we've ever seen. Even if we wanted to make it, I don't think we could. I suspect it might be the work of the Shiliang gods. The lieutenant general hesitated and said, Shiliang gods? That can't be right. The gods of Shiliang had already? Halfway through his sentence, Muhammad felt a jolt in his heart. He nearly forgot that they rushed back to aid the capital because the Shiliang army was attacking their northern way capital. If the gods of Shiliang were already summoned by them, how could something like this happen? Could it be that the gods of Shiliang returned? At this thought, a chill ran down Muhammad's spine. Brep. Muhammad hurriedly had someone open the map for him. In light of this situation, it's very likely that the Shiliang gods set this up. We cannot recklessly destroy it. Look, besides this official road, there are many winding trails that can bypass to North Way. In that case, let's split our troops. You each lead your own soldiers, and take detours to get to the capital as quickly as possible. Certainly move. Aya. As Muhammad spoke with a few lieutenant generals, a soldier nearby suddenly got shot off his horse. Before Muhammad and the others could react, countless arrows flew out from both sides of the woods. Brittany people were hit and cried out in agony. Not good. They really did have an ambush. Muhammad was almost spitting blood. Just now, thinking it was divine intervention, and with the troops having stopped moving and being quiet for a long time, he assumed he was overthinking. Unexpectedly, while they lowered their guard, the hidden troops suddenly emerged. General, there are ambushes on both sides. We've got a lot of troops behind us too. Soldiers urgently reported. Immediate troop dispersal. Go after them. Muhammad ordered everyone. Soon, the remaining troops hurriedly followed in the direction where the hidden forces attacked. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Callie was watching these troops through a screen. Each time they reached a fork in the road, the troops would split into two groups to pursue different directions. With each division, their numbers became fewer and fewer. Brilliant. Using what the gods bestowed upon them, forcing those troops to follow the pre-laid route. Scattering the troops entirely through this method. Night is about to fall. Once it gets dark, our advantage will grow even greater. Hamilton is indeed remarkable. Callie sighed while watching the screen. He felt incredibly fortunate to have subdued Hamilton years ago. It's easy to find thousands of troops, but one good general is hard to come by. This was especially true for their Shiliang. Although they later subdued many other Bailiang generals, none were as loyal as Hamilton. Now, it was getting dark gradually. The pursuing troops dared not recklessly chase and all stopped for rest on sight. After splitting up throughout the day, nearly every fork had a group of troops. Some hundreds, some only dozens. Nothing unusual happened in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, the surrounding woods rustled, immediately putting them on alert. But before they could react, countless arrows shot out from within the forest. They reluctantly prepared to dismount and charge into the forest, but found themselves surrounded by steel threads unknown when this happened. How could they see clearly at night when they couldn't during the day? For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. Moreover, the area enclosed by these steel threads was precisely an arrow's range away. Northern Way cavalrymen became live targets. Although they also shot arrows in return, shooting blindly in the darkness. Only when it was almost too late did they remember to extinguish the torches. But it was too late. Soon, they were all slaughtered. The same night, the same scene, the same plot, unfolded along various forks. Overnight, 2/3 of Northern Way's 20,000 troops were wiped out. Muhammad was now protected by several hundred cavalrymen, his face full of despair. Earlier, they tried to slip out under the cover of night. Yet, they were mysteriously surrounded again. These surrounding troops didn't advance either. Instead, they just laid thin threads around them, trapping them tightly, then ambushed them with bows and arrows. Had it not been for the relatively large number of troops they had which allowed them to maintain some distance, their entire army would have been annihilated. General, I've heard battle sounds around us throughout the night. It doesn't sound good. Our troops might be in danger, the lieutenant general frowned. Muhammad's heart sank. He was well aware of the current predicament, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out the point of his ears. Of course it's a divine bird. If the gods wish, they can make grass or fish speak. But the divine bird does not represent the gods. Enough talking nonsense with you. Hamilton grinned. Enough talking? What do you mean by enough? Muhammad was puzzled. The next moment, the air was filled with the whistling sounds of arrows. Not good. Quickly, before Muhammad could finish his sentence, he was hit by several arrows and fell off his horse. Hamilton watched the scene before him, almost entirely covered by the rain of arrows, with a slight upward curl of his lips. It had been years since he had fought in such a well-equipped battle. It had been years since he had faced cavalry with such ease. The gods sent so many crossbows and arrows, their ranges far exceeding his expectations. He intentionally delayed time earlier to let the surrounding people switch to long-range crossbows. One full volley almost turned everyone and their horses into porcupines. Chapter 268, Crisis and Chaos. What a pity for all these horses. Come on, cut off Muhammad's head and send it to his Brechesti. Immediately slaughter the dead horses where they lie. Keep the horse meat and bury the rest. Send the living horses back to the capital with attendants. The remaining men will continue to lie in ambush. Hamilton spoke to everyone. This time, the cavalry could be dealt with by using the fine steel wire sent by the deity as a trick. But other soldiers lack the speed of cavalry, so the steel wire cannot play its role. Moreover, the remaining enemy army far outnumbered them, and the real hard fight was yet to come. Northern Way. Bliss looked gravely at the military reports from various places. The Shiliang troops had swept everything before them and now had invaded the territory of Northern Way. Originally, the Northern Way troops barely defended the city, but the Shiliang deity quietly appeared at midnight, causing the defenders to abandon the city and flee. The news of the deity following spread across Northern Way, leading to several cities' defenders surrendering without a fight. The Shiliang troops swelled from over 100,000 to 200,000. What was even more terrifying was that upon hearing of the Shiliang deity's presence, the citizens of Northern Way began to question their own deities. At this point, Bliss abruptly stood up and walked toward the palace of the Divine Bird. This palace of the Divine Bird was specially built by Bliss for the Divine Bird. With dragons carved and phoenixes painted, it was exceptionally luxurious. Deity above. Our Northern Way is now at a critical juncture of life and death. I hope the deity can quickly transform and revive. To help our Northern Way repel the enemy, Bliss knelt respectfully before the Divine Bird. A few days ago, the Divine Bird started to move less, merely resting on a mat and hardly moving. 1 day ago, the Divine Bird did not move at all. Bliss thought it was at the most crucial moment of transformation and ordered no one to disturb it. Although someone had previously suggested feeding the Divine Bird like an ordinary bird, giving it insects or grain, Bliss vetoed these suggestions. In his eyes, this was a Divine Bird still in the critical stage of transformation. Legends say that the Divine Bird drinks only dew, eats only refined food, and stops only on the parasol tree. How could it be defiled by mundane things? But today, the Divine Bird remained stiff as ever, making Bliss uneasy. If it does not revive soon, Northern Way would be annihilated by Shiliang. Deity? Deity? Bliss called repeatedly, but the deity showed no response, not even speaking. Looking at the Divine Bird, the bird's body was stiff, its eyes tightly closed, claws curled. An unsettling thought flashed in Bliss's mind. Could this Divine Bird have died? No. This is a talking Divine Bird. How could it die? It must be my mistake. Bliss refused to believe it. Though such thoughts grew stronger in his heart, he absolutely could not accept it. In fact, not just Bliss couldn't believe it, Kendrick probably wouldn't believe it either, that this parrot could be starved to death after being stolen. Your Brechesti. Just received word. The Shiliang troops are less than 500 miles from our capital. Someone outside shouted hastily. What? To Ba Jian's cavalry? Haven't I issued 7 imperial orders to recall them urgently? Why haven't they returned? They should have arrived long ago if they rode day and night. Bliss became frantic. Well, I don't know, your Brechesti. Our spies dispatched have not returned. Could it be? The messenger glanced nervously at Bliss. Now, Bliss's face turned deadly serious. He had consecutively sent 7 tokens ordering Muhammad to retreat and reinforce the capital. They should have arrived by now. Even if they hadn't, there should have been news. But none came. There was only one possibility. His brother Muhammad had betrayed him. Hearing the situation in Northern Way and knowing about the return of the Shiliang deity and the advancing army, he realized even if they returned, they faced a tough battle. So he led the troops to rebel. Since they already occupied much of Ruran territory, he could proclaim himself king. You monster! How could you betray me like this? Bliss gnashed his teeth and said, Your Brechesti, what should we do now? The messenger guessed something from Bliss's expression. If Ruran's troops cannot return, they had no reinforcements left. Not to mention Shiliang has a deity. Even without it, their current situation would be difficult to handle. Should we take this opportunity to eliminate his Brechesti and send him to Shiliang as a token of allegiance? At this moment, this thought flashed through the man's mind. But upon seeing Bliss's murderous gaze, he hastily bowed and left. Bliss looked at the stiff Divine Bird, feeling a kinship with clay for the first time. This was truly unbearable. Spread my imperial edict. All troops from surrounding cities must gather in the capital. All citizens within the city, select able-bodied men for training. All others shall reinforce the city defenses. Even if I die, I will die in this capital. Bliss resolved to fight to the death. He would never surrender to Shiliang. The Xia dynasty, capital city. Emperor Emeric was holding court. Your Brechesti, many people have seen the deity of Shiliang appear within our borders. The most recent sighting was in the woods near the capital. A patrol reported seeing a massive object descend in the night. But when people were sent there today, nothing was found. A minister stepped forward and spoke. Could it be that the deity of Shiliang has truly returned? What was Northern Way's previous behavior all about? Emeric was thoroughly confused. Your Brechesti, I believe the deity of Shiliang might be real. It is said that the Shiliang army is heading straight for the Northern Way capital and has already broken through. This time, the actions of the 2 princes were indeed too hasty. We should quickly order them to withdraw their troops. Another minister hurriedly added, These rebellious sons of mine. At the time, I clearly told them to wait for confirmed news before attacking. But without my order, they rushed ahead for glory. But strangely, according to the messages they sent back, they encountered little resistance in Shiliang. If the deity of Shiliang still exists, how could they have such smooth progress? Emeric frowned. Everyone else also found it puzzling. It felt like the situation had become very chaotic lately, and they couldn't see through it clearly. Forget it. Let's wait for more news from them. Dismissed. Report any latest news immediately. Emeric waved his hand at everyone and rose to leave. Chapter 269. Decapitation operation. In the depths of night. At the Imperial Palace of Xia. Inside the Grand Hall, Emeric was surrounded by palace maidens as he watched a dance performance and listened to music. During the era of the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms, rituals and norms had collapsed. Morality was non-existent, society was in turmoil, and the people were suffering greatly. This period saw many tyrannical and ruthless monarchs leave now. Emeric lay down among the palace maidens and shouted at the outer room. The guards standing guard outside looked at each other and left the courtyard. Just as the guards walked away, 2 figures silently appeared on the roof, lifting a tile to get a clear view inside. Casimir and his companion felt their blood boil. Yesterday, they arrived at the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom and disguised themselves as refugees to infiltrate. Taking advantage of the night, they climbed into the palace. The vast grounds and numerous buildings of the palace made it hard for Casimir and company to find Emeric. They encountered some palace guards escorting the hermit Simeon into the palace and followed them discreetly to discover Emeric's whereabouts. Boss, wasn't that old man specially invited by Emeric? Why would he be killed just because he knelt? Shouldn't he have refused to kneel? I don't understand. Beside him, a member of the Imperial Guard whispered. Didn't you hear what those people were talking about halfway through? This Simeon is no ordinary person. Both the later Qin's James and the Eastern Jin's Ross once invited him to come out of seclusion, but he declined politely. To say he was invited is a bit of a stretch. He was actually brought under compulsion by Emeric. As for being killed without reason, I heard the Emperor mention something about it before. Emeric, originally from the Tiefu Huns, harbored an extreme admiration for Central Plain culture and wanted the Chinese to regard him as one of their own. But since Simeon refused to bow to James and Ross but instead bowed to Emeric, it showed that he did not see Emeric as a true emperor of the Central Plains. He must have infuriated Emeric this way. In this aspect, he is quite sensitive and insecure. Perhaps he was displeased earlier. Casimir explained slowly. Just over this trivial matter, he was killed? How can this be? The Imperial Guard was somewhat surprised. Who knows? Not all emperors are as benevolent and enlightened as our emperor. Casimir shook his head. Enough talk. Now is our chance. Let's act. Keep the palace maidens alive. We can drive them out later. Casimir signaled. The 2 men quietly descended along a rope, kicked open the door violently, and charged into the Grand Hall. At this time, the Grand Hall was filled with nude dancers. Suddenly seeing these 2 men burst in, the palace maidens screamed. You scoundrels! Who allowed you to enter? Quickly, there are assassins! Roar, roar, roar. Just as Emeric was about to fly into a rage, he suddenly noticed these 2 intruders wearing night outfits, unfamiliar faces. Realizing they were assassins, he shouted aloud. But after only one cry, he was struck by Casimir's taser gun, falling to the ground convulsing. The palace maidens had never seen such a scene and screamed in terror. If you don't want to die, shut up. Casimir jabbed at the loudest screamers with an electric baton, and the rest of the palace maidens covered their mouths and obediently squatted aside. At this time, outside the hall, in the courtyard entrance, a group of palace guards listened to the commotion inside and laughed lewdly. Today, the emperor seems particularly vigorous. What do you mean? Isn't this how he plays every day? I thought I heard the emperor shouting assassin just now. Should we go in and check? Nonsense. Maybe the emperor is playing with the palace maidens. If you want to go in and check, you do it yourself. Last time, Brother Edric went in and was beheaded in front of everyone. Let's forget it then. The guards gathered at the entrance, listening. Suddenly, the noise inside quieted down. They instantly found it boring and continued their guard duty. In the middle of the Grand Hall, Casimir took advantage of Emeric's paralysis, decapitated him with a knife, and waved the severed head in front of the terrified palace maidens. The palace maidens retreated in fear. Many of them fainted from sheer fright. Listen up. When the fire starts, run out immediately and shout that Emeric has been killed, understand? Casimir said to a few palace maidens. The palace maidens nodded repeatedly with their hands covering their mouths. On the other side, the Imperial Guards had already started the fire in the Grand Hall. It's about done, let's go. Casimir wrapped Emeric's head in a bag, and the 2 quietly climbed back up the roof using the rope from before. At the same time, after the fire started in this Grand Hall, the guards outside discovered what happened inside and rushed in, just in time to see the naked palace maidens scrambling out. The Emperor has been killed. The Emperor's head is gone. The palace maidens screamed and shouted. What? The palace guards were greatly shocked. They were about to rush into the hall. But at that moment, the Grand Hall was blazing with fire. And at this time, 2 other places in the palace also caught fire. Chaos ensued in the palace. While everyone was busy fighting the fires, no one noticed several shadows slipping out over the palace wall. The night was peaceful in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Brittany patrolling soldiers also gathered towards the palace after discovering the fire. Casimir and his companions used the cover of darkness and successfully reached the base of the city wall. We did it. Quickly retreat. Follow the plan. Casimir patted the head at his waist. They took out the climbing hooks given by Kendrick, embedded them into the cracks of the city wall, and easily made their way up. Taking advantage of the gaps between patrols, they quickly left the city and disappeared into the dense night outside. The palace fire raged all night. By early morning the next day, Prince Fedor, the 3rd prince, along with several guards, found the charred, headless body of Emeric among the ruins. Chapter 270 Undermining the Foundation, Chaos within the Great Xia. What on earth is going on? What happened last night? Fedor suppressed his wild joy and pretended to be furious as he asked. Yesterday, those more than 10 palace maids and numerous guards were all brought before Fedor. They spoke to Fedor about what had happened the previous night in a jumble of voices. Nonsense. Father Emperor was invincible. Even if there were really 2 people trying to assassinate him, how could he suddenly become motionless? There are no arrow wounds or external injuries on Father Emperor's body. You must be lying. As for you 2, Can assassins enter the imperial palace silently? These palace walls are so tall, and the great hall towers even higher. How could they possibly come and go freely? Pure nonsense. Come, drag all these people out and behead them. Fedor waved his hand. Although he did not know what had happened, his father emperor was indeed dead, and his two elder brothers were fighting outside, their fates unknown. Wasn't this the perfect time for him to proclaim himself king? Listen up, everyone. The country cannot be without an emperor for a day. My eldest and second brother are waging war outside. I, as the third prince, should naturally inherit the throne in this time of crisis. From today onward, I am. Fedor was about to announce his ascension to all, but before he finished speaking, he froze, eyes wide open, staring at something far off in the sky in disbelief. The crowd was taken aback. Following Fedor's gaze, they too looked in that direction. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. In the distance, a colossal head appeared in the sky. By coincidence, this time, the hot air balloon Kendrick sent to Casimir bore the image of a large-headed sun. Even during the day, it was quite frightening. However, even more terrifying was the small head tied beneath this big one. Quick, look down. There seems to be a head tied underneath. It's his Bretjesty. It's his Bretjesty's head. Oh my god, his Bretjesty was killed by the god of Shiliang. His Bretjesty truly passed away. In the capital city, among the royal palaces, all citizens who saw this scene began to murmur. Fedor's body swayed. He stared in disbelief at the flying head in the sky. He knew it all too well. It was indeed his father's. Killed by a deity? Could it be because of their attack on Shiliang, angering the god of Shiliang? Pass. Pass my imperial decree. The Crown Prince Conroy and Second Prince Camden, their attack on Shiliang has nothing to do with our great Xia. They are hereby declared rebels. Spread this message quickly. Hurry. Fedor quickly reacted, shouting orders while hopping from foot to foot. Although his elder brothers had many troops under their command, compared to offending them, he dared not offend the god of Shiliang. Hadn't it only taken one night for the god of Shiliang to kill his father? If he offended the god of Shiliang again, even if he became emperor, he might still meet his death. So his first step was to declare Conroy and Camden as rebels and sever any connection between the great Xia and the attack on Shiliang. As for how his elder brothers would react, it wasn't his concern anymore. Soon, news of what happened in the capital of Great Xia reached the ears of Conroy and Camden. Emeric did not designate a crown prince, and the ministers took sides among the princes. After Fedor announced his succession, ministers supporting Conroy and Camden sent messengers overnight to report the news. Elder brother, this third brother is playing dirty. What nonsense about the god of Shiliang. It must be third brother's doing. Camden said angrily. Second brother, from the information we received, it does seem like the work of the god of Shiliang. Brittany people witnessed it. But third brother seized the opportunity. This cannot go on. He not only seized the throne, but also declared us as rebels, leaving us no way out. In my opinion, we need to strike back quickly. Our combined forces number nearly 100,000 troops. There's no reason to fear him. Conroy slowly said. Agreed. That's exactly what I think. As for the throne, let's deal with this third brother first. Camden glanced at his elder brother and nodded. Fine, if so, let's strike back from two directions. As for the throne, why don't we make a bet? Whoever kills third brother gets the throne. How about that? Conroy said to Camden. Good. So be it. Camden stood up enthusiastically and immediately hurriedly withdrew with his troops. Our base has been usurped by that bastard third brother. Why should we keep fighting Shiliang? Shiliang. Imperial Palace. In the Grand Hall, the ministers stood respectfully. It was deathly silent. Before everyone, two heads were displayed. One was sent by Hamilton, the head of Muhammad, the Prince of Peace and Equality of Northern Wei. The other one was brought back by Casimir's group, the head of Emeric, Emperor of Great Xia. When the ministers entered the court today, they were so shocked to see these two heads that their jaws almost dropped. Both Muhammad and Emeric were well-known feat. With our support, Rurin has finally become strong. Yes, henceforth, Rurin will surely submit to our Shiliang. The ministers excitedly discussed among themselves. These past few days, I know you have all been worried about the crisis posed by Great Xia's army. From intelligence, they combined forces and were preparing to march towards our capital. But after the assassination of Emperor Emeric of Great Xia, their troops withdrew. The threat to our capital is resolved, Callie said calmly. Chapter 271 Supreme Intimidation. The troops are withdrawing? They're withdrawing so soon? They had nearly 100,000 troops combined. If they continue to advance, it would cause significant trouble for our Western Liang capital. Yes, I've been so worried I couldn't eat or drink properly recently, but I never expected them to retreat. They must withdraw. With Emeric killed by his Bretjesty, his sons were already restless. How could they continue the war at this moment? They've already gone back to fight for the throne. Truly, heaven favors our Western Liang. The court officials all heaved sighs of relief. Since learning that the Great Xia army was marching straight for the capital, all the civil and military officials were extremely anxious. Most of Western Liang's troops were deployed against Northern Wei. Even with the scattered remaining forces, it would be hard to resist the 10,000-strong army of Great Xia. Initially, everyone wasn't too worried, thinking that Callie must have some plan, even if it meant recalling troops from the front lines. But as the army approached the capital without any action from Callie, everyone began to panic. Only now did they realize that although Callie hadn't made any major moves on the surface, he had secretly dispatched Casimir and 5 others under divine protection to Great Xia. They brought back Emeric's head. This immediately caused chaos within Great Xia. Brilliant. Even if troops had been recalled for battle, this war would have lasted much longer, with heavy losses on both sides. One move, decapitating the emperor thousands of miles away, collapsing Great Xia instantly. It wasn't just about withdrawal. It was easy to imagine that over the coming period, the princes of Great Xia would fight bitterly over the throne. there would be no threat to Western Liang. It was indeed a stroke of genius. Even compared to outmaneuvering Northern Wei to save Ruren, this strategy was far superior. More importantly, who would have thought that Casimir and the other 5 could go to Great Xia and bring back the emperor's head? Doesn't that mean, if an emperor of any country displeases you in the future, you can quietly bring back his head? If the emperor's head can be brought back, what about ordinary people? Thinking of this, everyone felt admiration and reverence for Callie, along with a hint of fear, especially the former officials of Northern Liang who had just pledged allegiance. From now on, they must not betray the emperor. This isn't a game. Now that the crisis for our Western Liang has been resolved. Next, let's see how smoothly things go with Northern Wei. If everything goes well, we might take Northern Wei, which will keep everyone busy, said Callie with a smile. Hearing this, the Western Liang officials smiled proudly, while the former officials of Northern Liang laughed helplessly, heads lowered. At one time, Western Liang was synonymous with weakness and poverty. Now, after just a few months, having conquered Northern Liang and attacked Northern Wei, with Ruren submitting and Great Xia reduced to a piece of low-hanging fruit, the officials were busily handling newly conquered counties, consolidating officials, registering citizens, all this because of divine favor over Western Liang. Casimir, Callie called out, your subject is here. Casimir stepped forward and knelt. In recent times, the Yiwu kingdom has been causing trouble. Lead your special team to their capital and remind their emperor what needs to be done, instructed Callie. Understood. We'll cut off his ears. Casimir rubbed his hands excitedly. Their mission to Great Xia had made them seem like the right hand of the gods. The pride and swagger were beyond description. The entire court stared wide-eyed. That was the Yiwu emperor. It sounded as if he had already cut off his own ears and was waiting for them to come pick them up. Yet no one dared contradict this. No one doubted it. Emeric's head was proof enough. Do any of you have matters to report? If not, court is dismissed. Callie waved his hand. Your Majesty, this old minister has something to say. A white-bearded elder stepped forward. Oh, it's Giri? What is it? Callie was somewhat surprised. He was the historian of Western Liang, usually having very little presence, yet he suddenly spoke up today. Your Majesty has inherited the throne of Western Liang, leading it to unprecedented heights. This achievement is unparalleled in history. I wish to document your Majesty's accomplishments during this period for posterity. Giri stepped forward and spoke. Hearing this, many ministers nodded in agreement. Never mind. My ascension to the throne was out of necessity. I do not harbor ambitions of ruling the world. The subsequent actions of repelling the meat shields, Talfa Beilang, Junsur Yiwu, and decapitating the emperor of Great Xia were merely for self-preservation under duress. Our Western Liang initially had no ambition to vie for supremacy in these chaotic times. But the will of the divine does not reside only within our Western Liang, but also among the common people. Only unification can bring decades, even centuries of stability and peace. This is my wish and the vision of the divine. As for glorifying my achievements, it would be better to think more about doing good for the common people. Callie spoke slowly. Hearing his words, everyone looked up in surprise. They couldn't believe that Emperor Callie actually held such regard for the common folk. Not just Callie, even as ministers, they viewed the people as mere ants. You do not need to understand, just follow through. Dismissed. Callie waved at everyone. During conversations with Kendrick, he received many fragments of historical books from him. Kendrick did not tell Callie that these dynasties existed in the future. History serves as a mirror to reflect rise and fall. As the Emperor of Western Liang, seeing these stories brought far greater impact than modern people reading historical anecdotes. These feelings stemmed from Callie's understanding of numerous matters. Such conclusions undoubtedly subverted and challenged the feudal rule and imperial system. But Callie also knew, a ruler who looks down upon the world ultimately becomes white bones. What remains unchanged through the ages are these insignificant commoners. From that moment on, Callie decided to harbor ambitions like an ancient dragon, emulate the benevolent heart of Emperor Ranzong, learn the means of Emperor Mingdi, and create the prosperity of Emperor Tang. This was also what Kendrick hoped she could achieve. Your Majesty. Frontline War Report. Just as Callie was about to leave the Grand Hall, a soldier rushed over hurriedly. Chapter 272. 10 days later, the capital will be burned down. Battlefront Report? Bring it up. Callie hurriedly opened and read it. This was sent by General Brett. They have now surrounded the Northern Wei capital. Albin has gathered nearly 10,000 remaining Northern Wei troops, evacuated all the elderly, weak, women, and children from the city, conscripted all able-bodied youths, and is making a desperate last stand. Callie explained to everyone present. Who would have thought that Albin would still have such fighting spirit under such dire circumstances? This may be troublesome. Yes, they are stationed in the city and must have made thorough preparations. Our troops will likely face some difficulties capturing the Northern Wei capital. Yes, with no other civilians left in the city, they no longer have any concerns. The ministers did not expect Albin to put up a final desperate resistance like Juchong Atabayasin. It seems I underestimated this situation too simply. I had thought that due to their reverence for the deities, both armies would avoid casualties, but it appears they remain so determined. Callie couldn't help but frown. If things continue as they are, even capturing the Northern Wei capital will result in significant losses. In addition, General Brett's report also mentioned some of the remaining Northern Wei forces becoming bandits within our territory. At that time, General Brett's troops defeated the Northern Wei army. But following my orders to create an illusion of quickly approaching the Northern Wei capital, they didn't have time to deal with the remnants. This caused problems with several signal transmission points. No wonder there was a signal interruption recently. Callie continued reading the message from Brethias, finally understanding. A few days ago, he had been monitoring Brethias' battles through drones, but the signal suddenly cut off and never reconnected. Although Callie was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Establishing many base stations along the way meant that issues at any one point could cause such a situation. Investigating this problem was quite complicated. Now it was clear. If bandits appear within Xiliang's territory, multiple points could be damaged. Your Majesty, it is currently the busy farming season. If many bandits appear, they will certainly cause destruction to our agriculture. Yes, Your Majesty, let's arrange anti-bandit operations as soon as possible. Your Majesty, if we don't eliminate these bandits, our territory won't be peaceful. If they grow into a powerful force, it will be a disaster for our people. Hearing that the Northern Wei remnants became bandits, everyone grew tense. After witnessing the return of the Xiliang deity and facing overwhelming military pressure, the Northern Wei soldiers chose to become bandits instead of surrendering. Their hostility towards Xiliang is considerable. Moreover, being former Northern Wei troops, their combat ability far exceeds ordinary mountain bandits. Even if local government troops tried to suppress them, they probably wouldn't gain any advantage. This is indeed a problem. General Edric, you are familiar with the eastern region's terrain. Lead 10,000 troops eastward from the capital. Clear out the bandits while establishing communication base stations. Callie said to one of his generals. This person's name was Edric Dong, originally a surrendered general from northern Liang. Since joining Xiliang, he hadn't been immediately favored by Callie. Feeling somewhat disheartened, unexpectedly, Callie directly appointed him. Your subject obeys. I will not fail your Majesty's trust. Edric Dong hurriedly knelt down. Hearing Callie's words, many surrendered Northern Wei generals and officials felt relieved. It seemed their previous worries were unnecessary. His Majesty isn't neglecting them but waiting for the right moment. The Emperor treats everyone equally and places them according to their abilities, truly wise and sagacious. After dispersing the court meeting, Callie still visited the temple. Although he didn't show much on the surface, Callie was pessimistic about the battlefront in the Northern Wei capital. This move aimed to showcase Xiliang's strength beyond the deity, but it seems more challenging than anticipated. If there are heavy losses, it would set everything back to square one. In Tianhai City, upon hearing the news from Callie, Kendrick didn't have a better solution. He had already promised not to intervene personally, and even if he did, attacking the city wouldn't offer a good strategy. Wait, Tracy is the goddess now, right? Just because I can't act doesn't mean Tracy can't. Kendrick suddenly realized. At that time, to reduce Xiliang citizens' reliance on the deity, Kendrick stopped intervening directly but later created a goddess image for Callie to resolve Xiliang's crises. In the perception of the people of Xiliang, Callie also possessed magical powers. Since she had magical powers, couldn't she take action then? The dependence of the people of Xiliang on Emperor Callie was not a problem but could instead consolidate their awe of imperial authority. You must immediately announce to the world and dispatch messengers to spread the news to all the countries surrounding Xiliang. Proclaim that you are greatly displeased with the fierce resistance of Northern Wei. Give an ultimatum that within 10 days, the troops in the Northern Wei capital should withdraw as soon as possible. Otherwise, after 10 days, you will descend heavenly fire upon the Northern Wei capital, burning it to the ground. Kendrick immediately instructed Callie. But I haven't learned how to summon heavenly fire yet. How do I do it? Listening to Kendrick's words, Callie hesitated slightly. Currently, she only knew how to fly and use drones to create a divine image, but nothing else. I'll handle this. I'll make your name as the divine maiden of Xiliang resound across the world, Kendrick said with a smile to Callie. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Callie quickly responded. She was excited not because Kendrick would again use her hand to participate in battle, but rather because every time she encountered difficulties, Kendrick always steadfastly helped her. This feeling made her more certain of one fact. Kendrick was her personal deity, and she was the Annette of Xiliang, so she bestowed blessings upon Xiliang. This was undoubtedly very satisfying for Callie. Under Callie's arrangements, soon, all the countries surrounding Xiliang knew about the divine maiden Callie, preparing to act against Northern Wei. Everyone immediately sent spies without hesitation to the vicinity of the Northern Wei capital, hoping to confirm Callie's actions at the earliest moment. This would determine their next moves. And Kendrick also immediately contacted the drone company, but the message from the other side was somewhat disappointing. Just as Kendrick hung up the phone, Farron called again. Mr. Chun, the festival is coming up, right? The oil company has sent over many gifts for you, filling up an entire truck. When should I deliver them to you? Farron asked Kendrick. Oh, no need. You can distribute them to the company employees. Were all the oils loaded onto this cargo ship? Kendrick wasn't interested in these gifts. Ever since they became a super VIP major client of the oil company, it frequently sends them items. They're all loaded. The crew plans to clean the barnacles off the hull, so it will take a few more days. Farron explained. All right, I understand. Hold on. Don't hang up yet. Just as Kendrick was about to end the call, he suddenly yelled, startling Farron on the other side. What happened, Mr. Chun? Farron quickly asked. The gasoline we loaded into the ship, was it directly supplied by oil tankers? Kendrick asked. At first, it was oil tankers, but given the large volume we needed, it was too slow to use oil tankers back and forth, often taking dozens of hours per refueling. Now the oil company has specially dispatched an oil tanker, filling up in just around 10 hours. Farron explained. Tell the oil company to send another tanker of petroleum. Also, give everyone on the ship a holiday. I want to go aboard alone. Kendrick told Farron. Mr. Chun, the ship is already full. Even if another tanker comes, there's no place to load it. Farron was puzzled. I have my reasons. Kendrick couldn't explain much and ambiguously replied. Fortunately, over such a long period, Kendrick held high esteem in Farron's eyes. After listening, Farron didn't argue and immediately arranged everything. In Xiliang, after arranging the spread of news, Callie took the hot air balloon provided by Kendrick and quickly flew towards Northern Wei. This plan required a box. Callie and the box could not be separated, so Callie set off again. At this moment, at the border between Rurin and Northern Wei, there was a scene of carnage. Hamilton led the troops, killed Muhammad and 2,000 cavalry, then reorganized the battlefield and laid various traps. This tactic was similar to before. Direct confrontation wasn't wise. Besides, the opposing forces were numerous. Hamilton first ordered the soldiers to throw the beer bottles they carried onto the road and into ditches along both sides, forcing the enemy army into the woods. The woods were filled with various traps. By the time the enemy struggled out of the woods, their formation was completely disordered, and many men had been lost. Facing them was the well-rested Shiliang army. A fierce battle ensued, covering dozens of miles. But this tense battle didn't last several days. The rear of the Northern Wei army began to descend into chaos. Receiving instructions from Kali, the Ruren leader Breck swiftly gathered the remaining troops and launched a surprise attack on the Northern Wei army from behind. Caught between a two-sided attack, the Northern Wei army was utterly defeated. They retreated sporadically into the heart of Shiliang. On the other side, after leaving the capital, Kali flew towards Northern Wei with all his might. The flying capability of the hot air balloon. Under normal conditions, it can travel at several dozen kilometers per hour, with the maximum speed reaching 100 kilometers per hour. Kali carried the box with him, which could replenish energy at any time. So he flew at full speed all the way. Excluding the direction correction needed when deviating, he arrived near the capital of Northern Wei in just 2 days. At the same time, the Northern Wei capital had already undergone more than 10 rounds of offensive and defensive battles. Brethias launched an immediate siege on the Northern Wei capital after the encirclement. He wanted to win quickly. But what he didn't expect was that Bliss had already sent people to reinforce the city walls and specifically evacuated all the elderly, weak, women, and children from the city. The entire city had turned into a giant fortress. All the houses inside the city were demolished, and various rocks and sticks rained down like hail. The Shiliang troops suffered heavy casualties. Knowing the strength of the Northern Wei defense, Brethias dared not launch a hard assault. He first surrounded the city to prevent Bliss from escaping. Then he occupied the highlands surrounding the Northern Wei capital. He adjusted the bows and crossbows sent by Kendrick to their maximum strength and shot arrows into the city, forcing the city to extinguish all fires at night to avoid being hit by arrows. Despite the assistance of the arrows, repeated assaults still failed to breach the city. Both sides suffered severe losses. When Kali approached the outskirts of the Northern Wei capital in his hot air balloon, it immediately drew thunderous cheers from the Shiliang soldiers. On the city wall, Bliss listened to the cheers outside the city with a gloomy face. He naturally saw that huge head outside the city as well. Your Majesty, the Shiliang deity has arrived. What is this all about? Wasn't the deity already on our side? Quickly bring out our deity. Yes, Your Majesty. Let them see whose deity is the true deity. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall spoke to Bliss. Chapter 274. Lies repeated often enough become the truth. Ascari's face was filled with a bitter smile. Where could any deity be? That so-called divine bird, Ascari had confirmed, was indeed dead. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he knew he had been fooled, and the Northern Wei had been duped as well. But all the consequences of this, Ascari had to bear alone. He could only hide these thoughts deep within his heart. The reason why the troops in the current capital of Northern Wei could unite was due to the story fabricated by Ascari. Ascari told everyone in the city that their deity was about to awaken. Just like the silence before breaking out of a cocoon, once their deity awoke, they could decisively defeat the Western Liang army. The more soldiers of Western Liang besieged them, the more would eventually be eliminated. Northern Wei would become even more famous for this battle. Everyone was holding on because of this story told by Ascari. Ascari knew well that he was playing with fire, but he had no other choice. He also understood that if the truth were known by the city defenders, the internal structure would immediately collapse. He could only endure and persevere. Don't panic. The deity has given me signs that the awakening will happen within a few days. These past few days, repelling the Western Liang army has been under the protection of our deity. Tell everyone to stay calm and patient. The supposed deity on the other side is just a trick they're using to confuse us, Ascari said, feigning composure. This? Yes. Though they nodded in response, everyone's hearts were brimming with doubt and worry. The enemy had already approached the city walls. We have suffered heavy casualties. When will our deity finally awaken? Is it possible our deity only awakens after the capital is breached? This deity can't possibly be an ally of Western Liang. But seeing the determined look in Ascari's eyes, they dared not say anything more and merely went to carry out their orders. I hope this ends peacefully like Bailiang did. Otherwise, when the heavenly fire descends, there might be no survivors left in the city. Kali shook her head. Even though she knew there were no longer any civilians left in the city, she didn't want to burn all these people to death directly. It was both her mercy and regret over losing potentially valuable troops. After Kali gave her instructions, the Western Liang army followed the plan accordingly. Soon, word spread throughout the city that the Western Liang deity would bring down heavenly fire. What do we do? If the Western Liang deity unleashes heavenly fire, we're finished. No way, our deity will definitely awaken in time. When it does, they'll be finished. Yeah, the Emperor said our deity is in a crucial phase. Perhaps Western Liang is bluffing. Nonsense. I saw that massive head descending from the sky. The city guards murmured among themselves. Some had been thoroughly brainwashed by Ascari and believed unwaveringly in the awakening of their deity. Others began to doubt, forming different opinions. Within the city, the original palace wall of Northern Wei had already of the situation. Chapter 275. As long as we survive tonight, tomorrow will be a new world. The Shiliang troops surrounded the capital city of Northern Wei, and news that the Anet of Shiliang had personally arrived at the capital spread across the lands. In no time, all the neighboring countries' emperors were focused on the capital of Northern Wei. 5 days passed. There was no fighting inside or outside the city. Everything remained still. During the day, Shiliang would send out soldiers with loud voices to circle the city 10 times, spreading the message of burning the city in 10 days. At night, the city was pitch black while outside it was illuminated by torches. At this moment, on the highest hill surrounding the Northern Wei capital, Kali was watching with a group of generals. Your Majesty, After the failure of the first attack, I immediately ordered men to occupy these surrounding highlands. In the first few nights, we ambushed them using divine bows, eliminating several of their subordinate generals. But afterward, Bliss ordered the fires to be extinguished at night, leaving the entire capital without any light. We could only see the movement of people, but blind shooting was meaningless, and it only provided arrows to the enemy. So, I stopped and just assisted during daytime attacks, explained Breathius. Why would they so easily give up such a strategic position? Did you encounter no resistance? Callie was puzzled. This also puzzled me, but indeed there was no effective resistance, said Breathius. It seems that Bliss truly believes in our Shiliang deity. They should normally station troops here to gain geographical advantage once under attack. Now it's even more confusing. With all the propaganda for so many days, why is there no reaction inside the city? So many troops, are they all willing to die with Bliss? Callie was thoroughly perplexed. At this moment, inside the city, it was completely dark. In an open area within the Imperial Palace compound, hundreds of people were tied up on the ground. These, your Bretjesty, are those who have recently doubted and wavered about the deity. We found excuses to bind them all here, a general reported to Bliss. Kill them all. Without exception. Behead them all and stack the heads. Throw the bodies into the wells, said Bliss coldly. Over these days, with continuous propaganda from outside and secret executions inside the city, doubts among the troops grew as the date approached. Today, small groups even attempted to escape the city walls to defect to Shiliang. Bliss had no choice but to execute ruthlessly. The next morning, when Northern Wei soldiers woke up, they found their comrades in arms who slept beside them last night had mysteriously disappeared. When they left the barracks, they heard people discussing something, and at the barrack gates lay piles of skulls like small mountains. The missing brothers were found? Listen well to me. The deity of our Northern Wei has already awakened and is restoring divine power. These men disrespected our Northern Wei deity and tried to defect to Shiliang. They were eliminated by the deity last night. The deity is watching each one of you. Anyone with thoughts of defection will meet the same fate, shouted Bliss to all the soldiers. Soldiers looked at the heads of their comrades whom they shared meals with just yesterday. Brittany lowered their heads fearfully. Some who had intentions trembled, their backs instantly soaked with sweat. All of you, be vigilant. The deity said that as long as we endure these days and pass the deadline set by Shiliang, it will be our time to counterattack. The Shiliang deity is nothing but a fictitious threat to intimidate us. When Northern Wei repels Shiliang, dominance over the world will be imminent, said Bliss. Through this manipulation, the soldiers, who once harbored hopes, now had no second thoughts. Deep down, Bliss held a sliver of hope. What if his guess was right? What if the Shiliang deity had also perished? What if they could really repel Shiliang? Often, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. In this regard, they wouldn't be like this now. Hearing Kendrick's words, Callie took a deep breath. He realized his old habits had resurfaced again. Come here. Callie shouted loudly. Several generals walked in together. Based on the current situation, there are no more possibilities for change. All prepare for battle. Tonight, I will make the first move. You all follow the plan. Once you receive my order, act simultaneously immediately. Callie told everyone. Yes. Everyone raised their hands in acknowledgement. Your Bretjesty, should the rest of our troops also prepare? If everything goes smoothly, we can directly attack into the city. Brethia stepped forward and asked. Not allowed. Just follow my instructions. Absolutely do not approach the city. Callie waved his hand. Yes. Brethias nodded and led everyone out. Meanwhile, inside the city, Albin was pacing excitedly on the spot. Today was the final day. There was no movement from Shiliang. Even the usual shouts had ceased. As long as they hold through tonight, everything would change tomorrow. Come here. Albin summoned many generals. Prepare meals early today. Stockpile enough provisions for 3 days. Tonight, divide the army into 4 groups and defend at the 4 gates. I estimate they might launch a general attack under the cover of darkness. Block the gates with stones and wooden poles, prevent them from breaking in. Clear everything away before dawn, and after dawn, heed my command for the full army charge, officially starting the counterattack. Albin instructed everyone. Yes. The generals acknowledged the orders with clasped hands. This Shiliang is only making false shows of strength. These past few days almost scared me to death. Now I understand why Baelyang fell. Yeah, Baelyang was truly foolish, surrendering without a fight, completely duped by the Shiliang Annette. Which divine maiden? Which deity? All fake. With the protection of deities tomorrow, we will surely triumph, and dominating the world will be just around the corner. Yeah, I was puzzled too. Our bird deity of Northern Wei. I saw with my own eyes. How could Shiliang suddenly produce another one? Turns out it's just this trick. The generals rubbed their hands excitedly. These past few days have oppressed them greatly. Finally, it was time for the counterattack, and a glimmer of hope was gradually growing larger. All right, go and prepare. In this battle, we must eliminate the Shiliang Annette. Albin waved his hand. Chapter 276 Heavenly Dew. That night, thick clouds obscured the new moon. The entire capital was plunged into darkness. Even the Shiliang encampment had no lights tonight. An eerie silence and darkness enveloped both inside and outside the city. Callie ascended a hot air balloon far from the Northern Wei capital, accompanied by the Imperial Guards, slowly flying toward the capital. Start from the center of the capital and move outward in circles. Ensure every area is covered. Finally, circle around the city walls once, then leave as quickly as possible. Callie spoke in a low voice to several Imperial Guards. He sent word to Kendrick. Elsewhere, at the Chimingxing Shipping Company's port in Tianhai City, Kendrick was on one of the cargo ships. He had already connected the transmission pipes and tanks, just waiting for Callie's signal. For tonight's operation, Kendrick had given all the ship's employees a paid day off. Though it was more troublesome to operate alone, it was manageable after setting everything up. Boss, everything is still normal? We've been waiting for over 2 hours now. Do you need any help? At this moment, someone from the oil company called Kendrick. No rush, everything is fine here. Wait for my message. Kendrick told him. These people delivering oil each received a big red envelope from Kendrick, so they were very cooperative. Looking at the surrounding darkness, Kendrick felt somewhat excited. Since winter began, the nights came earlier, often turning dark by 5 o'clock. Kendrick had specially confirmed the time with Callie. Now it was midnight where Callie was, and it was close to 8 o'clock here. There was more than a 3-hour difference between the two places. Previously, when it was daytime here, it was nighttime there, indicating a 4 or 5 hour difference. In other words, over the past few months, the time difference between the two places has been decreasing, and this shortening speed was much faster than Kendrick had initially guessed. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the times would synchronize. Could this be another opportunity for him to traverse? Kendrick pondered wildly. Suddenly, hearing noise coming from the box, he immediately picked it up and saw that Callie was ready. Without hesitation, he called the fuel supply ship. Instantly, a strong smell of gasoline permeated the air. Kendrick quickly turned off his phone and moved away from the area. Because during the gasoline transmission, Callie couldn't send the voice recorder and could only wait for the oil tanker to stop. So Kendrick measured the longitudinal and latitudinal lengths of the Northern Way capital based on the information Callie sent, calculating the occupied area, estimating the volume needed for 10 centimeters of gasoline on the ground. It required continuous fuel delivery for about 4 hours. This time, for safety, Kendrick had specifically arranged for adjustments to the hot air balloon to allow it to float at a certain height for over 3 hours using residual heat after shutting off the flame. This would essentially achieve the process. Without extinguishing the flame, the diesel vapor could also pose danger. President Chon. Why is the fuel delivery speed so fast today? Even if you wanted only diesel this time, it shouldn't be this quick. Just as Kendrick disembarked, the head of the oil company approached. This time, Kendrick didn't ask for heavy oil but only diesel. But the transmission speed was almost twice the usual. It might be the machine running well. Come on, it's late. You go buy some snacks and share them with everyone. Kendrick handed him several $100 bills, sending him away. Sometimes, it's best not to dig too deep. Northern Way, capital. Soldiers were bracing for an attack from Shilyang. Suddenly, something fell on their faces. Is it raining? Yes, I said the sky looked ominous this evening. It must be raining tonight as expected. Ha ha ha, the Shilyang god said to send down heavenly fire to burn us alive. Heaven can't stand it and is directly sending rain. This rain smells strange. What kind of smell is it? Who cares? Anyway, it's water. The Shilyang god is nothing. Brittany soldiers, feeling the mysterious liquid falling from the sky, became excited. Is it raining? Albin couldn't believe what the soldier reported. He rushed out of the house. Feeling the moistness pouring down from the sky, he jumped up excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Blessed by the gods. Blessed by the gods. Our sacred bird has indeed not died. He ascended to heaven. Knowing the Shilyang god proclaimed to use heavenly fire to burn our Northern Way capital, so tonight's rain is deliberate. This is simply, ugh. Albin opened his mouth wide to welcome the bird god's rain, but for some reason, after drinking a few mouthfuls, he almost vomited. What is this smell? Albin forced himself to endure the nausea. He felt that the rain descending tonight was somewhat strange. It wasn't just the smell. Even the sensation of it felt off. Your Bretjesty, could this be divine rain specifically sent down by our Northern Way deities? It might not be ordinary rain as before. It could be beneficial divine rain for us. I smelled this scent just now, and for some reason, I became incredibly excited. I feel filled with energy all over. And I specially observed just now. This rain falls only within our capital, in small patches. Clearly, it's the deities manipulating it deliberately, not letting a single drop reach the Shilyang troops outside. A general beside him said, You mean, holy water? Albin's eyes lit up. Yes. Otherwise, we've never seen such rain before, and there's no way to explain it. The general nodded solemnly. Right. There's a high chance. I understand. This is a sign from the deities, guiding us to harness the power of divine rain to strengthen ourselves, then launch an attack. Albin suddenly became excited. Immediately convey my order. All soldiers, come out from your hiding places and bathe in the divine rain. After bathing, each one should drink 2 sips. Once the rain stops, open the city gates and charge out, launching a preemptive general attack. Albin told everyone. Yes. Everyone excitedly dashed out. Albin hastily lifted his face, preparing to drink more of the divine rain from the sky, but he found it gone. Turning his head, he saw not that it was gone, but that the area where the divine rain fell had moved. Albin hurriedly followed, taking 3 steps as if they were 2. Opening his mouth, he drank a few more mouthfuls, enduring the nausea. Satisfied, he headed towards the city wall. After a night of soaking, every corner of the Northern Way capital was drenched with diesel fuel. This time, with the box's suction, the oil tanker that originally took 10 hours to fill was emptied in less than 3 hours. To say nothing of exaggeration, these layers of diesel fuel on the ground reached nearly 1 centimeter deep. Feels great. Feels so great. Come on, pass my order. Open the city gates, charge. Albin stood on the city wall, shouting loudly. But before he finished speaking, he saw a spark fall from above. Bang! With a loud explosion. Suddenly, countless light points appeared on the hills around the city, like a sea of fireflies. In the next moment, these fireflies drew streaks of light, shooting towards the city. Chapter 277. Heavenly fire burning the city. Is this a rocket? Bliss and his men were deeply shocked by the scene before them. Countless burning arrows rained down like a shower, piercing through the city. They came from all directions, forming an impenetrable net of fire in the pitch-black night sky, as if ready to engulf the capital. Oh no! Hurry! Boom! 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 Although Bliss reacted promptly and shouted for everyone to take cover, his His voice was immediately drowned out by the continuous explosions. Callie and his men had poured diesel from high above, circling over the capital. Even though diesel is not as volatile as gasoline, the entire Northern Wei capital now resembled a colossal diesel drum, not to mention tens of thousands of flaming arrows. Even a tiny spark could ignite it. Thus, when these rockets shot into the city, they instantly set off an explosion in the Northern Wei capital. The flames flickered, and the explosions resounded up to the heavens. Thick plumes of smoke rose into the night sky, transforming into enormous mushroom clouds, forcing them to scramble away. At the Shilyang camp some distance from the Northern Wei capital, the Shilyang troops watched the scene in stunned silence. Heaven! The emperor really summoned heavenly fire. This isn't just heavenly fire, it's... For a moment, no one knew how to describe the awe they felt. I once saw a deity use heavenly fire to incinerate 10,000 soldiers of Northern Liang. The scene back then looks almost identical to now. If our emperor can achieve this, isn't he as divine as a god? A trembling general said. Back then, Kendrick had people lay thick layers of gunpowder on the valley floor. Now it was diesel doused inside the city. The effect was indeed similar. But the Northern Wei troops in the city might not have thought so. Just moments ago, under Emperor Bliss's orders, every soldier had been drenched in diesel and forced to drink some. When the fire started, no one in the city escaped unscathed. Everyone turned into flaming figures. Heart-wrenching cries of agony echoed throughout every corner of the city. With the entire city soaked in diesel, fires burned everywhere. Within moments, all movement ceased. The only survivors were those stationed on the city walls. During the first explosion, they were hurled away by the blast wave, falling from the walls. Though not killed outright, they had difficulty moving after falling heavily from the heightened walls. Bliss was among them. His legs were broken, internal organs displaced, and blood gushed from his mouth. Looking at the blazing inferno before him with regret, he lost consciousness and ultimately died, dying without knowing why. Back at the Shilyang camp, as the Northern Wei soldiers thrown from the explosions still showed signs of life, the Shilyang soldiers braved the intense heat and pulled them back. Recognizing Bliss's golden armor, they realized this dead man was the Northern Wei emperor. Quick, inform his Bretjesty. Wait, where is his Bretjesty? Brethias was just about to go look for Callie, but suddenly he realized that since Callie sent the message about shooting the arrows, he hadn't been seen again. Logically speaking, now that the city is on fire, everything should be over. Callie should have returned by now. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone get out of the way. His Bretjesty is injured. Bring the doctors immediately. At this moment, a crowd accompanied Callie and walked over. His Bretjesty is injured? Brethias and the others felt their heads buzz. What exactly happened? Are there still ambushes outside? Who did this? Damn, how did you protect his Bretjesty? Brethias instantly became furious, angrily pointing at a few Imperial guards behind Callie. General Brett, it's not their fault. This couldn't be helped. Callie quickly waved his hand to stop Brethias, just after they finished sprinkling diesel and dropped a firecracker from the hot air balloon. Before they could get far enough away, a thunderous explosion occurred. Their hot air balloon was already slowly descending due to lack of buoyancy. The blast wave almost capsized it. Callie lost his balance and was thrown out. Fortunately, a few Imperial guards desperately grabbed hold of Callie's arms. But with the hot air balloon continuously swaying and falling in the air, Callie still fell off. Luckily, he landed on a tree. Although he suffered quite a few bumps and cuts, the height of the hot air balloon was relatively low at that time, so it didn't cause major injuries. Is Bliss dead? Callie ignored his wounds and came over to look at Bliss's body. He should have been hurled out from the city walls just now. There are still a few survivors we've questioned. They confirmed that Bliss was indeed on the city wall, preparing for a counterattack. Edric Wei nodded as he spoke. Understood. Take him away. Callie waved his hand. Bring those surviving soldiers here. I want to question them personally, Callie said to Brethias. Chapter 278. Northern Wei no longer exists. After a short while, several half-dead soldiers were carried out. Though they hadn't been killed like Bliss, they had still taken quite a tumble. How many troops are inside the city? And how have you arranged your defenses? Callie questioned them. 8,000 troops guard each gate, and there are 15,000 more in the barracks below the city gates. Our emperor also stationed 20,000 troops near each gate, ready to break out. But in the end, none of them made it. A soldier shivered as he spoke. So, this time, by burning down the city, nearly 200,000 of your troops might have been wiped out? How could there be so many? Callie was also somewhat shocked. Your Bretjesty, please spare our lives. We couldn't do anything. Emperor Bliss said that the gods of Northern Wei were about to awaken, ordering us to counterattack. The ones who had doubts were all killed by Bliss. Yes, your Bretjesty, we had wanted to surrender long ago, but there was no way out. Anyone who spoke out during the day would be silenced by Bliss at night. The soldiers began speaking one after another. Carry them away first. Callie waved his hand. He then led people out of the tent. At this moment, the flames in the city were still burning fiercely. Heat waves mixed with ashes surged out of the city. Withdraw the main army 10 miles back. Leave 20,000 troops here, and dispatch the rest into 5,000-man squads to conquer the rest of Northern Wei as quickly as possible. Announce to the world that Bliss is dead. Northern Wei no longer exists. Callie looked at the burning city and turned to give instructions to everyone. The current situation. Inside the city, it wasn't just the troops. Even rats wouldn't have survived. It was a pity that these hundreds of thousands of troops were wiped out this way. The city burned throughout the night. The next morning, Callie led 20,000 troops into the city. The originally heavy city gates had been scorched black, and with a few slashes from large swords, they crumbled to the ground. The city was worse than hell on earth, especially inside the gateways, where countless corpses with twisted expressions were piled up. When the city caught fire, some soldiers had hidden inside the gateways and initially escaped the flames. But when they tried to rush out, the gates opened inward, and with so many people blocked at the entrances, they simply couldn't open them. Even if they hadn't been burned alive, the intense heat and toxic smoke within the city were inescapable. Inside the city, burned corpses, grotesque and terrifying. Each person had been doused in diesel, leaving almost no chance of survival once lit. Your Majesty, this capital was almost destroyed by Bliss before. After such a great fire, there's probably no point in rebuilding it. Breathias said beside him. Yes. At least Bliss relocated the citizens before this, which was a good thing. Otherwise, with hundreds of thousands more civilians in the city, I would truly have become a historical sinner. Callie shook his head. Your Majesty's compassion is a blessing for all. This battle was certainly not our fault in Western Liang. We gave them many days' opportunity before this, but they didn't cherish it. There's nothing we can do. Breathias slowly said. I know that. But now, I understand why the gods don't intervene directly. This is probably the last time. Conquering the world still requires us to take steady steps. Well then, abandon this city and bury the bodies. Having taken both Northern Liang and Northern Wei, we mustn't rush. Let's consolidate the foundation of Western Liang first. I'll leave this matter to you. Callie turned to Breathias. Yes. Bid farewell to your Majesty. Breathias and others hurriedly replied. After taking the Northern Wei capital, Callie didn't linger and immediately took a hot air balloon back to Western Liang. This victory brought her less joy and instead left her feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Western Liang's territory had changed drastically. Yet, the overall strength did not seem to match the expanded territory, especially this time dealing with Northern Wei. Troop numbers always felt insufficient. Had it not been for Kendrick's strategy, capturing the capital might not have gone smoothly. She could only hope that wiping out Northern Wei would intimidate neighboring countries, granting Western Liang some breathing room for farming and grain storage, troop recruitment, commerce and wealth accumulation, imperial examinations, and officialdom. Given 6 months, Callie believed Western Liang would rebuild its foundation. But good things often come in pairs. Just as she returned to the Western Liang capital via hot air balloon, she received a victory report sent by Hamilton's envoy. Your Majesty, General Hamilton reports that they have defeated over 10,000 troops of Northern Wei and captured more than 80,000 soldiers. They are now escorting the prisoners back. At the same time, Rurin Khan Kanal has also dispatched an envoy to come to the capital to thank your Majesty. Kanal will personally lead a gratitude ceremony into the city shortly. LB smiled as he approached Callie. Excellent. Very good. With these troops, our Western Liang will grow much stronger. Callie was overjoyed. Your Majesty, your servant has returned. Casimir stepped forward, holding a box. How did it go? Callie smiled slightly. We accomplished our mission without dishonor. With the items sent by the gods, we moved through their territory unimpeded. The Emperor of Iwu wet his pants when he saw us appear. We warned him, cut off his right ear, and brought it back. He's been much more obedient since. Casimir said with a smile. Well done. After Casimir returned, Iwu sent many gold and jewels overnight. They also sent a letter of allegiance, stating clearly that they will never betray our Western Liang. LB spoke from the side, presenting the letter from Iwu. Excellent. I believe it's time to expand your special squad. You can train more members from the Imperial Guard or select experts nationwide. I'll leave this matter to you. Callie said to Casimir. Yes. Your Majesty is wise. We thought about this on our way back. If we had more such squads, we could handle any target for your Majesty. Casimir spoke excitedly. Don't let success get to your head. All selections and operations will be directly commanded by me. Callie glanced at Casimir. Yes. Casimir quickly knelt down obediently. Any news from Daya? Callie asked. Your Majesty, based on the latest intelligence, Daya is in utter chaos. LB stepped forward. Chapter 279. Relocation of the capital. After Emeric's death, Fedor took the opportunity to seize power. When news reached Conroy and Camden, they immediately joined forces and marched back to the capital. Fedor labeled his 2 elder brothers as rebels, leading troops into battle. However, a rebellion broke out within the court, ultimately resulting in Fedor's death. Conroy and Camden then began fighting over the throne. Now, the Great Xia is divided into 2 factions, both with comparable strength. The turmoil in the Great Xia continues unabated. LB said to Callie. From what you're saying, the Great Xia has become an easy target after all this chaos. Callie hesitated. She didn't want to wage war again, but it was indeed a good opportunity. Your Majesty, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I suspect many others are watching closely. If we don't act, the Great Xia will fall into someone else's hands. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? LB nodded. How well do you know Conroy and Camden? Which one would be easier to control? Callie asked. Your Majesty, Conroy is ruthless and treacherous, initially in theft as Duke of Pinyuan and stationed in Chang'an, where he committed many atrocious acts. While Camden, although somewhat profligate, lacks ambition and is insatiable compared to Conroy. Are you suggesting that we support one to ascend to the throne? LB guessed Callie's intention. Yes. Based on your assessment, I believe eliminating Conroy would be more appropriate. We can use Camden as a transitional figure. Whenever we decide to take the Great Xia, it will be at our disposal. Callie nodded. Your Majesty is wise. LB bowed. Your Majesty, I request permission to lead the attack. Let's eliminate Conroy. Casimir, upon hearing about the impending action, looked excited. Not this time. You mustn't be reckless. Your mission isn't just to eliminate Conroy but also his supporters. I will give you a letter. First, find Camden and inform him of my intentions. Let them determine who is absolutely loyal to Conroy and eliminate them together. Afterward, I will mobilize the entire might of Xiliang to provide support, to discourage other nations from intervening. Callie said to Casimir. Yes. Casimir nodded. Your Majesty, recently, I've been considering something. Our current territory of Xiliang has expanded significantly eastward and southward. Ruren in the north has fully submitted, leaving us without concerns for now, but our current capital's location is relatively remote. LB slowly explained. You mean relocating the capital? Callie was taken aback. Yes. The capital's commerce has flourished, the population has surged, and the city feels crowded. Brittany merchants even struggle to find lodging. Additionally, due to its remote location, information dissemination lacks. If we choose a larger and more central city as our new capital, it could greatly benefit our future development. LB suggested. That makes sense. Even with divine assistance, my travels were delayed. This is no small matter. Let me consult the deity before we discuss further. Prime Minister Jarrett, please prepare a list of large cities within our territory for me. Callie thought for a moment and told LB. After the court session ended, Callie tidied up her camera used during recent battles and sent it to Kendrick. She then discussed the relocation of the capital with Kendrick. In Tianhai City, Kendrick received the list from Callie and searched online for each city. Most were either obscure towns or lacked historical records. These places won't do. And don't just consider Xiliang's current territory. Look at the broader picture. Choosing the right capital is crucial. We can't keep relocating after every conquest, Kendrick said to Callie. I understand. I hadn't thought so far ahead. But those are the only cities under our control. The rest are yet to be taken. Callie sighed. That's not a problem. We can conquer them. Let me suggest some locations for you. Yanjing, Chang'an, Luai, Yingtian, Xianyang. These are all excellent choices. Kendrick compared ancient and modern city names. You mentioned Chang'an? What about the city of Chang'an? Callie was familiar with some of the names Kendrick mentioned, particularly Chang'an. It was currently a city under the control of the Great Xia. Originally, it was taken by Emeric of the Great Xia during the turmoil when Ross returned to his capital after reclaiming Chang'an. Conroy was stationed there to defend it. Chang'an can certainly work. If Chang'an is easy to capture, we should take it first. Hearing Callie's words, Kendrick grew excited. Chang'an had served as the capital for the Sui and Tang dynasties, its influence on later generations being immense. If they could establish their capital at Chang'an, it would be highly appropriate. Excellent. Considering our recent plans regarding the Great Xia, taking Chang'an should not be an issue. Callie nodded. Though she didn't understand why Kendrick chose a city within the Great Xia for their new capital, she trusted him completely. She immediately informed the court ministers about establishing the capital in Chang'an. Upon hearing this news, the ministers were shocked and puzzled. But once they learned that this was Kendrick's decision, everyone became compliant. Your Majesty, moving the capital to Chang'an is no small matter. We do not yet know the current situation in Chang'an or how to handle its residents. This will require time to settle. But most importantly, we must wait for Casimir and the others' actions. LB stepped forward to speak. You're right. While Casimir handles the situation in the Great Xia, you should not be idle. Prepare for the relocation of the capital. Since we are relocating the capital, let's make it a grand affair. The development of Chang'an also needs further planning. All these preparations must be made in advance. Relocating the capital concerns the fate of our state of Xiliang. Starting from the relocation, our path to dominating the world officially begins. Callie slowly stood up. Chapter 280, Chang'an, Tianhai City. After assisting Callie in planning the capital relocation, Kendrick spent his time searching online for information. Based on Kendrick's knowledge of the era of Western Liang, Callie's time period is around 420 AD. The Sui dynasty was established in 581 AD. In other words, there were still about 160 years of turmoil between these two periods. Before this, Kendrick had always felt a sense of disconnection. Had it not been for meeting Callie, he would still think of Western Liang as the region from which Hui emerged during the late Eastern Han dynasty, and not Callie's Western Liang of the 16 Kingdoms period, let alone those names of Callie's current enemies, Yijialu Dayton, Kanal, Jichimingson, Bliss, etc. Kendrick had never even heard of them before. Even after studying history, Kendrick didn't have any impression of them. This made Kendrick feel strongly disconnected. However, when Callie mentioned Chang'an, it instantly connected everything for Kendrick. Actually, after fully understanding that part of history, Kendrick realized that the appearance of this disconnection was not because of him, but due to the humiliation of that period of history, the lost history, which is a regret for the Longhua nation. Then let's make up for it from now on. Kendrick resolved. But the problem now is the lack of money. The hard-earned money last time was all spent. Don't hurt my kidneys. I've had kidney deficiency since childhood. Raphael cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. What happened? Who said anything about hurting your kidneys? Get up quickly. Kendrick quickly helped Raphael to stand up. Bruno, standing nearby, scratched his nose awkwardly. Well, Mr. Chun, I really didn't know you knew him. Why did this guy just start climbing walls at random? Our security measures are very strict. I thought he was a thief and just gave him a little lesson. Well, brother eunuch, don't take it personally. Talking about hurting your kidneys earlier was just to scare you. Bruno said with a smile. You arranged for the guys who beat him to prepare a roast lamb and apologized to Raphael while welcoming him properly. Kendrick felt helpless. You can't really blame Bruno and others for this. Why would you need to climb the wall in the first place? Being too bold isn't necessarily a good thing either. What exactly happened? Kendrick gestured for Raphael to sit down. I previously had a girlfriend. Her family insisted on buying a house for marriage, so I thought about asking my boss for a raise or increased commission. But unexpectedly, the boss berated me fiercely and accused me of being ungrateful and disobedient. I didn't think much of it then, but later on, it got me upset. I worked tirelessly for the company's profit. Why can't I ask for a raise? My name wasn't given by my bosses. How am I being disobedient? In anger, I resigned. Following the directions on your business card, I came here. Honestly speaking, before coming, I didn't understand your situation, so I decided to secretly investigate your strength first. As soon as I climbed up to check the scale of your factory, I was intercepted by the guards. They're all members of the He Si Hui, Black society. They all have tattoos on their arms. They even said they would sell my kidneys and send me to work in the factory. Raphael trembled while speaking. Why didn't you call me? Kendrick felt a bit amused. Really, I apologize. At that time, after you gave me your business card, I left it at home, but it was accidentally stained by ink. The phone number was unreadable when I tried to find it online. I discovered there were many bosses named Kendrick in Tian High City, trade companies, live streaming companies, shipping companies, and even a scenic area, but none related to agricultural seeds. So, I decided to come over according to the address first. Raphael explained. In fact, those companies all belong to me. The seed business actually operates through the trade company. Kendrick smiled. Ah, then this means, Mr. Chun, please accept me. I want to join the Black Society. Raphael hadn't expected that Kendrick had such a powerful background. Looking at the situation, if he didn't join, knowing too much might endanger his life. He quickly said to Kendrick, cough. Cough. Our company is legitimate, with no connection to the Black Society. Those people are indeed from the underworld, but they are now security guards for the factory. Honestly speaking, catching and beating you is totally within their rights. Why did you climb over the wall? Let's go eat. Kendrick led Raphael outside. Outside, Bruno and the others had already set everything up. A roasted lamb hung inside the grill. Everyone, stand ready. On my mark now. Bruno shouted. Sorry. 7 or 8 security guards stood in a row, giving a deep bow to Raphael. This nearly scared Raphael into running away. Okay. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Hawkins, our new marketing director. Treat him respectfully from now on. Kendrick introduced to everyone. No need. Call me Little Hawkins from now on. Raphael was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that upon arrival, Kendrick would offer him the position of marketing director. We should still call you Boss Hawkins. Now you're the marketing director, so those old methods must be put aside. It's not like a marketing director can always negotiate business by climbing walls. Kendrick said to Raphael. By giving Raphael this position, Kendrick wanted to elevate Raphael's working methods and also because, currently, the company's marketing department only had Raphael as a lone commander. If not a director, he would have to be one. Yes, you're right. I didn't think it through properly. What is our current market situation? I will get familiar with it as soon as possible and start conducting business immediately. Raphael hurriedly nodded and replied. Chapter 281. Technology wins hearts the most. Let's start with the food processing plant. Right now, we only have production and storage. The market hasn't been tapped. You handle marketing first, and I'll give the marketing department 50% of the profits. As for the other things, let's take it step by step. I'll make the arrangements shortly. After you finish your meal today and settle in, you can start work tomorrow. Kendrick said to Raphael. How much? Splitting 50% of the profits? So, if I create a profit of 10 million, I get 5 million? How many people are there in the marketing department? Raphael's eyes widened. A 10 million annual profit is a bit low. If your ambition as market director is just this much, then I might need to replace you. Right now, the marketing department has only you. How many you want to hire depends on you. Kendrick said. Oh wow. Thank you, President Chen. I will dedicate my life to the company. Raphael was almost jumping with excitement. Bruno, arrange a 2-bedroom apartment for him. If anything is missing, make the arrangements. Kendrick said to Bruno. No problem. All set, let's begin. Hey, President Chun, since it's a welcome dinner for President Hawkins, should we drink some wine? Bruno grinned as he asked. Sure. Get me a roasted lamb leg to take away later. Kendrick nodded. Before long, under the persuasion of Bruno and others, Raphael couldn't hold out and passed out before the hot dishes even arrived. Kendrick took the roasted lamb leg home and sent it to Callie. In Shiliang, Callie was reviewing official documents when she smelled a rich aroma. Stretching, she realized it was well past dinner time, her stomach growling. You're Bretjesty, it's time for dinner. A palace maid heard the noise and asked for permission. Usually, no one could disturb Callie while she reviewed documents. Bring it in. Callie nodded. Approaching the box, she found a roasted, sizzling lamb leg. She eagerly tore off a piece and ate it. That's strange. The imperial chefs here are very skilled, but nothing tastes as good as what Kendrick brings. This spiciness is irresistible. Looking at the imperial chef's meal, despite its variety, it tasted bland. Ever since Kendrick frequently brought food, Callie had become quite picky. Original flavor seemed tasteless. Technology wins hearts the most. These are some recent measures I've taken. In the coming period, I plan to secure our borders, protect the people, accumulate strength, and wait for the right moment. Lighten taxes, reduce punishments, advocate respect for the elderly and care for the young, and recruit talented individuals. Callie explained while eating. Sounds good. These have been proven effective. Also, is there enough grain in Shiliang? Several military campaigns must have consumed quite a lot, right? Do we need more? Kendrick asked. Not yet. After defeating Bliss of Northern Wei, many neighboring countries sent peace treaties and lots of grain. Enough until this year's harvest. The seeds you sent last time were used to establish farming areas like Henriguan, Yumen Pass, Dunhuang, Anqi East, Anqi West, Hami East, Hami South, Hami West, and Zhechuan Northeast. I believe this year's autumn will be a bumper harvest. Callie smiled. By the way, speaking of which, you don't necessarily have to grow only grains in Shiliang. Some fruits and vegetables can also be planted. Also, livestock farming can be expanded given your proximity to Rural grasslands. Kendrick suddenly thought of another idea. That sounds like a good idea, but we currently don't have enough cattle and sheep. There were many originally, but they were captured by Northern Wei as provisions. Callie was troubled. I'll see what I can do. Kendrick pondered. Previously, He had sent fish, turtles, and birds, but rabbits and such didn't go through. Kendrick suspected it might be due to size limitations or potential diseases, like chicken plague. If brought to ancient times, chickens might become a national treasure. Kendrick simply left with a box, arrived at a cattle and sheep farm, bought a calf and a lamb. After putting them in the box for a long time, nothing happened. Disappointed, Kendrick walked back with a cow and a sheep. Passing by a village, he thought about selling them. Otherwise, with this cow and sheep in the car, by the time he got back home, the car would be a mess. He soon encountered a farmer and followed him to his house. There, he saw over a dozen little pigs running all over the yard. These are newborn piglets that just escaped from the sty. Please take a seat. I'll get your money. The farmer went into the house. Kendrick looked at the little pigs near his feet and casually picked one up to put in the box for a try. He thought it would behave like the cow and sheep, but as soon as he placed it in the box, he was stunned. The piglet disappeared. Coincidentally, the farmer came out of the house with money at this moment. He happened to see Kendrick putting the pig into the box. What are you doing? Give me back my pig. The farmer approached. This? Kendrick was dumbfounded. How could he explain this? Who would have thought that calves and lambs wouldn't go through, but this piglet would? Oh, box. What are your preferences? This is going to get me into trouble. My piglet. I just saw you put it in there. The farmer started counting in the yard and indeed found one missing. Rolling up his sleeves, he walked toward Kendrick. Brother, all the piglets for 10,000 yuan. I'll buy them all. Kendrick hurriedly used cash power. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, the farmer forgot about the missing piglet and quickly took out his phone's QR code. A single piglet could only fetch 300 or 400 yuan, but now it was several times that amount. He could buy new piglets and still have plenty left. Definitely profitable. Kendrick reluctantly transferred the money, had the farmer put all the remaining piglets in the box, and carry them out. Chapter 282. Even 30,000 pigs couldn't be caught in 3 days and 3 nights. Shiliang. Callie had just finished eating and was preparing to rest for a while. Suddenly, he heard a series of oinking sounds. What's that sound? Callie sat up from the bed, but then the sound disappeared. Callie thought he must have misheard. Just as he lay down again, oink, oink, a clear series of pig sounds came through. Before Callie could react, he saw the box next to him open on its own. Several little pigs pushed their way out. Pigs! Callie was dumbfounded. He hurriedly got up and looked around. The box had been knocked over by the piglets, and 8 or 9 little pigs were running all over the room. Oh no! That side can't be soiled. Callie panicked as he saw the little pigs leaving a mess behind them. You're Majesty. What happened? The Imperial guards outside also heard the commotion inside. Quick! Come in and catch the pigs. Callie shouted to those outside. Catch pigs. The Imperial guards quickly opened the door and took a look. Seeing the door open, the piglets ran out all at once. The Imperial guards were stunned. They didn't understand how there were suddenly so many piglets in the palace. They quickly mobilized people to chase and block the pigs throughout the palace. Meanwhile, Callie pinched his nose and asked the maids to clean up. Perhaps these piglets were frightened by the new environment, and they left trails of excrement everywhere, filling the entire hall. These piglets, what's going on with them? Did you send them over specially? Callie asked Kendrick. Yes. For some reason, it seems these piglets can be sent over. Be prepared. I will continue to send batches of piglets for you to raise. There's also some feed. Now that we have pigs, meat won't be a problem anymore. Kendrick told Callie. Raise pigs? Callie was surprised. But when he heard that eating meat wouldn't be an issue, he became excited too. Immediately summon all the ministers to the palace. I have matters to arrange. Callie instructed the Imperial guards. Tian High City. Edderquang Pig Farm. I'll take all these piglets. They should weigh no more than 10 kilograms. Kendrick said to the farm owner. Boss, we've got about 4,000 to 5,000 piglets here. The owner was taken aback. No problem. Deliver all of them to this warehouse. Follow my vehicle. Also, contact other pig farms you know and tell them I'm buying piglets at high prices. No matter how many you have, deliver them all here. Kendrick instructed the owner. Are you serious, boss? The market for pigs hasn't been good lately, and we've been worried about it. Hearing this, the owner hurriedly started making calls for Kendrick. At the factory area, Bruno and others were busy coordinating logistics. They saw Kendrick arrive with several trucks. Mr. Chun, what's going on? How did you get so many pigs? And all this pig feed? Bruno looked at the items on the trucks, utterly confused. We're preparing to raise pigs. Clear a path first to unload the pigs, or they might not survive. Without further explanation, Kendrick had the vehicles drive outside and set up slides for the piglets. We've called in a lot of servants from outside the palace, which should speed things up. LB panted as he reported. Good. I didn't expect the deity's arrangement to come so quickly. Then let's start immediately. The temple is now empty of piglets, but a lot of grain has flooded out. The deity said it's feed for the pigs. Send this feed over as well. Callie said to LB. You're Majesty. With these piglets and feed, by this winter, we will no longer lack meat in Shiliang. Although the deity said he would no longer support us, he still did. We owe the deity too much. LB slowly said. Yes. The deity has done everything he can for us. The rest is up to ourselves. Callie nodded. Tian High City. Kendrick and his team spent 3 to 4 hours unloading all the piglets. Afterwards, Kendrick delivered more pig feed to Callie before leaving with the crate. Mr. Chun, are you planning to raise pigs in the warehouse? That's not how pigs are raised. These piglets are small now, barely manageable, but when they grow up, wouldn't the warehouse be in chaos? Bruno shivered as he asked Kendrick. He had watched at least 30 to 40,000 piglets arrive. If they grew up and burst out of the warehouse, it would truly be like Colonel Chu Yunfei's famous line. Even 30,000 pigs couldn't be caught in 3 days and 3 nights. Cough, cough. Let me tell you a secret. Kendrick sighed and beckoned Bruno. While digging a well, I accidentally connected it to the sea. As a result, A giant whale appeared at the bottom of the well. I'm actually feeding the fish. Don't tell anyone else. Kendrick said to Bruno. Mr. Chun, didn't I hear that whales mostly eat small fish and shrimp? They have no teeth. Bruno stared wide-eyed. What are you talking about? How long has Japan been discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean? The whales in the sea have mutated. Kendrick patted Bruno on the shoulder. So that's it. No wonder all those items sent into the warehouse kept disappearing. They were all fed to the fish? Listening to Kendrick, Bruno suddenly understood. All the food sent by the food processing plant and the subsequent grains and fish fry were all for feeding the fish. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. I won't reveal this secret. By the way, Mr. Chun, the procedures for the scenic area are all completed. Following your instructions, I brought many seeds and saplings of traditional Chinese medicine herbs and scattered them using drones in the scenic area. And the antiques sent by CEO Gu were also buried there. The abandoned mine shaft has also been excavated. What exactly do you plan to do? Bruno asked Kendrick. Chapter 283 Rich and Corrupt. Just leave it to me. In the future, don't be too restrictive about allowing people into this scenic area. If anything happens, report it to the journalists first. Kendrick nodded in satisfaction. With the scenic area as a cover, whether it was the minerals, herbs, or antiques, everything now had a plausible explanation. Although somewhat contrived, it was still more believable than pulling things directly out of a box. President Chun. A girl is outside saying she's here to see you. How should we handle this? At that moment, security guard Old Chin rushed over hastily. Looking for me? And a girl? Invite her in first. Kendrick felt puzzled and walked toward the factory entrance with Bruno. Brother, where are you going? Why not come up for a sit if you're at the plant? At this moment, Jackson and Amelie came out from the office building. Oh, I just came to deliver something. Where are you two headed? Kendrick smiled. Nana wants to eat pot-cooked meat rice bowl, so I thought I'd take her. Brother Dong, let's go together? As Jackson and Amelie spoke, they followed Kendrick towards the entrance. Kendrick. Before reaching there, a girl by the gate waved at Kendrick. Tracy? Kendrick looked and didn't expect it to be Melody. Mina-in-law? Bruno was stunned. Mina-in-law? Jackson and Amelie widened their eyes immediately. Yes, don't you know? Last time when I was busy at the shipping company, Mina-in-law visited President Chen. I saw her once. Bruno asked Jackson and Amelie, puzzled. Boss, that can't be right. That's clearly not Mina-in-law. Amelie grabbed Kendrick's arm, questioning. Earlier, she had seen Callie's appearance on video. Although the girl before them was extremely beautiful, it wasn't the same person. Boss, I misjudged you. Mina-in-law has been so good to you. She accompanied you in acting, yet you didn't even visit her set. Behind your back, you were looking for a third party. Can you live with yourself? Amelie was furious. What? Third party? Not Mina-in-law? Bruno was dumbfounded. All eyes turned to Kendrick. Under their accusing gazes, Kendrick nearly spat blood. Don't jump to conclusions. Get back to what you were doing. Kendrick, helpless, stepped forward. Brother Dong, what's going on here? Amelie quickly asked Bruno. I was just about to ask you all. What exactly happened? Why does a third party suddenly show up? This is the heiress of Enrique Shipping Group. How could she be a third party for President Chun? You're kidding, right? Bruno was equally bewildered. Enrique Shipping Group heiress? Is that true? No wonder Brothers Shipping Company grew so fast. He has these connections. Jackson suddenly understood. Your point is, President Chen deliberately got close to the Enrique heiress for business? Amelie figured it out. Most likely. Think about it. Enrique Shipping Group never operated in Peninsula Province before. Why would they suddenly grant us market access? Not only did they give it, but when we met, they were practically begging to do business with us. Without this connection, how else could this happen? Bruno said with certainty. But that's wrong. Everything Mina-in-law sacrificed behind the scenes, and this little vixen gets the upper hand? All men are scoundrels. Rich and corrupt. Amelie glared at Jackson and Bruno indignantly. To Amelie, the live streaming company developed thanks entirely to Callie's videos. Callie's status as Big Sister was established from day one. How could they betray Big Sister? We must find a way to locate Mina-in-law and report this. Amelie waved her hand. Agreed. There are only a few shooting bases in the country. We'll check each one. Jackson patted his chest confidently. If he could travel alone with Amelie, he'd get a chance to share a room with her. At the factory entrance, Kendrick walked out. Wow, security here is tighter than at the shipping company. I tried every excuse to get in, but they wouldn't let me. Do they have nuclear weapons in there? Seeing Kendrick come out, Melody playfully complained. Not at all. When did you arrive in Tian High City? Why didn't you call me? I would have picked you up. Kendrick smiled, asking. There's a udon from the group that needs to be delivered. This kind of thing has high confidentiality, so it can only be delivered by someone in person. I volunteered, but I didn't expect you wouldn't be at the shipping company. I wanted to give you a surprise, Melody said with a pout. Have you had dinner yet? Let's go get something to eat first. Since you're here, there's something I wanted to discuss with you. Kendrick gestured for Melody to follow him outside. What is it? Melody linked her arm through Kendrick's as they walked. There are a few large business orders at the overseas trade company that require my presence. I was thinking of going to the Bald Eagle country soon. I thought about bringing you along. Kendrick told Melody. A few days ago, Adelard approached Kendrick about these matters, and Kendrick decided to make the trip. This would also be a good opportunity to talk with Adam about their collaboration plans. Since speaking with old Mr. Enrique, there hadn't been any further contact. Kendrick knew that although old Mr. Enrique didn't say anything outright, he was quite anxious inside. By taking Melody along, he believed that even if Adam still harbored animosity towards the Enrique family, he wouldn't be too resistant when facing Melody. To the Bald Eagle country? Sure. Then I'll have someone send over my passport right away. Melody immediately became excited at the prospect of traveling abroad with Kendrick. Aren't you going to ask what we're going there for? What if I sold you? Kendrick was surprised by how easily she agreed. Even if you sell me, I'd accept it. Oh, I'm so hungry. Let's go. I heard before coming here that the big shrimp in Tianhai City cost 48 yuan each. Take me to try some. Melody pulled Kendrick's hand and walked towards the outside. Chapter 284, Postpartum Care for Sows. Shiliang. Ever since the piglets and feed that Kendrick sent were settled, the pig farming campaign has been launched vigorously across Shiliang. In late spring and early summer, more food gradually became available in the mountains and fields. Farmers were busy with various tasks during the peak agricultural season. The entire Shiliang was bustling with activity. Palace. Your Majesty. According to reports from all over, the seeds bestowed by the deity are growing extremely well, far beyond our previous expectations. Especially judging from the ear formation, it could be several times better than our original seedlings. The ears will likely weigh down the branches when they mature. Skylar approached with a radiant face. Really that impressive? Callie was also surprised. Your Majesty, these seeds are truly divine as they come directly from the heavens. The yield is far superior to any ordinary seeds we have. If the harvest follows the current trend, within a year or two, perhaps even this year, we could accumulate a substantial amount of grain in Shiliang. Jerry, assign specialists to study and copy them, then quickly deliver them to the pig farmers. Callie waved a hand. Several palace maids brought over dozens of books. Jarrett, you looked at them. Postpartum care for sows. 180 questions on pig farming. How to fatten pigs and subsequent processing. A complete guide to pork dishes. Not only text but also detailed illustrations. This is indeed a great grace from the deity. I will ensure prompt arrangements. Jarrett, you had never seen such neatly bound and illustrated books, almost considering them sacred writings. He knelt respectfully. How is Daya doing now? Callie asked everyone. Your Majesty. Casimir reported that Conroy has been secretly executed. Camden is dealing with Conroy's people. According to Casimir, upon hearing that Shiliang would support him as emperor, Camden immediately agreed to all conditions. Casimir said he even wants to acknowledge you as the Annette mother. Regarding Chang'an City, Camden has arranged for all citizens to evacuate. Jarrett, you step forward. The title of Annette mother isn't necessary. Don't indulge in useless formalities. If he doesn't follow orders in the future, we'll remove him. But relocating the capital to Chang'an cannot be delayed. Look at this. Callie waved his hand. A maid brought out a huge map. Your Majesty, is this a city plan? It looks much larger than our current capital. Yes, it appears to have 7 or 8 layers, with a river surrounding the outermost part. Whose city is this? So magnificent. The ministers crowded around to see. This is the construction plan for the new Chang'an city granted by the deity. Not only this, there are many detailed architectural plans which I can hardly understand. Hastily gather stonecutters, carpenters, and craftsmen from all over Shiliang. I want to discuss the reconstruction of Chang'an City with them. Callie said. Rebuild Chang'an City? Everyone was excited. Yes. Our Shiliang, aiming to unify the world, must not have a small capital. Let alone the current Chang'an, no city should fall short of my needs. The city planned by the deity has a moat that's over 10 feet wide. A situation where our capital is besieged and dies will never happen again. Callie said to everyone. Your Majesty is wise. The deity is truly wise. Elby and others bowed and said, this matter, do it as soon as possible. The deity has said that on the 2nd day of the 2nd month next year, we will officially move the capital to Chang'an. Callie stood up and said, Tianhai International Airport. Kendrick listened to the recording sent in the box by Callie, couldn't help but smile. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head, moving the capital to Chang'an. After half a year's Chendan sedimentation, it is believed that all aspects of Shiliang's foundation can be made up for. At that time, the contention for supremacy in the world will begin. This world is not just the territory of donghua. The Roman Empire, Parthian Empire, Sasanian Empire, all will be eliminated. Let you bully us in the future. What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing here by yourself? At this moment, Melody patted Kendrick's shoulder from behind and handed him a cup of milk tea. Nothing much. Why did you take so long? Kendrick waved his hand. I bought some specialties of donghua. Melody raised a big bag in her hand. You really only told me when we were at the airport that you needed to meet someone in White Eagle country, and I didn't prepare anything. Buying something is better than going empty-handed, right? Look, these are all specialties of our donghua. I'm telling you, if it weren't for my uncle not being here, he could have finished a whole box of sorghum candy himself. He loves it the most. Melody squinted her eyes and said, Your uncle? Kendrick was taken aback. Yes, my uncle used to play with me very well when I was little, but, forget it, don't talk about it anymore. We should board the plane soon, let's go. These things, plus your suitcase, need to be checked in. Melody didn't continue, and walked with Kendrick. Chapter 285 Turner, White Eagle Country, Florida. This time, unlike the first visit which was rather disheveled, the moment Kendrick came out, he saw Adelard and others waiting to pick them up. Hello President Chen, Miss Enrique. Adelard greeted them with a smile as he received their luggage. I'm really sorry for coming along unexpectedly this time and troubling you. Melody apologized with a smile. She had no idea what was going on, assuming Kendrick had brought her here on a business trip. You're too kind. Adelard was flattered. Having been in the shipping trade industry for long, he knew about the Enrique shipping group but never expected the young lady of the Enrique family to be so approachable. Is the company too busy now? Kendrick asked Adelard. President Chen, how can I put it? Before this, although I admired you, I could never have imagined the current situation. The shipping costs were reduced by more than 70%. In just 6 months, not only did our company's revenue double, but we also opened many new businesses. Your business acumen is truly admirable. Adelard said sincerely. Just lucky. Kendrick waved his hand. He knew that if it wasn't for Callie's medicine, he wouldn't have been able to treat old Brettster Enrique's illness or smoothly conduct the business. Regarding his own capabilities, one needed to rely on influence in this world. Brute strength meant nothing. President Chun, tonight, I've arranged a dinner for your welcome. I'll introduce some of our company staff to you since the company has expanded recently. Adelard told Kendrick. All right. Kendrick didn't refuse. After the welcome dinner, Kendrick and Melody were sent back to the hotel. Come on, pack your things. I'll take you to meet someone. Kendrick said to Melody. It's night already, and we don't know anyone here. It might not be safe to go out. This is Florida after all. Melody expressed her concern. Why would it not be safe? We know people around here. Let's go. Kendrick laughed and took Melody out. After arriving in White Eagle country, Kendrick seized the opportunity to call Adam. He hadn't told Melody that she had come along, but only invited him to meet an old friend. Excited upon hearing from Kendrick, Adam agreed without hesitation. The address given by Adam was a bar in the territory of their Toad gang. Arriving at the address, there were some burly black men standing at the entrance. Kendrick, I'm scared. What are we doing here? Melody clung tightly to Kendrick's arm. Don't worry, let's go. Kendrick stepped forward. Hey, where did this yellow-skinned girl come from? Wanna play with us? A few black men blocked Kendrick and Melody upon seeing the beautiful Melody. Old black, don't you recognize me? Kendrick looked at a big black man in front of him and asked, You? Waterfuck. Oh my brother. It's you. Upon recognizing that this person was the Chinese brother who once drank with their boss, the big black man exclaimed, You guys are in trouble. Better get ready for punishment. Kendrick gave the big black man a sympathetic look before leading Melody inside. Although many people were outside the bar, it was very quiet inside. Only a slim figure was drinking at the bar. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around. Little brother Chun, it's strange. Ever since you left, I felt something was missing. I've met quite a few countrymen over the years, but they faded away soon. No one wanted to be associated with me. But when I got your call, I was thrilled and chased everyone out of the bar. Adam called Kendrick over. Oh, so this is the friend you told me about? Girlfriend? Adam noticed Melody behind Kendrick. Sharp eyes. Hey, aren't you going to greet your uncle? Kendrick beckoned Melody. Nonsense. We're brothers in arms. Why should your girlfriend call me uncle? Adam froze when he turned to look at Melody, while Melody stared at Adam wide-eyed. Are you Tracy? Adam rubbed his eyes, almost in disbelief. Turner? Are you Turner? Melody's face showed pure disbelief. My goodness. You've grown up so much. Come here and let Turner take a good look. How did you come here? How do you two know each other? What's going on between you two? Adam was stuttering. Well, take your time chatting. I'll have a drink. Kendrick waved his hand. Watching the reactions of Melody and Adam, Kendrick finally felt relieved. This was at least a good start. Little brother Chun, this is really... I get what you mean. I know what you've been through. Tracy has told me all about it. What can we say? It's fate. Adam said to Kendrick. So from what you're saying, you don't have that much animosity towards the Enrique family? If only you had told me earlier. I kept hiding it, afraid you might not recognize me. Kendrick asked curiously. How do I put it? At first, there was indeed some hatred. I wanted to make something of myself and completely cut ties with the Enrique family. But as I got older, I came to see things differently. I miss home. That girl insisted on dragging me back. Well, I decided to go back and see the old man. After all, he's my father. Adam smiled. With Melody mediating, even if Adam still had any grievances, they were dispelled by the joy of reuniting with Melody. Look at you. Your mouth is practically splitting from ear to ear, just like a frog. Be worthy of being the leader of the Toad gang. Kendrick shook his head. That's right. My own niece. Raised watching her grow up. She used to ride on my shoulders and pee. This time she even brought me my favorite sorghum candy. It's been years since I last had this. You can't even buy it in White Eagle country. Adam mumbled with his mouth full. Alright, then this should be easy. These are the future cooperation contracts. Once you sign them, I can rest easy. Kendrick took out several contracts. All of them were about trading cooperation with Adam. After all, when the Enrique family gave Kendrick several ships, Adam had played a role in that. Chapter 286. Help me get a batch of arms. Sure thing. Adam didn't even look, quickly signed his name. You're not checking? Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? Kendrick was somewhat speechless. You've already become my son-in-law in the Enrique family. Why should I check? To think, you're actually quite something. Our third generation of the Enrique family only has Tracy, this one girl. You got quite a bargain. Adam said boldly. Turner Shao, have you not started a family even after all these years in White Eagle country? Why is that? Melody was puzzled. How am I supposed to start a family? The word of our parents and matchmakers. Without the old man's permission, how could I get married? I, your uncle, would never be confused on such matters. Adam patted his chest. You really haven't changed a bit over all these years. You're still so stubborn. Melody moved closer. Kendrick smiled, patted Melody's hand. The reason Adam clung to those so-called old traditions wasn't due to his feudal thinking, but because adhering to this strict home education and tradition might be the only connection he had with the Enrique family while abroad. If he found someone to start a family, it would mean cutting ties completely. Kendrick understood this point. Nothing more to say. From now on, we're family. If there's anything you need me for, just let me know anytime, Adam told Kendrick. You know, I did come to White Eagle country with something I need help with. Kendrick gestured for Adam to sit down. Do you have any way to help me get a batch of arms? It doesn't matter what type, even older models would do. Kendrick lowered his voice as he asked Adam. This time coming to White Eagle country, obtaining arms was Kendrick's main objective. Cali would soon begin to vie for control over the entire country, making strong firepower indispensable. The current defenses of Shilyong were virtually impenetrable. It was just lacking that overwhelming offensive capability. Like this time attacking the capital of Bive. Even with the bows and crossbows delivered by Kendrick, it took several days to conquer. Since then, Kendrick had planned on acquiring some modern weapons to send over. Before, Kendrick hadn't sent them in bulk, mainly considering the safety issues. But after Callie's multiple god-making plans, Callie's status was no longer just that of an emperor. No one dared to underestimate him. More importantly, the elite squad trained by Casimir made him reassess the loyalty level of these Imperial Guards. Equipping a large-scale army with modern weapons wasn't practical, but he could start with the equipment for Casimir's special forces. If they were truly equipped with modern weapons, it wouldn't mean they could take down whoever they wanted, but at least they would have a sharp blade for decapitation missions. Weapons? What do you want them for? Even if I could get them for you, you can't bring them back anyway. Adam was surprised. I knew you'd have a way. They will only be used within White Eagle country, rest assured, just as a collection. Kendrick smiled. Indeed, a gang like Toad Gang had hidden purchase channels. Alright, since you asked, I'll try. How much do you need? After hesitating for a moment, Adam finally agreed. 20 AK-47s, 50,000 bullets, 80 grenades, 20 handguns, as many bullets as you can get. Also, sniper rifles, as many as you can get. Kendrick was well prepared. Do you plan to rob banks? Or disrupt the presidential election? So much stuff, enough to equip a small army. Our entire Toad Gang doesn't have this much. Adam nearly choked. I'll pay for it. Besides, I'll upgrade your Toad Gang's gear. Kendrick smiled slightly. When they first met the Toad Gang, it was a 0-yuan shopping spree scene. It also indicated that although the Toad Gang had many members, it was a poor gang. As long as there was a channel, it was merely a matter of money. You're paying? Really? Adam raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. There's 2 million White Eagle dollars here. How long will it take? Kendrick handed over a card. Within 7 days. Before I return home, I'll make sure this is sorted out for you. Adam took the card. Don't let Melody know about this. Kendrick nodded toward Melody, who was mixing drinks. Understood. How can she be involved in such messy things? Those damn Brothers Alliance have given us trouble before. This time we can get rid of them. I've put up with them for too long. Adam seemed excited. What should I not know? Melody suddenly appeared. Nothing much. Discussing what to bring home. Adam said hurriedly. To him, Melody was like his own daughter, pampered and adored. These few days I'll take you two around well. Jimmy. Tom. Adam called out to the outside. A few big black men walked in. Melody instinctively stood up and hid behind Kendrick. What's going on? Adam noticed Melody's expression. Those who speak out, their tongues will be cut off. Those who lay hands on us, their fingers will be chopped off. Immediately. Adam said calmly. The faces of the big black men immediately paled. But looking at Adam, they instantly went out, followed by a series of screams from outside. No way. That's how it is living outside. Adam shrugged. Kendrick wasn't surprised at all. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Kendrick's phone rang. It was Adelard calling. Mr. Chun, something's not good. One of our warehouses has been robbed. Adelard said anxiously. Robbed? By whom? Did you report it to the police? Kendrick was somewhat surprised. It should be a local gang. Our warehouse is in the territory of Brothers Alliance, and they've been demanding protection fees before. It's my fault. I'm heading there now. I'm reporting to you first, and I'll keep you updated with any further news. Adelard explained. Send me the address. I'll come along too. Kendrick asked Adelard for the address. Was it robbed by Brothers Alliance? Come on, let me go with you to check it out. Adelard, listening on the side, walked out with Kendrick. Chapter 287. I am Boris's Turner. At the McCallum Port warehouse, several police cars were parked there, and uniformed officers were bustling in and out. What happened? Kendrick and his group ran over. Mr. Chin. A few days ago, someone from Brothers Alliance came to me, saying that their territory had expanded, and now our warehouse's location falls under their turf. They asked us for protection money. At that time, I called the police, who took a few of them away. I plan to discuss this with you at tomorrow morning's meeting, but I didn't expect them to act tonight. A large portion of the goods in our warehouse was stolen. It's all my fault. I was too careless, not expecting these gangs to be so bold. Adelard blamed himself as he spoke to Kendrick. How do you know it was definitely done by the Brothers Alliance? Adam stepped forward and asked. I received a call from Brothers Alliance tonight, saying it was a warning to me. At first, I didn't understand when I answered the call, but soon after hanging up, I heard the warehouse was being robbed. That's when I knew it was the Brothers Alliance who did it. Although Adelard didn't know who Adam was, he had come along with Kendrick just now, so they should be quite familiar. It's okay. This isn't your fault. Since we've reported it to the police, let's follow their procedures. Kendrick said to Adelard. Boris, even if we report it to the police, there won't be much use. Leave it to me. I know where their Brothers Alliance warehouse is. All those things can only be piled up there. Adam patted Kendrick on the shoulder from behind. Mr. Chun, who is this? Adelard asked in surprise. I am the leader of the Toad Gang, Adam. Boris's uncle. Adam introduced himself. Ah. Adelard was utterly bewildered. Toad Gang? Milton? Adam? Boris? Turner? Each term seemed fine individually, but put together, it sounded bizarre. Moreover, this was only Mr. Chin's second visit to Florida. How could he be familiar with this Toad Gang leader? What do you plan to do? Kendrick asked Adam. Turner, are we going to have a showdown? Just like one of those American action movies? Melody chimed in. To be honest, the Toad Gang and the Brothers Alliance have never gotten along. Recently, the Brothers Alliance has acquired many weapons, expanding their territory aggressively. I've always followed your grandfather's teaching to yield a bit in everything, but they've become more and more arrogant. Now that this incident involves Boris's stuff, old and new grievances will be settled together. Adam said coldly. Exactly. Why should they bully us? Beat them up. Turner, I haven't seen you fight in a long time. Melody laughed. Foolish girl, this fight won't work. Didn't Boris give the money? I'm going to get some equipment ready. Expect this batch of goods to be returned. If I can't do it, I've wasted my years in this country. Adam revved the engine, and the car roared off. 2 days later, Kendrick was preparing to accompany Melody to watch a game at the Miami Heat's home court, but he received a call from Adelard. Mr. Chun, the lost goods have been sent back by Mr. Enrique's people. This Mr. Enrique is truly remarkable. I saw news reports about several gangs having a showdown, but details were unclear. Do you think I should express gratitude? Adelard asked. You don't need to be involved in this matter. I'll handle it. On this side of America, you deal with surface matters. Don't get involved in these messy affairs. Call the police if anything happens. Kendrick instructed Adelard. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Adelard sincerely thanked Kendrick. He really couldn't deal with such matters. Go enjoy the game first. I need to find Turner Enrique for something. I'll pick you up after the game ends. After dropping Melody off at the stadium, Kendrick went to find Adam. Boris, thrilling, absolutely thrilling. An eye for an eye. As soon as Kendrick walked in, Adam grinned and pulled him inside. What happened? I heard you guys had a showdown. Were there any casualties? Kendrick asked Adam. What casualties? With the money you gave me, I bought a batch of new weapons and raided several of their spots. Come on, those few outdated guns they have, what can they do? Adam gestured for Kendrick to sit down. Who would have thought this kind of freedom exists here? In China, I wouldn't even dare to imagine this. Kendrick found it hard to believe. Freedom? Freedom, my grandma. That's for the locals here, those white people. Look at the rest, forget it. This white eagle country, chaos is good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rise through sheer fists and legs. Adam rolled his eyes. Indeed. Kendrick nodded. These weapons are top-notch, easy to operate and handle. I've already contacted them. 3 days later, we'll complete the transaction. Seeing how quick we pay, they've lowered the price significantly. The quantity is even more than what we ordered. When you want to transport them somewhere, just tell me, and I'll send them over right after the deal. Adam told Kendrick. Listening to Adam, Kendrick started to worry. He had only intended to ask Adam about the channels, but didn't expect it to work out so quickly. He certainly couldn't bring these weapons back home. Selling weapons would get him arrested once he returned. But where could he store so many weapons? Ship them to Adelard's warehouse and then box them up to send away? Wouldn't that blow up in his face? If he reported it to the police, it would confirm the existence of aliens in Area 51 of this White Eagle country. I'll go with you, Kendrick said. He'd figure things out once there. Worst case, he could send Adam away first. Why would you come? The deal will take place at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. And it's midnight. Adam explained. I'll go to gain some experience. We might need more in the future. Kendrick smiled. All right, I'll pick you up in 3 days. Adam agreed. Buying such weapons posed no risk. He was very cautious and hadn't leaked any information. There's some money here. Share it among the injured brothers. Kendrick put a card on the table. Oh no, you don't. You're slapping my face, huh? You already paid for the action. How can you give me more money? Don't mention money between us. Adam pushed the card back. It's your share of the profits. What, do you think I work for free without pay? Kendrick grinned. Share of the profits? Adam was puzzled. Yeah, didn't we sign a contract giving you part of the company shares here? Quarterly dividends, consider it in advance. The contract clearly states that. Kendrick said. Is that so? I didn't check. Adam widened his eyes. Fine, if you don't want it, then never mind. Anyway, it's our own business. You brought the team back, you should be compensated. Kendrick made a move to take back the card. Hey, put the card down. For years, the brothers have followed me through thick and thin. It's time to reward them properly. Wait for my message, we'll move in 3 days. Adam took the card back with a smile. Chapter 288. Caught red-handed? At the Brothers Alliance headquarters. F***CK. How can the Toad Gang, usually poor as hell, suddenly have money to buy equipment? We lost a lot this time. Not only many brothers but also the goods we barely managed to snatch. We were planning to blackmail that company for a fortune, yet they were taken by the Toad Gang. This humiliation can't be swallowed easily. A tall black man waved his arms frantically. The other arm hung in a sling. This man was the leader of the Brothers Alliance, Chris. Boss, I heard the leader of the Toad Gang recently got a sum of money from somewhere and bought a batch of firearms. A short black man stepped forward and said, Gaylord, how do you know that? Chris asked. They used the same channel as us to purchase arms. That's the place we've slipped through together before. I heard that 3 days later, the Toad Gang plans to buy even more firearms. Gaylord advanced and continued. What did you say? More purchases after 3 days? Are they aiming to wipe us out entirely? They can't get away with this. Chris abruptly stood up. Relax, boss. I know their trading location. If we ambush ahead of schedule, we will definitely catch them off guard. Gaylord suggested. What kind of firearms are they buying next? Chris asked. Heard it's AK-47s, pistols, sniper rifles, and so on. They're going to transport bullets by truckloads. Gaylord gestured. Do we have anything? Just those few fire sticks? Are you a mole for the Toad Gang? We're going to ambush them? They're dealing with firearms. Ambush my ***. We'd be shooting targets for them. Chris kicked Gaylord. What should we do then? If the Toad Gang gets so many weapons again, our Brothers Alliance will be wiped out. Gaylord's face was full of worry. Humph. Am I going to let them succeed easily? The FBI is targeting arms dealers aggressively. I have a plan. Chris said with a cold laugh. 3 days later, Grove Forest. An abandoned warehouse. What great stuff. How did they manage to get so many weapons? Kendrick looked at the firearms inside the boxes in front of him, amazed. The variety of weapons was astounding. To showcase their power to Kendrick, they brought various types of weapons. Bullets were weighed by the kilogram. The eagle-headed country loves getting involved in matters. Wherever there's war, they will meddle. With wars everywhere, it's easy to obtain these things. Military equipment updates so fast, There are always channels within the eagle-headed country's military. I've heard some hints before. Aiden explained to Kendrick. So that's it. You help inspect the goods, and I'll give it a try too. Kendrick nodded and picked up an AK-47 to test. He was skilled with such weapons while playing CS, but when handling real ones, he couldn't even hold down the muzzle. This was still the relatively mild AK. If changed to another type, his arm would likely be numbed. While Kendrick and others were inspecting the goods, several figures were quietly approaching outside the mangrove forest. Mr. Chris, are you sure they're inside? An FBI officer asked Chris. Mr. Alf, I swear on my honor, they are definitely in there. I have accurate information. That noise earlier must be from them testing guns. Chris whispered. Great. If what you say is true, and we can dismantle this illegal arms sale organization, you will have done good work. Your brother's alliance's situation will be considered accordingly. Alf nodded. Listening to Alf's promise, Chris almost snorted bubbles of happiness. With this move, the Toad Gang will be utterly destroyed. Then his brother's alliance will become powerful. Everyone prepare. Remember, wait until their transaction is finished, don't let anyone escape. We must catch them red-handed. Alf spoke into the radio. Inside the abandoned factory, Kendrick and the others had completed the transaction. The sellers were ready to leave. Brother Chin, with all this stuff, where are you planning to store it first? If you don't have space, you can store it with me temporarily. Aiden asked Kendrick. Turner Fong, let's keep it here for now. I'll find people to transport it separately, no need to trouble you. Kendrick gave an excuse. You're keeping secrets from me, huh? Fair enough, this is serious business. I won't be involved further. But we can't delay. Although this is an abandoned factory, people still pass by during the day. It would be troublesome if we're discovered. Smuggling firearms in the eagle-headed country is a serious crime. Even I have never purchased such a large quantity of firearms before. Enrique Cu said to Kendrick. All right. Kendrick nodded. As long as Enrique Cu left first, he would use boxes to move them later. As for where they were moved to, he would make up reasons as it went. FBI. Don't move. Hands up and lie on the ground. Just then, many voices suddenly came from outside. Oh no. It's the FBI. Enrique Cu was greatly startled. At that moment, the arms dealers who were about to rush out hurriedly shut the doors of the abandoned factory. You get to the back quickly. If we are caught red-handed, it will be over. I'll go get the car. Enrique Cu said to Kendrick, rushing towards the car to prepare to take Kendrick away. Having been involved with gangs in the eagle-headed country for so many years, his instinctive reaction when encountering the FBI was to flee. In the eagle-headed country, if you ran, they probably wouldn't find you. If you didn't run, you could face hundreds of years in prison. Upon hearing the commotion outside, not only were there police cars, but likely aircraft in the sky too. Trying to escape by car was definitely unreliable. After calming down, Kendrick simply carried the box and dived into the pile of weapons. Before Enrique Cu's car reached Kendrick, the FBI broke through the window and stormed in. Those who tried to resist were immediately subdued. Enrique Cu was also dragged out of the car. Kendrick threw the last few guns into the box and walked out with his hands up. Ah, it's over. This time, I really got you involved. I was so cautious. How did we get targeted? Enrique Cu looked at the situation and felt regretful. Don't worry. Tell these people that we weren't dealing firearms. I have a plan. Kendrick said to Enrique Cu in Longuoese. It's no use. The firearms are all piled inside. If we are caught red-handed, the more we argue, the harsher our sentence will be. Enrique Cu was confused. Just as he was about to ask, he was taken away by the FBI. Ha ha ha. Toad gang leader? A Longuoese? Didn't expect that, did you? Now you're finished, right? Chris, with his arm in a sling, approached Enrique Cu provocatively. Chris? You orchestrated all this? Enrique Cu was shocked. So what if I did? Worry about yourself instead. I'm about to take action against your Toad gang, and you won't get to see it. Caught red-handed, you're staying in there. Chris said with a cold laugh. Take all the firearms out, photograph and document everything. Alf instructed his FBI subordinates. Captain, no firearms were found inside. One of the FBI agents reported at that moment. Chapter 289. Speaking of which, have you heard of Area 51? What? No weapons found? This can't be. Darren's face was full of disbelief as he followed the man inside. Chris also felt a bit bewildered when he heard this and hurriedly followed behind. The FBI searched the abandoned factory in circles, but saw no weapons at all. What's going on here? Weren't you saying they were dealing weapons here? Darren asked Chris. Of course, or why would they be here in the middle of the night? I just heard them testing guns with bangs a moment ago. They must have hidden them. Go ask them. Chris hurriedly said. Where did you hide the weapons? Darren came to Adam and his companions and asked. What weapons? Sir, what are you talking about? We agreed to stargaze here at night. Is that illegal? Adam asked innocently. Stargazing? Are you fooling who? These people are arms dealers. Confess where you've hidden your weapons. Chris shouted on the side. Don't talk nonsense. Who is an arms dealer? I carry a gun, but I have a license. We came here with Mr. Enrique for stargazing. Now it's acknowledged by law. Without evidence, we'll be sued by lawyers later. I find Chris pretty capable. There's an ancient saying in Donghua, China, called using someone else's knife to kill. Your Brotherhood Alliance was previously beaten up by Toad Gang. Did you want to use our FBI's hands to deal with them? Brotherhood Alliance, wait for it. Retreat. Darren looked at Chris angrily. That's not right. There were definitely weapons. How did they suddenly vanish? Did aliens come? Chris was stunned. Chris, right? Brotherhood Alliance, right? You told the cops, right? Were you the one who brought the cops here? As soon as the FBI left, Chris was surrounded by the arms dealers and Toad Gang members. Just hold on. Listen to my explanation. Even if I die, let me die knowing the reason. You guys were dealing weapons here. So where did you hide those weapons? Chris shouted loudly. Yeah, Chin little brother, honestly speaking, we're puzzled too. Those weapons were just piled up here. How did they vanish suddenly? Adam also looked confused. Then I won't conceal it anymore. Was I buying these weapons for myself? No way. I'm here in the Whitehead Eagle country, USA, for business. It's unnecessary for me to get so many weapons, isn't it? Kendrick said. Yeah, I was wondering that on the way. Adam nodded. Now that things have come to this, I won't pretend anymore. Speaking of which, have you heard of Area 51? These are for Area 51. They came and took them away just now. Kendrick said mysteriously. Area 51? Aliens are real? Hearing Kendrick's words, everyone's ears perked up. Yes. Oh, why are you listening so intently? Beat him. Kendrick pointed at Chris on the side, pulling Adam and walked out. Little brother Chun, was that story about Area 51 true? Were they taken away by UFOs? Otherwise, it's really hard to imagine how they could disappear in just a moment. Adam asked Kendrick while driving. Something like that. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're going back to China tomorrow. Have you bought the tickets? Kendrick changed the subject. Yes, I have. I really don't understand why you were in such a hurry. 2 more days wouldn't make a difference. You insisted on coming these 2 days earlier, making everything so rushed. I haven't even finished buying all my stuff. Adam complained. The cost of checking your luggage is several times more than the plane ticket. What did you buy? Kendrick was speechless. And you still blame me. That broken suitcase of yours, you brought it to Whitehead Eagle country. You even carried it with you for the late-night arms deal. I saw it. It was an empty box, truly incomprehensible. Adam glanced at the suitcase on the back seat. This is our family heirloom. It's a lucky box. It never leaves my side. Would we have had such good luck tonight otherwise? Kendrick smiled. All right. Whatever you say. Don't forget what you promised me. This time, accompany me home first. If my old man wants to punish me, you can't just ignore it. Adam said. Sure. But once you go back to China, what about Toad Gang? Now that Brotherhood Alliance's boss has been taken down, it's a great opportunity for your gang to grow stronger. You've finally built up some foundation. Don't let it go to waste. And what do you plan to do this time? Will you come back? Kendrick asked Adam. Chapter 290. If I had enough magic power, I could take down 100 of his enemies. Hard to say. I don't know how the old man will view me either. It's been so many years. I have no idea what he thinks. We'll just have to see how it goes. Adam waved his hand. All right. Kendrick smiled. It was only today that he learned Adam hadn't settled down in White-Headed Eagle country after all these years. Perhaps deep down, he had been waiting for this day. Shiliang, capital city. Recently, the capital has been bustling with activity. Ever since Callie received the construction blueprints of Chang'an City from Kendrick, he immediately convened artisans and laborers to start work in Chang'an. At the same time, various materials such as stone and wood were being transported to Chang'an City throughout Shiliang. Construction of Chang'an City commenced on a grand scale, but currently, the most pressing need is still manpower. After consideration, Callie decided to relocate some residents early. This would provide much-needed labor and consolidate the foundation of citizens in Chang'an. Although Chang'an City now belongs to Shiliang, just 100 miles south lies the territory of Daxia. As a capital city, there are still risks involved. Your Brett Jesty, Innes, and the others have returned, but they're all injured. Callie was reviewing the progress reports of Chang'an City when a royal guard rushed in. Injured? What happened? Bring me there. Callie was taken aback. When Innes and the others went to Daxia to eliminate Conroy, Callie arranged for them to continue monitoring Coil. How could they possibly be in danger? Could Coil have rebelled? With a puzzled expression, Callie arrived at the Imperial Medical Bureau. He saw Innes and the others wrapped up like mummies, clearly severely injured. What happened? Callie asked urgently. Your Brett Jesty, Coil planned a rebellion. Innes, with one arm slung in a sling, bowed before replying. A rebellion? Do they wish for their own death? Callie's eyes turned cold. Indeed. Your Brett Jesty, Coil used to be quite obedient, but ever since becoming emperor, he's become incredibly arrogant, completely disregarding you. One night, after getting drunk, he even boasted about making your Brett Jesty his concubine. When we heard that, we were furious. We immediately prepared to bring back Coil. But unexpectedly, all the troops in the palace surrounded us. If not for the divine artifacts given by the gods, which temporarily controlled the situation, allowing us to escape via hot air balloon, we might not have made it out alive. Innes said indignantly. That was too close. Within the imperial palace, just you few? If you really managed to capture the emperor of Daxia, his ministers would lose face. Coming back unharmed is already a great fortune. Callie was speechless. In the palace, there were at least 1,000 troops. They were 6 people who managed to escape successfully, and only suffered minor injuries? That was quite an achievement. Your Brett Jesty, with the divine artifacts granted to us by the gods, we have nothing to fear. At that moment, we had already taken Coil to the side of the hot air balloon, but because we weren't prepared in advance, it took a lot of time for the hot air balloon to ascend. The magical power in the artifacts given by the gods was exhausted. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have dared approach, and we wouldn't have lost Coil. If only we had enough magic power for the artifacts, I could have taken down 100 of his enemies. Innes lamented. At the time, there were simply too many people around. They had Coil in their grasp, but while the opposing side didn't dare launch an all-out attack, neither did they have effective means to handle the constant influx of people. They could only watch helplessly as Coil was taken back. Enough. Stop thinking about it now. Since Coil caused this trouble, he might make further moves soon. People often reveal their true intentions when drunk. Now as emperor, Coil won't be like before. Ambition is normal, especially with his lack of tact. It's understandable he acted out. I'll deal with it. Callie said to Innes. You're Brett Jesty. Give me another chance. I'll bring back Coil's head. Innes approached Callie. Yes, you're Brett Jesty. We weren't prepared last time, but it will be fine this time. Your Brett Jesty, please agree. We can't afford to return without success again. You're Bretjesty. Our wounds are nothing, ouch. The other Special Forces members also came forward pleading, but winced from the pain. You all managed to return safely. Dasha will certainly respect you. Even if we go again, it wouldn't make much difference. We might even all be lost there. Let's not underestimate the situation. No matter how powerful your Special Forces are, you can't handle too many people with just a few of you. Callie shook his head. Hearing Callie's words, Casimir and the others hung their heads. Indeed, as Callie said, although they had the armor sent by the gods, providing extremely thick defense, their offensive capabilities were severely lacking. Report. Urgent report from Chancellor Ailby. At that moment, a man rushed in hurriedly. Callie frowned. Ailby had already led many people to Chang'an City. Not long ago, he had sent word that everything was going smoothly in Chang'an. It shouldn't have prompted another messenger so soon. Coil couldn't hold back anymore. He dispatched a troop to attack our stone transport team. Recently, he has been mobilizing troops in Daxia, preparing to attack Shilyang. But from the message sent by Ailby, it seems there are many who oppose this within Daxia. It might take some time before they act, but with Coil personally controlling over 20,000 elite troops, it won't be delayed for long. Callie read the message from Ailby and said. Hearing this, Casimir and the others lowered their heads unwillingly. If they had planned more carefully, they might have secretly captured Coil, avoiding the current situation. They acted too rashly. The Emperor was right. After being thwarted last time, Coil would certainly be wary of them. Even if they went again, it wouldn't make much difference. You're Bretjesty, it's not good. There are strange noises coming from the Temple of the Gods. Clattering sounds. Suddenly, several royal guards stumbled over. What? Without waiting to ask more, Callie hurried towards the Temple of the Gods. At that moment, inside the Temple of the Gods, the ground was littered with golden bullets. Various firearms were scattered everywhere. What are these? Callie walked into the temple and was instantly stunned. Chapter 291. This thing is called AK-47. Callie picked up a bullet to examine it. She recognized this type. Kendrick had given her one before, but these bullets seemed different from hers. These bullets were bigger and sharper. There were also some long, peculiar attachments. It shared some similarities with handguns but mostly differed. So heavy. Callie lifted an AK-47. She felt it was quite a struggle holding it with both hands. Bang bang bang. Instinctively, Callie raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Some of the AK-47s were loaded and test-fired. Callie fired immediately. The recoil of the AK-47 caused her barrel to rise and shoot a row of bullets. At that moment, Casimir and others who were waiting outside suddenly heard a series of bang-bang shots. Before they could react, they noticed a line of small holes on the temple door. Casimir touched his cheek in shock. A scorched blood mark made him feel a chill down his spine. You're Bretjesty, what happened inside? Is the deity safe? Casimir's voice trembled. For some reason, he felt as if he saw two figures, one black and one white, waving at him. I'm fine, you don't need to come in. Retreat and rest for now. Callie gently placed the AK-47 on the ground. Although she didn't know what was going on, the sudden appearance of those holes made her realize something wasn't right. Kendrick had specifically warned her when he gave her the pistol treasure. Even Casimir and the Imperial Guards needed to be cautious. The experience just now, Brett Callie feel a lingering fear, so she didn't let Casimir enter immediately. Callie finally found the box among a pile of bullets. At the bottom was a voice recorder. Tracy, this time was quite rushed. I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier, so I sent the items over. These are similar to the pistol I gave you last time, even more powerful. You can eliminate multiple enemies effortlessly, but this thing is too difficult for you to control. You need to select absolutely trustworthy people from the Imperial Guards. I will equip them as celestial soldiers and generals. Kendrick said to Callie. Celestial soldiers and generals? Does that mean if Casimir and the others return, they can handle Camden's gang? Listening to Kendrick's words, Callie became instantly uplifted. White-headed Eagle Country, Florida. The next day, Brotherhood gang leader Chris, stuffed with all kinds of contraband, was dumped in front of the police station. He had a map of Brotherhood gang hideouts attached to him. Following that, the FBI conducted a large-scale sweep of the Brotherhood gang territory. Those who fled were all absorbed by Toad Gang. Toad Gang's influence grew unprecedentedly strong. To thank Kendrick for the weapons, Adam even made Kendrick the second in command of Toad Gang, saying family wealth shouldn't go outside. This left Kendrick both amused and bemused. After hurriedly meeting with a group of Toad Gang elders, he boarded a flight back home with Adam. The trip to the white-headed Eagle Country exceeded Kendrick's expectations. The amount of arms acquired was even greater than imagined. Trade companies' issues were also resolved. Additionally, unexpectedly becoming the second in command meant less trouble for Trade Company in the future. Furthermore, using Area 51, he managed to fool the arms dealers. They eagerly followed up, wanting Kendrick to help them establish contact with aliens to open the alien weapon market. The upside was that future arms trading channels were now completely open. If Kendrick wanted, any quantity or type could be arranged. The downside was that he would have to keep thinking of reasons to deceive them. In short, pros outweighed cons. The plane landed smoothly. Just off the plane, Adam anxiously grabbed Kendrick. Brother Chen, you promised. If my father kicks me out, you have to take me in. And if he breaks my legs, you can't leave me hanging. Adam said to Kendrick. How could that happen? You're overthinking it. Grandfather wouldn't do that. Kendrick laughed awkwardly. Don't laugh. I know well. When you meet grandfather, he won't be the same as before. At that time, Turner was young, and the two used thick sticks to fight. Both knew martial arts, and no one could stop them. The police officers who came also got beaten. Melody giggled at this. Yes, you don't understand my father. My father, Adam sighed and was pushing the luggage cart while speaking. Suddenly, he froze. Let's go. Why did you stop? Kendrick looked ahead in puzzlement and also froze. At this moment, outside the arrivals gate, Ezekiel and others were standing in a circle, and at the very center was Enrique Laoyi, the old man. Enrique Laoyi was originally seated in a wheelchair, but upon seeing Adam appear, he struggled to stand up from the wheelchair. I couldn't resist telling my father before I came back. Little Turner, please don't blame me. Melody stuck out her tongue from behind. At that moment, Adam could hardly hear Melody's voice as he stared blankly at Enrique Laoyi from afar. It had been decades since they last met. He left as a teenager, but returned as a middle-aged man. Enrique Laoyi had aged terribly. There was a rush of mixed feelings at that moment. Don't just stand there. Go on. Enrique Laoyi came to greet you personally. Kendrick patted Adam's back. Only then did Adam come back to his senses and staggered forward. An elderly man and a middle-aged man hugged each other and wept bitterly. Fortunately, such scenes were common at the airport. Dad heard you were coming back and came here early in the morning. He has been waiting for more than 4 hours here. It's good that you're back. Come, let's go home. Ezekiel smiled broadly and said, where is Kendrick? Ezekiel was about to thank Kendrick, but turned around only to find him gone. He saw grandfather come to welcome us and knew there was nothing serious, so he hurriedly went back. He saw a flight to Fatian Heisher that was about to take off and left quietly just now. Melody pouted and said, this time it was all thanks to Kendrick. If it were someone else, they would have tried to take credit, but he just slipped away. That boy Kendrick, I didn't misjudge him after all. We owe him too much. Igua, you know what to do. Listening to Melody, Enrique Laoyi turned to Ezekiel and said, Dad, rest assured, from now on, whatever belongs to my Enrique family will be Kendrick's, and I will arrange it slowly. Ezekiel nodded. Before returning to the country, they had already learned many things about Adam from Melody, including the fact that he had no descendants after living in white-headed eagle country for so many years. Even if he wanted one now, it would take time for them to grow up, which Enrique Laoyi might not see anymore. The entire third generation of the Enrique family consisted only of Melody. This time, in Enrique Laoyi's eyes, bringing Adam back from white-headed eagle country made up for his only regret in life. This favor could not be replaced by money. Kendrick was unaware of all this. He had already boarded the plane flying back to Tianhai City. After getting off the plane and collecting his suitcase, Kendrick received the voice recorder sent by Callie. He learned about Casimir and others being injured. Callie had already screened a batch of reliable Imperial guards. Kendrick needed to get back as soon as possible to build a modernly equipped special squad. That damned Emperor of Daxia, Camden, dared to covet my woman? He must die. Chapter 292. Let the bullets fly for a while. Shiliang. In front of Callie stood 30-odd people. Last time, after Casimir and the 5 others were selected, it was a significant blow to the rest. While they weren't exactly just getting by, as members of the Imperial Guard, the most unique military unit in Shiliang, they had no clear goals. But the failure last time spurred each one of them on. After Casimir and the others took action, the remaining people started training fervently. The selection criteria for entering the Imperial Guard were quite stringent to begin with. All were skilled in martial arts and came from traditions. Inspired by shame, their recent training has rapidly improved them. This is a magical weapon specially sent by the deity. It's called AK-47. With one of these in your hand, even if there are 100 or 200 people before you, you can take them down effortlessly. Callie picked up an AK-47 and explained to everyone. What? Listening to Callie's description, everyone's eyes widened. Does that mean one person can fight 100? Is that true? This thing seems so tough. Are you dumb? This is a magic weapon, not something you wield like a club. Everyone looked curiously at the AK in front of them. Casimir, did you understand all the operation procedures the deity explained to you? Come and demonstrate. Callie turned to look at Casimir. Yes. I've become familiar with all the steps the deity instructed. Bring out the wooden dummies. Casimir stepped forward with his chest puffed out, waving his hand behind him. Soon enough, many people carried over 100 wooden dummies and placed them densely on the ground. Everyone, pay attention. There are 200 wooden dummies here. We will now imagine them as enemies coming towards me. What should be done at this moment? Casimir approached the wooden dummies. The Imperial Guards stared at the numerous wooden dummies, feeling their scalps tingle. Facing 200 real people would be daunting, but even 200 wooden dummies split in half. What happened? That sound was huge. My ears are ringing. If I had this, wouldn't I be invincible? All eyes sparkled with excitement. Edric Ergo, Lee Bretonswong, Han, Elliot, all those whose names were called, stepped forward. Casimir glanced at Callie and said, yes. Those names stepped forward. Each person receives an AK-47 magical weapon and 10 magazines for practice. First collect the weapons, then receive bullets after the concentrated training ends. Callie addressed everyone. Soon, each person had an AK in hand. These burly men cradled the AKs carefully as if holding precious infants, afraid of damaging them. You're Brett Jesty? The few who hadn't been called watched Callie with pleading eyes, nearly crying. This is called a sniper rifle. It's another type of magical weapon sent by the deity. From hundreds of yards away, it can easily claim lives. Callie picked up a sniper rifle. Hundreds of yards? Their eyes widened. Currently, their bows had a range of only a few dozen yards. Even the crossbows previously sent by the deity could only reach around 100 yards at most. Could this magical weapon really have a range of hundreds of yards? Casimir, demonstrate for them. Callie handed the sniper rifle to Casimir. Go ahead, take the wooden dummy over there. Place it as far away as possible. Casimir was already prepared. Soon, a wooden dummy was placed at a distance that was out of everyone's clear sight. From where everyone stood, they could only vaguely see something in the distance. A slight smile crept onto Casimir's lips as he raised the sniper rifle. He followed the method the deity had taught him, aiming through the scope, focusing, squeezing the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, everyone's eyes turned towards the distant wooden dummy. But nothing happened. What's going on? The wooden dummy is still there. I didn't see wrong, did I? It's still there. I was staring at it the whole time, and nothing happened. Did anything happen? Everyone was bewildered. Don't rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. Casimir was very confident. In the scope, he had aimed perfectly. The wooden dummy's head was exactly aligned with the crosshair the deity had mentioned. Perhaps this divine treasure works like that. Everyone craned their necks to watch. After what felt like the duration of a cup of tea, their eyes were dry from staring. Something's not right. Send someone to check. Callie was also puzzled. Soon, one of the Imperial guards ran back. Your Majesty, the wooden dummy isn't damaged at all. But next to the wooden dummy, there's now a hole in the wall. The Imperial guard explained to everyone. Chapter 293, Turn the Tables. One more hole. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged puzzled glances and rushed to where the wooden figure was placed. Sure enough, the wooden figure stood intact there. But beside the wooden figure, on the wall, a bowl-sized hole had appeared, with cracks radiating around it. What's going on here? Could it be off target? Everyone started discussing. It shouldn't be. I aimed very accurately just now. How could it miss? Casimir scratched his head. The deity once said that this kind of magical treasure called a sniper rifle requires talent and arduous training. The farther the distance, the truer this is. Callie spoke from the side. In that case, wouldn't a bow and arrow be better? Yes, at a long distance, we can't hit anything, and at close range, a bow and arrow seemed to be more suitable. People began to chatter among themselves. It's definitely the bullet from just now. At this moment, Casimir was poking inside the nearby hole. A long bullet tip was poked out by Casimir. Your Majesty, shall we ask the deity if the magical treasure has any problems? Crack. Boom. As Casimir was speaking, there came a cracking sound from the wall. After Casimir pulled out the bullet casing, half of the wall suddenly collapsed. Casimir forced the remaining half-sentence back down his throat. All eyes were wide open, staring dumbfounded at the collapsed wall, their jaws almost hitting the ground. Even Callie was somewhat stunned, looking in disbelief. I shot it. Although it was off target just now, it's indeed done by the deity's magical treasure. Casimir was the first to react, hopping and shouting. Thank you, your Majesty. Thank you, deity. Seeing this situation, the remaining people hurriedly knelt before Callie. Just moments ago, they were still complaining about the magical treasure given by the deity. They even thought of replacing it with bows and arrows? Wasn't this a joke? Even if they snapped the bowstrings, it would be absolutely impossible to knock down a wall. The magical treasures bestowed by the deity naturally exceed our imagination. You must not doubt them. Furthermore, the deity said that this kind of magical treasure needs extensive practice to fully exploit its potential. For this operation, you don't need to participate for now. The deity provided plenty of ammunition, and if you still can't master using the sniper rifle, do not blame me if I am not lenient. Callie said to the few people. Yes. Please rest assured, your Majesty. The people replied quickly. In addition, listen carefully all of you. The deity added prohibitions into these magical treasures. They can only be used against the enemies of Xiliang. Whoever uses it against us or even thinks about it, the deity will know immediately and punish them. At that time, even I cannot save you. Callie concluded, addressing everyone. This time, Kendrick not only sent these things to Callie, but also emphasized this point. He even considered using this opportunity to set an example. But currently, the Imperial guards were still trustworthy. Yes. Hearing that these magical treasures had divine restrictions, everyone respectfully knelt down. Indeed, such powerful magical treasures bestowed by the deity. Naturally, there would be restrictions. The consequences of offending the deity are unimaginably terrifying. Great. Since it's like this, get familiar with the use of the magical treasures as soon as possible. With the enhancement of the deity's magical treasure, the Special Forces' insufficient firepower issue is thoroughly resolved. We can start preparing for the previous plan. Callie said indifferently. Back then, holding on to Camden was due to him being obedient and compliant. But now that he has become an emperor and changed, it was unnecessary to keep him around. Mercy towards him was based on mutual benefits. Without benefits, everything loses meaning. Yes. Listening to Callie's words, Casimir and others stared excitedly. Disya? Huh? Camden? Huh? You're impressive, huh? Sending over 1,000 pieces. The Annette of Xiliang was known for her kindness. She might let it go considering Camden's humble attitude in seeking reconciliation. From then on, Disya could develop well as a vassal state of Xiliang in these turbulent times. The other faction thought that begging for mercy was worse than attacking. Better to strike early rather than later. Strike before Xiliang fully reacts. So what if Xiliang is blessed by a deity? Didn't those Imperial guards still get wounded by us at the time? Initially, Camden was also uncertain. But when those who advocated for peace kept shouting to quickly apologize to the Annette of Xiliang, Camden grew furious. She was an Annette, and so was he. Besides, he was a man. How could he possibly beg a woman? Upon further consideration, Camden noticed that quite a few supporters of his elder brother Conroy were among those advocating peace. This made Camden extremely dissatisfied. Whoever dared to mention peace again would be severely punished. However, during court today, several old ministers who clearly didn't have a clue carried coffins in to advise him. It put Camden in a very awkward position. Camden finally erupted in anger. Is there anyone else opposing? Camden slowly stood up. Everyone lowered their heads. Himph. Starting now, prepare to attack Disya. Begin with Chang'an City. I've heard they brought a lot of resources from Xiliang and are expanding Chang'an City. Just right. After they finish building, Chang'an City will belong to us. Camden thought happily. Your Majesty, last time those Xiliang people escaped. I'm worried they might sneak in just like before. For this, I have a plan. At this moment, a minister stepped forward and said, tell me more. Camden instantly became interested. After being quietly infiltrated by Casimir and others in the palace, Camden had been quite fearful. That's why he later stationed thousands of soldiers within the palace. They said before leaving that they would definitely return. Your Majesty, let's use their plan against them. The minister suggested. Chapter 294. So you're Camden? Turning their own trick against them? You mean deliberately lure them in? Camden's eyes lit up. Exactly. We can intentionally spread the word that all our palace guards have been withdrawn, then let them sneak into the palace and hide. Once they come again, we'll surround them with thousands of men. Even if they use that ice-spraying fiery stuff like last time. With so many of us, a mouthful of spit from each could drown them. These people are aided by deities and must be very important to the Annette of Shiliang. We can use their lives as leverage at that time. The person said to Camden. Good, good, good. Camden exclaimed 3 goods in a row, clapping his hands in excitement. Report. Your Majesty. Bad news has come. At this moment, a man rushed in anxiously. What happened? Camden glanced at the person, feeling rather annoyed. Just now, news came from Shiliang. They announced that within 7 days, they will take the head of Americ, that bastard. No, that's what they said. I didn't say that. The person stammered. Take my head? Tisk. They got lucky when they escaped last time. Do they really think they're that formidable? Follow the plan immediately. I want these people to have no return once they come here. Camden said with a cold smile. The news that a small unit from Shiliang intended to enter the capital of Daxia to kill Camden quickly spread throughout various regions. Did you hear? Shiliang is dealing with Daxia without preparing for war, just sending a small squad. Yeah, I heard it. To me, Shiliang is being too cocky. Even with divine protection, it's impossible for just a few people to assassinate the emperor of Daxia. If that were possible, how would other countries fight in the future? Indeed, I also find it hard to believe. If the gods descended and directly wiped out Daxia, I'd believe it, but just a few people? How can that happen? People of Daxia discussed this widely. Surrounding countries also sent observers to the capital of Daxia. Before Shiliang destroyed Beiwei, the other countries found it unbelievable yet still feared and believed it somewhat. After all, when the gods intervene, nothing is impossible. But this time, sending merely a dozen or so people to assassinate the emperor of Daxia, Camden, this was too absurd. It even made the rulers of other countries shudder. The gods protect nations, not individuals, and those who recognize reality will prosper. Early surrender means no divine peril. But this time, Kali was targeting an individual. If Shiliang succeeded, it would be like having a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads. Days passed. Camden grew increasingly excited. He began imagining how he would humiliate the Annette of Shiliang after capturing her people. Rumor had it that the Annette of Shiliang was the most beautiful woman in the world and half a deity. If he could one day overpower a goddess. Knock knock. Your Majesty. A rapid knocking on the door interrupted Camden's thoughts. Do you want to die? Why are you howling like a ghost at night? Camden angrily slapped the man after his pleasant thoughts were disturbed. Your Majesty, our men reported seeing a ball of fire fall from the sky outside the city walls just now. They may have arrived. The man, holding his cheek, spoke Waichit Ly. Arrived? Excellent. Immediately make arrangements. Everyone get ready. Camden became instantly excited upon hearing this. He hurriedly extinguished the candle and waited quietly in the dark. Meanwhile, outside the capital of Daxia, a group of figures were quietly approaching the city wall. They could have used a hot air balloon to fly directly into the capital and the palace, but Casimir and the others discussed it and decided against it. They felt it wasn't thrilling enough. This time, not only would they enter the Daxia palace and kill Camden, but they would also bring back his head, and they would kill their way out of the palace. To cause the biggest sensation, let everyone see what happens to those who dare to defame our Annette of Shiliang. Boss, something seems off. Since we entered the city and now inside the palace, there aren't as many soldiers and guards as expected. It feels unusual. We spread the news before. They should have increased their defenses. Could there be an ambush? A royal guard asked Casimir. Don't even think about it. There must be an ambush. But his Majesty said that this was arranged by the deities long ago. The deities have said, a true master knows there's an ambush ahead but still jumps in and ruins their plan. Besides, we've got AK-47s. Why should we fear them? I'm only worried that there won't be enough excitement with too few of them. Let's go. Casimir grinned. They quietly approached the residence of Camden. The palace was eerily empty in the dead of night. Following the rooftops, they soon arrived outside Camden's residence. But as soon as they landed, the lights inside the room suddenly turned on. In an instant, countless guards armed with large knives surged out from all sides like a flood. Ha ha ha. You fools didn't expect us to have an ambush, did you? With just the few of you, you think you can take my head? Daydreaming. Camden emerged surrounded by his men. Camden, you were lucky last time, but there will be no more accidents this time. Casimir sneered as he stepped forward. Are you crazy? Can't you see the situation clearly? I give you people one chance. Kneel down and kowtow 18 times before me, and parade through the streets cursing the Annette of Shiliang. If you do so, I might consider sparing your lives. Camden said to Casimir and the others. Boss, this idiot emperor must have been kicked by a donkey. Why waste words on him? Let's get moving. The royal guards beside Casimir couldn't hold back any longer. Yeah, talking more to this fool makes us look foolish too. Since it's like this, no more pretending. Brothers, let's bring out our weapons. Casimir raised his AK-47. Chapter 295. Am I dreaming? Draw your weapons? Draw what weapons? Camden was taken aback. Immediately after, he saw these dozen or so people each pull out a peculiar item from their arms. For some reason unknown, each of those dark openings felt chilling to the bone. Come on. All of you attack together. Capture them for me. I shall reward heavily. Camden shouted loudly, waving at everyone. In an instant, everyone charged toward Casimir and his group. First formation. Form up. Casimir bellowed loudly. These dozen people instantly formed a circle back to back. 10 people on the outer circle, 8 inside. Attack. Casimir fired first. Almost simultaneously, 10 tongues of flame spewed out in all directions. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire wasn't very conspicuous amidst the surrounding shouts, but the people rushing forward were falling to the ground one by one. Those behind didn't know what was happening at the front, only surging forward. His Bretjesti had said earlier, whoever captures or kills the people from Xiliang would be rewarded with 1,000 gold and granted noble titles. With red eyes, they rushed forward. Yet as they just reached the front, they saw the ground covered with bodies. Before they could react, everything went black before their eyes, losing consciousness. Change clips. With the trigger of Casimir's gun empty, he hurriedly called out. The 10 people in front instantly withdrew while the 8 inside came forward to take their place. The firepower was almost uninterrupted. Soldiers surged forth one after another. Casimir and his group kept changing clips. Before coming here, each person was equipped with 50 clips. Each clip held 30 rounds. That was 1,500 rounds per person. This spraying fire seemed like red-hot sickles meeting wheat, harvesting swathes at a time. After 5 rounds of clips, a wall of corpses piled up before Casimir and his group. The soldiers behind finally sensed something amiss, stopping in their tracks. They felt a chill down their backs. What's going on? We stood there. Yet our people died? What is that spitting fire thing? And what is that bang 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 sound? All involuntarily swallowed saliva, stepping back a few paces. As Camden saw the scene before him, he was so shocked. His nostrils flared out. What just happened? Why did our people die? Am I dreaming? Camden slapped himself, feeling a burning pain in his cheeks. But this pile of bodies before him was unbearably real. Camden? Aren't you the Emperor of Daxia? Weren't you boasting about being so powerful? Casimir loaded a new clip, firing bang bang bang, shots to knock down the guards beside Camden. Grinning, he approached Camden. What are you going to do? Camden stuttered backward but tripped over a dead guard, clumsily landing face first on the ground. Do what? Tie him up, break through. Casimir signaled, and 2 people bound Camden tightly, escorting him out of the palace gate. Those surrounding guards stared wide-eyed, not daring to stop them. Arriving at the palace gate, the guards there were unaware of what happened inside, initially puzzled seeing a group moving towards the gate. But when they got closer, it turned out they were escorting Camden. There are assassins. Quick, come here. Protect his Bretjesti. They hurriedly summoned others to charge up. Attack. Break through. Casimir waved at those behind him. Several tongues of flame appeared instantly. Dozens of charging men didn't even reach close before being eliminated. Camden, who was being escorted, wished he was dead. Are they even human? My people were so far away, yet you shot them down directly? Playing games? How can we fight? When we attacked your Xiliang before, we never saw you use this kind of weapon. Otherwise, why would I have attacked? Casimir's group escorted Camden straight to the city gate. Encountering patrolling troops, they simply gunned them down. Reaching under the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city also noticed the situation inside, rushing over. But with Camden being escorted at the front, they didn't dare shoot arrows randomly. Open the city gates. Spare your lives. Casimir told the guards. Nonsense. Release our emperor immediately, or you'll all die here. The general in charge said, if really captured by Xiliang, and the emperor taken hostage out of Daxia's capital, Daxia's reputation would be utterly ruined. Casimir looked at the soldiers surrounding them, completely unruffled. He knew, with Camden in hand, the opposing side didn't dare to release arrows. As long as they didn't shoot arrows, there was no risk for them at all. So there's nothing to talk about. Continue to break through. Casimir was waiting for these people's reaction. He really feared that these people would be scared and just open the city gates. After a moment, corpses lay everywhere around the city gates. The city guard officer stared disbelievingly at the blood hole in his chest armor. What is this secret weapon? It actually pierced through my... Before the general could finish his sentence, his head slumped, and he was utterly still. Let's go. This route is clear enough. Tie Camden under the hot air balloon, fly back, and let everyone see the consequences of offending our emperor. Casimir and his group came to the side of the hot air balloon, flying up while hanging Camden underneath. Had Camden ever seen such a scene? He wet his pants as soon as he left the ground, crying out all the way as he flew up. This scene stunned the citizens of Daxia, who were awakened by the commotion. And early the next morning, the corpses extending from the palace gates all the way to the city gates showed clear signs of Camden being taken away. Heaven, how is this possible? I heard only about a dozen people came. Last night they killed several thousand people in the palace. Several thousand people. How is that possible? Wouldn't that be more than 100 to 1? I didn't believe it at first either, but with the bodies dragged out, it's clear that the people of Xiliang have divine protection. I heard they came with magical treasures bestowed by the gods. What? Then isn't our great Xia doomed? Who can say otherwise? Why did our emperor unnecessarily provoke Xiliang? News spread quickly across various regions. Chapter 296, Gregory Jarrett's invitation. Ever since Camden was suspended in midair and carried away by the hot air balloon, the great Xia seemed to have lost its backbone. The first to panic were the court ministers. After the incident, they all appeared in the palace spontaneously. Looking at the corpses strewn about and the yellow casings scattered on the ground, they trembled and did not dare to breathe loudly. After all, they had all advocated for war. If the deities blamed them, their fate would likely be no better than these people. Following Camden's abduction, the ministers who were beaten half dead by Camden were once again carried back. Gentlemen, the best course of action now is to immediately send someone to seek peace with Xiliang. We must place all blame on Emperor Camden. Only then do we have a sliver of hope to survive. Otherwise, we're all doomed, said an elderly minister lying on a cushion. But minister son, what if? What if? The pro-war ministers exchanged glances. If they were sent to seek peace with Xiliang and Camden exposed the truth, they might never return. Since this is the case, then I will make the trip myself. But since it is for peace talks, we should prepare some gold, silver, and jewels. The quantity must be substantial. The old man thought for a moment. That's reasonable. We shall certainly prepare. The pro-war faction sighed in relief upon hearing that someone was willing to take charge. Beiyuan, capital city, Changli. Emperor Shan of Beiyuan frowned as he listened to the spy's report. At that time, Carrie and his dozen or so comrades wreaked havoc in the capital of Great Xia and took off with Emeric tied up, all witnessed by the spies sent by Beiyuan. They reported back to Ishan as soon as possible. Are you sure that only a dozen or so people from Shiliang arrived? And they directly entered the palace and took away Camden? What about Camden's guards? And the city troops? Ishan found it hard to believe what he heard. Yes. All this was seen by my own eyes. After we infiltrated the capital of Great Xia, we kept vigil every night. When those dozen or so people from Shiliang killed their way out with Camden, we were all witnesses. They brought Camden from Ponglai East Road all the way to the South Gate. The troops inside the city couldn't do anything to those dozen or so people. The city gates were closed, and quite a few people gathered there. But after a series of bangs, all those people were dead, the spy explained to Ishan. A short while ago, Shiliang has been constantly rebuilding in Chang'an City. It is rumored that they plan to make Chang'an the capital of Shiliang, intending to relocate the capital next year on the second day of the second month. This move by Shiliang is probably not just aimed at Great Xia, but at unifying the world. Annette Regnant of Shiliang doesn't confine herself to the north, but unifying the north is the foundation, Ishan said, frowning. Your Majesty, Shiliang has divine protection and has successively taken over Beiwu and Great Xia. Our confrontation with Shiliang would be like throwing eggs at a stone. In my opinion, it's better to surrender to Shiliang voluntarily. Perhaps Shiliang might still grant us a place. At this moment, a minister stepped forward. Exactly. What Minister Zhang said makes sense. Rather than waiting to be eliminated by Shiliang, it's better to actively join them. That's true. If we act voluntarily, our status in the court of Shiliang would surely be higher than if we were defeated. Now is a good opportunity. Hearing those words, the ministers began discussing amongst themselves. In fact, they had already been thinking about this. It was just that they didn't dare to speak before. Now that someone had spoken up, discussions immediately started. Listening to the ministers' discussion, Ishan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. After all, he was the emperor. Though he knew they couldn't win, he would cling to any hope, no matter how small. After all, once he surrendered to Shiliang, other ministers might find refuge, but he absolutely wouldn't. Ishan wasn't as impulsive as Camden. Given that all officials in the court had intentions to join Shiliang, even as the emperor, he could not insist rigidly. If his subordinates rebelled, quietly taking off his head and delivering it to Shiliang, things would go wrong. But if he agreed, he couldn't handle the current situation either. Report. Your Majesty, the Southern Dynasty has sent a national letter. This time, a guard rushed in. Southern Dynasty? And Cell? What does he want? Ishan was taken aback. Recently, the Southern Dynasty, Gregory Jarrett, gradually ceased its internal strife and showed signs of unification. Furthermore, it continually probed northward, indicating clear intentions for a northern campaign. This time, could it be attempting to exploit the chaos? After reading Incel's national letter, Ishan finally relaxed. Emperor Incel of the Gregory Jarrett sincerely invites your Majesty and the ruler of Western Qin, Chifu Chidan, to discuss matters concerning the united resistance against Shiliang. What do you all think? Ishan asked everyone. Gregory Jarrett wants to join forces with us to resist Shiliang? This could be a possibility. Yes, Gregory Jarrett has developed over such a long period. Its strength is far from what it used to be. Gregory Jarrett has a strong military force and a legitimate claim. If we can unite with them, perhaps even Shiliang wouldn't necessarily have the advantage. Perhaps, but Shiliang has the gods on its side. If they get angry, no matter how many people we have, it would be useless. Everyone voiced their opinions. Clearly, Gregory Jarrett's initiative was also a pretty good choice for everyone. I've made up my mind. I'll depart immediately to the Gregory Jarrett to discuss the united front against Shiliang. Without waiting for the rest of the discussion, Ishan stood up and said, this invitation from Incel had given him a fine opportunity. Shiliang. When Camden was brought back bound, his pants were already soaked through. His body was covered in marks and his clothes torn to rags. While flying back, Carrie and the others overlooked the altitude while passing through a forest, leading to Camden's miserable screams as branches scraped at him. Only then did Carrie and the others notice Camden being painfully scratched by branches. Carrie and the others were instantly delighted. Every time they flew over a forest, they would lower the hot air balloon to let Camden come into intimate contact with the tree branches. By the time they arrived back in the capital of Shiliang, Camden looked no different from a beggar. Take him away first. Spread the word that Emperor Camden of the Great Xia has been captured alive by our Shiliang. Callie calmly instructed. Camden was not like Bliss. He lacked depth, so defeating him felt less rewarding. Prime Minister Jarrett, why does his Majesty seem unhappy? Who upset the Emperor? Carrie quietly asked Jarrett. The Southern Dynasty Gregory Jarrett has been making moves. It's rumored they plan to ally with several countries for a northern campaign, jointly resisting our Shiliang. His Majesty is worrying about this matter. Jarrett explained to Carrie. Chapter 297. Eldest brother Wu is a big bluffer. Isn't this courting death? Casimir was nonchalant. Hard to say. Gregory Jarrett has almost unified the southern region, with troops numbering over 1 million. Besides, they claim legitimacy. If we ally with other states, it would be quite troublesome. Our Shiliang needs time for the livelihoods in various regions to recover, and preparations for moving our capital city are still in chaos. Don't be fooled. Although Shiliang's territory is on par with Gregory Jarrett, our actual control and military strength fall short. LB shook his head. Your Majesty, I request permission to fight. To go take the head of the Emperor of Gregory Jarrett. Hearing this, Casimir immediately knelt down and pleaded. You may rise. This isn't an issue that can be resolved by you killing Incel. With Incel allied with several other nations, even if he's eliminated, it would benefit the others. Moreover, such tactics are only effective against Xia, but not through legitimate means. Callie waved his hand. Your Majesty, even so, we have divine assistance and should not fear them. Casimir said to Callie. While our matters indeed involve the divine, remember, divinity is our last resort, not a tool to be used. Callie sternly warned Casimir and the others. Listening to Callie's words, Casimir and his comrades knelt en masse, sweating profusely. Callie's words hit home. Treating divinity as a tool or weapon was something they feared deeply. The idea of it was far too dangerous. Please forgive us, your Majesty. Divine pardon us. They repeatedly kowtowed. Now things have come to this, Shiliang cannot avoid conflict any longer. We must unify under heaven, and sooner or later, we will face these challenges. The timing will never align perfectly for us. If they seek war, then let there be war. Before our relocation on the second day of the second month, crush those allied enemies thoroughly. It will make the move worthwhile. Callie slowly stood up. Yes. Everyone felt a surge of determination. Even without direct divine intervention, after prolonged development, Shiliang had amassed substantial strength from continuous warfare. Perhaps we needn't fear them after all. Tianhai City. Since Raphael became the sales director, the business operations under Kendrick's few companies flourished significantly. Raphael had two major advantages in business. Firstly, leveraging connections. Secondly, a thick skin. Using Kendrick's relations with key leaders in relevant departments, Raphael quickly controlled many downstream companies. Though industries might have barriers, interactions between top-level executives were often smooth. For instance, the food factory. Through Raphael's boasting, Kendrick obtained the supply qualifications for several large supermarkets across Tianhai City. Initially, Kendrick only had a small food processing plant and production line. This forced Kendrick to urgently acquire several large food factories overnight. While costs increased, the expected profits became visible. General Brett Major Chun, here is my 3-year market plan for the company. Given how things are now, I'm very confident. Raphael respectfully stood beside Kendrick, explaining the details of his plan. Proceed boldly. But remember not to play tricks like tax evasion or anything similar. Kendrick reminded Raphael. Rest assured. I understand. Our company is one of the largest taxpayers in Tianhai City, and many projects come from recommendations at high levels. There are already plenty of people scrutinizing us. A misstep would be disastrous. Raphael quickly responded. Good. As long as you understand. Kendrick nodded, satisfied with Raphael's insight. Knock knock. General Brett Major Chun. Something has happened. Suddenly, Farron rushed in, visibly panicked. What's wrong? Take your time. Kendrick was surprised. Farron usually maintained decorum, always waiting for Kendrick's invitation before entering the office. But today, Farron entered immediately after knocking, which was unusual. The scenic area had an incident. Farron explained. Incident? Tell me more. Please sit down. Raphael, please carry on. Kendrick gestured for Farron to sit and motioned for Raphael to leave. After setting up the scenic area as you instructed, we didn't restrict entry too much. As a result, some adventure-loving hikers went in to climb the mountains and then went missing. At first, it wasn't a big deal. After the firefighters rescued them, everything was fine. But a few days later, news came out that they found antique fragments inside the scenic area. When appraised at the antique market, they were confirmed as genuine antiques. Then many people entered our scenic area looking for treasure, and we couldn't stop them. Now all kinds of rumors are spreading, saying there are not only numerous treasures, but also lots of herbs in the scenic area. My good brother is now offering a high price to buy back the scenic area. He's driving me crazy with this, Farron said helplessly. That's what happened? Kendrick was taken aback. Yes. You secretly moved in so much stuff just a few months ago, and now everyone knows about it. If I had known, I should have strictly restricted entry and surrounded the place with barbed wire. Farron was somewhat annoyed. This is actually a good thing. What did your good brother say he would pay to buy it back? Kendrick asked with a smile. Farron naturally didn't know his intention, but Kendrick wanted this news to spread. This way, everyone would know that all the antiques, herbs, and minerals he had were from inside this scenic area. If they didn't find anything, it must be because he had already taken it all. With this reasonable explanation, everything would be simpler. He said 100 million yuan. Farron was speechless. No, didn't you say he was so poor he was selling fruit? And owed a huge amount of debt? Kendrick widened his eyes. Mr. Chun, it's my fault. I was tricked by that bad brother. He wasn't short on money but pretended to be. Selling fruit on the street was just an act. He showed me his wife's account. It had over 100 million. This time he probably wants to buy it back to dig up antiques himself. When he approached me, he was full of regret. To me, we shouldn't sell. Why should we? What if there are really good treasures in the mountain? Farron told Kendrick. Why not sell? Sell. But listen, don't give in too easily. That good brother doesn't seem trustworthy. Increase the price. The higher we set the price, the more he will believe us. Kendrick told Farron. I get it, Mr. Chun. Don't worry. We were kind enough to repay his debts, and he kept it hidden. It makes me angry just thinking about it. I'll handle it. Farron patted his chest. Here's the deal. I'll give you 10% of all the company profits as a bonus. Don't keep calling him good brother. You're not worse off. Kendrick told Farron. Chapter 298. The heavenly way is unjust, indeed. 10% of the profits? At Kendrick's words, Bruno nearly fainted. Kendrick's company was now quite terrifying in scale. 10% of the profit was unimaginable. President Chun. I, Bruno, was originally just an old rascal. Following you is how I could step by step get to this point. I don't have much education and don't know how to speak well, but from now on, whatever you need, I will face any trial by knife or fire without a single wrinkle on my brow. Bruno knelt on one knee and spoke to Kendrick. Get up quickly. It looks like a proposal. Isn't it sickening for two big guys like us? Kendrick rolled his eyes. To him, Bruno was very useful. He was much more experienced and had helped Kendrick a lot with many things. Giving up some profits was for the long term. Besides, due to Callie's reasons. Thank you, President Chen. As for this matter, I will arrange it immediately. Bruno grinned and stood up. Ding! Kendrick's phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a notification from the surveillance system. Callie had delivered the voice recorder. Kendrick hurried home. The Gregory Jarrett alliance with multiple countries attacks Western Liang? It seems these countries feel threatened. Listening to Callie, Kendrick couldn't help but shake his head. Initially, he intended to awe the various countries through deities, thinking that fearing the power of deities, they would join Western Liang. But he still underestimated the reluctance of each country's emperor. Originally being the sovereign of their own country, how could they easily submit to a female emperor? Even if knowing they couldn't win, they would likely fight with all they have. This time, we plan to deal with it alone. We must fight to train, otherwise, even with hundreds of thousands of troops, lacking combat experience renders them meaningless. Callie explained to Kendrick. I understand. Kendrick didn't say anything else. He respected Callie's choice, but wasn't going to sit out this process. As a deity, merely participating in battles was too petty. What should deities do? Change the weather, alter terrain, turn night into day. These are truly actions befitting deities. Kendrick smiled slightly, already knowing what he should do. In this case, I will send more miniature cameras. Record every battle. After thinking, Kendrick told Callie. The scenes of ancient warfare can never be replicated with extras. Kendrick could take advantage of this to make a series of videos, editing out excessively bloody scenes, creating an epic of Western Liang's rise. If Western Liang unites the land and relocates its capital to Chang'an simultaneously, perhaps too much history would change. Western Liang, your Bretjesty, we've received news. Ansel of Gregory Jarrett leads 600,000 troops, Arlen of Western Qin leads 300,000 troops, Ishan of Northern Yin leads 300,000 troops, advancing toward our Western Liang from 3 directions. Brethia's reported mysterious and unpredictable situations occur, you don't have to worry too much. Callie told them. Yes. Hearing the deity would observe the battle, Brethia's and Hamilton felt a mix of excitement and immense pressure. Winning was good, but losing would damage the deity's prestige. Tianhai City, Longting Drone Company testing ground. At this moment, several drones were flying in the sky. President Chen, the humidity of the air may not be very ideal today. We have increased the carrying capacity of dry ice. The area settings have also been controlled. Now the drones have reached the designated altitude. Should we start immediately? The technical director asked Kendrick. In other words, if the air humidity is higher, such as in summer or autumn, the possibility of rainfall would be greater? Kendrick asked. Yes. According to current meteorological data, by controlling the amount of dry ice, the probability of rain could be close to 80%. The technical director said, let's start. Kendrick nodded and opened an umbrella. This time, he originally wanted to get a few cannons for Callie. However, after visiting the meteorological bureau, he found that to hit the appropriate height, the cannon barrels had to be intact and could not be assembled, making it difficult to transport them. Moreover, when Kendrick proposed borrowing 2 cannons, the relevant leaders at the meteorological bureau nearly frowned into knots. Eventually, this plan was abandoned. But afterwards, Kendrick realized that these cannons were unnecessary. Drones could reach the required height just as well, with more flexibility and no need for transportation. Soon as the dry ice was released into the cloud layer, it started drizzling. In ancient times, there were no asphalt roads. Once it rained, the road would become muddy, severely slowing down the marching speed of troops. It would also cause the grain to mildew and make transportation inconvenient. Bowstrings soaked in water would soften and swell, losing their tension and becoming prone to breaking, reducing the power of arrows significantly. The initial heroic spirit before a military expedition would be greatly dampened by such unfavorable weather conditions. The blood surging up could be cooled down by heavy rain. This was how Kendrick intended to participate. Chapter 299. Night sky observations predict auspiciousness. Southern Xiliang. This area was originally the border of Daxia. Ever since Camden was taken away and the Daxia officials who sought peace with treasures reached the capital of Xiliang, Daxia ceased to exist. Even Callie didn't show the slightest courtesy. He did not leave Daxia as a vassal state like Yiwu, but incorporated it entirely into Xiliang. However, at this moment, the southernmost city had been occupied by the troops of Gregory Jarrett. Your Bretjesty, recently, Daxia has been in internal turmoil, gathering many troops around its capital. There are hardly any troops here. Don't look at how this place belongs to Xiliang now. Xiliang hasn't had time to organize yet. This gives us an advantage. Yes, your Bretjesty. I just checked. There aren't many troops in the city, but the supplies of grain and military equipment are quite sufficient. Several generals spoke beside him. I heard that Xiliang also dispatched troops. Emperor Ansel wasn't as optimistic as the rest. From our intelligence, Xiliang indeed sent out troops. One general mentioned that their forces were divided into 3 routes. Brethia's and Hamilton lead 2 routes to face the other 2 groups, while the Annette of Xiliang personally leads her army against us, said one of the generals. This expedition gives me some relief. Without divine factors, I believe we can still have a chance. All of you must be cautious. The outcome of this first battle will determine the morale of our northern expedition. We must win. Ansel addressed everyone present. Rest assured, your Bretjesty. Our numerical advantage will ensure victory. They expressed confidence. For this operation, I plan to fully leverage our troop strength, dividing into 4 groups to launch surprise attacks from all directions. On one hand, it allows us to spread out as much as possible. On the other hand, speed is essential for success and will accelerate our progress, which benefits us. Do you all have your respective routes? Ansel asked the 3 generals in front of him. Yes. We understand clearly. They bowed respectfully. Although our 3 nations are attacking Xiliang together simultaneously, but as Gregory Jarrett initiated this attack with the largest force, we must take the initiative. Let's set off as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, Ansel dismissed the 3 men. After they left, An elderly man was ushered in. Your Majesty, Imran has arrived. An aide informed Emperor Ansel. Imran, please sit down. Ansel hurriedly stood up, courteously inviting him to sit. This person was known as Imran without any given name or surname. Renowned for his profound strategies and divine calculations, he was also a rare sage who could predict events by observing celestial phenomena. Invited specially by Ansel, there's no need for formalities. During my travels over the years, it's my first time receiving such respect from a king. Naturally, I should offer assistance. What does your Majesty need from me? Imran smiled slightly. For this visit, Ansel had specifically sent several chests filled with gold and jewels. With these, he wouldn't have to wander aimlessly anymore. The matter is simple. I wish for you to check on the weather conditions lately. As the saying goes, right time, right place, and harmony among people. If we can gain an advantage, it would be nation. It's a grand, auspicious sign. Imran suddenly slapped his thigh. Since it's a grand, auspicious sign, why did I see hesitation in your expression just now? Ansel quickly asked suspiciously. To be frank with your Majesty, there indeed is a hidden sign within the divination. But since your Majesty has already embarked on this expedition and no divine actions have been seen from the so-called deities of Xiliang, they have even mobilized their troops. This made me realize something. The ill omen precedes, and great fortune follows. As long as your Majesty takes this step, you have already surpassed the great calamity, leaving only great prosperity ahead. Following the current situation, the chances of success can be as high as 99%. Imran hurriedly explained. In reality, when the divination appeared, his mind buzzed. Initially, it was all auspicious. The overall signs were also auspicious, but the final outcome turned out to be a great misfortune. It was like an exam paper where all answers were correct, yet the final score was 0. Imran was utterly puzzled. But having been noticed by Ansel, he decided to only speak of the surface interpretation. As for the hidden divinations, who knew what might happen when the time came? Great. So much the better. Thank you, sir. Hearing Imran's words, the last trace of worry vanished from Ansel's mind. A 99% chance of victory meant almost certain success. This time, with nearly 1 million combined troops, failure would be nothing short of a joke. Bring in my decree. Tomorrow morning, act according to plan. Ansel addressed everyone. Chapter 300. I want to break some snow. Xiliang. The army had already set off. In the middle of the convoy, in a carriage, Callie was busy adjusting various equipment. Although Kendrick was not directly involved in the war, he orchestrated a series of setups behind the scenes. A normal ancient battlefield setting required not only various props but also makeup and rehearsals. Even with all that, it would still fall short of the cruelty of a real battlefield. More importantly, there was no need for mercy when facing enemies. Any tactics could be employed. So, when Kendrick heard that the Gregory Jarrett forces were advancing north in 4 armies, he immediately became excited. He delivered many drones and signal coverage devices to Callie. After being at a disadvantage last time, Kendrick understood the importance of preparation. He had the drone company produce a lot of equipment early on to prepare for any eventuality. Also, regarding the damage done to the wireless terminals providing signals for drones last time, Kendrick specifically asked the technical department to make improvements. The improvement was quite simple. The battery power supply added solar conversion. This way, there was no need for personnel to replace the batteries, and it reduced the size, making it attachable to tree tips. They could be spread by drones and automatically bind. With cost reduced, quantity didn't have to be overly concerned about. Callie followed Kendrick's instructions to continuously fly drones up and down, spreading signal terminals. According to Kendrick's plan, if these signal terminals were deployed across Xiliang, it would certainly bring convenience in the future. Kendrick was glad he had taken over the drone technology company earlier. At that time, Sakura country wanted to enter the drone field due to national strategic considerations. Military cooperation has been increasing more and more. Recently, the military found them for discussions on using drones to replace snipers. For the military, cultivating a sniper is quite expensive. Possibly out of 1,000 people, none might be a potential sniper. But what a sniper can do, drones can achieve similarly. Training a drone operator is far cheaper. Thus Kendrick extensively deployed in the Xiliang area. Now in Callie's carriage, one could see images from many regions. Now we basically know. Their nearest troop is in the center route, as marked on this map for you. Callie told Kendrick and handed him a map. Kendrick looked at the map and circled a place. From the map, this looks like a huge slope? Kendrick asked Callie. Yes. This place formed after a previous landslide and remained like this afterward. A lot of effort goes into traveling through here. Callie explained. I have an idea. You immediately lead the troops to intercept here. At the same time, send someone back to the capital quickly to get winter clothes. Lots of them. Kendrick said to Callie. Winter clothes? It's not even autumn yet. Why winter clothes? Callie looked puzzled. You don't need to know, just follow my instructions. And tell everyone to prepare for battle. I won't be directly involved, but I will provide favorable conditions for you. Kendrick told Callie. Hearing Kendrick's words, although Callie was confused, he immediately sent people off. After making arrangements, Kendrick immediately called Ezekiel. Kendrick, why are you calling me? Are you inviting the girl to play in Tianhai City? No problem, I'll let her go. Ezekiel laughed and asked. Turner Enrique, this time I need some help. Kendrick smiled. Tell me, Ezekiel said without hesitation. Not long ago, I saw news saying Camel Country got the right to host the Winter Olympics. They plan to build a Winter Olympic village in the desert. Kendrick said. Yes, that's true. Why, are you going to sponsor? Camel Country doesn't lack money. Ezekiel joked. No. I heard the snowmaking machines and equipment are all provided by our donghua manufacturers. I want you to ask if we can contact them. I need to purchase a batch. Kendrick said to Ezekiel. Are you building a ski resort? Not so troublesome, we have snowmaking machines. Building an ordinary snowfield is easy. Ezekiel asked. Requirements may be a bit more. Kendrick thought for a moment. His idea was to use that steep slope to create a snowy landscape. Having the high ground for defense already gave them a geographical advantage. If there could be some snow, some ice, and if the temperature dropped further, the battle would be easier to win. Let me try to contact them. I should be able to get in touch. I'll call you back shortly, Ezekiel said to Kendrick. After hanging up, Kendrick called the drone technology company to inquire about the progress of the portable generators. The lack of electricity in Xiliang was the biggest restriction on many things. Kendrick had been asking the technical department to develop portable generators early on, but the standby time was always insufficient. The manually operated ones also had unstable voltage, but they finally had a prototype recently. Simply put, a portable generator consists of an internal combustion engine, an electric motor, and a generator. Driven by the internal combustion or electric motor, the generator rotor starts rotating, thereby producing electricity. The biggest challenge was to ensure it could fit into a box while maintaining maximum electrical conversion efficiency. Mr. Chen, as per your requirements, we've started batch production. But so far, we've only produced about a dozen units. The person from the tech company told Kendrick. A dozen units will do. Send them to the warehouse first. Also, prepare detailed user manuals and videos and send them over together, Kendrick instructed. Just as he hung up, Ezekiel's call came through. Kendrick, what a coincidence. I just asked a friend and found out. He heard about our connection and immediately agreed. They have finished products there. If you need them, you can go see them directly, Ezekiel told Kendrick. Thank you, Turner Enrique. I'll set off right away. Kendrick was overjoyed. This time, he clearly felt the benefits of having high-level connections. What Kendrick wanted to do was create a winter scene at the end of summer and beginning of autumn. Ordinary snowmaking equipment wouldn't suffice. He really had to thank those wealthy elites from Camel Country. They could create a snow mountain in the desert with their money, which was almost like divine power. Chapter 301 Artificial Snowfall. In the southern part of Xiliang, on Luoshan Hill, Xiliang's troops were setting up ambushes according to predetermined positions. Each soldier was issued thick cotton clothing. What's going on? Autumn hasn't even arrived, and they are already handing out cotton clothes. Yeah, if we wear these, wouldn't we be stifled to death? Well, wearing them will at least keep the mosquitoes away. They've been biting me to death these past few days. Given our position here on high ground, it seems unlikely that the Gregory Jarrett army would be foolish enough to come here while we're lying in wait. The soldiers of Xiliang discussed among themselves after receiving their cotton clothes. We need a dozen more men over here, short on manpower. At this moment, a subordinate general came over shouting. Everyone hurriedly followed him. When they reached the back clearing, they were stunned speechless by what lay before them. The open field was filled with equipment they had never seen before. Some resembled vehicles with large pipes on top. Others looked like massive iron blocks. There were also many bags, contents unknown. You few, transport these things and follow me. The subordinate general pointed to some items nearby. He led them into the forest on one side of Luoshan Hill. Watching him connect various wires together, the soldiers stood curiously watching from the side. General, what are these wires? And these iron blocks, why are they so heavy? The soldiers asked the subordinate general. Better not ask anything. To be honest, I don't understand it either. Everyone is just responsible for one process and follows what his Bretjesti said. You were chosen because you're trusted. Anyone who can't control their tongue or eyes will have a serious talk with me. Hearing this, they all shrank their necks. They squatted down obediently. Before long, the setup was completed. The subordinate general returned to report. While Xiliang soldiers didn't know exactly what was happening, the unusual activity hinted at preparations made by his Bretjesti. Once the Gregory Jarrett army arrives, there'll likely be quite a show. 2 days later, the Gregory Jarrett army arrived at the base of Luoshan Hill. General Sun, the Vanguard reports that several days ago, Xiliang's troops had already set up on this hill. From the enemy's deployment, they might have an ambush. This place used to be covered by floods, forming such a steep slope. Dense forests line both sides, full of cracks, making passage difficult. Do you think it would be better to take a detour? The lead scout captain asked Easton. A detour? Based on the map, taking a detour would require us to travel nearly 40 miles on another route. At this point, the Western Route Army may also choose to detour. If that happens, our two armies' routes will cross, which is absolutely unacceptable. Easton looked at the map and waved his hand. But General, if Xiliang has laid an ambush, with them holding the higher ground, we would suffer considerable losses, someone pointed out. Do you know why his Bretjesti divided the army into 3 routes? And why did he place us ahead of him? Easton glanced at everyone. Sir, do you mean it's a competition? One general guessed. Yes. Undoubtedly, there's a competitive aspect to dividing the army into 3 routes. His Bretjesti is personally leading the campaign but hasn't appointed a supreme commander. Whoever secures the first victory will certainly be noted by his Bretjesti. Taking a detour would leave us vulnerable to criticism. Easton explained slowly. Everyone was stunned. Now they understood that military strategy required not only considering victories in individual battles, but also thinking about the bigger picture. For Easton, losing some troops wasn't critical, but gaining a reputation for timidity could cost him any chance of advancement. In that case, let's launch the attack as soon as possible. Let's not rest and try to maintain our lead over the other 2 units. Seizing this Luoshan Hill will help us report favorably to his Bretjesti. Everyone agreed. Not so fast. Retreat 2 miles and prepare space for cavalry charges. Tomorrow morning, deploy the cavalry at the front, with shield bearers behind, charging with all force. Once the cavalry uses its speed to reach the hill, the rest will be easier. After all, we do have the advantage. Easton told everyone. Yes. Everyone went off to make arrangements. That night, Xiliang's troops, following orders, entered their ambush positions with cotton clothes. Far below, the Gregory Jarrett troops set up camp. During the first half of the night, both sides remained peaceful. Later in the night, the weather turned colder. Amidst the clouds surrounding Luoshan Hill, Countless drones stealthily took their positions, gradually releasing cold condensation mist. This condensation mist could float in the air for a long time, lowering the surrounding temperature. Before long, the soldiers of Xiliang put on their cotton clothes one after another. Almost done. Let's begin. Callie, wrapped in his cotton coat, spoke to the people behind him. Everyone swiftly sprang into action. Very soon, dozens of snowmaking machines silently started spraying snowflakes. At higher elevations on the hill, hundreds of silent large fans blew downward, sending the chill towards the lower slopes. My goodness, is this snow coming out? How refreshing, it's really snow. But it's autumn now, how can it be snowing? I felt very cold just now, and thought maybe the gods changed the weather. Indeed. You're right, only the gods could do this. No wonder we were told to wear winter clothes early. I'm freezing, I'll need a stick to pee later. The troops of Xiliang on both sides of the hilltop watched the falling snow, their mouths agape with shock. Feeling the icy snowflakes, they finally believed what they were witnessing. Fetch water. Callie, seeing the gathering snowflakes on the hillside, called out to those behind him. Prepared soldiers led out horse-drawn carts. Behind the carts, water bladders were attached. These water bladders were specially delivered by Kendrick, who had sourced them easily from rural areas where water delivery was still common. Each bladder could hold over half a ton of water. After several carts poured their water on the slope, the entire Luoshan hill turned into an icy incline. In this extremely low temperature, the water quickly froze. Under the faint moonlight, a bright ice path stretched far into the distance. Meanwhile, in the Gregory Jarrett camp, Easton lay curled up in bed shivering, dressed only in his underpants. What the heck? There were lots of mosquitoes earlier, but why is it so cold now? Orderly. Orderly. Hurry up and light a fire. Do you want to freeze me to death? Easton, unable to bear the cold, shouted out while wrapping himself in blankets. Chapter 302, Creepy Death. General. Something has happened to the general. At this moment, a few attendants walked in, completely covered in snow. What are you shouting about? Whatever could have happened. Wait. What's going on with your bodies? As Easton was about to scold them, he noticed they were all white. General, it has started to snow. One of the attendants came forward and said, Snow? Bullshit. What time is it for it to snow now? Easton swore. It's true, General. We don't know what's happening either. Come out and see for yourself. The attendants also had helpless expressions on their faces. Easton wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the snow on the attendants' bodies, he felt a bit suspicious and hurriedly put on his clothes and went out with them. Just as he stepped out of the tent, a chill blew right down his neck. Looking up, the sky and the ground around him were blanketed in white. Easton froze in place. After a long while, he shivered from the cold and regained his senses. Unbelievably, he pinched a small amount of snow, feeling its icy dampness. It was indeed snow. Am I dreaming? At this time of year, how can it be snowing? And such heavy snow, even in winter, it's rare. Easton's mind buzzed. Everything before his eyes seemed so unreal. General, our men cannot bear the cold anymore. The firewood we brought with us has run out, the nearby attendant said. Damn. Quickly send people to gather more wood. Otherwise, our troops will not survive in this weather without winter clothes. Only then did Easton react. He quickly gave orders to those beside him. General, do you think this situation might be related to the gods of Liang? This sudden change in weather can perhaps only be explained by the gods. A nearby attendant whispered. Hearing the attendant's words, Easton frowned but didn't speak. Earlier, amidst his shock, he had already considered this possibility, but he didn't want to believe it. Before setting out, the emperor had told them personally that the gods of Liang were no longer effective. Otherwise, Liang would have no need to dispatch so many troops. Easton believed it, but this strange weather made him tremble with fear. If we retreat, it will be hard to explain. If this is a heavenly anomaly, those Liang troops on the mountain ridge are likely suffering just as much, perhaps even more, given the colder conditions on higher ground. Let's try to get through this night first, we'll reassess at dawn. Easton tightened his collar. He harbored a glimmer of hope. If this were an anomaly, it would be equally challenging for the Liang troops. That night, none of Easton's tens of thousands of troops slept. Initially, some went out to gather wood and light fires, but tonight's snow was not only heavy but accompanied by a fierce northern wind. Any fire outside the tent couldn't withstand the elements. Eventually, everyone crowded into the tents for warmth. The north wind howled. Check the other camps immediately. Realizing something, Easton hurriedly shouted. Soon, more people came to report that 7 large tents had experienced the same situation last night. There were no external injuries, no signs of struggle, no abnormalities at all. Everyone inside was dead. Looking at these eerie bodies, a wave of panic began to spread through the Gregory Jarrett army camp. Easton felt an icy chill run down his spine. If the heavy snowfall last night still left him with some Jiaoxing should be translated as sliver of hope or similar phrase in English, but it's not provided in the given text, in anticipation. The situation today completely shattered the last bit of hope in Easton's heart. It must have been the divine intervention of the Xiliang gods. Last night's snowfall, last night's silent deaths, all were caused by the hands of the Xiliang gods. This could not be wrong. This made things very complicated. General, we can't launch an attack like this. The ice would make us slip right back down. How can we even think about attacking? This morning, our men are frozen stiff. They can barely hold their weapons. They haven't recovered yet. General, we should inform the emperor immediately. Several officers came to Easton and spoke. Yes. Send someone immediately to inform Emperor Ansel about the abnormal situation here. Tell the emperor that it is likely the Xiliang gods have intervened. Immediately organize a unit to conduct a reconnaissance attack. It seems there's no activity on the slope. It's possible that the Xiliang troops have either frozen to death or withdrawn. Easton quickly said. Soon, a few men went to report to Emperor Ansel. Easton personally selected a part of the troops and headed toward the steep slope. The bright sunlight reflecting off the icy slope almost blinded everyone. What are you all standing around for? Charge up. Whoever reaches the top first will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. Easton urged the soldiers. They looked at each other, rubbed their frozen hands, but no one stepped forward. After experiencing the unusual weather last night and the deaths this morning, the soldiers were no longer as obedient as before. Under the divine might of the Shiliang gods, Easton's authority as a general had diminished significantly. 20 taels. 30 taels. 50 taels. Easton gritted his teeth and shouted. Finally, rich rewards always inspire brave souls. Brittany started to slowly climb up the slope. Some looked at the forests on both sides of the slope and plunged into them. Chapter 303. Is Easton's brain kicked by a horse? And at this moment, on the hillside, Callie was wearing a snow-white down jacket, hiding in the dark, watching the troops far away on the hillside. What Callie worried most about was that they would not attack or take a detour. But seeing them start to make moves, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They are probing us with their current numbers. Do not expose our ambush. Use the lightning artifact given by the previous deity. Then act according to plan. Callie looked at the situation below the hill and said, Your Bretjesty, rest assured. Several members of the Imperial Guard said. They quietly walked toward the forests on both sides of the hill. For those soldiers on the hillside, it was impossible to climb up. The entire hillside was covered with ice. They slipped back after taking just a few steps. They could only lie on the ground, inching upward using their knives. Under these circumstances, not to mention if there were no ambushes, even if there were, they could not have resisted at all. Instead, the people on both sides of the forest could barely walk. But as they walked, many people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Before they could react, they became paralyzed and lost consciousness. Easton was completely unaware of what was happening in the woods. His attention was entirely on the hillside. It was basically impossible for the main force to get through the forest and had to go up the hill. But these people on the hillside tried every possible way. Finally, they thought of wrapping clothes around their hands and feet, crawling up with all fours. Finally, more than 10 people gradually climbed up one after another. Seeing this, Easton couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The journey upwards didn't encounter any Shiliang troops, and they might have retreated. General, something is off. Those dozen people have been up there for a long time. Why haven't they sent any news? As for those people on both sides of the forest, they should have gone up earlier. Why aren't they moving either? At this moment, an assistant general asked beside him. Yes, I almost forgot about those people. There shouldn't be any ambush, right? Easton's heart sank. General, there's nobody up there. The Shiliang troops have retreated. The sides of the hill have cliffs. Do not take that path. Just as Easton was worried, those few soldiers who went up appeared on the hillside. Cliffs. No wonder. They must have slipped and fallen due to the snow. Since the Shiliang troops have retreated, there's no need to wait. Wish I didn't report to his Bretjesty. Immediately issue orders to quickly pass through this hill. Although Easton also felt puzzled, since they managed to climb up, it meant things weren't too bad. Soon, Easton ordered his troops to take off their outer clothes, wrap their hands and feet, put weapons on their backs, and started climbing up step by step. At this moment, on the hillside, dozens of Gregory Jarrett troops had already been stunned by electric batons. Just now, after those dozen people came up, they were immediately paralyzed by the electric batons. This time, the batons used the minimum power, causing shock without losing consciousness. Those soldiers had never experienced such a sensation. They immediately followed Callie's instructions and misled Easton. When Easton's troops rushed up the slope and were about to reach the top, suddenly, arrows rained down from the sky like a storm, instantly covering the entire hillside. Those Gregory Jarrett soldiers were utterly unprepared. Upon realizing the attack, they instinctively drew their swords to retaliate, but as soon as they moved, their hands slipped, rolling down the hill. Charge! With a roar, numerous Shiliang troops emerged from all sides, charging at the disorganized Gregory Jarrett troops, who struggled to control themselves on the ice. On one hand, Gregory Jarrett troops were frozen, trembling all over, unprepared, and trembling on the icy surface. On the other hand, Shiliang troops wore down jackets and thick gloves, with shoes equipped with spikes, uninhibited in their movements. It was a one-sided slaughter. The Gregory Jarrett troops had spent the night freezing and hadn't recovered, their bodies stiff. Additionally, sliding down from the hillside, they were squeezed together, cut down by the Shiliang troops along the way. Far away on the hillside, Easton watched in disbelief at the appearance of the Shiliang troops. It's impossible. How can this be? That is an icy surface. How can they move so freely? And what are they wearing? Why does their movement remain unaffected? Easton was dumbfounded. General, hurry, withdraw. The more than 10,000 troops ahead can't be saved. If we don't retreat, the remaining troops will also suffer. The assistant general urgently told Easton. Quickly retreat. Easton finally reacted, hurriedly leading his troops to withdraw. Good. It's working great. We didn't lose a single soldier, yet we took out over 10,000 of their troops. This method works wonders. Keep it up like this. Callie watched the scene before him with delight. Meanwhile, the soldiers Easton had dispatched early in the morning to report back to Ansel had also arrived. As expected, the situation was just as Easton had predicted. Although Ansel was also leading the army himself, the main purpose of his personal campaign this time was still to avoid being captured by the Shiliang forces in the capital. He let the other three lead the armies first, while he remained at the rear with his own troops. What? What did you say? It snowed? Did Easton get kicked in the head by a horse? What season is it now for it to snow? And the roads are icy? Listening to the messenger's report, Ansel widened his eyes. Your Bretjesty, it's true. These are all things we saw with our own eyes. The messenger quickly explained. I had high hopes for Easton, but I didn't expect him to pull something like this. The other two routes have no problems. Why does he alone face so many issues? Could it be he's dissatisfied with the assigned route? Ansel was somewhat displeased. Your Bretjesty? The messenger almost fainted. He had already given a detailed account of what he saw, but neither the emperor nor the surrounding generals believed him. Enough. Send an order to Easton. He must take down these Shiliang troops within 3 days. If he can't do it, then this route will find a new commander. Ansel said to the messenger. Yes. The messenger trembled and hurriedly withdrew. What nonsense is Easton pulling? Ansel was still somewhat discontent after seeing the messenger leave. Your Majesty, Easton is overly cautious and lacks courage. In recent times, his army has been making overnight marches and indeed moved ahead of the other 2 routes. But their abrupt halt might cause suspicion from others, so he came up with this excuse. Snowfall right after summer? And the roads icing over? Easton wouldn't choose such an excuse even if he wanted to. This could be Easton's cunning move. Other excuses might not be credible, but the more bizarre ones can easily be blamed on Shiliang. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Your Majesty is truly wise. Everyone chimed in agreement. If he continues to be disobedient, there will be no need to keep him. Ansel said with disappointment. Imran had already foretold that this war would bring great fortune. Yet, Easton deliberately found trouble. How hateful. Chapter 304 The Burning River. Another group of troops. Clarence was examining the map in his hand. Strange. According to Easton's progress, they should have arrived near Luoshan Slope 2 days ago. Why did they suddenly stop? Originally, their marching speed was very fast. Clarence felt puzzled. General, Easton is newly promoted, and it's natural for him to want to show his capability quickly. He probably realized what's proper afterwards. A subordinate general said with a smile beside him. That makes sense. We don't need to be in a hurry either. Is there any possibility of repairing the bridge ahead? Clarence asked. General, our people have already inspected it. This bridge is almost completely destroyed and cannot be repaired. It might have been intentionally dismantled by the Shiliang troops to prevent us from crossing. Another subordinate general stepped forward and said, in this situation, we can't wait any longer. If there's no bridge, then we use boats. I remember there were many fishing boats on the river. Bring them all here. Clarence told the subordinate general. My men are already arranged to do so. According to the fishermen, the river flow slows down at night, which would be a good opportunity for us to cross. And there are many large fish in the river. I've organized troops to catch them. The subordinate general explained. Great. Good job. If that's the case, during the day, get people to cut down trees as much as possible to make boats or rafts to try to cross the river quickly. Certainly, we must be ahead of everyone else. Clarence nodded. During the day, Clarence led the troops fishing, roasting fish, cutting down trees to make boats, and was very busy. On the opposite bank, some fishermen watched this scene coldly. Just as his Majesty predicted, they planned to cross the river by boat at night. Follow the plan. Head up and downstream to try to block the river as much as possible. Then pour in those things sent by his Majesty into the river. The fishermen looked at each other and dispersed toward upstream and downstream. Night soon fell. Clarence had extinguished the lights early and dispersed the troops along one side of the river. Indeed, just as the fishermen said, the river's current had slowed down now. It was an excellent time to cross. Furthermore, the water level had dropped considerably. The water is shallow. I estimate the deepest part in the middle would only reach chest height. Everyone into the water. Quickly crossed the river. Clarence couldn't help but be delighted. Soon, troops gradually entered the river. Do you smell something? Yes, when I got into the water, I smelled a strange but pleasant odor. Yeah, the scent is intoxicating. Who cares? You know what, this water isn't cold at all. Several soldiers talked while crossing the river. They were almost at the opposite bank. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared in the sky. Immediately after, countless flames rose into the air. Not good. There's an ambush. Clarence was about to ride into the river when he saw this situation and quickly pulled his horse back. But just as he turned around, before he could make out what was happening, he saw flames behind him. Clarence couldn't believe it as he turned his head. The originally dark river had turned into a burning fire river. Numerous figures struggled and screamed in the fiery glow. What is going on? Where did the fire come from? How could the river catch fire? What happened? Clarence was stunned. Those who hadn't yet entered the river also stood dumbfounded. They moved backward, away from the river. Several burning men crawled out of the river, screaming towards the crowd. But how could those who weren't burned let them get close? They all drew their bows, raised arrows, swung swords, and killed these burning men without hesitation, completely forgetting that a moment ago, these men were their brothers. The flames gradually died down. The screams grew weaker. Darkness surged from all directions once again. Apart from the floating corpses in the river and the burnt smell of flesh in the air, it seemed like nothing had happened. Clarence spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed straight. He wanted to quickly cross the river and gain an advantage, but didn't expect to fall into a trap. If it were merely an ambush, it wouldn't be so bad. Ambushing while crossing a river was a common tactic. He had already prepared his troops for such possibilities. But this sudden flame floating on the water surface. Water and fire do not mix. They never imagined that the Shiliang troops would launch a fire attack while they were crossing the river. Taken aback, he fainted on the spot. Clarence, of course, did not know. This decrease in river levels was controlled by the Shiliang troops themselves. The goal was to lure as many of their troops across the river as possible. And after dark, they poured a considerable amount of gasoline into the river upstream. The gasoline quickly spread across the river surface. Since oil is lighter than water, it floated on top. When the troops of Gregory Jarrett entered the water, the gasoline rapidly adhered to their bodies. All it took was a single spark to ignite it. After the Gregory Jarrett troops fell silent again, in the woods across the river, several shadowy figures put away their cameras and quietly retreated to the rear. Another group of troops. General Brett Chaozheng was listening to reports from soldiers inside his tent. Wait, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? It snowed in this season? And the river caught fire? How is that possible? Brett Xiaojing stared wide-eyed at the messenger, disbelief written all over his face. The emperor's envoy reported this and asked if there have been any abnormalities here. They urged us to be more cautious, the man said to Brett Xiaojing. Understood. Brett Xiaojing nodded. If these unbelievable situations are true, then there's only one possibility. The gods of Xiliang have intervened. This complicates things. Issue my orders. Send all scouts out immediately to conduct reconnaissance within a 30-mile radius. Hold everyone in position. Brett Xiaojing thought for a moment and immediately made arrangements. Advancing rashly at this time would likely result in their own downfall. In the dead of night, the patrols in the military camp were clearly much more frequent than before. No one noticed. One patrol squad, while walking, quietly scattered something around as they moved, patrolling the entire camp while doing so. They then walked toward the outside of the camp. Pretending to patrol the perimeter, they vanished into the thick night. Chapter 305 Biological Attack. The next morning, Brett Xiaojing stretched and walked out of the large tent, his waist slightly bent. Looking at the usual scene in the camp, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Another night had passed peacefully. Ever since the other two routes encountered the tactics of the Xiliang deities, Brett Xiaojing had been on edge. He was afraid that during the nights, the Xiliang deity would sneak in and do something. General, we have been staying here for 3 days. Should we continue to move forward? An adjutant came over to ask. Send the order down. Be extremely cautious along the way. If any situation arises, stop immediately. Brett Xiaojing said after some thought. Soon, the army set off. But they hadn't gone far when they heard a buzzing sound from the roadside. A swarm of bees flew over. Ouch! One soldier clutched his face, stung by a bee. The surrounding soldiers also began waving their hands to shoo away the bees. But the more you drove them away, the more aggressively they attacked. As the bees grew in number, Brettany soldiers were stung. Even Brett Xiaojing's lips were stung by a bee, swelling up high. The entire column fell into complete chaos. Under the pursuit of these bees, everyone was in utter disorder. Though these bees are small, being stung by one is incredibly painful, and getting stung multiple times can be fatal. Moreover, with their small size and swarming attacks, even if the soldiers wielded broadswords, it was nearly impossible to drive them all away. What is happening? Where did all these bees come from? Why are they stinging us? Brett Xiaojing held his lips, looking at the panicked crowd in disbelief. Brettany people were rolling on the ground in misery, losing their weapons. Others were running around wildly, screaming in pain. Brett Xiaojing was thoroughly stunned. This season was precisely when bees collected nectar. Kendrick had specially sent Callie and others a lot of bee-attracting powder. This kind of bee-attracting powder, used by beekeepers to tame wild bees, could attract all bees within 10 miles once sprinkled. This bee-attracting powder was purely a product of technology and ingenuity. Its guiding effect on bees was like the message scouts brought back to the hive. The bee colony mobilized en masse. At the time, Callie arranged for his men to spread this bee-attracting powder throughout the camp while on patrol. Everyone in the camp was inevitably affected, without exception, as they marched along. For the bees, it was as if a group of flower buds had collectively come out for a stroll. They never expected these flower buds to dare attack the bees. The bees' instincts couldn't be suppressed. No, this won't do. We will be doomed if this continues. Brett Xiaojing anxiously looked at the situation. Although the bee stings weren't deadly, the chaos among the troops had already caused many casualties due to trampling. If word got out that their unit was defeated by bees, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Brett Xiaojing finished speaking, arrows rained down from afar. The Xiliang forces naturally wouldn't let them suffer only from bee stings. They had been lying in ambush with bows drawn, waiting for this moment of confusion. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Brett Xiaojing didn't care about anything else now. He urgently called for the troops to retreat. But the bees kept pursuing relentlessly. The army fell into total chaos, scattering in all directions. In the Xiliang encampment. Ha ha ha. You should have seen how lively it was when those people slipped on the ice, their legs moving so fast they left trails, but not an inch forward. At the time, they were so frozen that snot was stuck to their mouths. Not to mention the cold. They had to take off their clothes to wrap around their limbs while climbing up. They were so frozen I felt almost sorry for them. Our men were warmly dressed and hidden. They couldn't even draw their bows to shoot. A general laughed while speaking. Now listen, water and fire usually don't mix, right? But what the deity sent was so powerful. It made the whole river catch fire. So he didn't go back to spray the solution but watched from afar instead. When the swarm of bees arrived, several bees came toward him. Fortunately, he jumped into another river in time, but he still ended up covered in bumps. Nonsense. How dare anyone doubt the deity's orders? You fool, you actually didn't believe. Yeah, you deserved it. The general's words drew a series of ridicule from the others. After experiencing so much, he still dared to doubt the deity. He deserved it. All right. Although the 3 routes have temporarily achieved victory, don't be careless. After all, it has only just begun. Whether it's the icy slope, the fiery river, or the bees, none of these have caused significant losses to their forces. If they retreat next, that would be fine. If they don't retreat, using these tricks again will be difficult. Callie said to everyone. Hearing Callie's words, everyone calmed down. What's the situation with General Brett and General Carnell? Callie asked. Chapter 306, Poverty Limits Imagination. Your Brett Jesty, they have already engaged in battle and are currently fighting intensely. Our army is taking advantage of the favorable terrain for resistance and temporarily holds the upper hand. One person came forward to speak. At the beginning, using the terrain may provide an advantage, but considering the numerous troops on the other side, the situation can change at any moment. Do not be careless. Callie frowned and said. Yes. Everyone responded. Everyone, you may go. Prepare according to the plan. Callie dismissed everyone. He sent the cameras delivered by people this time to Kendrick. Since the troops set out, Kendrick has sent many cameras. He asked Callie and his team to record at various battlefields. Most of the drone perspectives were from high altitudes. Lowering them might lead to involvement, so filming around the scene was the most suitable. Tian High City. Shilyang Impression Live Streaming Company. Boss, the video you sent last time has been edited and released. The series has caused a great sensation since it started airing. But you've gone too far. As Kendrick entered, Jackson pulled him aside and asked, "What happened?" Kendrick was puzzled. "I'm talking about the videos you initially sent for Claudia to edit." She almost threw up watching them. "At first, I didn't take it seriously, but after watching for a while, I also couldn't hold it down. That scene was too bloody, too violent. Sword strikes drawing blood every time. Even scarier than all the horror movies I've watched. This even surpasses staged scenes." Jackson complained to Kendrick. Cough. "I forgot about that. Are there still videos after editing?" Kendrick quickly asked. The videos brought back were real-life scenes and not crude action sequences. Though not as grand as movies, they were incredibly realistic. They were shockingly impactful. "There are definitely some left. We have already posted them." The initial response wasn't very hot. People said it's unbelievable. They said, "What about heavy snowfall in autumn and temperatures dropping below zero?" Netizens called it unrealistic. Amelie commented from the side. "To be honest, I thought it was unlikely at first. But ultimately, poverty limits imagination. The temperature in Camel Country is quite high, yet they managed to achieve constant temperature and humidity throughout their entire territory. Can you believe it? They use specially developed equipment and condensation powder. Science doesn't just change life, but can also alter climate." Kendrick shook his head. "Money could make ghosts push mills. You can only imagine, not accomplish everything." The later parts became more engaging. Like gasoline lighting rivers or bioattacks, netizens were hyped. But many sanctimonious types came out criticizing it. "Should we pay attention next time?" In the final scenes, the bodies piled up, Jackson said. "Don't mind them. These soldiers are here to attack. Not eliminating them means being eliminated ourselves." "Forget it." Kendrick rolled his eyes. "Yeah. We will continue uploading the remaining videos. There shouldn't be any problems." Jackson nodded. "Mr. Chun, you're here?" At that moment, a voice sounded behind Kendrick. "Huh. Terrence? Why are you here?" Upon seeing the person, Kendrick realized it was Terrence. "I've been here all along. Weren't we collaborating before? All these videos lately kept me busy." Sweating, Terrence walked in. "Oh yeah, I forgot." Kendrick felt embarrassed. Previously, Terrence used their live streaming platform to spread information about the 16 Kingdoms period. Recently, Kendrick had made this series of videos, with all background introductions written by Terrence. But this also exhausted Terrence. Like the previous war where Shilyang defeated Daxia, Terrence couldn't find any historical records. But right after the video aired, related artifacts and records appeared in Long Country. Initially, Terrence firmly believed these videos were fictional. The very next day, he was proven wrong. Now, Terrence learned his lesson. How were these videos filmed? Impossible to imagine. Certainly, Kendrick must have found related materials and filmed them beforehand. Kendrick had plenty of good stuff. "Terrence, you came just in time. I have a few questions for you." Kendrick pulled Terrence to a side office. "I've heard that many documents and artifacts from the Northern and Southern dynasties period have been discovered recently. But it seems that the historical changes mainly focus on the Northern and Southern dynasties period. Do the Sui and Tang dynasties show any effects?" Kendrick asked. "We actually researched this topic before. After all, there were discrepancies in historical transmission during the Wei and Jin periods, so subsequent dynasties might also have some deviations. But in fact, up to now, the changes we've discovered haven't spread further." Terrence explained to Kendrick. "So you mean the current historical changes are limited to the turbulent 200 years of the Wei, Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties?" Kendrick was stunned. "Yes. From what we can see so far, it's like that. In fact, it's quite understandable. Initially, we speculated that a small shop owner traveled back in time. That time frame was around 420 AD. Even if he lived another 50 years, it would still be 100 years before the establishment of the Sui dynasty in 581 AD, which is at least 2 generations of rulers. We often say that the legacy of a gentleman will last 5 generations, but the transition of dynasties far exceeds human will, which is normal." Terrence nodded and said. Listening to Terrence, Kendrick couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Terrence was right. Callie is only in his 20s now. Even if he establishes an empire, it would at most last a few decades. No one could control what would happen after a few decades. "Terrence, have there been any changes in world history?" Kendrick pondered for a moment, and then asked Terrence again. If the timeline couldn't be extended, then he should aim higher in one's achievements. "Yes." Terrence nodded with certainty. "What changes?" Kendrick became interested immediately. To put it simply, based on our understanding, the relevant authorities in various countries have issued updates and statements, saying that the historical timelines of each country have changed, but the specific details have not been disclosed yet, so we don't know. Based on our analysis, it's likely that the situations faced by the histories of different countries are similar, possibly because someone from their respective countries can travel back in time. This has caused changes in their own historical timelines. Terrence slowly explained. Chapter 307. This is the great luck you talked about? Impossible? Kendrick's lips twitched. From the very beginning, the petty shop owner who traversed back in time was fabricated by Terrence and the others, let alone the changes in other countries' histories. Thus, this could only be explained as Callie's doing. At least from the current response to the Allied forces, Callie has the complete ability to achieve this. True or false, it's hard to say. But there are 2 countries that behave very oddly. One is Korea, and one is the Eagle Nation. Terrence smiled and said, "Let me guess. Both Korea and the Eagle Nation share a common habit, grabbing things. Different is, the Eagle Nation grabs physical objects, oil, gold, all sorts of things, while Korea specifically grabs patents and ancestors. They wish for their country to be the cradle of world civilization. But the Eagle Nation doesn't have history. It barely has a few decades. Going further back, it's the Native Americans. The Native Americans have nothing to do with the Eagle Nation, who nearly exterminated them. So no matter how world history changes, it has little impact on the Eagle Nation. As for Korea, being so close to Long Country, they probably don't have much of their own history left. Kendrick guessed. Spot on. The Eagle Nation has got no real history. As for Korea, which used to be shameless all along, has finally run out of things to boast about. I regret growing old. If I were 30 or 40 years younger, I would certainly put Long Country's history in order again. Terrence laughed. Hearing Terrence, Kendrick also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the complexity of this turbulent southern and northern dynasties period exceeded his imagination. Shillong. It was early autumn now. The willows on the riverbank swayed gently, whispering the charm of autumn. Chrysanthemums bloomed profusely, colorful and fragrant, intoxicating people. Ibrahim sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to admire the beauty outside the window, his mood matching this picturesque scenery. This trip out, Ansel gave him a chest full of gold and jewels in one go. With such wealth, he could live in luxury for the rest of his life without worrying about food or clothes. Ibrahim had already planned to use this money to buy a dozen handsome maids and some land in a remote area, to live out the rest of his days as a local tycoon. Halt! Stop! Just as Ibrahim was fantasizing about his wonderful future, a sudden shout came from behind. Stop first. Ibrahim asked his men to stop the carriage. He saw a group of armored cavalry approaching from behind. I am Ibrahim. Ready, I ask what you need, he said, bowing to the group. Ibrahim? Seize him. It's him. Beat him. Without any explanation, the leader gestured to his subordinates. Instantly, Ibrahim was brutally beaten by a group of men. Finally, they took the half-dead Ibrahim and his carriage back. In Gregory Jarrett's camp, inside the main tent, Ansel glared at the beaten-up Ibrahim with an iron-gray face. Damn it! All three of my armies encountered ambushes, suffering heavy losses. This is the great luck you talked about? This is the nearly certain victory you promised? Ansel gritted his teeth and kicked Ibrahim. You're Brett Jesty? These are just the predictions of the divination. I didn't know either. Ibrahim was almost crying. He was deeply regretful. After leaving Ansel earlier, he should have immediately taken the money and gone into hiding under a different name. Who could have thought the hidden signs would appear so soon? But now, he absolutely couldn't admit anything. If he confessed that there was a hidden sign in the original divination, he might be executed on the spot by Ansel. The divination showed this? Is it not the right time yet? Does this great luck and nearly certain victory refer to the final outcome? Ansel stroked his chin, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, though they lost some troops, they still held the upper hand overall. Thinking this over, Ansel glanced at the barely human Ibrahim. Cough, cough. Who told you to assault Ibrahim? Didn't I say to bring Ibrahim here politely? Whichever of you touched him, go receive 20 lashes. Hurry up and take Ibrahim to get treated. Ansel instructed. What? Ibrahim and the soldiers who brought him in were stunned. Anyone could see something was off just now. This matter was instigated by Ansel, but in the blink of an eye, he turned around and refused to recognize it. What's the current progress of the other two countries? Have they encountered anything bizarre like us? Ansel asked the generals. Your Brett Jesty, from what we know so far, their troops have already engaged with the Shillong forces. There has been no divine intervention. It's said that they have turned to offensive actions. A general stepped forward and said, if that's the case, then we are in trouble. I initiated this, and my troops are the strongest, yet I have fallen behind. If any of them break through first, it will be difficult to negotiate in the future. Ansel frowned tightly. Immediately convey my orders. Send 10,000 more troops. Continue marching north to attack. Order the 3 route generals to capture the Shillong forces directly ahead within 5 days. If not, they will be dealt with according to military law. Ansel stood up abruptly and said, at this moment, for him and the Gregory Jarrett dynasty, there was no way back. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he could only push forward. Soon, Ansel's decree reached the generals commanding the 3 routes. They also knew there was no retreat for them. Each gathered their troops, broke the cooking pots and sank the boats, advancing fiercely in their respective directions. Chapter 308. The Final Great Battle. Tianhai City. Guangming Community. According to this calculation, the next time convergence should be at noon on the same day 1 month later. Kendrick put down his pen and looked at the paper filled with dense writing in front of him. Ever since he learned about the time discrepancy between ancient and modern times from Terrence, Kendrick had been calculating the time of the next overlap. This was also the thing that Kendrick most looked forward to. Prior to this, Kendrick had already had people from the pharmaceutical company develop some controllable bacteria. After testing, it was found that it had little to do with these bacteria. That is to say, whether one could travel through time did not depend on whether they had bacteria or not. But after going back, a person could indeed cause epidemics like plagues. Considering this point, Kendrick had long prepared various antibodies and vaccines for Callie. Even if Callie were infected, as long as she could travel back and forth, bringing Callie back would allow her to receive treatment with modern medical technology. The only thing unverified now was time. 1 month. Another month. I'm really getting impatient. Kendrick rubbed his hands excitedly. This feeling was just like being eager to meet someone you've been in an online relationship with for a long time. But what should we do after meeting? Should I go there? Or should Callie come here? This time travel period can last at most an hour, and after an hour, the timelines will diverge, probably closing the portal again. The next opening, who knows when it will be. If I go over, the divine entity of Shillong might really fall, but then they could leave behind a brilliant era in history. If Callie comes here, that would mean the death of the Annette of Shillong, and perhaps Callie and Shillong would be overshadowed by the wheels of history. Kendrick fell into worry. Ding ding ding. While Kendrick was lost in thought, the surveillance box alarm went off. Kendrick hurriedly got up to check. It was a message from Callie. At present, the three armies of Gregory Jarrett have broken through the defenses and advanced northward. Their troops seem to have gone mad, disregarding casualties, advancing relentlessly to the north. In addition, the two armies of northern Yan Zishan and western Qin's Christopher are also flanking towards Chang'an City from the left and right. Based on the current timeline, within 5 days, the troops of Gregory Jarrett, northern Yan, and western Qin will converge around Chang'an City. Despite our best efforts to harass them along the way, they still have nearly 800,000 troops, while we have a combined force of more than 300,000. The terrain around Chang'an City is flat for dozens of miles, almost no place to set ambushes, and it seems they know we're moving the capital to Chang'an, so they're deliberately coming here. The upcoming battle will be tough, Callie told Kendrick. In that case, without numerical or geographical advantages, wouldn't retreating be the best option? Sparing land but losing men means losing both land and men, Kendrick worried. If the troops from Gregory Jarrett, northern Yan, and western Qin could break through Xiliang's defense layer by layer, it means that in normal combat, Xiliang does not have much of an advantage. Thinking about it, although the number of Xiliang's troops isn't vastly different, there are too few generals. Xiliang annexed northern Liang and northern Wei, and many generals were lost during this process, especially during the time of northern Wei. Bliss gathered all the strongest generals and soldiers of northern Wei in the capital, and a divine fire burned everything to ashes, including the generals. On the other side, Gregory Jarrett, northern Yan, and western Qin were three complete countries, with a very organized military structure. In terms of flexibility and troop deployment, they naturally had an upper hand. If they were to engage in a full-scale battle outside Chang'an City, Xiliang would not have an advantage. Around Chang'an City, to expand the transportation routes as much as possible for later commerce, the original construction of Chang'an involved removing all trees and stones. The area around Chang'an could indeed accommodate a battle involving hundreds of thousands of people. It's likely that Engsub and the others knew this situation, which is why they were gathering in Chang'an. No. I have decided to engage in the final decisive battle at Chang'an City. Our Xiliang has already announced to the world that we are moving the capital to Chang'an on the second day of the second month. If Chang'an falls, even if we defeat them, it will be an indelible stain on Xiliang's quest for dominance. This battle is both the conquest war and the founding war of our Xiliang. After moving the capital, I decide to rename the country Long State. This is the earthly kingdom of the divine entity, Callie firmly said to Kendrick. A founding war? Listening to Callie's words, Kendrick helplessly shook his head. Indeed, the guerrilla warfare was fought because our strength was far behind the enemy at that time. It was a way taken out of sheer necessity. Now, not only is the disparity in strength not so stark, but more importantly, Xiliang has my support. This earthly kingdom of the deity is about to be established, and here I am, this god, hesitating and covering up. I'm no better than an ostrich. You're right. This time, we will mobilize all our forces of Xiliang to face them. Let them come. The whole of China's 16 kingdoms have basically been annexed together. This battle will end the confrontation between the southern and northern dynasties and usher in a new dynasty. No matter how long or short this dynasty lasts, it must leave a significant mark in history. As for the god, let future generations guess on their own. Kendrick said with a smile to Callie. Sure. Rest assured, this time, I will completely defeat them. You once said, this world is vast, not just what we see before us. But this is the first step. Hearing Kendrick agree with her decision, Callie breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, have you ever thought about what you want to do after unifying the world? Kendrick pondered for a moment and asked Callie. At this point, one can't selfishly make decisions alone. One also needs to know Callie's true thoughts. If Callie doesn't want to come over, then I'll go. On the city wall of Chang'an, Callie paused upon hearing Kendrick's words. After unifying the world? I have never thought about it. Callie stood on the city wall, gazing outward at the vast sky, which made her heart suddenly feel empty. Ever since she started vying for supremacy in the world, almost all of Callie's thoughts were devoted to various matters. Their conquest progressed too quickly, leaving Callie overwhelmed. Even her feelings for Kendrick seemed to become something taken for granted. What comes after conquering the world? Given her current situation, she has a good chance of completing it within 10 years. At that time, she would still be in her prime. Would she really spend her days in solitude in the deep palace, immersed in the tedious state affairs? Is this really what I want? Callie shook her head. Suddenly, she felt that everything she was doing now seemed meaningless. Totally pointless. Thinking about it, she didn't value these things at all. Expanding Xiliang was entirely out of her responsibility as the Annette of Xiliang. I don't know. Never thought about it. After much hesitation, Callie finally told Kendrick the truth. If I say next month, I might go find you. What would you do? Kendrick said with a smile to Callie. Chapter 309. Have you ever seen knives falling from the sky? What? You're coming to find me? Next month? This? Callie instantly began to stammer, her voice trembling. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people on the city wall at the moment, no one would believe that this little girl like Callie was their emperor. Yes. I told you before, I've been trying all sorts of ways to come over. Now I finally have a clue. Even if this doesn't work, I will never give up. Kendrick nodded and said, I'll go with you. Without you in this world, standing at the top of the world alone is meaningless. Callie said without hesitation. Just now, that overwhelming sense of emptiness and confusion vanished completely after Kendrick said he would come. Callie suddenly realized, perhaps only Kendrick was the most real. The reason she could keep going was entirely because Kendrick was there. Everything she had done was also to not let Kendrick down. This might be a one-way ticket for both of us. Once decided, there might be no turning back in this life. Going to your world is the same. Let me bring you here first. Kendrick said to Callie. Do you want to take me to your world? Sure. Callie laughed like a child. Once upon a time, she stripped naked, wanting to crawl into a box to find Kendrick. But she failed. In her view, the world where Kendrick lived rejected her. She had once been very sad. Now, hearing Kendrick's promise, she was filled with joy. 1 month, then I must hurry up. I'll end this war as soon as possible. Callie slapped the city wall forcefully. Okay. I will also use some means. Tell them that the gods are about to reappear on Earth, Kendrick said to Callie with a smile. After talking to Callie, Kendrick sat down by the computer and opened the shopping website. He cleared out every single pushpin, nail, knife, and cleaver available online. Roughly estimated, over 50 tons of pushpins, 700 tons of nails, and hundreds of tons of small knives and cleavers combined. Just as he finished buying, Amelie called. Brett Najer-chan. Our company's account has been hacked. They bought a lot of things and drained the money, Amelie said anxiously on the phone. Just now, the finance department received a notification about large amounts of money being transferred out. They immediately contacted Amelie. Seeing the countless payment orders, Amelie was stunned. Pushpins? Who buys tons of pushpins? And these nails? After buying so many, forget Tianhai City, even half of Peninsular Province's renovation teams might have to take a holiday. It's definitely a hack. Amelie quickly called Kendrick. Cough. The account wasn't hacked. I arranged it. There will likely be more expenditures later, but you don't need to worry. Kendrick hurriedly explained. Boss, I understand buying some nails, possibly entering the renovation business. But why so many cleavers? If you want to throw them to hurt people, why not just buy DVDs? Jackson took the phone and said to Kendrick. DVDs? Hearing Jackson's words, Kendrick's eyes lit up. Oh, that's right. These are light, can carry many, and falling from the sky could cause significant casualties. And the other side reflects pretty strongly. So goodbye. Kendrick suddenly had an idea and hastily hung up. On the other end of the phone, Jackson was baffled. What did Brett Najer-chan say? He really bought these things? Buying so much stuff is useless. Amelie asked, puzzled. Normal. Our boss is now a legitimate diamond bachelor. Some vengeful consumer behavior is normal. Back when my father made money, he bought strings and threw them away. Boss might have lacked cleavers as a kid, cutting vegetables by hand. Jackson stroked his chin. Actually makes sense. Amelie nodded. After hanging up, Kendrick immediately contacted a secondhand video store. Finding a CD now was quite rare, but those old stores still had some. As soon as Kendrick walked in, a blonde-haired guy greeted him. Looking for movies? You found the right person. In the whole Tianhai City, only I will come back. There naturally had to be corresponding divine methods. For example, have you ever seen knives falling from the sky? Chapter 310. To whom does Chang'an belong? Inside the Gregory Jarrett military camp, Emperor Ansel was sitting in the main tent. Your Majesty, as of now, our 3 routes and 3 armies have already merged into one. From the progress so far, we Gregory Jarrett are still leading. A general stepped forward and said, Humph. As expected, everyone needs a bit of pressure to perform. The moment we enforce military law, all sorts of difficulties seem to vanish. Ansel said with a cold smile. Several generals beside him could only bitterly laugh. Though they had been pushing hard on this route, this relentless advance had been built on human lives. Because of their reckless charges, they managed to repel the Western Liang forces. But the losses were also significant. Considering the current situation, Western Liang is also sending reinforcements to Chang'an City. It seems they plan to have a decisive battle near Chang'an. This time, whoever takes Chang'an will gain the empire. You must understand this. Ansel said to everyone. Your Majesty, even if we can capture Chang'an first, surely Northern Yin and Western Qin won't just stand by and watch. At that point, it could become troublesome for us. They might join forces. Not a bad point. Perhaps we should make the first move against them. It's too early for that. We can feign weakness and let them fight Western Liang first. Despite being at a disadvantage, Western Liang's troops shouldn't be underestimated. The generals discussed amongst themselves. Not a bad idea. Our advantage up to this point has been enough. The upcoming battles won't be simple. Tomorrow they should arrive. Let's discuss things then. As long as they go first, we can benefit from their conflict. Ansel nodded in agreement. Soon, the next day, Ishan of Northern Yin and Ulrich of Western Qin also arrived at the Gregory Jarrett camp with their troops. I heard your Gregory Jarrett's 3-pronged army was greatly troubled by Western Liang. Just some tricks and you're stalled? That doesn't sound too formidable. Seems like you're not holding up well under attack. After sitting down, Ishan said while crossing his legs. Yes, I thought your massive force would have captured Chang'an long ago. Turns out you're still waiting here. That's quite unreasonable. Ulrich added promptly. Their 2 armies had fought fierce battles against Brethias and Hamilton, without such frivolous excuses. Moreover, these excuses sounded ridiculous. Heavy snow in autumn? Rivers catching fire? Bees stinging people instead of gathering nectar? Clearly, Gregory Jarrett was making excuses. Initially, they advanced too quickly. If they clashed head-on with Western Liang's forces, they would suffer. Thus, they found reasons to slow down. They weren't foolish. You just refused to reason. Today, I called you here to discuss attacking Chang'an. Ansel suppressed his anger. Even if his own troops experienced these events, he found them hard to believe. If someone else told him this, he would likely think the same way as them. What's there to discuss? Our troops outnumber Western Liang's by more than twice. Why overthink it? Each one attacks from a different direction. Whoever captures Chang'an first, gets it? Ishan said coldly. Well said. But with hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrounding a city, maneuvering space would be limited. Even if space allows, everyone knows this Chang'an isn't like before. If it were still Daxia's old capital, it wouldn't matter. But Western Liang intended to make it their capital. In other words, whoever captures Chang'an will be. Although Ansel didn't finish his sentence, the other 2 understood. This joint campaign offered many benefits, but also risks, especially when dividing the spoils. Whoever backs down now will lose respect in the future. Moreover, with Western Liang gone, their relationships would remain competitive. In my view, what we need to do is determine the ownership of Chang'an. Whoever captures it first becomes the master. Ansel said to everyone. Agreed. No objections. Ishan and Ulrich said simultaneously. Excellent. So, let's see who prevails. But we mustn't fight amongst ourselves. Ansel said. Do you really need to say that? Attack tomorrow morning. The Western Liang Kali is in Chang'an. Whoever captures her makes everything easier later. Ishan glanced around the tent. Just as he was about to leave, a soldier rushed in anxiously. Report. Your Majesty. News just came from Chang'an. The divine beings of Western Liang are said to reappear among us. The messenger panted as he spoke. What? The divine beings of Western Liang? Ansel stood up abruptly. Cullen, there's no need for so many tricks, is there? And you're even bringing out the divine beings of Western Liang. This show is really complete. Ishan's face was full of disdain, thinking this was another ploy by Ansel. He presumed that it was a tactic to prevent them from attacking Chang'an first, so that Gregory Jarrett could secretly take it. Nonsense. Do you really think what I mentioned earlier was fabricated? Go ahead then. Perfectly fine with me. We will attack one day later than you. How about that? A slight smirk appeared on Ansel's lips. You said it. No backing out. Ishan and Ulrich's eyes lit up at once. I said it. Ansel stood up and declared. In Chang'an, Kali and numerous generals were watching the distant troops. If it weren't for the recently expanded Chang'an city, we wouldn't have space to deploy all these forces. Yeah, thank goodness our premier had foresight and built the city walls and gates in advance. Our internal affairs can be left in ruins, but the city defense outside determines the safety of Chang'an. Looks like they plan to encircle us from 4 sides. It's not going to be easy with such numbers. But we have to fight, regardless of how many they are. His Majesty is here, and this battle decides the future of our Western Liang. The generals watched the incoming armies and discussed amongst themselves. This time, hold your positions for now. Let me show you the power of the divine beings. Hearing their speculations, Kali smiled slightly. Power of the divine beings? Is it real or fake? Isn't the divine being going to act again? It must be heavenly fire again. No, definitely water. Drown them? For my money, it might be thunder. Everyone stared wide-eyed, speculating on the divine being's next move. Watch carefully. This time, we won't wait for their attack. We'll make the first move. Kali walked into the city of Chang'an. Chapter 311. Overcast Sky? In the Imperial Palace of Chang'an, Kali had many monitors laid out in front of him. Since the generator was delivered, Kali had access to far more gadgets. The raw material for the generator was diesel fuel. With sufficient diesel, the power supply could be endless. Though it couldn't support large-scale equipment, it was more than enough for Kali's current setup. At present, only the boundaries of the Imperial Palace in Chang'an had been marked off. A perimeter wall had been constructed around the outside. Apart from this newly completed main hall within the walls, everything else was just flat open ground. This open space was now filled with various drones. This time, Kendrick's drones needed to fly above the clouds to engage in battle. Thus, there was no need to worry about whether it was day or night. Kali operated the drones as they lifted off into the sky. At that moment, Brittany people in Chang'an suddenly felt a dimness before their eyes, as if something had blocked the sky. They looked up. Above the Imperial Palace, dense black clouds appeared and emitted a buzzing sound. Before everyone could discern clearly, several dark clouds rose and vanished into the sky. My goodness, what was that? Why did it look like huge birds? These are the gods at work. Perhaps these are celestial beasts. Could it be the gods intend to send rain to drown them all? That just covered the sky. Blessed by the gods. The gods are invincible. They're done for now. The citizens of Chang'an discussed among themselves. In the military camp, there were also soldiers watching this strange sight. Now that the gods have taken action, our prowess won't be required. Yes, last time the gods destroyed 10,000 men in one move. With this momentum, it seems we won't get to fight. What a pity. I thought I could gain some military credits. With the gods taking action, regardless of how many troops the enemy has, they will be easily eliminated. Hold your tongues. Breathias sternly interjected after hearing their discussion. General, our troop disparity isn't so severe this time. We want to clash head-on with them. Why don't you speak to His Majesty and ask the gods to leave us something? Everyone gathered around Breathias to express their thoughts. I just came back from seeing His Majesty, who already mentioned it. This time, the gods aim to intimidate rather than directly annihilate the enemy with divine force. Instead, they will create difficulties. They will provide us with the most advantageous battlefield, so that everyone knows. Shiliang is the land blessed by the gods. Breathias told the group. Oh, does that mean we still have a chance to fight? The gods truly care for us. Indeed, with divine protection, how does our small number matter? They're finished either way. Everyone grew excited upon hearing Breathias' words. Listen carefully. While the gods act, keep your eyes wide open. Oh, whatever pleased Ansel, he would say. Obstacles ahead? Non-existent. Just a delay for better things. Your Majesty, Bayu and Shiqin have both fallen for our trap. We just received word that they have readied their troops and are preparing to launch an attack. We will surely succeed. The faces of the few generals beside him also showed a rare smile. As they were speaking, suddenly, they felt a dimness before their eyes. Cloudy sky. Ansel looked up in surprise. He could still see the sun, but it felt as if the sun was covered by something gray. That's strange. I had this feeling just now, like something blocked my view. But there's nothing in the sky. Could it be about to rain? Everyone looked up. There indeed had been a peculiar sensation just now, but after adapting to the current intensity of sunlight, it felt like an illusion. No problem. The enemy is already at our doorstep. Unless it starts raining daggers, it won't make any difference. Ansel smiled and waved his hand. Huh. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a cool sensation on his neck, as if something had fallen into his collar. Ouch. As he reached to take it out, he accidentally pricked his finger. A shiny object appeared on his fingertip. What's this? Ansel examined it curiously. It looked like a small mushroom, but it was made of iron, very hard. One end was smooth and rounded, while the other end was sharp like a needle. I've never seen anything like this. It fell from the sky. Could it be an auspicious sign? Possibly. Such things are rare in the world. It must be a divine object, and it pierced the emperor's finger. Could it be the heaven's acknowledgement of your majesty? It's possible. Everyone speculated excitedly. This stirred excitement in Ansel's heart. Yes, this thing is definitely not of this world. Why did it fall right on me, and even pierce my finger? It might be a blood oath between heaven and me. Divine protection. Lords, this is a divine treasure granted by the heavens. There is only one. In this battle, we will surely... Ugh. As Ansel lifted his head to speak, he suddenly felt something cold in his mouth. A chilly little object slid down his throat. Instantly, his throat felt like it was burning. Before he could say anything, in the next moment, he froze. Just then, the unique divine treasure he had been holding began to fall from the sky like rain. Chapter 312. Knives really fell from the sky. What's going on? Isn't this something bestowed upon me by the gods individually? Ansel was stunned. He extended his hand. Before long, it held a small handful. Angry. Your majesty, the encampment is now unlivable. Also, our supplies have been contaminated by these things. It's impossible to clean them up in such a short time. A general approached, covered in blood. These thumbtacks didn't cause significant harm, but they carried great humiliation. They were hard to pick up yet couldn't be ignored. It also couldn't be destroyed. Do the troops on the other two sides experience similar issues? Ansel asked. No. I sent people to check immediately after our incident. Nothing unusual happened with Bayin and Shichin. One of the generals reported. No issue? They're just targeting us, Gregory Jarrett. They're playing games. By my order, regardless of any sequence, charge and attack the city. Ansel said through gritted teeth. Yes. Everyone nodded. The encampment was no longer livable. After being teased like this, everyone harbored intense frustration. Meanwhile, in the Bayin encampment, Ishan was discussing the assault strategy with his generals. Report. Gregory Jarrett has suddenly launched an assault for unknown reasons. A soldier rushed in. What? They've begun attacking? Aren't they supposed to attack on the second day, according to the plan? Oh no. We've been tricked. Ishan was alarmed. Your majesty, this must be Ansel's scheme. He intentionally delayed to make us lower our guard. The story about strange objects falling from the sky is clearly fabricated. They used this as an excuse to advance early. How shameless. Your majesty, let's not wait. We should attack immediately. Hearing about Gregory Jarrett's actions, the group of generals grew anxious. You're right. We can't wait any longer. Ishan agreed. Spread my decree. Attack immediately. Ishan stood up abruptly. On the other side, Shichin made almost the same decision. The three nations' armies surged toward Chang'an like tidal waves. On the walls of Chang'an, Brethias and Hamilton watched the approaching armies with grim faces. What's happening? Why did they suddenly launch a full-scale attack? Didn't his majesty say that the deities were taking action? Brethias frowned. Who knows? It seems the Gregory Jarrett encampment moved first. We don't know what exactly happened there. Hasn't his majesty given the signal yet? Hamilton became anxious. His majesty said no one should move until we receive a signal from the deities. After everything we've been through, we should fully trust in the deities. Perhaps we should let everyone watch from the city walls. Maybe the deities will act again. The more desperate it feels to us, the more it might just be a game to the deities. Brethias calmed down. From the very beginning, when Xianyang's capital was besieged by Ruran troops, Brethias was among the first to witness divine protection, overcoming despair and crisis repeatedly. For Brethias, his reliance on the gods had long been ingrained in his bones. Yes, I overthought it. Listening to Brethias's words, Hamilton also nodded. Very soon, the vanguard of the three armies was already rushing into their line of sight. General, the enemy is attacking the city. We are not prepared yet. An anxious colonel beside him said urgently. Everyone stay put, and those who disobey will be executed. Watch closely. Now the gods will act. Brethias turned and spoke to everyone. At this moment, the horses at the front suddenly stumbled for some unknown reason, falling one after another like a domino effect. What happened? Brethias and his men were shocked, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Nothing seemed to have happened just now. Quickly look at the sky. Hamilton pointed upward. Everyone hurriedly looked up. They saw that above the charging crowd, black rain began to fall. A barrier-like curtain of black rain formed around the entire city of Chang'an. Every person and horse that passed through this curtain fell to the ground. Everyone was so stunned by this scene they couldn't speak. At this moment, the soldiers who had barely managed to get up from the ground found themselves covered in blood. Just moments ago, Brittany fine iron nails had fallen from the sky. The hooves of the horses, stepping on them, were instantly pierced. People's feet, stepping on them, were also punctured through the soles. Anyone and anything that passed through this area, whether man or horse, was now lying on the ground groaning in pain. Those behind them only just managed to stop. They stared in shock at the fallen soldiers and horses before them. Immediately, messengers were sent back to report to Ansel. Ansel could hardly believe what he was holding. You're saying that so many nails fell from the sky? And they're iron nails? Ansel asked the messenger. Earlier, he had seen the black rain curtain from afar, thinking it was just ordinary rain. Yes. The nails are scattered everywhere. If we charge forward directly, we can't get through. And it's not just our front. Around the entire Chang'an, these nails are everywhere. The messenger hastily explained. Humph. It's just some iron nails. It's not as if the sky is raining knives. The deities of Xianyang's means are nothing more than this. Have people sweep the iron nails off the ground, pull back the injured troops, and let the rest continue the assault. Ansel told the group. Soon, the vanguard of Gregory Jarrett started bustling about. The troops on either side from Beiyin and Shiqin encountered similar situations. After hearing about the actions of Gregory Jarrett, they followed suit, clearing the scattered iron nails piled up in front of them. On the walls of Chang'an, black iron nail rain. Heaven, I never imagined such a method would exist. Brethia sighed deeply. Yes, with such an unpredictable tactic, even we have no way to deal with it. From a rough estimate, this wave of iron nail rain has cost them at least tens of thousands of troops. The nails may not be fatal, but the sudden stampede and congestion still caused significant losses. Hamilton nodded. Not good. They haven't given up. They are sweeping the piled up nails on the ground, preparing to attack again. Brethias pointed ahead. I think the gods used the iron nail rain without wiping them out completely to give a warning. The gods have always shown mercy. During the siege of the Northern Wei capital, they once gave several days of grace. It seems they don't understand the divine compassion. Hamilton frowned. Yes, since they refused to listen, the next time they might face the gods' full wrath. Brethias shook his head. Naturally, he hoped these people would reconsider. After seeing the power of the gods, they should know the might of the divine and retreat or surrender. But it seemed the enemies didn't think this way. They're coming. Brethias, watching the approaching enemies, instinctively gripped the edge of the city wall tightly. Now, the leading cavalry was clearly visible. Yet, there was no sign of any action from the gods. Look at the sky. It was Hamilton who shouted first, having noticed the situation above. Everyone looked up quickly. These are knives. Shiny knife blades were falling from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense sound of bones being chopped filled the air. Inside and outside Chang'an, silence reigned. Whether the people on the city walls or those in the rear attacking outside the city, everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Brittany rubbed their eyes forcefully, refusing to believe what they saw. Those who were about to charge forward turned pale, devoid of any blood color. Numerous soldiers felt weak in their legs and collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, around Chang'an City, a 1-mile-wide band of blood had formed. Just now, as they charged forward, suddenly, countless knives rained down from the sky. There were kitchen knives, butcher knives, cleavers, machetes, scalpels. Any kind of knife that could be bought on the market had been brought by Kendrick. These knives fell from the sky. Even without sharp edges, they caused massive casualties, let alone being incredibly sharp. In almost an instant, all living things within this area were completely dismembered. Not a single intact corpse could be found. Instantly, a dense cloud of blood filled the air around Chang'an City. Ah! Help! Run! Unknown to all, someone screamed first and bolted backward. In an instant, everyone reacted and fled in the same direction. For a moment, the army retreated like crumbling mountains. The great army withdrew like a flood. After a long while, people on the walls of Chang'an finally came back to their senses. They're retreating? It really rained knives. Brethias stammered. Yes, there were probably hundreds of thousands of knives falling from the sky just now. It's too. Hamilton swallowed hard. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at that moment. Hundreds of thousands of knives. They had fallen directly from the sky. With such a direct and violent method, it achieved the best intimidating effect. Immediately march out of the city. Retrieve everything thrown down by the gods. After such a display, they absolutely won't dare to come close for now. Brethias, regaining his composure, hurriedly gave orders. Inside the grand hall of Chang'an City's imperial palace, Callie wiped the sweat off her forehead. Seeing the retreating army, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she operated so many drones with the help of system programs, which still left her in a state of turmoil. I hope they understand this time. The gods cannot be defeated. Either withdraw the troops or surrender. Callie slowly stood up. She synchronized this news with Kendrick. Chapter 313. Deity. Outside Chang'an City, Ansel and his men fled for 30 miles before they began to gradually gather their scattered troops. Additionally, the troops from Bailiang and Western Qin also congregated towards them. Compared to Ansel, this was their first encounter with the miracles of a deity. They were so frightened that they lost their composure. Only now did they realize that the incredible things Ansel had mentioned before weren't made up. They were real experiences. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If we had known there was a deity, why would we have fought at all? Ishan and Ridge both regretted it deeply. Have you all arrived? Good, let's discuss what we should do next. Do we continue fighting, or do we retreat? Ansel sighed as he asked when the two entered. Fight? How can we fight? So many soldiers died in just a few breaths. What difference does having more people make? Ishan spoke listlessly. Ansel stroked his hair forcefully. The allied armies of the three countries numbered close to 1 million. And yet, they were defeated by an empress. Wait, not even defeated yet. They hadn't even seen the enemy troops. If they retreated now, their three countries might forever be suppressed by Western Liang, with no hope of turning the tide. Gentlemen, given the current situation, do you think we still have any choice? If we retreat now, we will likely be wiped out by Western Liang eventually. We only have two options. Either surrender or fight to the death. Ansel took a deep breath and said, You're right. Even if we retreat now, Western Liang will still attack us later. We probably won't have the means to resist then. In the end, we would still have to surrender. Why don't we just surrender now? Ridge suggested. What about you? Ansel turned to Ishan. He wanted to resist until the end, but didn't expect Ridge to be the first to surrender. If Ishan also chose to surrender, his own position would become precarious. Impossible. Rather die in battle than surrender. Don't I look scared to death? Since there's no other choice, let's fight it out. Ishan seemed to have thought it through and coldly said, Right. A true man who lives between heaven and earth shouldn't have reasons to surrender. Hearing Ishan's words, Ansel quickly added, In my opinion, during the day, the deity can see us directly, so they prepare for our attacks. But if we sneak up on the city under the cover of night, As long as we can engage the Western Liang forces, the deity cannot use such methods. This is our chance. Ansel explained to the two. Just then, he had been thinking about how to counter the deity. This was the only way he could think of. By getting patients, especially those thin, round discs. Not to mention those called MS-32 high-intensity flashlights with 200,000 lumens. Though Callie didn't quite understand Kendrick's phrase, giving them a son, but she still chose to trust Kendrick unconditionally. Deep into the night, all was quiet. There was no moon tonight. At Callie's command, all the lights in Chang'an City were extinguished. The entire land was completely immersed in boundless darkness. Your breath, Jesty, they are almost close enough, Breathias said to Callie after listening to the sounds outside. They had turned off the lights above the city gates, but could still see some shadows moving around. Don't be in a hurry. Let them come closer to the gate. Callie nodded. Your breath, Jesty, what means will the deity use this time? Breathias asked curiously. To be honest, I don't know either. The deity said that since they like the night, they won't have anywhere to hide. Callie smiled and told everyone. Earlier, after informing Kendrick about the situation for the evening, Kendrick had said this sentence. No matter how Callie asked, Kendrick did not explain further. Instead, he gave Callie a pair of pitch-black sunglasses. Wearing them, she couldn't see anything clearly, but she followed Kendrick's instructions and prepared to put them on after pressing the activation switch. But just as they rejoiced at escaping, countless spots of light rained down from the sky. People who were running were hit by these light spots and instantly saw white. These were the reverse sides of the light discs reflecting light in almost every direction at the fleeing troops. No one could escape these flying discs. Before they could react, they felt heat on their necks. Instantly, blood gushed out. The falling discs spun unpredictably, swift as spinning knives. In a 5-mile radius, every soldier caught by the light points was decapitated by these discs. Seeing this, Ansel spat out a mouthful of blood. You see, this is the result of your stubborn decision. They're all dead. All of them. Ridge, in his madness, grabbed Ansel by the collar. Bang! In the next moment, Ridge's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Ansel's face with blood and brains. Ansel's eyes widened in horror. Moments later, bullets struck his forehead, temples, and chest, turning them into bloody holes. Meanwhile, Ishan didn't even know what happened as multiple bullets hit his chest, throwing him backward due to the impact. In the adjacent woods, Casimir and others coldly watched through their sights. All three are done. Since the deity gave them a chance and they didn't cherish it, we can't be blamed. Carry on killing without restraint. Callie had been waiting since early morning. As noon approached, there was no news. By evening, still no word. When the moon hung high, the box remained silent. Callie sighed softly. It seemed she had failed again. With today almost over, Callie gave up and stood up, holding the voice recorder, intending to inquire about Kendrick's situation. Just as she turned around, she suddenly felt something behind her. Callie froze. Overwhelmed by intense joy, she couldn't help but tremble. But she hesitated to turn back, fearing she might have misheard. I am Kendrick. At that moment, a familiar and unmistakably real voice sounded from behind her. Callie swiftly turned around. Greeting her was a future full of boundless possibilities. The end.